Senior, how many days do you have left to live? I will die in 7 days. How about you? You are better off than me. I will die tomorrow. I was targeted by the evil spirits and they called him a god. I don't know what unexpected event will end the inevitable evil spirits. We are almost the same. 23 days ago, I was already written in the book of life and death by the Black and White Impermanence. There is no possibility of escape. That day, a terrifying Black Impermanence stood by your side, holding a strange book in his hand with your death date written on it. At first, you thought it was a Death Note cosplay, but then a white figure followed you all the time and got closer as time passed. You finally realized the seriousness of the matter and learned the truth of the matter through technology and the internet. The Black and White Impermanence is the most terrifying evil ghost in China. Humans marked with their death date can die at an exact time down to the second. Even if you have found the Paranormal Investigation Department, the answer you get is still despairing. After all, more than 1,000 people die from the unpredictable curse of black and white every day, and so far no one has been spared. The staff's faces were full of regret. Live well these days. We can temporarily conceal the news of your death and inform your family when the time is right. You are just a 20-year-old college student, sentenced to death before your life has even begun. After that, you were depressed for a while, until this morning, Muro suddenly appeared downstairs in your dormitory, looking haggard as if she had changed, saying that she missed you. This is the most beautiful morning of your life, and you have never felt that the campus is so beautiful. However, I'm sorry, I'm dying. The girl in front of her showed a shocked expression, which slowly turned into relief and peace. What a coincidence. I'm also about to die. Although you have guessed some clues, hearing her say it in person still feels extremely painful. You muster up the courage to hold her hand, like two birds escaping from a cage. The warming of your feelings is faster than imagined. Remembering this wonderful night, your old face turned red, quietly extinguishing the cigarette but in your hand. In 1 hour, the death god will arrive, and there is not much time left for this girl. She has completely despaired. The god of death is the cruelest, with a constant stream of accidents that seem like divine punishment, and without any warning signs. Muro wants to go outside for a walk, wanting to face the final moments with courage. You look blankly at the empty corridor, and in 6 days you will also be in this situation, absolutely desperate. And at this moment, the girl's eyes are filled with fear. Why has the corridor darkened? Has the Grim Reaper come? However, you denied the idea of the appearance of the Grim Reaper. According to the information, the Grim Reaper will not appear directly in front of the victim. Perhaps it is still possible to see it before death. At this time, the footprints on the ground in the distance are slowly approaching, and where the footprints pass, the overhead lights will be suppressed to a very dark gray. Is that the Grim Reaper? Muro couldn't help but tremble. Can you see that thing? You hurriedly asked. A long-tongued woman in black clothes, writing on a book in her hand. Muro died on October 30th, 2024, the girl said in horror. You look uncertain and surprised, holding the girl in your arms tightly with your left hand, and picking up a small potted plant with your right hand. She's gone. At that moment, Muro's tense body suddenly relaxed. The footprints on the carpet quickly faded away, like mist dispersing on a window, and the dim light quickly returned. You feel like you've just walked through the gates of hell, your back soaked in cold sweat, but you quickly calmed down and started organizing the information. The first point. The demon has its own logic for killing people and will not inexplicably kill you directly. The second point, the Black and White Impermanence is not just one. The Black and White Impermanence that one sees is male. The third point, today is September 30th, while the time marked by the Black and White Impermanence is October 30th. Conflicting. Your eyes suddenly lit up with a gleam. Is it possible that in the next month, the Black and White Impermanence will protect you and help you avoid accidents caused by the Grim Reaper? Muro's face showed surprise but quickly diminished. It depends on which ghost is stronger. Perhaps the Grim Reaper is stronger than the Black and White Impermanence. No matter what, this is a hope. We can use the power of demons to save ourselves. You said excitedly. Murua still looks very desperate. Even if I escaped the curse of the god of death, won't the Black and White Impermanence kill me in the same way a month later? I will always be with you. You said seriously to her. I believe that Heibai Wuchang can definitely save you. This is our only hope. At 11:30, you made a video call to your parents, lying that you needed to attend a 3-month closed training. Then I called the Paranormal Investigation Bureau and asked them to help you establish a file, temporarily concealing the news of death, which can be considered as truly settling the aftermath. Muro then went to the bathroom to call her parents. For the same reason, the time to leave the toilet is 11:57. At 12 o'clock, a new day officially arrives. Muro looked at you in shock and said, "Can't you hear it?" You listened carefully, hearing the slow ticking of the second hand on the wall, the honking of cars outside, and nothing particularly unusual. Then Mo suddenly looked towards the bathroom and exclaimed, "There are many people whispering inside. There are so many people in there." This sentence raises your tension to the peak. You grab the ashtray with one hand, kick the door open with one foot, and find no one in the bathroom. Only the hairdryer that Mo had used earlier was lying eerily on the ground. Then, Watchman Zhao felt as if there was a very vague layer of fog in the toilet. Like a twisted silhouette. Zip! An electric light came on. The next second, the entire room went straight off the grid. Ah! Mo screamed miserably. Watchman Zhao hurriedly turned on his cell phone's flashlight and walked back. It's okay. She was just startled by the sudden power outage. Watchman Zhao went back to the door of the restroom and carefully observed the situation inside. The ground was somehow full of standing water, and the hairdryer that had landed on the floor was broken in an unreasonable way, with all the wires exposed, and that was never something that could be produced by a fall. The combination of the wires and the water caused a short circuit that burned out the circuits in the room. If your call had lasted any longer, you'd be dead. Watchman Zhao looked gravely at Mo, who slowly walked to his side. Mo's face went pale. "Is there no one in the restroom?" she asked. "No." Watchman Zhao pondered. Perhaps what you heard was not a human voice. Great, new info is coming in. Before the Reaper kills, the target object is suspected to hear dense whispering. The Reapers aren't some sort of monolithic being either, but a bizarre group. But is this whispering heard by everyone? It's never been documented. Could it be that it was because of the intervention of the Black and White Irregulars that Mo possessed a share of the ability to sense death? Is there any sound now? Watchman Zhao asked. Yes. In the restroom? No, there's no sound coming from the toilet. So where is it? Mo listened intently. It's a little far away, it's blurry, and, for once, it's very spread out. She looked to her feet, downstairs. At that moment, a sharp yell tore through the quiet of the night. There's a fire! Fire! Chapter 4, Two Evil Ghosts' Rule of Certainty. Fire! Is death's usual trick coming? However, Watchman Zhao didn't feel panicked. It was obvious that the fire was set up with ulterior motives. If he wanted to burn them to death, he could just ignite this room directly. There was no need to go all the way downstairs to light a fire. Should be trying to get them out of the hotel. Don't be afraid, there is now great news. Watchman Zhao said encouragingly, you can hear the whispers. Both chimes have predicted the crisis perfectly. Mo was puzzled. What kind of good news is this? Oh, I get it, the whispering sound represents the danger that will occur. As long as I avoid the whispering sound, I can avoid the crisis? Exactly. The whispers were getting denser and were spreading to this floor. Danger is looming. Presumably the fire is spreading rapidly. Mo looked to the doorknob. There was a momentary hesitation. Wouldn't it be bad if I just burned to death in a hotel? After all, there are countless horrible surprises waiting for one out there. The world, it's so desperate. But, looking at the encouraging eyes of the teenager beside him. In a flash, she decided to abandon all her cowardice. Screw the death of XX, screw the accident of XX, come on. I'm going to live. With him. Senior, go. She ripped open the door and rushed out, pulling Watchman Zhao with her. Ha! Before Watchman Zhao could react, he followed her wildly. There's no sound in the fire escape. Mo shouted, kicking the steel door of the fire escape with a small, ferocious kick. Crooked day, so fierce. Watchman Zhao was stunned. Senpai, hurry up, there's a noise behind us. In the hallway, a couple of guests who were slowly dressing to get out of their rooms were still feeling a little disgruntled as they watched their rough behavior. Why are you so rude, little girl? But the next second, a string of flames rose from the floor and ignited the shaggy carpet. Phew! The fire spread in an instant. And at that moment, Watchman Zhao had already rushed down 2 floors after Mo. Smoke poured in on all sides. Instead, Mo tugged Watchman Zhao to turn into the elevator. Common sense is that at times like these you'd rather be dead in the house than in an elevator. Who dares to ride in an elevator during a fire? But she just dared, for a simple reason. There were whispers in the fire escape as it continued down, and no sound from the elevator. All the way down to the 2nd floor. Instead, Mo changed course again and ran out of the elevator. In the next second, the elevator went out of control and plummeted all the way down into the deepest part of the deep elevator shaft, with a loud boom coming from behind the two of them. The fire started on the 4th floor, and by now they were completely safe. The duo ran down the stairs and out of the building. Careful! Muro tugged Watchman Zhao back a few steps. A huge billboard, losing its support, fell from its height and crashed down in front of them. If they hadn't stepped back, the sign would have smashed them. Invincible! Watchman Zhao laughed out loud. If you have this ability, how else can the god of death kill you? Muro bent over and gasped, yes, it looks like the protection of the black and white irregulars worked. Your guess was right. Yeah. The guess is correct. A special situation can result from a conflict of rules between evil spirits and evil spirits. If he could make good use of these rules, Watchman Zhao believed that he would be able to survive as well. But the words say, why is it so foggy tonight? Far away, he suddenly saw a faint footprint emerge from the boulevard below a distant utility pole. It let out a faint blood light, which was particularly blinding in this dark night. That is? Watchman Zhao's pupils shrunk. The footprints on the right side disappeared abruptly, and then, half a meter in front of it, quickly surfaced. And then the left side. Right. It was like an unseen presence that was racing towards them. Footprints, no human form? Muro! Is there anything over there? Watchman Zhao shouted. Muro, still immersed in the joy of escaping death, followed his finger and the expression on his face instantly froze. She tugged at Watchman Zhao and pulled her legs out. It's that creepy white woman. Who was just chasing me? Sure enough, it's Black and White. The white impermanence that was staring at Muro. Watchman Zhao's heart went cold. White impermanence's accelerated approach indicates that Black and White impermanence's logic of killing has changed, and it chooses to shorten the time and make Muro brain dead in advance. Wrong bet. It was wrong from the start. How can an evil spirit save a life? The ability to listen may not have been bestowed by the Black and White irregulars, but rather Muro's gift. When two evil spirits have conflicting rules, there's absolutely no need for them to fight each other. Just grabbing performance is enough. The Black and White irregulars could totally modify the time of death and then grab Muro before the Grim Reaper and forcefully kill her. It's not a rule that's broken. Wrong. All wrong. That thing, if it touches me, I'll die, right? Muro trembled, her earlier joy swept away. It will merge into your body, triggering brain death at the moment of complete coverage. Watchman Zhao said in a deep voice, this is the common description of all black and white cursed people before they die, and it's the only way to die. But it's impossible to get rid of this thing. Yeah. You can't get rid of it. The black and white's behavior can ignore all the rules of space, and even if you escape the Earth in a rocket, you can't escape its pursuit. What can you do with a pair of human legs? Oh, pathetic. The two blood-glistening footprints flashed across the boulevard behind them, so fast that they almost left a trail of stubble. And the pace is tremendous. The average person would have to cross at least twice to get out that distance. It was almost like adding another speed on top of Watchman Zhao's and their escape speed. There's a whispering sound. Muro suddenly exclaimed. Watchman Zhao also suddenly felt the fog around him strangling strangely. He tugged Muro toward the side to avoid it. High in the sky, a strange bird of unknown species flew by at high speed and crashed dead on a potted plant on the rooftop. After they left the hotel, they had been fleeing along a boulevard beside the road, on the other side of which was a row of tall buildings, from which they had deliberately kept a sufficient distance in order to guard against falling objects. That potted plant was heavy enough, too, that a normal impact would not have knocked it off. But the bird was ridiculously fast and blasted into the porcelain basin like a bullet. 12 floors high, and that porcelain basin was so dead that it just happened to hit the top of their heads. Luckily, Watchman Zhao reacted quickly and tugged Muro to move across the street for a while, so he didn't get hit. But the chipped porcelain still made 2 cuts on Watchman Zhao's leg and arm. Blood springs. Muro was protected by him, but nothing happened. Before the two could have time to recoil, more bizarre phenomena surfaced one after another. A tanker truck, wobbling at a pace, drove by. The condition of a coach on the other side of the road also looked very unusual. Snap! The body of the crashed bird landed at their feet, squeezing out a shower of blood. Then, there was actually a second one, and a third one. There was a crackling sound from overhead. A flock of unknown birds are frantically crashing against the glass walls of the high floors. The sound of large sheets of broken glass came down so densely that it made one's scalp numb. a shower of broken glass is about to fall. The coverage area is so long that trying to run out of attack range on the boulevard is nearly impossible. And on the road, the two abnormally large vehicles reeked of extreme danger. Muro covered her ears in pain. Dense whispers like flies filled every inch of space around her. The curse of death has been upgraded to kill the target first, and all sorts of accidents ensue, leaving nothing to chance. And in Watchman Zhao's eyes, the fog around them boiled, and agitated cyclones surrounded them like a hurricane. At this point Watchman Zhao also understood. He or she also possesses some kind of special ability. He could see certain special traces. The black and white invincibles were only visible to the cursed, whereas he could see the black and white invincibles' footprints of Muro. Death as well, and the odds are that these mysterious mists and fluctuations have something to do with death. But what's the point of seeing it? There's no escape. In the swirl of fog, the bright red footprints finally broke through. The flow of the mist seemed to clash with something unknown, and a blood-red stream of light surfaced within the mist, gradually increasing and taking shape. The image of a blood-red woman with long hair formed. It flickered in the mist, advancing at high speed, reaching out a hand and grabbing towards Muro. Chapter 5. Inescapable. Watchman Zhao pushed Muro forward. The blood-red image seemed to be tugged by some kind of pull, and also rapidly advanced a bit. The logic of the black and white approach is relative and has nothing to do with the speed at which the target object is moving. At this rate, it wouldn't take a second for the black and white infernal to touch Muro. At the same time, the glass on the 12-story building overhead went completely out of control, spilling down in a flurry. Intermingled with the bodies of birds, they fell furiously, accelerated by gravity. Two evil spirits in a race. Compare who kills their target first. Watchman Zhao and Muro, who were human beings, were as powerless as babies and could only watch death come. Boom! On the main road, the out-of-control tanker and the bus collided with no surprise. Silent fluctuations swept in all directions. In the next second, a fire shot up into the sky. Terrifying explosions filled every inch of space like air. Watchman Zhao looked at the blinding light in horror. It was as if time had been prolonged indefinitely. He could clearly see the crumbling of the oil tanks. The sturdy iron was as fragile as a piece of paper at this point, lightly shattering and spilling out in all directions. The evergreens of the mezzanine were instantly ignited and blatantly pushed back by an invisible force. The cable overhead flickered with electricity and snapped, sending half a concrete utility pole flying far away with it. The burning sensation hit hard. At that moment, a soft body stood in front of him. A glass spike struck, like a cold, sharp knife, and ran through his arm in an instant. In the next instant, searing gusts of wind pushed across the room like a city wall, pushing the two men out. Watchman Zhao heard the sound of countless glasses piercing into the human body. But he didn't feel the pain. Bump! His body crashed through a roll-up door, then a security door, and he fell heavily into a hardware store. Under the impact of the explosion, various materials hanging from the containers in the hardware store spilled out all over the floor. Watchman Zhao collapsed in the middle of a pile of spare parts and couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of blood. All of his organs seemed to be displaced, and a hideous shard of glass ran through the flesh of his left arm. He had never experienced such extreme pain. He almost fainted. Moo. Soft. He braced himself for a breath and crawled toward the door in a dead faint. Ding ding bumper. Broken glass still fell like a torrential downpour. And the world outside the door turned into a sea of fire. Orange firelight branded Watchman Zhao's ghastly white face. A thick layer of mist was suspended above the sea of fire. And in the midst of the sea of fire lay a girl quietly. Her back was charred and blackened, and most of her beautiful dress was burned. At least 100 glass spikes, brutally plunged all over her body, and the rain of glass that continued to fall was adding to that number. At the last moment, she stepped in front of Watchman Zhao and took the blast in glass for him. Watchman Zhao stared dumbfounded as he reached out his hand and a sharp piece of glass ran through his palm. But he didn't notice, he just stolidly continued to reach forward and rip the tattered young girl into the hardware store. The smell of blood accompanied by a burning odor irritated the nostrils. There's blood everywhere. He stiffened and lowered his head. That soft and moving girl was lying quietly in his arms, her open eyes oozing blood, and her pupils were slowly flaring. Hey, Watchman Zhao realized he couldn't say anything. His lips, his throat, his vocal cords were trembling so violently that he couldn't speak a word of normal speech, only some miserable whimpering. She's dead. The pupils had been completely lax. The warmth in his arms was fading little by little. This beautiful maiden, with the most miserable death, exchanged her life for 7 days for him, Watchman Zhao. It's sad to be born a human being. A thick mist drifted in eerily. Watchman Zhao tightly hugged the cold corpse and coldly raised his head. The mist surged as if forming a fluttering human form. Hundreds of gray mist humanoids filled the entire store and surrounded the two. The heads were moving, they seemed to be talking about something, as if they were holding a rigorous trial. Determine whether or not Muro is completely dead. Satisfied? She's dead. Watchman Zhao roared hysterically. But they didn't care about his impotent rage, they still shook their heads in disgust. In the end, they seemed to get a satisfactory result. The group of ghosts surged towards the door, ready to leave. But right at this moment, a blood-red palm print suddenly surfaced on Muro's shoulder. White Vagabond grabbed her. The fog rioted in an instant, and countless figures turned back with an open heart. Watchman Zhao's body shook as an invisible wave pushed him away, crashing heavily into the cargo container and knocking down another swath of accessory materials. The intense pain made him almost pass out. But he was not willing. What happened? Could things have turned around? She'll survive? He forced himself to endure the severe pain to keep from fainting, and looked in Muro's direction as hard as he could. Only to see the fog roll wildly, countless red threads surfaced in front of Muro, coalescing into a very clear woman's appearance. High crown, Confucian dress, and an unreasonably long tongue dangling extremely bizarrely beneath long hair. White Impermanence grabbed Muro's shoulders, one hand slowly integrating into her body. The red light became more and more blinding. The fog also rolled in with increasing fury, and sand flew throughout the hardware store. 10 screws make a number 0 on the ground. The cables snapped inch by inch, curling in the air and flailing in the wind. Various kinds of 0 appear in this store. Is that the mark of death? Muro's life is only 0 seconds away, she must die at this moment. But why? They're going to riot? She's already dead. Watchman Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. He clearly saw that the young girl, who had been completely dead, faintly twitched the fingers of her right hand with the intrusion of the White Impermanence. The White Impermanence is saving her. A blue line surfaced on her back. Then the blue lines grew. The back that should have been burnt along with the internal organs inside was actually slowly recovering under the influence of this blue light curtain. Muro's body was entwined by the blue light, as if it was subjected to an invisible force, and was gently lifted up and suspended in the low air. The blood on the ground transmits a faint blue light, analyzing those stains and dust, flowing against the current and flowing back into Muro's body out of thin air. She is being resurrected. The fog rioted even more. Watchman Zhao could see those humanoid mists opening their huge mouths and seemed to be roaring hysterically. Boom! A second explosion occurred in the street. A piece of iron flew into the store with precision and landed precisely on Muro, cutting her at the waist. But there was a flash of blue light and she was forcefully picked up at the waist. On the back of the blood-red white impermanent ghost, a second impermanent ghost burrowed out. It was covered in an eerie purple color, and also had the appearance of a female with long hair, holding an ancient booklet in its hands, where it could clearly be seen that some of the pages had been turned to the edges. And as it did, a purple line wrapped around the room. The purple color is not clear to see late at night. However, Watchman Zhao could clearly see that the objects labeled 0 were being forcibly disassembled and constantly changed. 1, 2, 3, 15, 30. The foggy humanoids were roaring wildly. But they can't be stopped. The requirement of certain death on that day was forcibly pushed to the 30th day by the Black and White Irregulars. You want to kill one of my men, fine, but you'll have to wait until I kill her first. Chapter 6, His body is full of ghosts. Watchman Zhao collapsed onto a pile of spare parts and looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Success! The clash of the rules of the two evil spirits leads to very different futures. The Black and White Irregulars forcibly renewed Muro's life for a month. But is Death willing to accept this? Of course not. The fog boiled over. The images of the two impermanent ghosts became more and more visible. The blood-red uncanny ghost had already fused with a large portion of Muro, with only some of the image remaining outside of his body. And the dark purple uncanny ghost, holding the tome, stood proudly in the howling wind, facing an endless number of grey mist humanoids. A screw flew out. The cluster of screws that originally spelled out 30 twisted and turned into 29. On the electronic clock flashing on the wall, the scarlet 030 had also turned backward to 029. And that number is getting smaller. Under the combined cover of a purple beam, a red beam and a blue beam. A large group of constantly flickering humanoid silhouettes cloaked in black robes, with faces like twisted skeletons and holding sides, emerged from the mist and floated around the hardware store. The blue beam of light on Muro's body was contaminated. It began to crumble in droves. The reverse flow of blood falls back to the ground. Death is starting to really kick in. They do not allow the black and white to save people. The ceiling overhead shook and large cracks eerily surfaced. This one store, about to cave in. At this rate, they'll all die. The speed at which the blood-red shadow of light merged into Muro's body was weakened, and 10 black-robed humanoids appeared behind it, stretching out their twisted and misshapen sides and tugging at the light. Death is preventing Muro from coming back to life. At the same time, the power of the purple impermanent ghost was suppressed. Those symbols that mark the time of death are rapidly changing. 26, 24, 21, 18. If this continues, Muro will die completely, or the paranoid rules of the black and white irregulars will be accomplished in another way. Either way, it was unacceptable to Watchman Zhao. Luckily, the power of the uncanny ghost was far more powerful than Watchman Zhao had imagined. The blood-red beam became brighter and brighter, changing towards white. The purple uncanny ghost, on the other hand, became deeper and darker. They seemed to be promoting to true black and white. The conflict between the two evil spirits escalates further. The blue light wrapped in gray coalesced again, erasing all the fatal wounds from Muro's body, and the blood-red uncanny ghost seeped out a dazzling white light that continued to seep into Muro's body, as handfuls of sides crumbled one after another in the back. The half-black, half-purple impermanent ghost held the book of life and death, and the invisible mysterious power spread out. All kinds of accidents were erased, and the cracks that kept growing on the ceiling became stable, and the time of death was pushed back to 20. And the Reaper sighed. The fog became thicker and thicker. More death joined the game. The Death God's curse would be infinitely strengthened, and the advantageous situation that the black and white irregulars had managed to create was being weakened or even suppressed. This won't do. Watchman Zhao braced himself to sit up, and a nut flew in and hit him hard on the side of his head, causing blood to flow. But he still kept a deadpan eye on the situation on the field. There are too many Death Gods, and although the black and white irregulars are quite powerful on their own, they can't afford to have many ghosts on the other side. Gotta think of something. A way that can help the black and white defeat the Grim Reaper. A pair of scissors, affected by the Grim Reaper, was swept up by the gale and flew all over the room. It should have been shot at Muro, but under the influence of the black and white irregulars, its flight trajectory changed. It turned into a straight shot at Watchman Zhao. The teenager was now fully focused on Muro's direction, and more sides were set on the white impermanence, preventing Muro from being revived. He didn't even notice the danger behind him. Whoosh! The scissors were extremely fast and landed on the back of Watchman Zhao's head in the blink of an eye. Just in the nick of time, a tiny ghostly hand suddenly reached out from Watchman Zhao's brain. The scissors were smashed to smithereens with a snap. Not only that, more and more ghostly hands grew out of Watchman Zhao's entire body, as if some kind of stress reaction had occurred and they had awakened. In this dangerous hardware store, all kinds of sharp parts were flying everywhere, but none of them caused fatal injuries to Watchman Zhao. At the same time, Watchman Zhao realized that he seemed to have inspired a surge of potential, and his body, which should have been seriously injured, returned to normal. The speed of thought has also improved tremendously. The impermanent ghosts are obviously stronger than the Shinigami, but their numbers are so small that they are suppressed. Is there any way to make the black and white invincibles stronger? He thought quickly. And so on. Number? Watchman Zhao turned his head violently. Outside the store door, on the street scattered with firelight, a miserable white figure was hovering in the air, coldly watching him. He can, by recruiting another black and white. Yes, if he kills himself and detonates the rule of the second black and white impermanent, in this way, the power of the impermanent ghosts in this store will instantly undergo a qualitative change. Would the Shinigami's power follow suit? I don't know, but Watchman Zhao was sure that this was the only way at the moment. He had already watched Muro die once, and this stupid girl had actually used her own life to save him. Then no matter what, Watchman Zhao would not be able to stand by and watch her die again. Watchman Zhao raised his right hand, a hideous glass thorn sticking out of the palm of his hand, and he trembled as he aimed the glass at his neck. Nope. Suicide may not be effective enough. The black and white invincible resurrection ability is so strong, a simple penetrating wound, a flash of blue light cured, then the black and white invincible pat on the back and walk away. Why bother with the god of death firefight? And according to the information in the materials, the black and white irregulars would usually turn cursed people who committed suicide early into vegetative beings to prevent them from committing suicide again. Therefore, the way he died had to make the black and white irregulars hostile to the Grim Reaper. Thinking of this, Watchman Zhao had nothing more to hesitate about. He jolted to his feet and took large steps toward Muro. Outside the hardware store, the floating white erratic shuddered violently for an instant. Its face was constantly changing, switching to the face of the black impermanent and cutting back to the white impermanent. Then, without hesitation, it lurched toward the store door. Successfully detonated the second black and white rule. Inside the store, there was chaos at this time, with countless sharp objects flying all over the room. And whenever these things were about to fall on Watchman Zhao, the ghostly hand would surface and slap it down. And in the very center of the house, beside the levitating Mu Ro, the two mysterious forces of evil spirits were in a fierce collision. It's impossible for the average person to get close. However, the ghostly hand seemed to be excited as it peeled away the evil spirit's power field and managed to help Watchman Zhao walk in. They, in anticipation of the teenager's generous death. There were 200 gods of death crowded around the black and white irregulars in Mu Ro, and Watchman Zhao forced his way into the tide of ghosts, walked into the center of the hundreds of evil ghosts, and stretched out his hands to hold Mu Ro tightly. In an instant, the horrible curse of death fell upon him in priority. Because at this time he is not protected by the black and white irregulars. A portion of the ceiling above his head crumbled with a loud bang, and Mu Ro was pulled by the black and white invincibles, strangely moving across a distance without being smashed. And all that reinforced concrete, and the heavy tables and chairs and appliances upstairs, fell solidly on Watchman Zhao. The ghostly hands were resisting, but their power didn't seem to be that counterintuitive, or, they weren't exerting their full strength. Ha ha ha. Cluck cluck cluck. One ghostly face after another surfaced all over Watchman Zhao's body, laughing hysterically before being impaled by steel bars. They look like they're celebrating. This human, at last, had taken it upon himself to get himself killed. But in the blink of an eye, Watchman Zhao was dead. Hundreds of death gods didn't have any expression as the terrifying curse shifted its direction and attacked towards Mu Ro. Whoosh! At that moment, a black and white shadow of light burst into the store and landed on the mound of dirt and electrical debris. In the next second, an exaggerated blue light brightened up. Vast vitality hit every corner like a flood. Before the 200 Reapers realized what was happening, a flash of black light caused them to instantly disintegrate. The gray mist spread and was driven out a full 3,000 meters by an invisible force. It swept away in an instant. The mound exploded. A shimmering white figure stood out of thin air. It held a broken finger in its hand, and radiant blue light dispersed in all directions, picking up Watchman Zhao's shattered bones and piecing them together, section by section. In just 3 breaths of time, a perfect Watchman Zhao was pieced back together. Ow! Woo woo! Ah! The screams of evil spirits rang out from Watchman Zhao, and one miserable, weeping ghostly face after another emerged and slowly dissipated. In a corner of the store, a security camera, long broken and in disrepair, is still stubbornly functioning. It photographs everything that changes in the store. The constantly flickering video showed a young girl lying quietly on the floor as dozens of pieces of broken glass eerily bounced off her back and landed on the wall, smashing to pieces. Cough cough cough. A weak coughing sound rang out, and then fell into silence. And in the middle of the store, a grave, quietly standing there. There were no limbs or broken pieces of flesh around the mound. Not even a drop of blood. The roll-up door was breached by the airflow. The young girl was pulled in by a strange, invisible force. From start to finish. There was never a second person in the hardware store other than the young girl. Chapter 7, Him, My Boyfriend. Watchman Zhao slowly opened his eyes. The bright sunlight through a light blue color rendered everything in front of him. Sling. Ceiling. A figure dressed in white. Hospital? He tried to struggle to sit up, but the excruciating pain all over his body prevented him from doing so. It's like someone's talking. It's not clear to hear. He struggled to turn his head sideways. 2 familiar figures shifted and blurred into his vision. It's hard to see. But he had guessed who they were. Dad. Mom. Son. For a moment, the world seemed to become clear. His mother was kneeling at the foot of the bed, clutching his left hand in a death grip, having long since sobbed uncontrollably. The father stood aside, a father who could never cry in front of his child, but bloodshot eyes betrayed him. "It's good to wake up, it's good to wake up." Zhao pulled out an incomparably far-fetched smile, and his large, trembling hand gently pressed on Watchman Zhao's head. That day, her mother, Zhang Yanmei, cried for a long time. The father said she was going crazy when she got the call from the hospital at 1 a.m. "Watchman Zhao knows, Mom. She's always been like this." The night the college entrance exam ended, Watchman Zhao had to go out with his classmates to play games all night, saying that he had been a good student for so many years, and he should always be indulged once. It was indeed the first time in his life that he had spent an all-nighter at an internet cafe. Mother agreed. But when he came home the next day, he saw her sitting on the couch, up all night. Probably in the eyes of many mothers, any time their child is involved in the slightest risk, it is a very serious matter. Not to mention, almost dying. Watchman Zhao looked at his father. In his middle age, his body was not as good as it used to be, he probably didn't sleep at all last night, and you could see the haggardness on his face. "Dad, why don't you guys go get some sleep? I should be fine." "Your mom probably can't sleep. I'll stay here with her while you get some rest." Zhao shook his head. "There are still some formalities on the hospital side. I'll go and deal with it later." "Oh yeah, didn't you fall into a hardware store? That boss might come looking for trouble. He already came once at 9 o'clock. If I'm not there and that boss comes over to look for things, you can just call out for the doctor." Watchman Zhao froze. What does that hardware store have to do with us? There was an explosion in the street that destroyed his store. Shouldn't he be looking for the municipality? How much money can we get from looking for the officials? His father smiled and rubbed his head. The human heart, it is. This accident caused them to lose a lot of money. They must have to find a way to minimize their losses. Through and through. Father left. After a long time, the mother's emotions finally calmed down, and Watchman Zhao helped her to sleep on the bed with her. There was still some discomfort in his body, but overall he felt fine, and he tried to move around a bit, which was basically normal. The Black and White Invincibles are too powerful. It's amazing that a fatal wound like that can come back to life. Thinking back to last night's madness, he was a bit scared. The pain he felt when he was smashed to pieces by the rubble was horrifying. He didn't want to go through that again. Gently closing the door, he immediately walked to the front desk of the hospital and opened his mouth to inquire. "Hello, may I ask which ward the girl who was brought in last night, a girl named Mu-ro, was placed in?" 302. With trepidation, he propped himself up against the wall and headed for ward 302. Though he had inquired long ago, the two students who had been brought in last night had both passed through the danger period safely and had been transferred to the general ward. The second Black and White managed to save her. But he was still concerned. Would the curse of death remain and would she suffer other risks? Luckily, from a distance, he heard a sound of laughter. The atmosphere in ward 302 was not heavy. He walked to the door of the hospital room and through the window in the door, he could see that there were many people in the room. The soft young girl smiled as she sat on the hospital bed, a plain hospital gown on her that didn't cut into her beauty, but instead added a touch of chutzpah. "Oh, there's a couple of schoolboys in the ward looking at it with glazed eyes. All is well." Watchman Zhao heaved out a mouthful of turbid air, feeling the stone in his heart finally fall to the ground. Reaching up to press on the doorknob, he was a little hesitant to go in. Classmate, are you also here to visit Xiaoro?" At this moment, a middle-aged woman's voice sounded behind her. Watchman Zhao shivered coldly. He turned back and saw a middle-aged woman in fancy clothes standing behind him with a smile. "Mom, it's 90% similar to Mu-ro." Sort of." Watchman Zhao let out a bitter laugh. Come in." She pushed the door open. Watchman Zhao thought about it, but there was nothing to be embarrassed about, so he walked in with a big grin. "Tea on. Senior Zhao, why are you here too?" A girl's eyes lit up as her gaze swept between Mu-ro and Watchman Zhao. Something came up." Watchman Zhao responded politely, his gaze turning to the young girl on the hospital bed. "Brush." Before he could react to what was happening, he felt a soft body crash into his arms. "Hey, do you practice long-distance running, sprinting so fast, your bones are going to fall apart?" Watchman Zhao froze and lowered his head. He could feel the slight tremor in his arms. "Survived. We survived." She whimpered low and slumped into his arms like a frightened kitten. The middle-aged woman on the side covered her mouth in shock, her eyes sweeping over Watchman Zhao, from top to bottom and back again, as if she couldn't wait to see them. A few of the deliberately well-dressed male college students in the hospital room watched the scene in front of them, their jaws nearly dragging to the floor. Not him. A male student stretched out his finger tremblingly, only to be slapped down by a girl on the side. Then the girl took out her cell phone and clicked away. Watchman Zhao didn't care about their behavior as he lowered his head and gazed deeply at the young girl in his arms. Well, we survived. Aha. But for the fact that you didn't actually come to me after you woke up, I'm very dissatisfied. Let me make it clear. Watchman Zhao said with a bad smile. I went to look for you. She argued, but I saw my aunt crying so hard that I didn't dare go in. Oh, it's a good thing I guessed, otherwise I would have misunderstood you. Hey, I'm so smart. Watchman Zhao laughed heartily. Muro buried her head in his arms and couldn't help but mutter, how narcissistic. Watchman Zhao laughed even more. What a blatant flirtation. Several students in the ward are a little bit unable to look at it, especially those boys. Ro, is it convenient to explain what's going on here? A gentle voice came. Watchman Zhao froze and hurriedly looked behind him. That middle-aged noblewoman smiled and looked at them, smiling gently, but always felt that she seemed to carry a hint of killing. Muro, however, still wasn't going to leave Watchman Zhao's embrace as she stretched out a finger and thwarted Watchman Zhao's face. Him, my boyfriend. Chapter 8, Finding a Way to Live. Good. So much for playing it right. Watchman Zhao helplessly reached out and lightly scratched her nose, turned his head to look at the woman behind him, and graciously said, Hello auntie, my name is Watchman Zhao. Good. The woman smiled and slowly took out her cell phone. Boss Mu, your precious daughter is going to be abducted by someone else. Where are you? Ha! Boom! The door to the room was pushed open in an exaggerated manner, and the entire ward seemed to tremble. A 2-meter-tall behemoth stooped in. Who? Where? The huge silhouette enveloped Watchman Zhao. Someone panicked. When he left the hospital room, Watchman Zhao realized that his back was soaked. It's horrible, Nulo's mom and dad. In just half an hour, he felt like he'd been in an interrogation room for a year. The couple was quite shrewd, and after an interrogation, Watchman Zhao felt that he had been stripped clean. It was good to see that their attitude was still satisfactory, and they even invited him to have dinner with them in the evening. Are you okay? Muro looked at him worriedly. Hey, what can it be? Watchman Zhao smiled and shook his head. Oh right. He became serious, the Reaper and the Black and White can't be told about them yet. That's for sure. Muro nodded her head in a hurry, wrapping her arm around the teenager and walking forward. The god of death has really left. Muro laughed softly. She was in a very good mood. 3 days ago, the number 3 always inexplicably appeared in my life. When I did a problem, when I shook the dice, or when I looked at the time, 3 always appeared, and that I always saw some strange people wearing black robes around me, in the mirror, in the photos, often appearing in some inconspicuous corners. Does the god of death inform the way of death? Watchman Zhao listened attentively. Muro hadn't mentioned this before. She nodded, didn't care at first, but it always seemed weird when it happened more, and by the next day, the number changed to 2 and it was presented in a scary way. How horrible. That is, there was a man who jumped off a building in our school building, and his body just happened to present a number 2, and there was also a snake that burrowed into our dormitory in the evening, and everyone was scared to death, only for it to suddenly die, with its body curled up into a 2. Then there's the fact that when I go to bed at night, I always feel like there's someone standing next to my bed, and then when I open my eyes, it's just 2222 on my phone. Watchman Zhao was a bit surprised. You went to bed at 10 o'clock, huh? You have a really weird focus. Ha. Anyway. Muro reached up and ran her hand through the hair in her ear. It's completely out of sight now, and there's no sense of being followed by anything, so they should really be gone. Watchman Zhao smiled. As long as you can't hear the whispers, you're fine. Aha. I haven't heard it at all today. Watchman Zhao glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. 12:12. It's time for lunch. He took Muro back to his hospital room, and the little girl was a little shy in a rare way. Crooked day? Bastard. Mom. As soon as I entered the door, I heard some boys screaming strangely. Watchman Zhao froze. His parents were sitting on the hospital bed, and there were 3 more male college students in the hospital room, and when they saw Watchman Zhao and Muro's intimate behavior, one of them showed a shocked expression. Damn, said brothers walk together for life, who takes off first who is a dog? Crooked day, you really got the elementary school girl, this is only known a few days off. Watchman Zhao shook his head and laughed bitterly as he was surrounded by his brothers and criticized. The parents revealed expressions of surprise, and the mother hurriedly walked forward, pulling Mu-ro's small hand and walking to the side to sit down. She was afraid that these rowdy older boys would scare Mu-ro. It was indeed disturbing enough that the three sympathetic hairs almost demolished the ward. Watchman Zhao happily endured the anger of his brothers. What a hoot! It would be nice if days like this could last forever. Pity. He only has 6 days left. At night, Watchman Zhao sat leaning on his hospital bed with a laptop computer on his lap, banging away. Muro leaned quietly against him, playing with her cell phone. What are you looking into? She pressed up and glanced at the screen. All in English. Can't read. Look up some information related to the evil ghost. Watchman Zhao pressed his temples. Now that we can be sure, the collision of the rules of the evil ghosts can renew our lives, I need to find the next ghost within 6 days. Aha! Muro nodded meekly. Any leads? No. Watchman Zhao looked serious. There really is so little information about evil spirits. The country is basically completely blocked, nothing can be found, and even if you go over the wall to the extranet, the information you can search is pathetic. He added a lot of foreign forums, where the information is slightly richer, but the authenticity is worrying. Ugh, I really need a source of information, there's so little information about evil spirits. What's your thought process? Muro asked. Watchman Zhao pondered. Now that we have clarified the rules of killing by the black and white irregulars, first of all, it has a very strong time requirement, it has to be a fixed time that I die, then I think the best way to do it is to look for a ghost that can bring me back to life, just like what you did, where I was killed by the black and white irregulars first, and then brought back to life by that evil ghost. Mu-ro lightly bit her lower lip. You're so bold. Of course, there is another way. Apparently the evil spirits are not in harmony with each other. If we can find another more powerful evil spirit and have it forcefully stop the attacks of the black and white invincibles, then that would be fine too. Watchman Zhao said, however, that would make it harder to renew your life the next time. He flipped out a web page and opened the translation software to directly translate the page into Chinese. You see, the second method does work. Mu-ro hurriedly came up to her, but after just one look, she didn't want to continue looking. For all of you unlucky compatriots who have been cursed by the black and white irregulars, I have a very effective way here to help you escape the black and white irregulars' surefire curse. It's just that this method is a bit dangerous. Well, it's pretty dangerous. You should know, right, that black cats are a very obscure existence, and in this world, there are some special black cats that connect to another world. In that world, there exists a very scary old grandmother, commonly known as the cat-faced old lady. If you are unfortunate enough to enter that world, the old cat-faced lady will hunt you down. However, that old lady is a very special being. It's somewhere between a human and an evil spirit. So, while hunting you down, she'll hunt down the evil spirits in you as well. You have a 50% chance of surviving if it prioritizes killing the evil spirits on you. If, unfortunately, it's you she's after, then I apologize profusely. But, no matter how you look at it, you got a 50% chance of survival, didn't you? Watchman Zhao clicked on another post. There's another one. Pensive. Brothers, the pen fairy is real. It really saved me. As you know, originally I would have been killed by the black and white yesterday, and in desperation I was dragged by a friend to perform a penance ceremony. The process was a bit painful, but the pen fairy really showed up and it saved me. I'm still alive and well now. Mu-ro looked seriously at the second post. This is something to try, it feels much more reliable than the cat-faced old lady one. Watchman Zhao shook his head. Look at the comments below. Just see the comments section, where many people are saying goodbye or expressing gratitude to the author of the post for providing a way out. But among the many comments, one stood out. It was blood red and had a mocking tone. Dude, aren't you going to talk about that friend of yours? Him, where'd he go? Underneath that comment, the author posted a whole bunch of things like he was going crazy, with illogical statements and confusing logic, like he was under some kind of huge stimulus. And that commenter just replied with a random smiley emoticon. Mu-ro's back went cold, that friend of his, dead? And it should have died a horrible death, or else he wouldn't have been so agitated. Watchman Zhao said, the price of asking the pen fairy to save his life must be very horrible. Chapter 9, The Third Ghost. Cost STH. Muro was silent. If the logic of the penman saving a life was one life for another, and with the life of a loved one, that was unacceptable to her. Ugh, it's so hard. She sighed, much of the joy of surviving death washed away. In a month's time, she'll have to face the black and white irregulars again. Watchman Zhao lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. It's already late, aren't you going back? Or do you want to accompany me again tonight? Muro blushed slightly, such a cute look that Watchman Zhao couldn't help but reach out and gather her in his arms. It looks like you want to accompany me. Stop it, uncle and auntie are here. Her cheeks reddened even more and she stole a glance at the companion bed on the side. My mother and father were already asleep, probably because they were so tired from the day, they slept heavily. I'm going back. She tiptoed away, slipping away quickly and turning back to make a face as she closed the door. Watchman Zhao shook his head and lost his smile. Attention was once again focused on the computer. 6 days to go. He must find some way to stay alive. The Bureau of Psychic Investigation. He thought of the place. Foreign countries are too far out of reach to even get a visa in 6 days, let alone leave the country. So the idea of going abroad to look for ghosts was simply delusional. He had to make a way out of the country. And the information in the country is so closed that it's pointless to search blindly, so it's better to go directly to the officials for help. Just take a trip to the Psychic Investigations Bureau tomorrow after you're discharged from the hospital. He browsed the foreign forums for a while longer and glanced at the time on his computer. 11:11. Shouldn't it be 23:11? He didn't really care. He shut down his computer and got ready to go to the bathroom. And so on. He suddenly realized something and opened his phone to look at it. 0:13 p.m. It's the next day and the time on the computer is wrong. I'm being targeted by the Grim Reaper? Seemingly sensing something, he hastily looked out the window. A dark figure flashed by. Combined with the information revealed by Muro, he confirmed this judgment more and more. In 11 days, death will come for him. It's really one thing after another. However, he didn't really care. After all, the Black and White Irregulars were coming in 6 days. Compared to that, the death god 11 days later was unimportant. Damn, it's so hard to live. Watchman Zhao laughed helplessly and bitterly, turning his head to look at the two people in the accompanying bed, a sense of determination coming out of the teenager's eyes. He has found the way. It's an incredibly hard road, but it's a hope at least. He was no longer the Watchman Zhao of a day ago who could only wait for death in despair. He must live. Speaking of which, it looks like I've awakened a special ability, so I can't help but use it to make a fortune. Watchman Zhao smiled. He had always been a very optimistic person. Wait. Nope. 11, does that mean 11 days, or 1 day? That 2222 that Mulo saw is 2 days worth of meaning. Watchman Zhao pondered, carefully recalling today's clues. He suddenly remembered that at noon he had seen a particular number as well. 1212. Yesterday it was 12 and switched to 11 after 0. That should be 11 days, not 1. Forget it, doesn't matter. Even if the Grim Reaper comes tomorrow, what can he do? He has 2 black and white curses in his hand, just carry them. What a strange undercurrent, ha ha ha. Watchman Zhao walked out of the hospital room gently. The inpatient wing, late at night, wasn't as cold as it could have been, with family members walking around with various sheets. The corridor was dark, with lights on in the distant service center, but it was so far away that it had an odd feel to it. The road was still clear, just a little dark. Watchman Zhao turned on the light of his cell phone flashlight. He was afraid of bumping into something. The light falls to the floor. He couldn't help but stare. Is it an illusion? There seems to be something strange on the ground. He bent down and wiped it with a piece of paper. It's just some dust. That weird thing on the floor didn't wipe it away. It felt like you were cleaning the glass, but the dirt was on the back of the glass, and no matter how hard you scrubbed, it wouldn't come off. But hospital floors are made of that non-slip plastic material, not glass, so how could this happen? So, he saw some kind of dirt again? Black and white is the footprints, and the Grim Reaper is the mist. Watchman Zhao raised his head and could see these small things, similar to skin tissue, spreading all the way down the corridor and turning into the stairs on the left. This is the third ghost. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that they would have been scared and hid back under the covers. But Watchman Zhao looked very happy. He was worried that he couldn't find any ghosts, and boy, did a ghost come to his door. This is an opportunity. It's impossible to say that this newly appeared evil ghost can help me complete the renewal of my life. However, the risk is also high, judging by those information on the extranet. The evil ghosts are all so powerful that they are perverted. Watchman Zhao was a bit hesitant. If this ghost is even more powerful than the Black and White Irregulars and directly S me to death, wouldn't that be a bloody loss? Now that he had found hope, Watchman Zhao could no longer be a gambler fighting for his life. He needed to act calmly and rationally. Observe the characteristics of this evil spirit, then go to the Bureau of Psychic Investigations tomorrow for a consultation. He made a quick judgment call and followed the eerie tracks towards the stairs. He lived on the 4th floor, and 1 floor down, those traces changed direction and it turned into the 3rd floor. Watchman Zhao cautiously observed a wave at the stairway before carefully turning into the corridor. This kind of corner is dangerous, the line of sight is blocked. If you turn around rashly, by that ghost sticking face to face to open wide, that will have fun. 305, 304, 303. Watchman Zhao paused violently. Trace entered ward 302. That's a hell of a thing. Isn't that Mulow's hospital room? What bad luck! Watchman Zhao looked around. There were no tools at his disposal. He had to take out his cell phone. This thing was still fierce. The first attack could be used as a slate. The second attack also came with glass damage. He tiptoed behind the door and peered through the glass window in the door. The ward was so dark that he couldn't see anything. He was ready to lift his foot and kick in the door. Just then, suddenly a small, soft hand tugged at him, pulling him back several steps. Shoo! Mu Ro appeared behind him, with her aunt and uncle standing beside her. Why are you outside? Watchman Zhao looked surprised and asked in a lowered voice. Mu Ro grabbed his arm with some trepidation. Just now I heard some strange noises in the corridor. I thought the Grim Reaper was looking for me again, so I rushed out with my parents, but this time it wasn't the Grim Reaper. I saw that it was a person, just very abnormal. How's that unusual? Her face, incomplete. Chapter 10. The face. Its face, incomplete? And can we be sure it's a person? Little Zhao, what is that thing? Mu Ro's mother asked nervously. It should be some criminal with a special fetish, probably wearing a mask. Watchman Zhao opened his mouth. Mu Ro all froze. What kind of ghost is a criminal? Isn't that an evil ghost in there? Watchman Zhao gave her a look. Mu Ro understood in seconds that there were some things that it was better not to let parents know too early. After some discussion, the two women went to call the security guards, while Mu Ro's father and Watchman Zhao squatted. Little one, have one? Mu's father chucked a cigarette over. Watchman Zhao reached out his hand out of habit, then jerked it back. Oh, uncle, I don't smoke. Crooked son, so close, quietly handed over a delivery question. Mu's father gave him a deep look, and then he said no more, staring at the door of the room tightly. Watchman Zhao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and also focused his attention on ward 302. They backed away a ways, holding the corner of the corridor and waiting quietly. This one corner, unlit, with only the escape sign illuminated with a faint green light, stamped the surroundings with depressing color. The long corridor was empty. A very subtle uncomfortable feeling rose in Watchman Zhao's heart. It's too quiet. It's uncharacteristically quiet. It's almost like something covered his ears, as it were. He looked from side to side in a nervous sort of way and touched his ears again. Luckily, no ghostly hands popped up. The door is open, Mu's father said suddenly. Watchman Zhao hurriedly looked at ward 302. The door opened. A thick darkness spread out from the ward. The green light of the escape sign was suppressed, even as the eerie green light began to flicker. A long-haired woman in a hospital gown came out of the hospital room. Mu's father's muscles were violently tense, looking incredibly fierce. He was manipulating a broom in his hands, and Watchman Zhao actually saw a killing aura on the broom. Getting swatted by him with this broom is probably going to hurt. Crazy woman, we can't let her go just like that. Mu's father then wanted to step forward, but Watchman Zhao violently tugged at him. Are you crazy? Big brother, that's a ghost. From Watchman Zhao's viewpoint, he could clearly see that the eerie woman's face was oozing with a miserable green light. Some greenish-colored powder, spilled from her face, drifted down to the ground in a steady stream. Her face, it's decomposing. Just like Mu Ro said, her face was not complete, her eye sockets were deeply sunken, and there was no trace of the existence of her eyeballs anymore, and even her eye sockets were fading away. However, it has a clear view of its surroundings. Walking out of the room, he turned right, avoiding the benches in the corridor, and walked straight towards Watchman Zhao and the others. Father Mu vigorously broke free from Watchman Zhao's grip, manipulated his broom and walked head-on. Hey! Who are you? What's the point of barging into our hospital room in the middle of the night? Watchman Zhao exclaimed in his heart that it was not good. Was Mu Ro, the father, so reckless? There was no choice but to follow. But just as he took a step, his feet were immediately set dead in place. An extreme fear surged through his entire body, making it almost impossible for him to move half a step. Behind the creepy woman. Ward 302 entrance. A huge human face stood on the floor, slowly reaching out from the darkened room. Long hair, mutilated features. But the face is very similar to a woman's. The green powder spilled down, turned into one by one wriggling worms, slowly crawling on the huge face. It's being eased into filling it out. At that moment, that huge face was carrying a strange smile, eyes slanted, eyes locked on Muro's father. The odds were that Muro's father wouldn't be able to see the damn thing, and he was still charging forward. And with the distance between the two sides shrinking, a sarcoma grew out of that huge ghostly face. The sarcoma was twitching slightly. Like an ugly heart. In the next second, the sarcoma detached itself and landed in mid-air, abruptly elongating and giving birth to hundreds of tentacles that flew towards Muro's father like a centipede. Look out! Watchman Zhao was alarmed. An invisible potential ignited from him. A ghostly hand reached out from his foot, dragging him by the sole. He immediately regained his mobility and was surprisingly strong, a strong man that tall was easily picked up by him and retreated at speed without his feet touching the ground. But the speed of that meatworm was too fast, and in just the blink of an eye it had already pounced in front of Mu's father. Click! The door opened. A man walks out of Ward 301. Just in time, standing between Mulu's father and the faceless woman. The meatworm, by coincidence, landed on the back of his head. Watchman Zhao's scalp went numb. Straight away, Muro's father flung himself out, ready to meet all kinds of anomalies. What's all the howling for in the middle of the night? My daughter is still sleeping. The man looked very disgruntled and roared at Watchman Zhao and the others. But halfway through the roar, his voice was instantly muted. A greenish-colored light crawled from the back of his head, a little bit, to his face. Turned along the face. In the next second, his entire face simply disappeared. The woman behind her let out a creepy, strange laugh. A blinding green light lit up her face, and then the remnants of her face peeled away as quickly as a broken eggshell. A male face drilled out of his head, quickly filling in the vacant face. What an ugly face, ha ha ha. The woman laughed strangely and reached out to keep stroking her face, so ugly, ha 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 ha. At the door of Ward 302, the huge human face slowly crawled out with a creepy smile. The thing, with a human face, had a body that was a snake-like thing covered in skin tissue. The body coiled around the ward in a circle, landing in a general trail of dander. The flayed glare quickly converged, filling out the giant face successfully. Its lips were wriggling as if it were giving a silent, strange laugh. Zhang Yuan, Xia Haiman, Xia. The woman was still laughing strangely, but her face showed a confused look. Who am I? She danced languidly, turned, and spun toward the distance while slowly departing. And the huge face, like a watcher, flung its huge body and slowly followed, leaving a trail all over the place. Watchman Zhao stared blankly at the monsters fading back. The green light of the escape sign is no longer disturbed and gradually returns to normal. Dang! There was a loud bang. The man whose face had been taken away fell heavily to his knees. The green light traveled all over his body. He lay sprawled across the floor, convulsed twice, and lost all movement. Muro's father screamed strangely and came over. Watchman Zhao's blow just now was so forceful that he was thrown far away. With just one glance, he saw the faceless man on the ground. Watchman Zhao reached out violently, signaling him to be quiet. What's going on? Can't be. Watchman Zhao's heart shook as he stared dead at the corpse on the ground. Supposedly dead, the man was completely motionless. But the green light on his body was still twisting wildly. Almost a full circle along the entire body. It eventually rested on his mutilated face, slowly splitting apart. A set of glazed eyes, nose and mouth were formed. Hiss! A voice sucked in cold air. The man on the ground convulsed, like a man revived from the brink of death, and he sat up violently, staring in horror at the teenager in front of him. Help me! Chapter 11, Truths Hidden from Society at Large. There was the sound of dense footsteps in the distance. Presumably the Mulu girls arrived with security. The man on the ground seemed to be greatly stimulated and kept screaming strangely, even crawling over and grabbing Watchman Zhao's ankles. Watchman Zhao stared at that face dead on. Pale glare outlined a distorted features on a dark face, possessing human features, but not much more. Little brother, help me. Save me. My daughter is still young, I can't leave her alone. Watchman Zhao's face was cloudy. He has to argue one thing. Just a moment ago, he seemed to see a change of vitality in the man. The man should have literally died when the fleshworms invaded his body. But the next time the green light wandered, his vitality gradually returned and he awoke. He felt that the man had come back from the dead. Uncle Mu tugged at him. It's too weird, this person's face is missing but he can talk. Xiao Xiao, let's leave it alone. Watchman Zhao looked back at him. Uncle, what does this man look like to you? Uncle Mu gave him a puzzled look. A strange look flashed in his eyes. There are no five senses, his face is empty, only a human skin. Sure enough, the five green senses are psychic vision. The dark face is also spiritually sighted. So the man suffered a curse. Go inside the hospital room first, I'll be right over. Watchman Zhao got rid of the man's hands and signaled him to calm down, and don't look in the mirror. Watchman Zhao greeted Muro and the girls and sidetracked the two security guards. There's a weird crazy woman just now, laughing and heading that way, mentally challenged and dangerous. Muro grabbed him nervously. Are you okay? Worried about your husband? Watchman Zhao asked with a very small laugh. I don't dare to raise my voice, after all, his mom is at the side. The young girl's pretty face reddened slightly, and she rolled her eyes breathlessly. Uncle Mu came over gravely. Xiao Xiao, don't come into contact with that man, he's probably infected with something dirty and dangerous. What do you mean? The little girl tensed up again all of a sudden. Watchman Zhao smiled and shook his head. I have something very important that I have to confirm with him. Saying this, he quickly walked into Ward 301 despite the crowd. Even just lock the door to your room. The darkened hospital room. A darkly outlined face with greenish features hung over the chair next to the hospital bed. The man was sitting there, staring blankly at the ground, his right hand stroking his face. Zhang Yuan? Xia Yuan? Heyman Xia? Watchman Zhao inquired in a low voice. The man was much calmer, his eerie features facing in the direction of the teenager. My name is Zhang Yuan. Hello Zhang Yuan. Watchman Zhao pulled over a chair and sat far away from the door of the room. Why are you afraid? The man trembled and stroked his face. I don't have a face anymore. No, it doesn't make sense that you can't see your own face, and that you're showing great fear as soon as you've awakened. Zhang Yuan was silent for a while and slowly opened his mouth to explain. I just felt a huge ghostly hand that ripped my face off, and then I didn't know anything. When I opened my eyes again, I felt a slippery thing lying on my face. No, not only on my face, but also on my body. On your body too? Watchman Zhao looked at his body suspiciously. There was no green light. The green light on his face was frighteningly clear. And then what? Is there anything you're longing to do right now? Yes. The man shuddered. I want to take my daughter's face away. Watchman Zhao's brain exploded. What the hell? Or your face will do. Watchman Zhao directly backhanded the chair. The man quickly raised his hands and waved them wildly. Don't get excited, it's just a craving that I'm currently suppressing. How could I possibly do such a thing? That would be too horrible to think about. It looks like it still maintains human sanity. Watchman Zhao sat down again and began to organize the information in his mind. Over the past month, he had inquired too much information about evil spirits. On those special websites and forums overseas. Even tried to get into those deeper networks. In addition to the black and white, he also knew a little about some common evil spirits. Today's ghost resembles something called a faceless ghost. A person targeted by a faceless ghost gradually loses his or her face and has to prey on the next one. If you don't loot, you die. And the face that you get will disappear after 3 months, and you'll just have to keep looting and keep disappearing, and the cycle continues. Theoretically, if the looting process could go on forever, the person would not die. But the thing is, a looted face comes with a memory, and a full one at that. In other words, every time you get a face, you'll have all the information about a person in your memory, and if it keeps going, you'll completely forget who you are and won't even be able to tell who you really are. Another form of certain death. Even if your body is alive, your soul is dead. Apparently, the woman from earlier was being targeted by the faceless ghost. She plundered the man's face and was infused with new memories. That's why the first thing Watchman Zhao said when he walked in the door was to ask for a name. The woman, presumably named Xia Haiman, had been infused with Zhang Yuan's memories, and the overly complex information made her unable to even remember her own name. But here's the big question. It's all about information about the faceless ghost cursed one, and what happens to the man whose face was plundered by the faceless ghost. Almost the whole world is suggesting that the person who has his face taken from him will die. Either leave it out or specify clearly that the person is dead, or even produce a death certificate. But the truth is that Zhang Yuan is not dead. And he turned into a very weird state. No face, hosting a being that is suspected to be an evil spirit, and eager to prey on the faces of others. All of this information is indicative of nothing. Zhang Yuan also contracted the curse of the faceless ghost. The person whose face is taken by a faceless ghost becomes the next faceless ghost. Thinking about this, Watchman Zhao felt shaky. How many faceless ghosts must there be in the world if that's how things really are? One appears today, tomorrow it becomes 2, the day after tomorrow 3. 3 months later they have no face and plunder together, the number is directly doubled. Double it again in 6 months. But society is not disordered. Certain people are running the show. All of society is trying to hide this one horrible truth. Watchman Zhao heaved out a mouthful of cloudy air and tried to calm his mind. But the news, perhaps, isn't bad. Watchman Zhao pondered, this curse is actually controllable. I can voluntarily contract the curse of the faceless ghost. So, if I let myself be tainted with the curse of the faceless ghost, can the black and white kill me? Watchman Zhao's eyes revealed extreme madness. Thinking back to the behemoth behind the faceless woman, it may not want the woman to die, and may even be helping her to loot the human face. Every evil spirit has its own stubborn demands. Perhaps the quest of the faceless ghost is to gain more human faces? Would it then guard the target human to circumvent death? No way. He immediately vetoed the idea. It's so messed up. There is no clear information that proves that faceless ghosts guard the targeted humans. He had 6 days to live, and must not be pressed on a baseless conjecture. But there is a test that can be done. Watchman Zhao looked at Zhang Yuan. Tomorrow, find a way to cover your face and don't let anyone notice anything unusual. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I will bring you a face. Chapter 12, Hackers. That night, Watchman Zhao and his family went out and found a hotel. That creepy woman is too dangerous to say that she's still roaming the hospital, and Watchman Zhao doesn't feel comfortable letting his parents stay there. After a peaceful night, Watchman Zhao immediately boarded WeChat early the next morning and searched out a dusty group chat. It's been muted for a long time and has precipitated thousands of unread messages. The Black and White Cursed Ones Mutual Aid Group. Inside are poor people from all over the country who have been cursed by the Black and White. Click on it and it's all videos of chanting Buddha's sutras. They are utterly desperate and only ask to be free of fear before they die and face death calmly. The curse of the Black and White Invincibles is too desperate to be helped by any of the technological means or by side remedies currently known in the world. People can only despair and wait to die. He rummaged upwards. Soon, he found the information he needed. A college student who died at the age of 19, my compatriots, tomorrow is the day of my death, late at night at 11:23, the Black and White Invincibles will take away my life. Thanks to your help, I can now face death calmly. I have done a lot of good deeds over the past month, and I hope that I won't have to suffer from bad luck and illness in my next life. I wish you all the best of luck in overcoming your demons, and I'll leave you to it. There was a big bon voyage reply at the bottom. Watchman Zhao glanced at the time. It was posted at 10 p.m. last night. This man will die tonight at 11 o'clock. Watchman Zhao hurriedly sent a friend request over, come through, I have a way that might allow you to live. But after a long time, there was no response from the other side. He won't necessarily pass. Watchman Zhao couldn't help but frown. This man had a sense of seeing through life and death. Perhaps he had completely given up. We need to find a few more people. Watchman Zhao's current thinking is simple. Find a cursor to carry over the curse of the faceless ghost for an experiment. When 2 curses are attached to one person, which side is stronger? His Hollister, Watchman Zhao lit a cigarette and couldn't help but shake his head. It's too far-fetched. There's no evidence that the faceless ghost will save the day. It's all speculation on my part. It's baseless. Faceless ghosts don't really have a motive to protect humans, and their cursed ones can die if they don't get their next face within a specified period of time. But it's not hard to see through the collision between death and black and white. Evil spirits have their own rules. Other evil spirits that interfere with their rules, conflict will be born. The faceless ghost wants the target human to die because of his face, that's for sure. This rule is broken if the Black and White Invincibles forcefully kill the faceless ghost's target, and the faceless ghost is bound to react no matter what. I just don't know what the reaction will be. Information must be obtained through experimentation, and there's one more thing I'm concerned about. Watchman Zhao recalled Zhang Yuan. It is suspected that some sort of resurrection from the dead occurred during this man's suffering from the curse. Watchman Zhao's eyes seem to have caught the change in Zhang Yuan's vitality. This information is actually quite critical. Watchman Zhao's biggest asset at the moment is this pair of eyes, which seem to have awakened some special ability to see spirits. The process by which the faceless ghost curse spreads is likely a process of coming back from the dead. If I let Zhang Yuan make his move a few seconds ahead of time, before the black and white irregulars kill someone, so that the cursed person will be tainted with the faceless ghost curse, and then, when the black and white irregulars kill someone, the faceless ghost's second curse will go into effect, and the dead will be resurrected. Watchman Zhao violently jumped off the bed. If that would actually happen, the survival rate would undoubtedly be much higher. He hurriedly continued his search. He had to get a subject. But just then, his cell phone suddenly started blinking. What's the situation? Watchman Zhao's face changed slightly. Another evil spirit has appeared? He looked around the room. What a coincidence, 11:11. I'm really convinced, does death like to break down clocks so much? The time is wrong, it's just before 8 o'clock and mom and dad are still awake. It shouldn't be death, and even if 11:11 refers to a day, there's no way I'm suffering from a curse right now. Watchman Zhao stared intently at his cell phone screen. If an evil spirit appeared, he should be able to see some sort of trace. But the screen flickered and no anomalies appeared. It's just purely out of control, or someone is manipulating it remotely. One app opens and closes automatically. It ends up in the WeChat dialog box. It's a dialog box for Watchman Zhao and Muro. WeChat is closed. The phone automatically logs into the webpage and downloads a special app. Then the app logged in and the phone screen went violently dark. A wacky motion picture takes up the entire screen. A small boat moved slowly forward in the dark cave. Then, the motion picture disappeared and a very clean dialogue interface was presented to Watchman Zhao. It's that the entire phone screen is just this dialogue box, and all those little totems at the top symbolizing power, network, and Bluetooth are gone. Watchman Zhao realized that his cell phone was back to normal. He can type normally, but that's all he can do, he can't quit. What can you do to save me? A pitch-black text bubbled up. Watchman Zhao is blushing badly. So it's you. Watchman Zhao snorted coldly, you check my cell phone in front of me? He knows who it is. The dying man in the group. I didn't realize that this guy was actually a hacker and was so good that he just flipped his cell phone in front of Watchman Zhao. It doesn't matter, you contacted me for nothing more than a deal. I checked your bank balance, it's not high. If you can really save me, I'll give you $1 million. Watchman Zhao snorted. $1 million? What do you take me for? Am I in it for the money? $30 million. As soon as the message was sent, Watchman Zhao regretted it. What's going on? These hands are too disobedient. A smiley face came from over there. No problem, I'll meet you across the street from you in room 205 at 3 p.m. Conversation over. The interface started crashing and reverted to a normal screensaver, and that app mysteriously disappeared. No traces were left behind. Watchman Zhao felt very uncomfortable. What kind of luck is that? I actually happened to meet a hacker. But so what if you're a hacker? Hackers are human beings, and as long as you participated in the experiment and helped me get information, that's enough. Watchman Zhao doesn't care, the initiative is in my hands. The next time, Watchman Zhao sneaked out with Muro. Finding a small, unoccupied park, the two kissed shamelessly all morning. Have lunch and continue. Good, energy replenishment is complete. Watchman Zhao cheerfully stood up. Muro's small face was red and she gasped sharply, what a pervert. Hey. Watchman Zhao gave her a light kiss on her forehead, I'm leaving. To do what? Muro looked at him suspiciously. Watchman Zhao smiled, find a way to keep us alive. I'm along for the ride. No way. Watchman Zhao rejected her outright. Too risky. The collision of two evil spirits could never be a simple matter, there was no need to take her at risk. Be a good boy and wait for me. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Watchman Zhao arrived at room 205 on time. And the other was punctual enough to open the gate at the same time he arrived. It was a pale young man. A twinkle in the eye gives the impression of being very intelligent. How are you going to save me? The teenager looked at him coldly. Watchman Zhao walked into the room and sat blithely on the large bed, looking faintly at the teenager in the doorway. Save you with another ghost. Chapter 13, The Ghost Laughs. Ghost repulsor? The teenager froze, his handsome brows deeply furrowed. Watchman Zhao revealed a puzzled look. What the hell, wings? The suspicion in that teenager's eyes became heavier. Evil ghosts repel each other. Many people over in the beautiful country use this method to renew their lives. You don't know? Not bad for a hacker who knows a lot. Watchman Zhao's original intention changed. This kid is a genius at getting information. Gotta renew his life and then try to build a partnership with him. What kind of ghost are you going to use to create a ghost repellent? The teenager pursued. As far as I know, the black and white invincible murder curse is quite desperate, and the vast majority of ghost repulsors are useless. There are only two known ways to do it, the pen fairy and the cat-faced old man, if you want to use these two. Faceless ghost. Watchman Zhao interrupted. The teenager looked at him oddly for a long time and sighed. Stupid X. I'm a stupid X for believing your bull. Hey, speak properly. Watchman Zhao stood up with a cold face. The teenager's face became even colder. What makes you think that a faceless ghost can save me? The beautiful country, the Yingli country, has long made similar attempts. The human cursed by the faceless ghost will indeed change a face and replace all identity information, but the curse of the black and white is absolute. As long as you as a person still exists, it will come to kill you. Oh, I thought it was such a clever tactic. Oh. Watchman Zhao laughed out coldly. Then what if I let the black and white irregulars kill you and then let the faceless ghosts resurrect you? The teenager froze violently. What are you saying? A brief hesitation appeared on his face before he violently shook his head. Impossible. You mean, letting the faceless ghost take my face after I die? It's well known that faceless ghosts can't take the faces of the dead. Watchman Zhao sneered. Do you really understand the logic of the curse of the faceless ghost? $30 million is ready, just follow me, don't be so bull tie. Watchman Zhao walked straight to the door, opened it and headed out. Understand your situation, don't get all smart, your life is in my hands now. The teenager snapped up his cell phone. You'd better tell me the logic of the faceless ghosts. I forged a profile that's enough to send you to jail and enough to put your parents out of work. Watchman Zhao stopped in his tracks and looked back at him coldly. Okay, things went bad. If there was one thing in the world that Watchman Zhao could not tolerate, threatening his parents would definitely be the first. This man needs to die. Must die. Watchman Zhao raised his hand and glanced at his watch. 3:11. Death? He glanced at his cell phone again. It was indeed 3:11, a long time before the promised 5 o'clock. So, you're threatening me? Watchman Zhao raised his eyes and gazed coldly at the teenager in the room. Tell me the logic of the faceless ghost. The teenager met Watchman Zhao's gaze without fear. Watchman Zhao scrutinized him and suddenly revealed a rakish smile. No, I'd been misled. What? It's not you who the black and white curse. Around this person, there were no footprints or handprints. With his imminent death tonight, the black and white should be very close to him. But around him, there were no marks. I've always found it strange. You're too aggressive, very different from the personality of that person in the group. That person should be in a very calm state. It's impossible for him to bite at the sight of people like a mad dog. Watchman Zhao's smile became weirder and weirder, just like an evil ghost. Your lover, he's about to die. The teenager's arm trembled as he held up his cell phone, the subtle movement revealing him. Sure enough, she was dying and had long been desperate, and you came out to me in her place, trying to make a way out. Shut up. The teenager roared hysterically. I don't have much time to waste with you, tell me the logic of the faceless ghost. If you're going the wrong way, I'll rush back and prepare her for the penance ceremony. Preparing for the penny ceremony? Watchman Zhao was happy. That ritual will kill you, won't it? Doesn't matter. And then what? Watchman Zhao smiled. Inviting the pen fairy has to come at an extremely steep price. Will she still have to die after you die? Can you afford to gamble? Watchman Zhao took out a cigarette, lowered his head and lit it, exhaling a long puff of smoke. A ghostly face, growing out of the back of his head, let out a silent, strange laugh. He found his mind becoming extremely agile. He's going to make up a false logic and get the brat killed. It wasn't hard. Faceless Ghost's memory stacking logic was quite scary. All one needed to do was to make up a piece of unwarranted information, such as cheating by saying that Faceless Ghost's abilities were stackable, and that a sufficiently powerful Faceless Ghost curse could resist the black and white irregulars. Then mixed in with a true piece of information, which is that the curse of the Faceless Ghost consists of a two-step process of killing and resurrection. Add a little more detail and you can weave a perfect logic. The man doesn't have time to argue, and he can't really invoke a pen fairy. There is no doubt that the curse of the pen fairy is perhaps more terrifying than the black and white. How can an evil spirit that can only fight hard against the logic of certain death of evil spirits be simple? So, he had to listen to his plan and go for a massive looting of human faces. Then he'll be turned into a madman by the piles of memories. Perfect. The smile on Watchman Zhao's face gradually became twisted, so twisted that it was almost perverted. Wait. He jolted awake. When did his mind become so vicious? In front of me is just a desperate brat, acting a little extreme as normal. Why should I do so viciously? Did the Grim Reaper and the Black and White influence me? Made my mind twisted? Watchman Zhao inhaled a heavy mouthful of smoke and forcefully suppressed the fluctuations in his heart. Because you threatened me, $30 million isn't enough. I don't think you're short of money. I don't think it's too much for me to ask for $100 million. Quite excessive. But the teenager's eyes glittered with excitement. You really have a way to save her? Nonsense. Watchman Zhao was speechless. Good. 100 million is 100 million. I'll go back and transfer my company to you, no problem. Crooked son, this is a super pure love fighter. Watchman Zhao exhaled a puff of smoke and thought briefly. This older boy was aggressive and had a crazy demeanor in his words and actions. Competent, rich, and most crucially, he has a soft spot that is more important than his own life. Watchman Zhao was a bit thankful for his calmness. This was a pretty quality toolman. Recruiting him is far more rewarding than getting him killed. Watchman Zhao closed the door to the room with his backhand and sat back in his chair. I finally see your sincerity. Come on, I'll nag you. The teenager remained a little wary. The logic of the faceless ghost. Watchman Zhao organized his thoughts. There are two unknown points. The first is that the target of a faceless ghost's attack transforms into the next faceless ghost. It looks like you already know that. The teenager nodded. That piece of information was so hidden, I hacked the Pentagon's security system to find out. It's okay, a little something. Watchman Zhao smiled. The second key piece of information is that the target who was attacked by a faceless ghost will go through a process of dying and resurrecting again. In other words, in the process of your girlfriend being about to be killed, I let a faceless ghost take her face ahead of time. At this time, the black and white faceless curse descends, the target dies, the curse ends, the black and white faceless ghosts leave, and the faceless ghost's second curse is unleashed, and your girlfriend is resurrected, switching to the second faceless ghost. Fooling the evil spirits with one fake death? The teenager's eyes widened. It's true death, only she's been brought back to life. Watchman Zhao corrected. I need proof. The teenager was filled with skepticism. I've never heard of this kind of outrageous information. Fine, but you need more than just evidence, you need a faceless ghost. Watchman Zhao sat up straight and smiled at the teenager in front of him. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for your girlfriend? How do you sacrifice? Turn yourself into a second faceless ghost. Chapter 14, Children. The two drove to the hospital. Zhaoan is the name of the teenager. The two talked a lot along the way. Watchman Zhao gave an option that Zhaoan could not refuse. Zhaoan had to become a faceless ghost, or else his girlfriend's face would be reduced to that of an old, middle-aged man, something Zhaoan couldn't accept in any way. His girlfriend's face had to be taken and saved by him. Furthermore, if he becomes faceless himself, it would confirm the logic of the faceless ghost, and that would be the most plausible evidence. Arriving at the hospital, Zhaoan flexed his money power and chartered an intensive care unit. Watchman Zhao then went in search of Zhang Yuan. Hey, what are you doing? Walking toward 301, Watchman Zhao froze directly in the doorway. In the hospital room, a man wore a mask and sunglasses, his entire face blocked. His daughter sleeps peacefully in her hospital bed. Zhang Yuan's right hand lightly caressed the little girl's face. Very cozy scene. But in the eyes of Watchman Zhao, this was not the case. Zhang Yuan's entire face was completely covered in green light, like a layer of moss permeated with fluorescent light. A headless, green-colored snake, burrowed out from where his eyes had been, landed on his shoulder, and climbed all the way up his right hand. It has reached the back of the hand. It only takes a second to land on a little girl's face. Watchman Zhao gave Zhang Yuan a direct kick. Touch. The exaggerated commotion disturbed a number of people. The man slumped to the ground and froze briefly as the glare snapped back and reshaped itself into the form of his five senses. Jesus. He fell to his knees, trembling. I almost did it to my own daughter. Has the curse strengthened? Watchman Zhao gasped and walked over to Zhang Yuan. Right. I am now, especially longing for a human face. Zhang Yuan wailed in agony, I feel like I'm becoming less and less of a person now. It really is worthy of being an evil spirit. Watchman Zhao sighed. Every evil spirit is strong. Each curse is desperate enough. Come on, the face is ready for you. Really? Zhang Yuan stood up violently. The duo made their way to the ICU. Zhaoan was already lying on the hospital bed, and a female nurse had hooked him up to various instruments. The EKG monitor showed clear fluctuations. Come on, turn me into a faceless ghost. Zhaoan shoved his cell phone into the female nurse's hand, record the whole thing. He wanted to determine if he would actually come back from the dead. A trace of respect arose in Watchman Zhao's heart. This kid, he can actually go this far for a girl. He should know very well how desperate the curse of the faceless ghost is. But then again. Watchman Zhao slowly walked behind the female nurse and coldly stared at the heart monitor. If the back from the dead peeps were wrong, Joanne would have realized immediately that she had been deceived. But awakening is going to take a while. Watchman Zhao would immediately knock out this woman and then kill Zhaoan. What an infuriated person would do is anyone's guess. If Zhaoan really sent the video out and wrecked his parents' lives, Watchman Zhao would never tolerate it. Go ahead, Zhang Yuan, the face of the man your heart desires is right in front of you, and you don't have to worry about legal responsibility. Watchman Zhao spoke faintly. Zhang Yuan trembled, seemingly maintaining the last vestiges of his humanity. Through the sunglasses, the cyan pupils began to change. They wriggled, slowly morphed and mingled before transforming into a miserable green mask that covered Zhang Yuan's face. The faceless ghost's curse began to spiral out of control. Zhaoan deadpanned as Zhang Yuan approached. A pair of large hands landed violently on Joanne's face. That? The nursemaid sidled up, hesitantly, would you like to step away from me, sir? Shut up. Watchman Zhao spoke coldly, his eyes deadpan on Zhang Yuan's contact with Zhaoan, your hands don't shake. Zhaoan also seemed to have realized the problem. Don't shake your hands, take clearer shots, especially of this cardiograph. Okay. Watchman Zhao habitually pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Come on, let's see if my psychic vision is right or not. On Zhang Yuan's face, the green light became more and more agitated. Some tiny greenish-colored fuzz sticks out slowly and wriggles. At this moment, two small, clear, green-colored snakes drilled out of Zhang Yuan's eyes, and they seemed to be unaffected by gravity as they lightly landed on Zhang Yuan's arm. Winding, spreading. Little by little it crept up to the fingertips of both hands. The green light completely landed on Zhaoan's face. At that moment, a violent reaction suddenly came from the cardiac monitor on the side, the lines symbolizing life on it fluctuating fiercely. Zhaoan's face was pale, and his eyes revealed extreme fear. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. Zhaoan spasmed violently, his hands flailing about like mad, and he saw that he was about to rip the wiring from his body, and Zhang Yuan was pushed off his feet. Damn! Watchman Zhao couldn't care about anything else, and he was looking forward to the response of the telepath. As soon as he threw away the cigarette, Watchman Zhao lunged at Zhaoan and held the guy down with all his strength. Hurry up! Watchman Zhao yelled at Zhang Yuan. That sentence makes little sense. Because Zhang Yuan's state was even more abnormal. Green light swam across his face, blossoming into a smile that was bizarre to the extreme. And then the smile slowly reached out the contours of his face, passed through his body, and fell noiselessly to the ground. And Zhang Yuan's entire body shook, his hands detached from Zhaoan's face and held his head in death, seemingly letting out a silent hiss. Joanne's vast memories were merging into this man. Drop! A clear sound came from the telemeter, and the lines on it converged at the same time, transforming into 3 ever-extending straight lines. Oh my God! The female nurse covered her small mouth in fear. Don't shake your hands, shoot it all in. Watchman Zhao roared. Okay. The struggles beneath her stopped. Watchman Zhao hurriedly stood up and looked at the teenager in the hospital bed. A greenish beam of light swam over him. The face looked like it had undergone a surgery, greenish filaments of light encircling the contours of the face like a scalpel, gouging away the entire face. The first curse of the faceless ghost is reached. Watchman Zhao didn't dare to casually touch those green-colored rays and quickly took 2 steps back, observing from a distance. The vitality is dissipating. A wave of joy arose in Watchman Zhao's heart. He could be mesmerized to see something that embodied human vitality. It's hard to describe, but it does give a glimpse. The stop lines on the cardiac monitor proved that the man was indeed near death. The guess is correct. Then, next comes the second curse, resurrection. This was nothing to worry about. Zhang Yuan's existence had already indirectly argued for the resurrection conjecture. Watchman Zhao looked at Zhang Yuan. The man sat crouched on the ground, his face showing intense pain. Joanne's face had switched to his. It's amazing what a faceless ghost can do. It's like magic, somehow swapping a person's face away. What is all this? Zhang Yuan held his head in death and hit the ground in pain. The process of infusing memories was even more painful than Watchman Zhao had imagined. It's different. Watchman Zhao lit up another cigarette. That woman adapted quickly. Why is it so hard on Zhang Yuan's side? Maybe it was because Zhaoan was a hacker and his memories were too complex. Or maybe that woman has changed her face so many times, she's used to it. Watchman Zhao felt that the second possibility was more likely. The bizarre green smiley face landed at Zhang Yuan's feet, slightly crawled away for a distance, and slowly spread out to form a huge green smiley face. And then the color fades slowly. A giant flesh-colored face with human features, but very vague, stood behind Zhang Yuan. This time, there was only one face. It doesn't have that python-like body. The curse of the faceless ghost might actually have a stacking effect. The more faces taken, perhaps the stronger the faceless ghost will become. A new message has appeared. Watchman Zhao took out his cell phone and tapped on the memo. Enter all the information about the faceless ghost. This ghost, it really can bring people back from the dead. Tonight at 11 o'clock, conduct a resurrection experiment with Zhaoan's girlfriend, and I'll be able to securely carry off the curse of the Black and White. But Black and White might resist resurrection as well. I need to bring Zhang Yuan along as well, one more faceless ghost to spare. I wish the rules for determining death in Black and White were simpler. Watchman Zhao smiled and pinched his black phone. He felt like he was one step closer to staying alive. Why aren't you up yet? Watchman Zhao looked suspiciously at the faceless teenager on the hospital bed. A rich vitality had been brewing in his body. The second curse was firing, forcing him to switch to the next faceless ghost. Why did it take so long? Watchman Zhao felt puzzled when Zhang Yuan was on the ground for a few seconds before sitting up. He looked over at the cardiograph, and his pupils plummeted. 3 horizontal lines. The work is neat and tidy. Zhaoan, really dead. How is it possible? Watchman Zhao excitedly observed Zhaoan's body. The cyan light is obvious. A large glare also converged on his face. Those greenish-colored features had taken initial shape. He's been switched to the next faceless ghost, but why can't he live? What details am I missing? What is it? What killed him? Zhang Yuan clutched his head and fell to his knees, letting out a mournful hiss. The female nurse was trembling with fear, and her suppressed sobs added to the panic. What in the world? Watchman Zhao excitedly slapped his palm out, directly bending the iron chair beside him with a hard slap. A single ghostly eye opened on the back of his head, giving off an eerie aura. Suddenly, a dark ball of skin rolled eerily into the hospital room. Then a tiny figure, penetrating the locked door of the room, penetrating the trembling and shaking nursemaid, ran all the way after the ball. It bent down and picked up the ball like a normal human child, its left index finger in its mouth, tilting its head very innocently as it looked up at Zhaoan in the hospital bed. Watchman Zhao stared at the bizarre child with a deadly glare as chills swept through his body. The answer appeared. Joanne is withholding a pretty damn good piece of information. In him, there is a ghost. And a completely unknown evil ghost at that. The murderous logic of the two evil spirits clashed. Chapter 15, An Anomaly Among the Faceless Ghosts. 4:30 in the afternoon. The sun hadn't set yet, but the light in the hospital room was starting to get muddy. Some kind of hidden trace that was suppressing the brightness of the room. The child's back was turned to Watchman Zhao, and the outline of the side of his face could barely be seen, but it was very blurry, and certain black lights and shadows affected Watchman Zhao's vision. This thing, it's definitely not human. Moreover, there is no such thing as the undead in this world, and although it appears to be a very childish little child, its true identity must be an evil spirit. There is no such thing as an evil spirit with good intentions. This stuff is pretty dangerous. Zhao tried to hold his breath and quickly backed away. The cigarette in his hand went out bizarrely. The temperature in the ward is dropping extremely fast. Why is it so cold? The female nurse said with a sob in her voice. Something really weird is going on in the hospital room and she's really spooked. Soon an even more frightening thing presented itself to her. The phone screen was strangely laggy, the video flickered and even stuck out some colored lines. After one of the most intense flashes, the female nurse was horrified to find that there was an extra person in the video. A small child covered in black. People. Her lips quivered in an exaggerated manner. One more person. Can the electronics capture this evil spirit? Watchman Zhao made a mental note of this and continued to retreat without stopping his steps. He had withdrawn a long way without a sound. Reached the door of the room and gently turned the lock, then open the door, turn around and run. Eh? The female nurse exclaimed. That got away? This man is too much. Just focusing on his own escape, not caring about his own at all. Whatever, although Zhaoan had given her a lot of money, money was not as important as life. The cell phone casually threw itself onto the hospital bed and she too rushed for the door. Boo! An odd voice came from behind her. The female nurse's pupils contracted. The thrown cell phone seemed to hit something and bounce back, just landing in her hand. Touch. A huge invisible force acted on the door panel, locking the door heavily. The nursemaid's whole body trembled violently. Vaguely, she felt as if something was peering at her from behind. She didn't dare turn around, but she didn't dare move? If Watchman Zhao were still here, he'd be spitting on us. If he knew there was a problem behind him, why didn't he run away and wait to die? But some people are like that, and with extreme fear, they lose their normal thinking logic and act in some very unusual ways. And the nursemaid's move is. She shakily picked up her cell phone and turned the camera to her side. The video shows himself, his face pale and fear written in his eyes. And over her shoulder, at some point, there was an extra face. The face of a small child with a pale face and bloodshot eyes, permeated with an eerie ghostly aura. Are you good? You good? There was no longer any semblance of human color on the nursemaid's face. This creepy little kid was laying on her shoulder, mimicking her speech. That. She couldn't hold it back any longer, trembling and crying, "Could I trouble you? To stay away from me a little bit." Good. The kid actually nodded cooperatively. The female nurse showed a look of surprise. But just then, a hand fell from the ceiling and grabbed at her hair. Aha! The phone fell from the ceiling and hit the floor hard with a crunch of broken glass. I agree, but I don't agree. Ha 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 ha. The small child hugged the leather ball and with childish steps, trotted all the way to Zhaoan's bedside. It glanced at Zhang Yuan, who had fallen to his knees, and then to Zhaoan's empty face. A frown creased his brow. Apparently, there was a conflict between the curse of the faceless ghost and the curse of this unknown evil spirit. It trotted all the way and arrived in front of Zhang Yuan, suddenly stretching out its little black hand and trying to grab Zhang Yuan's face. Roar! The huge human face behind Zhang Yuan let out a silent roar. The glass of the entire ward exploded. The child seemed startled and trembled as she withdrew her small hand. Its large blood-red eyes observed the faceless ghost in front of it with interest. A humanized expression appeared on its face. It's like a person recalling some distant memory. It jerked up its right index finger. A huge snake strangely emerged from the void behind it. The enormity of that snake was exaggerated. Watchman Zhao, who had already run out of the hospital by now, saw it all. The snake that covered the sky. The exaggerated size of the body actually covered the entire Jianhai County. What the is that? The boundless python was densely covered with huge human faces on top of its body. The five senses were writhing and seemed to be letting out silent screams. In the ward, countless bizarre palms, densely protruding from the walls, dismantled Zhang Yuan's faceless ghost directly. The kid giggled happily, crouched down, and snatched away Zhang Yuan's face. Then happily ran over to Zhaoan and very casually slapped that human face on it. Get up quickly. Play with me. In the hospital bed, with his face back to normal, Joanne gasped violently. The lines on the heart meter pulsed merrily. The faceless ghost's second curse is reached. Zhaoan resurrected. But, it seemed, not quite right. Cyan light and shadows surrounded his body, slowly converging towards his face, and the unearthly cyan human face had basically taken shape. But on top of the green face was covered with a human skin. Two ghostly hands reached out from Joanne's hair and pulled the face from both sides, covering it there forcefully. Joanne sat up violently, breathing heavily. But his mouth didn't move. His face was like a stiff mask of human skin. Have I been resurrected? Joanne looked around. Beneath the human skin, the green eyes swung from side to side, but his face, the position of his eyes was unchanged. He wears his own face but cannot use its features. Where's the nurse? Joanne's face was expressionless, her lips stilled as if she had spoken in angry ventriloquism. Soon, he found the broken cell phone on the floor and rushed over to pick it up. The video continues. He looked through it briefly. Luckily, the critical information was entered. He did die and was reborn. Watchman Zhao didn't lie to him. The logic of the faceless ghost really was to come back from the dead. Great! The faceless ghost might actually be able to save Fifi. Zhao froze. In the video, a small black child appears. It was blurry, but you could barely tell what he looked like. The moment he saw the boy, Joanne gasped with excitement. He looked around fiercely, and underneath the human skin mask, the green eyes revealed an intense wave of fear, panic, afterthought, and vaguely a wisp of murderous intent. Sure enough, are you still with me? Brother. Yes, oh brother. The dark child hung upside down in the void, a pair of small hands waving in front of Joanne. Joanne couldn't see. The corner of the child's mouth cracked into an eerie, ghastly smile. Brother, this death is not for you. You should die a more desperate death. Death is a little more suffocating. Chapter 16 Inexplicable Curse. Announcing the first absolute rule, evil spirits can never truly die, either formally or cognitively. Above the sky, the huge terrifying figure gradually faded away, dissipating with the wind like a cloud. But it blocks out the sun. The city stepped into the evening early. In the hospital room, Joanne was still searching frantically. The figure of the little boy seemed to cause him some great excitement. The little boy, meanwhile, just tapped the ball and followed him around, grinning as he rummaged through it. Night fell early, and the light in the ward became poorer and poorer. So Zhaoan didn't notice the corpse on the side. Zhang Yuan. With the dismemberment of the faceless ghost, some sort of power that had sustained his survival seemed to disappear. He's dying fast. The flesh and blood on his body melted as fast as snowflakes, and when Zhaoan found him, the middle-aged man had only half a leg left. Legs? Zhaoan froze as he recalled the man cursed by the faceless ghost. Zhaoan had no interest in whether the man was alive or dead as he rushed out of the hospital room and went back to frantically search the nearby rooms. The little boy jumped after him. And as the little boy left, the room brightened up a bit. Some bizarre changes quickly surfaced. Some kind of suppressed power revived. An odd coloration brewed on the floor, while it became soft and slightly flexible, and if someone were to touch it right now, they would be shocked. Because at this point the floor of the hospital room felt exactly like a human face to the touch. Several green lights lit up, and then slowly converged towards Zhang Yuan's shattered body. They seemed to be trying to resuscitate the human. Unfortunately it failed. Zhang Yuan died too completely. Faceless ghosts, forcibly dismantled by the little boy, emerged eerily from all corners of the room. They quivered and gave a silent pulsation. If someone walked into this hospital room at this time, something very scary might happen. But sadly, no. Until an hour had passed, no one had set foot in this room, only a meaningless light on the cardiac monitor. The continuation of the curse failed. Faceless ghost seems to have hit a snag. It's a curse gone wrong. Another ghost forcibly broke its rules, and Zhang Yuan was forcibly killed, the faceless ghost in him losing its cursed target. It tried to choose a way to fix the rule, which was to go to the next target. The reason for not being able to look for Zhaoan is not because of fear of the little boy, but because a new faceless ghost is brewing in Zhaoan, and choosing him would also break a certain rule. But no one has ever entered the ward. The first program to fix the rules also failed. The faceless ghosts began to grow impatient, and a large number of human faces emerged from the corpses, emitting silent hisses. The rules must be fixed. Since programs that make common sense cannot succeed. That leaves us with options that, well, don't make common sense. As a result, Watchman Zhao, who was thousands of meters away, suddenly had bits and pieces of green light emerge from his palms. What the hell? In the gray night, the distant streetlights lit up one after the other, like a deadly virus, arriving in front of them in an instant from a distant place. A private car whizzed by on the road, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Watchman Zhao stood on a catwalk and stared dead at the dense green light on the palms of his hands. Curse of the faceless ghost? Seeing this weird color in the moss-like greenish fluff in the green light, Watchman Zhao first associated it with that ghostly thing. The curse of the faceless ghost can be contracted just by touching it? Really? Is this curse so terrible? It wasn't right, Zhang Yuan had touched his daughter, but his daughter hadn't turned into a faceless ghost. What happened? Something different. Watchman Zhao's heart was chilled. Pop. Just then, the streetlight in the distance jerked. In Watchman Zhao's perspective, the orange streetlight switched to cyan in a flash. Then came the second, and the third. At least 60 streetlights, spread out at speed along the main street. But in the blink of an eye, it crossed 2 or 3 kilometers and rushed straight into Watchman Zhao's face. Spirit vision? Watchman Zhao looked at the pedestrians on the sidewalk. These people didn't react in any particular way, apparently the light wasn't cyan in their eyes. Watchman Zhao leaned over the guardrail at the first opportunity. If something weird happened, he'd probably just jump. The current him was just too weak, with only 2 cards in his hand. First, psychic vision. Second, the black and white paranoia rule. Whereas spirit sight is arguably powerless when it comes to frontal evil spirits, only suicide to draw on the black and white is considered a counterattack. If I still have the chance, I have to beat Zhaoan to death. This asshole is withholding a crucial piece of information. Watchman Zhao roared in his mind, his eyes still glued to everything around him. The greenish glow was getting thicker and thicker, almost forming smoke. The guardrail developed a large amount of greenish-colored fuzz. And the ground, the guardrail, everything Watchman Zhao could touch became soft. It's like all these things have turned into human faces. Watchman Zhao's pupils shrunk. The faceless ghost's curse has escalated. Sure enough, the touch of those 2 evil spirits caused some kind of damned consequence. Damn! Watchman Zhao took out a cigarette and tried to calm himself down. But a human face actually grew on that cigarette, emitting a silent hiss. He was startled. Threw it on reflex. Failure. The smoke didn't make it out, it was dead on Watchman Zhao's hand. At the same time, those cyan-colored points of light on Watchman Zhao's hands became brighter and brighter. 2 green half-faces, little by little, drilled out of the palms of his 2 hands, their faces extremely distorted. Then, they lunged at Watchman Zhao's face. Watchman Zhao could only watch them approach. At that moment, behind Watchman Zhao, on the other side of the sky bridge, an invisible fluctuation emanated from a suspended white impermanence. A wisp of black texture climbed up the right side of its face. It's starting to move. Like a god, the green light directly obliterated wherever it passed. The first curse of the faceless ghost kills the target. Obviously, this behavior violates the rules of black and white. Regardless of any subsequent resurrection, you cannot kill this person. He can only be killed by me. The world changed in Watchman Zhao's eyes. The first time he had faced a faceless ghost directly, he had finally understood the reason why those people had screamed. The world in his eyes was covered in green and blood. Every inch of air seemed to turn into twisted veins, which spread out infinitely, intersecting with something distant and weaving a vast web. The whole world seemed to be covered by this net. And on top of that net, a huge and ethereal silhouette was suspended in the sky, like an evil deity that was looking down on the earth. Is that thing the evil spirit's true form? Watchman Zhao felt his entire body trembling. What had he been fighting against that was so horrifyingly outrageous? Without waiting for him to think further, countless huge hands reached out from among those veins and ruthlessly grazed into his face. Part of it penetrated his face and burrowed into his brain, locking out his every sense. He felt another large portion of his hand drill into his entire body before locking up. Feelings disappear. Watchman Zhao's subjective acquisition of all information ends here. And at that moment, something metaphysical was happening to him. When the green-colored ghost face drilled into his head, these green-colored things immediately disintegrated, just like countless earthworms drilling into his body. White impermanence appeared behind him like a flash, his icy target locked dead on those green lights. And just then, endless ghostly hands snapped out of Watchman Zhao's body. One hand grabbed a strip of green light, and in just the blink of an eye, all the green light was actually grabbed out by them all. The glare was writhing wildly as they struggled desperately. A blue light glowed from white impermanence. It's forcibly preventing Watchman Zhao from dying. The situation changed as the faceless ghost's attack was thwarted by 2 evil spirits. In the ward, the faceless ghost's shattered body parts rapidly decomposed and turned into more glare. And these green lights, in a steady stream, drilled out of Watchman Zhao's palms. Like a green flood, it was bound to drown Watchman Zhao. Watchman Zhao's face didn't disappear. Some greenish-colored fuzz grew on it. But for every layer of these fluffs that grew, a layer was chipped away by the blue light, and white impermanence forcefully prohibited the first curse of the faceless ghost. But Watchman Zhao is actually dead. His heart stopped beating, his brainwaves cleared, and the man was in a state of complete physical death. The faceless ghost's decapitation ability was quite terrifying. The moment it touched you, you were actually killed. It was just that the process was so brief that no one noticed in turn. To the outside world, the situation was seen as a male student suddenly collapsing on an overpass. A few eager passers-by rushed forward. "Are you okay, classmate?" "It's not responding, honey, call an ambulance." "Wait. Let me see." No breathing, no heartbeat either. "He's dead." Chapter 17 The First Prop. Ah! A piercing scream rang out from the catwalk. More and more people gathered around, most immediately taking out their cell phones to take pictures. From a distance, a young girl gazed out over the crowd in stony silence. "Zoe, what's wrong with you?" The girl's best friend was startled. The originally normal young girl suddenly seemed to have lost all her strength and sat down disheveled. Ro, are you alright?" Lu Shanshan hurriedly supported her. That incomparably sunny young girl, at this time, her face was full of pallor, and her tears slipped down uncontrollably. "He died. Why, he clearly said he would definitely come back. He clearly said that. He's Senior Zhao?" Lu Shanshan looked at the crowd in shock. Suddenly, Mu Ro seemed to have thought of something, and hastily broke away from her arm and violently rushed towards the crowd. "It's impossible, the Black and White Irregulars will save him, he should be in some kind of special state." After experiencing a brief moment of excitement, Mu Ro immediately became sensible. There was still a long way to go for them in the future, and the curse of the Black and White was certainly not something that could be broken casually. In the afternoon, when Watchman Zhao left alone, looking at his resolute and decisive back, Mu Ro secretly made up her mind. She must live with him. Not just dependent, she was going to help him, and together they would figure out a way to survive. The world was already so desperate, she couldn't let Watchman Zhao carry everything on his shoulders. So she had to become more sensible. "Excuse me, please." She pushed her way through the crowd and ran over to Watchman Zhao, gently picking him up. "Really, there's no breathing and no heartbeat. Watchman Zhao is dead." But Muro could hear a lot of voices. A very specific wind sound. A very creepy laugh. There's also a sound like tearing. Sure enough, he was in a very peculiar state, with many evil spirits gaming over him. That voice, I've heard it before. That ripping sound she'd heard last night at the hospital. Sure enough, that was a ghost. Muro held the teenager in her arms tightly. "You lied to me. You told me that it wasn't a ghost. Hey, classmate, stay away from him." Suddenly, an icy voice rang out. Muro looked up. A middle-aged man stood in front of them, in a workmanlike suit, with a stern-inch hair, giving a very serious feeling. But the image of this man is odd. He was carrying a duffel bag with an umbrella sticking out of it, which was spread out to shroud him in a layer of shadow. It was a beautiful sunny day with no tendency to rain at all. This man, however, was using an umbrella, or such an odd way of doing it that he couldn't help but feel weird. Combined with his dignified dress and facial age of 30 or 40, it gave a strong sense of contrast. "I'm his girlfriend," Muro said without flinching. The man saw her face and couldn't help but stare. "You're actually alive?" Muro was stunned. "What do you mean?" The man didn't continue, his gaze turned to Watchman Zhao. "Your boyfriend's life isn't in danger, but he's quite dangerous right now, so it's best if you stay away." The man's eyes narrowed slightly. 3 evil ghosts. This kid actually took 3 evil ghosts and weaved a ghostly rebuke. Oh, how interesting. Muro stared at him warily. "Who the hell are you?" "Me." The man grinned. He pulled an ID from his pocket and waved it around. "Okay, I'll leave, it's normal here." "Normal?" "This child died," a middle-aged woman was about to retort. But he couldn't help but stare when he saw the documents, a confused look in his eyes. "Yeah, what am I doing here?" The woman shook her head in confusion and got up to leave. The crowd dispersed quickly. "Hypnotize?" Muro hastily averted her eyes from looking at the document. The man smiled. "Quick reflexes, little girl. Well, it's alright, let's see what happens next." Muro doesn't look at him, she feels that this man is also very abnormal. A faint breathing sound could be heard all the way behind the man. The voice was soft, like a woman's. But there was no one behind him. It's also an evil cursor. Mu-Ro's thoughts were not as extreme as Watchman Zhao's. She intuitively felt that this man was dangerous and should be kept away. So she quickly messaged her parents and asked them to drive up and pick her up. The man smiled without saying anything, silently lighting a cigarette and opening his cell phone to rummage around. Watchman Zhao came to register at 11 o'clock the night before last. Cursed ghost is Black and White. Amount. The man exhaled a heavy puff of smoke. It's black and white. This one is a bit difficult to survive. Observe first. Sirens sounded in the distance and the police arrived. They quickly pulled up a cordon and blocked off this one overpass. A large number of police officers quickly approached this way. Such a big battle scared Mu-Ro and the girls. The man smiled and gulped down the clouds, signaling the men not to come over, while continuing to bet his gaze on Watchman Zhao. Oh, resurrection. The man suddenly spoke. Mu-Ro hurriedly lowered her head. Watchman Zhao's face did look much better, no longer as pale as it was at the beginning. The game between the evil spirits is nearing its end. The black and white irregulars and the mysterious evil ghost mixed doubles, which even the faceless ghost couldn't fight against. The first curse was suppressed to death by white impermanence, and the green-colored curses that had seeped into the body were stripped away one by the bizarre ghostly hands. It was impossible to understand exactly where faceless ghost's strong points were, but it really had no chance of winning in the current situation. It's being evicted. It hissed hysterically, but the cry was audible only to Mu-Ro. A ray of green light reluctantly detached itself and returned to Watchman Zhao's hands. In the ward, the glare gradually brightened. The faceless ghosts are following some mysterious route across the distance of space, withdrawing into the distance. But just then, Zhaoan kicked open the door to the room. Damn it, where the hell are you? Hero, hey, hey, hey. The little boy bounces and follows him back into the room. The faceless ghost's power was instantly and forcefully suppressed. Its way of retreat was just blocked by Zhaoan. The faceless ghost's corpse looked like it had been slapped flat by an invisible palm and crumpled on the floor. The green light blocked Watchman Zhao's palm and couldn't return. And even Watchman Zhao's palm couldn't hold it. For twisted and deformed ghostly shadows crawled out of Watchman Zhao's wrists, reached out, and forcefully gouged out the green light. If Faceless Ghost could talk right now, he would be jumping up and down and cursing. This is too outrageous. Is it easy for it to curse an individual, being thrashed by 3 evil spirits in turn? There's not even a way back now. It wants to try and change targets. But far behind Mu-Ro stood a white impermanence, looking down at it coldly. The umbrella man was even more outrageous, and he was followed by a tall, skinny, black-clad woman with a weird black aura rendered all over her body, which felt even worse. Moreover, what was transmitted did not seem to be a complete faceless ghost, but rather a mutilated part. More parts of the faceless ghost remained in the hospital, suppressed by the young boy's power. This crippled part doesn't seem to be able to change curse targets at will. Pop! The first streetlight outside the hospital blew up. The greenish light quickly dissipated. The connection between the faceless ghosts was completely severed. At that moment, Watchman Zhao's vitality quickly recovered, the death curse disappeared, and he quickly revived. Reopening his eyes, the first thing he saw was Mu-Ro, who was crying with joy. And the afterglow falls on the right hand. Large swathes of glare were scooped out of his palms by the ghostly hands and thrown casually into the air. And then these lone souls and ghosts in general cursed power actually slowly converged into that cigarette. Chapter 18 OPBI. It was like a long nightmare. Everything wanders between the real and the unreal. In the dream, Watchman Zhao vaguely saw a young girl, dressed in a wedding gown, running excitedly towards another man. Is that man him? It doesn't seem to be. Why is it so heartbreaking? Shouldn't it be a blessing? On that day, when I greeted the new students, with just one glance, I saw her in the middle of the crowd. Watchman Zhao! Watchman Zhao! The anxious cry of the young girl roused him violently. The world in Watchman Zhao's eyes quickly came into focus. Have I come alive? Watchman Zhao sat up in surprise. The light overhead rendered a faint cyan color, so thin it was hard to notice. The white vagabond turned and retreated silently. The faceless ghost's curse had failed. The man was far enough away from the death throes that the protection didn't need to continue. Sanity quickly returning, Watchman Zhao hastily looked to his right hand. In the center of his palm, an eerie green cigarette lay silently. several ghostly hands wrapped around it like chains. It was obviously something very clear, but Watchman Zhao couldn't seem to see it. Ghost Hand's message seemed to be filtered out of him unconsciously. A bizarre human face emerged from the cigarette, its features exaggeratedly propped up as if it were in some kind of great pain. But in the end it can only return to silence and disappear into the smoke. Watchman Zhao stared blankly at the green-colored cigarette in his hand. What an awesome thing he seems to have pulled off without realizing it. He turned back. On the empty catwalk, the white erratic was floating slowly, returning to its original position. So, just now, white impermanence moved, and the faceless ghost's first curse violated its rules. So it banished the faceless ghost? Watchman Zhao observed his entire body, there were no traces of glaucoma, and he had no desire for a human face. The faceless ghost's curse failed, and he remains a normal living person. But what's with the cigarette? You have half a faceless ghost trapped in this cigarette. A faint voice came from above. Watchman Zhao froze and quickly looked up. The man with the umbrella was smiling down at him. And behind the man stood an extremely creepy woman. With just a glance, Watchman Zhao felt the ultimate fear. The woman was dressed in black and had a slender figure. But her face was ghastly white, and her neck, twice as long as the average person's, seemed to be wrapped in a layer of furry black fabric, which made it look even more pale. On her head she wore a dark lady's sun hat with a long brim that covered almost her entire body. But is that really a hat? There were hidden droplets of water falling around the perimeter, glowing with a faint black aura, and it was impossible to see what material it was made of. But Watchman Zhao had an odd feeling that the hat, how did it look like a woman's hair? The middle-aged man looked at him suspiciously, his eyes narrowing slightly as his head moved to the side. Are you looking behind me? Watchman Zhao was startled and hastily withdrew his gaze. As expected, you possess spiritual sight. The man smiled, pulling out a soft black li and handing it diagonally to Watchman Zhao. The man's smile slightly eerie in the darkness under the umbrella, and it seems to be a rather advanced form of psychic vision. Watchman Zhao asked suspiciously, is there still a difference between high and low spiritual sight? Of course. The man explained, there are many kinds of psychic sight in this world, some can see mysteries, some can hear mysteries, some can dream about mysteries, like I was able to smell some special scents, like behind me, it was a damp, claustrophobic, lady's perfume combined with a faint scent of decay, that way. Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. A psychic vision that can directly peer into the true face of an evil spirit is quite advanced, but I suggest you don't look indiscriminately. Some evil spirits kill on the condition of understanding, and the better you understand, the faster you die, such as this one behind me, the Rain Lady. Lies. Watchman Zhao shook his head, this one behind you is certainly not this kind of rule, I learned such an important piece of information and it did nothing. Oh, that's because, well, it wasn't aimed at you. The man smiled, but you do have sharp reflexes. Watchman Zhao shrugged non-committally. Ear-piercing sirens sounded in the distance. Watchman Zhao's eyes looked past the man into the distance. Many police officers appeared and they blocked off the entire overpass. Several tall men in police uniforms stood guard at a distance and did not approach. It seems to be because of this man. Could you be someone from the Psychic Investigation Bureau? Watchman Zhao asked. The man smiled but didn't answer, silently lighting the cigarette in his hand. Are you going to keep sitting here? Find a place to talk? The young man is interesting. No, I have another important thing to do, add a WeChat. I don't have a microphone. Huh? There are still people in this world who don't have WeChat? Watchman Zhao was surprised. The man took out a business card, contact me by phone, the contraptions you young people use are too advanced for me to play with. Watchman Zhao hastily reached out and took the blackened business card. Jian Huayan. OPBI. Vice Captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Zhejiang Provincial Division. Tell, XXXX. OPBI, said Watchman Zhao, hearing the word for the first time. Then I'll wait for your call. The man smiled and turned, striding away. Watchman Zhao quietly gazed at the man's distant back, feeling relieved in his heart. The man must have been through something quite dangerous, and far more than once. The composure and wit that he had on him actually gave it a very heavy feel. It's like the feeling of having been on the edge of life and death for years and having long since looked down on life and death. Watchman Zhao felt that he wasn't very good at getting along with such people. It's too complicated. It's still a good wife to have. Watchman Zhao suddenly smiled evilly and took Mu Rou into his arms, his two salty hands groping obscenely. Phew! Watchman Zhao froze as a very heavy force erupted from his arms, almost pushing him off the road. He stared dumbfounded as Mu Rou stood up with a cold face, his eyes red and biting his lower lip tightly. "Girl, you!" "Zoe!" A shout came from the distance. BFF Lu Shanshan came flying, nervously looking at Mu Rou. "Mama, I can finally come over. You don't want to open your eyes, Zhao Senior in the Nine Springs." Lu Shanshan looked at Watchman Zhao in stupefaction. Watchman Zhao looked at her breathlessly. "I'm not dead yet." Fraud? UTM. Watchman Zhao didn't bother to pay attention to her and hurriedly stood up, trying to catch Mu Rou's small hand. Who knows that Mu Rou directly shrugged it off and grabbed Lu Shanshan. "That, Senior, Rou, don't be in a hurry to leave, Lu Shanshan hastily struggled up. "What's going on? A fight? It's definitely not a good idea to leave in this condition anyway." "That, Rou, let's calm down first." Lu Shanshan pulled Mu Rou with all her might, while giving Watchman Zhao a wink. "She's still very much knocking this pair. Go." Mu Rou silently glanced at her. Her tone was very, very light, but it was permeated with a sense of determination. Looking at that look, Lu Shanshan instantly wilted. Mu Rou was a very soft girl. This kind of extreme grief and anger never appeared in her eyes. She rarely gets angry. Not to mention pissing her off like that. "Alas, Senior, there's nothing more I can do, you're on your own." Lu Shanshan sighs in her heart and gives up struggling. Watchman Zhao laughed bitterly and shook his head. It looked like he had really made the little girl angry this time. What to do? Rush over to her, hug her, and whisper comforting words? A very cliched approach, but perhaps not appropriate for the situation at hand. Can't think of a good way to do it. Watchman Zhao sighed, carried his hands behind his back, and silently followed them. "I'm going home. Don't follow me." She suddenly stood still and turned back to him fiercely. She plays it fierce, but that expression doesn't suit her, instead giving an interesting sense of contrast. "I'll take you home." "No need." Watchman Zhao silently walked behind her, his eyes lowered. "I just almost lost my life, I can't lose you again now." The aura on Mu Rou's body changed, and her right hand that was tightly gripping Lu Shanshan slowly loosened. She lowers her small head, unable to read her expression. Watchman Zhao was relieved in his heart. It looked like he had done the right thing and his wife was saved. He hurriedly gestured wildly at Lu Shanshan. Lu Shanshan understood for a second and immediately tiptoed back away. By the time Mu Rou realized it, only the two of them were left on the catwalk. Watchman Zhao gently pressed behind her and reached out to encircle her in his arms. "I don't know why you're angry, but I have a feeling it should be because of me." "I'm pretty clumsy with the feelings piece." "You really don't know? The faceless ghost thing fooled you? Or is this one too risky and you resent me for not consulting you?" "I don't know." Watchman Zhao froze. "You don't know why you yourself are angry?" He felt his tone a bit heavy, his forehead gently resting against the young girl's hair. "So, it's because of me?" "I don't know." Watchman Zhao was speechless. "Are you so stupid that you don't know this or that?" "Yeah. How can I be as smart as Senior Zhao, knowing everything? Putting 3 evil ghosts on the body in gaming can survive. How powerful you are. 3 evil spirits? The black and white and the faceless ghost. Where's the 3rd evil ghost?" Chapter 19, The Undetectable Evil Ghost. Who said anything about there being 3 ghosts? Watchman Zhao asked suspiciously. "I'm not that bold. I did organize a mutual repulsion of evil ghosts this time, but there should only be black and white and faceless ghosts. Where did the 3rd ghost come from?" Muro tilted her head back and incited her hands to the side. Watchman Zhao saw tears hiding in her eyes. Is she trying to keep herself from crying out? Watchman Zhao quickly reached out to fan her. "Stop slapping." "Oh. Is it okay if I hold you then? Don't you hold it all the time?" "Oh." Watchman Zhao held the young girl in his arms tightly, feeling her trembling. He seemed to have some understanding. "My promise won't change, we'll live together, I won't leave you alone in this world." "Pull the hook." "Good." In the distance, under a telephone pole, the man with the umbrella freshly lit a cigarette and exhaled a long puff of smoke. Clouded eyes looked at the teenage couple on the overpass. "It's so youthful, isn't it?" Behind him, the black-clothed female ghost was expressionless and cold as she gazed into the distance. 11 buildings in the Zhanghai neighborhood. Watchman Zhao watched Mu Rou disappear into the hallway. Glanced down at the time. 8:11. It's a tough job to coax a girlfriend, and God knows how much effort Watchman Zhao puts into it. Lighting a cigarette, the teenager turned away. A green-colored cigarette swirled between his fingers. Watchman Zhao couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he looked at the strange little thing. Muro said there were two voices on the cigarettes. A kind of hissing sound, odds are it's a faceless ghost, the thing always likes to open its mouth and scream, even though it can't be heard. But there was another voice that bothered Watchman Zhao. Laughter. A very creepy laugh. There are two evil spirits on the cigarettes. Is it the third ghost besides the faceless ghost and the black and white? Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. More than once during dinner tonight, Muro mentioned that she had an odd sort of laugh on her. Even in the hardware store, when she was in a state of resurrection, she had heard the sound in a daze. Muro's spiritual vision was listening, and the sound she heard was absolutely extraordinary. Another more direct evidence is the statement of Zhang Huayan, the umbrella man. Zhang Huayan has clearly stated that Watchman Zhao has been subjected to a ghost repulsion formed by three evil spirits. To summarize, I have an undetectable evil spirit in me. Watchman Zhao inhaled a heavy breath of smoke. The message is scary and quite dangerous. There is an invisible super bomb in him. Conditions are unknown, logic is unknown, and even existence is unknown. This unknown is most frightening. It's fine, for now, the black and white irregulars will bail me out. Thinking of this, Watchman Zhao decided to put this matter aside for the time being. He took the green smoke and scrutinized it. This thing is creepy in every way. The danger of having half a faceless ghost blockaded within it cannot be overstated. But Watchman Zhao decided to keep it. As long as it is something that has the power of evil spirits, it can be more or less helpful. It couldn't get any worse anyway, could it? I can't say that this thing possesses certain mystical effects that can assist me in fighting evil spirits? Ha! He was amused by his own bizarre thoughts. Taking out the new small box he had purchased, he filled it with the cigarette and casually slipped it into his pocket. Then next, it's Joanne's business. Thinking about this person made Watchman Zhao feel bad. He almost got himself killed. But it's already October 2nd today, 5 days before the black and white curse. He must perform a ghost repulsion to make sure the faceless ghost can save him. Tonight one must find Joanne. With that thought, he took out his cell phone and the call was broadcast. Soon the call was answered. "Heh, you're actually still alive." Watchman Zhao's tone was cold and even carried killing intent. "Probably still alive, but the situation is very abnormal." Zhaoan's voice was very cold. At that moment, there was a honk from outside the neighborhood gate. A luxury car stopped right in front of Watchman Zhao. "Get in the car and talk." Watchman Zhao recognized the car. It was the car that Zhaoan drove when he went to the hospital earlier. He sat up with a big grin. Zhaoan was sitting in the driver's seat, his eyes wide open, staring off into the distance listlessly. Acting high and mighty? Watchman Zhao felt even more offended. High and cold? I don't know, something's wrong with my face. Problem? Watchman Zhao froze. Yes, there was a huge problem. Why is your face still there? How can someone who has had his face taken away by a faceless ghost still have his own face? It was only right that Zhaoan's face should have been taken away from him when he was in the hospital. Watchman Zhao had watched Zhang Yuan snatch his face. But now Zhaoan was clearly using his own face. That's the problem. Zhaoan's tone was filled with a sense of uneasiness. The faceless ghost should have taken my face, and it can be clearly seen in the video that my face was transferred to that man's face, but then, I don't know what happened. My face came back, but it came back incompletely. Look, I've talked to you so much, but did my mouth ever move? No. Watchman Zhao's brows furrowed. It looked like the collision between that little kid and the faceless ghost had really triggered some kind of very magical reaction. Zhaoan's face came back, but the return was incomplete, and Zhaoan was unable to use the 5 senses of this face. So how does he talk? Ventriloquism? No way. Watchman Zhao watched carefully, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Below Zhaoan's ears, 2 ghostly hands reached out and tugged at the face, forcing it into position. And below that face, there was another with dark skin and ghastly greenish features. It's fuzzy, but vaguely visible. It is the mouth part of this face that speaks. What an amazing phenomenon. Watchman Zhao couldn't help but exclaim. What? The faceless ghost's curse worked. You have indeed completed the transformation. Feel free yourself if you have the urge to plunder a human face. Watchman Zhao said. Joanne pondered for a moment and nodded helplessly, yes. Something snatched your face back, so where's Zhang Yuan? Dead. Sure enough. Watchman Zhao sighed, he died because of you, and he had a daughter, so it's not too much for you to pay some alimony. Zhaoan looked at him suspiciously, why? What does that man's death have to do with me? Watchman Zhao smiled and shook his head, looking into the distance and silently finishing the cigarette in his hand. Throw it out the window. Then, he suddenly stormed up and grabbed Zhaoan's collar in a death grip, because you deserve to die. You hid a damned piece of information. That's why something happened with this transformation. Zhang Yuan was killed and I was almost caught in the crossfire, all because of your deliberate concealment. There's another ghost in you. Did you tell me? If you had told me earlier, would this have gotten so dangerous? It has nothing to do with you, then who does it have to do with? Ah. Chapter 20, The Party. Zhaoan's face was expressionless, that stiff human face was like a human skin mask. And underneath the mask, killing intent raged out of that green face. What do you, again, know? There is no guilt, no introspection, only questioning. Watchman Zhao looked down at him coldly, your skin is thick enough. Joanne slowly slid her hand under the cushion. There, a cold pistol rested. But in the end he didn't take it out and held his hands up, don't get so worked up, I knew I had a ghost following me around, but I didn't realize that it was an evil spirit as well. Heh, you don't know. Watchman Zhao laughed coldly and shook his head, then now that things have turned sour, I don't think it's appropriate for you to make a move, you have two ghosts on you right now, if you take away your wife's face, there can't be any doubt that there'll be a change of heart. Zhaoan immediately became nervous, what then? Go find a faceless ghost now? Impossible, the official group will never help me. He reveals his watch. It's 8:30, Fifi will be dead at 23 minutes past 11, where am I going to find a ghost in 3 hours? Then you do it yourself, but I'm not sure what the outcome will be, I can't say that the two of you will be GA together, and you'll have a companion on the way to the Yellow Springs. Watchman Zhao sneered and returned to his seat, lighting up a cigarette. This joke is not funny. Watchman Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly, it was not funny, this experiment is also very important to him, cannot add a huge uncertainty. Zhaoan stared at him nervously, do you still have a backhand? There is, but it's difficult. Watchman Zhao pressed his forehead, last night, there was another faceless ghost in that hospital, I think it was called Xia Heyman, you can activate the Bill ability. Beautiful. Joanne immediately picked up the phone. Watchman Zhao added, that woman, however, is quite bizarre to the point of being extremely bizarre, and I'm guessing that you won't be able to find her, so now there's actually an easier way. He casually pointed to a passerby, you could just get any passerby and turn him into a faceless ghost, then you wouldn't have to look. Zhaoan's hand holding the cell phone hung in mid-air as she looked at him in surprise, are you speaking in human language? Who knows? Watchman Zhao sneered and squinted at him, we're all not good people, so don't pretend to be noble, take your pick. Joanne's stiff face turned to the pedestrians on the street. He seems to be choosing. But soon he understood that Watchman Zhao was playing him. With two evil ghosts on him, and the possibility of ghost repulsion from randomly looting human faces, the second option simply wasn't feasible. He immediately dialed the phone and called out a group of people to help him find someone. Then he started the car. Watchman Zhao simply closed his eyes. Tonight was important, he had to get his spirits up and finalize all the details. After all, his survival was at stake. If, on the other hand, Zhaoan hasn't found Xia Heyman, then there's only one way. He reached into his pocket. There was a small box there with a green-colored cigarette in it. Half a faceless ghost. Does it work? The sports car sped along, its destination obvious. This Zhaoan is indeed a warrior of pure love where that Fifi is concerned. At 9:30, when Watchman Zhao opened his eyes again, the scenery had changed drastically. A mountain highway? What are you trying to do, throw the S's at the S's? Can you not think so darkly about everything? Zhaoan was speechless, go to my manor. Crooked son, what the hell is an estate? Not bad for a rich man. Watchman Zhao took out his cell phone and looked at the map, it was not very remote, it was in the next door of Jianghai County, forgetting the location of the county to the east. It's so close to the ocean. Well, at night with binoculars you can see the ocean. Damn rich people, they really know how to enjoy themselves. Generally average. From afar, an imposing large manor could be seen hidden deep in the woods. This spot should be unreadable. But that estate is glowing. Then the manic music could be heard from afar. Are you having a party there? Several black lines slid down Watchman Zhao's face. People haven't even left yet, and they're already ready to start the meal? Zhaoan smiled. Fifi likes to be lively. 6. Watchman Zhao was silent. The world of the rich he doesn't understand. After another 5 minutes or so, they arrived at their destination, a very grand manor indeed. There is no name, Watchman Zhao made up his own, a Forgotten River County, let's call it Forgotten River Manor. The gate opened automatically, and 4 black-clothed men respectfully waited on both sides, with a great deal of faction. From afar, Watchman Zhao could see the crowd dancing on the lawn. Dressed fancy, the theme of this party seemed strange. Lots of people wearing Evil Dead makeup. Evil ghost party? Watchman Zhao asked, it looks like you've gotten some not-so-normal people, is this party a cover-up? Joanne smiled, yes. Suddenly, an unusual figure broke into Watchman Zhao's line of sight. And Joanne saw the figure, and the car swerved and drove towards the man. Captain Jiang. Zhaoan greeted enthusiastically from afar. The man turned and smiled in response. 40-ish years old, a well-tailored black suit, carrying a duffel bag, and then a dark umbrella sticking out of it. Umbrellas on sunny days. The extremely odd image is quite recognizable. More recognizable, of course, was the tall, thin woman dressed in black beside him. Of course, no one could see the woman, except Watchman Zhao. Is it such a coincidence? Watchman Zhao was a bit surprised. Zhang Huayan couldn't see Watchman Zhao from his viewpoint, but he shrugged the tip of his nose, and some subtle odor caught his attention. There seems to be a very interesting person sitting in the passenger seat. Zhang Huayan smiled as he came and leaned against the car window, looking over at the passenger seat. Sure enough, I didn't expect to meet here. Zhaoan glanced at Watchman Zhao suspiciously. This guy's identity was really quite mysterious, and he was actually able to hook up with a big shot in the OPBI. By the looks of it, here's what's important to you tonight. Zhang Huayan said with a smile. Watchman Zhao smiled blandly, one must always look at one's future death. Zhang Huayan said suspiciously, so, you want to organize a ghost repulsion to save Lu Fei? That's hard, as far as I know, currently only the Pen Fairy can harden the Black and White death curse, but the Pen Fairy? That thing should never be touched. Of course, there's a theoretically viable route. Is it a cat-faced old lady? Watchman Zhao asked. Yes, but that's only theoretically feasible, the world of cat people is much more terrifying than you can imagine, it's better to just die if you're being chased by it. Zhang Huayan smiled and looked at Zhaoan, I want to talk to this friend of yours. That depends on his wishes. Zhaoan was filled with stiffness. Watchman Zhao got right out of the car, I'm begging for it. The sports car quickly moved away, and Watchman Zhao handed Zhang Huayan a cigarette. Huh, you smoke black leather too? Who doesn't smoke black profit in Zhejiang City? Kinda. Zhang Huayan looked at the lights of the distant sports car. Zhaoan wouldn't have been turned into a ghost by you. Watchman Zhao smiled, you've got a good nose. But his business has nothing to do with me. Then things have gone bad, the faceless ghost and the painted skin is the highest control target, I have to take him away later. Zhang Huayan said lightly. Painted skin? This was the first time Watchman Zhao had heard of this. Zhang Huayan smiled, there are some things it's better to pry into less. It's still true, so what, you're going to take him and go away? What's a ga drop? Watchman Zhao. Just take it out. Oh. Zhang Huayan shook his head and lost his smile, how could it be, it's just strictly controlled, the curse of the faceless ghost is like a zombie virus, it has to be closely guarded or it will cause big problems. Sure enough, in line with Watchman Zhao's speculation, there must be some force in the world that manages these things, which is why there is so little information on the internet and no social unrest. So? Zhang Huayan exhaled a long puff of smoke, what are you going to do about it? Chapter 21-3 Absolute Rules. How to get it? I don't know I can't say that the Black and White Invincibles suddenly don't want to S people again. Watchman Zhao laughed. Zhang Huayan froze, shook his head and lost his smile, what a mess. The lawn was very lively, with flashing lights and deafening music that made the swaying crowds even more frantic. It's almost like being high. In comparison, Watchman Zhao and the two of them were in an excessively quiet location. Some mysterious force suppressed the volume and lights of the piece. The source, most likely, was the evil spirit behind Zhang Huayan. You've been targeted too, so how long will you live? Watchman Zhao glanced at the woman in black behind Jiang Huayan. This woman in the rain feels quite scary. Oh, I am more special. Jiang Huayan smiled. I die later. As I said before, the logic of the rain lady's murder is to understand. The deeper you understand it, the faster you die. I don't understand it, so I won't die. Watchman Zhao. There are still such evil spirits? There are, oh, and lots of them. Watchman Zhao felt his mind crumble. Why was he so unlucky to run into such a horrible thing the moment he came up? As far as the present situation was concerned, the Black and White Invincible was undoubtedly the most terrifying evil spirit, and its murderous logic could be described as absolute. In comparison, the Reaper can still fight, the Faceless Ghost Curse can live for a long time, and the Lady in the Rain is even more unkillable. And the Black and White Curse just doesn't reason with you at all in GA at the point. It's outrageous. Jiang Huayan noticed his clouded face and smiled. In fact, dying earlier doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. What do you mean? Watchman Zhao couldn't understand. Jiang Huayan looked at the bustling crowd in the distance, and his face looked forlorn in the large shadows cast by the black umbrella. Or maybe it's a sadness? Perhaps, you think that the method of circumventing the Lady in the Rain is very simple, but in fact, the pain and despair involved is something you can't even imagine. A deep sadness permeated his voice. Sometimes, death isn't scary, instead, the process of worrying about it is more desperate, don't you think? Watchman Zhao was silent. He felt as if he had developed a different perception of evil spirits. Yes, the horror is death, but it's not that end that makes people suffer. Rather, it's the process of arriving at the finish line, and the internal struggle. A few young masters passed by with beautiful women in their arms and couldn't help but show surprised expressions as they watched the two of them. These two were a little too out of place in this cheerful atmosphere. Like two old men about to face death. They looked at it like it was a freak and quickly moved away. At that moment, Watchman Zhao had a vague feeling that the woman behind Jiang Huayan had moved. This subtle change put him on fierce alert. Jiang Huayan, however, just lightly swallowed the clouds. It's fine, don't worry too much about it. It's hard not to care. Watchman Zhao shook his head. This thing behind you gives me a rather dangerous feeling. Indeed, I also think it's dangerous, but based on its bizarre logic, we'd better divert our attention. Jiang Huayan smiled. Usually at this time, I reminisce about my wife. Memories, Watchman Zhao sighed. Condolences. You're really the conversation terminator. Jiang Huayan smiled. Don't you want to ask more? I find this behavior unethical. It's still true. Jiang Huayan pondered. Then let's talk about something you might be interested in. I'm interested? Yeah, like, for example, the absolute rule of evil spirits. Watchman Zhao jerked his head around to look at him. What is that thing? Jiang Huayan said, that is the key information that countless human beings have spent long years acquiring, the rules that are currently enforced by the 108 known types of evil spirits. Watchman Zhao hurriedly interrupted him. Please, no prelude, just say Obak? Oh, okay, haha. Jiang Huayan thought for a moment. Finished, I forgot. Watchman Zhao? Hold on, I'll check. He took out his wallet and drew a yellowed slip of paper from it with great care. The first absolute rule, an evil spirit can never truly die, either formally or cognitively. The second absolute rule, the logic of evil spirits is absolute and can never be changed. The third absolute rule, once a curse is established, it can never be removed unless the cursor dies completely. Above. Jiang Huayan handed out the note. Watchman Zhao felt that his face must look very ugly. The hard-to-see kind. He took the note and stared gravely and intently at the handwriting. Are you teasing me? How? Watchman Zhao pointed to the first rule. If this rule is absolute, then the source of the curse is impossible to destroy. Right. If the second rule is absolute, then the spell-killing effect of the Black and White Invincibles must be realized. Right. If the third one is absolute, then I won't be able to get rid of this curse no matter what. Watchman Zhao became very agitated. So the source of the curse is absolute, the existence of the curse is absolute, and the effect of the curse is absolute. I'm still living a hook 8. That's why the Black and White Death Curse, the world recognized despair. Jiang Huayan sighed. Even I have never seen anyone who can resist the Black and White Death Curse. Watchman Zhao's face was cloudy. He thought a lot about ways to live. In the grand scheme of things, there are really only 3. First, confront the Black and White, try to destroy it, or seal it, and solve the problem at the source. Secondly, attempts are made to distort the logic of evil spirits, where the logic of time-death conflicts with the logic of some evil spirits, so that this logic has to be changed in order to prolong life. Third, circumventing the curse, or even escaping the curse, which was the death and resurrection that he was going to try tonight, so that the Black and White Invincible's curse would be completed, and the target human would die and be resurrected, thus circumventing the Black and White Invincible's pursuit. But now the three absolute rules had undoubtedly given him a head start. All three ways to live are blocked, and the chances of survival are directly zeroed. Let me make sure first. Watchman Zhao asked undeterred, if I'm killed by the Black and White curse and later resurrected due to some mysterious power, does this curse still exist? As long as you are still alive, the curse will always exist, it has nothing to do with whether you are dead or not. When the time comes, you will have to perish, and the Black and White irregulars will never let you go. Then there's a loophole in this rule. Watchman Zhao immediately questioned, what if there is a ghost whose logic is to resurrect the target, and after the Black and White Infernal killed me, that evil ghost must resurrect me? Evil spirits that resurrect humans? Pondered Jiang Huayan, you mean the demons in you? When you say it like that, I really don't know, the number of demons and devils is too rare, I've never heard of these two kinds of evil spirits cursing the same person at the same time. One ghost must want you to die on time, while the other ghost must want you to live. Jiang Huayan frowned as a horrible thought was born in his mind. Is it possible that you will live that second in time forever? Chapter 22, Spooky Smoke. Bull. Watchman Zhao directly ignored Jiang Huayan's speculation. Either you live or you die, how can you live forever in a time warp? That would be too sci-fi. Besides, no one can say for sure whether these three absolute rules are correct or not. Watchman Zhao didn't really believe it anyway. Did you just say that there's still a type of evil spirit called a demon in me? Watchman Zhao directly changed the topic. Aren't you afraid? Jiang Huayan was confused, I'm talking about a situation that could happen. I'm not really a believer in your so-called three rules. Okay. Jiang Huayan sighed, for your question just now, yes, you have an evil spirit called a demon, the smell of this thing is so heavy that I can smell it from a long distance away. What are its rules? Watchman Zhao asked hurriedly. It's a bit complicated, Jiang Huayan pondered, seemingly organizing his words. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind the duo. Joanne is back. His face looked like it was necrotic, devoid of any expression. Captain Jiang, you can come over now. Oh, good. Watchman Zhao waved his hand toward Zhaoan. Wait, old brother, tell me about it first. Jiang Huayan said, the rules of demons are quite complicated, it's really hard to say at a moment's notice, let's talk slowly later. However, he looked at Watchman Zhao's sworn expression and had to try to explain it in a simple way. I'll make it simple then. He mused, it wants you to actively get yourself killed. Like a moth to a flame. Jiang Huayan took back the yellowed paper and left with Zhaoan. Watchman Zhao froze in place. He couldn't understand it. Completely incomprehensible. What kind of rule is that? Actively getting yourself killed? Am I retarded? The logic of this thing is too bizarre, isn't it? There was so much information tonight that he felt his mind was a little confused. Ugh, go back and take your time thinking about it, it's so messy. Watchman Zhao shook his head and went in search of the duo. That Fifi Lu is the most critical presence tonight. Suddenly a group of people came rushing in jubilantly, blocking Watchman Zhao's view. When the crowd left, those two had disappeared without a trace. Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Why did Zhaoan contact the OPBI? There are too many weird things going on tonight. Because of the faceless ghost? No, he never even considered this stuff before, all he ever considered before was penumbra. Watchman Zhao understood immediately. Zhaoan still prepared the penny ceremony, and the probability was that Jiang Huayan, who was a psychic administrator, was here to supervise the matter. Obviously the penumbra is extremely scary, and the OPBI people won't let it go. He glanced down at his cell phone. 10:11. I think there's a special event tonight at 11 o'clock, I'm really looking forward to it. Two young men walked by. Watchman Zhao was somewhat speechless. The curse of death is so ubiquitous. He's seen or heard a bunch of 11s today. There's still an hour left, I'll just move around freely. Watchman Zhao pondered, took a bunch of food from a large dining table, found a quiet corner, and sat down to eat quietly. The penumbra thing he didn't want to touch. That thing was not to be messed with at first glance, and Watchman Zhao would never touch that curse if he didn't have to. Might as well be quiet and wait. Out of habit, he felt for the cigarette case in his pocket. Looking down, one hand blocked the night air and light, while the other lit up with orange fire. However, when that radiance was imprinted on Watchman Zhao's face, it had a greenish color. Watchman Zhao's pupils contracted. A green-colored cigarette somehow appeared in his mouth. The flame was pushed away by an invisible force, unable to light the cigarette at all, but a wisp of greenish-colored smoke spread out automatically. Minus? Watchman Zhao's heart was shaken. There's half a ghost locked up in this thing. In the next second, the green smoke skyrocketed and enveloped Watchman Zhao's entire body. Certain horrors were drilling into Watchman Zhao in a frenzy, a tendency that was completely impossible for human power to counter. A greenish layer of moss that crawled up the skin, up the internal organs, even mixed in with the blood, running all the way down the veins. Suddenly a hand, born from the skin, whirled and tore off the whole piece of moss. Then more and more ghostly hands poured out of his body in an overwhelming manner, forcibly excising all the mutations from his body. On top of the cigarette, certain Lucille's quickly awakened, and ghost hands reached out and twisted the green-colored smoke into various shapes. Watchman Zhao, who was in the middle of it, was not able to sense these strange palms, and he let out a strange cry and threw his cigarette out. The power of the ghost's hand rapidly increased, catching the green smoke back like a vacuum cleaner and holding it down strongly. Snap! The cigarette fell to the ground. All anomalies disappear. Watchman Zhao was dumbfounded. What's the situation? It's over? He quickly looked over his entire body and nothing unusual had happened. The face is still there. There was no urge to pillage people's faces, either. What do you mean? The more he thought about it, the more wrong he became. Circled the cigarette twice. His brain ran wild. Why did this cigarette appear? He fumbled with the metal box and the cigarettes inside disappeared. The thing ran out on its own. According to the third rule, the curse the faceless ghost placed on him was not removed. So this thing continues to not want to touch itself all the time. But it was suppressed. Watchman Zhao turned back. The white errant floated in the shadows in the distance, and the thing didn't make a move. So it's the power of your second ghost, the demon? The demon is helping himself to suppress the faceless ghost? I'll experiment some more, it shouldn't be too much to die anyway. He slowly picked up the cigarette and held it in his mouth. Wait half a day. No. Is a certain element missing? He pondered. Because I just tried to smoke? Suddenly, a large amount of green smoke erupted. It was because of this thought that the mutation occurred. Watchman Zhao wasn't as alarmed, and he began to adjust his thoughts. The strength of the smoke began to change rapidly. Sure enough. His thoughts can influence this ghost smoke. I don't understand why, but it seems cool. Because he can actually manipulate the power of evil spirits now. But what's the point? Watchman Zhao's heart crossed and he allowed the smoke to start spreading. Soon, a layer of green-colored moss that was unobservable to onlookers surfaced on his body. Looked like zombie skin. The veins were translucent and eerie black, forming all sorts of unusual totems under the skin. The transformation of the faceless ghost begins. But this transformation is incomplete. Some mysterious force locks it up and prevents it from proceeding further. At that moment, he saw the change of vitality once again. He is dying? The hands were hanging down feebly, and the vitality was rapidly weakening. Suddenly losing feeling in his legs, Watchman Zhao lunged forward. Vitality is very much gone. I am dying. Watchman Zhao felt horribly calm at this point, and death triggers the black and white. His neck had stiffened and he couldn't turn his head. But he clearly felt something float up behind him, reach out, and force him to his feet. White impermanence hovered behind the teenager, a faint blue light spreading from his shoulders like ripples. The right hand of the white errant man landed on his shoulder. Invisible forces were preventing him from dying. The process of dying is interrupted. But again, the resurrection didn't take place in its entirety because he wasn't dead yet, or because the faceless ghost's power was fighting off the black and white. An extremely unusual situation has arisen. He's stuck between life and death. Chapter 23, Zhang Yuan. Am I alive? Or am I dead? Watchman Zhao had no expression on his face. His face seemed dead, just like Joanne's. But something weird was running through his brain. The power of the demon forced his mind. Then, countless slender ghostly hands flowed all over the body like hair. His half-dead body was organized by these hairs. It's like a whole new set of neural networks. A whole new system of control is constructed. Watchman Zhao looks to his right. 5 fingers moved in a regular rhythm, and that rhythm was completely irrational. The pinky can go around the back of the hand and point to the index finger. The thumb can also be completely reversed and rest on the center of the back of the hand. Just now, I was afraid of the creepy smoke and tried to resist the power of the faceless ghost, so the demon helped me to dispel it, and now, I don't resist the faceless ghost and choose to accept it, so it turns to help me move. Is that what you mean? As Watchman Zhao watched, his arm was raised in an abnormal state that was simply not like a human limb. And like a piece of Play-Doh. He can turn this hand into any shape. Not just the arms, but the whole body. Every cell of every inch of muscle seemed to be perfectly utilized. The body could suspiciously take any shape he wanted. So exaggerated, but it seems to be more than that. Watchman Zhao's mind moved and his entire body shot out in an exaggerated burst. The crowd was so crowded that it actually had no effect on his speeding frenzy. Controlling his body's deformation at will, he can traverse any complex terrain freely and at extreme speeds. The teenager appeared at the other end of the crowd in the blink of an eye, looking back over the distance that was unbelievable. But there was no excitement in his mind. Feelings, it seems, have been removed. Now he was more like a robot that could manipulate his body freely. Quite a powerful ability. He calmly gave his assessment, but I don't know if there are any side effects. Watchman Zhao looked at the greenish-colored weird smoke in his mouth. The smoke was no longer spewing out, the scene should simply be called an explosion. The exaggerated amount of mist flowed backwards into Watchman Zhao's mouth and then gushed out frantically from his entire body. White impermanence floated silently behind him, a faint blue wave of light blocking the process of death. The actions I just took may have caused great damage to my body. If I get out of this state, will the damage manifest as well? Watchman Zhao pondered, then I might die. But then the second curse of the faceless ghost will begin. And, since I'm not willing to die, the spirits should help me. He vaguely guessed some of the logic of the spirits. This thing, it seems, is keen on granting Watchman Zhao's wish. Experiment with it. Since he would not die, Watchman Zhao was willing to make more attempts. He removes the cigarette while his mind switches to resist. Invisible ghostly hands raged out, sucking back the green smoke in a flash, locking it dead inside the cigarette. Those horrifying corpse spots on Watchman Zhao's body began to fade rapidly. Vitality is also starting to pick up. The emotions that belong to human beings returned once again. He came back to life. And the imagined damage didn't appear. Just now he had rubbed his body like Play-Doh. If it was normal, the bones should have shattered to pieces. But in fact, he was physically intact, and even the scars from his earlier visit to the hardware store healed on their own. This is ING, too. He looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. The power of this trick smoke was more powerful than he had imagined. Simply unbeatable. With the state he was in just now, it would be no difficulty for one person to kill an army of thousands off. I wonder if penetrating wounds and knives can hurt me? Go back and experiment with it. Watchman Zhao was immersed in great excitement. What's the difference between yourself and Superman just now? But just then, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill. He jerked his head around. A 3-meter-tall woman's face stood straight behind him, wearing a wry smile and staring at him with a deadly glare. Watchman Zhao's sweaty hairs stood up one by one. It was a face he simply knew too well. It was the faceless ghost in the hospital. She took Zhang Yuan's face, and the mutilated face was perfectly patched up, when it looked like this. Sparing Watchman Zhao's mental qualities, Neuron was shocked to see a 3-meter-tall giant face standing behind him. He held the cigarette directly in his mouth, and green smoke accompanied by blue waves of light floated all over his body. He cut straight to that mysterious state. Nowadays, he finally has a little bit of psychic power. But the huge human face didn't seem to be hostile, it just scrutinized the green smoke on Watchman Zhao's body with interest. Behind the huge human face was the long, snake-like body that spread out far and wide, reaching all the way into the only villa on the property. At the end of the body, a man dressed in black and wearing a hat was looking coldly over the side. But the man quickly lost interest, talking with a couple of bodyguards and walking into the villa. The huge human face shuddered slightly and very reluctantly crawled towards the villa. It seemed to have to follow the man. Before it left, it opened its huge mouth and squeezed out a string of gags. There was no sound, but Watchman Zhao could vaguely read the meaning. You're locking up my kids. It's funny. Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and in this state, he didn't have any emotions, he was just purely thinking and analyzing. Obviously, Heyman is here. Zhaoan finds it and has to use it to save Fei Fei Lu. Here comes the main event. Watchman Zhao's figure flashed, directly crossing over the bodyguards and breaking into the villa. The huge human face crawled slowly ahead, still looking back from time to time. The man in front of him stopped in his tracks in confusion. What's got you so worked up? He stood on the rotating staircase and slowly turned around, looking down on Watchman Zhao from above. This time, Watchman Zhao was finally able to get a good look at his opponent's state. The hidden curves under the loose black robe proved that this person was not a man at all. But Zhang Yuan's old man's face was clearly set in its head again. The long hair was coiled up and pressed in a hat, but not thoroughly. A misogynist. I think I've seen you before, last night at the hospital. The man spoke in a low voice. Watchman Zhao didn't approach him and stood far away. After getting Zhang Yuan's face, you should be able to live for a long time, why did you come? The man gave a strange laugh. I'm a woman, of course I desire a more beautiful face, this face, I really can't stand it. What an odd reason to pile up one more memory, aren't you afraid of going crazy? I certainly have my ways. Zhang Yuan stopped paying attention to Watchman Zhao and walked towards the second floor. And just then, the sound of conversation came from the second floor. Zhang Huayan and Zhaoan appeared at the corner of the stairs. Chapter 24, Pseudo-Human W013. What a familiar stench, you can smell it from hundreds of meters away. Zhang Huayan coldly looked down at the figure on the stairs. Apparently, he had sensed the presence of Zhang Yuan and had left his business and rushed over. Zhang Yuan slowly raised his head and looked at the two silhouettes above him suspiciously. How familiar, haven't we met somewhere before? Behind Zhang Yuan, the faceless ghost laughed eerily, his huge face stuck in the building, his huge eyes staring dead at the woman in black behind Zhang Huayan. An invisible force echoed in the void. Zhaoan appeared behind Zhang Huayan expressionlessly and said in a cold tone, "This is my guest." Zhang Huayan sneered, "How dare you invite this kind of guest, Zhaoan, you really aren't afraid of death." Underneath Zhaoan's human-skinned face, the greenish-colored face revealed a puzzled expression as it looked downstairs at Watchman Zhao. This man, dangerous? I should have said it before, she's dangerous. Watchman Zhao's face was expressionless, and faint green smoke spilled over his body. He hadn't disarmed the state, and it was difficult to estimate the extent of Xia Heyman's danger. On the stairs, the unmanly monstrosity tilted its head, seemingly in thought, and after a long time, it sighed, "No, it's too far away for me to remember." Have a bad memory? Watchman Zhao understood a little bit. A person with a very poor memory seemed to be the perfect restraint to the faceless ghost curse. No matter how many memories piled up, forgetting them would be fine. But is it really that simple? It shouldn't be possible. So? Zhang Yuan smiled, how long do we have to keep standing? Can you give way? Zhang Huayan took out a cigarette, lowered his head and lit it, exhaling a long puff of smoke. 3 years ago, you killed 2 of my fellow officers, do you think that I would let you leave unharmed? Under the tumbling smoke, Zhang Huayan's eyes revealed a morose killing intent. Perhaps you've forgotten once again, pseudo-person W013, Xia Heyman. A silver wedding ring was taken out by Zhang Huayan in a precious manner. The moment this ring appeared, the rainy woman behind him instantly displayed extreme excitement. The monstrous killing intent turned into substance and spread out in a circle. Some sticky mist, echoing in the middle of the hall, condensed into drops of pitch-black rain, which, in turn, poured down. There was actually a dark rainstorm at the villa. Watchman Zhao frowned, what kind of ability is this? He tried to retreat, but the black rain had already blocked his path of retreat. White Impermanence stood out of the air, invisible blue light flickering, holding open a clean section of space for him. Zhaoan was not so lucky, and in a flash he became black. What do you want? Zhaoan's face was expressionless, but there was anger in his voice. This person can't be moved. I need her to save Fifi. That's not up to you. Zhang Huayan gave him a cold look and put the ring on his right ring finger. The rain is once again skyrocketing. Zhang Yuan smiled as the dark rain was pushed away by an invisible force that did not affect his state. So it's an enemy, so I'll begrudgingly kill you. The smile of the faceless ghost behind him became increasingly creepy. The huge body coiled up, seemingly accumulating some kind of terrifying power. The stairs became softer, and a human face appeared on each step, then spread to the walls. The faceless ghost's hostility was spreading towards Zhang Huayan. And Zhang Huayan just slowly raised his right hand, and on his ring finger, the wedding ring flashed with a ghostly cold light. Zhang Yuan is in pieces. There was no process, no change, the body of Zhang Yuan was directly dismantled into countless pieces. The woman in black stood in the rain and at some point instantly moved to where Zhang Yuan was, her eyes coldly looking down at the pieces of meat all over the ground. So the meat dismembered further and turned into a pool of black water. The huge human face of the faceless ghost remained standing, looking suspiciously at the rainy woman. It slowly opened its huge mouth. It's like opening a door. An intact Zhang Yuan slowly crawled out of it. Of course, this is Watchman Zhao's perspective. From the perspective of Jiang Huayan and Zhaoan, this new Zhang Yuan appeared strangely from a void. It really hurts. Zhang Yuan smiled, his tone full of sarcasm. A leather ball appeared eerily on the second floor. Then a little kid came running out scooped up the ball in his arms, and hunkered down by the second floor railing, looking down at the field with wide, interested eyes. There is an interesting question. Zhang Yuan slowly straightened his body and stretched 3 fingers out in front of him, although I don't remember, 3 years ago, we should have confronted each other once. You couldn't even kill me back then, what makes you think that the you of now has the qualifications to do so? 3 years, and I've changed my face a whole 12 times. It began to laugh strangely, as if it was overjoyed, and was shaking more than a little with laughter. I strengthened it a full 12 times. And who are you now to fight me? I will become stronger and stronger and live forever until I become a new god. And you? It slowly stretched out its right hand towards Jiang Huayan and shook it remotely. Nothing more than a maggot-like human. Jiang Huayan's entire body fiercely bloomed with radiant green light. A horrible curse fell upon him. The vitality of every part of his body instantly died out. Every inch of his face was necrotic as far as the eye could see, his hair becoming withered and falling out one by one, his skin rapidly drying out. But in the blink of an eye, Jiang Huayan was reduced to a skeleton. And even the life of this skeleton was dying out. It's starting to collapse. The power of the faceless ghost forcibly stripped him of his vitality. But new life did not appear. Watchman Zhao watched from afar, a realization coming through his eyes. The faceless ghost's second curse isn't necessary, the way this thing spreads the curse is similar to reproduction, if it doesn't want to reproduce, the second curse won't unfold, and won't the target be able to be resurrected? Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, it really is outrageously dangerous, this woman. But did Jiang Huayan really die so easily? How is that possible? Before his facial muscles completely necroticized, Watchman Zhao clearly saw a cold smile on his face. Watchman Zhao looked over at the woman in the rain. In the darkness of the rain, the not-so-normal figure was staring dully in Jiang Huayan's direction, watching the man slowly fall, his bones scattered all over the place. A particular emotion was growing. Jiang Huayan is dead. But the rain lady is still here. The backpack landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a large splash, and a ghostly hand reached out from Jiang Huayan's papers, holding the umbrella steady so that it covered Jiang Huayan's ashes. In the next moment, the rain lady appears eerily next to the ashes. Countless hairs protruded from that odd hat, coiling toward those ashes soaked in black water. Bio surfaced on the ashes. Those hairs pinched a foot out of those ashes like a clay figure. Then the legs. Jiang Huayan is being resurrected. What an outrageous way to resurrect. Watchman Zhao calmly gave his assessment. A grain of black water landed at his feet, piercing the floor. Watchman Zhao looked to the floor. Hundreds of small holes surfaced in a flash. The stairs became rickety as they were penetrated by black water. The chandelier in the center of the hall was shattered by these horrible rains, and the bright hall was suddenly plunged into darkness, leaving the torrential rain whistling in vain. The little boy happily jumped to Zhaoan's side, and he also touched an umbrella from somewhere and hit Zhaoan's head. The light from outside the villa hits the interior through the windows. Hidden in the distance, thousands of rainy women could be seen shimmering in the curtain of rain. The rain lady's curse took a sudden turn. Jiang Huayan's death completely triggered the curse of the rain lady. Several bodyguards nervously barged in and were instantly pelted with rain. Who allowed you to kill him? A mournful female voice, mixed in with the raging storm, echoed around. Chapter 25 The Wrong Face. Hey, where did that woman come from? In the rainstorm, the figure of Zhang Yuan shook violently. The rain lady's curse escalated, each drop of rain turning into a murderous blade. And what was even more frightening was that it seemed to have spawned a large number of doppelgangers. But is that really a diversion? Zhang Yuan stared into the darkness in front of him, where people were silhouetted. Uncountable numbers of tall, thin women surrounded it, radiating a horrible killing intent. Once again, Zhang Yuan was thrown to the ground. It can still be resurrected. But the women in the rain began to converge on the faceless ghost. Countless eerie ghostly hands stroked towards the void, passing through the huge body of the faceless ghost and gently caressing the reborn Zhang Yuan. Watchman Zhao was far away, and with the dim light, he couldn't see much. On the stairs, a greenish-colored human face continued to disintegrate and quickly reorganize. The Rain Lady is killing it over and over again. Ah! Suddenly Zhang Yuan let out a roar, and in the darkness, the giant python rushed up to the second floor and towards the room inside. It's in this condition, and it still wants to go to Fei Liu? Watchman Zhao felt that it should have run away. He turned on his cell phone's flashlight, and there were indeed a large number of female ghosts standing in the darkness of the rain in front of him. Just looking at them was scary enough. But he was not ready to leave. He was curious to know whether Zhang Yuan could save Fei Liu. His figure unfolded as he perfectly evaded all the figures and leapt up to the second floor, rushing towards the deeper depths. There were more female ghosts. At the same time, an anomaly caught his attention. Zhaoan was running as wild as he was. And around his neck sat a small child with an umbrella and a cheeky, strange smile. Joanne seemed oblivious. Probably the only thing on his mind right now is Fei Liu. Once encountering a female ghost, that small child's small hand waved, the other party was immediately pushed away by an invisible force, so Zhaoan has not been in trouble. He ran wildly in front of him, and Watchman Zhao was right behind him. This villa is really big and scary. Along the way, countless picture frames in China were shattered and landed on the ground with a loud thud. Light bulbs exploded as darkness and torrential rain followed them all the way. No, they should be following Zhang Yuan. After probably running for a full 3 minutes, Zhaoan suddenly pushed open a large door. Bright lights ripped through the darkness to reveal a cozy bedroom. There are a lot of people in there at this point. Sitting on the bed was a woman in a pink silk nightgown, that was probably Fei Liu. She was indeed unusually beautiful, no wonder Zhaoan was so infatuated. 2 richly dressed old men sat on the edge of the bed, and around them gathered a number of strangely dressed people. Watchman Zhao noticed that although these people were all wearing black robes, the totems were different. Part of it was a quill pen wrapped in smoke. The other part is a coin with the right half black and the left half white, similar to the pattern of God's old man. It seems to be 2 groups of believers with different beliefs. He was trying to get a better look. The next second, the bulb exploded. Darkness wrapped in a raging storm descended upon this room. A greenish human face rushed in with a strange grin. Ha ha ha. That's a pretty face, I like it. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yuan is here, and he's brought the Rain Lady with him. Hey, you can't do anything now. Watchman Zhao roared coldly. Time's not up yet. 1 hour until the Black and White death spell. You can't pass the curse on to Fei Liu now. Zhaoan had obviously heard the conversation between the two and hurriedly yelled in a high voice, let's leave first. You can't rob her face now. Why? Zhang Yuan looked impatient. The Rain Lady was killing it non-stop, it couldn't wait for an hour. If you take away her face now, she will still be killed by the Black and White death curse an hour later. Zhaoan explained loudly, we need you to do it at that instant when the Black and White death curse breaks out, so that Fifi can come back from the dead and thus circumvent the death curse. Zhang Yuan looked at Zhaoan as if he was a little cutie. He glanced at Zhaoan and pounced straight towards Lu Fei. This guy is completely out of control. Boom! A firework exploded outside the window. The bright glow temporarily illuminated the chamber. Uncountable female ghosts were all over the place, their heads hanging down, and drops of water constantly dripping from their wide ladies' visors. The grotesquely costumed believers wailed and wailed, battered by the rain. The 2 old men recklessly jumped to Fei Liu's side, using their bodies to fight off the deadly raindrops for the woman. But the woman sat expressionless, as if she had long looked away from life and death. Fifi! Zhaoan hissed hoarsely. He watched as Zhang Yuan's upper body flew out of thin air and jumped straight at the woman on the bed, and its lower body was shattered, but with the help of the faceless ghost's power, it was being quickly put back together. The experiment has failed. At this moment, Watchman Zhao was frighteningly calm, and he quickly came to this conclusion. Obviously, Zhang Yuan had gone completely out of control, and it was impossible for it to wait for an hour to make its move. And if the curse was released at this time, Fei Liu became a faceless ghost cursor in advance. She couldn't accomplish coming back from the dead after the Black and White had killed her. The real Zhang Yuan died in Zhaoan's accident, so it's clear that the faceless ghost doesn't shelter the cursed, and its logic is different from that of the black and white. So, the experiment failed and Fei Liu is dead. Watchman Zhao turned and ran. Staying here is pointless and massively dangerous. The girl in the rain, the faceless ghost, the kid ghost on Joanne, whichever thing is creepy and scary. Zhaoan rushed defiantly in the direction of Fei Liu. Zhang Yuan is too fast. Joanne couldn't make it over. He could only watch as Zhang Yuan pounced on Lu Fei, and the curse of the faceless ghost began. But just then, Watchman Zhao felt a blinding blue light lit up behind him. So that's how it is. Watchman Zhao turned around violently. Things are, perhaps, not as bad as they seem. The first curse of the faceless ghost is death. Fei Liu's black and white will stop this behavior. Sure enough, the two old men on the woman were pushed away by an invisible force, and wisps of red light imprinted all over her body. A blood-red image of an impermanent ghost had highly overlapped with Lu Fei's body in the pitch-black room. This woman has an hour to live. For the duration of this hour, the black and white irregulars will keep her alive. The blue light was like a wall, forcibly blocking the erosion of the faceless ghost. Ha! The blue light illuminated Zhang Yuan's face, reflecting the puzzled scowl. Oh, I forgot again, it's hard to snatch the face of a black and white cursed person. It thought briefly, it's not impossible to grab it though, just don't use the dead card. Watchman Zhao was stunned. Dead card? What do you mean? In the next second, the blue light disappeared, and the green-colored faceless ghost curse successfully invaded Lu Fei's body. The woman silently scrutinized the broken misogynistic freak in front of her, calm beyond normal. Under the cover of the blue and red light, Watchman Zhao could clearly see the changes taking place on the bed. Fei Liu's vitality did not weaken. The faceless ghost's first curse of certain death isn't necessary either? This ghost is too sick. What the hell kind of rules does it have? The green light circled around Lu Fei's beautiful face, as if it was peeling off that human skin. And the woman didn't react much, didn't make a fuss, didn't scream in horror. All these reactions were just so unusual. You have to know that the moment you bear the curse, the horrible feeling is just too scary for the average person to accept it openly. In the next second, Lu Fei's face disappeared. Zhang Yuan's face quickly crumbled and turned into a large amount of green light that spilled onto the ground and then merged into the huge faceless ghost behind him. A new face appeared on it. Zhang Yuan giggled strangely, stroking his new face excitedly. Ha! Its face suddenly became very ugly, its head tilted back and it spasmed violently. New memories were poured into the brain, destroying its ability to think in the short term. Su shall we? Xia Haimin? Who am I? Is this the face I want? The sound of it muttering to itself in the midst of a rainstorm was unmistakably harsh. Watchman Zhao stood in the distance, staring at the bizarre scene in a daze. Nope. It wasn't Fei Liu's face, but an old woman's. To be precise, it was the old woman who had jumped on Lu Fei, one of the two old men who had fought off the rain attack for her. That was her face. The unusually beautiful woman was still sitting there, the red light of the black and white shimmering over her, almost completely merged. Under that scarlet glow, Lu Fei's face, which should have disappeared, bizarrely returned to normal, and the green light went out. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The first expression since her appearance appeared on the woman's face. A wicked smile. This Lu Fei, also not normal. Chapter 26, Watchman Zhao's Game. Dark and wide room. Weird indoor rainstorm. Bodies all over the place. The infinite ghostly shadows that loomed. A strange man with a glazed face talking to himself. With the scarlet red glow imprinted on the bed above the couch, a beauty of the utmost beauty, but also bizarre in the extreme. What a grotesque and horrifying scene. There was only one person there who was relaxed and happy. It's that little boy on Joanne. It is truly innocent at times, and seems to harbor the purest interest in everything in the world. At the moment it was watching the changes in the bed with wide open eyes, full of curiosity. Ah Lu, no. Did I make a mistake? This is the face of the big mama. So ugly. Zhang Yuan screamed strangely, a full 50 years of memories pressed it breathless. Although it seemed to possess some sort of restraint, it was after all 50 years of memories that were too complex and heavy. Its head twisted irregularly and its mouth mumbled insanely, no, this face is wrong. Footsteps came from the hallway outside the room. A man, dripping wet, appeared in the doorway carrying a raging storm. Watchman Zhao shifted the light of his flashlight. You're resurrected, congratulations. Aha! The man with the umbrella appeared in the light, his face pale and frail looking. Uncountable strands of hair were receding from his body, wet and dripping constantly. John Huayan pulled out a soaked cigarette and lowered his head to light it. Phew! His voice was inexplicably hoarse. Xia Haiman, this can't even get you killed. The green-faced monster stared at him suspiciously. Who are you? What a fish memory. Watchman Zhao gave his assessment. Forget it, it doesn't matter, whatever. Old me just wants a pretty face. The green-faced monster suddenly roared hysterically. Then, it once again launched an attack towards Lu Fei. Fei Lu sat at the end of the bed, the red glow of the uncanny ghost making her look strange and beautiful. Her gaze slowly moved to Joanne in the darkness. Fireworks lit up outside the window. Zhaoan just happened to see her expression. The bystanders didn't have psychic vision, and in their eyes, Fei Liu was just sitting normally in the darkness. This glance directly triggered Zhaoan. He desperately pounced on the green-faced monster, trying to get rid of the guy. But a hand pushed him away faster. Zhang Huayan rushed over at some point and casually pushed Zhaoan away, and the hand wearing the ring was heavily stuck on the green-faced monster's neck. Immediately after that, another woman's hand, reaching out from the rain and mist, as if mimicking Zhang Huayan's movements, clicked and grabbed the green-faced monster's head with a death grip. Let me kill you a few more times, I can always kill you. The green-faced monster's reflexes had dulled, the memories of more than 50 years affecting it. Zhang Huayan actually did restrain this monster. At the same time, with Zhang Huayan's resurrection, the stormy curse power of the Rain Lady seemed to have been suppressed. The overlapping ghostly shadows quickly disappeared. The faceless ghost was suppressed by Zhang Huayan, the ghost disappeared, and there were two less unstable factors in this house at once. But now, the remaining instability is clearly more alarming. Especially the creepy woman on the bed. Zhaoan, the two old men who died, they were your parents, right? Watchman Zhao suddenly said, a thick green smoke rendering his entire body, and a white impermanence floating behind him, radiating a faint blue light. His eyes were cold. Don't you feel sad? They're dead. Zhaoan shuddered. He should have realized about this. The two old men who used their bodies to take the damage for Lu Fei were none other than his parents. It's not hard to deduce that they look alike. Joanne should be sad. But it seemed that something unknown obscured his emotions. Let him keep only his love for Fei Lu in his head. On the bed, the blood-red figure gently lifted the covers and walked behind Zhaoan, embracing him tenderly. It's okay, you still have me. The trembling stopped. Joanne tightened her grip on the soft little hand on her chest. Yes, I still have you, and I must not lose you. Heavy rain poured down. Watchman Zhao sneered as he looked at the duo rendered in red light. So it's not a pure love warrior, it's just a compelling female ghost, and a compelled wretch. Zhaoan snarled with an expressionless face, what did you say? Lu Fei reached out and gently pressed her fingers on his lips, don't pay attention to him, this kind of vulgar people don't understand, we are pure love. That's right. Lu Fei smiled, the scarlet light and shadows making her smile incomparably eerie. So, brethren, if I want you to die for me, you definitely won't refuse either, right? Of course. Lu Fei looked fiercely at Zhaoan with a weird smile on her face. You see, bull means nothing. Watchman Zhao felt chills all over his body. Even in this marvelous state of almost losing his feelings, he felt horrible. This woman, she can actually manipulate hearts and minds to such an extent. On the bed, the green-faced monster Xia Haiman suddenly began to struggle violently, and a new conflict was about to break out. But Watchman Zhao had no interest in them, and he suddenly developed a huge interest in this woman. He slowly approached the couple and asked in a low voice, why wasn't your face taken? Hey! Stay away from us. Zhaoan seemed to be in a very abnormal state as he pulled out his pistol and shot at Watchman Zhao. Boom! The sound of gunfire was deafening. The bullet ran through Watchman Zhao's body. But the wound disappeared in the blink of an eye, and he stood on the backlit side of the flashlight, the darkness coloring him with an air of mystery. What a marvelous state! Watchman Zhao smiled, can't even a bullet hurt me. Lu Fei's beautiful jade hand gently rested on the back of Zhaoan's hand and pressed the muzzle. Honey, don't be so excited. The blood-red glow made her face look incomparably demonic, and her gaze turned to Watchman Zhao. The faceless ghost chose the wrong target, so I didn't get hit. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Watchman Zhao shook his head. You've been tricked. It's just that you somehow transferred the curse to that dying old man. there should be a ghost in you besides the black and white. Willow shrugged casually, whatever you want. You can transfer the faceless ghost curse, so are you also able to transfer the black and white irregulars curse? Watchman Zhao's eyes burned. Lu Feifei was stunned and for the first time, she revealed a dismayed expression. Watchman Zhao clearly captured the expression. He guessed right. Fei Lu suspected that she possessed an ability to deflect curses. Then things could get interesting. No wonder she could be so calm, because she knew very well that the black and white death curse couldn't kill her at all. She could take someone else to top off the black and white death curse. But all the people present were not so easy to kill. The curse was transferred to Watchman Zhao, black and white versus black and white plus spirits. Shift to Zhaoan, black and white versus the little boy. Transferred to Jiang Huayan, black and white versus Rainy Woman. Transferred to Xia Haimen, black and white vs faceless ghost. Apparently, Xia Haimen's faceless ghost is very special, and it's the only faceless ghost that has appeared so far that protects its master. If the transfer fails, the black and white death curse must return, then it is the black and white invincible versus the mysterious evil spirit on Fei Fei Lu. A ghostly repulsion of 6 evil spirits. Watchman Zhao slowly walked to the door, locked it with his backhand, sat down against the door panel, moved a corpse to cushion under his buttocks, and placed a flashlight next to the corpse's head, illuminating the extremely weird room. The conflict between the 4 evil spirits, the faceless ghost plus the black and white plus the demon plus the little boy, created the creepy smoke, and now there are a full 6 evil spirits, maybe even more. What kind of outrageous artifacts would be made in such an environment? Watchman Zhao trembled with excitement and lit a black lichuan, holding it in his mouth with the trick smoke. No one is to enter this room for the next hour. Ditto, no one is allowed out. He's going to fabricate a huge killing spree with his own hands. Chapter 27, The Curse Comes. But there are a lot of variables at hand. Watchman Zhao didn't think he was invincible, he wasn't that crazy. The little boy and Fei Liu were too creepy. One can forcibly interrupt an evil spirit curse. One that has perfect control over hearts and minds. And apparently harboring quite deep secrets, all unknown. It was quite unwise to carry these bizarre forces hard. But if it was just to stay for an hour, Watchman Zhao felt that he could still do it. Not far away, the figure of the blood-red beauty gently caressed Zhaoan, the depth of love in her eyes like the sea. Watchman Zhao felt that these eyes looked at dogs with deep affection. Too fake. But Joanne ate it up. Gradually regaining his composure, he glanced expressionlessly at the corpse in the darkness and favored the beauty behind him. It's too dark in here, why don't we go out? Before Lu Feifei could reply, Watchman Zhao directly interrupted her. If you want her to die, leave. Lu Feifei's face changed slightly. Zhaoan's greenish-colored face underneath that human skin revealed an angry look. Don't you talk nonsense. Wasn't it you who said just now that she can transfer the evil ghost curse? Watchman Zhao sneered. What a pure love warrior, doesn't it matter if you let her out to kill innocent people? It's okay, it's just $1 million, it can be marked up. What the is this trippy? Watchman Zhao froze, his gaze turning to Jiang Huayan. What do you think? Jiang Huayan's right hand trembled as Xia Haimen struggled frantically, and blinding green light continued to spew from her face. He obviously had no time to care about this side of things, and coldly swept Zhaoan a glance. She has to stay here, and I'm going to take her away afterward. Lu Feifei leaned into Zhaoan's arms. This person is so scary. Zhaoan's eyes changed instantly. He took out his pistol and fired a volley of shots at Jiang Huayan. Boom! Boom! This time, the piercing sound of gunfire finally alerted the crowd gathered outside the villa. The shot just now was hidden in the fireworks and went unnoticed, but this time it was just too clear and piercing. A large number of bodyguards realized something was wrong and quickly converged towards the villa. Jiang Huayan glared angrily at Zhaoan. Do you know what you're doing? Zhaoan also panicked. He actually shot Jiang Huayan? Is he crazy? How creepy this man was had just been made clear. He actually dared to shoot at this man. Reigning Woman is afraid that he can make him die instantly 1,000,000 times. Ding, ding, ding. A string of bullets landed. In the darkness, Watchman Zhao threw bullets all the way back to the door slowly and casually sat down. No one knew when he disappeared, and the light was too dim to see what he had done, but the result was certain. Jiang Huayan had not been shot. The bullet was intercepted by Watchman Zhao. Can you show a little restraint and not act like a mad dog? Watchman Zhao flicked off his cigarette ash. You catch bullets with your bare hands? Joanne looked like she had seen a ghost. Watchman Zhao smiled. I'm mysterious, I'm far more mysterious than you think, What's so hard about catching a bullet with your bare hands? He exhaled a heavy mouthful of smoke, clear as a piece of white silk under the light, and then slowly spoke. So, I say, Lu Fei must die after leaving this door today, do you believe me? Fei Lu's eyes lowered as she examined the man sitting in the backlit surface suspiciously. What does this man want? Couldn't figure it out. The Black and White Invincibles certainly couldn't kill me, in or out of the room. He's lying. But why? Fei Lu couldn't figure it out. Joanne, for her part, was very obviously hesitant. In Zhaoan's eyes, Watchman Zhao was indeed quite mysterious. All of this college student's information is in Joanne's cell phone. Information on everything from birth. It's normal. But this male college student, both in terms of what he reveals and his inhuman stature, suggests that he's weird as hell. Behind this guy may be hiding a heavenly organization with so much power that it could perfectly codify a person's life. Joanne had to believe it. So what should I do? Watchman Zhao glanced at his cell phone. 10:40, time flies. I remember that Lu Fei's death is at 11:23, right? Simple, we'll wait here, and also, shout for your bodyguards who are looking for death to get out of the way. Watchman Zhao said indifferently. Zhaoan fell silent and actually did obey and picked up his cell phone, ordering his bodyguards to stay away and strictly forbidding anyone from approaching. Lu Fei changed her face in a rare moment. She seemed to somewhat understand what Watchman Zhao was trying to do. But there seems to be limited understanding. Anyway, it's never good to stay on anyway. Let's get out, it's too dark in here. Lu Fei opened her mouth to compel. But this time, the compulsion failed. Watchman Zhao sneered. Reason and love for Fei Lu stopped Zhaoan in his tracks. He didn't dare to go out. Watchman Zhao's message had been right all along. Zhaoan didn't dare to bet. Fei Lu's life is above all else. Good boy, we'll just wait here for 40 minutes. The uneasiness in Lu Fei's heart grew worse. No, here it is. She wanted to keep talking. Watchman Zhao suddenly interrupted her. Lu Fei, what the hell is going on with you? Directly interrupt spell casting. Zhaoan's spirit had been less than stable, and with a rare wave of sanity, Watchman Zhao didn't want the compulsion to continue any longer. Otherwise this second little cutie. Surely he would have left everything to take Fei Lu away. Lu Fei's face began to turn ugly. I told you, I don't have a ghost on me. Can't talk about evil spirits? And it seems that there is no active skill, are forced to this point, or can only compel Zhaoan. By the looks of it, the boogeyman's terror was limited. Watchman Zhao smiled even colder. Zhaoan glared at him coldly. You'd better give me a reasonable reason why we can't leave? Why? Watchman Zhao put on a pensive look. He realized that he was thinking extremely fast now, and that lies came at his fingertips, all without having to belabor the point, to close the loop automatically. Creepy Smoke's power is sick. You know what? Evil spirits have 3 absolute rules. Watchman Zhao began to babble. One of them is that once a curse is established, it can never be removed unless the cursor dies completely, right, Captain Zhang? Zhang Huayan forcefully pressed the struggling Xia Haimin down on the bed, took out a syringe and inserted it into her neck, and nodded at his words. You have a good memory. The witness is available. Watchman Zhao continued, so the curse of the Black and White Irregulars must follow Lu Fei. This kind of curse is unsolvable. Even if she temporarily finds someone to take the place of her death once, the Black and White Irregulars will continue to kill her until there is no one else around to take the place of her, and at that point, she will really be dead. And the other rule of the Black and White is that you must die at the point, and Fei Lu must die at 23 minutes past 11, so is it possible? Watchman Zhao was taken aback by the lie he had made up. All vicarious deaths will happen in that instant, and in an instant all the people around Fei Lu will be dead. The more people there are, the more they will die. That's scary? Zhaoan and Zhang Huayan were both taken aback. Zhang Huayan became serious. If Watchman Zhao's speculation was correct, this woman was simply a moving nuclear bomb. What should I do then? Such a desperate message made Joanne panic. Watchman Zhao pointed at the green-faced woman on the bed. Xia Haimin, doesn't this thing have unlimited resurrection? Have Fei Lu transfer the curse to her. Zhaoan's eyes lit up. Watchman Zhao, you're a ing genius. It's equivalent to creating a ghost repulsion and trapping the curse of the Black and White Irregulars onto this woman. That way Fifi won't die. Zhang Huayan shook his head. Impossible, that would make time stand still, and Lu Fei would be forever left at the moment of her arrival at 11:23, and that one rule could never be changed. Are you kidding me? That's too sci-fi. Zhao and Jiang Huayan argued. Watchman Zhao shut up and silently retreated into the shadows. The purpose has been achieved. Zhaoan cannot leave this room, he will not let Xia Haiman leave. Jiang Huayan cannot let go of Xia Haiman, naturally will not leave. Several people were successfully locked in by Watchman Zhao. The only destabilizing factor present, then, is. Watchman Zhao froze. He looked in the direction of Fei Fei Lu. How was a piece of that red light imprinted woman missing? No, it's not missing, it's blocked by something. Short and tiny, like a small child holding a leather ball. The little boy in Joanne. It's talking? Watchman Zhao was a bit surprised. He shouldn't be able to hear the evil spirits, his psychic vision could only see, not hear. Why is there a sound? He hastened to listen attentively. This is not fun. Joanne should have suffocated to death in absolute despair. If you do this, won't he die for no reason? What? You said it's not negotiable? Then don't discuss it. Pa! A clap sounded. Watchman Zhao was shaken. Everyone there felt as if they had fallen into the void. It was clear that his body wasn't moving, but there was a strong sense of weightlessness. At the same time, the impermanent ghost shadow on Lu Fei Fei's body began to move slowly. It began to bond more and more completely with Fei Lu. And gradually switches to purple. What do you mean? Watchman Zhao felt that things were becoming quite unpleasant. What an amazing operation this little boy has to pull every time he pops up. But why is the black and white moving? The little boy is attacking Fei Lu? Or is it? Watchman Zhao violently picked up his cell phone. Time, change. It's hurtling along at an exaggerated rate. But in the blink of an eye it turned to 11:20. This little boy, at impact time. Chapter 28, The Cracks of Time. Everything is getting out of hand. The 40-minute preparation time changed completely with a clap from the little boy. Time was instantly pushed back a full 40 minutes. And the change continues. If nothing gets in its way. 11:23 minutes arrived in front of the crowd in an extremely bizarre state. The curse of the black and the white began to descend. Lu Fei Fei's pupils contracted as the red light on her entire body was replaced by purple and quickly switched to an inky black that was denser than the night. An invisible force spread out and the accelerated time was interrupted. An ancient tome, gently cupped by a pitch-black palm, reached out from within Lu Fei Fei's chest. The most desperate curse known to date bared its fangs at this moment. The black and white invincible reached out with his right hand, holding a twisted quill, and flicked it across the book. Fei Lu died. It was a death that was, well, completely impossible to resist. In an instant, the heart stops beating, the brainwaves are stilled, and the vitality fades to nothing. All traces of life were instantly erased. But the moment the brush was about to detach from the paper, a blur of ghostly shadows exploded from Lu Fei Fei's body. The little boy raised his right hand in extreme anger. The white impermanence behind Watchman Zhao bloomed with blue light. The woman in the rain beside Jiang Huayan split into countless doppelgangers. The faceless ghost on top of Xia Haiman's head dramatically cyanized. The fireworks outside the window printed the whole room in color. The entire 5 pitch black and white invincibles landed on all of them at the same time. The me? Watchman Zhao's pupils contracted. Things had gone far beyond his imagination. Fei Lu transferred the curse of the black and white to everyone? It's not real, is it? Is it that sick? But he didn't have time to think about it. There wasn't that time. The black and white spell was instantaneous. It wasn't a second and a half anymore, it was an instant. An absolutely fixed point in time. Watchman Zhao died. Jiang Huayan died. Zhaoan died. Ha Haiman died. Fei Lu died. All 5 are dead. At the same time, the power of the curse on each person erupted, forcing a reversal of this death sentence. There is very little time for reversals. The logic of black and white is absolute. You must die at the moment that 11:23 arrives. Even if you can reverse death, it doesn't matter. You can only reverse it in that moment, too. It is outrageous that these evil spirits can actually unleash their power in a split second. Time is stretched out indefinitely. The white impermanence behind Watchman Zhao lit up, and the radiant blue light forcefully reversed death. The resurrection, which should have taken 10 minutes, was accomplished in a flash. But the time could not reach 11:23 minutes and 1 second. Black and White prohibits you from enjoying the extra time. Not even 0.00001 seconds. You have to die in that moment. So, while all 5 people present were alive, but they can't get out. They're trapped in an anomaly. And humans are not capable of thinking that fast. Although they all came back to life, they were unable to think. What makes you think in an infinitely shorter period of time? And the Black and White continue to stretch this short moment. A moment seemed to turn into an eternity. They're trapped like dead men in this timeline forever. If they could think and perceive now, they would surely notice an odd sign. The world, all black. Because none of the light seems to be able to catch up with this exaggerated extension of time. Although the room was bright at the moment, the light couldn't fall on the retina and the brain couldn't process the information the eyes were getting. So nothing can be seen. There is no way to observe, no way to sense, no way to get any information. It was an infinitely stretched time sandwich. Watchman Zhao's fabricated lies became the truth. At the moment of Lu Feifei's death, the unknown shenanigans in her body transferred the attack of certain death. It was transferred to Joanne. That's a pretty damn good choice. The little boy in Joanne will not allow this to happen. It wanted Joanne to die in an absolutely suffocating way. So, this extremely outrageous little monster, in some outrageous way, dug the transferred curse out of Joanne's body. And kicked it away. The curse fell on Zhang Huayan. Rainy woman stops it. Zhang Huayan came back from the dead. The Black and White infernal curse of absolute certainty reverts back to Fei Lu. Diversionary forces were unleashed a second time. Zhaoan was attacked once again. The little boy kicks off again. Watchman Zhao died. But it's still the same logic. So countless failed acts of scapegoating were reached in a flash. Everyone there has been killed countless times. Scapegoating and resurrection never stops going on like a bug. So everyone was trapped in time. Time is too short. In an infinitely shorter period of time, humans can't react. So a few of them didn't even realize they had fallen into this predicament. An extreme alternative death. You're still alive, but you've been dead for quite a while. This, too, counts as death. Once again, the passives of several evil spirits were triggered. The speed of several people's thoughts began to increase. That's a near universal boost. They actually began to gradually adapt to this incredibly short period of time. It takes a process. So for now a few people remain bound. At this time, some bizarre black hands grew out of Watchman Zhao's head. They begin to twist, they begin to alienate. A pitch-black ghostly hand shortened into a silken thread, weaving a pitch-black brain inside his head. And fused with that bloody brain. Watchman Zhao was the first to regain his ability to think. So he was the first to observe that world of despair. It's like being thrown into the universe with no sense of weightlessness, no sense of being. No information could be obtained. Can't see. Can't hear you. Can't feel it. It was as if everything had disappeared. The gods have abandoned him. The feeling is really enough to break you down. He wanted his normal senses back. So countless dark lines shot out of his head, traveling through the room and returning at a speed faster than light. It fell densely on his retina. And then a whole new section of the nervous system was woven out of the retina and connected all the way to Watchman Zhao's brain. In an instant, everything in the room was presented in detail to Watchman Zhao's field of vision. That exaggerated vision is shocking. It was as if he had opened the eyes of heaven. Obviously looking ahead, but everything in 360 degrees is clearly visible. Even the blind spot on the back of an obstacle can be seen clearly. Perfect vision, more perverse than a fly's ability to see. What kind of outrageous situation is this? He was stunned. Unable to speak or move. It was as if the body was not his own. The commands passed from the brain to the arms and legs were sealed in the brain, and not a centimeter could go out. Chapter 29, Outside the Body. Unable to move? Why? Unknown situations are always frightening. Not to mention this bizarre to the core situation. It was as if his body had changed hands, and Watchman Zhao even wondered if he had been taken over. Luckily, the power of the spirits was at work. Once again, it has woven an amazing nervous system for Watchman Zhao. His whole body finally regained its senses. But it's still a bad situation. Couldn't move even when he regained his senses. It was like he was stuck in an invisible wall, unable to move his whole body in the slightest. An exaggerated resistance came from every inch of skin. Can't even breathe. He wondered a little how he had survived. But soon, he understood his situation. Raindrops. Endless raindrops stretched across the void in front of him. Time stands still. In this day and age, even the most insular person could understand such a sight, I guess. Time was stood still, and no raindrops could land. Because time stands still, so does space? He felt the feeling of bondage all over his body. Got it. What binds him is probably air. The impediment of air in still time was quite frightening, and he was airlocked. What an outrageous situation. But there was nothing to it, even something as perverse as time standing still had happened. Being airlocked didn't seem to be much of a surprise. Why does time stand still? Watchman Zhao was puzzled. Is it possible that you will live in that second of time forever? Jian Huayan's words barged into his mind, causing Watchman Zhao to tremble. Damn, is it really that sci-fi? He's trapped in a gap in time and space? Wait, so, Fei Liu turned death around and had to die at 11:23 herself, and her black and white plus demon saved her life. But the black and white death spell follows absolutes, and one cannot leave 11:23? WTF? He observed the black and white shadow of light flickering over himself. The blue light came on. The ghost disappeared and then lit up on Jian Huayan. What is the situation? Oh? Forget about it for now, I have to find a way to move first. Something dark crawled onto the skin after that thought. The walls of air began to shake. He's gaining the power to move. The spirits are at it again. This thing is just sickly powerful. If this continued, he might actually be able to move through the time sandwich. But just then, in the stillness of the world before them, some twisted black shadows appeared. When that black shadow appeared, Watchman Zhao felt like his entire body had fallen into an ice cellar. It felt like some terrifying high-dimensional creature was looking down on a low-latitude ant. The black shadows twisted like an endless number of tentacles, crowding into one giant eyelid. Slowly a slit opened. The stars were so bright there that it was as if they were hosting an entire Milky Way. Can't move. Watchman Zhao confirmed this matter almost without hesitation. Never move. One move and you'll be killed in seconds. I don't know why, but he was just sure about this. Never move. The horrible eyes were looking at him. There may be some horror in the crevices of time that forbids humans to intrude into it. It's a good thing those eyes didn't stare for very long. Its gaze suddenly turned in the other direction. Directions to Haman. This misogynistic freak actually started to move. It was a very faint movement, but it did move. Watchman Zhao in absolute vision saw clearly. This weirdo is pretty good, too. And as it moved, the mysterious eye began to widen. I wonder what happens when that thing opens fully. It surely can't be good. Haman seems to have sensed the crisis as well. Its behavior stopped. It wasn't as comfortable as Watchman Zhao, who had a line of sight provided by the spirits. At this time, everything in the eyes of Haman should be nothing. But it seems to create some exceptional behavior. Watchman Zhao couldn't read it. The black and white light did not fall on the strange man after that. The death and resurrection bug was cut off and it managed to get out of this time sandwich. You can move a little, but not too much. Watchman Zhao memorized this key piece of information. As the two stilled, the eerie eye slowly closed and dissipated into the void. Watchman Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. The ghostly thing was so oppressive it was intimidating. So, how am I going to get out of this? He pondered. Speaking of which, why was he locked in this time sandwich? Did the curse of the black and white not fully break away? But the person who should be cursed to death is Fei Liu, not him? Once the spell failed, the black and white irregulars should have continued to hunt down and kill Fei Liu. Am I being used as a scapegoat for infinite resurrection? Several black lines were drawn down on Watchman Zhao's head. He who sowed the seeds became the unlucky scapegoat. Let's live with it for a while. Anyway, he couldn't die for a while, so Watchman Zhao decided that it would be better to observe the changes on the field. After all, it was 6 ghosts that formed the ghost repulsion, so something extraordinary should have happened. The clearest change on the field is the constant flickering of ghostly shadows. The shadow of the black impermanent flickered alternately over each of them. Except for Haman. Combined with his initial speculation, Watchman Zhao suspected an overlap. The time is too short and the process is going on continuously so that many cursed processes are stacked on top of each other. He was right in his assertion that the black and white really would kill everyone in a heartbeat. But is it possible that this process does not have an end? Even things like temporal stasis were created. The absolutes of black and white are really outrageous and scary. Then Watchman Zhao observed a second anomaly. Greenish smoke. The greenish smoke of a faceless ghost floated over him. The thing doesn't seem to be affected in still time. The third anomaly appeared between Lu Fei and Zhaoan. They were connected by a gray tunnel. It's like a section of vaporous trunk. The situation on Joanne was a little more unusual. There were also a large number of gray shadows spreading from him in all directions. It was as if he had become a dry canopy. Overall, the two looked like a gray dead tree lying across the ground. Watchman Zhao noticed that he and Zhang Huayan had landed on two branches. The branch beside Heyman avoided her and did not make contact. What is all this? Watchman Zhao felt incomprehensible. He peered hard for more information. Gradually, he seemed to be able to see a little better. There was a lot of shimmering on that dead tree. The demon's power continued to increase. Help him see more clearly. In the trunk of the dead tree, there was a gray figure carrying something. It was so fast that its remnants formed the trunk of a dead tree. And on Joanne, the little boy kept flickering and seemed to be performing some sort of behavior at an outrageous rate. It drove something out of Joanne's body, which flew around and formed a canopy. The level of evil spirits is so much higher than humans. Watchman Zhao was slightly shocked. The contraptions can still move so fast in an infinitely elongated instant of time. Human beings really have no capital to resist in front of evil spirits. Watchman Zhao unfolded his absolute vision and looked around all the corners again. Without the creepy eye. So two conclusions are drawn. Firstly, evil spirits can move freely in the midst of time gaps, their speed even exceeds the speed of light, and by far. Secondly, this movement does not attract the hostility of the mysterious eye, which is directed only at humans. Such logic. Watchman Zhao pondered, so, I, a human, can't move, but what if I can make a certain evil spirit move the way I want it to? The possibility does exist. Because he now had three ghosts on him, the black and white, the demon and the faceless ghost. The faceless ghost is crippled, the demon can suppress it, and the demon will follow my thoughts and act. So can I get the spirits to drive the faceless ghosts? Watchman Zhao's gaze fell on himself. Those curls of greenish smoke that rose up, they floated casually in the middle of the time sandwich, time seemed to have no effect on them. Watchman Zhao began to weave an idea in his mind and repeated it over and over, reinforcing it. Let the faceless ghosts move through the time gap and create some effects as I wish. He stared dead at the smoke all over his body. Some unobservable forces appear. A ghostly hand grew out of him, a power belonging to demons that Watchman Zhao could not observe. So in his eyes, he could only see those green-colored smoke twisting and slowly detaching from his body. It was as if a dummy, disembodied from him, had taken on a form identical to his and stood before him. A green-colored Watchman Zhao. Chapter 30, Acquiring a Time. Crooked Day, it's really happening. Not really surprised. Although Watchman Zhao could not see the outrageous auxiliary effect of the spirits, he had indirectly felt it many times, like he was now able to think in a situation where time stood still. It was undoubtedly the help of the spirits. It is not that far-fetched to build a Watchman Chiu now. According to his thoughts, the green-colored Watchman Zhao moved very obediently. And this movement does not attract the mysterious eye. Watchman Zhao tried to make it move the corpse on the ground. It went well. The body was lifted and thrown aside. Only, as it lifted, the body flared with exaggerated heat, like a comet impacting the atmosphere. Soon the bodies were burned to a crumb. The resistance from the air in still time is horrible as hell. Watchman Zhao pondered that the reason why he was trapped here should be because of Lu Fei and Zhaowen's ghost repulsion. The black and white were killing Fei Liu in a never-ending force, and the gray tunnel indicated that Fei Liu's evil spirit had transferred the curse over and over again to Zhaowen, whose little boy was suspected of apportioning the curse to himself. So the situation at hand will continue until Fei Liu is completely dead. If I let my doppelganger remove himself, will I be able to break the trap? The demon has already helped me break the lock of air, I shouldn't be incinerated by the air. He tried a little. Sure enough, the cyan doppelganger could move his body easily. The flames flared up, but they didn't harm him. What's blocking the heat? I think it's a demon. Moreover, the eye did not appear, and it did not care about the human displacement created by the evil spirits. Then it's broken. As long as I keep myself away from Zhaoan, those gray branches can't touch me, and I can get out of the predicament. At that moment, some flickering lights and shadows fell into Watchman Zhao's eyes. A portion of the rain around Zhang Huayan began to move. They began to spontaneously block the gray branches. With the help of the girl in the rain, Zhang Huayan is getting out of the time sandwich. Watchman Zhao cast his gaze in the direction of Zhaoan and Lu Feifei. To get out of the rut? You can. But he won't do it. What a great opportunity. Extreme metaphysical situation. And he was the only human in the room who could move at will. It's a big loss if you don't do something about it, right? He hoped to obtain another artifact that was comparable to or even surpass the Guile Smoke. The curse of the Black and White Invincibles was too terrifying, and there was no way to fight without preparing more artifacts. But how? He pondered. The logic of the Black and White spell is that the target must die, and even if it is repeated a million times, it must succeed. Lu Feifei's ability is a certain death attack must be transferred? And looking at the current situation, it's all transferred to Zhaoan. And the little boy's logic was that Joanne couldn't just die, in other words, Joanne was definitely not dead at this moment. What the hell is this? No, there's a big problem. The Black and White Irregulars have another rule: Fei Lu must die at 11:23. Even though time is now being stood still, those evil spirits are obviously moving, and as long as they are moving they are creating time, so this so-called standing still of time is just a relative stillness. It is still moving, just very, very slowly. Black and White's time certain death seems to have a time frame, a short time frame, but there's always a timeout. Etc., not always, 1 2 plus 1 2 1 2 plus 1 2 1 2 1 2. All the way around adding it up, it's never greater than 1. Limit? Nice stable bug. Big head. But Watchman Zhao always felt that this matter, something could be manipulated. Is there some key point that's been forgotten? The reason for the appearance of the creepy smoke is that half of a faceless ghost is trapped inside, and the thing suppressing it is a demon. If I want to build another artifact today, I will also need to find a way to lock up the Black and White Irregulars in something, and it needs to be combined with my demons, because only the demons can help control the evil spirits. Off to something. Watchman Zhao had a flash of light in his head. That's not right. Hasn't this Black and White been locked up? It's locked in at 11:23. It locks itself up in its own absolutes. If he can get this one point in time, then he can get a very, very short period of time that holds a Black and White. Time, can't it be an artifact? But the idea is too outrageous, isn't it? Can it really be done? It seems like is still really good. Watchman Zhao looked around. The Black and White Impermanence did not appear on Xia Heiman again, it has been out of the dead. On Zhang Huayan's side, the rain pushed away the branches, and the shadows of the Black and White Invincibles did not appear on him anymore. There was a green light on the bed. It was the old woman. The faceless ghost curse was transferred to her. She came back from the dead, but the faceless ghost doesn't shelter the cursed unconditionally, so the Black and White death spell apportioned by the young boy killed her again, leaving only a green snake coiled and cowering on the bed, confusion written on her faceless head. So, if I leave the time sandwich, but leave this doppelganger on the branch, it's a doppelganger that the demon made for me, and I can still manipulate it. In this way, will I be able to have a doppelganger that stays at 11:23 forever? It's not clear what will happen to the unknown ghosts of the little boy and Fei Lu, but the Black and White will surely be trapped in death forever. Then don't I get a period of time in which the Black and White are imprisoned? No, it needs to be done more securely. Watchman Zhao didn't do anything about it, and then he made himself a second doppelganger by driving the demon. He fused this doppelganger into Felicity Lu's body. The fusion was successful. This faceless ghost in the creepy smoke was crippled. It could only kill Watchman Zhao. It didn't have the ability to kill anyone else, so Lu Feifei couldn't transfer it. The reason why he didn't look for Zhaoan was because the bastard already had a faceless ghost on him, so there was no way to say that something would change. All things being equal, then, finally, he maneuvered his first doppelganger and threw himself out of the bedroom, the violent fire wrapping around him and slamming the door to the room. The Black and White curse that was kicked out by the boy did not continue to fall on him when he broke away from the gray branch. The deadlock is cracked and time begins to flow. Boom! An exaggeratedly loud bang and sonic boom rang in Watchman Zhao's ears, and if he hadn't been in a special state, just that sound would have shattered his eardrums. After all, he was thrown out of the door at FTL speed. The door panels incinerated into ash the moment they shattered. At the same time he landed on the hallway floor, countless flames carrying terrifying air currents cut through the darkness and blasted the wall opposite the bedroom room door to pieces. Watchman Zhao didn't have the heart to care about this as he immediately tried to connect to the consciousness of his doppelganger. Two perspectives, all at once, appeared in his mind. Stagnant raindrops in the void. The wall clock on the wall stayed at 11:23 moments. Fireworks set fire to the window. That magical time sandwich. And at that moment, both horizons moved at the same time. Having lost the spirit's suppression, they wanted to attack Watchman Zhao at this point in time. Get back! Watchman Zhao shouted coldly. The two doppelgangers were immediately set dead in place. The demon's suppression was subjectively awakened by Watchman Zhao. He really did leave two doppelgangers at 11:23. Chapter 31 Necklace and Letter from the Future. Thud. Something fell to the ground. Boom. Then the sound of a broken window rang out. Something escaped. You want to escape? Zhang Huayan let out a roar and jumped after him. Is it finally over? Watchman Zhao revealed an emotionless smile. His expectations were met. Really got a pretty amazing thing. A piece of time left in the past, it's amazing to think about. What's more, there's also a black and white pervert inside. Time is starting to pass. Watchman Zhao glanced at his cell phone and 5 seconds had passed. I wonder how Zhaoan and Lu Fei are doing. He struck the flashlight and walked slowly into the room. A field of corpses. And where Zhaoan and Lu Fei were, smoke filled the air. When Watchman Zhao came in he could no longer see the upper halves of the two men, only the lower halves, which were slowly weathering. The dust, their ashes. And in the middle of this large expanse of dust, a brand new piece of letter paper, eerily appeared and slowly floated down to the ground. Zhaoan and Lu Fei Ga? Watchman Zhao was a bit surprised. He thought these two wouldn't die. Was the black and white irregulars so powerful that they hardened themselves against the rules of the two evil spirits and killed both of them by force? But that would suggest that the rules given by Zhang Huayan are wrong. There are strong and weak evil spirits, and the strong ones can break the rules of the weaker side. The three rules belonging to evil spirits are not absolute. Cam. There are still 5 days to go before I have to face the black and white irregulars. Do I still have to find an evil spirit that is more powerful than the black and white irregulars? In practice, Watchman Zhao's reasoning proved to be wrong. Fei Liu's evil ghosts are above the faceless ghosts, while the black and white are above Fei Liu. The faceless ghost couldn't save Watchman Zhao's life. At the end of the day, do we still have to find the penny? Watchman Zhao sighed and stepped over the corpse, walking over to those ashes. Zhang Huayan went after Xia Haiman, and he was the only one alive in the bedroom at that moment. The light shines on a small mound of dirt formed by the dust. Some subtle reflections appeared. It was a metallic sheen. Metal? He was prepared to look at it later, bending down to pick up the piece of paper first. It was a very new piece of paper with ink stains that had not yet dried. It should be the same words that were just written a few seconds ago. Zhang Huayan wrote this? Watchman Zhao was a bit puzzled. I don't think so. That guy was in a hurry to hunt down Xia Haiman. How would he have time to engage in this fanciful stuff? Speaking of which, why is there a piece of paper here somehow? There was definitely no such thing in static spacetime, and Watchman Zhao's return to normal until he entered the bedroom was at most 7 seconds. 7 seconds of some mysterious person slipping a piece of paper in Fei Liu's hand? So weird. These words were written in a hurry, and the other party should have been in a very urgent situation to write them down, so the hyphenation was quite serious. But bizarrely, Watchman Zhao realized that he could actually read? 10 words written in one stroke, and he can read them? This word. Gradually, his face changed. This is not my ing handwriting? And this content. Don't touch the penny curse. I am the future you, and 1123 allows me to leave you a message. I touched the penny. I didn't know the rules of the thing at that time. Its rule is that the penny does harden against all curses, but it comes at a cost. The ritual of the penumbra must continue forever, once every 4 days. The first time it will kill 1 person attending the ceremony, the second time it will kill 2, the third time 4, then 8, in infinite progression. Once the ritual is interrupted, it will take back everything, including the time granted to you. Your time will rewind and erase all traces of that time, and you can only watch as time rewinds back to its original point, and then be chewed up bit by the penny. Don't ever touch a penny. Watchman Zhao looked at it several times in silence. A feeling of extreme grotesqueness rose in his heart. So, at 11:23 p.m. on the late night of October 2nd, he was bestowed with a nearly unbelievable ability. Communicating with your past self? Watchman Zhao of the future left a crucial message for Watchman Zhao of today? It's so fake. But he had studied it many times, and it was indeed his handwriting, impeccable. Watchman Zhao's attempt to connect to the senses of the doppelganger was not the same as before. The two perspectives merged, and for a few seconds without caring about them, the two doppelgangers melded together and appeared to have covered Watchman Zhao at that point in time. That didn't matter, the spirits would protect them anyway, and even if the faceless ghost left behind in the past tried to attack them, the spirits wouldn't let it succeed. But the question is it possible to conduct the message back to the past? Delivering physical matter is not very realistic at the moment, but if it's just some information? Watchman Zhao pondered, maneuvered his doppelganger, and carved two words on the floor at 11:23. He rushed toward the door. On the wooden floor, at some point, a big black hole appeared, as if it had been cauterized by something. And it was quite badly scorched. Two inscriptions that had been carved out were faintly visible, but they were very faint. The floor was so badly damaged. As far as I remember, there was no sign of this here before. In other words, I really affected the past, but my memories were not affected. Then things can get outrageous. Watchman Zhao froze. If I kill someone at 23 minutes past 11, what will happen? That man will die at 11:23, and everything about him in the future will be erased, while Watchman Zhao can remember everything about him. Briefly, Watchman Zhao could easily take out any living person who has survived since October 2nd. This is also, well, too anticlimactic. If his projections held true, as long as he was given enough ample time to reach the Black Palace with his control over the doppelganger, then he could instantly make the president of the beautiful nation's head move? All beings are equal, meaning whoever dies? It's not that sick. Watchman Zhao shook his head. What if I let my doppelganger kill Jiang Huayan and Xia Haiman? It would definitely fail. The evil spirits at that point in time would protect them, and the split's attacks would be like a joke. But anyway, this ability is really a bit overpowered. Watchman Zhao silently put away the letter paper and went back into the bedroom, rattling the ashes and discovering an odd silver necklace from within. It also looks like it was sent by my future self. A paradox has arisen. Watchman Zhao silently looked at the necklace. The effective time caused by my having the altar inscribed was unknown to me, and the phenomenon did not occur while I was away at 23 minutes past 11. The visible influence of the supplement does not affect my memory. But why can these two items appear before my eyes? These two items are clearly future me, adding to the 11:23 message, so by the logic of my projections, it should be future me who finds this trace, not present me. What a mess. Go back and think about it, there should be some deeper logic to it. Watchman Zhao observed the necklace again. Nothing special, his psychic vision didn't detect anything different. But since his future self had managed to send it over, it certainly wasn't mundane. Chapter 32 Pregnant Classmates. Ka. Who? Watchman Zhao stood at the edge of the crowd, looking out in the direction of the sea and exhaling a long puff of smoke. Zhaoan hadn't lied to him, he could indeed see the ocean. The piercing sirens, the chaos of the crowd, as if they had nothing to do with him. Jiang Huayan's rain lady killed many people. Such a major event could not be suppressed, and the police were out in force. Watchman Zhao looked at them silently. A dense crowd. But the creatures seemed to change in his eyes. It's a bunch of meat that can be killed off at any time. Are the demons influencing me? Watchman Zhao let out a bitter laugh. And it doesn't matter. He looked out into the distance and suddenly felt deeply confused. He had indeed gotten stronger, and the night had bestowed upon him so many sick to the core abilities. But what's the point? Zhaoan and Fei Fei Lu are still dead. The black and white curse was more desperate than he could have imagined. Infinite killing in static spacetime. Simply the bug of bugs. And the pen fairy, again, should never be touched. How is he going to live? What are you thinking about, old brother? Jiang Huayan came back at some point and stood beside him like nothing was wrong. Watchman Zhao looked at him breathlessly. You've killed a lot of people, is it really okay? Jiang Huayan was silent and also silently took out a cigarette and lit it. They're getting ready to hold a penny ceremony in secret, and that's going to kill a lot more people, and these people, they're no good. So far-fetched. Jiang Huayan smiled. I never said I was any good. Makes sense. Watchman Zhao sighed, "It's good to be alive." Fei Fei Lu is dead. Jiang Huayan said, "Her DNA was found on those ashes in the house. Can this be checked too?" Watchman Zhao was not surprised. "I won't allow you to touch the penny. I didn't plan on it either." Jiang Huayan gave him a deep look. "Then you can only go to the cat-faced old lady." Watchman Zhao's gaze was deep and he didn't reply. "Come on, I'll take you back." "Thanks." Watchman Zhao didn't speak on the way, he just looked out the window silently. It's past 12. A new day dawns. A Christian church appeared right on time in Watchman Zhao's field of vision. That big cross is a real eyesore. Death was reminding him. October 3rd. In 4 days, the black and white death spell descends. 10 days to go before the death curse descends. What a desperate situation. Has Xia Heyman been captured? Watchman Zhao suddenly asked. That's for sure, there's no way I'm going to let this woman run around anymore. Jiang Huayan glanced at him. By the way, about the demon's logic, let me briefly explain. It will fulfill my wishes, strengthen my power, and then send me into the abyss. Is that the logic, right? Watchman Zhao said indifferently. Jiang Huayan froze fiercely. You can even launch this damn thing? In just one night? Who knows, a lot has happened this night, too. Jiang Huayan's gaze grew more and more appreciative. That's right, the demon's logic is that it will infinitely satisfy the cursed person's desires, allowing him to gradually lose control until he gets himself completely killed. Jiang Huayan added, a demon cursor must get himself killed. Watchman Zhao laughed. What outrageous logic. Who says otherwise? Jiang Huayan asked casually, Kid, I admire you, come to OPBI or not, the salary is quite high oh. But I only have 4 days left to live oh. Watchman Zhao joked. 4 days, it's not impossible. At 12 noon, Watchman Zhao opened his eyes right on time. His parents had gone back and he rolled back to school for now. The dormitory was empty, the stupid sons had probably gone out to dinner. Watchman Zhao opened his cell phone and froze. Muro sends a lot of messages. Also made several phone calls. This girl is so perceptive. She probably guessed something. It's also true that people who still have 4 days left to live have the audacity to sleep in, so they must have done something last night. Watchman Zhao rolled out of bed and hurriedly dialed a phone number. But the next second, he heard his cell phone ringing in his dorm room. In the restroom of the dormitory, to be precise. Ha? Muro? Watchman Zhao was stunned. This girl, directly killed to his dormitory? He walked to the bathroom door, which was indeed closed. He knocked twice. No response. You're in there, aren't you? Still no response. Watchman Zhao had to honestly guard the door. Sure enough, not a moment later, the door opened and a pink figure brushed out and ran to the sink to wash her hands. Watchman Zhao looked at her back. I slept a bit late yesterday. He wanted to tell a little lie. Otherwise, with this girl's nature, if she were to tell her that she had wandered amongst the 6 evil spirits last night to make things happen, she would probably die of anger. Surprising Watchman Zhao a bit, she didn't ask too many questions, but simply said, Go eat, after sleeping until this hour, the cafeteria probably doesn't have any food. Puzzled, Watchman Zhao came up behind her and hugged her gently. Aren't you going to ask me what I did last night? Bar? Ha? Watchman Zhao put on a surprised look, but his heart warmed. She didn't ask more questions, and that was enough to say a lot. I'm really lucky to have a girlfriend as good as you, girl. If we both survive, let's get married. Is this a marriage proposal? She looked at Watchman Zhao in shock. It's too scribbly. Watchman Zhao smiled cheerfully and stuck out his little thumb. Muro looked at him in a daze and also extended her little thumb, hooking it tightly with him. I'm not going to leave you to die alone. Aha! They walked hand in hand across the campus. Have lunch, drink milk tea, find a bench by the artificial lake and watch the silly swans fighting around the lake. If there was no threat of death, such a day would be really pleasant. Classes are out of the question. 4 days left to live. Get on the damn thing. Right now, Watchman Zhao just wanted to get money quickly, and Muro's family was expected to be quite wealthy, so there shouldn't be any problem with that. He's going to use these 4 days to prioritize getting a large sum of money to ensure his parents' future. He had already asked Jiang Huayan to help with this matter, and that was the condition of his promise to enter the OPBI. After all, Watchman Zhao is so powerful that he can't even imagine it, and assassination can be said to be at his fingertips, so it's really not difficult to get a huge sum of money. But the most important thing right now was to find a way to survive. Watchman Zhao looked at the beautiful young girl beside him and suddenly a question arose in his mind. Why isn't she dead, Muro? If the evil spirit's logic is a certainty, then Manhwa should still be suffering from the death curse right now. But now there are no signs to be seen. The curse of death looked like it had disappeared. This is so unreasonable. Something else special probably happened in that hardware store. Watchman Zhao pondered. We'll have to find time to visit that hardware store. According to the information so far, a ghostly rebuke of death plus black and white plus spirits took place in that hardware store. Perhaps something was left there. No, we need to get over there now. Girl, come with me to a place. Watchman Zhao pondered for a moment. Forget it, why don't you just don't? Muro stretched out her right pinky and directly interrupted him. Watchman Zhao let out a bitter laugh. All right. He opened the taxi app and prepared to take a cab. But just then, a couple passed in front of him. Seeing these two people, Watchman Zhao couldn't help but stare. Two students, wait a moment. The man and woman looked at him suspiciously. Oh, I think I saw you last night. The boy said. Indeed, I have seen them. These two showed up at Joanne's late night party yesterday. But this was not the point of Watchman Zhao's concern. He looked seriously at the girl's stomach. Your girlfriend, pregnant? The boy was shocked. What? The girl also looked very upset. What are you babbling about? It's really not nonsense. Watchman Zhao observed two separate streams of vitality in that girl's abdomen. She's pregnant and it's twins. Watchman Zhao stared at the two strands of vitality with a deadpan stare, and a feeling that was grotesque to the extreme struck his heart. Fake it. These two strands of life, why do they look so familiar? Watchman Zhao. I heard strange noises. Muro grabbed his sleeve in a death grip. Watchman Zhao signaled her to calm down and keep watching. Soon, in a very distant spot on the lake behind the girls, he saw a pair of bloody footprints. Then a dark ball of leather flew over the lake and landed in a pile of weeds. A dark little boy, showing his face from the weeds for a moment, and then quickly disappearing. Finally, in the girl's abdomen, Watchman Zhao observed a ray of green light. Black and white is impermanent. Little boy. Faceless ghost. This woman, the two people in her belly are Zhaoan and Lu Fei. Chapter 33, Jincheng Hardware Merchants. So, Zhaoan and Fei Lu didn't die? The clash of black and white, the little boy and the scapegoat creates a magical phenomenon. Watchman Zhao thought rapidly. The logic of black and white is that the target must die at a definite time. The young boy's logic is that Joanne can't just die. The logic of the ghost of Fei Willow was to transfer the spell-killing effect. Assuming that the information given by Jiang Huayan is correct, then these three lines of logic must hold. So, Fei Lu did deflect the spell, Zhaoan did survive, and the black and white irregulars did kill the target. So the result is that these two are reincarnated and reborn? And the curse of the evil spirit continues to be passed on to them. This, it seems, is kind of surviving, a kind of surviving that is outrageous to the extreme. However, proof is required. I can't say that there really is such a coincidence in this world. This woman carried a child and contracted 3 kinds of curses before she was even born. Watchman Zhao briefly asked for information about the two men and called Jiang Huayan directly. Reincarnation? Jiang Huayan's tone was filled with great skepticism. Young man, this vision of yours is too outrageous. 2 fetuses that have not yet been born, or even matured, and are directly tainted with a bunch of curses, it's too outrageous, isn't it? Watchman Zhao asked. Jiang Huayan was silent for a while. That makes sense. Give me the information of these 2 people and I will investigate. By the way, are you coming today? Watchman Zhao said, Big brother, how is what I asked you to do? Jiang Huayan smiled. Money, small matter. I've already made it clear to my leader, as long as this matter you can play a sufficient value, you can get a quite generous and legal compensation, and we will arrange a job for your parents in the system, casualty pension. Watchman Zhao was quite satisfied with this reply. This thing? He considered the word with interest. Oh, come here before you say anything. Selling out. Watchman Zhao smiled. I may have a place I have to go to, a little later, at 4 p.m. What do you say? Fine, absenteeism on your first day of work, fine, I'll wait for you, that is. Watchman Zhao hung up the phone. Muro looked at him suspiciously. Who? Jiang Huayan, the weirdo with the umbrella yesterday. That person? Muro looked a little resistant. that person gives me a very dangerous feeling. Aren't the two of us dangerous? Watchman Zhao smiled, opened the taxi app, and started to take a taxi. He didn't recognize the hardware store, but he remembered the hotel from that day. Before the car arrived, Watchman Zhao saw a license plate that read Zhejiang JD 1010 from afar. 6. Back on that broken street again. The damage done that night has not yet been fully repaired, and the streets are still blocked off. There's no way, that night, a lot of people should have died and destroyed a lot of things. The death curse is so heavily implicated that everyone within the radiation is unsafe. But what made Watchman Zhao feel weird was this. A long way from the target location, he saw the misty fog. Some tattered fog, hanging like rags from the windows, from the stoplights. Further in, on the contrary, there was no more fog. Something seems to be blocking them. Why is the sky so dark? Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the sky. Today is, well, sunny. But since approaching this area, it has gotten darker all of a sudden. Dark? The master driver asked suspiciously, "It's not a sunny day, lad." Spirit sight. Watchman Zhao smiled, "I was wrong." Master kicked the brakes and steadily stopped the car. "You can't get in ahead." Okay, Watchman Zhao pulled Mu Rou out of the car. He pulled out a cigarette out of habit and stuffed it in his mouth without lighting it. Don't even bother looking. He knew he wouldn't be able to light this cigarette in his mouth. Without deliberate suppression, trick smoke would appear in his hands of its own accord. I'm surprised you didn't order it. Mu Rou was a little confused. Watchman Zhao smiled and silently unlocked his suppression of guile smoke. A layer of greenish corpse stains crawled all over his body. Invisible pitch-black textures, concluded within the body, instantly forming an entirely new set of nervous systems. Fully armed. Watchman Zhao smiled, feeling the human emotions that had almost disappeared from his body. Coldly, he looked out over the blocked-off street in front of him. The sky, ridiculously dark. It seemed as if some extreme horror was brewing in the clouds. Instead, an extreme vitality rose from the earth, forcing those horrors to be suppressed in the clouds. His guess was correct. The struggle between the Black and White Invincibles and the Grim Reaper is still going on. Mu Rou is still alive because the Black and White Irregulars are deterring death. She did not escape the death curse. And following the logic of the death curse, the killing power of this curse is increasing. Let's go. Watchman Zhao gently held the young girl's small hand, kicked over a barricade labeled with a seal, and walked into the forbidden street. On the road, there are a few private cars and vans parked sporadically, with an occasional special car that says official car. From a distance, they saw a large group of people, led by a few middle-aged men with big bellies wearing suits, and then a group of competent-looking people surrounding them with fawning faces. Wear white and blue hats. Dozens of sweaty workers in yellow and red hats stayed honestly in the shadows, smoking. You two students. What are you running here for? Soon, a man in a blue hat spotted them, startled, and lowered his voice to a low growl, about to kick them out. Watchman Zhao laughed evilly and glanced at Mu Rou. "The bad guys are coming to get us." Mu Rou was speechless and was about to open her mouth to explain. Who knew that the next second, her entire body was picked up by Watchman Zhao. She didn't even have time to shriek as the scenery changed and they had rushed deeper into the street. A group of people looked dumbfounded. In their eyes, after picking up the young girl, that teenager's entire body almost twisted into a residual shadow, and with a speed that a human being couldn't even imagine, he avoided all obstacles in an instant, and like a pitch-black lightning bolt, he killed straight into the depths of the long street. Is that some kind of monster? Whoosh! Watchman Zhao was incredibly fast, but his reaction was even more amazing, and he saw the hardware store from a long distance away. Jiancheng Hardware Merchants. The glass on the floor had not yet been cleaned up, and the roll-up door was in such a state of disrepair that it looked almost as if it had been put on display for the officials. Look, my store has been destroyed like this, you have to compensate me a little bit? In a flash of light, Watchman Zhao stood steadily in front of the store with Mu Rou in his arms. The young girl gasped slightly, the situation in front of her that was beyond common sense left her half-responsive. Watchman Zhao silently put her down and pulled her behind himself. Sure enough, there's something. The corners of Watchman Zhao's mouth rose slightly. And, it seems to be something quite extraordinary. Chapter 34 Soul's Prioritization of the Hunt. The sky is clear. But in Watchman Zhao's eyes, the world before him was dim. It was like the twilight before the storm. It wasn't a blackness that reached out, but an extremely depressing gray, like a gray-black wax on the surface of everything. Especially in hardware stores. The closer you get to the depths, the darker it gets. Hiddenly, Watchman Zhao could see a dark silhouette looming within. Something horrible is brewing. You stay outside. Watchman Zhao reached out to stop Muro. Muro's face looked bad. She heard voices, something horrible was happening in this ordinary store. Let's go back, this place is too weird. Watchman Zhao laughed and shook his head. My current quest is to live to the death, not to mention that I have 2 evil spirits on me to protect me. It's not that easy to kill me. But there was so much unknown information that he also felt he had to be cautious. For this he connected to another sensory route. 11:23 p.m. A miserable green figure climbed up from the still Watchman Zhao, and several ghostly hands stretched out from its body, building a black door in front of it. The doppelganger slowly walked in. Then the scene in front of me shifted. The doppelganger actually appeared directly in front of the entrance of the Jincheng hardware merchant. It was just that this miserable green doppelganger, who looked exactly like Watchman Zhao, was not in the same time and space as Watchman Zhao at this time. It appeared at 11:23 minutes at the Jincheng hardware store. 2 time and space, 2 figures with the same shape but very different concepts, stood in the same locus. It was Watchman Zhao's latest research discovery that the figure left behind in the past was able to teleport directly to the spatial coordinates of his current moment. This should be the power of the spirits. Because Watchman Zhao wanted the thing to appear by his side, and the message was clear enough for the spirits to bring the vision to fruition. Through the vision of his doppelganger, Watchman Zhao realized that the situation in the hardware store wasn't too different from the present moment. It was dark and gloomy beyond normal. The eerie looming figure had appeared at 23 minutes past 11 last night. Why don't you go in first? He maneuvered his doppelganger into the store. He wondered what the hell that black shadow was. Soon, the doppelganger managed to walk into the store. The light became dimmer. Moreover, vaguely, Watchman Zhao could spy something unnameable floating in the gloomy space inside the store. Several rows of shelves were neatly placed on either side, and the damage and chaos caused that night had been repaired by the store owner. Still, in the center of the store, with that big hole in the head, it was obvious. At that time, the death curse escalated infinitely, destroying the ceiling and smashing Watchman Zhao alive, and the hole was exactly what was left at that time. And that black shadow, right below that hole. More than one black shadow? Watchman Zhao was a bit surprised. On the ground, there was also a figure lying. A female figure. Watchman Zhao was stunned. Muzo? I couldn't see his face, but the features of his body and clothes showed that he was indeed a black and Moluo. Then this one standing in the center, wouldn't it be? The doppelganger plucked away a layer of blackened fog and came full circle to the dark figure. Sure enough. It was a pitch-black Watchman Zhao. But the dark color is just the surface. Hidden blue electricity could be seen within it. Ka-ching! Suddenly, a blue-colored electric light broke through his body. That exaggerated brightness directly flashed the entire long street. And against the odds, the room brightened at once. At the same time, the invisible darkness that shrouded the head of this area was directly pierced by the electric light. The world, instantly, brightened. But the world in Watchman Zhao's eyes was still dark. The change occurred at 11:23 last night, not now, at 2:30 p.m. today. Changes in the midst of still time can happen so fast. Once again, Watchman Zhao felt the anticlimax of the black and white irregulars. The darkness was banished. The dark Watchman Zhao became bright, but transparent, like a ghost. The ghost of Muro on the ground was also washed away in darkness. Soon, a thicker darkness converged towards the store. That's probably the curse of death, which can be dispelled, but the source is constant, infinitely escalating, and never-ending. The Grim Reaper is after these 2 ghosts? Watchman Zhao pondered deeply. The logic of evil spirits is absolute. Death is still after Muro. But the target of its attack seems to be confused. Watchman Zhao pondered. Why? Since the death curse persists, it should list the target as the real-life Molu. But the situation at hand is that it seems to be trapped in the Jincheng hardware store, a store in which a trap was suspiciously laid to confuse the Reaper, and its cursed power is indeed escalating, but the target of the attack is Muro's specter, not the main body. Could it be that it has to prioritize killing this one ghost before it can go after this one? Watchman Zhao was stunned. Could it be that there is another priority in the pursuit of evil spirits? That the cursed are not necessarily the first priority? If this logic holds true, then Watchman Zhao could have a way to survive. Would it be possible for the demon to be a higher priority stand-in, so that the black and white can go ahead and kill the stand-in? I guess it still doesn't work. This statute of limitations rule of the black and white irregulars is just too perverse. Even if he made a double, Watchman Zhao would have to watch his double get ate up in that second and then honestly get slaughtered by the black and white irregulars. Black and white, simply powerful against all odds. Forget it, let's not think about that for now. Watchman Zhao searched. Today is a treasure hunt. What's the point of thinking about those messy things? He took control of the doppelganger and continued to roam the hardware store. Wanted to see if there was anything left over from the collision of the two supervillains. Two ghosts had already colored the darkness again. But something bright is awakening within them, fighting the darkness. That's weird. What the hell are these two ghosts? Watchman Zhao controlled his doppelganger and slightly touched the black transparent humanoid in front of him. Split hand, easily penetrated. The thing really seemed to be a spirit body. There was no substance, no density, it simply existed here, with blue electric light flickering in it. That should be the power of the black and white irregulars. The black and white irregulars clash with the god of death and will form a spirit body? Watchman Zhao silently memorized this piece of information. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of something different. That spirit body gave him a very strong sense of fit. Before the official contact, the feeling was not strong, but after the contact, the general feeling of water and milk melting together was instantly and infinitely amplified. This spirit? He sensed it carefully. In an instant, countless memories were forcibly erased from his mind. Watchman Zhao froze and hurriedly had his doppelganger disengage from that spirit body. Memory restored. What do you mean? He could be sure that in that instant just now, his memory was affected. For example, the information about the spirit body that he had just jotted down disappeared in an instant, and he couldn't recall how to recall it. A feeling as if a piece of my brain was empty, oddly enough. He tried to guide the touch again. Sure enough, the memory had once again inexplicably lost part of itself. And the amount of information lost is considerable. But as soon as one is out of the spirit body, this memory returns. He compared. The faceless ghost's message disappeared completely. Jiang Huayan was forgotten. Fifi Lu and Joanne are forgotten. 1123 was forgotten. Memories of Nulo are saved until 0 o'clock in the morning on October 1st. Apparently, all memories after the first ghostly rebuke of the black and white irregulars and the god of death were lost, and by touching the spirit body, Watchman Zhao's memory points would return to the early morning hours of October 1st. It's almost like an alternative time warp. Chapter 35 The Mirror Man. Watchman Zhao had an intuitive feeling that this spirit body would be very useful, I'm afraid. Enough to save your life kind of thing. But he couldn't think of a reason. Still, he could only write it down first, and anyway, he possessed the divine artifact of 11.23, and he could touch the spirit body at any time. Thinking of this, Watchman Zhao was ready for his doppelganger to withdraw. But just then, suddenly something special caught his attention. On a table on the east side of the hardware store sits a vanity mirror. Palm-sized, not one of those very large mirrors. And in this mirror, something is shaking. That's a pretty unusual find too. You know, he's looking through the doppelganger now, and everything should have stood still at 1123. How can something move in still space and time? All light should be static in this state, and Watchman Zhao's ability to see everything is only due to the power of the spirits. He tried to focus his eyes on that mirror. The results are poor. A bunch of black and white tangles flickered haphazardly in the mirror. It's like a mosaic. You can't even see it. It looks like the power of the spirits will need to intervene. Watchman Zhao gathered his gaze dead center on the mirror. He wanted to see this thing. Come on, demon, help me. A ghostly face grew on the back of his head, grinning strangely. In reality, Mu Ro beside Watchman Zhao revealed a nervous expression. A very scary laugh came from Watchman Zhao. It was as if something horrible was reviving, and it was getting louder and louder. But just then, on Watchman Zhao's neck, the mysterious silver necklace suddenly lit up with a dim light. The demon's laughter was instantly caught in his throat, like a wild duck caught by the neck. Spirits, suppressed. But it seems to have only suppressed the evil side, and its help to Watchman Zhao remains. The mosaic in the mirror is starting to become clear. Those black shadows of light are gradually dismantling. so Watchman Zhao saw it clearly. Yes, a large, dense spiral of material. It looks like a large, dense swath of pitch-black DNA. They fell like a torrential downpour from above the hardware store and, as they fell, multiplied, grew, and transformed into all sorts of twisted and deformed unnamable pitch-black monsters. The final shape was exactly the same as the Grim Reaper he saw that night. There are so many of them, so many that it's scary. While a half-white, half-black figure hovered silently in the center of the mirror image, a second, slightly smaller black and white figure lay on the ground. The blue light shimmered like ripples, instantly decimating these monstrous things. But there are things they can't cut through. An extraordinarily thick DNA, like a tree trunk, hung down in the center of the hardware store and covered Watchman Zhao's body, which seemed to be nurturing something extremely terrifying. This thing suppressed the first black and white irregular in Watchman Zhao's spiritual body. Then, a huge ghost face, sticking out from the DNA, devoured and bit toward Muro's spirit body. The black light flickered and wavered as the power of the second black and white infernal was stopping the act. What happened in this store was far more complicated and terrifying than Watchman Zhao had imagined. It was just that with his psychic vision, he couldn't even see it. But this conflict was visualized in the mirror, making it much less difficult to observe, so Watchman Zhao saw it. What kind of horrible monster is that steel-like DNA? The god of death's original body? Two black and white irregulars can't even it up? Muro's situation is far more dangerous than I thought. Watchman Zhao tensed up. When the two black and white invincibles were powerless to resist, when Muro's spiritual body was destroyed. Curse priority shift, this horrific DNA will direct its attacks towards Mulu's own body. The two black and white irregulars couldn't carry it off, what could they two mortals rely on to block it? Muro was afraid that she would die instantly. Watchman Zhao's face immediately became grave. Muro had been quietly guarding his side, and in the distance, those government department officials and workers were coming this way one after another. But Muro didn't utter a word of caution. She could sense that even though Watchman Zhao had been standing straight there, he should be doing something really powerful. Otherwise his complexion wouldn't have changed one after another. Yes, in the eyes of outsiders, Watchman Zhao was not moving, who knew that he could use his past doppelgangers to explore secrets, an ability that was considered a divine skill. In the hardware store, there was a silence, a pin drop. Ka-ching! Suddenly, on a table on the east side of the store, a dressing mirror let out a strange sound. It's broken. And this trend of fragmentation becomes more and more violent. In a matter of seconds, though, cracks crawled all over that dresser mirror. But it shattered quite incompletely, and in the center, a piece of glass in the shape of a small man never cracked. Muro was stunned. On that mirror, she heard a clear laughter, exactly the same as the eerie voice on Watchman Zhao. Click, click. A strange sound rang out, and the little man actually walked out of the mirror. It was wrapped in black mist and blue-white light. Then the thing slipped silently off the table and dribbled out of the store with little steps. Muro watched as the thing burrowed into Watchman Zhao's pants. Watchman Zhao overlooked one thing. That's the influence of demons. At 23 minutes past 11, even the light is static, so what makes him Watchman Zhao able to see things? Because the demon's power was imprinting information on it directly at the speed of light. It wouldn't matter if it was imprinted with general information. But this time, what he imprinted was the information of two super evil ghosts. All the images presented in the mirror were imprinted by the demon's power on the black and white irregulars and the Grim Reaper, and then brought back to the mirror. As a medium, the mirror endured horrific forces that it should not have. Over and over again, billions of points of power continued to gather on an ordinary mirror, making the thing no longer ordinary. An unfathomable mingling of the powers of three evil spirits took place on a piece of dead matter. It wasn't a ghostly rebuke because the three evil spirits didn't want to up a mirror. But their power did melt into this mirror. So the mirror mutated. It became an incomprehensible alien and followed the instincts of the demons, actively approaching Watchman Zhao, who was cursed by the demons. Go! Watchman Zhao suddenly said. He had already collected his doppelganger and was ready to head to OPBI immediately. He needed more information, or else Moluo couldn't help but die faster than he did. Muro, however, pulled him back. No, in your pants, a strange thing went in. Huh? Watchman Zhao froze and hurriedly felt around. Nothing. Muro was speechless, the right pants pocket, bulging out such a big piece, you can't touch it? Watchman Zhao felt even stranger as he reached into his pants pocket and felt around. The little mirrored man just lay on the back of his hand and bounced happily. But Watchman Zhao just couldn't discover this thing. Nothing. Chapter 36, Making a Wish. No, are you serious? Watchman Zhao finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Muro doesn't look like he's lying. So the equivalent of that is that he really did have something weird extra in his pocket. And it's something that he can't observe personally. Incomprehensible. What is that sound on it? Watchman Zhao asked. Muro listened carefully, the sound of whispers, eerie laughter, the sound of the wind. Whispers should be deaf. The sound of the wind, Muro had mentioned before, was the sound of the black and white irregulars. Laughter? It's something. A faceless ghost? That thing does like to laugh. But there's no such thing here. So it's demons? It has 3 voices on it? Watchman Zhao was a bit surprised. Doesn't that mean he's harboring an anomalous object pieced together by 3 evil spirits? Yes. Muro nodded. Then things are getting outrageous. Watchman Zhao looked serious. Did it show any hostility? Muro observed the mirror villain. This little thing is playing happily in Watchman Zhao's hands. Not at all. And even, it seems to like you. That's fine then, as long as this thing doesn't want to kill me. Watchman Zhao decided to leave the little thing alone for now. The key thing to do right now is to go OPBI. He's missing too much information. Muro can't say that he'll die soon. Come on, let's go to OPBI first, said Watchman Zhao. Aha! Muro nodded her head obediently. But just as Watchman Zhao was about to take a step, a full-body mirror suddenly appeared in front of him. Ha! Watchman Zhao froze. Muro was not able to observe this. But she heard voices, and the laughter was laced with the sound of violent wind. Something appeared. Muro said. Watchman Zhao knew better than she did. He saw it straight away. But what is that? A mirror, but what was projected in the mirror was not Watchman Zhao. Instead, it was a building that was plainly tucked away on an ordinary street, and looking at the surrounding buildings and foot traffic, one could ascertain that the location was not a busy one. If he just looked at the building, Watchman Zhao would not be able to obtain any information. But a strange man with an umbrella, and 2 men were standing at the gate smoking. Could this place be an OPBI branch? Watchman Zhao tried it and his hand could pass through the mirror. This mirror is traversable. Zhang Huayan, who was holding the umbrella, and his 2 co-workers simultaneously threw away their cigarettes and looked sullenly in the direction of Watchman Zhao. They found some kind of anomaly. Watchman Zhao withdrew his hand. The expressions on those 3 men's faces grew more and more serious. How did a hand appear out of nowhere? So weird. Watchman Zhao couldn't hear, he could only observe the 3 men talking about something. They noticed my hand. Watchman Zhao opened his cell phone map. Zhang Huayan gave him the address of the OPBI branch. Straight line distance 27 kilometers. Across 27 kilometers of impact? What the hell kind of joke is this? If I cross this mirror, I can reach OPBI? What helped me weave this apparition because I wanted to go to OPBI? Too much. Watchman Zhao was sure that he didn't have any such spirits on him, and although the spirits would help him, they wouldn't go so far as to make it so outrageous. So, it's that weird thing Muaro said? That thing, it's granting Watchman Zhao's wish? Unbelievable. Girl, wait here. Watchman Zhao didn't dare to risk Muro, the danger of this mirror was unknown. He decided to put himself in a special state and rush in to check it out. Muro nodded as she looked into Watchman Zhao's pockets. Ha! That mirror villain seems to have a few more cracks. She hastened to inform Watchman Zhao of this. Watchman Zhao pondered, so, this mirror villain is indeed granting my wish, but this ability is not of unlimited use, it is an item of attrition. It looks like you can't just wish for whatever you want, you have to use that ability for the right things. How much damage did it probably do? Muro observed carefully, not much, compared to the length of this little thing, about 1/10 of it. I can still make 9 wishes. Watchman Zhao jotted down this key piece of information. 9 wishes, what an outrageous ability. He walked straight through the mirror. In the next instant, he really appeared in front of Zhang Huayan's several people. The cigarette Zhang Huayan had just lit was directly shocked and fell to the ground. Not you, brother? What the kind of power is that? The other 2 men scrutinized the teenager in front of them gravely. Watchman Zhao smiled and didn't say anything as he felt his condition and was not injured. There is no malice in this mirror. He went back through the mirror. In the eyes of the three, Watchman Zhao disappeared, vanishing cleanly in an instant. A man said in amazement, "Good boy, he's affected the time." "What do you mean?" Jiang Huayan asked. The man explained, "This brat didn't suddenly appear in front of us. He was walking over, but time seemed to have been shortened infinitely, so he flashed directly in front of us." Affecting time? The third person said, "Let me recall, oh, this kid's name is Watchman Zhao, the Black and White Impermanent cursor." Outrageous, could he have found a way to harness a portion of the power of the Black and White Irregulars? Several people hastened to discuss it intensely. Jiang Huayan was ready to call Watchman Zhao. However, in the next second, he saw Watchman Zhao flashing in front of him with Mu Rou in his arms. "Yo, long time no see, Captain Jiang." Jiang Huayan raised his eyebrows slightly. "You kid, you tried ghost repulsion again? What kind of outrageous ability is this?" Honestly, I'm not really sure right now." Watchman Zhao gave an honest account. "I'll look into it slowly later." "No, brother, is this a toy in your pocket?" Jiang Huayan seemed to smell something special and quickly noticed Watchman Zhao's right leg pocket. Then he saw, lying on the edge of his pocket, a little glass figure, grinning and greeting himself cheerfully. "Anymore, this thing can't be a toy." The other two also noticed the thing and their faces became brilliant. Of all the people present, Watchman Zhao was the only one who couldn't see this. It favors Watchman Zhao. "It's kinda odd. This thing, how did you get it?" Jiang Huayan asked. Watchman Zhao froze. "Believe it or not, anyway, I really don't know how it popped out." Jiang Huayan was speechless. He sniffed carefully. "Demons, death, black and white, but the odor is very faint, the power belonging to evil spirits is not complete." "Rather incomplete." A man added, "I have a feeling that there are only 3 fragments of evil spirit power in this villain, but after all, demons are involved, so it is controllable. Controllable black and white in the power of the god of death, TSK, divine object." Watchman Zhao listened attentively to the analysis of several people. Not bad for an OPBI character, very accurate knowledge of psychic stuff. "Alright, don't just stand there." Jiang Huayan smiled, "Go sit inside and chat." "Good." Watchman Zhao smiled. Jiang Huayan suddenly revealed a bad smile. "Oh yeah, let me hint, this is OPBI, the weirdest place in all of China. Oh, take it a little easy with your psychic vision, here, you won't be able to say that you'll see a whole lot of very scary things." Watchman Zhao froze. Chapter 37 Terrorist Gathering Place. The other 2 men smiled and turned, leaving first. Jiang Huayan held that umbrella over his head and led the way for the 2 Watchman Zhao. Watchman Zhao was a bit uncomfortable by what was said. OPBI? It's a branch, but it's probably a real convergence of all sorts of weird existences. Jiang Huayan is creepy enough, yet he's only a vice captain. What about captain level? What about higher levels? Unbelievable. They passed the security room and went through the small door next to the electric retractable gate into the front yard. It looked like a project headquarters, with 2 rows of 4-story buildings standing across the back and a large empty yard in front with a few cars parked sporadically. Sports cars, official cars, and business cars. Watchman Zhao couldn't read much, but anyway, it should be very powerful. Before the few people could take a few steps, a group of people immediately greeted them. Leader, welcome. Bald head, suit, big belly. 4 people, actually in the same shape, enthusiastically shook hands with Jiang Huayan. Watchman Zhao froze for a moment. This big brother's identity seems to be even higher than he thought. The 2 men who had been smoking with Jiang Huayan earlier also appeared in the crowd. They weren't so licked, they just smiled cheerfully. "Alright old Gao, don't shake it, Captain, let's go in." "Aha!" Jiang Huayan smiled and nodded. The middle-aged man who was called Old Gao and had a very leading look hurriedly took out a pack of cigarettes full of patterns. "Come on, leader, get one." It was at this moment that he seemed to notice Watchman Zhao on the side. "And this is?" Jiang Huayan let the suited man on the side light his cigarette for himself before he slowly said, "A very powerful little guy, maybe, in the future, he will also be captain level." The faces of the group changed. Although it quickly returned to normal, that collective change of face was still too conspicuous. Their gazes as they looked at Watchman Zhao had obviously changed dramatically. Especially those first 2 men. "Captain, it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that he can become captain level." Jiang Huayan smiled. This kid has at least 2 ghost plastics in his hands now, don't you think? A few people's faces changed once again. 2 ghost plastics? Watchman Zhao looked at Jiang Huayan in confusion. What is a ghost plastic? Your cigarettes, and that weird glass doll, the product of ghost repulsion formation, are both called ghost plastic. Jiang Huayan smiled and walked forward. Oh. Watchman Zhao pondered, was it a product of ghost repulsion? If you do that math, I'm afraid he's holding more than 2 ghost plastics. Jiang Huayan stumbled and nearly tripped. His psychic vision is touch and smell, and there is a certain chance that he can smell the other person's heart. And he had just gotten a lucky sniff of Watchman Zhao's heart. There are more than 2 ghost shapes? Does this kid want to go against the grain? It's really not possible to defy old age, the future is the world of the young. Leader Gao smiled and looked at Watchman Zhao. What's your name, little brother? Spare me, Your Honor, Zhou. So it's little brother Zhao, please come in, please come in. The group marched towards the office building. Watchman Zhao was a bit surprised that this place wasn't as prosperous as he thought it would be. It's just a very ordinary office building, no awards, no banners, ordinary and excessive. But occasionally passing by individuals carrying gifts in their hands is staggeringly expensive. Your side, gift giving is not a bit too harsh to send. Watchman Zhao looked speechlessly at a person carrying a large piece of jade carving, fearing that others do not know the kind of, take a transparent box with. Jiang Huayan smiled, normal. You call that normal? Those who need money are not worth sending, those who don't need money, you have to send enough to go away. Jiang Huayan said, you are still young, you don't understand. Watchman Zhao felt that his dignity had been severely provoked. It's very upsetting. But he really doesn't get it. They made their way up to the 3rd floor. Along the way, a variety of busy staff can be seen. And a variety of expensively dressed gift givers? Watchman Zhao looked at the expensive paintings and calligraphy that were placed directly outside and became more and more confused. Senior, it's so noisy. Mu Rou suddenly said. Watchman Zhao looked serious. Yes, he also saw some not-so-normal traces that were slowly spreading out from the corridor on the 4th floor. Then we'll send it here. The leader, Old Hai, and the group stopped in their tracks. They seemed to be jealous of the 4th floor. Okay, Jiang Huayan continued on his way up. Only the 2 men who called him captain followed along. Are the captain levels all up there? Watchman Zhao asked. No, captain level is not that easy to shout. Jiang Huayan smiled, the ones above are my team members. Zhejiang Division, 3rd Brigade member? Jiang Huayan turned his head sideways and carefully observed Mu Rou's reaction. This girl was getting nervous. I see, does this girlfriend of yours also possess some sort of spiritual vision? Jiang Huayan asked. Watchman Zhao remained silent, he didn't want to reveal information related to Mu Rou. Several people walked slowly up to the 4th floor. All sorts of odd signs became more frequent. All sorts of messy paint appeared on the walls on the floor, like the graffiti of a madman. The further along you go, the more intricate the graffiti becomes and the messier the paint gets. This is the first trace. Then there was a thick fog that slowly spread out from a large conference room in front of them. The fog was calm, as if it was in some kind of special equilibrium, and even if a few people walked around in the fog, they couldn't cause any disturbances. But there should be no fog here. This is the second trace. Then, a very creepy woman, dressed in a white Japanese kimono with her hands folded, can be seen wandering eerily down the hallway. It has no eyes. Out of the conference room and back in. Jiang Huayan easily passed through the woman, and the thing was not solid. Muro looked even more nervous. Watchman Zhao smiled and patted her little head, holding her right hand tightly as he stared at the conference room door in front of him. Elder brother Zhao, please come in. A member of the team held a cigarette in his mouth and politely held the door panel for him. Okay. Watchman Zhao noticed that when the man touched the door, a large, abnormal shadow appeared on the door panel. Sure enough, this person, too, isn't as normal as he seems. Why is there the sound of bells? Muro gripped his hand tightly, it's very close, right by us. Watchman Zhao watched the eyeless kimono woman walk through them and out the door. He didn't say much, just gave Muro a gentle look, it's okay, I'm here. Then, he held Muro's small hand and walked into the middle of the conference room with big strides. In an instant, a feeling of horror to the extreme enveloped his entire body in an instant. Guile smoke directly ignited, his whole body's green chi surged wildly, and white impermanence flashed behind him, blossoming with a brilliant blue light. At 11:23, the split crossed over and overlapped with Watchman Zhao at a different point in time. The threat from death caused Watchman Zhao's entire body to jerk up. The kimono woman, who had appeared behind him at some point, her missing eyes gradually materializing. Meanwhile, a ridiculously tall, ridiculously slender man in a suit was blocking the front door with his back to him. In the direction that the man in the suit was facing, a small piece of space seemed to have undergone a mutation, or it seemed to have picked up a whole new space. Overlapping with the conference room, it looked very strange. A teenager stood back to back with the tall, thin suit man in front of Watchman Zhao and cheerfully yelled, "Good man, showing love as soon as you come up here, Lu is very hot." Zhang Huayan's voice rang out, "Curse Lu, put the curse away." The captain is angry. The young man was a bit surprised. "You roll back too." "Oh." The young man's figure shook and was torn into that mysterious space by an invisible force. It disappeared in a flash. Chapter 38, A Bunch of Aliens. Watchman Zhao coldly glanced behind him. The woman did not disappear, while its eyes remained in a state of gradual manifestation. The change is disturbing. An unknown curse was reaching out towards him. The one called Lu Curse. Watchman Zhao said coldly, "I don't know what your ability is, but I promise you, your curse can't kill me, and I, on the other hand, will finish you off the moment the curse comes down." The little glass man happily climbed out of his pants pocket and grabbed his pants and danced. It was too easy for Watchman Zhao to kill someone now. 11:23 minutes of direct erasure. Unknown wishing objects 9 times. Whoever you are can kill you clean. Are you provoking me? A cold voice came out from the conference hall. Watchman Zhao sneered, "No, I'm informing you, and this isn't even a warning because I'm really ready to kill you." To Watchman Zhao's surprise, the man inside didn't seem as tough as he thought he was. That sense of extreme crisis disappeared. The kimono woman folded her arms and slowly left. Watchman Zhao walked through the gate with an icy face. The team member on the side gave him a thumbs up and slowly walked over to the seat where Zhang Huayan had settled, pulling out his chair and sitting down. A long conference table that could seat about 20 people around it. But at this point there were only 8 people rustling and sitting scattered. Zhang Huayan sat at the top and a projection screen fell behind him. The Rain Lady remained quietly behind him. Zhang Huayan's face is calm, not much color can be seen, but those who are familiar with him know that this guy has always been happy. The day he does not smile, generally is a little upset. "Sit." Zhang Huayan pulled out the seat on the other side of himself. Watchman Zhao was still standing there, looking over all 8 people present. At that moment, the kimono woman walked back in, eased up behind a scruffy man and tried to choke him, but gave up and left honestly. It turned back around a short while later. "You're Lu Curse, aren't you?" Watchman Zhao looked at the scruffy man coldly. Several people in the room froze. "Can you tell?" The scruffy man revealed a surprised and displeased look, especially when he saw Mu Ro's beautiful features. His jealousy was extremely heavy. Still, he kept his mouth shut and didn't speak, just grunted. So wimpy. Watchman Zhao despised this guy from the bottom of his heart. It looked like the man hated gracious dogs, but that was no reason for him to lay his hands on them. "And it's a dirty trick on yourself." Watchman Zhao laughed coldly, holding Mu Ro's hand as she walked past him in a big way, then sat down beside Zhang Huayan in a big way. "Leave OPBI and kill him." The spirits were affecting him. But Watchman Zhao didn't think it mattered, he had wanted to finish this one off. Zhang Huayan said indifferently, "Alright, let's introduce, this little brother is called Watchman Zhao, very interesting young man, officially joining our squad today. Watchman Zhao, this is Zhang Chen." "Hello, hello, hello." It was the same one who held up the door panel for Watchman Zhao. "I have the ghost hand curse on me." Zhang Chen smiled and said, "That's why I'm very observant. As soon as we met I felt that you have an extraordinary temperament, Watchman Zhao, and that you will become a great man in the future." Watchman Zhao couldn't be bothered by this whole thing. "Curse of the ghost hand, why are you so observant?" Zhang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Zhang Huayan continued, "This is Wu Hai, the farewell curse refuser." The man said hello politely as well. It was the third person smoking at the time. Watchman Zhao couldn't see any abnormality in him and didn't realize that he was also a cursor. Meng Jiali. A woman stood up with a flourish and tried to shake Watchman Zhao's hand. Mu Ro quietly pinched Watchman Zhao. Watchman Zhao froze, not understanding the meaning, and politely shook the woman's hand. After a moment's glance, he couldn't help but freeze. So beautiful. Pretty in an almost unnatural kind of pretty. Was there such a big, beautiful woman in this conference room just now? I don't think he saw it. Watchman Zhao quickly noticed. The woman's face was rendered with very thick pigment. Not just on the face, but on the body as well. She was almost covered in paint, and it was spreading out from her stool, and the whole entire conference room was covered in messy graffiti. Meng Jelly revealed a bright smile. I'm the painted skin cursor. Painted skin? Watchman Zhao looked at Zhang Huayan. Didn't you say that this kind of cursed person needs to be tightly controlled? Zhang Huayan smiled. Am I not controlling her? If this woman is let out, she might want to plague many men. Meng Jelly rewarded him with a wink. Does the captain want to manage me again tonight? Zhang Huayan and Watchman Zhao simultaneously shivered. On the one hand, because this woman is really too Thai, on the other hand, is Zhang Huayan behind the rain girl moved. Don't talk nonsense. Watchman Zhao warned, certain things will go berserk. Meng Jelly seemed to think of something at once, her face changed, and she hurriedly sat down honestly. Zhang Huayan breathlessly pointed to the next one, the weird teenager, Zhang Haoyuan. Watchman Zhao looked at the kid seriously. This guy, suspected of possessing mysterious spatial abilities. Zhang Huayan said, there's no curse on this kid, but he's a Siamese twins, and his brother turned into a skinny tall ghostly shadow. Tall, skinny ghosts? Watchman Zhao was stunned, that urban legend that's so famous abroad? That's the one. So, this man, connected to an evil spirit? Watchman Zhao looked at the teenager, and the tall, skinny freak behind him was indeed connected to his back. A man and a ghost connected back to back. The teenager seemed to lose interest in this side and started playing a game. Zhang Huayan continued his introduction, Zhang Chang, Fu Han, and Lu Mantra. 3 men. Lu curse is familiar, a jealous goon by. Kong Sun, this guy is surrounded by fog. Watchman Zhao was familiar with the trail. Death. This guy is suspected of harboring a very stable death curse? He always had a monstrous smile on his face. A very creepy kind of laugh. With his pale face and lack of blood, Watchman Zhao even wondered if this man had already died. Kong Sung raised his hand in greeting. Watchman Zhao saw body spots on his arm. This guy, he's not really a living dead guy, is he? Watchman Zhao didn't really want to look at him. This man's face was really uncomfortable to look at, just like wearing dead people's makeup. Watchman Zhao looked at the last man. The one known as Fu Han. He was about to ask something. Zhang Huayan, however, fiercely pressed his shoulder. Fu Han, you can't know your own curse, so don't talk nonsense, don't get my team members killed. The man known as Fu Han, however, showed a very expectant look, and he himself seemed to be eager to know. Why? Watchman Zhao asked. He would die on the spot if he learned of his curse. There's such a curse? Watchman Zhao was surprised. He looked over at Fu Han. It's clear. This man had a knife sticking out of his neck. Chapter 39, Profiling. Alright, everyone knows each other. Zhang Huayan clapped his hands. It was clear that he didn't want Watchman Zhao to continue to pursue the matter. This Fu Han's situation is very special. Fu Han sighed and shook his head, lowering it in silence. Zhang Huayan looked aside. Zhang Chen, help me open it. Apparently, Zhang Huayan, who can't even play WeChat, doesn't know how to use the cast screen. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded as he opened his computer and the cast screen lit up. Then he set the computer in front of Watchman Zhao. There was a short video call. Zhang Huayan smiled, sort of an official induction ceremony. Watchman Zhao nodded silently. The place was full of weirdness, and he was still watching. A short while later, the video lit up. An elderly man appears on the opposite side of the video. Yo, oldly, long time no see. Zhang Huayan stood behind Watchman Zhao and greeted him with a smile. The old man smiled amiably and nodded. There is no curse that spreads through video, young lady. Watchman Zhao froze. Wait, why does this feel weird? Why does this old man feel like a drug test? Could it be that certain curses can be transmitted across the screen? The old man got up and left. A very frail-looking female high school student appears in the video. She was dressed thick. You shouldn't need to wear such thick clothing in this weather, and I could feel that the girl wasn't in good health. Or should I say, quite poorly. Because the video was only a few seconds long and she had already coughed several times. Oh, Missy, long time no see. Zhang Huayan started again. The girl smiled and raised her hand in greeting. Grandpa Jiang, is it painting the two of them? Grandpa Chang? Watchman Zhao froze and looked at Jiang Huayan. Jiang Huayan's face twitched, barely still smiling. Just draw this boy. Yeah. The girl weakly held out a drawing board, then gracefully prepared various drawing implements. A look is a girl from a large family, behavior and demeanor unique a stream of beauty, although she is very weak, but instead, it gives more of a choo-choo moving feeling. What is she going to do? Watchman Zhao felt a bit vulgar as soon as he opened his mouth. Profiling. Jiang Huayan said. Profiling? Well, I told you so. Jiang Huayan explained, there are many kinds of spiritual sight in this world, and Missy possesses a very special kind of spiritual sight, profiling, where she is able to bring out a person's truest and most realistic state through drawing. Zhang Chen smiled and said, in short, she can draw out all the curses on you, so consider this as an entry medical checkup. The entry medical examination. Watchman Zhao was really unexpected. All the curses on me? Watchman Zhao savored the words. Certain curses, by the looks of it, are not so easy to spot. It seems that this Missy's ability is very precious. With his Watchman Zhao's spiritual vision, he was not able to see all the anomalies in the first place, and could only observe very clearly when a change occurred. And this Missy can get all the information just by looking at it and drawing a picture? This kind of psychic vision is incredibly advanced. The perfect woman, Meng Jelly, also came over and leaned on the chair in a charming manner. It looks like you're quite valued. Missy's spiritual vision is very precious, and people who spend tens of millions of dollars can't even get one of her paintings. That's really precious, strategic resource level, right? Didn't you guys have one at the time of your induction? Watchman Zhao asked. Meng Jelly rewarded him with a blank stare. Look at the screen. Zhang Chen smiled. How can anyone be qualified to profile? Watchman Zhao suddenly feels as if he doesn't have much emotional intelligence. A few others, apparently less enthusiastic, slouched in their seats and stared at the big screen on the wall. Missy switches perspectives, her image shrinks and hides in a corner as the screen gives way to a gradually emerging image on a drawing board. She's really quite good at drawing. In a short while, a clear Watchman Zhao appeared on the paper. Next up is the psychic stuff. Jiang Huayan said, staring intently at the screen. In the corner, however, Missy closed her eyes. She's in blind drawing? Perhaps the behavior that follows will no longer be normal. The profiling has begun and some paranormal situations are taking place. To Watchman Zhao's surprise, the first thing Missy drew was a glass figurine. That thing was sitting on Watchman Zhao's pants like a little pet. Muro said, it's this thing that you've never been able to see. Watchman Zhao fumbled around, couldn't feel it, couldn't see it, and in his perspective, there was no hair on his pants. Then, the second thing. A cigarette. Tricky smoke? Watchman Zhao didn't feel too good. If he continued to draw, wouldn't all his cards be exposed? In the video, Missy's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and then she traced it again after Watchman Zhao's portrait. Watchman Zhao stopped worrying all of a sudden. 11:23 p.m. This ability is so unbelievable that ordinary people can't even think about it. Apparently Jiang Huayan and the others didn't notice this detail either. Then, Missy focused on the left pocket of Watchman Zhao's pants. And then draw a piece of paper there. Paper? Several people looked at Watchman Zhao in confusion. Watchman Zhao himself was confused. He fumbled with his pockets. It's the paper. The paper sent back by my future self via 1123? It is written with a message related to the penumbra and warns you never to touch it. Good Lord, is that paper itself something extraordinary? Jiang Huayan looked deeply at Watchman Zhao. This kid, he's really deep. Watchman Zhao smiled twice and was not prepared to explain anything related to that piece of paper. Then next, it should be time to draw the necklace. Watchman Zhao searched. But to my surprise, Missy didn't draw. She had, it seemed, forgotten about the necklace, or hadn't even noticed it. Okay, this necklace is even weirder. Watchman Zhao didn't say anything, he couldn't wait to not draw it. It's time to draw a ghost. Zheng Chen reminded. On the opposite side of the video, Missy put up her pen and started sketching beside Watchman Zhao. A clear white erratic appeared. Several people's spirits were more focused, especially Watchman Zhao. But as the white impermanence was drawn more and more completely, the looks of everyone present became serious. Except for the living dead guy with the creepy smile. Oi, fake right? Meng Jelly revealed a surprised look. This white impermanence is flying in the air? Jiang Huayan's face was serious as he silently lit a cigarette. Is it strange to fly in the air? Watchman Zhao asked suspiciously. Wait, he suddenly realized something. With his psychic vision, he could see the footprints that characterized the black and white irregulars. But... yeah, his black and white is suspended in the air. Doesn't that mean that his black and white can't be glimpsed by the general public? Jiang Huayan pointed at the white impermanence in the painting. Congratulations, it's even harder for you to survive this thing. I'm afraid it can't be called black and white impermanence. What's it called? The Uncanny King. Chapter 40, Watchman Zhao will surely die. The Uncanny King? This description gave Watchman Zhao a rather unpleasant feeling as he tried to ask, stronger than the normal black and white irregulars? Zhang Chen said, I'm afraid it's more than just a tiny bit stronger, flying in the air. Isn't that equivalent to becoming a god? Hey, you're talking a bit metaphysical. Watchman Zhao spat. Jiang Huayan shook his head. I've lived for so many years, I've never seen a black and white impermanent flying in the sky. Your spiritual sight is peeping, you yourself should know best. The black and white impermanence characteristic is the footprints. How can you peep when you're flying in the sky with this thing? It's a bit of a fuss. Watchman Zhao wasn't very convinced. Everyone encounters the black and white irregulars differently after suffering a curse. That's true, but every single one of them is standing on the ground, and this thing of yours is flying in the air, and that's just evil. A few others whispered about it. It probably means the same thing, never seen a black and white flying in the air. While this detail isn't terribly amazing, the point is, it's special. Very special. On the video, the suffering continues. Missy began to draw some black and ghostly hands on Watchman Zhao. It's all over his body and there are smiley faces on the backs of his ghostly hands. Spirits. Jiang Huayan nodded. Suddenly, Missy drew a blank. She began to brush and swipe at the paper. A large number of ghostly hands were drawn quickly, and they seemed to show a certain pattern. As the numbers increased, that pattern became more and more apparent. Is that a demon? Why are all the curses on this kid so evil? Watchman Zhao looked gravely at the profile drawing on the screen. Indeed, this thing seems to be out of place. If viewed individually, each ghost hand is fine. But these hundreds of ghostly hands sprawled out and put together, put far away to take a look. That's just like a dragon. The dragon's head, body, and tail, with all sorts of features very clearly defined, snaked around and coiled above Watchman Zhao's entire body. This thing, is it a transformed dragon? Zhang Chen started talking about something arcane again. Goo. Jiang Huayan shook his head. It's really a bit hard for you kid to survive, these two ghosts on you are also too weird, right? Nang Jelly pointed at the screen. Captain, on him, it seems like there are more than two ghosts. Jiang Huayan froze. It's still true. Missy didn't stop writing. She's still drawing. There are still ghost things on you? Jiang Huayan was really shocked now. Watchman Zhao was also confused. Are you kidding me? There's a ghost in me? A faceless ghost? Impossible. The invasion of that thing failed. Faceless Ghost was also under absolute suppression every time he used trick smoke. It can never be affected. Joanne's little boy? Or Fei Lu's scapegoat? Difficult to determine, all things that are subjectively difficult for the cursor to discover. Just have to keep reading. Let's see what else to draw. Soon a computer appeared on the paper. Looking at the position, it was in front of Watchman Zhao, and there was no table painted, so it looked like the thing was suspended in the air. And oddly enough, it wasn't the laptop in front of Watchman Zhao. Instead, it's an old machine. Missy was so detailed that she drew all the wires of the old-fashioned machine. Then a large snowflake screen was drawn on the old computer's screen. In the screen, she wrote a few words crookedly. Welcome back, Watchman Cho. Watchman Zhao felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at those words. Something was greeting him through Missy's profiling ability. And it felt as if they had known each other for a long time. No one in the conference room is playing with their cell phones anymore. And no one is taking this profiling lightly anymore. More and more bizarre things are happening. Unimaginably terrifying secrets lurk in this teenager's body. The third ghost, the monumental web. Zhang Chen exhaled deeply. All fierce and scary things, you have no survival rate, brother. But, it's not over yet. Missy. She's still drawing. And she seemed to have become possessed, her movements becoming more and more exaggerated. The old man beside her almost tried to hold her down. Jian Huayan whispered, "Oldly, let her continue painting." Two huge, beautiful ghost hands appeared above Watchman Zhao's head, one of which was holding a brush. The penumbra. Why do you still have the pen curse on you? Jiang Huayan was truly stunned. You secretly performed the ceremony? Zhang Chen reminded, the pen sin ritual is very complicated, ordinary people can't play it. Jiang Huayan released a little, but immediately felt even more incredulous. Watchman Zhao's face was very ugly. He already knew the logic of the pen curse, how could he still touch it? An exponential power of 2 kills people, once every 4 days, how many does he have to kill? This curse appeared for no reason at all. I've never touched the penumbra. Watchman Zhao said coldly. He was in a pretty bad mood by the time things came to a head. The trick smoke was put away, otherwise he really wanted to light the thing and squash the blockage in his mind. It's too much. It's not even if the black and white irregulars and demons are fiercer than the normal ones, but there are actually 2 extra curses somehow. What's he going to do to survive? I'd like to withdraw, Captain, why don't I first? Said Meng Jelly, who seemed genuinely intimidated and wanted to run away. Jiang Huayan rewarded her with a look. She was honest and just silently pointed to the video, still drawing a. How many ghosts are on him? Really, still drawing. Moreover, Missy seemed to have injured herself, and her blood fell on the paper, staining Watchman Zhao's clothes red. Red wedding. Jiang Huayan shut up, this thing is not to be said. He glanced at Watchman Zhao, and the boy didn't notice. Jiang Huayan was relieved. Miss, don't draw. Across the video, that old man's eyes were filled with heartache. But the young girl was completely deaf, and she was still frantically drawing. And, for once, the drawing has been rather unorthodox. 1. Giant chessboard. Is this a curse from the distant past? Missy closed her eyes and showed an expression of immense excitement. I've never drawn this ghost before. This is a super curse recorded in the history books. Fake it. Jiang Huayan's cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. He couldn't wait for his whole body to pounce on the computer to read it. It's too outrageous. What dynasty are you really from? It's simply impossible for this curse to appear in this era. Watchman Zhao felt a bit puzzled. But he was no longer in the mood to talk, just staring at the screen with a deadpan stare. Chessboard indeed. The Go kind of board. There were a lot of messy things drawn on it, like chess pieces arranged on a black and white grid, and it was impossible to see what they were. Anyway, it's not a Go piece is all. And, this one board, how can I put it, gives a feeling of desperation. I don't know why I feel this way, but anyway, it just feels like once you're in, you have to die, there's no halfway point. Chapter 41, Killing Lu Curse. Brush up. She's still drawing. There are still ghosts on Watchman Zhao. But the old man took the young girl's pen by force. What for? I'm not done drawing. Don't draw it, Missy. Old Lee forcefully stopped the profiling. But there really is something else. You'll die if you keep drawing like this. Yes, the young girl's condition had been so abnormal that blood had begun to ooze from both ears and her nose. This profiling ability, it's going to hurt her. Jiang Huayan quickly said, Missy, you rest first, next time. Want there to be a next time? Old Lee was no longer amiable. He glared angrily at Jiang Huayan. Whether you come to the door tomorrow to apologize yourself, or if I drag this broken body to find you in trouble, it's up to you. Snap. The video broke. Jiang Huayan froze for a moment. This old clapper. Dare to hang up on me? Only Jiang Huayan could still joke about it. There was one of these people present, and not a single one of them could laugh. Watchman Zhao's face was so cold that it could drip water. Mu Rou was also saddened. Who would have thought that a walk through OPBI would result in a bunch of extra curses on your body? Like Jiang Huayan said. It was really a bit difficult for him, Watchman Zhao, to survive. But, here's the thing. Watchman Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up with tenacious fighting spirit. His parents need to be taken care of, Mullah needs to be taken care of, and the gang of dog brothers. Also, his ambitions. In any case, he couldn't accept that he was being taken out by these inexplicable things. Absolutely impossible to accept. I will live. He gripped Mu Rou's hand tightly. You'll definitely live too, we'll live together. Mu Rou lowered her head and clasped her hands tightly, silently responding to him. The wimpy Lu Curse suddenly let out a strange laugh, and weirdly cried out in jealousy, "Do you realize how horrible it is to have what you have on you? And live?" A piercingly cold aura flashed through Watchman Zhao's eyes to the extreme. Lu Mantra was taken aback. "What for? You want to finish me off here?" A couple of the others advised, "Cut the ing. Any one of the curses on this lad would be enough to kill you 10,000 times over. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?" Mang Jiali examined Lu Curse breathlessly. Compared to Watchman Zhao's bearing, Lu Curse, the wimpy, scruffy man, was too lowly. Pop! There was a loud bang. The table in front of Watchman Zhao shattered inch by inch. With a trick cigarette in his mouth, he slowly stood up and said, "One word at a time, that's right. I am here to kill you. You have provoked me again and again, how can I possibly allow you?" Zhang Huayan frowned. "Alright, you two don't make such a stalemate, you're all colleagues from now on." "Colleague?" Watchman Zhao sneered. "I don't care what this person is capable of, all I know is that he's a waste. Don't you, Zhang Huayan, feel that you've dropped the ball by having him follow you around? What a rat turd you've mixed into your team." "Put." Mang Jiali laughed delicately, and it was indeed bewitching to the extreme. Lu Mantra's face changed. "Mang Jiali. What do you mean? Do you believe that I will put Shirai's curse on? You don't have a chance." Watchman Zhao snorted coldly. 11:23 p.m. The second Watchman Zhao slowly stood up from the second floor of the Forgotten River Villa. "You, move to Lu Curse at 11:23. Watchman Zhao ordered icily in his heart. Lu Mantra felt a great sense of misfortune in his heart and reacted at the first opportunity. The mysterious kimono woman appeared behind Watchman Zhao in an instant. The missing eyes begin to show. But it's too slow. Zhang Huayan roared and tried to stop Watchman Zhao. But now Watchman Zhao is already annoyed, and this asshat keeps making provocative remarks. How can we keep him alive with this? Jesus couldn't save him even if he came. Watchman Cho said so. 11:23 p.m. The trick door opens. The power of the spirits is fulfilling Watchman Zhao's wish. A green-colored Watchman Zhao slowly appeared in a room. Inside, men are looking at juvenile things, hugging juvenile toys, doing juvenile things. Split up and slowly walk behind the man. There wasn't much lifting either. A very simple action. It pulled back the chair that Lu Curse, at that point in time, was sitting in, slightly, that much. The greatness possessed by the absolute barrier from the air in the midst of still space and time descended upon Lu Curse in an instant. But a moment. The Lu spell was directly incinerated. The point in time returns to the present. Watchman Zhao just stood there straight, waiting for the female ghost behind him to make her move. There's nothing to say. What makes you faster than me? I've slaughtered you in the past. There's no point in you being faster. Lu Mantra only left a surprised expression. In the next second, his entire body disappeared without a trace. He died at 11:23 last night. Now, what's the right to stand here? His ashes were raised last night. Everyone in the room jerked to their feet. What the hell? What the kind of power is that? Everyone was shocked beyond words. The Lu spell disappeared. It disappeared cleanly in an instant. Anyone with a bit of brains knows that he was taken out by Watchman Zhao. No contact, no marks, no signs. A big living man was just killed by Watchman Zhao? Come on. Watchman Zhao looked behind him coldly. He wanted to see what this Shirai had to do to kill him. The black and white protect him. The demon guarded him. Now even if the god of heaven came, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Sure enough, the bell the woman wore in her hand swung a few times. Then she slowly walked out of this conference room and disappeared into the shadows of the building. Is Lu Curse dead? Or has he disappeared into another mysterious place? Zheng Chen looked at the scene in front of him with shock. His powers of observation were superbly powerful. But even he couldn't see how Watchman Zhao killed anyone. There were no signs or indications at all. Hello. He immediately dialed a number. Any sign of life left in Lu Curse? Lu Curse? The other party wore a puzzled expression. Then the sound of tapping on a keyboard came from across the phone. That, Mr. Zhang, are you mistaken? Mistaken? Zhang Chen revealed a puzzled expression. What do you mean? It's like this. The female voice on the other end of the line said gravely, last night at like 11:30, Lu Curse was attacked by an unknown curse and has been burned to death. Pa! The cell phone fell to the floor. Zhang Chen looked violently at Watchman Zhao. That looked like he's seen a ghost. Last night? And Lu Curse died? And what is this Lu Curse he's been seeing all day today? A ghost? No, Watchman Zhao and Lu Curse hadn't bonded last night, and Watchman Zhao didn't have any as-person motives. So, it is Watchman Zhao now. Killed last night's Lu Curse? Are you kidding me? What in the world could be so amazing? Chapter 42, Haunted. Are you a human or a ghost? Zhang Chen's face was ugly and exaggerated. Those who know him know that this guy is usually extremely deep in the city and never looks happy or angry. Now it's nice to see him scared like this. Everyone's heart went cold. Watchman Zhao sneered, of course I'm human, but now this asshat has completely turned into a ghost. Jiang Huayan's face looked terrible. How did you do it? One has to have some secrets, don't you think, Captain? Watchman Zhao smiled faintly, put away the trick cigarette, lit up a black lichuan, and exhaled a long puff of smoke. You cost me a team member. Jiang Huayan said. Well, isn't there another one now? More capable and younger. Jiang Huayan laughed, smiling happily, good, really good. He suddenly laughed out loud, let's go, get together tonight. Meng Jelly looked at him awkwardly, isn't that a bit not so good, Captain? Jiang Huayan smirked, I've long looked at Lu Curse with displeasure, is there a problem? Well. Jiang Huayan is worthy of being a big shot. It's a real treat to say it's a treat. This meal of 9 people dropped 50,000. And did not drink Watchman Zhao had never eaten such an outrageous meal in his life. Also, he appears to be underfed. It was just that he couldn't say anything when he saw that people had spent such a large amount of money. When he checked out, Jiang Huayan didn't take his wallet. He picked up his cell phone and called whoever it was. Settle the bill for me, and also, prepare some expensive gifts for me, I have to go to Yinjing tomorrow. Put. Meng Jelly laughed badly from the side, the captain still has to honestly go and apologize. Shut up. Oh. Jiang Huayan looked at a few people, alright, today is over, go back to your homes. Watchman Zhao looked at him breathlessly, why do I feel like I didn't get anything out of coming to you today? What harvest do you want? Jiang Huayan looked at him with a smile. Watchman Zhao took Mu Ro's hand, first, it's about her, the curse of death still exists and is getting stronger, I'm worried about this change. Jiang Huayan asked, then how is she standing here intact? She has also contracted the Black and White Uncanny Curse, and her death is due in about a month. The last time the death curse descended, the Black and White Uncanny preserved her. Watchman Zhao said. A few people froze. Black and White can still save the death cursor? Well, there is indeed this argument, though. Zhang Chen said, it shouldn't be the current situation, as long as her physical body exists, the death curse will escalate infinitely and forcefully kill her. However, the Black and White Irregulars need her to live, so usually her physical body will be destroyed, but her consciousness will float in a strange environment, suffering the death curse while waiting for the Black and White Irregulars to die. Jiang Huayan said, yes, this is generally the situation. Then it's still the same question. Jiang Huayan looked at Watchman Zhao suspiciously, then how is she standing here intact? Watchman Zhao felt that there was nothing more to hide, and simply said, my Black and White Impermanence saved her, and during that attack, I got myself involved, and now it's my Black and White Impermanence that's fighting against the god of death. Jiang Huayan revealed a dawning expression, that's why, your Black and White Impermanent is very special, far more powerful than ordinary impermanent ghosts. As for your girlfriend's current situation, to be honest, I feel that it's not good, based on the available information, the Black and White Impermanent can't carry the god of death. The Reaper's infinite ascension logic is too terrifying for any kind of evil spirit to carry. Odds are, as soon as some sort of balance is broken, she'll be killed by the Reaper, and instantly at that, because by then the Reaper's curse has escalated to a rather terrifying level. Watchman Zhao's face was ugly as he looked at the young girl to the side, but he felt that the girl wasn't that fearful. You're dying, be a little scared, okay? Watchman Zhao was speechless. Mu Ro smiled, you're by my side, I'm not afraid. Well. The line was speechless. The old man filled up on a year's worth of dog food today. I'm really convinced, there's no such show of affection, okay? Jiang Huayan also smiled bitterly and shook his head, what about yourself? Don't you care about your own condition? Muro tensed up all of a sudden. Watchman Zhao pondered. On October 7th, at 2 p.m., the Black and White Invincibles will take away my life. I still have 3.5 days, I think, and I'm going to go and contact some more evil spirits to find a way to save myself, so I might need your help, old brother. I need information on the evil spirits and their locations. As for the matter of money, Watchman Zhao didn't worry about it instead. He has 9 chances to make a wish. That little glass doll would help bring him great wealth, enough for his parents' future. Zhang Huayan smiled. Tomorrow I'm going to make a trip to the headquarters. Your situation is quite special. Those big shots at the headquarters might take it seriously. It's impossible to say. They have a way to keep you alive. Watchman Zhao was immediately energized. Thank you, Captain. What's the solution? Who knows, those big shots should always have some life-saving methods. Besides, if you really can't, you just go to the pen fairy. Watchman Zhao froze. You would actually allow me to invite the pen fairy? Aren't you very resistant to that thing? That depends on who the target is. Zhang Huayan smiled. I'm not that rigid. If your value is high enough, I'll try my best to keep you. Oh right. Zhang Huayan suddenly remembered something. Do you still remember what I told you this afternoon, that thing? Watchman Zhao remembers slightly. In the afternoon he was sitting by the artificial lake with Mu Ro when he met a pregnant college girl. There was a high probability that what she was carrying in her stomach was Zhaoan and Lu Fei, who were supposed to be dead. A mysterious event that could very well be a reincarnation. Watchman Zhao informed Zhang Huayan about this and asked about making money. At that time Zhang Huayan gave him a promise. If this matter could be of sufficient value, Zhang Huayan was willing to help Watchman Zhao take care of his parents. You mentioned it, but didn't tell me the specifics. Watchman Zhao said. To put it simply, it's a haunting incident with a great impact, and the above arranged for us to step in to handle it. Zhang Huayan said, our OPBI's core work, on the one hand, is to manage some dangerous curses that would have a significant impact on society, such as an aberration like Xia Heiman, or a malevolent curse like the Pen Fairy. On the other hand, it's dealing with serious incidents that are so impactful that they can almost destabilize society. Zhang Huayan looked at Zhang Chen, who was on the side. You two had a WeChat. Tomorrow I'll go to Yanjing, and I'll probably come back at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. During this period of time, Watchman Zhao, you can contact Zhang Chen if you have anything. It was added a long time ago. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his cell phone. Then, we'll see how you behave tomorrow. Zhang Huayan smiled and raised his hand to say goodbye. A special car drove up and Zhang Huayan got into the back seat and disappeared from sight. Who inside the specialized car? A heavy mouthful of smoke was exhaled, and Zhang Huayan's expression looked incredibly serious. King of Impermanence. Spirits and Dragons. Tablet. The Pen Fairy. Red wedding dress. Ghost game. The filth on this teenager is one sicker than the other. The bizarre condition of black and white and demons. The welcome back line on the tablet. The curse of the penumbra that shouldn't be there. The red wedding. That thing also appeared quite unreasonably. As for that last board. Haven't seen it for 1,000 years, right? This kind of curse, why would it appear on a teenager in this era? Zhang Huayan's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the roof of the car. Watchman Zhao, what on earth are you? Chapter 43, Dating Red Wedding Ambush. The few remaining people began to say their goodbyes as well. Zhang Chen asked enthusiastically, so, we're pulling out as well, should we see you off? Watchman Zhao shook his head, we'll just go back by ourselves. Okay, then we're off. Meng Jelly gave Watchman Zhao an interested look. Well then, I'll see you tomorrow, handsome boy. Watchman Zhao suddenly asked, you guys don't have to punch in here, do you? Punch card? What's a punch card? Zhang Chen smiled, we can work wherever we want, there's no limit, as long as we can find someone. Well. Watchman Zhao is very happy with this job. Zhang Chen, Meng Jelly, and Wu Hai left together. Zhang Haoyuan had long since disappeared to nowhere. Fu Han and Jiang Cheng smiled and said goodbye as they each left. Looks. Everyone was very cordial separately. But is that the truth? Of course not. As soon as Zhang Haoyuan, that little guy, left, he ran straight home and hid under the covers. Mom, brother, what kind of monster has the captain gotten this time? I don't want to go to OPBI anymore. This guy is full of scary stuff. Behind him, the huge, skinny, tall ghostly figure stared up at the ceiling in silence. The thing slowly reached out and caressed the top of the teenager's head. Meng Jelly walked to a place where she couldn't see Watchman Zhao, and all of a sudden, as if she had been deflated, she leaned tightly against Zhang Chen. No? Seriously? Working with him later? Wu Hai, who had been quiet, also sighed. It's too scary. Black and White, Spirits and Monuments, SteelNet, what kind of destructive lineup is this? Zhang Chen, however, was still smiling. Such a horrible curse fell on him, and not only did he survive, but he also mastered all sorts of terrifying abilities. Don't you guys think that this kid is extremely powerful? Awesome is awesome. I still don't know how Lu Curse died. Meng Jili recognized him. So? Zhang Chen said, I feel all the more that I should get on good terms with him, and it's not possible to say that he can save the three of us. The two froze. Zhang Chen looked at them and silently took out a cigarette. Recently, the ghostly hands have been appearing more and more frequently. I think that I might be dying. You two are about the same. We are not alien like the captain. The curse of the evil ghosts is becoming more and more complete. It won't be long until we are all dead. Making friends with such a formidable character is not a bad thing for us. Meng Jili sighed, but this guy is really scary. Is it more scary than painted skin? Zhang Chen asked, don't forget what happened to those poor women, you're just more special. Meng Jili didn't say anything. Wu Hai was silent. Each of the three walked slowly away. Watchman Zhao held Mu Ro's hand and slowly walked down the boulevard. Going back? Going back? Muro stared at the stone tiles on the road. Look at you. Watchman Zhao smiled, overlooking the publicity board on a barbecue stand to the side. Grilled oysters, $10 for 3. 10. Well, the Grim Reaper has come to remind him again that the death curse comes in 10 days. What dedication! Watchman Zhao was speechless. I feel that your current situation is really dangerous. Mu Ro whispered. Yes, oh, so dangerous. Watchman Zhao sighed. Inexplicably there are several more curses, the tablet web, the pen fairy, the ghost chessboard, but it's not right, why do I have the pen fairy curse on me? Who knows? Mu Ro looked at him, did you invite a pen fairy? Ugh, no really, even you don't believe me? Isn't that girl drawn? Watchman Zhao was speechless, he really couldn't figure it out. Where the hell did these inexplicable curses pop up from? I feel. Muro paused. Feel what? Watchman Zhao looked at her suspiciously. He gently took her in his arms. If it's any kind of bad feeling, don't say anything. But in 3 days, you might actually be dead. That can't be, I promised you, I won't die, surely. Well. There's more, I'm not full. Watchman Zhao froze, what kind of twist is this? He cupped the young girl's face and scrutinized it. Tears hid in the corners of her eyes. Coincidentally, I'm not full either. Watchman Zhao lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her lips, then let's go fix some late-night snacks. Good. That night, Watchman Zhao called his mom and dad as usual, and sent a couple of silly sons a few photos of them showing off their love for each other. He grinned gleefully as he watched a bunch of sand sculptures ghosting around in his roommate group. Moro leaned on his shoulder and laughed along with him. Senior. How? We, haven't officially dated yet. Watchman Zhao looked at her suspiciously and stuffed a baked gluten into his mouth. No? No. Watchman Zhao recalled it carefully. Ergo, the day they made their relationship official, they fled the campus and went crazy all over the world. And then that night. Ahem, lesser children. For the next few days, Watchman Zhao was trying to find a way to survive. So it seems. It seemed like there wasn't much good company for her. Zhang Huayan had gone to Yanjing and was not allowed to bring back very crucial information, so tomorrow Watchman Zhao would have to wait. All that life and death stuff can be put off for a while tomorrow. So, let's go on a date tomorrow. Yes. No, from now on. Watchman Zhao hastily shook his head. I won't live for a few days, every minute and every second should not be wasted. Muro blushed slightly. Now, it's almost 10 o'clock. How do you want to date? Watchman Zhao was stunned, he was never expecting Mu Ro to suddenly come up with such a sentence. If it was Meng Jili who said such things, even though she was beautiful, Watchman Zhao only felt speechless. But the girl in front of her was her favorite teenage girl. In such an environment, she suddenly came to such a sentence full of implied meaning, which man can bear it? Girl, you're stirring up the fire. Senior, what are you doing? Where are you taking me? Wait. Didn't pay for it. Oh. Watchman Zhao instantly sobered up a tiny bit and immediately and honestly went to pay. The owner looked at him quizzically. Didn't you just pay for it? Your girlfriend already paid. Watchman Zhao felt like he was being tricked. Turning back again, the girl had already run away. Hey, what are you running so fast for? In the distance, under the dim streetlight, the beautiful young girl, standing with her hands behind her back, was stopped in her tracks by his voice. Watchman Zhao stared blankly at that beautiful back. It's not like he hasn't seen a woman's back before. But that one back was unlike anyone else's. There are millions of people in this world, but if you show up, I think I'll be able to find you at a glance. I'm leaving 03, too. Her voice came from far away. Watchman Zhao shook his head and lost his smile. When did he become literate himself? People like him. He hurriedly took a quick step to catch up. Boss, check out. After Watchman Zhao left, a man came to the front desk. The man looked at Watchman Zhao's back suspiciously. What's the matter, brother? Suffered a love injury? The boss shook his head. Who knows, in this day and age, how many people haven't suffered a love injury? The man sighed. I've seen him eating there alone for over 2 hours, chanting the whole time, and I don't see anyone around him. Isn't that right? Anyway, he told me he came here with his girlfriend and just ran to check out twice. Ugh. The man sighed, lighting a cigarette. It's all hard in this day and age. Chapter 44, Out of Control. Yeah. It's all hard. Who doesn't have a hard time? My name is Watchman Zhao. I am a severe schizophrenic. I had a, once, very loving girl. Her name is Muro. I promised her that I would watch over her for the rest of her life. No matter what happens, even if the sky collapses, even if the world is destroyed, even if the most desperate thing happens to her, I will definitely stand by her side. But something's wrong with me. I'm crazy. I'm reduced to a loser. I can't tell the real from the unreal. I became a, scrappy dog who couldn't even take care of himself. I'm a waste. Who am I to take care of her like that? I disappeared. I hid in my shell. I stared at the off-white asylum ceiling every day, remembering bits and pieces of the past. Until one day, I couldn't hold back any longer. I can't stand the world without her. I want to go to her. I escaped the asylum and ran hysterically down the main street. Until, that is, I saw a wedding car. Up there came down the figure that was almost burned into my soul. She was so beautiful and bewitching in her blood-red wedding dress that her heart trembled. Then, holding the bouquet, she excitedly ran to another man and into his arms. On that day, when I greeted the new students, with just one glance, I saw her in the middle of the crowd. Phew! Watchman Zhao violently bounced off the bed. The magnitude was so exaggerated that he flew straight out a few meters and landed heavily on the floor. Ing hurts like hell. Watchman Zhao showed his teeth and stood up. But the next moment he forgot about the physical pain. Because compared to the tiny bit of pain he felt from a fall, the pain he felt inside at that moment wasn't even on the same level. What kind of dream was that? That's too painful. The sound of walking came from the hotel bathroom. Muro's figure appeared at the door of the restroom, and she looked at Watchman Zhao in surprise. What are you doing early in the morning? Looking at the beautiful figure in the distance, Watchman Zhao felt as if his heart had been torn apart and reorganized. Almost without hesitation, he rushed out and rushed to her side, holding her tightly in his arms. Like he was deeply afraid that she would disappear. What's wrong with you, senpai? Said Muro, startled by his unusual behavior. She gently stroked his forehead. No fever. It's okay, let me hold you for a while. Oh, but only hugs. Oh, other things are forbidden. I'm not a pervert, okay? It's about time. After a while, Watchman Zhao let go of her and ran to the toilet alone, silently lighting a cigarette. Can't light it. Watchman Zhao was speechless and put away the trick cigarette and lit a normal black leech one. Something is wrong, this situation is very wrong. Watchman Zhao stared intently at himself in the mirror. He noticed something blood-red hovering above his head. It's like a thin layer of fog. Seems like a fuzzy, red wedding dress? Soon the thing disappeared. A curse? A curse that gives people nightmares? Watchman Zhao pondered. This nightmare, how can I put it, can be big or small. If it was really just a nightmare, it wouldn't affect him, and Watchman Zhao wouldn't want to die because of a nightmare. The nightmare was real and scary though. He remembered that he seemed to have had similar nightmares. On that footbridge, the faceless ghost curse inexplicably attacked him, and he was beaten by a mixture of black and white and demons. On that day, he died on top of the footbridge and was later resurrected because of the power of the black and white irregulars and the demons. In a daze, he had dreamed of a similar scenario. A girl runs to another man in a wedding dress. That's when he felt the pain too. But that time, the dream wasn't so real. For once, there is a clear identity, a clear plot, a clear story. In other words, this is getting real. Some unknown evil spirit is attacking him through the medium of love? This is outrageous. There's such a thing? What if this curse becomes more and more real next, affecting not just dreams, but reality as well? The thought of Mu-ro running to another man in a wedding dress and him becoming an escaped psychopath who could be recaptured by the mental hospital at any time. Good. Watchman Zhao gave an exasperated laugh. The ashes of the cigarette in his hand shook off in the pool and rendered with the water to form a 9. Grass. Sand dollar. You are really ing dedicated. 9 days, okay, 9 days later you come over, I'll give you a banquet. Comrade Watchman Zhao has officially declared war on death. He angrily drained the last of his cigarette but briefly washed his hands and walked out of the bathroom. As soon as he went out the door, he met Mu-ro's surprised eyes. Who are you talking to? Watchman Zhao felt like she was looking at her like she was a psychopath. He felt aroused. No, girl, let me warn you, you're playing with fire. Huh? Mu-ro was really shocked. I didn't say anything. No, what are you doing, senior? Wait. The duo wandered the streets holding hands. The young girl looked at the teenager with a sly look in her eyes. Watchman Zhao watched his eyes and nose as if he didn't see it. So, what kind of things should we do on a date? Watchman Zhao forcefully changed the topic. Haven't you ever talked about it? Why do you ask me this question? Watchman Zhao nodded. Never talked about it, you're my first love. Heh, who believes that? Watchman Zhao smiled cheerfully, a question that was a giveaway for many boys, but not for him. He hasn't really talked about it. Before I went to college, all I could think about was school and games, so I didn't have time to think about those things. When I entered college, I always wanted to fall in love. But I always felt reluctant to settle. It's not that I haven't met beautiful girls. It just always felt almost interesting. It was as if there was a destiny hidden in the midst of his life that he hadn't met yet, but the others were always slightly lacking. Watchman Zhao was stunned. He suddenly felt really abnormal in his condition. How can any normal person be like this? It's not like it's a fairy tale. Perhaps that evil spirit has affected me for longer than I thought. Watchman Zhao murmured in a low voice. Mu-ro looked at him suspiciously. Evil spirits? This girl is just too sensitive to those two words. Watchman Zhao smiled and hurriedly changed the topic. What about you? What, me? Have I ever talked about it? Mu-ro blushed slightly. Of course I've talked about it. I've talked about it a lot. Watchman Zhao realized that his face immediately changed. It's gotten bad. A feeling called jealousy locked him up. What? Did she talk about it? At some point in the past, a man had her too. It's actually understandable, who hasn't had a few relationships in this day and age. But Watchman Zhao felt that he was just very difficult. He understood that some unknown evil spirit was affecting him. He's becoming more and more unhinged. What, jealous? Mu-ro laughingly relied on his arms and cupped his cheeks. Aha! Watchman Zhao responded in silence. I've never been in a relationship. She laughed. My parents didn't allow me to fall in love before I went to college, and that's why I met you right after I came to college. Really? Of course it's true. Watchman Zhao laughed bitterly and shook his head as he realized that he had become happy. He's really good at fooling people. Regardless of whether or not what Mu-ro said was true, as long as she said so, she was more than willing to believe it herself. Obviously such a sensible person, but taken so dead. Count me unlucky, I seem to be having fun being taken to death by you. Hey, where did I take you, I mean really? Watchman Zhao smiled and shook his head, holding her tightly in his arms. Suddenly, a ghostly eye grew out of the back of his head and his gaze slanted to the side of the two men. Underneath the ghostly eyes, an exaggerated mouth was violently torn open, emitting a creepy, strange laugh. Hey. That thing on you is laughing again. Muro tensed up all of a sudden. Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Spirits? Why is the demon laughing? Did something happen? He looked around suspiciously. At that moment, four black men with very dirty eyes scanned Muro's whole body and walked past the duo with a bad smile. Watchman Zhao's eyes instantly went cold. He moved slightly across the room, holding the young girl back. But the group's eyes hadn't narrowed in the slightest. He even whistled and made some very dirty gestures, and then spoke a few words in a language that Watchman Zhao couldn't understand. What did they say? Muro's face was terrible, some very hard words. So? Watchman Zhao smiled and gently stroked the top of the young girl's head. Then, kill them all. Muro looked at him incredulously. An ear-piercing ghostly laughter emanated from Watchman Zhao's entire body. Chapter 45, the second level is out of control. No, senior? Muro grabbed him anxiously. The laughter on Watchman Zhao was horrible. Something terrible was affecting him. It's not so bad that it's going to kill someone, it's not that serious. Watchman Zhao was still smiling so dotingly. But the evil spirit's laughter became more exaggerated. He knew very well that he shouldn't have done that. In fact, killing Lu Curse went a little too far. Granted, Lu Curse did come close to hurting him, and later spoke harshly. But honestly, it's really not a capital offense. But the spirits were affecting him. Watchman Zhao is very clear. He himself is being influenced by the spirits, and he is gradually losing control. Hey! He called out to the black men, slowly extending his right hand in an international gesture of friendship. The guys froze. Soon, anger could be seen quite clearly on their faces. You X's. I can't believe I said it so eloquently. Watchman Zhao smiled cheerfully. How should I kill it? Using a mirror villain? Waste a wish? Are you kidding me? These guys deserve it? It's still 11:23, using a more normal method. The doppelganger that exists in the past slowly crawls up through the stillness of time and space. Four bizarre doors slowly unfolded before it. The demon's ability was so perverted that even if it was a stranger he had never met before, if Watchman Zhao wanted to find it, the demon would be able to find it for him. Just need to cross over. These four people would be dead in an instant. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The demon laughed even more freely. Watchman Zhao is losing control. Like the other night at Ken City Hardware. He is becoming more and more extreme and just needs this to continue. Sooner or later, he, Watchman Zhao, would involve himself in a situation of utter despair, a desperate situation that not even the spirits could save him from. And then, he brought himself to life. All go to hell. Watchman Zhao's smile began to twist. Looking at Muro in his arms sent chills down his body. Just then, a cold light lit up at the neck of Watchman Zhao. It's the necklace that came back from the future. Watchman Zhao was awake for a moment. The 11:23 split collapsed with a whimper. And by that time, four black men had rushed forward with fists clenched. Watchman Zhao held out an index finger. One counts, and all of them are directly pressed to the ground. For big, strong men were no better than babies and toddlers in front of him. Ha! Black people are stupid. Is it the legendary kick you to the dead kung fu? No, is he that strong? It's outrageous. This kid doesn't look like he has much muscle on him. Watchman Zhao didn't bother with their reactions. He just covered his head in death. He was affected by the spirits. The impact is deep. When did human life become so cheap in his eyes? Just because of a very small conflict, you can kill someone? What is he doing? What kind of monster is he now? Muro hurriedly hugged him tightly. You guys have to go. Watchman Zhao also coldly swept a glance. Get lost. A few of the men ran for their asses in a hurry. You're under the influence. Muro said softly. Watchman Zhao looked at her silently. Yes. He was affected, extreme, irritable, raging, inhuman. Then, what if one day, that unknown curse affects reality and Muro really falls in love with someone else? And himself, really becoming inhuman? What will the spirits turn him into? Destroy the world? It's hard to tell. Because now he can kill whoever he wants. Except, of course, for those deviants who are sheltered by evil spirits. To obliterate 1,000 people, it only takes 11:23 minutes to bulldoze a building. All it takes to obliterate a city is to make a wish. What extreme things would he do then? Mu-ro, will she survive? Definitely not. He would have slaughtered her and that dog man in the most brutal way. Girl. He smiled and gently squeezed her shoulders. I'll get a cab, you go home first. Dating, it may just have to end here. At that moment, a very subtle feeling arose in Mu-ro's heart. She felt she must not go now. Watchman Zhao's reaction was too abnormal. He could be going to do something very dangerous. Today, if you go by yourself. Probably won't see him again. I'm not leaving. Watchman Zhao let out a bitter smile. Be good, I'll come find you this afternoon. So tell me, what are you going to do? Watchman Zhao smiled and shook his head. I can't say. He took out his cell phone. Hello, Zhang Chen? Oh, young Master Zhou, what is it? I'd like to meet you and then pick up my girlfriend for me. Mu-ro excitedly shouted. Watchman Zhao. What the hell, I don't get involved in things where the head of the bed quarrels and the tail of the bed makes up. Zhang Chen was still smiling. Watchman Zhao just said indifferently, originally, I was going to look for Jiang Huayan, but since he's not here, I'll look for you. Watchman Zhao covered both of Mu-ro's ears and clamped the phone to his shoulder. Tell me how to find the cat-faced old lady. On the other side of the phone, Zhang Chen, who was playing billiards with his best friend, directly snapped and gave the rod a break. Hey, you better be kidding. Zhang Chen finally realized the seriousness of the matter. I'm not kidding. Watchman Zhao said coldly, Jiang Huayan can't save me, there are too many damned curses on me, even if those big shots can save me for a while, they can't save me for a lifetime. If things go on like this, sooner or later the demons are going to turn me into a complete demon. I guess it's kind of pointless to be alive even in that condition. In that case, why don't we just get straight to the point? I checked out the old cat-faced lady's rule, and that thing will help me banish all the evil spirits from my body. Zhang Chen interrupted, but I want you to get this straight, no one can escape the cat-faced old lady alive, remember, never in all of history. Is there really none? Since no one survived, how did you guys know about this rule? Zhang Chen sighed, that must be, something very tragic has happened, alas, this, I am not at liberty to say more. Well, even so. Watchman Zhao smiled bitterly, I'd like to try, I don't want to watch myself turn into a homicidal maniac, and even more so, I don't want to watch my out-of-control self kill all the people I hold most dear. Something is very wrong with you. Zhang Chen sighed, tell you what, send me your location. Good. Watchman Zhao let go of Mu-ro and sent the location over. Mu-ro snatched his cell phone straight away. What the hell are you doing? Go do something slightly. Isn't that what you said? We have to live together. You don't have to do anything today, just sit here and wait for Jiang Huayan to come back, Jiang Huayan? Watchman Zhao let out a bitter smile, took out a cigarette, lowered his head and lit it, exhaling a deep breath of smoke. I can't imagine how he should save me. Then you have 3 more days too. She almost cried out, can't you wait a little longer? Wait a minute? Watchman Zhao hesitated a bit. He smoked silently, wanting to try and calm down. Today, his mind seemed a little off. It's quite a bit extreme. Probably that horrible nightmare last night and the demons were working together to affect him. You're right, I can't be too aggressive. I should calm down a bit and deal with everything rationally. Mu-ro's heart rejoiced, the persuasion had worked, he was regaining his composure. She hastened to try and persuade a couple more times. But just then, the glass doll suddenly crawled out of Watchman Zhao's pocket. It stood on Watchman Zhao's leg and stared coldly at Mu-ro. It was clear that it hadn't been wished for, but it had inexplicably developed an extra section of cracks in it. This thing is actively using the power of the evil ghost? And it was showing clear hostility towards Mu-ro. Chapter 46 The Blizzard's Terror. He's going to die soon. Mu-ro's pupils shrunk. That glass doll, it's actually talking? The cat-faced old lady's curse is absolute and absolutely straightforward, more so than any ghost. Anyone who dares to touch it will surely die. And, it's going to be a quick death, quick. He's about to straighten himself out, so why are you talking too much? You're really annoying. Disappear. The space around Mu-ro fluctuated in an instant. A trail of bloody footprints raced from the distance. The black and white irregulars belonging to Mu-ro are alarmed and are ready to start rescuing their target. Watchman Zhao didn't notice. He was still caught up in a restless mental state. Or should I say, the demon's behavior is something he can't pay attention to, he can only observe the results created by that behavior. The mysterious power of wish granting began to be unleashed. Muro's body instantly disappeared in half. It was a power that human power was completely unqualified to fight against. The reason why only half of it disappeared was because the black and white irregulars were bailing her out. A faint blue light circled her body. The glass doll had a more hostile aura about it. It wanted Mujo to be completely and utterly dead, not half dead. And, in the current state of affairs, not even half of them are dead. The black and white invincibles are reviving Muaro. Ka-ching. It actually tried to use the wish power on its own accord again. It really wanted to kill Muro. Hugh Watchman Zhao exhaled a mouthful of smoke. He felt a lot calmer. Girl, you're right, I'm too extreme today. He turned his head sideways and looked in the direction of Muro. Pupils snapped. Half of Muro's body disappeared. The impermanent ghosts behind her were clearly visible, and were clearly protecting Muro from disappearing completely. What's the situation? Watchman Zhao stood up violently. That doll. It tried to kill me. Her voice was incredibly hoarse and she was obviously in intense pain. Doll? Watchman Zhao was shaken. Glass figurines that you can wish on? That thing has a consciousness of its own? Muro had said that the doll had the laughter of demons on it. It had pieces of the demon on it. So the spirits were influencing themselves, and Muro interrupted that influence. The demon relocated his anger to Muro? IXXX. Spirit, who gave you permission to kill her? Watchman Zhao roared. The glass doll's tendency to shatter stalled. A flash of humanized regret crossed its face. It's a shame I couldn't kill you. Your influence on Watchman Zhao is really getting in the way. The second wish terminates, and the unknown attack against Muluo stops there. Obviously this thing didn't have the complete power of an evil spirit, it just possessed the fragmented power of the black and white, the god of death, and the demon. Muro, who was guarded by the black and white irregulars, could not be killed by it with just one attack. Muro's body began to recover with the naked eye. It worked! Watchman Zhao's eyes were cold. The demon is still obedient, and the thing definitely follows its own subjective will. He rushed to Muro's side and protected her in his arms. The glass doll lay on his lap, hidden from the world he couldn't observe, sneering and staring deathly at the young girl in Watchman Zhao's arms. You're really in the way. I'll kill you sooner or later. How are you feeling? Watchman Zhao asked softly. Muro shook her head. She didn't have the strength to talk anymore. The curse of the glass doll is terrible. In that instant, she felt like every muscle in her body was tearing. That thing that really wanted her gone. That thing, it's affecting you, it's trying to lead you, to touch the cat-faced old lady. That thing, never touch it, you'll die. Watchman Zhao gently stroked her forehead. Alright, stop it, I have my measure. She lowered her head and lay on Watchman Zhao's arm. The divine power of the black and white irregulars was restoring her injuries. But pain is a stimulus to the spirit that cannot be repaired. Soon she fell into a deep sleep. Watchman Zhao searched for a bench and sat quietly with her in his arms. He didn't smoke. He never smoked when he was holding her. But his eyes became more and more grim. He almost got his favorite person killed. In a senseless condition. Yes, the spirits will help him. But demons possess their own subjective ideas. It wants Watchman Zhao to mothball himself, it wants Watchman Zhao to get himself killed. And wants a certain presence that affects this trend. The spirits will reveal intense hostility. This time it was Muro, with the black and white irregulars protecting her, so nothing serious happened. Next time, what if it's his parents? His mom and dad found out about his condition, persuaded him, and comforted him. They valued themselves so much that if they had known of their condition, there was no doubt that they would have prevented them from going to extremes. This, in turn, invites hostility from the spirits. The demons will kill the people they love so much, one by one, in some corner of the world that they are completely unaware of. That's what makes demons the most terrifying. He, Watchman Zhao, had underestimated the terror of the demons. He had been using the demon as some sort of tool. But this thing is a ghost. It's an evil spirit comparable to the black and white. What's the difference between using it recklessly and seeking death? I underestimated you, demon. Watchman Zhao smiled to himself. At that moment, a sports car swished to a stop in front of him. Zhang Chen rolled down the window and looked at the two people on the bench with furrowed brows. What happened? Watchman Zhao looked at him quietly. The spirits, they almost killed her. Old Zhang, you can't park here. In the driver's seat, a cockney said. Zhang Chen said coldly, who cares if he can stop? He opened the door and got straight out of the car. The demon wanted you to seek your own death, and she influenced the process, didn't she? Zhang Chen asked. Right. Watchman Zhao nodded. Look, she's right next to me, and she was almost killed by me. I suddenly realized that I'm so dangerous, more dangerous than I thought. Eh? Zhang Chen thought in his heart, isn't this nonsense? The Uncanny King, the Demon Dragon, and the Steel Net, just take out one of them are all ridiculously dangerous things, and you have gathered a bunch of them on one person. If you're not dangerous, who is? Get in the car first and let's talk, you're in a bad way. Watchman Zhao, however, didn't move, he just stared silently at the man in front of him. If I want to remove the evil spirits from my body once and for all, can the pen fairy do it? Zhang Chen shook his head, the pen fairy can only keep you from dying. As for what you'll become, it doesn't care. Many people have survived by relying on the pen fairy but ended up inhuman. Zhang Achievement is the best example. The living dead guy with the creepy smile? So it is. Zhang Huayan said that there are only two ways to survive from the hands of the Black and White Irregulars, so, you see, I still have to go to the cat-faced old lady. Watchman Zhao smiled bitterly, and, the sooner the better, otherwise, there's no way I'll turn into a complete monster before being killed by the Black and White Irregulars. Chapter 47, The Moth to the Flame. Get in the car first, ugh. Watchman Zhao agreed. As he got into the car, he noticed the time. 9:49. 9. Zhang Chen sat in the passenger seat and looked back at Watchman Zhao. I have to ask for permission first. He called Jiang Huayan over. Captain, Watchman Zhao wants to know information related to the cat-faced old lady. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Huayan led two people and was rushing with a large pile of desserts. At that, Jiang Huayan froze. What do you mean? Zhang Chen briefly explained the current situation. He glanced at Watchman Zhao and said in a low voice, the curse of the red wedding garment is presumably bubbling up, and it involves the curse of the demon. He nearly killed his girlfriend. I think it's probably because of this incident that has spurred him on. Call Watchman Cho. Zhang Chen very obediently handed over the phone. Watchman Zhao looked at the sleeping young girl in his arms and silently took the call. Hello. Watchman Zhao, the curse of the cat-faced old lady, certain death, no chance of survival. Think about your parents, think about Mu Ro, you need to calm down now. Jiang Huayan said very seriously, I'll go back at night, I'll talk to you then. Watchman Zhao silently looked at Mu Ro and gently ruffled her hair. Captain, let me make a deal with you. Huh? Didn't you say that there was one thing, the haunting? Watchman Zhao whispered, I'll help you solve it, and the payment I need is changed. You help me keep Mu Ro alive. Zhang Huayan's footsteps stopped. A shocked expression appeared on his face, which gradually changed to regret and appreciation. You kid, you're really good. But things in this world are not as desperate as you think. What's wrong with 6 ghosts? There may not be no way to live. Watchman Zhao corrected, there are more than the 6 ghosts drawn. Missy didn't draw the Grim Reaper, there are at least 7 evil ghosts on me to start with. Jiang Huayan sighed, have you really decided? Watchman Zhao smiled bitterly, I don't want to make this decision. I know that the cat-faced old lady's curse is horrible, probably more horrible than I thought. But now I'm a trapped beast. The demon is even more terrifying than I thought. If this goes on, even if I live, I'm no different from being dead. I shudder to think of the day when I will unknowingly kill those closest to me. Jiang Huayan nodded, give the phone to Zhang Chen. Hey, Captain, what's the word? Tell Watchman Zhao about the old cat-faced woman. Zhang Chen froze, no, are you serious? Nonsense. Jiang Huayan growled, tell him, but take your time and give me 2 hours to stall at least until I return. What do you want? For? Jiang Huayan smiled, what for? Of course it's to rush back and knock him out. This kid, heavy-hearted and righteous, I like it more and more, haha, get it or not? Zhang Chen laughed, my eloquence, you still don't believe in it? Okay, over to you. Jiang Huayan hung up the phone and commanded the 2 men behind him, move these desserts over, I'm leaving first. Then he dialed another number. Hello. Old Li's voice rang out lazily. Sorry how Old Li, I can't make it today. Jiang Huayan smiled. Huh? The opposite party changed his tone all of a sudden, Surname Jiang, think clearly. I'm thinking clearly, my favorite team member is seeking death at this very moment, and I have to go back and save him. He gave the phone a straight hang up and started arranging for a private jet. Zhang Huayan knew Watchman Zhao well. There wasn't much contact, but he knew it well. This little kid, he's smart and sensible. But he was ultimately a man who was about to die, and it was rare enough for him to show such amazing courage to play with the fate of certain death. Courage, however, needs to be supported. What supports Watchman Zhao is family love and friendship. He can't leave behind those he loves, so he doesn't want to die. He fights his fate hysterically. But the demons destroyed the pillars of his mind. Death isn't so terrible. It's desperation that's scary. When he realizes that his survival may have killed those he loved the most. How is he supposed to live? He's looking for death. He was working hard to arrange the future of those he loved so much, and then he died generously himself. The demon's purpose was accomplished. The back seat of the car. Watchman Zhao quietly gazed at the young girl in his arms. Like trying to memorize every detail of her. Girl, I'm so tired. I, for one, have some reluctance to continue. In the passenger seat, Zheng Chen clarified his task and excitedly organized his wording. He was prepared to describe the horror of the cat-faced old lady to Watchman Zhao in the most complicated and horrifying version. He glanced in the rearview mirror. The prepared lines were swallowed whole. He saw a man on the verge of collapse. Zheng Chen looked violently at the front window. Nope. It's very wrong. This kid, he has no desire to live at all. Grass, Captain, you've set me up for a completely impossible mission. Watchman Zhao? He tried to shout. Watchman Zhao looked up at him. That one look, and that calm, strong look was back. Acting. Zhang Chen's heart trembled slightly. What in the world has happened this one night? This brat, why suddenly? Didn't you want information about the old cat-faced lady? Yes, please. Watchman Zhao said under his breath, and his right hand slowly hitched up the pocket of his right leg pants. Make your first wish. I wish my parents, in the future, good health and peace. Click. A third crack appeared in the glass villain. Second wish, I wish my parents get $1 billion through some kind of formal channel. Oh no, $1 billion, but they have to spend it well. A fourth crack appears. It can easily fulfill these ordinary aspirations of the world. The cat-faced old lady, how to say it, is that it's mysterious, you know? Zhang Chen glanced at the rearview mirror. It's over. This guy doesn't want to hear it. No, you don't, just want to know how to find them, do you? Watchman Zhao nodded, yes, just tell me how to find it. Oh, and one more thing, that haunted thing the captain was talking about, tell me about that later too. It's over. This one's preparing for the aftermath. Grass. Zhang Chen couldn't say any more. How? How to find a cat-faced old lady. Just find a black cat at 12 midnight. A haunting? It's a whole school building inside Zhejiang University covered with a curse that kills whoever enters. How can it take 2 hours to finish 2 sentences? Zhang Chen directly chose to shut up. As long as he keeps his mouth shut, he can keep dragging it out. Watchman Zhao wasn't in a hurry, he just silently looked at Mu Rou and revealed a rueful smile. I'm going to die, and probably after that, I'll never see it again. You can get out of the cat people alive. Watchman Zhao was stunned. Very suddenly, his psychic vision appeared. A little bit of blood-red light bubbled up in Mu Rou's hair. They're like a bunch of pixel dots that appear on a single hair and then spell out a complete sentence. What is this? Watchman Zhao has never been in this situation before. The next second, a section of blood-red pixel dots popped up underneath that text. It's been a long time, Watchman Zhao. Why are you so self-absorbed when you're such a great human being? Chapter 48 The Man in the Monumental Net. What a familiar tone. And it was presented to himself in such a mysterious way. Watchman Zhao quickly associated that profiling. At that time, Missy drew an old computer. Inside, a line was presented crookedly. Welcome back, Watchman Cho. Who the hell are you? Have we known each other for a long time? Watchman Zhao asked in a low voice. His voice was lowered to a murmur, or maybe he didn't even want to ask. But the thing seemed to hear it too. A line that was tapped out like a keyboard. A long, long time ago, once upon a time, you laid a trap for me, a heavenly trap. trapped me to death for many, many years. Oh, now you're just like a little kid who doesn't know anything. It's really funny. Hee hee, I used to lay it out for you? Watchman Zhao shook his head and lost his smile. The current me is only 20 years old. Did I give you a layout many years ago, when I was in elementary school? Who knows, you guys, you're sometimes big and sometimes small. Go to the Login Monument website, it has everything you want to know. Monuments? Watchman Zhao was puzzled. Aren't you the monumental web? Oh, I'm a steel network? Ha ha ha. Laugh me to death. I am the one who is trapped in your monumental web. Do not think I am helping you, just look at you now, this pussy look, strange not good eye, you haul Watchman Zhao, buy a demon a red wedding dress, or immature mutilated thing, a knight forced into this pussy, lousy look wanna laugh. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Grow up quickly and then proceed to game with me, I'll wait for you. You don't really want to get killed by a few trashy evil spirits, then I'll have to wait another 20 years for nothing. Click. It's like turning off a computer screen. The big pile of bloody letters disappeared into thin air. Zhang Chen had been watching Watchman Zhao's reaction through the rearview mirror. What were you just communicating with? Watchman Zhao looked at Zhang Chen. It was obvious through Zhang Chen's reaction. He couldn't see the words. Only people with advanced psychic vision like peeping can see it? Watchman Zhao gently put Mu Rou aside as far away as possible. Then he opened the window and silently lit a cigarette. So much information. First, the evil ghost terrorizing nature. Apparently, this mysterious man trapped in the monumental net, he is not afraid of ghosts. Zhang Huayan and these OPBI people are already much more powerful than the average person, and they understand the rules of evil spirits. But they're still intimidated. However, this mysterious man he was not afraid of in the least, and even, in his eyes, the game with himself seemed much more interesting than defeating the evil spirits. Is it possible that there is a deeper inner world in this world, and that the people in it have become proficient in the laws against evil spirits? If you can fight it, you can utilize it. The mysterious man was clearly manipulating the steel network and communicating with himself through mysterious means. The situation one faces today, it is not really scary. It's just that you get so little information on your own. There are too few roads, so despair. Second, about himself. It's so bizarre. According to the mystery man, they knew each other a long, long time ago. But I'm only 20 years old, even if I've known them since birth, how many years can I know them? The mystic was sending him a very alarming message. Perhaps, before he, Watchman Zhao, was born, Watchman Zhao had already appeared in this world. Plus, the mystery man said something very special. Who knows, you guys, you're sometimes big and sometimes small. What do you mean by sometimes big, sometimes small? Sometimes 20, sometimes 90, sometimes just born? Or is it 5 meters tall at times and palm-sized at others? Obviously, it should be the former. So, in the mystic's perception, Watchman Zhao's age is not fixed. An outrageous idea was born in Watchman Zhao's mind. This idea, moreover, has long been in evidence. Zhao and Fei Fei Lu. Both of them. Reincarnated and reborn. Could it be that he, Watchman Zhao, has also been reincarnated? And far more than once? Combine that with Zhang Huayan's words. When Missy drew the ghost chessboard, Zhang Huayan was shocked at the time and said, "That's outrageous, what dynasty are you from? It's simply impossible for such a curse to appear in this era." He, Watchman Zhao, has been reborn, and reborn many times, surviving from a distant era to the present day. Then a lot of things make sense. Third, the tablet network. Go to the Login Monument website, it has everything you want to know. Is this an exaggerated bamboozle? Or is he telling the truth? What do you mean you want to know everything? I want to know what year the universe was born, I want to know how many bacteria are in the ocean. Are all of these things available on Monument? If it's an exaggeration, then it's nothing. But if it is true that it can be found in the tablet network, it just means that you need to pay certain counterparts. Then the steel network is really kind of scary. If Watchman Zhao paid enough, could that thing teach him to harness evil spirits? Everything you want to know. The wording is just too certain. Regardless of those heavenly things, as far as the predicament that he, Watchman Zhao, was currently in, this evil spirit called the monumental web, surely had a way to break it. But the logic is still the same. OPBI, this group has said it all. Monumental, also ghosts. Perhaps a very special kind of ghost. But as soon as you are tainted with it, you must bear its curse. Some unknown curse of horror to the core. It's really going to be scary, isn't it? Watchman Zhao smiled and exhaled a puff of smoke. Because as far as information can be extrapolated, this stuff may be even more outrageous than the penumbra. So how powerful should the curse it holds be? However, Watchman Zhao felt cheered up. His views never changed. Take a step and see. Since you can't fix it in the moment, please leave it to your future self. The person I am today, and the person I will be in the future, should strive. When you see the road, you walk it. He threw his cigarette out as he did so. Old Zhang, how do I log into the monumental network? Zhang Chen froze. He stared into Watchman Zhao's eyes. The boy, resurrected. Oh, with such a desperate curse on your back, it's amazing you're still standing. He smiled and gave a thumbs up, just as he had done then in front of the conference room. It was admiration from the heart. Monumental Net is better, that thing won't kill you anytime soon. Let's find an internet cafe and I'll show you how to get in touch with that thing. Just find a random internet cafe? Watchman Zhao was a bit surprised. Zhang Chen smiled, that thing is very special, it's a very special kind of ghost website, and it's so noble that ordinary people aren't even qualified to be cursed by it. Watchman Zhao laughed, it's quite impressive. What about the recognized noblest of evil spirits, because the average person isn't qualified to log on, they can't even see it. Can't see? Only people with psychic vision can see? Zhang Chen shook his head, it's that only those who possess psychic vision like peeping can see, and it's said that normal peeping can only log on to the surface level of the web page, and the more advanced your eyes are, the deeper the level you can enter, and the more advanced the information you can access. In the tablet network, it is said to search everything in this world. But then, Zhang Chen's tone turned serious, I advise you not to search too deeply, the deeper you enter, the heavier the curse you will bear and the faster you will die. Chapter 49 Website. So, Watchman Zhao looked out the window. The information revealed by Zhang Chen confirms his suspicions. This monumental website is really awesome and it hides a wealth of information. The other thing is the logic of the monumental web curse. The deeper you look, the faster you die. That's kinda nice. At least this stuff is manageable. They sought out an internet cafe. The male driving the car swept a disgusted glance, the environment is average, the machine is ridiculously bad, I won't go in. Zhang Chen smiled, you're the one who's going to chauffeur me around today. Good. Watchman Zhao held the sleeping Mu Rou in his arms and walked into the internet cafe, immediately attracting a group of strange gazes. Watchman Zhao was as if he hadn't seen it. Now he didn't dare to let Mu Rou out of his sight. Whether the demon's hostility had gone away or not, he wasn't sure. Although Mu Rou was protected by the Black and White Irregulars, the power of the demon should not be underestimated. In case the two evil spirits have a ghostly repulsion and send Mulu into reincarnation. The thought of my wife turning into a baby. Watchman Zhao thought it would be better to observe first. Zhang Chen stood aside and watched him turn on a machine. Are you sure all the computers can connect to the monument network? Watchman Zhao asked. Zhang Chen smiled, just turn it on. Watchman Zhao nodded and watched the computer light screen light up. Zhang Chen stood aside and clicked on a random browser. Then he opened his cell phone and started searching for records. I remember that URL being quite long. Watchman Zhao watched him rummage through the records, always with some skepticism in his heart. According to them, this monumental network, it's a bit of an inet. Can you really just log on to a site like this? Shouldn't it go through some special channel? Done, I don't think I have a record of this. Watchman Zhao. Zhang Chen smiled, it's fine, I'll give Wu Hai a call, he can't forget, he'll definitely remember. Wu Hai. Watchman Zhao remembers this man. One of the members of the squad, Glass Doll, completed the contents of the wish when Watchman Zhao had seen three smoking in front of the OPBI. Zhang Huayan, Zhang Chen. The third one is this Wu Hai. Zhang Huayan didn't introduce him, he just said that his curse is called refuse to leave. A short while later, the call was answered. Old Wu, report the URL of the tablet network. Puzzled, the opposite party asked, what do you need it for if you can't read that thing? Cut the crap and report it. Inexplicable. Wu posterized a large section of the English alphabet. Slow down. Zhang Chen hurriedly tapped away on the keyboard. Watchman Zhao watched his behavior suspiciously. It's really just a generic URL. This monumental network that's been talked about so much is so easy to log onto? He watched as Zhang Chen quickly typed in the string of English characters. Then, the enter key is hit. Ka. One eye, snapping open from the computer screen. Then came the second one. Third one, fourth one, fifth one. A large swath of eyes, extremely layered, appeared on the screen, blackened and constructed layer after layer, staring deathly at Watchman Zhao in front of the screen. Watchman Zhao, however, did not use trick smoke. He was indeed startled, but didn't feel a crisis, so his overly sharp intuition wasn't aroused. What the? Zhang Chen looked at him suspiciously. A bunch of messy codes, you can see things now? Watchman Zhao hastily shook his head and lit a cigarette to suppress the shock. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. It looks like your spiritual vision is really quite advanced. I have a friend who can also log into the Steel Network, but his reaction is not as strong as yours. I have an easily frightened constitution. Watchman Zhao said indifferently. Zhang Chen smiled. Don't look into it too deeply. As I said, the danger level of this thing is immeasurably high. I see, so what's next? Zhang Chen waved his hand. I can't do anything about the next step, because in my eyes, the computer is just a pile of messy codes right now. There are no useful clues whatsoever, so you can only find them yourself. Watchman Zhao looked at the screen suspiciously. What could one see anymore with this massive eyes covering it? What's the difference between that and garbled code? And these eyes are obviously alive, they're moving. Well, it didn't take long for the first eye to close. Other eyes disappeared one after another. There was only one pair of extraordinarily sinister-looking eyes, hidden in the upper right corner, that kept a deadly gaze on Watchman Zhao. The interface is starting to show up. Indeed, it's a bunch of gibberish. And it's a bunch of messy code that can't be messed up anymore, a whole bunch of rare words plus all kinds of inexplicable symbols that make up the whole interface. However, in the center of this interface, Watchman Zhao saw a red button. Does it want me to click in? Watchman Zhao felt there was nothing to hesitate about, moved his mouse and clicked there. The interface changed. It turned into an even more confusing pile of gibberish. Zhang Chen watched silently from the sidelines. In his eyes, Watchman Zhao's sudden click just now hadn't actually caused any impact. The interface is still the same, unchanged. In other words, at this time, the chaos in Watchman Zhao's eyes was all a layer of spiritual vision. Nope, you'd better not mess up your order. Zhang Chen said. What do you mean? Watchman Zhao asked for advice with an open mind. People knew more than he did, and he needed information from the other side. Zhang Chen said, when that friend of mine used the tablet web, he didn't click on anything, and as soon as he came up, he pulled the page and desperately slid down, and he told me that what he wanted to know had already been written on this page. What's up with that? Watchman Zhao felt a bit trivialized. Zhang Chen shook his head. I just watched your reaction, and I have a feeling, has the interface in your eyes changed? You do have a good sense of observation. According to the records of the tablet network, the page changes, but it's a sign of entering a deeper level of the tablet network. Watchman Zhao's right hand trembled violently. He looked at the screen again. Sure enough, another red button appeared in the middle of this mass of garbled code. So, with each point, one enters a deeper level of the tablet's web while enduring a deeper level of the curse? Something is harming him. Look again at that eye in the upper right corner. Its eyes changed. Become derisive. Become mocking. It's the mystery man. He's playing with himself. That's when a whole bunch of weird stuff appeared on the screen once again. A crack. Inside the crack, something seemed to be hiding. They're peering at the humans across the screen. And this time, Watchman Zhao was glowing from the prying eyes. For ent. Ring the second level of the tablet network. A fiercer curse descended upon him. Something spooky was exposing hostility to him. Watchman Zhao let out a cold laugh. It was fortunate that Zhang Chen was observant enough, or else he would have been guided to point all the way down, and wouldn't have been able to say that he directly drilled into the deepest part of the steel network. Don't even know how to die. This is the beginning of gaming? Didn't you say you'd give me some time to develop? Ha. That familiar red lettering reappeared. This time, it hit the screen directly. Is this considered gaming? It's just simple teasing. Chapter 50, A Look Across the Millennium. Teasing? Watchman Zhao smiled. Okay, I accept your teasing, only, my perception of you has changed. A question mark was knocked across the room. But soon, it seemed to understand what Watchman Zhao meant. Watchman Zhao felt that his behavior was, well, boring and, even, cheap. Real gaming should be based on equality of information. Everyone knows it, everyone understands it, but one side is just able to use public information to play the other side to death. That's why the winner is awesome enough. If you win based on unequal information, that's not gaming, it's just bullying. Bullying, as we all know, is something that trash like to do, and the truly strong don't care to bully the weak. Too low. Watchman Zhao, provoking him. Ha ha ha. Good. Take your time, the last thing we need is time. This round, I will play you to death. The writing disappeared. Even the hateful gaze was lost. This round? Watchman Zhao savored these words. He found that he really quite enjoyed talking to this mystery man. Every time I talk to him, I always get some brand new information. A round of what? A bright moon? Laugh your ass off, how can that be? It should be a round of games. But the fact that the mystic feels that it grows larger and smaller at times suggests that its time is not synchronized with its own reincarnation and rebirth. The odds are that one round of the game will not correspond to one reincarnation rebirth. So what does it correspond to? That's really interesting. Watchman Zhao felt like he had sprouted a huge interest in this game. So what should we do next with this ghost net? Watchman Zhao pondered. He was now tricked into the second level of the tablet network, so he should be able to access more advanced information. But why? What a bunch of gibberish in the page. Mystery man up to no good? Not so much. The guy's too proud to play such childish tricks. It should, there's something I'm not picking up on. Your friend saw what he wanted as soon as he came up. Watchman Zhao looked to the side at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen had been silently watching Watchman Zhao's reaction. There was just a time when Watchman Zhao was talking to himself. Watchman Zhao certainly doesn't talk to himself, so some kind of mysterious being was just now communicating with him in some way through channels that ordinary people can't detect. Associated with the odd change that happened in the car, it can be assumed that the other evil spirit hidden in Watchman Zhao awakened. It is launching its influence on Watchman Zhao. What, exactly, are you communicating with? This thing is having quite an effect on you. Watchman Zhao smiled. I think so too, that's why I enjoy communicating with it. Think about it, the demon in me obviously doesn't want us to communicate because this communication inspires me to fight, so is it possible that these two things can fight? Zhang Chen was shaken. At a time like this you're still thinking of playing Ghost Repulsion? So what the hell is that? Tablet web. Watchman Zhao smiled. The tablet web? That thing will still actively communicate with the cursed? Zhang Chen was shocked. This identity of yours is really problematic. Such a noble ghost is actually willing to condescend to come to you? Oh, telling me a couple words is called condescension, is it? Watchman Zhao shook his head. And so on. That's not true. Why isn't there a ghost repulsion? I don't think it happened, or has the demon quietly beat up the mystery man? He couldn't observe it either. Everything the demon did was completely unnoticeable to Watchman Zhao himself, who was the cursed one. There shouldn't be. Conflict is relative, and the mystic is no soft touch. If the demon attacks it, he should react, and that reaction. It doesn't seem to be observable either. So right now two possibilities emerge. First, the ghost repulsion took place in a place where he, Watchman Zhao, could not observe it. Second, the ghost repulsion didn't happen. That's kind of scary. Mystic and spirit are in the same gang. They both had the same purpose, so there wasn't the slightest conflict. Both of them are fooling themselves into touching the old cat-faced lady and then being taken out by the old cat-faced lady. They all wanted Watchman Zhao to get himself killed. That's a bit of a long shot. Watchman Zhao became serious. Zhang Chen asked, "Did you just ask me something?" Watchman Zhao waved his hand. Let me think for a moment. Has he fallen into a misconception? Is the old cat-faced lady the only way out? The reason why he has suddenly become so extreme is because he has a whole lot of evil spirits in him. A malevolent spirit that can weave nightmares, and most likely can even influence reality, that thing that transforms Watchman Zhao into a monster who has lost his love and collapsed. The demons, on the other hand, will affect his spirit, making him extreme, irritable, and violent, and the demons will show extreme hostility toward those humans, who have been very kind to Watchman Zhao, and who have tried desperately to help him maintain normalcy. With these two evil spirits combined, Watchman Zhao, didn't even have to think about it the next time the nightmare descended. Watchman Zhao would surely be out of control and wouldn't be able to say that he would directly destroy a city. That was something he definitely didn't want to see. Especially, in case this loss of control kills the person who matters most to him. That's too painful. So he wanted to get it over with. The cat-faced old lady's information, Watchman Zhao had checked it before. This thing doesn't just kill people. It also kills ghosts. 50% chance to see who it kills. It is not allowed to say that Watchman Zhao, can directly get rid of all the evil spirits in his body through the cat-faced old woman. But the thing is, this 50%, fake as hell. The OPBI group has said more than once that no one will survive at the hands of the old cat-faced lady. So yeah, it's not like the odds aren't 50%, but 100%. As soon as he touches the old cat-faced woman, the man, along with all the evil spirits in him, all have to karma. Mystic was lying to him. As long as Watchman Zhao, touches the curse of the cat-faced old woman, he will definitely not survive. However, the mystic didn't seem to think that Watchman Zhao would be killed by the evil spirits. What a mess. It's getting messy. I'm complicating things, just look it up. Watchman Zhao lost his smile and shook his head. Isn't the tablet network right here? What's the point of reasoning one's way through it? Watchman Zhao shook his head and looked at Zhang Chen. Oh, I was just asking you, how does your friend use the steel network? Zhang Chen was speechless. How do I know? Like I said, only you guys can see that webpage, I can't see anything. Watchman Zhao sighed and lit a cigarette. It's true, you still have to rely on yourself. Phew. He let out a deep breath of smoke. Smoke filled the screen. He bet his entire mind on the pile of jumbled code. There hasn't been any change. It's still garbled. What do you mean? Could it be that he's not qualified to log into the tablet network? Suddenly, a blur of wind landed on him. He looked aside suspiciously. In internet cafes, why are there? Watchman Zhao's pupils shrunk. A snow-white curtain appeared beside him at some point. The curtains were ruffled by the breeze, revealing the Great Wall of China with its endless cluster of ancient buildings in the distance. A young girl in red, who looked exactly like Mu Ro, carried a bowl of tea and walked over to him and gently set it down. The young girl smiled and stretched out her delicate hand to ink for him. Watchman Zhao stared at the young girl in a daze. Look ahead again. A jade brief was being placed on the long sandalwood table. A mysterious light was rendered in the jade brief. And on one side of the long table, a bronze mirror reflected a long figure dressed in an ancient Confucian uniform. The man looked almost exactly like himself. But behind him, served the black and white irregulars. Around his neck, a pitch-black dragon was wrapped. With a strange brush in his hand, he was crouching on the tabletop, writing something on that jade sketch. A small, snow-white, one-horned unicorn lay on its side, pretending to sleep. The little thing seemed to sense something. Lifting her eyelids slightly, she glanced into the brass mirror. How many years has it been? Are you still holding out? Master. An extreme sadness filled every inch of Watchman Zhao's heart. And just for a moment, the mysterious sight disappeared. At the same time, the huge mess of code on the page began to distort wildly. A wide variety of information crowds the web. It was dense and full of information related to the old cat-faced lady. And on the back wall of these messages, a snow-white, extremely twisted, terrifying beast that was completely indescribable in human language. Slowly, he opened his clouded eyes. Looked at Watchman Zhao. Chapter 51, The Rules of the Old Cat-Faced Lady. That glance contained so much emotion. Fondness. Dependency. Nesting. Rejoice. Sad. Agony. Too much of that extremely complex emotion. But the only thing that is not is hate. I don't know why, looking at this mysterious beast, Watchman Zhao felt. Want to cry so bad. But I didn't expect it. The thing seemed to have sensed Watchman Zhao's emotions. It had an extra look of encouragement in its eyes. And an absolute firmness. It was as if it was willing to unconditionally support all of Watchman Zhao's decisions. The background becomes blurred. The thing slowly dissipated like smoke, leaving only a screen full of critical information. Hey, don't go away, can you communicate with me? Watchman Zhao shouted in a hurry. But the Fae just firmly disappeared. It doesn't look like a real life form. And more like an electronic pet. But in the end, it was all just Watchman Zhao's feelings. Communication didn't happen, and the Fae didn't do anything substantial. And Watchman Zhao now has a horribly low level of trust in everything. So he quickly regained his composure. It was a mysterious glance at each other that he would keep in mind. This may be a very important message. Of course, there's no telling if some evil spirit set him up. Watchman Zhao nowadays would not be easily trusted by anyone. However, this matter deserves attention. Watchman Zhao pondered, in case the content of this mysterious phenomenon is correct, then there might be more than just one mysterious person who hates me inside the tablet network. And possibly harboring a white unicorn that is absolutely subservient to me. If such a thing did exist, it would be of unimaginably high value. Take your time, there's no rush. Watchman Zhao felt it was better to prioritize breaking the deadlock in front of him. He quickly skimmed through it. Cat-faced old lady. Compulsive murderous ghosts. Forced murder? Watchman Zhao was stunned. It was the first time he had heard that description. He continued to look down. The content of the old cat-faced lady's curse is that some special black cats will be found every day at 12 o'clock midnight. If a human inadvertently comes into contact with one of these black cats, then it will be forcibly wrenched into the world of cat-faced old ladies. Remark 1. The world of the cat-faced old lady is a world of XXXX, which is not XXX, and when you enter this world, all your surroundings will not change, but you and all the human beings in this world will be forcibly divided. In other words, the whole world will be left with only you. Remark 2. All living people in the entire world will not be able to observe you, including the vast majority of information, except for XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Remark 3. Skinny tall ghostbusters can walk freely in the world of old cat-faced women. Text once the act of ripping in is fully realized, XX will discover your presence and guide the cat-faced old lady to hunt you down. There is absolutely no way a human can leave the world of old cat-faced women before being killed by them. Remark 1. The cat-faced old lady's black cat hates all evil spirits except the cat-faced old lady. Remark 2. The old cat-faced lady does not attack evil spirits. Remark 3. The death created by the old cat-faced woman is almost absolute, except for XXXXXX, which causes the total death of body and soul, that is, absolute obliteration. A large number of documented cases were presented next. All the relevant people that the old cat-faced lady had pounced on. There are not only Chinese people, but also many crooked people. Almost all of them end in total death. Then Watchman Zhao pulled down a bit. One particular name shook him to see it. Watchman Qiu, 1837, died in the western Hunan region after coming into active contact with the old cat-faced woman curse. Death. Yet not completely dead. This description is quite rare. Was I messing things up 200 years ago? Watchman Zhao lost his smile and shook his head. Zhang Chen said from the sidelines, "Let me remind you, Watchman Zhao, there's something very wrong with your face right now." Watchman Zhao exhaled a mouthful of cigarettes suspiciously, remembered something, and handed one to Zhang Chen. "What did you say?" Zhang Chen gave the cigarette whole won't. He took the cigarettes and smiled. "You're a kid who can do it. I'd say your face doesn't look quite right, there's a hint of green in the pallor." When he finished, he took out his cell phone and took a picture of him. The two men looked at the pictures on their cell phones. "No problem." Eh? Zhang Chen was a bit speechless. "My cell phone is garbage, devoid of pixels." Watchman Zhao smiled. "I know, the tablet network is a ghost after all. I'm browsing through its information. Surely I have to endure certain unknown curses, normal. Anyway." Zhang Chen lit his cigarette on fire and took a sharp drag. "Don't look too deep into it, it's the same old saying." "Oh, you watch first, I'm going to check on that kid, don't let him run away, he's going to be my chauffeur for a day today." After saying that, Zhang Chen turned around and went out. Standing in front of the internet cafe, he took out his cell phone again and looked at the photo in disbelief. Grass. Garbage pixels. It's a disgrace, change it, change it. A girl passed by and swept by without a second glance. There was something strange in her mind. Didn't this person just take a picture of a chair? What does pixels have to do with it? In the photo. There's no one again. Yes. In the photo, there was just a gaming chair, a long table, and a computer that was turned on. There was also a half-smoked pack of black licks on the table. In there is no one. It was like the mysterious video from the camera that night, in the hardware store in Jiancheng, when the Grim Reaper and the Black and White Impermanent erupted into conflict. Muro alone plays a one-man show, with a certain invisible presence influencing the whole ghostly rebuke. In that video, there was no Watchman Zhao. Totally dead, totally dead, totally dead. At the computer desk, Watchman Zhao pulled the page down and down. The lethality rate of old cat-faced women is frighteningly high. That's 100%. No one has ever come out alive. However, he did notice a few deaths. Since they are not completely dead, it is very likely that these people have been reincarnated. Could it be that there's only one way to escape the curse of the cat-faced old lady, and that's reincarnation and rebirth? Watchman Zhao frowned, but is reincarnation and rebirth really considered living? Zhao Angar is gone, and although it's highly likely that he was reincarnated and reborn, that baby, what kind of things can he remember? His memories and all perceptions were emptied. It's actually an alternative death. That doesn't even qualify as surviving. Phew. He exhaled a dull puff of smoke and looked sideways at the young girl passed out in the seat beside him. I may have to find another way out after all. There's a good chance that the demons and the Mysterons are in cahoots, and they're both trying to get me killed. He began to think about how he could use the tablet network to look up more information. That said, the old cat-faced lady's message popped up not at all normal. Is tablet a roundworm in his stomach? Know what he wants? Can't really say. Watchman Zhao pulled down a few more pages and couldn't help but freeze. Hey, this tablet net, it seems like it's really a worm in his stomach. There is a cost for viewing the following content. Please note. A line of blood red text appeared as a page break, separating the top and bottom sections of the chapter. Watchman Zhao pulled down. His eyes grew whiter and whiter. The cat-faced old lady and the ghostly rebuke of Black and White. Cat-faced old lady with a ghostly reprimand from a demon. The cat-faced old lady and the ghost in the red dowry repel. The ghostly rebuke of the cat-faced old lady and the faceless ghost. Chapter 52, Mosaics. There are actually more than 4. There's a whole bunch more down there. The cat-faced old lady's curse seems to have a very poor ghostly relationship, and almost every curse can have a ghostly repulsion with it. The top 4, however, happen to be curses that had a deep connection with Watchman Zhao. It is indeed subtle. If it were alphabetized, how could it not be in this order? The red wedding dress. This ghost, Watchman Zhao is unaware of. However, when he was profiling, Zhang Huayan had inadvertently read the word red marriage, and in retrospect, he has a slight impression. So the ghost that kills through love is this red wedding dress? Watchman Zhao did not continue to think deeply. He moved his mouse and clicked toward the first line. As for the reminder of the tablet network, he ignored it. The cost is the cost. He's all karma. What's the point of that little price? In the end, this thing is basically a young plot, and he, Watchman Zhao, has to order it. He suddenly understood a little bit about the murderous logic of the tablet network. If the demon's logic is moth to flame, then the monument network is a boiled frog in warm water. It forces you to have to go into the abyss. As long as you want to live, you have to be honest and be killed by it slowly. Because the information it holds can save your life. A noble evil spirit indeed, killing a human being with such condescension. The interface blinked. Tablet goes to a deeper level. At that moment, a dark crack appeared on the screen and something snapped out of it. The speed of that thing was so incredibly fast that even the current Watchman Zhao, who had invoked the power of the spirits directly after realizing the problem, was completely unable to dodge it. Or rather, the demon wasn't using its full power, and it was messing with things. The thing landed on Watchman Zhao's leg and traveled all the way down into one of his toes. That toe was instantly unconscious. What the hell? Watchman Zhao hastily took off his shoes. As he watched, one of his toes, as if it were a mosaic, suddenly became a blur. A flesh and blood human limb that actually turned into a bunch of pixelated dots. And those pixel dots are being lax. One of his toes just disappeared. Is this the price? Watchman Zhao's brows furrowed. Brand new information did appear on the screen. A great deal of information has emerged about the ghostly rebuke of the old cat-faced lady in the black and white. It's a bit of a big price to pay. Watchman Zhao began to gouge again. Wait, that's not right. This toe, is it really gone? Not necessarily. What if I, for one, want the spirits to get it back for me? The computer screen flickered. The tablet network seemed to convey some odd emotions. The next moment, the mosaic resurfaced at his missing toe. The spirits really got it back for him. But it's still a bunch of mosaics. Watchman Zhao began to adjust his thinking again. I want it to be the way it was. The screen flickered even more. The tablet web seems to be spitting, you humans are a bit uncouth, you gleaned information from me and then try to empty your hands? The mosaic began to tremble. The demon's power was on the fritz. But Monumental was clearly not willing to lose a toe that had arrived. A brand new ghost repulsion took place. No, dude, don't take your shoes off. A somewhat manic boy yelled from the sidelines. Watchman Zhao smiled, Shut up if you don't want to die. He froze for a moment and quickly suppressed the urge to rephrase, sorry my feet hurt a bit. You have feet, the man looked at them. How did your toes become a bunch of mosaics? I'm a bloody mess. Do you want to call 120? It's fine, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Are you sure? Watchman Zhao didn't bother with him and continued to observe. The mosaic state is not lifted. Obviously the demon was powering up, but it always felt like the bastard was powering up in a limited way. Watchman Zhao has realized that spirits and demons like to be lazy. It's like that night at Ken City Hardware. Obviously, the demon was so powerful, how could he, Watchman Zhao, still be smashed to death by a pile of concrete blocks? Forget it, doesn't matter, it can just change my feet back. Watchman Zhao sighed and continued to observe. The ghost reprimand continues. Spirits really don't seem to be able to beat Monumental Web. That toe has been a blur. However, Watchman Zhao realized that the touch of the toes had returned. He regained feeling in that toe and was able to move it and apply pressure. It's just always been a mosaic. Time passes by. Watchman Zhao continued to observe. There are fewer and fewer changes. His toes really are a mosaic. Actually, mosaic isn't out of the question, is it? He tried to walk around twice. It didn't have an impact. Ugh, mosaic is mosaic, just be able to walk. Watchman Zhao thought it would be better not to dwell on it and check the information first. So he turned his attention to the computer screen. Wait a little longer. He looked to his feet again. That's not true. What happened to the mosaic? Mosaics are feet, too. It moves, it walks, it just looks weird. It has no effect on Watchman Zhao. Therefore, what amounted to this transaction with the tablet network was not at all detrimental to him, Watchman Zhao. A whole lot of critical information was gained unscathed. Blood money. Watchman Zhao felt happy. This is a historic scene of mankind's victory over the mysterious and noble supervillain, the Steel Network. It's not much of a hangover, but it's just fun to skin it. He did come back to life. Who would have thought, 10 minutes ago, this teenager was preparing the aftermath of his family and loved ones and then going to die alone? Here, let me see. Watchman Zhao pulled down the page, bringing the information related to the ghost repulsor to full view. Old cat-faced woman and the ghostly repudiation of Black and White. Cursed by the Black and White curse, the moment they enter the ghostly realm of the old cat-faced lady. The Black and White in its wake will be obliterated by the cat-faced old lady's black cat. Watchman Zhao. He couldn't help but groan. Seconds? Seriously? Wait, it wasn't the cat-faced old lady who took on the evil spirit, but its black cat? Watchman Zhao recalled. Yes, 2 remarks were mentioned earlier. The old cat-faced lady doesn't attack evil spirits. The cat-faced old lady's black cat hates all evil spirits except the cat-faced old lady. Does this nastiness refer to outright obliteration? Who the hell is a ghost? This black cat, how does it feel even more terrifying than the cat-faced old lady herself? He hastened to look down. But ghosts don't die. Both formally and cognitively. So Black and White will be reweaving and fixing the curse rules. Hint, there is a higher price to pay for viewing the following. Please pay attention. Chapter 53 Old cat-faced lady and her cat can't play computers. Watchman Zhao was paralyzed with anger. He lost a toe. Well, not a total loss, but what the hell, he broke his foot anyway. Such a heavy price to pay for such a tiny bit of information? Continue to pay for subsequent content? It's outrageous. This ghost is a capitalist, right? But Watchman Zhao thought for a moment that this information was not useless. At the moment of entering that world, the black and white will be pounced upon. This information is horrible. Watchman Zhao couldn't imagine how a cat should take out the black and white irregulars. Suppose. If I could take this cat in, wouldn't I have survived perfectly? He laughed at his own thoughts. A cat that can take out the black and white. Can it be any simple being? I can't say. The cat just means it looks like a cat. Cats as big as a paw and cats as big as a mountain bag can be called cats. This idea of a post-proposal is really something only a psychopath could come up with. Watchman Zhao stared at the paid reminder and hesitated for a long time. A higher price. He was now at the 3rd level of the Steel Network. A little further in, that would be the 4th level. Could he afford that level of Steel Net curse? But as far as the information is concerned, unable to analyze. There is a process of coming back from the dead for the black and white invincibles. What is the value of this process? What can I use it for? No idea at all. He pulled left and right, and there were a few more event logs to read. Here's a detailed account of how the black and white died. Without exception, they are devoured. That cat will eat the black and white straight up alive. What yuan devouring beasts are. However, black and white will be resurrected. And it's resurrected at. Watchman Zhao hurriedly went through all those records. Black and white will be resurrected beyond the ghostly realm? In other words, this thing loses sight of the target? I see. Watchman Zhao seemed to understand a bit. While rummaging around the internet earlier, a guy wrote a post about old cat-faced ladies. It says in there that if you're desperate, you might as well let the old cat-faced lady hunt you down and kill you all over again. In case you survive. Just really live. A cursed person who manages to escape the world of the cat people, with the evil spirits in him, may lose the target of the curse. Watchman Zhao hurriedly slid the page down. Cat-faced old lady with a ghostly reprimand from a demon. He clicked right on it. It's just a toe anyway. He can afford to spend it. However, this time there were no anomalies. So that one toe in exchange for all the ghost-repellent information? That's really earning hemp. No wonder Monumental is so angry. Watchman Zhao looked at the information on the webpage and read in a low voice, the black cat was unable to pounce on the demon in the first place. Because black cats don't eat people. But it will pounce on the demon after the old cat-faced lady has finished feeding, i.e. after the cursed one is dead. Paid reminders. It's not right. Watchman Zhao was feeling more and more out of place. These ghost rebukes, they're so fake. Pure one-sided grandstanding by the old cat-faced lady. Are evil spirits really that weak? A black cat that eats when it wants to. The demon's logic is that the cursor must get himself killed himself. As a result here the cursed man was inexplicably slaughtered by the old cat-faced lady. The demon was also eaten by the cat. Doesn't that make the absolute logic of evil spirits a joke? It's outrageous. When I walked into the Catman ghost domain, was that already considered a moth to the flame? Watchman Zhao pondered, if you look at it like that, it would make sense. No wonder the spirits had been tempting him to contact the cat people. But what about black and white? Time was running out, and the cursed one was taken out. What should the black and white do? Even if it came back to life, the logic fell apart. Incomprehensible. He continued to look down. The case of the red wedding is simple. Straight up pouncing. The same goes for faceless ghosts. But one more point is mentioned here. Although the faceless ghost dies for a period of time, the superimposed memories do not disappear during that time, and the cursor, too, does not die. The message is subtle. Its subtext is that the faceless ghost died, and its cursor should have died as well, except that something very strange happened so the cursor didn't die. Why should the curse die when the faceless ghost dies? So the faceless ghost cursed one, after coming back from the dead, is alive because the faceless ghost is renewing his life? Watchman Zhao looked down again. He remembers that he still has the penumbra, the Grim Reaper, and the ghost chessboard on him. Will the old cat-faced lady be able to finish these off? Not bad at all. According to the ghost repeller's information, the moment it enters the world of the cat people, the pennies on its body and the deaths around it will also be killed by the black cat. As for the ghost chessboard, Watchman Zhao didn't find the ghost. Almost all ghost repulsors end up the same way though. The evil spirits were taken out, then resurrected outside of the Catman world. The black cat is so powerful and perverted that it swallows whatever it sees, no matter what kind of ghost you are, it can swallow it for you. Ha! Watchman Zhao rummaged around suspiciously. What about the tablet website? Why isn't there a monumental network of ghostly rebukes with cat-faced old ladies? There was another name that came up many times that didn't show up either. Tall, skinny ghosts. This ghost doesn't seem to clash with the old cat-faced lady either. He scrolled all the way to the bottom. Finally found 2 sentences. The tall, skinny ghostly figure can walk freely among all worlds, and unless it wants to take someone out of the Catman world, the cat-faced old lady will not have a ghostly repudiation with it. Of course, this cannot happen. Monuments will not have a ghost reprimand with a cat-faced old lady. Watchman Zhao froze. Because old cat-faced lady and her cat can't play on a computer? What the hell kind of reason is that? Watchman Zhao sat up breathlessly. He relit a cigarette and rubbed his temples. The information is still very informative. Combined with the information he'd gotten so far, his mind was much more open. First of all, the black cat was able to kill all the evil ghosts in his body, and the locus of resurrection of these ghostly things is outside the Catman world. They lose their vision. If one takes a trip to the cat people world and manages to break away, the only 2 curses that will remain on him will be the demon and the tablet web. The demon must be dead before the black cat can kill him. Secondly, it is possible to walk out of the Catman world. There are 2 paths, reincarnation and rebirth, as well. Tall, skinny ghosts. If Zhang Haoyuan, that little kid, wanted his brother to take him out of the Catman world, his brother would definitely help. Of course, as to whether or not they could escape, it depended on whether the tall thin ghostly shadow was faster or the black cat was faster. Thirdly, the tablet network is not in conflict with Catman. Watchman Zhao can still query the tablet network in the Catman world. For a price, he might be able to get on the tall, skinny ghost's boat. Watchman Zhao's eyes lit up. The curses on me are so mixed. If the old cat-faced lady can really help me clear out a large portion of them, leaving only 2 chronic killer curses, I could live a long time then. It really has to go. In front of the internet cafe, Zhang Chen pulled the driver squatting on the ground to smoke. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Hey, Captain. How's it going? I'll be another hour. Zhang Huayan's voice came. Zhang Chen smiled. Airspace use approval is really slow. Cut the crap and stabilize? Don't worry about me, it's steady as a rock right now. He's surfing the net at the internet cafe. Zhang Huayan froze. Are you sure he's on a normal network? Not quite normal, it's a steel network. Zhang Huayan. Ugh, okay, monumental nets are better than cat-faced old ladies too. Is there an hour left to stall? Zhang Chen glanced back to confirm that Watchman Zhao was still sitting there. I'm honestly not so sure. I'm guessing he's looking up information on the cat-faced old lady. Captain, you'd better hurry. Oh, let me say this, if he really wants to leave, I wouldn't dare to stop him hard. Yeah, one look from him says you can't hang. Is really? Zhang Huayan said, you take him to Zhejiang University. Zheda? Zhang Chen froze. You want him to deal with that thing? Yeah, find him something to do. Zhang Huayan smiled, and, I just got word that something happened over there again. Zhang Chen's face changed slightly. Started killing again? Well, a lot of people have seen that thing, and it's crawling out again. From the TV. Chapter 54, Sadako. Zhang Chen slowly walked into the internet cafe. The driver looked at him in shock. Hey, you better tell me it's a fake. What fake? Are you really going to that college? The boss told me to go, what can I do? Then I won't be accompanying. Zhang Chen crossed his eyes. That rich young master immediately wimped out, but his face could not hide his fear. No, brother, that place will really kill people. Don't panic, I'm not here. Zhang Chen smiled. You have to trust my eyes. I'll be the first to run when I find something wrong, just follow me closely. He slowly walked behind Watchman Zhao. It just so happened that Watchman Zhao leaned back in his chair and gulped down clouds as if he was deep in thought about something. The two of them looked at each other. The driver was captured? Watchman Zhao asked with a smile. The rich young master froze. What? Driver? My name is Xing Zhenghun. What a mouthful of a name. Xing Zhenghun was about to have a seizure. Zhang Chen tugged at him. Hey, what do you say, got a fun place to go? Watchman Zhao looked to the side. The beautiful young girl was still sleeping. She was in much better condition. Her complexion was much better than earlier. My wife is here, so I won't go to any KTVs or foot washing parlors. Watchman Zhao smiled. Zhang Chen's face darkened in half. You're a college student, where did you learn all this? He shook his head and gestured toward the computer. Find out anything useful? Watchman Zhao smiled and nodded. A lot has been found out. The tablet network is really powerful. It's good to get some rest. Let's go for a walk to the University of Z. University of Z? What's the point of going there? Watchman Zhao was a bit puzzled. Zhang Chen smiled. Remember that thing the captain said? Watchman Zhao slowly sat up. His gaze became serious, a change from his previous casual attitude. Remember, of course, that it was a chip offered by Jian Huayan. In the beginning, Watchman Zhao was ready to trade this chip for his parents' old age. And now, Watchman Zhao was prepared to trade this chip for Mu Ro's life. What do you say, finally willing to tell me? Zhang Chen smiled. Get in the car first and chat slowly. The sports car grinds down the road. Apparently, Xing Zhenghan didn't want to go to the University of Z. Zhang Chen was indifferent, his core job was to stall for time anyway. Watchman Zhao stared speechlessly at driver Xing Zhenghuan's hand. That driver, can you stop your hands from shaking? Zhang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Xing Zhenghan glared coldly at Watchman Zhao through the rearview mirror. In Linen City, not many people have dared to talk to me like this. Kid, I told me I'm in the mood. Ha? Stop. Zhang Chen was startled. Have you been together too long? Is this kid that reckless? Let me give a hint. Zhang Chen hastily stepped in to ease the atmosphere. This one in the back seat, it might be more dangerous than Big Z. Do you need to think before you speak? Ha? Xing Zhenghan directly kicked the brakes and pulled over. No, are you serious? Zhang Chen nodded and said in a low voice, he can kill people through his thoughts and is currently quite emotionally unstable, so you'd better keep your mouth shut. No, big brother Such an important thing, why not say it earlier And you didn't ask. Xing Zhenghan wimped out faster than Watchman Zhao could have imagined. The rest of the way he handed out cigarettes and smiled. Instead, Watchman Zhao won't be able to organize it. Don't they all say that dude is arrogant and bossy? This is not a cheap sports car. Why is he so scared of death? Watchman Zhao lost interest in Xing Zhenghan as he looked to Zhang Chen. Tell me, how is it haunted? How can I put it? Talking about this, Zhang Chen instantly became quite serious. He lit a cigarette and opened the window. It's 11 o'clock, it's time for lunch, why don't we go over there later? Watchman Zhao? No, don't you dare be more outrageous? Zhang Chen smiled. Not that he was outrageous. Rather, he didn't really want to go to U of Z. Chastity, have you heard of it? It should be considered a big name. Zhang Chen turned his head to look at Watchman Zhao. Sadako? Watchman Zhao's face changed slightly. Big name stuff indeed. What, there's a Sadako inside the University of Z? Zhang Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. If it's one, it's not so bad. A lot of chastity? Zhang Chen pondered. I don't know how to describe it to you, there could be only one in there, or there could be hundreds of millions. Which is hard to determine. Several 100 million only. Watchman Zhao glanced at the sleeping Mu Ro on the side, a bit exaggerated. Alas, the main reason is that the number of people killed is too high, and that ghostly thing, it's hard to observe, it's really hard to determine the number. Zhang Chen exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Do you know the rules of Sadako? Didn't understand. Watchman Zhao shook his head. It's actually a very simple rule, ridiculously simple. In the driver's seat, Xing Zhenghan also perked up his ears and listened intently. He only knew that Sadako was dangerous, but he didn't know how dangerous. Watchman Zhao pressed his cigarette out. How so? Zhang Chen slowly said, when you see it, you will die, and it will be an instant death, you won't even have time to say your last words. The car shuddered violently and nearly caused a car accident, but fortunately Xing Zhenghuan's driving skills were old enough to keep him out of trouble. But no one on the bus complained. Watchman Zhao stared blankly at the front row, forgetting to throw the cigarette but in his hand. You'll die if you see it? Are you kidding me? That's outrageous? This is still only the first level. What do you mean? Its curse has other powers? Zhang Chen looked out of the window. This kind of death that I just mentioned can only be for ordinary people, like you have the Black-White Impermanence and Demon Shelter on you. It can indeed kill you, but you can be revived. The captain is also in the same situation. Your type of temporary undead will not be decapitated by Sadako's first layer curse. But there's a second curse on this thing. Supposedly it's a video that hides the even more horrific Sadako curse if you accidentally see it. Zhang Chen said seriously, no evil spirit can protect you, not even a pen fairy. Currently, the penumbra is the strongest known life-renewing ghost, and it can renew the life of almost any cursed person. But Sadako's second layer curse can harden the power of the pen immortal, forcibly decapitating the cursed person, and it is absolutely impossible to resurrect them. A real godsend. Watchman Zhao asked suspiciously, there are no other supporting conditions? The cat-faced old lady's ability to kill is also perversely strong, but people have conditions. You've got to get into the world of cat people. This Sadako, is she really unconditional? Said the conditions are, that video. Zhang Chen said, seeing it, that's the condition, take a look at it and you'll have to karma, it's not negotiable. Chapter 55 Video. The car ran even slower. Xing Zhenghuan's face was hard to see. He knows that Yu of Z is in danger today. Although the news has been officially blocked for 7 days. But with his family history and connections, it wasn't difficult to learn the relevant information. But no one had told him that this hellhole was dangerous to such an extent. One look and you're dead, and instantly. Isn't this a joke? Finally, he slammed on the brakes when he was still 3 kilometers away from the A campus of University Z. I won't send you off the rest of the way. He looked at Zhang Chen, big brother, don't say that brothers are not righteous, there's no way, I don't want to die. Zhang Chen didn't say anything either, just waved his hand silently. Huh? What does that mean? What do you mean, get out of the car, I'll drive the rest of the way. 3 minutes later. Ka! Xing Zhenghuan silently lit a cigarette and stood on the curb, watching his beloved sports car fade away. How to say it's pretty messy. Arrived. With a kick of the brakes, Zhang Chen steadily parked the car at the entrance of the Z-gate. Watchman Zhao looked at the rather historical stone building. A row of colored steel panels stood abruptly across it, blocking the way into the campus. Several no-entry warning signs were attached to the colorful steel panels, reinforcing that dangerous atmosphere. Watchman Zhao saw several SWAT officers, holding guns, hovering nearby. They're banning pedestrians from taking photos. Zhang Chen was the first to get out of the car and took out his ID to talk to a SWAT officer for a couple of minutes. The other man stood in awe, and hastened to open a piece of tin door for him, showing him that he could pass. We can only go next, your girlfriend can stay in the car first. Zhang Chen opened the door of the car beside Watchman Zhao. Watchman Zhao nodded and followed him across the small makeshift door. Only just crossed over. Watchman Zhao then felt a strong chill. It was his innate instinct. He has always had a strong reaction to things that are dangerous. This place, it's dangerous. Extreme danger. Even though he hadn't seen anything unusual as of yet, Watchman Zhao already had some creepy feelings. It was midday, when the temperatures were at their highest. Watchman Zhao, however, could not feel the slightest bit of warmth. Cool, isn't it? Zhang Chen smiled. Watchman Zhao handed him a cigarette and lit one himself, so what do we need to do? According to the top, they want us to take care of this. Watchman Zhao froze, what to do with them? Exorcise all the hundreds of millions of chaste children? By the above, that's what it means. It's up there, right? Who says it isn't? Watchman Zhao gave an exasperated laugh. Handle this? Is there a way to handle this? With a few of them? Zhang Huayan also seems to have that big disease, this kind of work also dare to take? This is simply an impossible task. Zhang Chen flipped into the side door, come in first, it's not absolutely impossible to handle. Watchman Zhao isn't that good-tempered. He gave the side door a direct kick in the ass. Zhang Chen. They walk the campus. It's probably been closed for a long time, no one has cleaned it up, and the campus road is littered with leaves and trash. Dirty. Zhang Chen pointed at a school building in the distance, just that one, some intelligentized school building, right, Sadako's core emergence locus is there. Hundreds of millions of chaste girls hidden in that building? There should be more than just that building now. Zhang Chen sighed, a lot of chastity may have been squeezed out. Watchman Zhao exhaled a deep breath of smoke. He already wanted to turn around and run. Hundreds of millions of chastity. That description sounds horrible. Also, Sadako's logic is a little too perverted. He really didn't want to get into this mess. But he didn't feel that Jiang Huayan was willing to rescue Mu-ro unconditionally. In case he, Watchman Zhao, couldn't make it out of the Catman world alive. There has to be a way to keep Mu-ro alive. He had to make Jiang Huayan owe him a favor. The Sadako incident was the perfect favor. Tell me how to deal with it. Watchman Zhao looked at Zhang Chen. Listening to you, there should be a way, it's just that this way is difficult. Quite difficult. Zhang Chen sighed. That's why this matter has been on hold for 7 days, and no one has dealt with it. Zhang Chen opened his cell phone and showed Watchman Zhao a surveillance video. Sadako didn't show up here somehow. A student was in a multimedia classroom and watched a video he shouldn't have, and that's what beckoned Sadako here. Watchman Zhao looked at the video. Obviously manipulated, the video is of a multimedia classroom with lots of computers. But these computers have white screens. One of the students stood up in horror, not knowing what he was looking at. Then it fell to the ground. Dead. Then a special phenomenon occurred. The entire video was almost mosaicked, the students' bodies were invisible, only the heads of the room full of them bobbing about. At this point, the other students didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and thought the student was joking. But soon, a second victim appeared. Then a third and a fourth. They died one after the other and fell into the mosaic. It's only a 10-second video. There was one in the classroom that counted, and all of them died cleanly. And none of them managed to escape the classroom. Won't they escape? Watchman Zhao questioned. Zhang Chen asked, is it possible that they can't escape? Sadie can still restrict movement? Zhang Chen said, this video was processed, the image about Sadako was coded. Watchman Zhao froze and watched the video again. You're not going to tell me that those mosaics are full of Sadako, are you? Kinda is. It's not that you don't want to escape, it's that you can't. The moment the video was presented, this classroom was packed with Sadako. And these chastity girls only need to look at it. Just have to die. Who the hell can get away with this? Zhang Chen added, as long as that video is still playing, chastity will keep drilling out, and as of today, it's been playing for 7 whole days, and look at the speed at which this thing is drilling out. Do you think there are hundreds of millions of them? Not true. Watchman Zhao shook his head, but why did you say that there could be hundreds of millions of these things for just one? This involves Sadako's second rule, said Zhang Chen, looking a bit rushed. Sadako can be seen where Sadako walked. The cigarette in Watchman Zhao's hand fell straight to the ground, huh? Yes, the rule is outrageous, but some of the Bureau's captain-level bigwigs have fought Sadako, and they've confirmed it by coming back from the dead countless times. Where Sadako walks, Sadako can also be seen. So, it's hard for you to determine whether there are hundreds of millions of Sadakos in here standing around gawking or the only Sadako moving at the speed of light. Chapter 56, Unable to Close. No, are you sure this thing you're telling me about is Sadako? Is it just me? It seems like it's not the same thing as what I perceive. Watchman Zhao was really surprised. Zhang Chen let out a bitter laugh. The Sadako I remember is also one that climbs TV sets, but that's just the way it is, the Sadako thing, scary as hell. Hiss. Watchman Zhao silently lit a cigarette. So who handled the videos? By Sadako's logic, anyone who has seen these videos should be dead too, right? Yes, Sadako's curse ignores the effects of distance. Even if you have seen its picture from thousands of miles away, you will still die. Zhang Chen smiled. You know this person, elderly, the old man beside Missy. Watchman Zhao immediately recalled that before Missy appeared in the OPBI profiling, there was an old man who gave her a drug test. Elderly also possesses psychic vision, but his psychic vision is special in that he can detect a crisis in advance, so he doesn't need to look directly at Sadako, he just needs to code the part that brings the sense of crisis before he detects it. Watchman Zhao said he understood. And what is the solution? Zhang Chen pointed to the video. It's that video at the very beginning. If we can turn off that video, all these chaste girls will disappear. Watchman Zhao froze. That simple? And no, you paved the way for so long, telling me how horrible and scary Sadako was, and the whole so simple solution in the end? Simple? Zhang Chen laughed. What makes you think this matter is simple? Like I said, right? That video, whoever watches it will die. Even if you, Watchman Zhao, have a bunch of evil spirits protecting you, Sadako can still take you out by force. How are you going to turn off that video? Crooked day. Watchman Zhao was amused. Wouldn't it be better if I didn't look? Oh, but the Sadako video, you can't turn it off until you go watch it. Watchman Zhao was speechless for a short period of time. But he immediately realized something was wrong. The information revealed by Zhang Chen was bizarre. You can't turn it off without looking at it? Do I have to look at the screen when I turn off a computer? No, this thing has had a weird feel to it since the beginning. This is a video that might be really hard to close. After all that's needed now is for the school to cut off the power to fix everything. Or even throw a missile over here and blow up the school building, wouldn't that be a done deal? But why were things made so complicated? Even condoning Sadako's development in the University of Z for a whole week? You're not going to tell me that even if I turn off my computer, that video clip will continue to play, are you? Just right. Zhang Chen looked out at the school building from afar. Sadako's video isn't even in reality. As long as that thing is broadcasted, it can't be turned off through external forces. You have to see what's in the video and then find the close button above the video and move the cursor to close it. Oh, so what am I going to move the cursor with in case I trash the computer and the mouse? That's why no nukes were dropped, you'd think. Watchman Zhao. Zhang Chen looked at him breathlessly. You think we are all cuties? Do you? If we could solve it through physical means, we would have prepared TNT long ago. How easy it is to blow up a building. So to speak. To turn off that video, you have to watch the video. And watch the video, you will die. All beings are equal. Whoever watches will die. Jesus can't save you. But the moment you see the video, your karma, you don't have time to turn it off. In summary, there is absolutely no way that this video can be turned off. And the number of endless Sadakos that can't turn off the video, or endless derivative Sadakos left behind by a certain lightspeed moving Sadako, will grow forever. Isn't this a ing dead end? Who says it isn't? But since no one can watch the video, how did you guys know how to turn it off? Zhang Chen looked at him suspiciously. If others don't know, how could you not know? Oh. Watchman Zhao, shut up. The answer is obvious. Tablet. Someone went to great lengths to find out this information from the monumental web. But honestly, it's a completely useless piece of information. Because the act is impossible to accomplish. Zhang Huayan is really powerful. Watchman Zhao sighed. He really dares to take this job. Zhang Chen sighed. The captain's idea is to control the rain lady to turn off the video. You know, as long as the captain puts on that ring, the rain lady will help him unconditionally. Evil ghosts, can you turn off videos too? Well, the logic of the act is to see it and turn it off, which the evil ghost could have done because Sadako wouldn't have attacked the evil ghost. But the captain is oversimplifying things. Rain Girl is incapable of very complex manipulation. He did control Rain Girl to get into that building and find the computer, but Rain Girl didn't know how to turn it off. Watchman Zhao thought of the little boy next to Zhaoan. The evil spirit has a very advanced intelligence. If it is willing to do it, it can certainly turn off the video. Except, that thing obviously can't be easily manipulated. Will animals work? Watchman Zhao presented another option. Logically it's really feasible. As a matter of fact, the Bureau is indeed preparing a similar method. After all, Sadako only kills people, it doesn't kill small animals. Zhang Chen said, there is a bug that is gradually turning into a human recently. It might be able to jam Sadako's bug. Bugs that are turning into people? Watchman Zhao looked at him suspiciously. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Stating the facts. Zhang Chen shrugged. Watchman Zhao thought that Zhang Chen was joking. He bowed his head and thought, he always felt that cracking Sadako's death sentence wasn't so desperate. Can't you write a program? Can't you write a program that makes a million mice appear on the computer screen and click on each point? That way, even if the location is unknown, it's fine, just cover it all. But it's still the same logic. OPBI and official is not a cutie. It's so simple, they must have thought of it too. Definitely a failure. Chang Chen said it, and the logic is. You have to watch it before you can turn it off. Doubt is a materialistic logic. It is independent of all external factors and follows only its own rules. What I prescribe is how it has to be. Watchman Zhao was becoming more and more tempted to turn and run. This Sadako was even more insurmountable than he thought. But he couldn't leave when he thought of Mu Ro. Mom and Dad have settled down, and the glass doll is sure to fulfill her wish. It's also convenient for the brothers to make arrangements to make a wish, so they can have another drink with them before despair sets in. Oh, and he's got a damn sister, begrudgingly grant her a wish too. It's all well arranged. But that girl. He really can't let go. If he dies, the black and white curse is lifted and the living situation inside the Jiancheng hardware store is broken. Muro will die on the spot. Watchman Zhao now had no time or energy to rescue her again. So, Jiang Huayan is the best choice. But why should they help you fight the curse of a super death god? Gotta arrange a favor with him. This Sadako thing, Watchman Zhao definitely has to do something about it. But what to do? Watchman Zhao sighed and took out another cigarette. Zhang Chen smiled on the sidelines and didn't lead Watchman Zhao to continue walking, just looking at the building from afar. His mission now was to hold Watchman Zhao back for an hour, and as for the Sadako inside, that wasn't something he needed to fret about. Here, I'll light it for you, future captain, ha ha ha. Zhang Chen clicked open the windproof lighter. He froze. It's not lit. Why won't it light? Cigarettes are something that can be lit even if they're wet. And so on. He snapped back to the fact that during the profiling, Missy had drawn a detailed picture of a cigarette on Watchman Zhao's body. This stuff, it's dirty. He took a few steps back in a hurry. Watchman Zhao also noticed that the creepy smoke was creeping out again. He was about to put it away. Wait. He froze. Ghosts can turn off videos, can't they? Right. This incident, it happened 7 days ago, right? Well, what do you want to ask? Watchman Zhao laughed. It's okay, Chang, you owe me a huge favor. He can really handle this. If a ghost can turn off a video, why can't he get his 1123 self to do it? Hey. Suddenly, a ghostly face popped up on the back of his head, letting out a silent, strange laugh. Chapter 57, Desperate 129,369 seconds. Watchman Zhao couldn't detect it. Zhang Chen had an empty set of invincible insight, but no spiritual vision. He couldn't detect it either. If Muro was by his side at this time, she must have sensed it. Because the laughter, it was just too harsh. Too sinister. Pity. She's not. Watchman Zhao was affected. Spirits are an absolutely lethal bomb. Only, it always pretended to be a very good boy and absolutely obeyed Watchman Zhao. Then, at some critical point, slip him a slight lethal dose in. Is it hard for Watchman Zhao to get a split? At 11:23, he made 2 out of random. At this very moment, he could just as easily create a bunch of faceless ghosts. But him, why did he have to move the 11:23-1? This behavior, it's damn near impossible. But he is not aware of it. He connected directly to the 11:23-minute consciousness. The rainwater from the woman in the rain still stained and stuck to the walls of the shadowy gallery. Fireworks framed the window and the bedroom across from the front door was full of evil spirits and corpses. In the stillness of time, a blue-colored Watchman Zhao slowly rises. In front of it, the ghostly hand pieced together the mysterious creepy door. It, slowly, opened the door. Watchman Zhao was controlling the movement of the past doppelganger. As I recall, I have good eyesight when time stands still. The demon's power has increased my vision to 360 degrees, which can be a bit dangerous. Watchman Zhao pondered. Sadako's logic is that sightings must lead to death. Although the one who saw Sadako was a faceless ghost doppelganger, Zhang Chen said that you have to karma even if you see Sadako's picture. Visible, this seeing. It's mind only. As soon as you see it, by whatever means, you will attract Sadako's attack. Split's eyesight is too good to attract the curse. That's why the doppelganger can't see it. Watchman Zhao hesitated, feeling that he couldn't just let the doppelganger go over so bluntly. So he had the doppelganger stop at the door for now. Returning to the present, he looked at Zhang Chen. Where is that room where the video was hidden? Which computer? Zhang Chen looked at him doubtfully. What, this guy really wants to try? 909, I think, let's see, classroom 909, the machine in the 9th row and 9th column. Watchman Zhao. Dare the 9 appear more often? He shook his head breathlessly. Once again, we come to October 2nd at 11:23 p.m. Watchman Zhao looked at the dark, creepy door. For some reason, a sense of extreme foreboding came over me. Why this weird feeling? The heart was empty, it seemed, as soon as this doppelganger stepped through the door. He, Watchman Zhao, will lose a lot of things of immense importance. An esoteric premonition. But it can't be stated explicitly, it can't be understood. He was suddenly a little hesitant. But when I think of Mu Rou, I think of that super death in the Jincheng hardware store. His eyes became determined once more. Split up and stepped through the trick door. The bit where the trick door connects, though, changes. It turned out to be a locus that Watchman Zhao was not sure about and had not clearly seen. Just according to the information given by Zhang Chen, he gave the spirits a position. Intelligent Teaching and Learning Building. Classroom 909. 9th row, 9th column. In front of that computer. Watchman Zhao's thought process was simple. He didn't need the bilocation to pass back information. Just arrange for the altar to do one exact thing. That's watching the video and completing the sighting conditions. Then move your mouse and click all over the video all over the screen, so that the video can definitely be closed. At the same time, Watchman Zhao would be able to seal this horrible curse without touching the Sadako curse without any injuries. So Zhang Huayan would owe him a huge favor. Muro will be saved. This vision is not difficult to accomplish. All that was needed was for Zhao to add 2 more tasks to Watchman. 1. All information seen by the bilocation must never be passed back. 2. Reinforce that computer, mouse and wires to make sure they can move properly among the air barriers. Then everything is ready. In the middle of the trick door. The split is fully crossed over. It appeared in that classroom full of dead people. It sees a lot of things. Lots and lots. Countless women dressed in white with their heads hung low and their black hair hanging down, completely obscuring their faces. It was densely packed throughout the classroom. There are also countless ghostly hands and upper bodies that are crawling out of the computer screen. There's more than one Sadie. Instead, there are countless of them. To be precise, countless Sadako appeared and left behind the remnants of more Sadako as they moved. Anyone, except the undead, who walks into this classroom. Certain death. The good thing is, the doppelganger isn't a person. It is an odd individual formed by 2 evil spirits. 2 evil spirits. Spirits and demons. Faceless ghost. It managed to appear in front of the computer. A myriad of ghostly hands and upper bodies crawling out of the screen obscured what was in the video. So, the altar didn't get to see the video. Rule number 1, fail. Then the doppelganger gripped the mouse and countless ghostly hands crawled out. Spirits reinforced the mouse. The doppelganger began to hold the mouse, clicking little by little along the top of the screen. The process was quick, because demons are fast. But because the first rule fails. So the second one, still fails. Can't order it without seeing it. Elder Lee coded the entire video so no one would realize the problem. There are so many chaste girls crawling out of the video that it blocks the view. But for Watchman Zhao. But it is a good news. The demon let out a sigh as well. How come we didn't get to screw him over? It's, like, a shame. That doppelganger didn't get to see that desperate video. October 4th, 11:19 a.m. and 9 seconds. Watchman Zhao suddenly shook violently. He hadn't even been able to react to what was happening. A ghastly white figure burst into his face. At the same time, a sliver of consciousness left in the altar at 11:23 on October 2nd observed this horrific phenomenon. Watchman Zhao was shocked. He broke Sadako's curse? How is that possible? He clearly had the demon block all information back. But why? And so on. In his head, he really did have an image of Sadako. Why? He clearly didn't look. There was no way the demon would be able to mess up so blatantly. It had to at least cooperate with Watchman Zhao's request. But why? Faceless ghost. It's the logic of the faceless ghost. The thing had memorized Sadako's image and sent it back to Watchman Zhao's mind. Once again, the demon was lazy, and it didn't do its best to stop the faceless ghost in its tracks. This thing does have the ability to record a class, and when depriving people of their faces, this guy will also record away all of the other person's memories. Miscalculation. A complete and utter miscalculation. The demon did block the message back in the open, but the faceless ghost passed the message back to him in the dark. He saw Sadako in an extremely bizarre way. But in the blink of an eye, Watchman Zhao's mind raced, probably with the help of the spirits. He thought about it a lot. But it's too late to think about that now. he was shadowed by demons. Losing by a mile. A Sadako, appearing at 23 minutes past 11, with her black hair parted to reveal the horrible face. Watchman Cho's consciousness left at 11:23. Death. But then a new problem arose. Sadako's logic is to kill Watchman Cho completely, instead of just erasing a sliver of consciousness. And it wasn't Watchman Cho who saw Sadako at 11:23. Instead, it is now Watchman Zhao. Something even more horrible happened. Sadako, at that point in time, began to move. 11:23 minutes and 1 second. It showed up. 12 o'clock. It showed up. At 1 a.m. the next day, it appeared. October 4th, 11:19 a.m. and 9 seconds. It showed up. The moment he appeared, he snapped Watchman Zhao's neck, and with it, wiped out all of Watchman Zhao's vitality. From 11:23 p.m. late on October 2 to 11:19 and 9 seconds a.m. on October 4th. That's a whole 129,369 seconds. It's all there. It hunted its way through time until the corresponding real Watchman Zhao died. Some unknown force fixed Watchman Zhao's trajectory, and the people he had met. What happened? The butterfly effect didn't happen. 129,369 seconds in. All those who have contact with Watchman Zhao all saw Sadako. Everyone. To be precise, it was in addition to Mu Rou, Jiang Huayan, Xia Haiman, Jiang Chang, Fu Han, elderly, Missy, and the young girl who was pregnant with Zhaoan and Lu Fei Fei. Everyone but. All dead. Chapter 58. Do you want to play a little game with me? Seen your brother. Master is gone, he's dead. How long are you going to be negative? Negative? I'm not negative. The demon dragon is still on me, the uncanny king is still on me, and the triple X is still on me. I left them behind. And as long as they exist, I, Watchman Zhao, will never be able to stop, and the evil spirits of this world will never be able to XXXXX me. I have time, I have lots and lots of time. I will, little by little, one by one, pit all the evil spirits in this whole world. Especially that. The beast that calls itself suffocation. That day. The city of Linan was cold. The entrance to the University of Z. The armed soldiers on guard fell to the ground abruptly. There is no process. It's like, they fell right there at the beginning. An eerie blue light emanated from the sports car outside the school gates. Beside Watchman Zhao, Zheng Chen leaned against a tree, stepped on the fallen leaves that covered the ground, and exhaled a long breath of smoke. A light breeze blew through. He disappeared like all that smoke without a trace. OPBI division. 80% of the offices emptied in a flash. The survivors looked at their co-workers, who had suddenly disappeared from sight, and their hearts were gripped with great fear. Watchman Zhao's dormitory. The three good brothers are happily hacking away. Suddenly, they disappeared. The computer is on. The tweets blinked on and off. But the three have surprisingly consistent WeChat interfaces. The group chat, Forever Dog Brothers. There are a couple photos on it. In the photo, Watchman Zhao and Mu Rou were having a late-night snack, and they were laughing a lot. But behind Watchman Zhao, there stood a chastity. Watchman Zhao's house. Watchman Zhao's home. Big Z. Campus Drive. A bright blue light came on. A white impermanence suspended in midair slowly reached out and lifted Watchman Zhao's body from the ground. The redemptive power of the Black and White Invincibles begins to manifest itself. Watchman Zhao is resurrected. At the same time, the image of Sadako left in his memory automatically disappeared. The first layer of Sadako's curse is not eternal. It's disposable, so it can't kill the undead. The sky is clear. But the air around Watchman Zhao was as cold as winter. Sadie turned around. It disappears in a flash. When Watchman Zhao opened his eyes again, the desperate figure was no longer in his sight. His eyes were full of anger. He was still trapped in his anger at being pitched by the spirits. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Zhang Chen? Zhang Chen? Zhang Chen disappeared? Why? The person Sadako attacked was him, Watchman Zhao, and it didn't involve Zhang Chen, so why did Zhang Chen suddenly disappear into thin air? Have I been resurrected long? Watchman Zhao glanced at his watch. Time barely changed, and the black and white revived him in almost a second. So why did Zhang Chen suddenly disappear into thin air? An extreme fear arose in Watchman Zhao's heart. He turned violently and ran toward the school's entrance. He was urging the demon to give him more speed. But that speed was still not enough to reach Mu Ro's side in the first place. No, it's too slow. I want to make a wish. Click. A fifth crack appeared in the glass doll. The mirror unfolds. He appeared in a flash by the sports car outside the schoolhouse. Watchman Zhao's pupils contracted. Armed fighters sacrificed. Why? What the hell else is going on, damn it? He slammed the rear door of the sports car open. Mu Ro was still sleeping quietly, and Watchman Zhao confirmed that there was no problem with the vitality in her body. She's alive. Phew. He let out a long breath. Thankfully, what he feared didn't happen. But yeah, it really didn't happen? His phone suddenly rang. Watchman Zhao looked at it. Jiang Huayan. He hurriedly picked up. Captain, something strange has happened on my side, Zhang Chenhe. Watchman Zhao. The voice over there was cold and piercing. What the hell have you done again? Why did a large portion of my crew die? And it turns out they died on the day of the profiling. I was also inexplicably pounced upon by Sadako. What the hell did you do in the U of Z? Watchman Zhao's body was like an ice cellar. A big chunk of the team is dead? So, Zhang Chen is dead? The day you die in profiling? Why did this happen? Incomprehensible, really incomprehensible. This kind of death is exactly the same as, at 23 minutes past 11. Watchman Zhao's body shook violently. At 23 minutes past 11, he saw Sadako. It was then that Sadako made her first pounce on him. Then just now, Sadako pounced on him a second time. After that he had no more images of Sadako in his head, and the pounce was over. So, Sadako's pounce is not eternal, it kills only once. But why did Watchman Zhao kill him twice? Or is it? Because of the point in time, at 11:23 Sadako was unable to pounce on the real Watchman show. So it connects 2 points in time. It killed every Watchman Zhao in this timeline? Time to pounce. Chastity is going to manifest. Everyone who was around Watchman show at that time will see Sadako. So profiling the day. But anyone who has seen Watchman Zhao will die. Then it makes sense. But if that's the case, how many people has he met since 11:23 on October 2nd? I haven't videoed my parents. I shouldn't have. He covered his head, his eyes filled with blood. He tapped the hang-up button straight away and then rummaged through his contacts to find his mother's number. His hands trembled as he tried to point down. But no matter what, he just couldn't order it. Played. He knows, he fought. And played many times. He's been videoing his mom and dad every day since he realized he was about to be killed by the Black and White. Because his days are numbered and he wants to spend more time with them. But why, this behavior actually? I can't believe it's going to kill them? I guess, it didn't hit. I can't say I forgot about it the last couple days. Can't say I. He jerked his head up, his eyes bloodshot. No, there must be some way. There must be some way to save them. I don't believe it. How many times have I been killed by these evil spirits and I'm still alive? The world is about absolute logic, and so-called common sense is all wrong. I can definitely resurrect them. 11:23? Right. If I had told the 11.23 split to stop touching, if the one at 11.23 hadn't touched Sadako, wouldn't everything have happened? Watchman Zhao immediately wanted to try this method. But just then, the familiar pixelated handwriting appeared on the car window. Don't mess around, it's useless. The time of 11:23 minutes is parallel to you, don't you see? It just means that a minute here for you might only be a billionth of a second for that sand sculpture doppelganger. You can't really reverse time and space. Besides, you still have a red wedding cloak on you, which frames all the plots, and the plot you're in now is that you killed your mom and dad with your own hands. Useless, laugh me to death, still really fooled by the spirits, oh no, by a small chaste girl, plus spirits, plus red wedding dress LJ, ha. Hey. Watchman Zhao looked at the mocking text on the car window with red eyes. I will make your life worse than death. You're the one who's worse off than dead right now, aha. Okay, not to tease you. Come on, want to play a little game with me? Watchman Zhao stared at the passage with a deadly stare. You can save my parents? Of course, without difficulty. Chapter 59, Making Up Your Own Plot. Of course, without difficulty. Watchman Zhao smiled as he looked at these words. The despair, the sadness, the fear of losing everything disappeared in an instant, cleanly. So this thing is so simple? Then why am I playing games with you? Why did I give you a chance to victimize me? The opposite side apparently froze for a long time. Don't you want to save your parents? Wanted to, but yeah, you gave a lot of unbelievably crucial information. First, my bilocation is in the same parallel as me, and I cannot allow my bilocation to erase the acts it has already accomplished. This line of rescue options is wrong. Secondly, the Red Wedding has rules that frame the plot, and while I don't know exactly what that plot is, I'm going to find out. I have a steel network, I don't need you. Thirdly, even you can easily save my parents' lives, and I, Watchman Zhao, am the one who has been pitting you to death in the monumental net for who knows how many years. Even you can do it easily, why can't I? Why do I need to rely on you? What, in the world, are you so mad about? A defeated man is just that. Watchman Zhao reached out and tapped on the car window. Don't you want to play a game? That's fine, but the rules can't be set by you, the loser must be the one forced to accept. You remember, the only person who can come up with the rules of the game is me, Watchman Zhao. You want to mention the rules to me? You want to make a deal with me? You're not worthy. Click. The handwriting disappeared in a flash. Pissed off? Watchman Zhao laughed. He smiled a sinister smile. Are the demons affecting him again? It's okay. He was willing to accept the influence, and the demon's ability to increase his thinking worked well. He just had to find a way to control the thing. Watchman Zhao closed the car door and sat his butt on the hood of the sports car. Taking out a black Li, he lowered his head and slowly lit it. An extremely sinister gaze, accompanied by firelight, flickered through the smoke. October 4th. 11:21. From this point in time, Watchman Zhao's thinking changed completely. Only seeking to live? Not enough. The evil spirits are horrible. He had been careful enough with this behavior, but it still had extremely tragic consequences. He's killed countless people. This stuff is just too dangerous. Such things should not exist in the world. As long as they existed on Earth, his loved ones would always be in deep despair. They can't be kept alive, but by the rules, I can't kill them. But there's a big problem here. The evil spirit's logic is so rigid that there's almost no way to change it. So, I can't kill them though. But I can pit them. Now the first thing I'm going to do is bring everyone back to life, and if that stupid mystery man can do it, why can't I? Second thing, the demon bastard may be hateful, but it's useful, so let's keep it alive for now. Watchman Zhao slowly raised his head and looked toward the towering complex of buildings in the University of Z. Sadako is useless to me, but it killed all my relatives. I must pit it. Come on. Work. Watchman Zhao opened his cell phone and typed in the mysterious URL. When Zhang Chen had entered the URL of the tablet website earlier, he had silently memorized this paragraph of English characters. Soon, that big mess of code surfaced on the cell phone screen. Still the same, the eye in the upper right corner was staring him dead in the face, full of hate. Watchman Zhao let out a cold smile as his mind began to clarify the information he wanted to inquire about. The query process of the tablet website is simpler than that of the general internet. Whatever you want to find out, it will suspiciously find out for you. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the rules related to the red wedding dress to appear on the phone screen. Some surface rules. The Red Wedding is a class of evil spirits who are paranoid about plots. If the plot of the Red Wedding is followed all the way through, the cursed will surely commit suicide. Even with an evil spirit guarding them, it's useless, the target will surely find a way out to complete the act of suicide. It is impossible to change a plot that has already been completed by the Red Wedding, and it will forcefully lock up the experience of the cursed person. It is said that lovers who have seen that red wedding dress commit suicide. Please, infinite stranding, infinite loops, infinite despair, and an extremely painful death. So it is. Watchman Zhao pondered. Obviously, the most crucial piece of information in this paragraph is the fourth sentence. What the damned have experienced cannot be changed. Or, as Mystic puts it, framing everything in the plot. But the description is subtle. According to it, Watchman Zhao should not be able to influence the past. But he affected it. For the first time, on the 1123 attempt, he left scorch marks on the ground. The second time, he spiked Lu curse. Third, which is now. He has modified the past, so why is it that experiences cannot be modified? Oh, experiences can't be modified, but worlds can be modified, right? Got it all. Many of the previous doubts were now clear. Why did Watchman Zhao have no relevant memory of the 1123 engraving when it was clearly modified in the past? Lu Curse had died the night before, so why was he still standing in the conference room talking to them that day? Because the red dowry killed the plot. About Watchman Zhao's plot. At 23 minutes past 11, Watchman Zhao did not originally inscribe, so this did not happen. But Watchman Zhao influenced the past, and the future him carved two words in the past, so this happened in the world. Watchman Zhao's storyline clashes with the world's storyline. That's why Watchman Zhao saw a phenomenon that didn't exist in his memory. The Lu Curse thing could reflect more information. What happened that day was that Watchman Zhao traveled to OPBI, profiled, and Lu Curse looked for trouble and was killed by Watchman Zhao. The red wedding frames the death of this episode. And everyone in the room was in the middle of the episode. When Watchman Zhao took out Lu Curse the night before. The world has changed. Lu Curse had died the night before, and a whole new plot had been created. However, at that time, Zhang Huayan and Watchman Zhao stayed together, and this group of participants was also included in the red wedding dress episode. So all these people also only know the red wedding episode. After the death of Lu Mantra, the plot of the red wedding begins to align with the plot of the world line. So everyone in the room was horrified to find out that Lu Curse died last night. So that means I can influence the past world, I just can't influence my past experiences. In other words, Watchman Zhao looked coldly into the depths of Big Z. It seems really easy for me to save everyone. I just need to make this one storyline of the world that it develops into. Sadako was no longer in the University of Z by 1123, so everything I did next just never happened in the world. It just happened in the red wedding episode. Then when the plot of the red wedding dresses aligns with the plot of the world line, all will be resurrected. Because they never died at all. Chapter 60, Resurrecting the Lu Curse. But the idea is too pompous and dangerous. Watchman Zhao looked at his hands coldly. Now he needs to develop a habit. That is that everything in this world can be false. Including his own thoughts. It wasn't that desperate though, the demon wouldn't affect his normal thinking, it would just add a dose of something fierce to it. So some very pompous and very outrageous ideas that he needs to be aware of. Could have gotten yourself killed. Watchman Zhao looked into his right leg pants pocket. He has glass dolls. He can make wishes. Why can't you wish for mom and dad to come back to life? How easy is that? Yes, it's so much easier to make a wish than an exaggerated idea like changing the world line. He should try to avoid visions that are too over the top, there is too much unknown information and it is easy to be persecuted by demons. Well, but the idea is also quite dangerous. Watchman Zhao pondered. Something like resurrection is actually a rather mysterious and rather unusual thing. What's more, he's resurrecting people who may have died days before. Probably I've been through so many resurrections that I think it's a common thing. But the truth is, it's not that the resurrection thing is common. Rather, the evil spirits are too sick. Even something as outrageous as resurrection is easy in their hands. Resurrection, in fact, is dangerous and weird. You can hardly imagine what a horrible monster could be created by using the power of an evil spirit to resurrect a person. But one has to admit, the idea is intriguing. Watchman Zhao still had 5 more wishes in his hand, which was enough to save his mom and dad. I need more information. Going through the tablet network? It might cost big. Might as well experiment on my own. Let's go with Zhang Chen. It doesn't seem to work. Watchman Zhao hastily stopped the urge to make a wish. On Zhang Chen, there is a ghost. In case I resurrect Zhang Chen and resurrect a monster that's hard to kill, then there will be one more monster in the red wedding dresses storyline, and after I've determined that I can't save anyone through resurrection, I'll go to the tablet network and inquire about a way to turn back time. If I succeed, Zhang Chen will live normally in the world line. Then when the storyline aligns with the world line, there will be 2 Zhang Chens in this world. A monster, a man, sharing the same soul. Hiss, I feel so bad like this, and the evil spirit power in this Zhang Chen's body almost all originates from me, the 2 of us might be bound. What if these 2 Zhang Chen are forever repulsive and can never enter the same world line? And then I'm somehow mysteriously connected to Zhang Chen. Wouldn't I be banished to another world line then? Honestly, this is an odd idea. And it's full of holes. But it really felt pretty bad. It's best not to resurrect these potentially conflicted people. Watchman Zhao thought back to the bodyguards who died at the Forgotten River Villa. He chose a person's face and tried to make a wish. And he added the condition, resurrect that person in front of me in 5 seconds. In a pocket he could not observe, the glass figurine quivered. Then the fun continued. The sixth crack did not appear. Failed to make a wish. Watchman Zhao just sat on the hood and watched for a long time. After what I'm afraid was 50 seconds. No one showed up. It looks like wishes can't be granted indiscriminately. Watchman Zhao pondered, because there was no exact identity? Then, he thought back to some old people he used to know who had died. Try to make a wish. Like, nothing happened. Failed again? Watchman Zhao is a bit upset. Is it hard to spell one out when the demon's power is so fierce? What for? You can only resurrect special people. Then you should resurrect a Lu spell and show it to me. Ka! The glass doll, it broke. The sixth wish was successful. Watchman Zhao watched with a dumbfounded expression as some chunks of flesh surfaced in the void in front of him. Spirits you! The dog is up to something again. Watchman Zhao really can't stand it anymore. From now on, the first target of the pit changes from Sadako to spirits. But now Make-A-Wish has happened. The opportunity was precious, and he always had to see if the glass doll could resurrect humans or not. And then we'll take out this Lu curse. After all, it was the demons who had made the mess, so it certainly wasn't a good thing. I guess things aren't as bad as I thought, just go smoke his chair again at 11:23. And the Lu spell should be slightly better. Because Lu curse is dead, after all. Back when the world lines bordered, there was only one Lu spell in the world, too. There will be no weirdness of conflicting identities. Alas, let's observe for a while. Watchman Zhao sighed and exhaled a smoke ring while observing. But soon he realized something was wrong. Because in front of him, a woman in a white kimono appeared. It spun eerily out from behind a tree, hands clasped together, a string of bells dangling down through its palms, swaying in the air with its steps. This woman. No eyes. The ghost on Lu curse? With the resurrection of Lu curse also gave dry to hear? That's a lot of fun. He didn't just resurrect people, he invoked a ghost. And back when Lu curse was sitting in the conference room, this kimono woman was trying to choke him. But then gave up. Obviously a ghost repellent. The odds are good that there is more than one evil spirit on Lu curse. No, can't watch it. Watchman Zhao stared at the chunk of meat in front of him with a deadpan stare. 5 seconds is fast. The lump of flesh had begun to expand rapidly, and then rapidly deformed, and Lu curse's ugly appearance had taken on an outline. I've got to finish him off. Watchman Zhao immediately picked up the trick cigarette and prepared to smoke the chair. But just then, some unfamiliar memories flowed into his brain. It was a memory that didn't belong to him at all. And this memory. How to say it? Quite obscene. The kind that was obscene to the extreme, giving Zhao a whole old face. No, how can there be such a lewd person in this world? Wait, this is the memories of the Lu spell? It's not just the memories. There's also a sense of sensory connection. A whole new perspective slowly unfolded in Watchman Zhao's mind. At the same time, it was like he had an extra body. That's not the same as the 11:23 split. That doppelganger could only give Watchman Zhao sight, but the sense of touch and the feeling of force when moving his body was completely absent. And it's clear now. Can clearly feel how heavy the Lu curse is? How hard it is to get up from the ground. Could I control him? Watchman Zhao tried. Pa! The not yet fully formed Lu spell just fell to the ground. But he's stubbornly climbing up. At the same time a very vague thought presented itself in Watchman Zhao's mind. And this thought is gradually becoming clearer and more systematic. It's the idea of the Lu spell. Equally controllable. It's like controlling a robot, which can be manipulated by signals or directly controlled manually. Sure enough, the person who was resurrected with the glass doll would establish a very mysterious connection with Watchman Zhao. And it's clear that Watchman Zhao dominates. I remember the Lu spell, like it can control that evil spirit. Chapter 61, Lu Curse, It's for the Pit. I'm a necromancer. Doesn't that mean that if a very powerful person dies, Watchman Zhao can resurrect him and master him perfectly? Well, that's interesting. So now Watchman Zhao has perfectly mastered a Lu Curse. With the Ro mantra, you can control an evil spirit called Shirai. Harnessing evil spirits across a hierarchy. The ride is perfect. Instead, the backlash from the evil spirits all fell on Lu Curse, who had risen from the dead. Watchman Zhao will only profit without any risk. A perfect means of harnessing. Wish use 6 times, 4 more chances to go. If I use it properly, I can't say that I can perfectly harness 5 evil spirits. Watchman Zhao sneered. This glass doll is still useful. It's a shame though. It has a very limited ability to resurrect. Ordinary people cannot be resurrected. It can only resurrect cursed people, and likely only some special cursed people. That's why the glass doll couldn't resurrect his mom and dad. He still had to try to modify the world line. Watchman Zhao looked at the increasingly complete Lu Curse in front of him. Granted, this is something that demons have come up with. The risks are enormous. But Watchman Zhao decided to keep it. Through the memories that float through the Lu mantra, it was clear that this guy could really control Shiranui. Though the reason for the control was unknown to the loser Lu Curse himself. But it's all a huge boost, no doubt. Watchman Zhao needs ghost repulsion. A successful path to survival is sought through a variety of ghostly repulsions to refine the information of this world. Then a controllable and risk-free boogeyman is really priceless for him. The resurrection is nearing its end. Lu Curse's body has been completely spelled out. But Watchman Zhao could not see any chance of survival. The resurrection remains incomplete. The Lu Curse that appeared in front of Watchman Zhao now was more like a living dead man. He can move, he can do some primitive thinking. But he was lifeless. He doesn't have the logic of complex thinking. At that moment, suddenly a pair of ghastly white hands appeared above Lu Curse's head. At the same time, a layer of misty fog surrounded Lu Curse. Things are starting to change for Lu Curse. As the mist surrounded the previously bare lump of flesh, costumes inexplicably began to appear on him. It was an 1123 outfit, a set of pajamas painted with very cool anime female characters. At the same time, certain features on Lu Curse began to mend. Certain divinities appeared in him. Like a robot. It's suddenly starting to look like a living thing. In that instant, Watchman Zhao had an uncomfortable feeling of the Valley of Terror. He felt that the current Lu Curse was a state between a robot and a living person. Immediately after that, the pair of ghostly hands above Lu Curse's head slowly pressed down. Gently pressed on the top of Lu's incantation head. Something mysterious seemed to have been injected into the body of Lu Curse. Watchman Zhao was connected to Lu Curse's sensory system, so this mysterious feeling could be clearly felt by him. In front of him, a light slowly lit up in Lu Mantra's eyes. His face possessed an expression. He was completely transformed into a living being. I see. Watchman Zhao looked to the pocket on his right pants leg. Is the resurrection so logical? The demon built a shell for Lu Curse. But this shell, it's dead. It had no life in it, it was a robot made of flesh and blood. And the shard power of the Reaper replenished it with something. It's starting to look human. But it's not quite the same. It has no soul. So the shattered black and white power of the unseen got its soul back. And so Lu Curse was resurrected. It came back to life in one piece. Its eyes had become mesmerizing, and some of the feelings of confusion, bewilderment, and excitement could be captured within the eyes. It looked fiercely at Watchman Zhao. Did you save me? Watchman Zhao looked at him suspiciously. Watchman Zhao could clearly feel Lu Curse's gratitude through the connection between the two. A very evil thought was born in his mind. Hey, Lu Curse, you're not trying to be grateful, are you? You were killed by me. A flash of anger appeared in Lu Mantra's head. But that flash of anger was wiped away by the demon in an instant. It practically fell straight to the ground and crawled knee to knee in front of Watchman Zhao. Big brother. You are my big brother. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about, but you're the one who saved me, and you'll always be my big brother. Brainwashing. Watchman Zhao laughed, a cold laugh. The demon washed out Lu Curse's brain. Now Lu Mantra is a dog that is completely at the beck and call of Watchman Zhao. Don't even say that he resisted. This guy appreciated Watchman Zhao from the bottom of his heart. It was completely reduced to a puppet of Watchman Zhao. But how far can this brainwashing go? Watchman Zhao was curious. So, he exhaled a puff of smoke and stared at the scruffy man in front of him with a sneer. I saved you, will you do anything for me? That's a must. You are my savior. I'll do whatever you say. Good. Watchman Zhao sneered, then kill yourself, right here, right now. Lu Mantra froze for a moment. Then, without saying a word, he reached down and plucked at his tongue, pulling it out to a rather horrifying length. Then, violently, he tried to bite down. Watchman Zhao reached out and gave him a gentle twist on the chin. Dislocated jaw. Failure of the occlusion maneuver. Lu Mantra didn't commit suicide. Watchman Zhao cheerfully twisted its chin back again. Well. Ha ha ha. What a completely obedient dog really. Ah ha ha ha. Lu Curse smiled fawningly. Watchman Zhao opened the car door. Muro was still in a state of slumber. Watchman Zhao smiled and rubbed her little head. Lu Mantra, can you drive? That will have to do. Okay, drive, find an internet cafe. Yes, big brother. Watchman Zhao sat in the back of the car, gently hugging Muro and looking out the window in silence. The experiment failed. Wishing won't save your parents. So things are still moving in an incredibly dangerous direction. He, Watchman Zhao, still has to do that great thing against all odds. Modify the world line for the entire world. But the logic is still the same. There is too much unknown information for him to make a move. After all, there was a demon that had been hiding in an unobservable corner, poking and prodding and wreaking havoc. It is very dangerous to undertake a very exaggerated operation. So, he needs information. Sufficiently adequate information. Currently, there are really two ways to get information. First, find Jiang Huayan, and through him reach out to those higher-up superstars who might be able to give effective advice. But Watchman Zhao has basically vetoed the idea. The big guys aren't going to want the world line changed. Because that would create too many unknowns. They're already on top of the world, so why bother asking for trouble? Well, it's still only through the second channel. Tablet. This amazing site has information on almost everything in this world. It's just that there's a price to pay. He looked out the window, the cigarette in his hand belatedly lit. He's thinking. And Lu Curse, on the chatter. Big brother, do you play gal games? In this area, I'm an expert I'm telling you, what fake no halawa, Grey Trilogy what week. I've got super resources. Hundreds of T's. Big brother, if you want to play, I'll move them all out for you. Watchman Zhao pressed his forehead somewhat breathlessly. It's like it's not good for the guy to manipulate too perfectly. Too wordy. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. Watchman Zhao said breathlessly, and I have a feeling it's not something good. Good stuff, all good stuff. Ha. He smiled rather lewdly. It's even a bit perverted. Watchman Zhao looked at him breathlessly. Shut up and drive your car properly. Oh, okay. What a mess. Watchman Zhao was somewhat speechless. He looked at Lu Curse's back and suddenly had some different thoughts. Speaking of which, this guy, he was revived by relying on my power, right? He has the power of the spirits that belong to me. It is well known that the power of demons to fulfill wishes is quite perverse. And I have a mysterious link with him. Even this guy is like my second body. His eyes slowly widened. So, is it possible that I looked up a piece of information on the tablet web and the tablet web granted me a curse? And then I, using the demon's power, transfer the curse onto the Lu Curse? Chapter 62. That's a sick idea, But, quite interesting. If this could really be realized, then he, Watchman Zhao, would be able to log into the monumental network without any injuries. It costs almost nothing to get any information. Because all the pain will be borne by the good brother Lu Mantra. Watchman Zhao will then be able to search the web of monuments and easily obtain the method of turning back the clock. Nice try. Watchman Zhao released Muro and then took off his shoes. One of his toes, rendered as an odd mosaic mass, was unusually prominent on his foot. I can start with a simple experiment. For example, move the mosaic on this toe to Lu Curse's hand. But this experiment? It involves the curse of an evil spirit, and a ghost repulsion may occur. Watchman Zhao looked out the window. A woman in a white kimono just happened to be there. It's running, and it's running faster than a sports car. A head full of long hair was blown around by the gusty wind, and Watchman Zhao was even a little worried that the hair would rip its head off. Shirai's pursuit of humans doesn't seem to be as subdued as the black and white. Indeed not. Behind Shirai, the white erratic was there. It hovered there with an old spirit, easily keeping an absolute distance from Watchman Zhao. It was very subdued, and Shirai looked a bit of a mess instead. But whether it's lousy or not, well, the sight will generally make people look at the daisy titan ah. After all, you're sitting in your car while two evil spirits chase you outside. Watchman Zhao felt indifferent, and he silently watched as that Shirai chased after Lu Curse, trying to reach out and strangle him. Then Shirai was bewildered for a moment. The behavior stopped. It whooshed away from the sports car and stood wondering and fuming in the street. Watchman Zhao looked back at the figure in the middle of the traffic. I still have to figure out the curses on Lu Curse and the dangers of those curses. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a blood loss if the Steel Network had a ghost repulsion with them and swept me up in it? He tried to connect to the memories of the Lu spell. This one is stupid as hell. Knowing that you have a Shirai in you, and knowing that you can manipulate the Shirai to kill people. But he didn't know why. And what would a certain, or even a certain number of evil spirits be? Soon, some clear memories appeared in Watchman Zhao's mind. I was scared to death that day when the woman profiled me and realized that I actually had an evil spirit in me. Captain Chang says that stuff. Ghost. It was a rather special kind of evil spirit that not only didn't seem to be able to kill, but was willing to help me live. I'm such a lucky son to have met such a powerful evil spirit. A ghost? Watchman Zhao tried to channel Lu Curse's memories to complete that one incident. Missy also helped profile Lu Curse and came up with what seemed to be pretty impressive results, with a lot of OPBI bigwigs showing up. One of them, an old man on crutches, was unusually conspicuous. Actually, the old man doesn't look special. It's just that Watchman Zhao had a vague feeling. This old man. He seemed to have seen it somewhere. Originally the day Lu Curse should be reused, but the guy is really too nappy to let a person speechless, this also dare not do, that also dare not do, above the people on him disheartened. So he became a tiny member of the team. Do the bigwigs up there hold Lu Curse in high regard? Watchman Zhao smiled. It's normal, after all, it's an existence that can control evil spirits, so it's normal to value it. He once again carefully recalled the profiling scene. Missy drew two evil spirits. It's peculiar that Shirai doesn't appear in the painting. The first anomaly that appears inside is an apparition that haunts Lu Curse. The thing seemed to notice the profiling and was smiling wryly at the people beyond the frame. So those outside, no matter what angle they stood at to view it, the ghostly apparition's eyes seemed to be facing this way, an uncomfortable sign uttered by many. The second anomaly was a pair of eyes slowly opening above Lu Curse's head. Those eyes, they seemed to have heavy pupils. But it opened, very, very little, almost just a slit. The reason why Watchman Zhao felt that it was a heavy pupil was because the colors inside that eye slit were in this strange arrangement of white black white black white. Two ghosts, it can be clarified that one is Shirai and the other is a devourer. Watchman Zhao cupped his chin. It's true that no matter how you look at it, these eyes should be the Shirai, right? Good lord, sure enough Shirai isn't easy either. That white female ghost is not the body. The true essence is this pair of eyes. That being said, Shirai did seem to never open his eyes. The curse of this thing has something to do with the eyes. Then it's clear that there are only two ghosts on Lu Curse. Watchman Zhao took his cell phone and opened the tablet network. Why do you want to open Monument? Because Lu Curse didn't know the information about these two evil spirits. Not one iota. Watchman Zhao expressed his admiration. This guy lived too easily. Luckily, it didn't take too heavy of a price to get basic information on evil spirits, and he could still just look it up. Shirai, cognizant of murderous evil spirits. Those who know Shirai's true name will die. Shirai is the most superficial name, and the curse attached to it is the lightest. And beneath Shirai lies a deeper name. The deeper you know, the stronger the curse becomes, and those cursed by Shirai are bound to slowly come into contact with that deeper and deeper, truer and truer name in their lives. Generally the second tier of names is enough to kill, and if you know that most true name, you will surely die. Killing by name? So it's not the eyes. But what does it mean to have a deeper name hidden underneath? Isn't it like Kanshi? The full name under the two characters is said to have 10,000 characters? Or a harmonic or something? Watchman Zhao skipped it, it had nothing to do with him anyway, he didn't need to find out. And weirdly enough, Lu Curse doesn't seem to know much about it either. Maybe his memories were affected by something, and he had if anything a memory of Shirai's real name, so Shirai was always a bit confused when he attacked him? It has nothing to do with Watchman Zhao. Cognitively murderous evil spirits, what does he know so much about, and logically wouldn't create a ghost repulsion with mosaic anyway? Note, it's mosaic, not monumental web. Watchman Zhao continued to inquire about the second ghost. Ghosts. The only evil ghost that won't get its host killed. Watchman Zhao. Can ghosts still not harm people? He immediately recalled the 3 rules given by Jiang Huayan. Ghosts don't die. Logic must. The curse must be lean. It doesn't seem to say that ghosts must kill people. Watchman Zhao gave Lu Curse a somewhat jealous look. This guy, he really is a lucky son of a gun. He continued to read on. Not only is the devourer unwilling to kill the host, but it will even help his spirit wander the human world after his death. Watchman Zhao was even more confused. The appearance of the devourer requires a prerequisite. That is, the boarder must already have some kind or even several kinds of evil spirit curses on him. The devourer will help the host and suppress these curses. And spread these curses, subjectively, to others. Forced murderous evil spirits generally find it difficult to live in harmony with their devils, but cognitive murderous evil spirits are more than willing to do so. When the host dies, the devils tend to keep their souls for a long time. Let them continue to wander the world of men. And continue to spread the curse. Chapter 63 The Rule of Resurrection. Watchman Zhao's first thought was of the ghost on Lu Fei's body. That thing, too, helps the host deflect the curse. It doesn't seem to be quite the same though. Fei Liu's transfer was passive. And Lu Curse is active. Moreover, Lu Fei was suspected to have very powerful mental manipulation abilities. Not with the Lu spell. Fifi Lu is the queen of the sea, a human being. Lu Curse. Lu Curse is stupid by. Also, Shiranui is still with the Lu Curse, so the spread of the devils is incomplete, it doesn't send the curse out completely. Watchman Zhao expressed his understanding. So, the devils suppressed the memories of Lu Curse to make sure Shiranui wouldn't kill him, yet would hover over him. The devourer allows Lu Curse to subjectively spread curses, so Lu Curse can command Shirai to kill people, or, in other words, actively let his targets know Shirai's real name without him knowing it himself. What a buggy existence. Watchman Zhao felt that if he hadn't met himself, Lu Mantra probably would have been able to live recklessly for a long, long time. Unfortunately, met. Watchman Zhao found this scruffy guy to be quite a surprise. If he could, he'd quite like to transfer the devourer to himself. It's a kind of life-preserving ghost, after all. But he has 7 evil ghosts on him to start with, the devils probably can't beat them. Well, to be clear, the mosaic of the tablet network shouldn't conflict with either of these. One has to do with the name and one is for the tiger, neither of which are very exclusive. Watchman Zhao looked at the mosaic on his feet. He began to try. Soon the curse of the tablet network began to falter. Those mosaics began to flicker and reorganize. The spirits are rejecting it, but the monumental network disagrees. Both sides continue to be at a standstill. The power of the spirits seems to be related to the strength of my will. Watchman Zhao began to reinforce this thought that he had to turn the mosaic on Lu Curse. At this point, Lu Mantra, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was in a good mood as he hummed some Japanese songs. Some ghostly hands that suddenly grew out of his back. Lu Mantra glanced through the rearview mirror. He let out a fierce and strange cry, "Big brother! There's something on my back." Watchman Zhao gave him a puzzled look. What is it? Ghost hands. So many ghost hands. Ghost hand? There's no such thing as a ghost hand. Watchman Zhao didn't see anything. Is it a demon? But demons were ghosts, and he, Lu Curse, didn't have spiritual sight, so what made him see it? Wait. Now Lu Curse has a mysterious relationship with him, Watchman Zhao. Could it be that spirit sight was also apportioned? Watchman Zhao hurriedly connected to Lu Curse's vision. Can't see it, or can't see a hair. Sure enough, the invisible attribute of the demon's host was absolute, and he, Watchman Zhao, was unable to observe it, even through the sight of others. But Lu Mantra is a living person with a soul, and although the two share some kind of mysterious and unknown connection, Lu Mantra is Lu Mantra, and Lu Mantra is not him. The demon's curse was aimed at Watchman Zhao, and that invisible logic didn't apply to the Lu curse. Are you sure you saw it? Watchman Zhao made sure again. Lu curse nodded frantically. There are so many ghost hands, big brother. Am I going to die? Don't yell. Watchman Zhao was speechless. What are these ghost hands doing? They're crawling your way, crawling up to your feet. Your feet are full of ghostly hands too. Sure enough, Lu Mantra possessed psychic vision. Very interesting news. This way Watchman Zhao can finally get subjective access to information about the spirits, even though it's separated by a layer of Lu spells, but it's finally visible. Spirits and demons are no longer invisible. You drive properly first. Oh, big brother, I'm really not going to die, am I? It won't kill you. Drive your car and shut up. Oh. Can big brother me? Shut up. Lu spell really shut up. Watchman Zhao continued to look at the feet. The mosaic is starting to change. They flickered and those pixel dots began to shift toward the tips of their toes. Some of the mosaic detached itself from him and transformed into a shimmering line that connected to Lu spell's back. The transfer was successful. Lu curse can really take on the Stella Web curse for him. Good. It's like, perfect mass murderer plus meat shield plus ahoy. He felt that the demon had missed a trick, or that the guy might be hiding some bigger scheme. But anyway, the Lu spell was so useful. What a huge help. Soon the mosaic was completely off his toes. Those bloody parts began to quickly repair and return to their normal appearance. And one of Lu curse's ring fingers was crawling with densely packed pixelated dots. It's like those pixel dots bit him and his ring finger disappeared. But then recovered with the help of the spirits. Turn it into a bunch of mosaics. Lu spell noticed. He wanted to start ghosting again. But held back. Shut up and drive. Soon they found an internet cafe. Prepare to start searching for information. You can actually check it on your cell phone. The reason why I chose an internet cafe, because it's quite a waste to read that big pile of dense words on a cell phone. The time reversal is so counterintuitive that it must have a rather complex message. Watchman Zhao had another idea as he looked at the dense crowd in the internet cafe. A devotee can subjectively spread curses. Lu curse now has a portion of the Stella Web's curse on him. Apparently the monumental web curse is rationed. It wants one of your fingers and won't want a second. So, can the Lu curse spread the curse further, so that more people can apportion the curse? That's if it can be done. Well, it doesn't seem to be very useful. After all, these curses on Watchman Zhao are not quantitative, but qualitative. As an example, for them to contaminate a glass of water, the water in it would have to be dirty no matter how big the glass is. But it's possible to try, and at least the monumental network side is perfectly broken. Lu spell, try and spread a portion of this mosaic you're holding. Lu curse froze. Can this be done? Oh, this thing is a curse too, it should work. He tried it in a hurry. Failure. Unable to transfer. Watchman Zhao was a bit puzzled. Wasn't the Devourer's power that strong? What if we add a demon to the mix? Watchman Zhao began to convey his request to the spirits. Remove the mosaic. Still failing. Unable to transfer. It looks like the Steel Web's curse is still targeting me. Watchman Zhao nodded his head, signaling that there was no need for the Lu curse to continue. He understands. The curse of the tablet network is directed at a certain target, and Watchman Zhao must bear the curse if he checks the information. But Lu Mantra was now in a mystical relationship with Watchman Zhao, and to him, Lu Mantra was the equivalent of a doppelganger. The tablet network recognized this relationship, so the curse on Watchman Zhao could be transferred to the bilocation. However, if you want to transfer it to someone else, it is expressly forbidden. And that logic, in turn, conflicts with the logic of the spirit's judgment that was just introduced. The demon does not recognize that Lu Mantra is equal to Watchman Zhao. And yet the tablet admits it? It looks like the determination mechanism is different for different evil spirits. Ugh, what's the point of thinking so much? Come on, boot first. He turned on a computer and banged on the keyboard. That mysterious steel network was once again displayed in front of him. There aren't tons of eyes left. Neither did he when he took his cell phone to check. It seems like those guys only pop up when you enter for the first time. Of course the dumbass in the upper right corner was still glaring at him with a dead, evil eye. Watchman Zhao gave him an international friendly gesture. Then look at the pile of gibberish on the page and start thinking. What am I going to find out? Directly checking the time reversal method? Isn't that a bit too reckless? The fees for that level of information must be very high, almost unaffordable kind. And my real purpose is to save lives, not turn back time. Watchman Zhao understands. He began to specify in his mind what he was inquiring about. How do you raise the dead? The page paused for a while, as if to confirm his thoughts. Then the interface flashed. 5 sentences were displayed brightly on the screen. People who have died completely are almost impossible to be brought back to life along that world line, unless the soul of the target is spelled out again. Those whose souls are kept in the custody of the ghost-painted skin human skin mask suffocation XXX, and those whose souls have been copied by the black and white faceless ghost suffocation XXX, can be resurrected along that world line. A world line can be resurrected by forging a world line with a steel net red graft pennant XXX suffocation XXX. Utilizing ghost repulsion suffocation XXX to return to a point in that world line before the target's complete death, or utilizing skinny tall ghost shadow suffocation to arrive at some special world line where it can be resurrected. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX can be resurrected. Chapter 64, a ghost repulsion that can turn back time. 5 messages. Indicate the 5 ways of the resurrection. Number 1, fabricate the soul. The second, resurrection through souls, whether preserved or copied, can be used for resurrection. Number 3, faking the world line. Number 4, crossing. Article 5, unknown. Either way, there seems to be no getting around 2 words. Soul. Watchman Zhao recalled the 2 transparent humanoids in the Jiancheng hardware store. When people die, their souls are scattered. That's why glass dolls can't resurrect ordinary people. It does create a human form. But that person is never considered resurrected when he or she dies with a broken soul. So it is. Watchman Zhao carefully studied the 5 sentences again. Terribly informative. There's a line in the first one unless one soul is spelled out. The fact that it says unless suggests that it is really possible to do this. Then, if he, Watchman Zhao, had mastered this method, wouldn't he be able to resurrect almost everyone in this world? Article 2. Those whose souls are kept by the ghost's painted skins human skin mask suffocation XXX, and those whose souls have been duplicated by the black and white, faceless ghost suffocation XXX. The message that a devourer preserves the soul has already come up. Can these things like painted skins be preserved as well? And, faceless ghost actually has the ability to copy souls? So the real logic of the faceless ghost is that it duplicates the soul of the target of the attack and transfers it to the cursor, so the cursor will have all the memories of the other person? Number 3, the tablet web, the pen fairy, the red wedding garment, all create pseudo-world lines. The red dowry is not surprising. Watchman Zhao felt that he could understand the words of the tablet network. After all, this ghost was really outrageous, and it wasn't impossible to say that it could create a real AI world. But what's the meaning of penumbra? Why did the penny create a pseudo-world line? As I recall, the rules of the penumbra are that the ritual is performed once every 4 days, an exponential power of 2 kills people, and then, once the ritual is interrupted, all will be taken away. Watchman Zhao was stunned. He seemed to suddenly understand a little bit why the penumbra was able to harden almost any curse. So that's what it means? The penny saver doesn't really save you at all. It creates a false world line for you to live in for a while. Once the condition fails, the penny simply drains the entire pseudo-world line altogether, taking you back to the moment you were killed by the curse. Also, everything that happens in the future is all cleared. The butterfly effect happens, you never come back to life after being killed by the curse, and the world doesn't know you did. Your end, from the beginning, is predestined. No one knows that the penman resurrected you. Even the evil spirits don't know. Naturally, there would be no conflict with any rules. Unless it's a monster like Sadako. The odds are that its second tier of curses just keeps killing you. Killing non-stop, second by second, from start to finish. Even if that pen fairy creates a pseudo-world line for you, you're still going to die for the rest of your life. That's why Sadako was able to forcefully kill someone by carrying the power of the penumbra hard. Watchman Zhao suddenly realized that these evil spirits are more perverted than one another. As for number 4. The tall, thin ghostly figure appeared once more. It was mentioned in the last message from the old cat-faced lady. Skinny tall ghostbusters can walk freely in the world of cat-faced old ladies. The tall thin ghostly figure can walk freely through all the worlds. This thing, it is suspected, possesses very powerful crossover capabilities. But utilizing ghost repulsion suffocation XXX to return to a point in that world line before the target's complete death, or utilizing skinny tall ghost shadow suffocation to arrive at some special world line where it can be resurrected. You see, it can only cross borders. But it seems impossible to travel through time. It doesn't seem that sick. But in those 5 sentences, there's one thing that's really kind of dirty, eh? No, seriously? Watchman Zhao looked at those 2 words in confusion. Suffocating? Seriously? What the hell is this? Why is it present in almost all methods? It preserves the soul. Can copy souls. Can create pseudo-world lines. Can travel through time and space. Being able to cross over to the other side of the world. Is this an all-knowing, all-powerful evil spirit? Watchman Zhao covered his head. For some reason, at the mention of these 2 words, an extreme rage grew in his heart, itching to screw this thing to death. Vaguely, he felt as if he had heard the name in a dream. Can't remember which dream it was though. Forget it, anyway, I have. Forehead on me, the probability is that there is no this ghost, right, later or let Missy profile me again. If this dirty thing is on me, it's really a ghost. Watchman Zhao silently memorized these 2 words, and will study them later. He took out his cell phone again and wrote down the 5 rules. Can't say it'll be useful later. Then he stopped analyzing. So, he left out some information. In those 5 sentences, all the things that Watchman Zhao had seen were clearly labeled. The ones he hasn't seen are hidden, and you have to pay to read about them. So choking, he's seen it before. There was also an evil spirit that he had seen. In a rather outrageous place. Off to the side, Lu Kers sat silently in his gaming chair. He wasn't supposed to smoke. But I don't know why, but now he wanted to smoke, and even went to buy a packet of World, handing Watchman Zhao cigarettes while he gulped them down. He looked at the computer screen. Some doubt. I thought Big Brother was pretty decent. I didn't realize it was so flowery to watch. Hiss, worthy of being a Big Brother, this ribbon even I haven't seen, he actually knows, master. Watchman Zhao looked at him confused. What are you muttering? Lu Mantra laughed without saying anything and gave Watchman Zhao an evil smile. Inexplicable. Watchman Zhao didn't bother to pay attention to him and continued to converge his gaze on the Steel network. 5 messages are critical and quite informative. But not much use, at least not for him right now. The first one can be passed over. As for the second, the souls of the dead have dissipated and cannot be duplicated. The third word. Instead, try getting a wish from a pen fairy. But Watchman Zhao didn't want to use this method as a last resort. The rules for killing people in the penumbra are too desperate. Monumental Web and Red Wedding are also more horrible than one another. Way to go out of your way to fake a world line. I can't see anything in number 5. Still have to go through the 4th one. Watchman Zhao pondered as a tall, skinny ghostly shadow was attached to that little kid. Can we, get that little kid to help? Nope. The man named Zhang Haoyuan has seen himself. Odds are, it's dead. Lu Mantra, call Zhang Haoyuan. Zhang Haoyuan GA? Ha? Grass you cursed so bad why I do not know Zhang Haoyuan GA. Watchman Zhao. It's true. Lu Kers is stupid by. Then the probability of this path is also broken. The skinny tall ghostly shadow is obviously not that controllable, and Zhang Haoyuan belongs to the alien of the alien. Then, sure enough, I still have to find some sort of ghost repulsion that will allow me to go back to a point in time in the past and thus influence this world line. Watchman Zhao exhaled a heavy breath of smoke and stared at the Steel network. Check. The network of monuments flickered. The 5 rules began to slowly fade away. A blood-red inscription accompanied by a paid reminder slowly appeared on the screen. Cat-faced old lady in the ghost of Black and White. Chapter 65 Need to die in 20 seconds at the hands of a cat-faced old lady. Cat-faced old lady in the ghost of Black and White. Murasaki in the ghosts of Black and White. XXX in suffocating ghost repulsion. XXX in the ghost repulsion of Black and White. XXX in Murayu's ghost repulsion. More and more information popped up. There are actually a lot of ghostly rebukes that happen between evil spirits that can reverse time and space? And Watchman Zhao took a look. The vast majority of them are related to the black and white irregulars and an evil spirit called Murakumo. Instead, the all-knowing choke appears infrequently. Wait, Morayu? I have a Chu Hong Ah. Watchman Zhao was a bit speechless, feeling that something strange was messing with him. Never mind the irrelevance. Speaking of which, why are some names coded and some not? Watchman Zhao was a bit confused. He hasn't touched Murakumo either. Probably. Big brother, which company made this fan? The quality is quite high. On the side, Lu Curse started again. Watchman Zhao was a bit speechless. What have you been chanting since just now? Ah, no, brother, aren't you watching Ribbon? It's still quite the perverted kind, even the old man thinks it's perverted. Watchman Zhao? I'm watching a fan? Watchman Zhao connected to the site of Lu Curse. No problem, a whole lot of blood red ghost repulsive information. But what's going on in Lu Curse's head? Makes Joe shudder. So, in your eyes, I'm watching a movie? What else? Is it reading study materials? Watchman Zhao was silent. The Lu spell was apportioned to Spirit Sight. So he can read tablet. But it was clearly the same interface, the same computer, and what he read was different from what he saw. Monumental Web is really a completely materialistic thing, too. Alright, Lu Curse, it's time for you to show your worth. Watchman Zhao pressed his cigarette out. Lu Mantra became agitated. Big brother, what do you say? No matter what you say you want to do, I, Mr. Lu, will do whatever I want with my liver and brain. It's okay. Watchman Zhao smiled and clicked on the first ghost repulsion. It was as if this message had been customized for him, Watchman Zhao. Watchman Zhao wondered if this was a conspiracy by the mysterious man. But, he did have to order. The last message appeared. The black and white invincibles will be killed by the black cat in seconds. But it will reorganize the curse. Outside the world of cat people. Watchman Zhao continued to tap into deeper information. A strange handful of mosaics suddenly reached out from the webpage and ripped away Watchman Zhao's face. Take his. Countless ghostly hands crawled out of Watchman Zhao's brain and argued with the mosaic arm. Demon was helping him grab his face back. It is following Watchman Zhao's request to accomplish this one task. The two forces collided on a computer screen. But this time, the process is not as cumbersome. The tablet network recognized the ruling, and it didn't seem to care which face was actually taken. As long as Watchman Zhao pays his fair share. Watchman Zhao's face became a mosaic. Then quickly recover. Lu Mantra just watched in disbelief as a whole bunch of ghost hands glued that whole bunch of mosaics onto his face. Watchman Zhao gave him a look. Is it an illusion? How come this scruffy guy seems to have gotten better looking since his face turned into a mosaic? It was still true, permeated with a sense of mystery, much better than the earlier image of the bearded, lewd middle-aged man. What the hell? Lu Mantra jumped up violently, his hands flailing. It was a bit harsh in this bustling internet cafe. A lot of people saw that face of his. Cosplay? Crooked son, is this brother a genius? He looks so handsome. Kinda. Lu Mantra was half in the air, still there in a flurry. Stop fidgeting and sit down. Watchman Zhao was speechless. Oh, okay. Lu Curse sat down. The listening piece is really full on. Watchman Zhao felt that he was at least a patriarch-level necromancer. He didn't bother with the reactions of the others, and continued to browse the tablet web. Brand new information came up. And it's extremely informative. Sure enough, the cat-faced old lady with the black and white ghostly rebuke was far from simple. The old cat-faced woman's logic is that anyone who enters the world of cat people must die. Black and White's logic is that the target object must die in exact compliance with the marked time. Then if the cat-faced old lady kills the target before the black and white marked time, a ghost repulsion will occur. Divided into two cases. First case. The moment you enter the Catman world, the black cat will devour the black and white invincibles, and for the next 20 seconds, the projections of the black and white invincibles presented in the midst of that world line will temporarily lose their rule power. If the cat-faced old lady pounces on the target within those 20 seconds, and the black and white have no time to duplicate the soul, then the target will truly die in the world of cat people. But the black and white attack is directed against the absolutely narrow self, and if it wants to kill you, the person it has to kill is you. Black and white will reset the time, and the target will be returned to the backup soul that existed on the marking day and see Black Impermanence writing down the date of death for himself. The target and that world line forget everything. It is almost impossible for the world line to change next, and the target will continue to arrive at the moment of being pounced upon by the cat-faced old lady according to the original world line. Infinite death, infinite reincarnation. Second case. If the target survives for more than 20 seconds in the Catman world, the black and white projections in that world line will be revived outside the Catman world, and the rule power will be restored. But black and white can't get into the Catman world to stop the cat-faced old lady from pouncing, and the target will die. That's why the black and white irregulars would choose, outside the world of the cat people, to duplicate a soul for their target. And displacing the duplicate souls from the outside world, with the original souls in the middle of the cat people's world. The target will be resurrected outside the Catman world the moment it is pounced upon. Hint, there is a rather hefty price to pay for viewing the following, so be warned. The ghost repulsion of the cat-faced old woman in the black and white phase 2. Is there a second stage? Watchman Zhao looked at the pile of information and fell into deep thought. Obviously, the second cannot happen. Watchman Zhao needed to be taken out by the cat-faced old lady within 20 seconds. Otherwise he would be resurrected at a synchronized point in time and not be able to turn back the clock. And this second scenario is, obviously, incomplete. Would the cat-faced old lady allow the black and white irregulars to just waterboard someone away right under her nose? Just kidding. There's no telling if that scary old lady will just hunt down and create a super massacre in the real world. It's hard to say, after all, people's rule is that anyone who enters the world of cat people must die. But it doesn't say that those who aren't and can't be killed. And Jiang Huayan said that the probability of coming out of the world of cat people is 0. If the black and white can be fished out for people so easily, then how come this hasn't happened before? Of course, it's also possible that a human really wouldn't survive 20 seconds in the hands of an old cat-faced woman. Without any evil spirits taking refuge after all. But the question is the first scenario is also a ing dead end. The equivalent of being stuck in a cut of the timeline for eternity and getting a messy kill. It's pointless. Unless, of course, I am resurrected to be able to have memories when I am resurrected at the initial point in time? Chapter 66 War with the World. But there doesn't seem to be any logic to deduce this phenomenon. It's a dead end and hardly desirable. But just in case. What if it's okay? If he manages to rewind back 20 days or so and retain his memories, then things could get interesting. He owns a resurrection point. No matter how much he builds or screws up, as soon as he realizes that things are not going well, he heads for the world of cat people. Both the black and the white are sure to send him back to the drawing board. He will be able to resurrect infinitely. Infinite reboots. Until one day, he can solve the black and white problem perfectly. Then he must be able to live. Watchman Zhao stared intently at the screen. Another glance at Lu Curse. Lu Curse, I feel that the time has come again for you to fulfill your worth. Lu Mantra shuddered. No. Doesn't this value play out a little too often? Still, he didn't refuse and nodded seriously. Watchman Zhao looked at the screen. He was prepared to endure another Stella Web curse. In exchange for preserving memories. Suddenly, a ghostly face, which had grown on the back of his head, stared at the top of Watchman Zhao's head and once again revealed a wry smile. But this time, its behavior is no longer undetectable. Lu Mantra saw it. Boss, you have a ghost face growing out of the back of your head. It's laughing. Watchman Zhao snapped. He connects to the visualization of Lu Curse. Invisible. It's demons. The dog is trying to hurt me again? What do you mean? Infinite reboots are not allowed, and this behavior will kill me? What the hell, how can a skill that is nearly invincible in the hands of others become highly toxic when it falls on me? Which ghost's rules are involved in my reboot? Watchman Zhao froze for a moment and pressed his head helplessly. Got it. Red wedding dress. Grass. What a pain in the ass. Watchman Zhao stared at the computer. If I enter the world of the cat-faced old lady, will these evil spirits lose my vision? Won't. Watchman Zhao froze. He was just asking. What do you mean, Monument comes with an online QA feature? It's kinda possible that the thing is suspected of being able to connect to the mind of the cursed object. And how can I make them lose my vision? Robbing the cat-faced old lady of one of her cats in one piece. Spells out complete XXXX. Taking the cat from the cat-faced old lady? Watchman Zhao was startled. Things are getting interesting, huh? Grass. I took 19 heads in 9 minutes, what are you comparing to me? A man in the distance suddenly clapped his hands together and yelled out to his brother at the side. Watchman Zhao looked away somewhat breathlessly. He thought death had forgotten him. Ignore. He continued to stare at the screen. How should I, then, retain my memories after the black and white reset time? The network of monuments began to flicker. A certain key piece of information is about to be presented. But just then, a huge eye suddenly appeared above the screen. Then came the second one. The third one. When the question was asked, it just seemed to break some damn taboo. At that moment, countless people with special identities in countless obscure corners around the world slowly opened their eyes. Someone wants to reset time? And it looks like he wants to go back in time with his memories? That's funny, where did the brat come from? So ignorant? The future, is it something he can just mess around with if he wants to change it? Then won't everything we've worked so hard for go to waste? It seems to be the same one that just logged on to Monument for the first time. Slaughter him. Same feeling. In that instant, the entire internet cafe was violently enveloped by an extreme eeriness. Everyone in the entire internet cafe died cleanly in an instant. Or disappear in a flash so cleanly that not even a trace of their existence can be found. A whole bunch of Sadako, inexplicably, appeared in front of all the computers. All sorts of weird and wacky death obituaries flashed wildly on the computer screen. A green-colored figure, covered with various human faces and dragging a long tail behind it, slowly opened a mysterious door and appeared in the middle of the internet cafe. The moment it appeared, the entire internet cafe was covered in a thick fog. Then 1, 2, 3. Endless gods of death took over the entire internet cafe in an instant. And that's far from just starting to develop as a reaper. The odds are those damn things have been developing for a long, long time. As they appeared, Watchman Zhao even felt like the entire space was trembling. Behind Watchman Zhao, White Impermanence appeared. The demons also began to reach out their ghostly hands to fight the unknown force. But even so, Watchman Zhao was still killed in a flash. His head left his body and was forcefully grasped by the demon, as the White Impermanence prepared to forcefully press him back down. What the hell? What suddenly happened? Creepy smoke inexplicably appeared in his mouth, putting him immediately in a life and death stack state. He could still think even though the person was in a state where he had been revived by a 10%. The power on Lu Mantra was also fiercer than Watchman Zhao had imagined. A specter loomed over him. Hard resistance to almost all unknown curses. Though there was still a rather horrific amount of power that fell on Lu Curse. But then Lu Curse was hard and undead. The devil is an extremely sick monster, too. What do you mean, is the tablet network connected? There are many other people in this world who can see the query records in the tablet network? I had projected that tampering with the world line could not be approached from above, because those big shots didn't want the world line to change, and that would affect their interests. So, a lot of big shots saw my query record through the tablet network, and they felt it was dangerous to take me out? Grass. Watchman Zhao realized that the tablet network thing was really a villainous version of the Inet. It's so deep and terrifying that ordinary people can't even dare to imagine it. It's not only its own curse that can harm people. It also spreads the message that you will break some unknown taboo and then be persecuted by the great men of this world. Big trouble. He broke a goddamn taboo. Now I'm afraid all the big shots in the world want to kill him. Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off. Aren't you tugging? Watchman Zhao, keep tugging, ha ha. What this forced mystery man? Watchman Zhao gave an exasperated laugh. He wasn't that intimidated though. You guys are great, so what? I'm weak, Watchman Zhao? Trying to pinch me as a soft touch, have you really thought this through? I have a ridiculous amount of counterintuitive means in my hands. Wishes don't kill you. Make a wish to get all your location information, and at 11:23 create tens of thousands of doppelgangers to go over and whip your chairs. Can't you die? Then the fish is dead. There's a Sadako in the University of Z. And it's a Sadako video that comes with Sadako's second curse. He, Watchman Zhao, was protected by the black and white irregulars and the demons, so he couldn't die for a while. But he could build a doppelganger and have that thing hold that computer in the University of Z and travel around the world. Let's see which one of you survives. Think carefully. At this current node, the only things that can kill me, Watchman Zhao, are evil spirits. Even in the future, evil spirits won't be able to kill me. You'd better be honest and take back these damn curses of yours. The curse continues. Apparently these people can't get much information through the tablet network either. The only way to be noticed by them is to check the records. Fine. Watchman Zhao laughed coldly, then let the fish die. Just then, the sound of a cane tapping eerily appeared in the internet cafe. A young man with gold-rimmed glasses and gray hair walked in with a smile. Jiang Huayan, you brat, you've made a whole mess of old me right off the bat. Chapter 67, He Yuan, Risk Factor 73%. What the hell? Watchman Zhao looked at the doorway suspiciously. More and more mysterious curses are surfacing. There were far more people in this world who could actively control the power of evil spirits than he, Watchman Zhao, had ever imagined. And their means of controlling evil spirits is outrageously bizarre. But this gray-haired young man, how did he dare to walk in here? This place is full of evil spirits now. Wait. Watchman Zhao stared at the man in a daze. All over his body, he's got ghost hands. Those ghostly hands were holding the dozen or so reapers around the man to the ground. The second person with the demon curse appeared. Sadako are released and actually dared to be released into my China, beautiful country. That old man looks like he misses his father a bit. The man smiled and glanced at the room full of white shadows. Sadako. Didn't kill him. Or killed but resurrected in a near negligible amount of time? Who are you? The man smiled and looked at him. Your boss. Ha? The man smiled. Well, not bad. This time Jiang Huayan finally recruited a good newcomer to our Zhejiang branch. Alas, before that Lu curse, I really a word difficult. The man looked at Lu curse standing there alive and well, and though his face had been covered in a mosaic, he did seem to recognize the man. He gave Watchman Zhao a deep look. It looks like your kid is more interesting than I thought. Watchman Zhao was speechless. What, do leaders always sound like this? Jiang Huayan used to always like to take this pussy tone and rant about it too. Suddenly, a ghostly hand appeared behind Watchman Zhao's head. It was forcefully pressing Watchman Zhao's head to look at the computer screen. And at that moment, on that screen, a video was playing. In a clearing surrounded by gloomy woods, a dry well existed abruptly. At this point, something is crawling out of the dry well. Watchman Zhao gave orders directly to the spirits. Definitely can't let that ghost hand succeed. He didn't even have to think about it, there must be some damn thing playing on that screen. At the same time he told Lu Curse to avert his eyes. Speaking of which, this guy's face is covered in mosaics, how does he see things? Whatever. My name is He Yuan, young man, just call me Director He or Brother Yuan from now on. No, big brother, is it time for introductions? Watchman Zhao was speechless. It looks like this Jiang Huayan's boss is not very reliable. Now, many people want to harm me. Watchman Zhao said coldly, then there's nothing more to say, whoever wants to harm me will have to karma. Leader, you shouldn't obstruct me. He Yuan froze. I simply looked, the scene wants to kill you these people, the head is a bit big. Lu, you sure you can kill off? Sadako's second curse can kill. He Yuan nodded, indeed, but there's no need to go that far with things in this world, right? You don't have to do that? What's the matter? Why can you suppress all the evil spirits in the room? Watchman Zhao looked at the man suspiciously, wondering what he was selling. He Yuan smiled faintly. As a leader, of course you have to show a little bit of tact, otherwise how can you convince your men? He leaned on his cane and slowly tapped the floor. In the next instant, the ghostly hand covering that right hand of his suddenly dispersed partially. To be precise, only the part on the right index finger dispersed. Then he gently lifted that index finger. Watchman Zhao then watched as a huge piece of ghost skin covered that index finger. Then a huge finger quickly appeared on the ghost's skin. And then a full ghost hand. That ghost hand was terribly large, like the hand of a god, pressing He Yuan there to death. Then the conditions presented continued upward. Ghost wrist. Ghost little arm. Ghost elbow. All the way up to the ceiling and all the way through the ceiling extending beyond observation. Looks. It was like a huge evil ghost that was stretching out its ghostly hand and pressing He Yuan to death. But the demon was resisting the power of the huge ghostly hand. So He Yuan can move. At this moment, an extremely terrifying shocking force swept through the entire internet cafe in an instant. Watchman Zhao and Lu Mantra gave a direct slap to the ground. All the evil spirits in the room, one counting, were pressed to the ground. Even those weird death notices flashing in the computer screen were pressed to the bottom of the screen. As for the tablet website, the tablet net it slipped away, and even it didn't want to collide head-on with this bizarre power. Really, no reasoning with you at all. All pressed down. No, is that so perverted? Watchman Zhao was dumbfounded. Lu Mantra on the side of the joyful, joking, this is the director level of the super big brother when a fury-run beautiful country directly screwed 7 or 8 states crazy. Ha? Screwing up 1/7 of the beautiful country? A ghostly hand appeared on Lu Curse's face, and not knowing where the mouth was, he simply stopped looking for it and glued his entire face shut. He Yuan covered his forehead, you kid, there's still so much bull. Watchman Zhao was really a bit shocked. This He Yuan, is he so fierce? Is this the director level? It's really not on the same level as Zhang Huayan. However, since He Yuan was relying on the demon to form a ghost repulsion with that horrible evil spirit, this mobility ability should have originated from the demon as well. The demons on him, Watchman Zhao, seemed to be even more powerful than normal demons. He shouldn't have been pressed to death. At that thought, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body. Just watered down and stood up. He Yuan froze and looked at him for 2.5 seconds. Couldn't help but spit it out. Big brother, is it done yet? Zhang Huayan's voice came from outside the internet cafe, his tone was poor, showing that he was in a very bad mood. He Yuan glanced at the door, come in first. Yes. Zhang Huayan angrily walked right in. Stroll gets pinned to the ground for a moment. The rain-soaked woman directly behind him moved, radiating intense displeasure. He Yuan froze and slapped his head, Egu, I forgot. He hurriedly engaged a demonic arm to help Zhang Huayan up. Zhang Huayan realized that his already bad mood had gotten worse. Watchman Zhao silently looked at He Yuan. Chief, what kind of ghost are you? It can suppress all evil spirits? Can't talk about suppression, just deterrence. He Yuan smiled and pestled his cane, heading for the door, let's get out of here first, it won't be long before these things get up again. Watchman Zhao rushed after him, can this thing suppress the red wedding dress and the pen fairy? Or the black and white irregulars or the grim reaper? He Yuan smiled, evil ghosts, none of them are weak, you saw that I subdued these ghosts, it's not because my ghost pressure is stronger than them. It's just because there's no ghost repulsion happening. Evil spirits are a product of rules, and they are generally not active where rules are not violated. He Yuan pointed at the green-colored figure full of human faces in the internet cafe, look, that faceless ghost is standing up. Watchman Zhao looked back. Indeed. The evil spirits are gradually returning to normal. So, one thing is now clear. He Yuan looked at him suspiciously. Watchman Zhao smiled and shook his head. Yes, after this series of events, one thing has become clear. There is no perfect way to suppress evil spirits in this world. He needed to keep trying, keep accumulating information, keep rebooting so that he could find a way to maintain the balance between the evil spirits. Keep yourself alive. So he, Watchman Zhao, must now enter the world of the cat people, must enter that world of certain death. Because, about being reborn and retaining his memories, he couldn't inquire about it in this world anymore, and as long as he dared to do so, there would be a lot of people trying to mess with him, and it was honestly hard to say whether Sadako could really kill them all. However, this information is currently in a must-check status. Tablet moved at that time. It shows that there is indeed a way to retain memories. Since he couldn't check it out in the normal world, he'd hide in the world of old cat-faced ladies and check it out. Could these people still hunt down and kill them in the world of cat people? It's not possible. Ghosts can't even get in. Then, he needed to live through 20 seconds, waiting for the black and white to displace and bring out this message. Then walk through the world of old cat-faced ladies again and let yourself die in 20 seconds. Rebirth the origin and resurrect everyone while renewing your own life for 27 days. And then he'll have a perfect resurrection point. And then snatch the cat-faced old lady's black cat to deter the red wedding from building up her own despair through the rules of the plot. Then he will get a perfect copy of the infinite reboot. Chapter 68, Waiting for a Cat. Then the matter at hand is clear enough. Some special black cats are found at 12 o'clock midnight every day. They will be the guiding light in the world of cat people. Take people and go to a world of total despair. Going to die. And Watchman Zhao needs to find a black cat. And then die frankly. That's the first thing. And then there's a second one. He needs to walk the Catman world twice, and he needs to let the old cat-faced lady finish him off twice. And for the first time, it needs to live past 20 seconds. What in the world makes a human with no shelter survive 20 seconds at the hands of a cat-faced old lady? He needed a way out. Watchman Zhao followed He Yuan out of the internet cafe. Then came the Lu spell. He Yuan helped Lu curse so that he could get out of shock and walk normally. Zhang Huayan looked at the strange man with a mosaic face suspiciously. What the hell is this? His scent is so familiar. A tawdry odor of the beast, plus the scent of incense from the small side of life. Ghost plus Shiranui? Your ing Lu spell? Lu spell nodded, hello captain. Zhang Huayan. He looked at Watchman Zhao, you resurrected Lu curse? What else, did he crawl out of hell himself? Zhang Huayan is uneducated, do not know how to play WeChat, only to go around the world. Watchman Zhao looked at the internet cafe behind him, those people have given up? They won't continue to hunt? He Yuan smiled, they know that I'm the one covering you now, the people that He Yuan, cover, not many people dare to move yet. Crooked son, so tough. But Watchman Zhao felt that it didn't matter. He's not afraid of anyone. I'll knife anyone who messes with me. Jesus can't talk me out of it. Even if I can't kill you, I'll make you get stuck in a time trap. Let you live and die. He Yuan looked at him with a smile, find a place to sit, let's talk. Watchman Zhao shook his head and said, we can communicate before the 27th day. He Yuan drew a big question mark in his head. Is this coming from a human being? We communicated 27 days ago? So that's why AI can never replace humans. There are always monsters in this world whose brains are different from normal people. Are you really prepared to operate a time reversal? He Yuan became serious. Watchman Zhao cautiously stared at his expression, how so, leader, are you going to hinder me as well? He Yuan really thought hard about it. Well, I don't seem to have any need to stop it, after all, the person I was 27 days ago isn't that different from the person I am now, I'd rather let you operate on it, and there's no telling if the butterfly effect will happen, and my life will become more interesting. Watchman Zhao nodded, then farewell. He Yuan and Zhang Huayan both looked at him with confused faces. No bro, aren't you a little too mobile? Zhang Huayan said coldly, you got my team members killed, didn't you? Watchman Zhao smiled, soon, they will all be resurrected and you will forget this tragedy. He Yuan took out his cell phone. I've also taken a little look at the tablet web, you want to use the ghost repulsion of the black and white and the cat-faced old lady? I can remind you that this ghost repulsion is different from all the ghost repulsions you've come into contact with. The level of ferocity in it is unimaginably terrifying. Watchman Zhao smiled, but this ghostly rebuke will keep me alive, there's already an evil ghost and an inhuman thing reminding me that entering the world of cat people must be a very scary thing, but I have to go in. Alright, since your mind is made up, there's nothing more I can say. He Yuan smiled, oh yeah, bring Lu curse inside, he might be able to help, a superb favor. Can the Lu curse be brought into the world of cat people? Watchman Zhao looked at He Yuan suspiciously, wouldn't the Catman world isolate the target from the world? He Yuan glanced at Lu Mantra, on Lu Mantra, it's all your demons, the two of you are one and the same, there's not much difference, the cat-faced old lady can't cut it off. So it is. But just in case, Watchman Zhao opened his cell phone and typed in the monument website. Can I bring Lu curse into the cat people world? Yes, but XXXX. Dead capitalist. Watchman Zhao spat out. It would be a huge help indeed if we could bring Lu curse in. The two ghosts on Lu curse, one more perverted than the other, should really help. If not, he, Watchman Zhao, would surely run faster. The big deal was selling the Lu spell to the old cat-faced lady to stall for time. Hatchet. Lu Mantra sneezed, his mosaic face a-flashing, damn, why do I get the feeling someone's trying to shade me? Watchman Zhao didn't notice Lu curse's reaction. He continued his search on the tablet web, does the old cat-faced lady kill in groups or against? Targeted. So it won't attack a second target until it has completely killed the last one? Positive solution. Through and through. Monumental web, help me, find a black cat. The cell phone page gave a flicker and finally settled into a single sentence. But the text is full of mosaics. Is there a price to pay? Watchman Zhao looked over at Lu Curse. Big brother, the time to utilize your value has come again and again and again. Lu Mantra. A line of people walking around. One of Lu Curse's legs melted into a mosaic as he walked. Lu Mantra's face became a mosaic, so you couldn't see his expression. But if you can see it, he must have a hard look on his face. Yikes, out of that level of hard feelings. Watchman Zhao stared silently at his cell phone. 31, Chun Yuan Street, tonight at 12 midnight, a black cat will appear. New information came up. Then both of you, farewell, see you 27 days ago. Watchman Zhao smiled, waved his hand, and directly turned around to leave, walking towards Xing Zhenghun's sports car. Lu Mantra bumbled after him. He Yuan took out a packet of He Tianxia and watched the duos departing back from afar. He's trying to reset the clock. Will this affect me? It will, ghosts can't suppress memories. He Yuan sighed. Jiang Huayan silently looked at the distant duo. He knew about the reboot time, but apparently even after living for an unknown number of years he didn't know what the cat-faced old lady and the black and white ghostly rebuke were. People who have a tablet network are so much more advanced than the average person. The information contained in the tablet network is something that many people may not be able to get even if they live for thousands of years. Xinyuan Street. Number 31. It wasn't quite what Watchman Zhao had imagined. It's a deserted mess there. I don't know how long it's been since anyone cleaned it. The ground is full of trash and leaves. A broken and depressed scene. Boss, what are we doing here? Lu Mantra asked, turning around as he sat in the driver's seat. Watchman Zhao sat in the empty back seat, his eyes staring sinisterly at the rotten neighborhood in the distance. Nulo, he sent it home. He was about to die a generous death, and no matter what, there was no way he could take Mu Ro with him. It's just a bit of a shame that the Sadako thing didn't work out. Not only did Jiang Huayan not owe him a favor, he even formed a bond. Watchman Zhao could only pray that he managed to survive for 20 seconds and then managed to be displaced out of the Catman world. One more for the restraints. He couldn't bear the thought of Mu Ro being killed by the increasingly powerful death curse. He has to come out alive. Watchman Zhao looked at the cold and quiet neighborhood in the distance and said slowly. Waiting for a cat. Chapter 69, The Disappearing Sister. Wait, that desperate black cat. Time slowly passes. Nightfall. Watchman Zhao exhaled a large puff of smoke and stared out the window. He looked up a lot more information about the old cat-faced lady. So rightfully so. The mosaic on Lu Curse became more of a mosaic. Watchman Zhao glanced at Lu Curse and suddenly had an idea. It would be nice to turn this guy into a full-fledged mosaic alien. Quite handsome, and such a monster was unbelievably well-behaved in following his own lead. It's kinda bluffing. That aura, that status, all of a sudden it went up. Okay, no more bull. Watchman Zhao looked at his cell phone. By looking up the information, he organized a portion of the key points. The world of old cat-faced ladies is far from simple. As per the message, there's a lot more horror there. First one. Black cat. One of the core components of the cat people world. This thing will swoop down and kill almost any evil spirit. But the devils and demons can't be put down, they're too closely integrated with humans. Eating ghosts is tantamount to cannibalism. Black cats don't eat people, only cat-faced old ladies. However, the black cat would let out a scream, forcibly suppressing the rule power of these two evil spirits. Then, through the query, Watchman Zhao found an additional presence. Green candle. The old cat-faced woman would hold a candlestick in her hand with a candle burning a greenish light. That's what the old cat-faced lady did to search for her target. Once hit by the glare, the cat-faced old lady would instantly move to the target. From there, the cull was launched. Therefore, if he, Watchman Zhao, wanted to survive for more than 20 seconds, the most crucial thing was not to be illuminated by the green candle. That shouldn't be too hard. The cat-person world is parallel to the normal world, except that you were stripped out of society and no one else can find you. But the building is still standing. This piece of is a great bunker. It shouldn't be too hard to use them to hide for 20 seconds. And then there's that. Watchman Zhao looked at the memo on his cell phone. Screams and ghostly footprints. The old cat-faced lady also screams. That's one way to search. It's like sonar for bats. Damn, hiding from light and sound. Doesn't take it this far. And ghost footprints. Monumental, this dead capitalist gives very incomplete information. Watchman Zhao couldn't even tell if those were the footprints of the cat-faced old lady or something else. For example, tall, skinny ghosts? I don't know, it's weird. Watchman Zhao wanted to go on to the next level. But he found checking the damn thing, and it prompted the price of extreme despair. Watchman Zhao gave up. He had a feeling that this cost could take out both him and Lu Curse in a heartbeat. Though barring that, he, Watchman Zhao, was protected by the Black and White and the demons, and Lu Mantra was protected by the devils. But don't forget that the Gripper thing, the Steel Network, can fake world lines. It would be interesting for it to fake a desperate world line for the two and lock them in it to die. Watchman Zhao froze. Wait a minute, the tablet network has the ability to fake world lines and can lock people up. That mystery man, that can't be how he was imprisoned by his past self. The fun's over. Watchman Zhao suddenly wanted to molest that guy, who told this dog to keep barking in front of him. He boarded the tablet web and stared at the hate-filled eyes in the upper right corner. Start by making an international friendly gesture. Then he asked something conspiratorially. Not a moment too soon. Blood red writing appeared on the screen. It's a whole lot of chatter. It's like a telegram. Even typed so many words that the phone screen couldn't fit and overflowed. Watchman Zhao was overjoyed. That's really how you got locked up, ha ha ha. If you're a vegetable, you practice more, vegetable chicken, hey. Beep beep beep. The telegrams became more numerous all of a sudden. Watchman Zhao was about to be laughed out of the room and eaned and yawned a couple more times. The main one kills and kills. Trashy stuff, so you can jump in front of me again. Watchman Zhao tossed his cell phone aside. Time's not up yet. Take a look at the watch. It's now 9 hours 9 minutes and 9 seconds. Alas, death. It's the 4th of July. Do you have to be so dedicated? Watchman Zhao shook his head breathlessly and looked out the window, continuing to think. Once he entered the world of the cat people, all of his powers outside of his body were nullified. The trick smoke will be ruined. The 11/23 minute will be scrapped. The glass dolls will be ruined. The black and white invincibles will also be karma'd by the black cat. As for the paper and necklace that had been sent back from the future, he wouldn't be able to use it yet, and didn't know what would happen. The only thing that can be utilized is half a Lu spell. Shirai is also ruined. Tablet. And demons. The black cat can't swallow the demon and can only suppress it by screaming. That cat can't keep purring. There's always a window. This is something Watchman Zhao has checked and it is true. So he's still able to use the demon's power intermittently. He has the capital to run. So he had to keep running and using the tablet network to get information about the cat-faced old lady's location. Until the end of 20 seconds. It can still be done. Watchman Zhao looked at the empty building in the middle of the night. It's not that it can be done, it has to be done. Ring ring ring. Just then, the phone rang. Watchman Zhao looked at the phone number and froze. It's a string of short numbers. The official kind of short number. Where's the official to call him? Why does this short number look so familiar? The Bureau of Psychic Investigation? Watchman Zhao recalled the organization, which seemed to be a little lower level than the OPBI, and belonged to the government agencies that floated on the surface. Watchman Zhao remembers that when he first approached them, they gave a desperate reply and promised to help him keep the news of his death. Wait until some appropriate point and inform his family. What do you mean? I'm not dead yet, why are you calling me? Watchman Zhao picked it up suspiciously. Hello, is this Watchman Zhao? It's one of those very sweet and official voices. Watchman Zhao hummed, what is it? It's like this, your sister, Miss Zhao Xan, previously registered a filing with the Psychic Investigation Bureau. Watchman Zhao's brain exploded. What do you mean? That ING sister of his? She also suffered an evil spirit curse? Watchman Zhao's heart felt like it was blocked. That sister of his. It's pretty damn good. He's been taking everything from him since he was a kid, and he's been pretty bad to Watchman Zhao. That's why Watchman Zhao hated this sister the most since she was a child. You see, earlier when Jincheng hardware store exploded, such a big deal, Mom and Dad came to see him, only his sister didn't come. And many other aspects of life. This sister is quite incompetent. But an unintentional eavesdropping tells him something very different. When Watchman Zhao was in high school, there were some changes in his family. Owed lots and lots of money. Then my sister inexplicably dropped out of school. She left college without a diploma and proceeded to disappear for many years. She inexplicably dropped out of school, most likely for the sake of the family, or for him, Watchman Zhao. Because Watchman Zhao was not short of money for the rest of his life. This matter has always been a knot in Watchman Zhao's heart. He wanted to ask, but mom and dad kept their mouths shut as far as that pesky sister was concerned. So what, you're going to tell me my sister is dead? Watchman Zhao had a death grip on his cell phone. That, you take it easy for a moment, here's the thing. Just tell me if she's alive, yes or no. Well, it's hard for us to be sure right now, she's been gone for almost a month. You also don't excite. Watchman Zhao directly interrupted her, what the hell is the filing? There was a hesitation there. Painted skin. I know. Watchman Zhao hung up the phone directly. Lu Mantra looked at him suspiciously, who's calling, big brother? Watchman Zhao shook his head and stared coldly out the window. Well, one more reason to reset the clock. The time, at last, arrived at 12 o'clock and 0 minutes. Watchman Zhao glanced at his watch. 12 minutes and 8 seconds. He got right out of the car. Lu curse, go. Chapter 70. You call this thing a cat? 12 midnight. It was as if something rather unholy had appeared, and the patch of rotting buildings suddenly became very, very cold. The street lights were bright in the distance, while a large area of buildings here did not have a single light, which increasingly gave people an uncomfortable feeling. Gust of wind. The trees danced haphazardly in the darkness, like layers of ghostly shadows. The line of sight is really bad. But Watchman Zhao didn't turn on the flashlight. He directly had the demon enhance his eyesight, and although he walked in the darkness, he was unaffected. Lu Mantra then honestly turned on his cell phone's flashlight and very smartly followed behind Watchman Zhao to show him the way. Boss, why are you running around this crappy building catching cats? Could we catch any special cats? A cat lady? A female cat demon? This one I'm super into ha 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 ha. Watchman Zhao really wasn't in the mood for him. No wonder, Zhao Xin didn't make a single phone call even after such a miserable incident in the morning. Turns out she's in a horrible situation herself. But it did fit her habits. She was always reluctant to say anything. Tenacious as hell. Watchman Zhao let out a deep breath of turbid air and continued to walk towards the deeper depths. The layout of this property is not complicated. But the difficulty of finding a cat in such a large area is still a bit high. This difficulty, however, was not a problem with Watchman Zhao. Spirit, help me find the cat. A ghostly hand reached out and directly broke Watchman Zhao's head to look to the north. Standing in Watchman Zhao's point of view was his own head suddenly moving uncontrollably. Even the eyes moved. Eyes looking to the north. 8 buildings. Watchman Zhao. Has 9 finally ended and started the cycle of 8? Lu Mantra spat behind him, boss, your body can't be full of ghosts. There's a ghostly hand wrenching your head and 2 more wrenching your eyes. You don't say. That scene, it was quite scary to think about. Luckily ordinary people couldn't see it, only those with psychic vision like Lu Curse could see it. The two headed toward Building 8. Suddenly, a black shadow swished past. Black cat. Lu Spell called out. Watchman Zhao swept his eyes. The dark shadow was forcibly fixed in place. Then he was lifted by an invisible force and slowly floated to Watchman Zhao. Lu Curse looked at the front of his eyes in shock. Boss, your power to manipulate the ghost hand is getting stronger and stronger. Don't hold it hard. Oh. Spirits can even make their doppelgangers shift instantly. What's wrong with running a few meters away to catch a cat? Watchman Zhao silently looked at the black cat in front of him. The little guy stared at the 2 humans in front of him with big eyes, his body exploding with extreme fear. Looking for the wrong one? Watchman Zhao turned back. The white impermanence was still floating leisurely a few meters behind him. It was not devoured. Therefore, this little thing is not the black cat that Watchman Zhao is looking for. Watchman Zhao's face changed slightly. It shouldn't be so bad. He's being played by Monumental? The question he asked the tablet website was to help me find a black cat. Did tablet really get him a black cat, but not a cat-faced old lady's black cat? No, it shouldn't be this sandy. Watchman Zhao looked towards the building shrouded in darkness in the distance. The tablet network is capable of reading minds. It couldn't possibly be unaware of Watchman Zhao's true intentions. The black cat should really show up. Just not this one, that's all. Lu Mantra suddenly pointed to the back of his head. Big brother, that damn thing is laughing again. Watchman Zhao didn't say anything. The demon smiles and lives and dies. But this confirms his thoughts even more. The black cat had been brushed out and he, Watchman Zhao, was about to die a generous death, so of course the demon had to laugh. So, black cat, right here. Let's go, upstairs. He continued toward the 8th floor. Lu Mantra rushed to follow. The journey was haunted. But nothing out of the ordinary appeared. They reached the underside of that one tall building with no problem. Watchman Zhao looked at the locked security door in front of him. The usual rule, a kick in the pants. A deep stairwell presented itself, and the light became gloomier. Lu Curse's flashlight began to flicker. The lights are intermittent. It seems that something unknown is affecting it. Getting all metaphysical. Watchman Zhao snorted coldly. If you want to come out, just come out, what's the point of all this nonsense? Watchman Zhao walked straight in with one foot. But as soon as this foot was taken, he froze. Underneath his feet, there came a very unusual touch. Like stepped on a snake. He snapped his head down. It's really a snake. But this snake's body was covered with downy hair. A hairy snake? Has the anomaly finally appeared? Watchman Zhao backed away in a hurry. Lu Mantra didn't know what was going on and stood back honestly. Just see the ground. A slender body covered in black fur was slowly writhing. That kick just now startled it. So certain parts that were hidden in the blind spots of the field of vision began to move slowly and appeared in Watchman Zhao's line of sight. Watchman Zhao's brain exploded. The body of that fleece-covered serpent lifted slowly, like a cobra's. 4 slender legs raised its frame once more. Then its head was fully revealed to Watchman Zhao little by little from the depths of the gloom. The head of the snake has a cat face. And that cat face carried a hint of human divinity. At first glance, it's almost like a snake is gradually turning into a cat and then that cat is gradually turning into a human being. You told me this thing was called a black cat? Meow. Just then, an extremely terrifying scream suddenly boomed out of the half-snake, half-cat, half-human monster's mouth. Watchman Zhao and Lu Curse simultaneously developed a strong sense of weightlessness. Space. Space is affected by black cats. The moment it let out a scream, the two were forcibly ripped into the world of the cat people. Well, this time it's a real black cat. It's even more outrageous than Watchman Zhao imagined. In an instant, in the distant sky, a green light strangely surfaced. And then, as if it had polluted the surrounding sky, it began to spread. The area becomes larger and larger. Then it seemed to arrive at a certain point. The green color turned to red. The blood-red canopy covered a much wider area. Then the red cut to pitch black. Absolute pitch blackness, completely blocking out the rest of the world in an instant. In an instant, Watchman Zhao and Lu Mantra lost all vision. Watchman Zhao was slightly flustered, but he quickly suppressed this unfavorable emotion. The black cat does seem a little too grotesque. But he wasn't all unprepared. He looked it up, the black cat's information. The tablet tells him that a black cat does not necessarily look like a cat. And it may present some very bizarre image, which is not fixed. But one thing's for sure, characteristically, that thing is definitely a cat. Okay, half man, half cat, half snake with a cat's face, cat's legs and cat's hair, it's really a cat. Just isn't that outrageous? Whatever, the cat-faced old lady is coming, I have to move quickly. Watchman Zhao thought and gave orders to the spirits. The scene around them suddenly became clear. He jerked and tried to turn around. But just then, he suddenly felt that desperate squeeze again. The air, squeezing him. Why is the air squeezing him? You can't tell me that time stands still when you enter the world of cat people? Chapter 71, What the Happened to 20 Seconds? Time, once again, has been stretched. The so-called 20 seconds in the world of cat people is actually much more than 20 seconds. Watchman Zhao's mind is broken. Thought starters kept him from searching for information about the 20 seconds. Well, but no one in their right mind would go searching for 20 seconds of information. Who knew old cat-faced ladies could stretch time? Maybe the situation is worse than I thought. Watchman Zhao thought rapidly, the black cat's cry is going to suppress the demons. In other words, the spirits have already been affected once, and with time standing still, I can't think without the aid of the spirit's power. A world where time stands still. Humans can't think. Unable to react. However, evil spirits can act. From the time the black cat screamed, it went through 3 whole stages of suppressing the demon, reviving the demon, and helping Watchman Zhao regain his ability to think. And for the duration of these 3 stages, Watchman Zhao punished in situ. The old cat-faced woman, on the other hand, had likely been walking toward the 2 of them for a long time. Watchman Zhao turned his eyes behind him. With the increase in spirits, he once again gained perfect vision and could see behind him without turning his head. Lu Curse was still standing there. The devourer was awakened, and it sprouted a ghostly face on Lu Curse's chest, scrutinizing its surroundings in disbelief. And Shirai. Black and White is impermanent. Creepy smoke. It's all gone. I don't know how the black cat swallowed them, but it probably happened in a split second, unobservable to the human eye. As for the half-man, half-snake, half-cat, it too had disappeared. It had accomplished its mission of dragging humans into the world of cat people, so there was no need for it to stay. Move first. The spirits began to increase Watchman Zhao's body, granting him the ability to shift his shape in static time and space. Watchman Zhao put 1 foot forward. Ka! A huge ghostly eye snapped open in the void in front of him. Grass. Ha! It's not. Why is this bastard here, too? Didn't they say that the world of cat people rejects all evil spirits? So how is it that this monster hiding in the cracks of time can also appear? This also move a hammer, in situ stand directly waiting for Death Good Lu. Well, at this point, news finally appeared that was favorable to Watchman Zhao. The black cat, it appeared out of nowhere. It found the eye. And directly exposed great hostility to the thing. A dark glow enveloped the eye. At the same time, the black cat opened its mouth. Somewhat unexpectedly, inside its mouth was a twisted, pitch-black, slender humanoid, and the head of that twisted humanoid seared with blackened light. It was like a human-sized candlestick burning with a mori black flame. That eye was instantly enveloped in pitch-black flames. Then it turned into a ball of black fire and fell directly into the mouth of the black cat. Swallowed. Really give it a swallow. This suspected heaven-defying existence of the eye of the gods really gave the black cat a mouthful to dry out. Awesome, Watchman Zhao couldn't help but spit out. He didn't care, he just forced himself to move, trying to carry the static Lu spell and run. Wait, you can't just take away the Lu spell. Indeed I can't. Back in the day, isn't this how Watchman Zhao took out Lu Curse? It has to be reinforced, then carried away. As for moving, surely you can't simply rush around on 2 legs like that either. Gotta get something more outrageous out there. A spooky door that appeared. Just like the Split's ability to move instantly, he, Watchman Zhao, could naturally get himself a door. Watchman Zhao slapped his head, I can move instantly, what am I usually doing in that laborious car? But words can't be said, the power of the spirits is better used sparingly, especially for these unnecessary trifles. Who knows if the spirits will undermine him and directly transmit him to some other world? But right now, Watchman Zhao really wanted to go to the other world. That way you can't say you'll be able to stall for a few more seconds. Hard drag for 20 seconds with time standing still, ugh, it's really outrageous to think about. At this time, outside of this area of abandoned buildings, the dark light was slowly deteriorating. Some blood-red light blended into it. If you then proceed to look to the east, you will see that almost everything over there is blood-red. Keep going again. Instead, it was a world of bleak green. In the middle of that world, a long, thin, twisted figure was holding up a green-colored candlestick as it slowly moved in the direction of Watchman Zhao and the others. Its body seemed to have suffered some unknown effect. It was broken, its limbs crumbling, like hundreds of unrelated pieces of broken flesh, linked together by some unknown force, suspended in their designated loci, and together they pieced together this complete human form. It's going slow. The legs seemed to be affected by some unknown force. Its pace seemed to be forced to follow some rule that kept it from darting. But even so, even if it goes slow, it also goes over an elongated period of time. For a normal human, this guy is completely instantaneous. It was advancing towards Watchman Zhao's duo at a speed, faster than the speed of light. Phew! On the green candlestick, a green flame, wavering and flickering. It's not a bright light, but extremely polluting. It polluted all the space around that evil spirit, turning cyan into the base color of this side of the small world. Even the clouds in the sky were not spared. And in the midst of the flames, a bizarre silhouette flickered. Looks like a tall, skinny ghostly figure that is gradually turning into a worm. Tricky door. Watchman Zhao pushed the door open, covered in fire plus lightning plus explosions. Though I don't know how far cat people can stretch time, maybe not as far as Black and White. But at this speed anyway, the air and the particles can't react. They react violently, releasing unimaginable amounts of energy. But that's science fiction. What does it have to do with Watchman Zhao? Silently, the wall in front of Watchman Zhao directly burned to the ground. He appeared on the second floor of that delightful villa. Forgetfulness Villa, second floor of the villa. After all, it was an impromptu reminder that 1123 still held a great deal of weight in Watchman Zhao's heart, and the first thing that came to mind was to run here. The surroundings were still pitch black, and with the power of the spirits, Watchman Zhao could see that there were many contour lines of corpses drawn on the ground, and there were also many things placed to block off the scene. After all, something happened on the 2nd, and today, the 5th, the case should still be open. There should be caseworkers here. But the scene was empty. The old cat-faced woman deprived him of Watchman Zhao's connection to society. Now all over the world, there was no one who could detect his presence except for Lu Curse. Similarly, he couldn't see any other people. The world is still black, and I must still be in the Catman world, hiss. Watchman Zhao felt bad. How was he supposed to stall for 20 seconds when time stood still? Unless I can get something going that will make the old cat-faced lady have to work for 20 seconds. But what could slow it down? Only the ghost repulsion, but there are hardly any evil spirits on me now. Tablet. Spirits. Lu spells devotee. There are only these 3 tools. What's the point of dragging it out for 20 seconds? How do you drag it out with your life? Meow. Well dead, just then the horrible black cat purred again. Watchman Zhao instantly lost his vision. The demon was crushed. He's out of static time. Time begins to flow normally. During this moment when he, Watchman Zhao, was punished in place, the old cat-faced woman was approaching at the speed of light. In the next second, Watchman Zhao violently realized that the world had cleared up. Only, everything in front of him was all covered in a creepy layer of blood red. It's like these things are all made out of blood clots. Watchman Zhao turned around violently. The Lu spell disappeared into thin air. Lu Curse was taken out? No, I checked. The green candle has a 3-layered light domain. From the inside out it's cyan, red, and black. In the black world I'm safe, and the red overlay indicates that the old cat-faced lady is close. And it's when the green color covers it that it completely finds you and finishes you off instantly. It's not cyan now. Lu Curse is still alive. It just means that the demon was suppressed, and so the connection between me and Lu Curse was severed, so I can't see him. Watchman Zhao looked at his watch. Waste. It's only been a second. Chapter 72, Being Killed. But why did a second pass? Isn't the world of old cat-faced ladies static time? Watchman Zhao thought quickly. Then he saw the watch second hand continue to turn. The second passed as well. No, he seems to have stepped into a misstep. At the Forgotten Hills, Fei Lu's evil spirit storms out, instantly killing everyone present and temporarily locking them all into the time cracker. So in Watchman Zhao's subconscious mind, the time sandwich was dangerous. It can leave a person trapped in an eternal point in time, alone and desperate for death. But is it true that all time sandwiches are desperate? The demons are suppressed and my time flows normally. The demon wasn't restrained and my time stuck in the crevice? The demon should do his best to fulfill my wish at this time, which is to confront the old cat-faced woman. In other words, the reason I entered the time cracker was that the spirits were helping me in my fight against the old cat-faced woman. Watchman Zhao's eyes snapped open. He thought wrong. Time is normal in the world of cat people, it's only cat-faced old ladies who aren't normal. Humans who enter the world of cat people will act normally according to their perceived time. And the old cat-faced lady. It kills at FTL speeds in static spacetime. Therefore, after restoring the rule power, the demon prioritized establishing a perception system for Watchman Zhao that could adapt to the time gap. Let him, at least, be on the same channel as the old cat-faced lady. And now the spirits are restrained. Watchman Zhao stands in the logic of human time. The old cat-faced lady, on the other hand, stands in the temporal logic of ghosts. That would be, well, a lot of trouble. Watchman Zhao looked at the blood-red world in front of him. Very abruptly. The entire world flashed violently, and for a moment everything visible to the naked eye switched to a ghastly green. A rusty, green candlestick embedded with a mass of tiny worms. It appeared violently in front of Watchman Zhao. The strange green light landed on Watchman Zhao, who had a green mark on his neck at some point. And behind the green candlestick, a long, thin, broken, tall humanoid creature had appeared at some point. Its mouth opened exaggeratedly. Remote to Watchman Zhao. The pouncing of the old cat-faced lady begins. And still, the endless pouncing was done in a flash at speeds completely unobservable to mortals. But just then, a mirror suddenly appeared at the bottom of Watchman Zhao's feet. Watchman Zhao's silhouette flashed. In a flash, he appeared 1,000 miles away and fell straight into the sea with a plop. In the stillness of space and time, the broken, long, thin humanoid slowly closed its bloody mouth, revealing a humanized look of puzzlement. Its face was also shattered and broken, like it had been put together piece by piece like a block of flesh. But some vague features can still be grasped. The first was the image of an old woman with long hair who was about 2.5 meters tall. Secondly, it has a face that possesses distinct cat face features. Third, its eyes. Its heavy pupils. Put. Watchman Zhao fell directly into the cold seawater. But the sky was dead black at this point. The sea was also dead black, and there was nothing to see but the cold touch. The light from the green candle cut the Catman world into 3 parts. The cyan area in the center. The red area that extends outward. And the outermost black area covering almost the entire world. Here, ordinary human beings do not see any light that belongs to the human world. It's nice not to see it though. That suggests he's in the black zone, farthest from the old cat-faced lady. Watchman Zhao silently read the seconds in his mind. He was sure 5 seconds had passed. Well, he's got a pretty high success rate. And in the normal world. At this time a small glass doll was running frantically on tiny legs. A full 8 cracks appeared on its body. Wish number 6, resurrect the Lu curse. The next 2, on the other hand, are things that Watchman Zhao has made new. Article 7, when Watchman Zhao enters the world of the cat people, you are forbidden to enter and to run away from the black cats. Must survive. Rule 8, move Watchman Zhao to a safe enough place the moment the cat-faced old woman launches an attack on him. Yes, all evil spirits are banned in the cat people world. But the world of cat people doesn't seem to isolate the influence of evil spirits' rules. So why did he, Watchman Zhao, bring in the glass doll? Wouldn't it be nice to throw the little thing out there to play outside help? Just in case, of course, Watchman Zhao went to check it out, and of course, as usual, there was quite a bit more mosaic on Lu curse. Ghost plastics can be manipulated outside of the Catman world. But the black cat is subjectively hostile to any force that might stand in the way of the old cat-faced lady's murder. So it will go after the ghostly plastic. Therefore, Watchman Zhao added the 7th wish. The glass doll was overjoyed to get a wish to protect herself, and her little legs flew by. Behind it, the half-human, half-cat, half-snake monster appeared. The one that could devour all kinds of evil spirits in one bite should logically also be able to kill the little ghostly contraption in front of it in seconds straight away. But every time it tries to open that cat mouth, it'll be seen with a blank face. A black and white figment floating in mid-air. There are more deaths than you can count. There were also a variety of ghostly hands that enveloped themselves at the same time. The black and white irregulars glanced scornfully. The demon joyfully reached out to caress the top of its head. Death is banging the scythe. The black cat, surprisingly stiff, didn't dare to open his mouth. In fact, black cats are able to kill most of the evil spirits, and the principle is similar to the logic of He Yuan's ghosts pressing on the bed. It's attacking targets, not people. Rather, it's a ghost. And a prerequisite for a ghost repulsion to occur is that the rules of 2 or more ghosts have clashed over a person or event. You'd have to have had a conflict over attacking someone to provoke hostility from an evil spirit. But if you come up and attack an evil spirit, that in turn doesn't inspire them to be hostile. The appearance of the black cat was like a huge bug, a bug for all the evil spirits in the whole world. But now, Watchman Zhao has given it a game of version 2.0 bugs. You have to attack the evil spirits. Then I'll protect the evil spirits. The moment you launched your attack, you directly triggered the hostility of the three ghosts. I'll see if you fight or not. In fact, Watchman Zhao also tried to break the black cat bug by subjectively guiding the demon to protect the black and white irregulars and the god of death. But they all turned out to be failures. These evil spirits are too noble to be figured out. Cluck cluck cluck. The little fellow laughed heartily, and his form burrowed into a mouse hole. It leads directly to the land of the beautiful. And still the black cat gave an unrelenting chase. And so some very scary things happened. At 12 o'clock midnight in China, the streets were empty, and the appearance of this black cat would naturally not cause any impact. But beautiful country, it's not midnight. On Main Street, a spectacle took place. A glass doll scampered ahead, followed by a twisted and deformed snake cat, incredibly scornful. Many people, silently, opened their cell phones. Take a picture, upload it. Chapter 73. Who says they can't play with cell phones? Watchman Zhao rises and falls with the waves. Without the demon bonus, he's clearly just mortal. Stuck in the black space of the catman's world, fur is invisible. After all, the light in the world of the cat people is absolute, absolutely derived from the light of the green candle, shielding it from all natural light. Of course, ghosts can still create light, such as spirits. Watchman Zhao sighed and looked into the boundless darkness. He could only wait for the spirits to recover. At the same time, the mind reads the seconds silently. Good, 7 seconds in and 2 more have passed. Suddenly it feels like 20 seconds is a breeze. He had already finished the 2 remaining wishes for the glass doll. Before, while the spirits were still suppressed. After all, once the demon was shocked by the black cat, it couldn't pass on the idea of wishing. So, he had 2 more chances to dodge. The first dodge took 7 seconds out of the old cat-faced lady's time, and 3 times it took 20 seconds was simply too right. Suddenly, his vision began to return. Watchman Zhao was overjoyed that the demon was reviving. At the same time, he clearly felt that the seawater was becoming harder and harder, as if the entire surface was frozen. Surely it can't be that the sea is frozen. It's just that the ocean is suspended. The demon once again forcibly ripped him, Watchman Zhao, into the time gap. Watchman Zhao, who was now in the temporal logic of the evil ghost, could finally have an equivalent stature with the cat-faced old woman. At least the old cat-faced lady isn't likely to pop up in his face again. At the same time, Lu Curse, who had been offline for quite some time, appeared. But he did not fall into the sea with Watchman Zhao. He was still lying on the second floor of the villa in the Forgotten Hills. And, no responsiveness. He's sitting there like a dead man. Earlier, Watchman Zhao crossed the trick door to bring him over, and after that, time passed normally, and the cat-faced old lady directly pounced on his face to kill him. The glass doll forcibly transferred Watchman Zhao. So, naturally, Lu Mantra remained there. And because the demon was suppressed earlier, the Lu spell was briefly offline. And now, it's sort of reconnected. And it just happened to reconnect with the old cat-faced lady's face. In the midst of that greenish range. Therefore, the cat-faced old woman, who had originally shifted her gaze and was ready to continue hunting Watchman Zhao, slowly turned back and coldly stared at the man covered in mosaic in front of her. The way it attacked was as simple and straightforward as could be, or at least much simpler than Watchman Zhao had imagined. It just walked straight to Lu Curse, opened its bloody mouth, and fiercely took a bite. Crunch! It didn't bite. The expression on the old cat-faced woman's face in that moment was a bit brilliant. A transparent layer of apparition shrouded Lu Mantra, which was radiating invisible fluctuations outward. The fluctuation weakened the old cat-faced lady's curse. It is also known that the old cat-faced lady, too, is a curse. The fact that the devourer didn't protect Lu Curse at 11:23 suggests that the guy isn't resistant to physical damage. But its logic is to weaken the curse on the target object. So it weakens the cat-faced old lady's attack. For a moment, the old cat-faced woman couldn't bite the Lu Curse. Unless the black cat comes purring again. In the distance, in the middle of the ocean, Watchman Zhao saw the scene in the middle of the second floor of the villa through his visual connection. Beautiful, leaves me more time. But barring that, there's only so much more, as soon as the black cat starts ghosting. Wait, when the black cat screams, the devourer will be suppressed and unable to protect the Lu spell. But the spirits also disappear, and the Lu spell disconnects from the internet and goes offline. So the old cat-faced lady never seems to be able to kill the Lu Curse. The good news is getting better and better. Watchman Zhao smiled and asked the demon to strengthen his cell phone. then held it above the water, accompanied by a flash of firelight. It opened the mysterious URL tablet. He was going to use this precious time that Lou Curse had held the old cat-faced woman at bay to inquire about that vital piece of information. How to keep your memories after being born again. He was about to clarify the content of the query. Suddenly, a black cat appeared beside him. Watchman Zhao froze and hurriedly looked aside. This black cat was not quite the same as the half-human, half-cat, half-snake from before. It's pretty normal looking. To be precise, this guy is completely a black cat, with an appearance indistinguishable from a normal black cat. But, what the hell is this guy wearing a gold-rimmed glasses? Looks quite intelligent. Sure enough, the guy was seriously studying the garbled code on his cell phone screen. Then it suddenly reached out its claws and tried to crush the phone. Watchman Zhao's heart jumped. The demon's ghostly hand stretched out and clashed with the cat's claw. But the logic is that the demon wants to fulfill Watchman Zhao's idea to stop Black Cat from destroying the cell phone. Black cats, on the other hand, simply target evil spirits. And this black cat seems to be smarter than the average black cat. A little more buggy. It swallowed the demon's ghostly hand directly. It wasn't just the part of the ghostly hand that radiated hostility. And the part of the ghost hand that protects the phone. A very targeted devouring that was not at all the same concept as the black cat that Watchman Zhao had seen earlier. Is there actually a hierarchy of black cats who are the same old cat-faced lady? Of course Watchman Zhao could not see this process. But he knew the demon hadn't been able to stop the cat. He saw that the heat created by affecting space when he typed in the URL earlier scorched the phone in a flash. Meow, 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 meow. The cat with the gold-framed glasses laughed with full of mockery and disappeared in a flash. Watchman Zhao stared at his cell phone in stupefaction. Minus. I thought you ing said the old cat-faced lady and her cat couldn't play on a computer. Oh, they don't play with computers, but possibly cell phones? Watchman Zhao's mind is broken. LOL, but it's not that desperate. This world seems to be in line with the real world. There's just no living soul to be found in this world. So Watchman Zhao could easily find a computer and log on to the tablet network. But here's the thing. What if that damn cat with the gold-rimmed glasses comes back a couple dozen times? He, Watchman Zhao, had a limited amount of time, and the glass doll would only have 2 more chances to make a wish. The black cat ghost screamed, the loose spell disappeared, the cat-faced old lady switched targets of attack, and he, Watchman Zhao, had no evil spirits to shelter him, so he had to rely on wishing to save himself once. Then when the demon revives, let Lou Curse carry it once more. Lean on wishing again. So full stop, that's only 3 wishes plus 3 times to sell the Lou spell. Not for many seconds. Add to that the fact that the world went black when the spirits were away, and there wasn't much time to look up information. Watchman Zhao feels like he has to burn incense and worship Buddha if he can survive for even a minute. By the time the 3 wishes were over and the next time the cat-faced old lady ran over to kill someone at super light speed, Watchman Zhao wouldn't be able to put up any resistance. They can only be honestly taken out and then displaced by the black and white. Big trouble. Turns out that surviving for 20 seconds isn't the hardest part. Is looking up information the hardest part? Who the hell would have thought that the old cat-faced lady had a PhD cat? Chapter 74. The cat-faced old lady lured away. 7th second. Watchman Zhao was in the middle of the time gap, checking out the situation on the Lou Curse site through the visual correlation. Without the help of the spirits, Lou Curse couldn't think in the time sandwich, so he was now like a living dead man, being broken up by the cat-faced old lady. Due to the influence of the devourer, the cat-faced old lady was unable to kill him completely for the time being. But this weird broken old woman didn't seem to be in a hurry. Time, there's plenty of it. But for Watchman Zhao, there was really no time. Once again, he used the trick door. Arrived at an internet cafe. A rare time sandwich that he had to put to good use. But it was just as Watchman Zhao had guessed. When he tapped out that string of URLs again accompanied by sparks and lightning. That damn cat with the gold-rimmed glasses was once again accurate. And Watchman Zhao noticed a very scary sign. Now, it's a time sandwich. Here even time stands almost still. But the cat came out of nowhere. No marks, no signs. This thing is faster than a time clip. That's a little out of line, isn't it? Unsurprisingly, the black cat destroyed all the computers in the entire internet cafe in an instant. It was useless even if the demon was protecting it. Just don't let you go online, angry? Watchman Zhao stared coldly at the little thing. It lay on top of a broken computer, wagging its tail and teasingly responding to Watchman Zhao's gaze. Isn't this stuff too unreasonable? Watchman Zhao had a question in his mind. Could it be that the tablet network had given him a wrong message? Or maybe the monumental network is behind on information, and the old cat-faced lady is making progress, and her black cat is starting to learn how to play on the computer? No, the logic of the tablet network is that one has to rely on it, has to inquire about it, and then step little by little into the abyss of despair. The deeper you look into it, the more you die. And a piece of information that isn't very deep, if it's all wrong, then who's going to check it? Watchman Zhao felt that an evil spirit as noble as Tablet Web would not make such a lowly mistake. And, this thing, it doesn't seem to be contradictory. This black cat did not have a ghostly repulsion with the monumental web. It just purely destroys the mediums of computers and cell phones. It just shows intelligence far beyond that of ordinary evil spirits. It's messing with things. So, either I find a way to control this black cat, or I need a computer that even a black cat can't destroy. Where in the world is a computer like this? And Watchman Zhao felt that he didn't have much chance for trial and error. Spirits and devils revived. It's almost time for the black cat to purr. Some things, I guess, it's just so coincidental. Meow. An ear-piercing screech rang out abruptly, enveloping the entire Catman world in an instant. Demon shocker. Ghost shocker. Lu curse went down instantly. The cat-faced old woman bit down hard in the middle of the time gap, but pounced. The green candle flame flickered as if to suggest the anger within the old cat-faced woman. On Watchman Zhao's side, the world went black in an instant. The eyes could no longer catch any information. Meanwhile, time begins to flow normally. Watchman Zhao was forced to pop out of the time sandwich and rejoin the time suitable for human babies. The first wish and the first consumption of the Lu spell did not achieve the desired results. Watchman Zhao sat silently in the middle of the dark world, racking his brain. Surviving for 20 seconds is not difficult at the moment. He felt like 10 seconds had passed. The glass doll has 2 more chances to make a wish. He should be able to carry it off. But if you can't find out the information, well, it's really a bloody loss. Watchman Zhao stared into the darkness before him. Spirit, can you help me find a computer that Black Cat can't destroy? He recalled back to profiling when Missy had drawn him a very special computer. An ancient desktop computer. Is that thing just hinting at the tablet network? Or is there really such a thing as a ghost computer? I don't know, but try. Watchman Zhao habitually felt for a cigarette, and in the darkness very smoothly pulled out a lighter, detailing the side of his head, and lit it. Phew! One and done. Who needs to look when they light a cigarette? Alas, I can only honestly wait for the spirits to revive. Watchman Zhao sighed. Humans were truly too powerless in front of evil spirits. Without the glass doll's God's wish function, Watchman Zhao would have died a horrible death the first time the demon was shocked and attacked. There was not the slightest possibility of resistance. But Watchman Zhao fought back to the man who had been imprisoned in the monumental net. That guy, he's not afraid of evil spirits in the slightest. His words implied, both within and without, that there was a large group of people in the world who had perhaps mastered a certain amount of harnessing of evil spirits. They stand at the pinnacle of the human world, looking out to dimensions that the average human cannot reach in their lifetime. Watchman Zhao suddenly realized that he wanted to join them. Even surpass them. Because now Watchman Zhao, he is changed. His goal was no longer to simply live. He wants to pit all the evil spirits in the world against each other. Give back a clean, safe world to your loved ones and loved ones. It should be coming soon. Watchman Zhao held an invisible cigarette in his mouth, staring intently at the endless darkness in front of him. The old cat-faced lady is approaching at FTL speed. By all rights it should be. But isn't it a bit long? He felt as if several seconds had passed. At least another 5 seconds passed. How come the world is still black? The old cat-faced lady didn't want to kill him? It seems like it's really been a bit long. Watchman Zhao was suddenly surprised to find that his vision had returned. Everything around them came into clear focus. And the demon did not revive at this time. He didn't feel the pressure of the air either. So it's not the power of evil spirits. He saw through the darkness with his own eyes? What's the situation? Watchman Zhao looked at the scene in front of him suspiciously. The darkness, it seemed, faded. They were like a sticky layer of black paint that faded from the surface of everything, which even included the air. And as they faded, the scene around them began to unfold. But what surprised Watchman Zhao a bit was this. These things, all blank. Blank tables and chairs, blank doors, blank streets, blank cities. The darkness felt like it had sucked the color out of everything, leaving a blank world in its wake. Watchman Zhao looked at himself. Good thing he's not blank. So this is the real Catman world? Watchman Zhao quickly stepped out of the internet cafe and looked into the distance. The whole world turned white. But there was a lot of black stuff sporadically appearing on various corners of the street. Some, pitch black colored cat. The blank street, the dark cat, was so sudden and conspicuous. The gold-framed spectacled cat was even more piercing with an additional color on it, and it sat grumpily on the ground beside Watchman Zhao. Watchman Zhao really wanted to kick it to death. So the old cat-faced lady was lured away? Watchman Zhao seemed to understand a bit. It should be because of the Lu spell. Having checked earlier, the cat-faced old lady's attacks were targeted. It had just chosen Lu Curse and had already launched an attack, so it should have killed Lu Curse. But what to do when Lu Curse is offline? Quite simply, Lu Curse wasn't offline at all, the moment the two of them came into contact with the black cat. Both are actually pulled into the cat-person world. But they were two Catman worlds that ran parallel to each other. Watchman Zhao couldn't see Lu Mantra, and Lu Mantra couldn't see Watchman Zhao. With the spirits establishing an association, Watchman Zhao was able to see the Lu Mantra and influence him. While the demon was suppressed, the Lu Curse actually just exited Watchman Zhao's side of the Catman world and then returned to his own. The old cat-faced woman briefly shifted an hour's worth of empty space and went after Lu Curse first. Chapter 75, An Outrageous Idea. Watchman Zhao finally gained a little breathing room. The world of cat people was really horrible, and Watchman Zhao had been in a passive-aggressive situation since he entered this hellhole. There's no way around it. People can destroy or shock all the evil spirits in your body, take away all your vision, and kill people at FTL speed. What do you fight with? And now, with the Lu Curse luring away the cat-faced old woman, he, Watchman Zhao, could finally rest for a while. 20 seconds are up. Watchman Zhao looked at his watch and was a bit speechless. I didn't realize that the most difficult task among the guesses was now easily achieved. It's just that Lu Mantra is definitely karma, and it's still a bit of a shame to lose one of his great generals. It would be too much of a loss if it was just replaced by the Black and White Irregulars. Watchman Zhao glared viciously at that damn Dr. Cat. Got to get something out of it. Otherwise it's a real blood loss. Either give me the way to preserve my memories, or I'm going to snatch a cat. And no, kids only do multiple choice. Watchman Zhao suddenly shifted his gaze to the field of black cats. He had to find a way to fish out the black cat. This thing can eat ghosts. It's fierce as hell. Lu Spell sighed. When time began to flow, Lu Mantra was dumbfounded to see a bloody mouth gnawing on his face. Unfortunately, his face was covered in a mosaic, so you couldn't see his expression. Otherwise it must have been quite wonderful. And at that moment, the devourer was silenced by the screams, and the power of the rules belonging to this evil spirit was forced to terminate. The cat-faced old woman's cursed power met no further resistance, and rather easily bit off most of Lu Curse's head in one fell swoop. But something outrageous happened. Lu Curse. He's not dead. He continued to present himself in that position in some sort of soul-like state, with a membrane applied to him. The ghostly rebuke of the devils and the old cat-faced lady takes place. The black cat spur suppressed the ghost's rule, but the ghost had to fight back. It needed to preserve Lu Curse's soul from being devoured by the old cat-faced woman. But it was not in possession of the rule power right now, and the black cat's purr would temporarily suppress all rule power. It couldn't fight back, neither could it weaken the cat-faced old woman's attack nor create any resistance. So its choice was to have Lu Curse temporarily transformed into a devourer. Old cat-faced lady, unable to attack evil spirits. So it's impossible to kill him. In the blink of an eye, however, Lu Curse's flesh was chewed cleanly. But Lu Curse was still alive, and he watched in disbelief as a monster lay on top of him and gnawed away. To be honest, the cat-faced old lady's behavior seemed to have fallen off a bit. As a matter of fact, this guy is hostile to almost all evil spirits, and the cats it raises will just eat you without saying a word in one shot. Why does such a powerful being behave so, oddly, even a little low? Lu Mantra couldn't really think about such things, he just knew that he was alive, and that was delightful. But soon, he couldn't be happy. For he saw that the old cat-faced woman rose slowly and did not leave. The double pupil was still dead center. "No, I'm a ghost and you still won't let me go?" The old cat-faced woman didn't react, still staring at him dead in the face. "Yes. Won't let it go." The cat-faced old lady's logic is to completely kill any human who enters the cat world. What does it mean to kill completely? Not only does your body have to die, but your soul has to die as well. Even if you become a ghost, you won't be spared. What are you looking for? The ghostly state of Lu Mantra suddenly felt a force. It was driven by that invisible force and began to fly wildly. But nothing gripping. The light of the green candle always surrounded it. Wherever Curse Lu runs, the cat-faced old lady is always right behind him. And Lu Curse, after all, is not a real ghost. The devourer was unable to transform him completely into a ghost. This is a behavior that will gradually weaken. When some part of the Lu spell switched back to a normal soul, the cat-faced old lady went straight up and took a bite. If it continues to develop, Lu Curse will die sooner or later. The devourer, however, is to keep the soul of the target. Watchman Zhao catches cats in a blank world. But he realized he couldn't seem to catch these cats. It's too nimble, isn't it? It's gone in a flash. Watchman Zhao sighed. Without the power of evil spirits, he was nothing. It feels like I have to find a way to give myself some of the power of the evil spirits instead of relying purely on the power of the rules of the evil spirits. It's too passive, and the only active skill, spirits, is another sinkhole. Speak of the devil. The spirits revived. But this time, it didn't take the initiative to tear Watchman Zhao into the time crevice. Presumably because the old cat-faced lady is temporarily out of this cat person's world, the crisis is temporarily lifted. He, Watchman Zhao, has gained power again. Straight away he grabbed a black cat without saying a word and ran. Dr. Cat followed him breathlessly, as if he were watching a child at play. A mouse cat? Watchman Zhao looked at the black cat in his hand and was somewhat speechless. The cat, very, very small. It's like a mouse gradually turning into a cat. And then gradually turning into a human. Yes, Watchman Zhao saw a look on that thing's face that belonged to a human being. How come cat-faced old ladies' cats are so netherworldly? Can this thing really be called a cat? No, what can I do with this thing if I catch it? I can't get out of the cat person world normally, I have to rely on the black and white to displace me. So I'm catching this cat with a hammer. Watchman Zhao froze for a moment. He suddenly realized that if he catches a cat he will be pulled into the catman world, while catching a cat in the catman world will not bring him out. Deadly circle ah! Watchman Zhao was speechless. Suddenly, his right hand trembled violently. He had just noticed that a mosaic had crawled up his arm at some point. Watchman Zhao was stunned and hurriedly searched for a mirror. His face became a mosaic as well. The curse of the tablet network is back. So, Lu Curse hung up. A moment of silence. Well, Watchman Zhao really feels quite sorry for him. Should I say no, the Lu spell is still useful. So, the old cat-faced lady is probably coming for me next. Watchman Zhao looked at the sky and it was blank, everything was white. Still not here. The cat-faced old woman was slowly attacking Lu Curse's soul, and the devourer was guarding Lu Curse's soul through his own means. Got it. No wonder it took so long to get here. So, will I still be able to establish a connection with the Lu spell? Watchman Zhao tried. It's still true. Though that feeling, it was very, very faint. But he really could detect the presence of the Lu spell. He looked panicked, something horrible was after him. Watchman Zhao pondered. During the time he stayed in the car, he briefly looked up the old cat-faced lady and the ghostly reproach of the devils. The information given by tablet is rather vague. It says, the devourer will definitely preserve the soul of the target until the soul collapses on its own. Lu spell is escaping in a state of soul. But there's no escaping the old cat-faced lady's pursuit. The devourer must again preserve the soul of Lu Curse. A rather bold idea popped into Watchman Zhao's head. I remember, from that forum before, that person's description of the old cat-faced lady. It's somewhere between a human and an evil spirit. I don't know if the cat-faced old lady is really between a human and an evil spirit, but I see these cats of hers are really between a human and an evil spirit. I'll see if I can manipulate Lu Curse's behavior. Not bad at all. Is the influence of spirits soul level? Then if I put the loose spell into a black cat's body, there's no way the old cat-faced lady would kill her cat, right? And the devourer would be more than willing to help. Then won't I get a black cat that can help me bear the curse of the tablet web? So sick. But Watchman Zhao felt it was feasible. He didn't act right away, though. The devourer is very strong, and Lu Curse can't die for a while. He, Watchman Zhao, just happened to take advantage of this time to first find a way to inquire about the perfect rebirth. Chapter 76, Cheating. Either find a special computer. Either that, or karma, that obnoxious thing. Watchman Zhao looked behind him. The doctor's cat hung far back, standing silently against a blank wall. He's kind of the most normal black cat. No special animal features, just a pure black cat. It's just that its demeanor is too close to human. Watchman Zhao even felt that this guy was just missing some sort of opportunity, otherwise it would have become a real person. Hey, can you talk? Watchman Zhao tried to initiate communication. The doctor's cat licked its paws and swept him off his feet with disdain. Watchman Zhao felt like he was being despised. And by a cat? I'd like to punch it in the face. But it can't be punched, this thing can just devour part of the evil spirit without launching an attack on the whole. It stops the spirits from attacking. Watchman Zhao looked at the mouse cat in his hand. Although it was struggling, it could not hinder the demon's movement because it could not devour part of the demon, nor could it devour the whole demon unless Watchman Zhao had killed it. So it could only be honestly held by Watchman Zhao. Both black cats, but on different levels. Dr. Cat is clearly more advanced. This phenomenon concerned Watchman Zhao. Because all along, the evil spirits he encountered seemed to be accompanied by two words, absolute. Why is there a hierarchy when it is clearly absolute? Except, of course, for the faceless ghost who, to this day, has no idea what the hell he's been up to. Yes, the faceless ghost rule is very odd. The first killing curse is not absolute, nor is the second resurrection curse, nor even the rule that you can't forget your memories. You see, Ha-Haman has a ridiculously poor memory. She is also forgettable. The absolute of the faceless ghost is probably hidden somewhere very deep. So from the beginning until now, it seems that only the faceless ghosts are getting beat up every day. All the other evil spirits say one thing, and if I say he has to die at 11:23, he can't live to 11:23 in 1 second. It doesn't matter if you make time stand still. Or like death, it doesn't matter if you stop me once, I'll slowly get stronger and increase until a certain point when you can't carry it anymore and forcefully kill someone. As for the faceless ghost, it feels like anyone can step on it. Even a monster like Xia Heyman who had lived for an unknown number of years. Black and White the Rain Girl casually pressed to fight. Watchman Zhao looked at the Dr. Cat and was suddenly thinking. Is the difference between my uncanny king, the demon dragon, and a normal black and white demon, something like this? He tried to set the demon on a task. Capture Dr. Cat. In a world he couldn't observe, the demon attacked. But before this attack could land on the doctor's cat, the cat opened its mouth at a speed faster than a time clip. Part of the demon's ghostly hand was devoured. But Watchman Zhao's demands need to be fulfilled. So a little kid reprimand took place. More and more ghostly hands attacked Dr. Cat. However, Dr. Cat's direct attack on the spirits caused the rule to fail. Therefore, Watchman Zhao was unable to catch this particular black cat. Watchman Zhao was also unable to observe this phenomenon. But he was guessing. He shifted the goalposts. Sure enough, the other black cats were a catch. The only one who couldn't catch it was the doctor's cat. It's almost like a cheat. The average black cat can forcibly nullify the rules so that they can't take effect, resulting in ghostly repulsions with all sorts of evil spirits. And this Dr. Cat, it seems, can temporarily nullify a minor rule in a more subtle part of the process, thus creating a little ghostly repulsion that temporarily blocks the action of the evil spirits. It's equivalent to expanding the concept of the absolute more broadly. Watchman Zhao understands somewhat. Perhaps the difference between his uncanny king and spirit dragon and the normal black and white uncanny and spirits was here. These two special ghosts of his may also be able to show absolute in some special places. In other words, with his ghost, he may also be able to create certain cheating behaviors. Watchman Zhao stared at the Dr. Cat twice more. Spirits protect the spirits, then catch Dr. Cat. Failure. Watchman Zhao sighed, this was a real mess. Dr. Cat is the bug of bugs. Then we'll have to try another route. Find me a computer, one that the black cat can't destroy. Watchman Zhao began to make a wish. But this time, the demon didn't bother him. Are you kidding me? The demon is not a wishing ghost, so you're really treating it like a wishing ghost. Obviously, the only things it has been able to accomplish have been things known to be doable. Of course, the concept of doable is very broad. But by no means does it include pie in the sky. Otherwise, if Watchman Zhao makes a wish to help me go back to the past, the spirits will really help him go back to the past, so why do we still have all these problems? Spirits are not omniscient. Omniscient and omnipotent is choking. So rightfully so, Watchman Zhao waited for several seconds without waiting for the trick door. It looks like there has to be a clear message. Watchman Zhao pondered. Then, help me find the computer that Missy drew down when she profiled. Click. This time, it really came true. The weird door reappeared in front of Watchman Zhao. This time, though, the door was blank, matching the color of its surroundings. Still? Watchman Zhao was slightly surprised, but once he thought about the fact that the monumental web and the cat people wouldn't have a ghost repulsion. And since the Catman world is materially identical to the normal world, it doesn't seem like a big deal to be able to find that computer. He then pushed the door open slowly without further thought. The landscape has changed dramatically. A confined space presented itself to him. Because there was no color, it was hard for Watchman Zhao to determine what the hell this place was. But in terms of the layout of those blank walls and doors and windows, Watchman Zhao felt that this place, kind of like a prison, huh? And in that direction corresponding to the trick door, a blank desk with a blank old desktop was sitting there. It's even exactly the same as Missy's sketch because there's no color. Watchman Zhao hurriedly looked behind him. Well, didn't even have to look much, that damn Dr. Cat must have followed. It was walking across the floor with its head held high, scrutinizing everything with interest. Watchman Zhao didn't engage in any of that nonsense and directly opened his computer. And entered the URL at the speed of light. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Dr. Cat destroys the computer with a single claw. UING. Wait. Watchman Zhao looked at the desktop monitor suspiciously. Yes, the computer was destroyed, and the damn black cat even stomped on it a couple more times. Stomped the whole computer flat. But it's amazing. In the void that originally corresponded to that computer display, a page full of garbled code actually appeared out of thin air. And along with that page came the reveal. It was a pair of bizarre footprints behind Watchman Zhao. A pair, with small footprints set in large footprints. Ghost footprints. Chapter 77, Spellbound Pages. Watchman Zhao was the first to notice the footprints. Because he'd been staring at the cat. Dr. Cat seems very grumpy since the page in the void appeared. It seemed desperate to destroy the thing, so it fluttered several times. The speed was so fast that Watchman Zhao couldn't see it at all, not even the remnants. Just know that every time it shows up, it looks like its mind is broken and then proceeds to pounce. A flurry of pouncing. But it couldn't extinguish the mysterious page. There are no other colors in the page, just a big mess of outline lines in general. That doesn't mean it's black, it just means that the whiteness is different. It floats in the void. A mysterious projection. It seems that because it's a literal projection of a real being, rather than some mystical force, the black cat can't devour it? Watchman Zhao didn't know, all he knew was that something spooky was now standing behind him in all probability. And he can't see it. Holy! Seeing ghosts in a world of ghosts? Watchman Zhao remembered that when he first inquired about the world of cat people, in addition to the black cat and the green candle, there were two other things that were highlighted as hints. Screaming. Ghost footprints. So far only the black cat has screamed, the old cat-faced lady hasn't. There's no telling what horrors will come out of it. And now, ghost footprints has appeared. And almost alongside the tablet network? Could it be that this thing is related to the tablet network? It's not clear. But certainly not a good one. It is recommended to stay away quickly. Watchman Zhao hastily retreated a long way away and cautiously stared at the pair of footprints. And that's when the damn Dr. Cat went at it again and again and again. It really is a bit of an outrageous IQ. Apparently its purpose was that it didn't want people who entered the cat people's world to query the tablet network and thus influence the cat-faced old lady's pursuit. But it can't completely destroy the monumental network. So it had to be done through the medium. And now that the problem of the medium was solved by Watchman Zhao, it chose to take a different path. It starts flashing on the screen at a very fast but limited speed. When this blinking frequency matches the response frequency of the human eye, Watchman Zhao realized that projection was full of cats. Minus. Since I can't destroy it, I won't let you see it. Play it this way, right? Fine, fine. Watchman Zhao gave an exasperated laugh. This cat is indeed a little bit too smart for its own good. But it's also bizarrely stupid. If you don't want me to see it, why don't you just cover my eyes? Or are you saying you can't do this? Watchman Zhao smiled, indifferent. He had to read the text on that screen. The spirits began to power up. Time was starting to slow down, or Watchman Zhao's reaction was becoming faster and faster. But there is something outrageous about it. The cat was getting faster too. Anyway, no matter how much the demon powers up, that screen is just full of cats. Watchman Zhao was about to open his mouth. But just then, a shrill cat cry tore through heaven and earth. Spirits forced down the line. Watchman Zhao was dumbfounded. The cat faces on the screen were also showing their mocking expressions. Not all black cats purr? Or is it only the half-human, half-cat, half-snake that is hostile to my evil spirit? I don't know. Watchman Zhao doesn't really want to care anymore. He really wanted to get this Dr. Cat killed right now. The cat-faced old lady was still after Lu Curse, and God knows how long the devourer could carry it? I can't tell you if it's going to be dark the next second. And in this suspected prison hellhole. And a pair of ghost feet. Watchman Zhao looked at the pair of ghostly footprints and his face suddenly became brilliant. These damn things really like to take advantage of my illness. Those footprints moved. And it's moving fast. Something unknown is moving. But the direction it's moving, how come it seems to be a steel net? It's really a monumental network. Then a certain mysterious force fell upon Dr. Cat. Dr. Cat was straight up all fried. It's screaming, but Watchman Zhao can't hear it? Then again, that side of space began to change. A tall, thin ghostly figure in a pitch-black suit slowly stepped out of the void. A ghost footprint disappeared from the ground. The big one. Dr. Cat was screaming frantically at the tall, skinny ghostly figure. But the space around the tall, thin ghostly figure was fluctuating. It can't hear. Dr. Cat is unleashing an attack of devouring evil spirits. But the space around the tall, thin ghostly figure was fluctuating. It can't bite. This is something that perfectly restrains all of Black Cat's attacks? Moreover, it seemed to be able to control space. The Black Cat was caught by space, and it couldn't run away. The titular Dr. Cat was just taken to death. Watchman Zhao was stunned for a moment, somewhat confused by the situation before him. The tall, skinny ghostly figure didn't seem to have any interest in him either, and just stood there silently, clutching the doctor's cat. Watchman Zhao carefully watched for a few more seconds. But he really didn't have too much time to spend, so he simply broke. Anyway, if the tall, thin ghostly shadow really wanted to kill him, he couldn't escape. He looked directly at the steel network. I want to inquire about the method of preserving memories after a time reset. The network of monuments shimmers with critical information is about to be presented. But just then, the interface suddenly trembled. It appears to have entered a deeper intranet. An envelope is presented on the screen. A letter. Do you read it? The consideration has been paid and no additional consideration is payable. Faith? What letter? Can you still send letters to people on the tablet website? No, this situation was unique. Watchman Zhao, hadn't entered the Catman world for more than a few seconds. And before entering the world of the cat people, he could have been browsing the tablet web. Why didn't you get the letter then? Is it a letter that you have to be in the world of cat people to receive? Nope, it's probably harsher than that. Because the tall, skinny ghostly shadow only started helping Watchman Zhao log into the monumental network when the Black Cat screamed and Watchman Zhao was all spooky and all offline. Read. There is nothing to hesitate about. The importance of this letter is frighteningly high. This would have been your first foray into the world of cat people, once upon a time, for me. There's no need to panic, the Catman world has been badly damaged by those monsters, and the attacks are average. So open and shut. In the future, you will definitely be exposed to penumbras, that's absolutely true, and it's a move I've made. Because of that I had a reason to send that letter to my past self. The content of the letter is not critical, that piece of paper is. Alter a spell-killing page from the Book of Life and Death of the Black and White Impermanent who is trapped in the 1123 mark. And you will get this paper. The way it's used is quite complicated, but theoretically, it can exterminate all the evil spirits in this world. The black cat scream is about to expire, and I'm only going to keep the message the spell kill page is important for you, because there's another rather terrifying presence in you that I can't be caught by. But the faceless ghost records everything about you, and its ability to record is absolute. You'll definitely be able to retrieve this memory. Chapter 78, It Followed a Move. Watchman Zhao looked at the information flashing on the URL in shock. Spell killing page? Tear a page out of the Book of Life and Death? What the hell kind of joke is that? He jerked his head down and reached for his pants pocket. The unusual touch made him flinch slightly. Watchman Zhao took out the piece of paper. Paper, crawling with lint. And these fluffs converge into a very, very small cat face. Kind of hard to see, they seem to devour the eye. But it looks, sort of, like a pile of moss that looks like a cat's head? They covered the piece of paper and seemed to be stubbornly eating away at the mystery. But can't chew on it. Watchman Zhao tries to erase some of the cat fluff. It doesn't help. A new one grows back in a flash. The cat people world is rejecting this stuff. But it seems impossible to destroy it completely. The trick smoke disappeared. Watchman Zhao touched his neck and the silver necklace disappeared. The paper, however, did not disappear. This caused Watchman Zhao to be a bit surprised. He had always assumed that silver necklaces ranked higher than letterheads. In hindsight, perhaps not. The black cat can take out the silver necklace, but not the spell kill page. No. The black cat can take out the black and white. The spell killing page is nothing more than a piece of paper in its hands. What do you mean? A piece of paper in the Book of Life and Death is more bizarre than the black and white invincibles who hold the Book of Life and Death in their hands. It's so weird. Even if Black and White's original body was the Book of Life and Death, the Book of Life and Death was more bizarre than Black and White. But the Book of Life and Death was also swallowed by the black cat. You can swallow a book but not a piece of paper? This logic was really quite unacceptable to Watchman Zhao. Maybe this piece of paper, it wasn't torn from this Book of Life and Death that I saw. Alter a spell killing page from the Book of Life and Death of the Black and White Impermanent who was trapped at 23 minutes past 11 in his hand. But from that statement, it doesn't mean anything else, no matter how you dish it out. The spell kill page originates from the Book of Life and Death. Could it be that Lu Feifei's Black and White is even stronger than his Watchman Zhao's? Are you kidding me? His is the king of the irregulars, and the Fei Liu one is at least standing on the ground. Am I thinking in the wrong direction? I got a piece of paper from the Book of Life and Death. Does writing your name on it take out everyone? Even evil spirits can be killed? Put the name of the evil spirit on the spell kill page? Watchman Zhao was shocked. But as soon as he thought of this layer, the paragraph of text on the Steel Network began to jump up and down at a rapid pace. Information that is being forcibly withdrawn. Monumental is retracting the message it delivered? This was the first time that Watchman Zhao had encountered such a thing. Is it possible to retrieve information from the tablet website? Not bad at all. The information on the page was fading fast, leaving only one sentence. The piece of paper with the rules of penmanship on it is very important. As the letter says. And the information in Watchman Zhao's mind was being drawn out at a rapid pace. Everything that had been hypothesized about the spell-killing page was drained clean away in an instant. Jianghai County. A hospital. Inside an ordinary intensive care unit. That ordinary floor suddenly began to look abnormal. It becomes slippery and elastic. It seemed to add a layer of flesh. Remember what that was? That faceless ghost, it seems to have half of it left, I think. Left on the floor of this hospital. But it's strange that it's been so many days. How many people have been in and out of this ICU? But no one was attacked by it. Although some of its offensive parts have been put into the smoke by Watchman Zhao. But this ghost shouldn't be this weak, right? Only its dead card was taken away by Watchman Zhao. At first, Heyman said that it would be better not to use the dead card. The faceless ghost has a double curse of killing and saving. It's got a live card, I think. It should, still have the ability to attack, right? But why, it never worked. It's not clear. It was only at this moment that the half-faceless ghost actually underwent a ghost repulsion. A large puddle of mosaic floated eerily above it, making a bunch of fuzzy, weird sights on the ground. Tablet, in a ghost repulsion with a faceless ghost? Hard to understand. But it did happen. The tablet web was forcefully pulling something out of the faceless ghost. But it seems to have failed? It can't draw. Things are getting more and more unusual. The two ghosts are playing a crazy game. And just then, outside the ward, a couple's voices were heard. I get angry when you talk about it. What OPBI, somehow, grabbed me and interrogated me? Did I commit a crime? What right do they have to interrogate me? That's just it, somehow. Well, don't you get mad, don't affect the baby. Okay, but it's really pissed off, eh? Okay. The boy grinned, but why on earth did you run here? You never said. The girl immediately displayed a very excited mood. Oh yeah, let me tell you, I've been playing with an app with my friends lately. It's called Landonautica. Landonautica? Yeah, it's just a reality-based adventure game that randomly swipes you a coordinate, and you can't help but find something really mysterious if you follow that coordinate. A friend of mine actually found an ancient tomb. Hiss, I think I've heard of this thing. Doesn't it, like, take the player to find something dirty? That's funny too. The girl shared positively, look, I refreshed one, it's this one with a weird title. The boy seemed to pick up the phone, a move from the future? What does that mean? I don't know, so it's interesting. It shows the coordinates for this very hospital. Oh, but you don't know which floor it is, do you, so you keep breaking into these wards. Yeah, it feels so exciting. Ugh, don't be irritating. The boy smiled bitterly and opened the door to this ICU room. At his feet stood a horrible little boy, shivering his fingers and clutching a leather ball. Behind the little boy stood the young girl who was pregnant with Joan and Fei Fei Lu. Behind the young girl stood the white impermanence. A faceless ghost entangled in a ghostly hand. And a very faint ghostly figure hidden in the darkness. They, walked into this ICU. The next second, the half-faceless ghost on the ground, with something on it, unveiled itself. It's like opening a game level. The young girl shrieked and fell violently to her knees, screaming violently with her face covered. The faceless ghost grabbed her. But it didn't kill her, and even added to her stronger vitality. At the same time, her face began to shatter. The greenish fluff everywhere converged behind her, forming an incomplete snake. And the face of the snake slowly grew a face, exactly like that of the young girl. Su-han. What's wrong with you? Don't you scare me. The boy was startled, so shocked that he was at a loss for words. The little boy, on the other hand, slowly lowered the finger in his mouth. It grabbed the incomplete faceless ghost and cocked its head, confusion written all over its pale little face. What the hell? What is this retarded steel network hiding? Grass, can't read it. That day, someone in the future made a move. And something horribly outrageous to the extreme. It seems to have followed a step. Chapter 79, Little Boy equals Suffocation. First marking. Evil spirits that have made explicit appearances: Black and White, Grim Reaper, Faceless Ghost, Painted Skin, Cat-Faced Old Lady, Obituary of Death, Spirits, Pen Fairy, Tall Skinny Ghost Shadow, Sadako, Deadly Smile, Steel Net, Rain Lady, Ghost Game Pseudonym, Ghouls and Ghostbusters, Red Wedding Coat, Mururu, Masks of Human Skin, Ghostly Hands, Refusal of Farewell, Suffocation, Shiranui Epithet, Randonautica Pseudonym, Human Bugs, Ghosts and Ghostly Beds, Eyes of God Pseudonym, and Devourer. Hustler. Sorting does not involve implication, presumably. In places unknown to Watchman Zhao, many things have happened. Because two extremely outrageous beings engaged in a game that spanned time, space, world lines, and even some concepts that were far above world lines. Many mysterious beings were startled. At number 31 Jinyuan Street, He Yuan held a cigarette and looked at the sky suspiciously. It feels like something's happening, something that's hard to understand. Jiang Huayan looked at him suspiciously. You felt the anomaly again? Watchman Zhao managed to reverse time and space? He Yuan shook his head. No, it seems to be something more outrageous. At OPBI headquarters, an old man on crutches suddenly felt something, and the teacup in his hand became violently ancient. If Watchman Zhao was here, he would have recognized him. In Lu Mantra's memory, this old man had appeared and Watchman Zhao felt a strange sense of familiarity. Obviously never seen it. Maybe it's because this old man looks so much like his Black and White? Of course the tongue doesn't look like it. That old man slowly stood up, gravely gazing out of the window at the dark night sky, and pinched his fingers with his right hand. Is it chess again? An indescribable, dark forest. A man with a pale face and dark eyes lay quietly on the ground. It was crawling with pitch-black DNA, densely packed, like ants covering its entire body. Death, step on it. It appears to have been trampled by death. But death can't move either. And around them, densely packed. All evil spirits. All kinds of evil spirits. The faceless ghosts that cover the sky, the endless twisted flesh and blood, and the tall, thin ghostly shadows that can be as tall as the sky. Have almost everything. In the man's arms, a small boy in a birthday suit was held in a death grip. And the little boy's hands, deadly, clung to death's feet. The man's dark eyes moved slightly. Looking aside at a ghost chessboard. Chessboard. 2 pieces moved. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Deep within the monumental network, in a boundless virtual world, a huge snow-white beast slowly opened its eyes. It glanced in a certain direction and lost interest. Moving slightly, he shrank like a small animal into the arms of a huge statue. Continue to slumber. In the blood-red world, a woman who looked exactly like Mu-Ro, dressed in a blood-red wedding dress, sat on the ground full of corpses and looked at the sky insanely. Behind her stood a pennant. Live it up. I'll make sure you stay alive. Forever. Cat People World. Monumental has recycled almost all of the information. At least what Watchman Zhao could remember in his head had been recycled. 2 colors emerged from the top of his head. Red. And cyan. They dispersed abruptly. Watchman Zhao was left staring at the screen in confusion. I seem to have forgotten some very important information. He stared dead at the screen, but couldn't recall it. Only a short line of text is visible. The piece of paper with the rules of penmanship on it is very important. A paper with the rules of penmanship written on it? Watchman Zhao lowered his head in confusion. The paper, crawling with cat fluff, was being cupped in his hand. Grass. I sure forgot something. Because he doesn't even remember taking out the paper. The most crucial information was erased by something. Watchman Zhao was indignant. This paper is important. Isn't that bull? The moment Missy profiled him, he, Watchman Zhao, knew about it. If it wasn't important, could Missy have drawn it for so long? Can you check? Watchman Zhao wants to try and save a wave. Indeed, can check. A whole bunch of words popped up on the tablet webcam. The amount of information is frightening. However, almost all of them are hidden. Only the title and the top line of information are accessible. Title, Spellbound Page. First line of message, this is something beyond Earth, no curse can destroy it. No curse could possibly destroy it? All those horrible beings who can still time and reverse space and time can't destroy this paper? What kind of netherworld joke is this? Then think differently. If he were to turn back the clock, Watchman Show would go back 10 years. What about this piece of paper? Did it follow you back? Otherwise wouldn't it have been destroyed by time? Watchman Zhao thought of the little boy. When the thing clapped, time was pushed directly into the future 40 minutes later. So does it also reverse the flow of time back? That counter current of time, this paper it disappears or not? Wait, can you reverse time back? Utilizing ghost repulsion suffocation XXX to return to a point in that world line before the target's complete death, or utilizing skinny tall ghost shadow suffocation to arrive at some special world line where it can be resurrected. Joanne should have suffocated to death in absolute despair. Holy! That little boy can't be, choke. So Joanne is reincarnated and reborn after all. Still, a new soul was cloned by suffocation. The real Joan is still trapped in a time warp? An extreme chill arose in Watchman Zhao's heart. He used to play a game. In the game, the hero is severely injured and needs to transfer his consciousness into a clone and then use his new body to pilot a spaceship to escape. As it turned out, the transmission was successful, and the hero did survive. But it's the clones that live on, the clones that carry on the consciousness of the hero. The real hero, on the other hand, is left in a desperate situation, watching the clone, who is exactly like himself, fly off into a bright future with everything that should have been his. He, himself, could only despair and wait for death. That feeling. It's literally suffocating. Joanne might actually be stuck in 1123. He's trapped in that eternal place of despair. Asphyxiatingly waiting to die. Watchman Zhao sighed. He seemed to understand the logic of suffocation as killing a little. Good thing he didn't mess with the damn thing. Really didn't mess with it? Watchman Zhao tried to study it for another half day. Can't find out. This paper is too mysterious. The cost of all that information needs to clear the areas. The price of certain death. Arguably the highest level of cost since the beginning. Certain costs. Higher price. The price of despair. There hasn't been a description to the extent of the price of certain death. That's some pretty advanced information. It feels like I'm missing out on $1 billion. Watchman Zhao sighed. There was no other way but to keep this spell-killing page for the time being and wait to see how to crack it later. He looked aside. The tall, skinny ghostly figure still clutches the doctor's cat. But it seems ready to start moving. Dr. Cat's struggles are intensifying. I've got to get a grip. There is one more thing that is of the utmost importance at the moment. He looked to the steel network. How do you save your memories after a time reset? Check. Chapter 80 Obtaining a Black Cat Psychic, Basic. The network of monuments began to flicker. The information that preserved the memory surfaced quickly. 1. ABCD. 2. Faceless Ghost. 3. XXXX. Watchman Zhao? Goddamn ABCD? Is this message serious? Watchman Zhao simply ignored it and looked at the second article. To the side, the tall, thin ghostly figure seemed to have completed its task. The space around it began to shimmer. It was about to disengage using some sort of rule-based power of space. And it disengaged very quickly. Damn it! Watchman Zhao watched as that Dr. Cat struggled more and more. It's going to start screwing up again. Well, that's when the spirits came online. It came at the right time. Watchman Zhao stepped directly into the time crevice. Time was stretched out indefinitely while the tall, thin ghostly figure didn't seem to be able to enter the place. Or, it could be that it's too lazy to enter. Whether it goes 1 second or the next makes little difference to it. But Dr. Cat was a different story, and he wanted very strongly to stop Watchman Zhao from querying the tablet network. So it chased after it into the time sandwich as well. However, the tall, thin ghostly figure was slow to leave, and the shackles formed on Dr. Cat were slow to weaken. It still couldn't run away and could only open its mouth and scream at Watchman Zhao. Meow meow meow. The screaming, after all, couldn't get the spirits off the line. Sure enough, with so many black cats in the world of the cat-faced old lady, not any one of them could make Watchman Zhao all spooky all the way down. Watchman Zhao finally had a chance to give this troublesome Dr. Cat the middle finger. Aren't you a dancer? Keep dancing, ha ha ha. Dr. Cat blew up even worse. So, come on, let's see how we can reset everything. Watchman Zhao moved the mouse. But the mouse was also crushed by Dr. Cat. It didn't matter that the page was flashing with arrows, it moved automatically. Falling on Faceless Ghost. There is a rather heavy price to pay for viewing the following, so be warned. Watchman Zhao frowned slightly. A heavy price to pay, eh? The demonic connection unfolds. In the other world of the cat people, he felt the spell of the Lu that kept escaping. The old cat-faced lady is still in pursuit. But at this point that feeling was very fuzzy. The ability of the devourer to protect itself is weakening. The Lu curse is dying. It's a serious price to pay, and I don't want to bear it. Watchman Zhao looked at the arm. There's a mosaic on the top left and a mosaic on the right. It's ugly. He needed to, and let Lu Curse carry the load for him. But Lu Curse's physical body was destroyed, and only his soul remained. The curse of the tablet web seems to occur against the physical body, and perhaps the more advanced curses destroy the soul as well, but as it stands, the core is still attacking the physical body. The flesh of the Lu Curse is eaten up, so the monumental web curse returns. Then, I need to make a physical body for Lu Curse. A smile appeared on Watchman Zhao's face. Things seem to be getting more interesting. What would happen if I slipped the Lu Curse into a cat and passed the curse of the tablet web? This cat, could it have eaten the curse of the tablet web as well? No, the cat might have also eaten the devils and demons. Oh, it can't eat them. Normal black cats can't feed on demons and devils. Conditions are getting more favorable. Watchman Zhao looked over at Dr. Cat. Just, not this cat. Consciousness, start manipulating. So the flying Lu mantra suddenly felt another force. A puzzled expression appeared on the ghostly face of the devourer. But soon, that expression turned to one of awakening and excitement. Watchman Zhao did very little. The devourer took the initiative to guide the soul of Lu Curse and pounced on an odd black cat on the ground with the body of a dog in the face of a cat. Known, spirits revived. It was evident that the power of the black cat's scream had subsided for the time being. So, the devourer basically restored its power as well. This evil spirit pulled the soul of Lu Curse and brazenly slammed into the black cat. Behind them, the old cat-faced woman took regular steps, her broken face showing little expression, just a deadly stare at the prey in front of her. And the half-dog, half-cat monster on the ground opened its eyes suspiciously, a clear stupidity in its dullness. In the next instant, the Lu Curse directly merged into that body. In the green-colored world, a human soul and a dog and cat's, flesh-like, odd body, merged into one. But just then, beyond the world of the cat people, a huge, vapid, heavy pupil opened a sliver of an eye, and a shirai crawled out of it. It exuded an invisible mist. And these mists crossed space, connecting with the devils in the midst of the cat people's world. That shirai, slowly reaching out, bent down and made a choking motion. A very inexplicable action. But it was this action that seemed to assist a wave of devils. Because, inside that cat and dog, there can be a soul as well. It's messy to store two souls in one body, isn't it? But Shirai wants to kill people, or animals, who know the name. The devourer suppressed Lu Curse's knowledge of Shiranui. But it didn't squelch that cat's perception. That cat somehow got to know Shirai. Inexplicably infected with Shirai's curse. So Shiranui reached out and strangled the black cat, outside of the catman world, of its soul. There is only one soul left in one body. The Lu spell was perfectly parasitized in that cat's body. Watchman Zhao's eyes changed slightly. What's the deal? Why do I get the feeling that Lu Curse has gotten dumber? The demon's connection to both of them was strengthening. Lu Curse is resurrected in the body of a black cat. But this resurrection is just too otherworldly. A cat's ability to think is far weaker than a human's. Even with a heart and soul, it was hard to change the disparity between species. Yes, Lu Curse has gotten dumber. Even those memories belonging to the Lu Curse were fading fast. He's turning into a pure beast. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Watchman Zhao smiled. The Lu Curse wasn't very useful in the first place anyway, and it beeps a lot of nonsense, so it's better to turn him into a pure observation machine instead. He looked to his hands. The mosaic on his body faded rapidly and appeared directly on the cat's body. Has the delivery gotten faster too, because the cat isn't resisting in any way? Watchman Zhao laughed even more. He gained a black cat and also purified a wave of followers, win-win. And, when he reconnected to the curse of Lu consciousness, he was astonished. The cat was covered in a mosaic that was being eaten away at a rapid pace. A black lotus-like flame burned on its body. These weird flames that incinerated the mosaic. Although this burning is very incomplete, the mosaic is still emerging in a steady stream. But, the mosaic does get suppressed. The black cat's bug power is on the rise. It is briefly and constantly repeating the shocking tablet web curse. Soon the two reached a bizarre equilibrium. Some vague mosaic of ghostly flames slowly blended in between the fur on the black cat's body and faded away. The monumental web curse, nullified. Chapter 81, Information in Hand, Starting to Seek Death. The monumental web curse has been abolished? Watchman Zhao was dumbfounded. It means nothing. It goes without saying. Information that wasn't terribly deep, he would be able to just look it up. Check all you want. As long as he didn't go too far into the steel network, he, Watchman Zhao, would have access to almost any information. A kind of disguised insight into everything. Of course, it shouldn't be that sick. Watchman Zhao's heart was clear. The evil spirit's attack must have been aimed ultimately at the soul. Going too deep into the query will draw an attack from the tablet network against the soul. With an attack of that level, the demon would probably not be able to deflect it, and then the black cat wouldn't be able to devour it either. He'll still be curiosity killed the cat, and he'll be forced to die by the monumental network. Evil spirits are not to be underestimated. Not any of them, not even this black cat parasitized by the Lu spell. But that sort of thing, it's so far away, isn't it? Watchman Zhao only knew that he was now strong as hell. Suddenly, the world began to change color. The dark twilight poured over the world like paint. The sky, the earth, the city, even the air, began to be colored a deep, dark black. The old cat-faced lady, back in town. Lu Curse became its cat, and there was no way the old cat-faced lady was going to keep her hands off it. Or the spell logic changed to something else. In short, the target of its attack began to switch. The mandatory death sentence against Watchman Zhao continues to unfold. But in the blink of an eye, Watchman Zhao realized that everything around him was dyed black. It's back, I don't have much time. Watchman Zhao no longer hesitated and clicked on the link corresponding to the faceless ghost. In an instant, the terrifying steel net curse descended. The space around them was all coated, and Watchman Zhao's figure was covered by countless mosaics. But, no matter. Those mosaics, after a short delay, all traveled to the black cat in Lu Curse's incarnation. The mosaic area flickered. It's starting to crumble, it's starting to recede. In the area of the first defect, a dark cat and dog slowly stepped out. Its eyes are a little brighter than the average animal. It stood quietly, like one of the most devoted guards, quietly standing guard behind Watchman Zhao. It gives the impression of being too reliable to be true. Watchman Zhao smiled and looked aside with the help of the visual system the demon had built for him. The tall, thin ghostly figure shimmered, the doctor's cat in his hand struggling hysterically. Watchman Zhao smiled and shook his head, looking at the screen. The message appeared. Faceless ghost. Life-supporting murderous ghosts. It can perfectly topographize the target's soul and record all the information in the soul. Absolute record. Even if that person has gone through countless world line changes, experienced countless evil spirits tampering with their memories, and gone through countless reincarnations, as long as the soul is preserved intact, the faceless ghosts will be able to topographically print from it all the information data in its entirety. Watchman Zhao froze. What the hell, the faceless ghost thing, is that powerful? It can't be anyone else because the guy just isn't a fighting boogeyman. It's an absolute meme that records everything. So powerful? Watchman Zhao understood the meaning of this scenario in an instant. So all it takes is for him to be reincarnated and reborn, and then have a faceless ghost turn himself into a faceless ghost, and then he'll be able to recall everything. But is it really that simple? He continued to look down. But memory, it's the most complicated thing in the world, and while it records everything, you can't always find it. That's why you need someone who is proficient in searching for memories to help you become a faceless ghost, and to help you search out your memories after you've been reincarnated and reborn. Ha Haman. Watchman Zhao's first thought was of this woman. But the question was, could she really find it? Her own memory was that bad. Watchman Zhao was a little hesitant. Who knows, Monumental is really quite good at what it does. It's still coding. Targets suitable for searching in this world line. Fake person W01 Zhao Tianshang. Pseudo-man W02 Chi Bufu. Fake person W013 Xia Haiman. Watchman Zhao stopped looking further. The program is clear. He already knew exactly what to do next. At the same time, he vaguely understood something else. Why, the big boys want to control the faceless ghosts, not purge them. Since there were so many people with evil ghost powers, they could totally find out all the faceless ghost cursors and exterminate them. But the way they chose to do it was not so much to do it as to imprison and manage it. Probably because, with all these members that transcend time and space, they simply can't be killed. Once it's killed, there will be one more faceless ghost in the world that records everything. Faceless ghosts they can't kill. If this information was allowed to flow out into the hands of some terrifying existence, things would become even more troublesome. How about locking them up and making them serve as vessels for faceless ghosts to lock up that information? Interesting, it's getting interesting. But soon Watchman Zhao thought of something else. Faceless ghosts copy each other's memories. Then wouldn't Haman also have complete access to Watchman Zhao's memories? Watchman Zhao didn't want those super secrets of his to be known by others. Use Haman Xia, then I'll personally imprison her, and I can't let her kill herself. Then the method is perfectly realized. Watchman Zhao looked at the other clues again. Should we prepare an alternate route? We can't say that Haman Xia is being held in a very scary place that's hard to access. Or I can't manipulate her to do things for me. Watchman Zhao thought it would be better to prepare things perfectly. So he clicked on the first message. Tablet breathlessly repeated the process. Pointless process, too much hair on that dog and cat. Hiding some mosaic flames is not at all difficult. ABCD. This inexplicable message began to present itself. There is a Bujin, the replacement of souls by the Black and White Irregulars. If you happen to get stuck at the 20th second and let the cat people kill you, then something interesting might happen. The barrier of the Catman world prevents the Black and White from perfectly determining the integrity of the soul. At this point, both resurrection scenarios will occur simultaneously. 3 dots appear on the world line. Point A, backup souls reserved on marking day 1. Point B, outside of the cat people's world, Black and White's temporary backup souls 2. Point C, real souls in the world of cat people 3. The Black and White will push both scenarios, first replacing soul 3 at point C with soul 2 at point B, i.e., exchanging the real souls out of the cat world, and at the same time, resetting the time, returning soul 3 at point B to the backup souls of the marked day to reboot everything. Then, if you set aside a D point backup soul 4, you'll be able to accomplish a very specific operation. Temporarily, empty soul 4 at point D, put soul 3 at point C into the empty space at point D, put soul 2 at point B into the empty space at point C, put soul 1 at point A into the empty space at point B, and put soul 3 at point D into the empty space at point A. This exaggerated replacement process does not need to be maintained, it only needs to happen for a split second. Then time resets and it will change to soul 2 at point C and regress into soul 3 at point A. That is, the real souls of the present moment in the world of the cat people will appear directly on the day of the marking. The whole world, including the Black and White, will be deceived. The world forgets everything. And you, on the other hand, arrive directly in the past. Chapter 82. Old cat-faced lady eats a pretty damn thing. Watchman Zhao froze. The message hit him much harder than the earlier one. This stuff seems esoteric, but if you peel back the surface to see the essence, it's really just a simple Excel problem. The 3 ABC data are misplaced. How should you adjust them? If you copy A to C, then C's data will be overwritten. The data is lost. This won't work. So, you need a D compartment to store A's data in first, before the rest of the data has room to move. Now 3 souls with unequal information are the equivalent of 3 grids of data. According to the monumental network, the Black and White Irregulars would have directly replaced Watchman Zhao's real soul to 20 days ago. An unbelievable copy and paste. No information was lost. Perfect crossing. It can be read barely that way, but the logic is still not quite the same. But there's a problem. Why do you have to go to all this trouble? Wouldn't it be better to just use ACD or BCD? Quietly swap out all the souls and straight away you can trick the Black and White into working. Why do we have to get stuck with a 20-second wait for 2 resurrection scenarios to unfold at the same time? Perhaps there are many mysterious rules about the soul. Watchman Zhao is still unclear. Rather, it doesn't matter, there's no way he's going to choose that option anyway. It's too metaphysical. The faceless ghost option is much simpler and more feasible. Then the next move is clear enough. Watchman Zhao left the computer and took the initiative to get out of the time sandwich. The dogs and cats keep quiet watch. The tall, thin, ghostly figure began to detach itself from this side of the world. The ghost footprints on the ground had disappeared without a trace at some point. The world, in an instant, switched to a blinding blood red. Then, almost seamlessly, the blood red switches directly to a miserable green. Old cat-faced lady, coming through. Along the cracks of time, the uninvited guest who had intruded into the world of the cat people was found in a flash. The tall, broken figure, holding a candlestick, appeared behind Watchman Zhao in a flash. Dr. Cat appeared at some point over the old cat-faced woman's shoulder, looking down coldly at the figure below. Watchman Zhao smiled. I'm dying. The old cat-faced woman shuddered slightly. Watchman Zhao was instantly chewed up. The demon's laughter was hysterical. Like a big celebration. Ha 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 ha. He's finally dead. He finally put himself. Doesn't seem right. The page, crawling with cat fluff, slowly drifted down. The cat and dog lifted their heads and gently contained the piece of paper, taking a step towards the void in front of them. The world of cat people is starting to come into line with the normal world. Dogs and cats detach easily and return to the normal human world. The cat-faced old woman silently looked at the unusual black cat and seemed to lose interest. It's done with the rules. It's ready to leave. But just then, the candlestick in its hand began to tremble hysterically. The tall, thin ghostly figure in the candle flame trembled violently, holding his head as if making a silent hiss. Cyan-colored candle flames rushed up in the middle of the time gap, and violent pollution swept openly in all directions. The cat-faced old lady's shattered pupils shrunk slightly. Not good. It seems to have, eaten a pretty damn good one. Next. The world of the cat people is covered with an endless number of pawns. An abyss, crisscrossing between heaven and earth, outlined this side of the world into a giant chessboard. Rolls of black gas emerged from it. The endless eyes in those line like abysses slowly opened. A magnificent figure that could be as high as the sky emerged in the sky. It was hidden and unnameable, looking down on the beings of heaven and earth with contempt. This is the first extreme anomaly. The old cat-faced woman shuddered slightly. Two huge mosaic arms protruded abruptly from its mouth. They're trying to rip open this evil spirit's mouth and pull something out of it. This is the second anomaly. Then, a dense breath fell from the sky. Two snow-white and beautiful ghostly hands stretched out from it. In the hand of one of the ghosts, an odd quill was cupped. The nib of the pen is lightly tapped. A whole new world line is about to be written. The pen fairy is here too. The third anomaly. And then, a blood-red veil. The vision it creates is not ostentatious. But with it, there are multiple overlaps among the cat people's worlds. It was as if this side of space bordered on many mysterious worlds. In those worlds, the figures of Watchman Zhao and Mu Rou reappeared over and over again. This is the fourth obvious anomaly. Continue. A corner of Catman's world. A little boy eerily surfaced and glanced towards the large pile of evil spirits. The fog was hazy and dense with death hidden within it, watching from afar. There are many other phenomena that are difficult to understand. More and more anomalies are coming together in the midst of the Catman world. The cat-faced old woman's attack was too thorough. It's not just Watchman Zhao's physical body, but also the soul. This level of attack detonated a full-blown ghost repulsion. The entirety of the curse attached to this human awoke en masse. Probably even the old cat-faced lady was a little confused. How can you attract so many evil spirits after eating just one human? But it doesn't matter. More, and what? This is a cat person's world. This place rejects all evil spirits except cat people, black cats. The light of the green candle continued to skyrocket. In the mouth of the old cat-faced woman, those two mosaic arms dug up a broken soul. In the next instant, the green light swept, mosaic arm as if struck by lightning, instantly turned into nothingness. At the same time, a huge cat-like silhouette slowly emerged behind the catman. It was twisted in the extreme on the ground, its limbs had completely transformed into human arms and legs, and its body was blurred and unrecognizable. And with it, all the evil spirits present began to tremble violently. Even the little boy who can do anything. All evil spirits, after being forced offline. Rules that are certain. Even if you are comparable to a god, you have to give me offline. The board trembles, and the abyss crumbles. But these outrageous ghosts seem rather fixated on that one broken soul. They are still fighting. Endless ghostly hands grabbed towards that soul. But at that moment, a black and white light lit up in Watchman Zhao's broken soul. That soul shuddered slightly. Was abruptly replaced with a full soul. All the evil spirits present, including the cat-faced old lady, looked at the soul with a dumbfounded expression. It is the soul of Watchman Zhao. But it's a ING replica. Black and white, in the cutoff. It brazenly snatched Watchman Zhao's soul from the hands of countless evil spirits and from the cat-faced old woman who was nearly invincible among the world of cat people. 31, Jinyuan Street. He Yuan and Zhang Huayan were about to leave. Suddenly, the two of them were stunned and turned back violently. In a dark corner, a strange species, half cat, half dog, containing a piece of paper, slowly walked out. It saw the duo. Black cat? He Yuan and Zhang Huayan's faces changed color at the same time. He Yuan raised his hand violently. Ghost in the bed, surfacing. Zhang Huayan was pressed straight to the ground. The black cat was also shocked and fell to the ground. But soon, a membrane emerged from it. That membrane weakened the power of the Yi Ghostbusters, allowing it to quickly regain its ability to move. There's a ING devourer on this cat? He Yuan's pupils contracted. But then something even more marvelous happened. A mysterious black and white line emerged in midair. The black and white unseen body was gradually outlined. And in its hands, brilliant blue light appeared, almost tearing through the night sky. Flesh and blood emerged, but in the blink of an eye, a complete watchman jaw was formed in mid-air, and was then gently lifted up by white impermanence. He came out. He Yuan was a little surprised, but not much. Jiang Huayan looked at the sky in shock. How did he appear? Leave it, take him away, let's get out of here, that black cat is standing up, don't drag us in. He Yuan turned and ran. Jiang Huayan hurriedly put on the ring. The rain lady appeared behind Watchman Zhao and was about to take him away. But at that moment, a red light snapped on Watchman Zhao's body. There's something else? He Yuan let out a strange cry. What is it? Jiang Huayan couldn't see the red light, nor could he see the black and white. But he smelled a very strange odor. How can I describe it? The sour stench of love? Very suddenly, a blood-red wedding veil enveloped Watchman Zhao and disappeared with this body. Chapter 83, Separation in Life and Death. Watchman Zhao pondered where Watchman Black and White would displace him. The odds are that it's 31, Town Street. Or that mysterious prison. After all, the Catman world is parallel to the normal world, and switching back to it should correspond to the same location, presumably. But he really didn't expect to be in this place. What you see when you enter is a spacious living room. The decor is gentle, with soft tones and lots of plush decorations, and the layout and furnishings give a feeling of great care. It should be very comfortable to live in this kind of environment. But what the hell is that big pile of whatever barbells, stretchers, iron balls, knives and daggers in the corner? Is that a dart? Meteor hammer? I had a blood drop. Gentle plus violent, what a familiar combination. Watchman Zhao recalled the pair of super Xiong father-in-law and dark mother-in-law in the hospital. Oh, isn't it a bit early to shout father-in-law and mother-in-law? The blood-red dowry was silently retracted, out of his range of observation. Why, would I show up at Mu Ro's house? Watchman Zhao rubbed his temples. Incomprehensible. He looked to the second floor. In the afternoon, the moment he returned the unconscious young girl, he briefly looked through the door of the room, so he knew that this was Mu Ro's house. Her family should have some money, and actually bought a double-decker, with the top and bottom opening up to create the layout in front of them. The bedroom is probably upstairs. To be honest, Watchman Zhao really wanted to go upstairs. Go to her room. Night attack? Don't, it's a bit perverted. Watchman Zhao shook his head and laughed bitterly, preparing to maneuver the demon to leave directly. It's late at night, don't scare them. Suddenly, there were footsteps in one of the rooms. Watchman Zhao was stunned as he heard the sound of the door opening. Then there was the sound of a tiny footstep, down the stairs, gradually approaching. A Snow White bunny? She walked down the stairs and appeared before him sleepily, holding a glass of water. Watchman Zhao's first reaction was to raise his index finger, make a silencing gesture at his lips, and lower his voice. I am Watchman Zhao. Don't scream, don't scream. Your dad will kill me. Nero stood on the stairs in a fluffy bunny pajamas, cocking her little head in confusion. Obviously, not awake yet. Nor did they understand the situation at hand at all. Why is Senpai at my house? So strange. Do not understand. But what the hell? A look of joy appeared on her face as she ran over in a daze and instantly jumped into Watchman Zhao's arms. Watchman Zhao was knocked back 2 steps. He stared blankly at the young girl in his arms. What the hell? He gently held her in place, ruffling her bangs and peering intently into her eyes. Shouldn't be awake yet. Sleeping in a daze and still running so fast. Watchman Zhao shook his head and lost his smile as he lowered his head and gave a gentle kiss. One more kiss. Watchman Zhao, Well. She laughed heartily and rubbed herself in his arms like a small animal. Senpai, you can't go to that place. Her voice was soft, as if it came from a dream. Watchman Zhao was silent. At that moment, he suddenly felt that everything he had done was worthwhile. Very, very valuable. And he must keep on keeping on. He must live, stay with her, live with her. Pull the hook. He held out his right pinky. The young girl didn't quite understand. However, she cooperated by stretching out her fingers and clasping them together with Watchman Zhao. We can definitely survive together. Not far away on the ground, the black cat contained the spell-killing page and stood watch with an expressionless face. It still had a few wild looks in its eyes, but it was more loyal. The demon has influenced it in a bizarre way to remain absolutely loyal. At that moment, a ghostly face appeared on the back of Watchman Zhao's head. It wanted to laugh again. The black cat noticed it. But it's very different from the Lu curse. The cat snapped its mouth open and let out a sound that resembled a cat's yell and somewhat of a dog's bark. Ghostface was inexplicably pressed. It's offline for now? The demon was a bit confused. No bro, I was controlling you to work for Watchman Zhao, and then you backhanded me offline? The cat call was a little shrill in the stillness of the dead of night. Watchman Zhao and Mu Rou were awakened. Meanwhile, everyone else in the house was awake. Where's the cat calling from? The rustle of dressing came from the room. Super Hung's father-in-law came rushing out in a large pair of pants, and his gaze landed in the middle of the living room downstairs and froze right in place. Cat, odds are he didn't see it. But he clearly saw a yellow hair show up at his house at 12 a.m. holding his baby daughter. Watchman Zhao was dumbfounded. No uncle, let me explain. Mu Rou was also startled. She was completely sober. It's not right, it's not right. Why is the senior at my house in the middle of the night? What's going on? But she didn't break away, she just recalled what had just happened and her face became redder and redder. Little brat, you're very brave. Uncle Mu also fished out a thick-backed knife from somewhere and charged downstairs with a monstrous murderous aura. Watchman Zhao feels like he's going to die here today. Mu Rou hurriedly stopped in front of him. Dad. The giant-sized middle-aged man rushed down like a tank, waving his big hands wildly. Get out of the way and get out of the way. I'm going to show him how fast my sword is. Watchman Zhao felt that this uncle could really cut it down and hurriedly pulled Mu Rou away again. Both hands clamped together. Empty hands catch white knives. Uncle Mu froze. Has a little something. Chopping is impossible for real. But the fire is really kind of big, and it's even bigger right now. Good boy, you've practiced, come again. No, uncle, let me explain, I don't know why I'm here. You come to my house at 12 o'clock in the morning and cuddle with my daughter in front of me, and you're telling me this now? You think I'm stupid? Watchman Zhao, shut up. It's still true. Who the hell can say? Even jumping into the Yellow River can't explain it. It's just, a little complicated. Complicated, right? Uncle Mu laughed. Come on, let's compare again, I'll listen to you slowly. Watchman Zhao just wanted to explain something more. But just then, the knife suddenly passed through him. It landed heavily on the floor. Watchman Zhao's pupils contracted. Mu Rou also realized something bad at the first moment. What's wrong? Did you touch something again? Watchman Zhao looked at her furiously. Done. There is no end to the curse of the old cat-faced woman. How could that old woman, who refused to spare even the soul of Lu curse, connive at leaving the world of cat people so easily? The ghostly rebuke between the cat-faced old lady and the black and white man escalated. In the next second, endless green light poured down like ink, instantly dyeing the entire room a miserable green color. Uncle Mu Mu's mother disappeared. Mu Rou desperately rushed towards him, her face full of anxiety. Watchman Zhao extended his right hand toward her. The palms of the two men touched. Then it penetrated. Mu Rou fell heavily to the ground. The young girl in Watchman Zhao's eyes disappeared in an instant. The terrifying figure of the cat-faced old woman descended behind Watchman Zhao in an instant. It opened its mouth and let out an extremely piercing scream. Chapter 84, White Qilin's first tip. Cat peoples. Scream. Turns out, the rule that never happened, its logic is here. The black cat screams and 100 ghosts go down. Catman screams, locks down the target, and rips you back even if you run away to the ends of the earth. Asshole. Watchman Zhao turned his head violently. The demon lashed out, ripping him into the time clip. He could clearly see the cat-faced old woman's horrible bloody mouth gnawing away. Give it to me, get out. Endless ghost hands exploded out, carrying unfathomable power to fiercely blast at the catman's body. This was the first time Watchman Zhao had attacked the cat-faced old woman. The extreme anger made him almost lose control a little. He knew why he was at Muro's house. Red wedding dress. This mysterious and extremely evil spirit had calculated that the cat-faced old woman would rip Watchman Zhao back into the world of cat people. So it weaves a drama, life and death. Put Watchman Zhao in front of Mu Rou, and then let the two of them experience an inexplicable parting of life and death. These evil spirits, they're all smarter than each other and they all follow the rules. Now that Muro had watched him get ripped into the world of cat people, what was the next thing she would do? It was too obvious that she would definitely go to Jiang Huayan and ask after herself. Then she would learn that Watchman Zhao had entered the world of the cat people and was suffering from one of the deadliest curses in the world. She might break down. Watchman Zhao, on the other hand, was trapped in the Catman world and couldn't get out. Even if it was a temporary replacement, since the red wedding dress was able to make him appear in front of Mu Ro, there must be a way for him to not be able to touch Mu Ro. So what will Mullo do? It's scary. The more I think about it, the scarier it gets. That girl inherited a large part of her nature from that cranky father. There was no telling if she would also rush into the world of cat people after Watchman Zhao. And then died tragically in that world of despair, locked out of the plot by the Red Wedding. It's still not clear what this locked plot actually does. The rules of the Red Wedding are too mysterious. I have to use the tablet network to check it out later. Anyway, Watchman Zhao felt bad. Very bad. The Red Wedding is a ghost that kills through love. And his Watchman Zhao's love was Mu Ro. This ghost, who will spare no effort to persecute Mu Ro, will thus launch an attack on Watchman Zhao. Grass. The old cat-faced woman shuddered. The demon's power became stronger, working hard on it. Broken, heavy pupils looked down coldly on the diminutive human. The cat's call was not triggered, and for the first time, Watchman Zhao had the opportunity to attack it. However, little has been achieved. A large number of chains emerged from the cat-faced old lady's body, and those chains of unknown materials locked it to the ground in a deadlock, which seemed to be some unknown rules. The demon couldn't push. Are you being lazy again? Watchman Zhao roared furiously, stealing the laziness. Demolish the cat-faced old lady for me. Tear it down? Demolish a supervillain who stands alone against the evil spirits of the world? Are you kidding me? The old cat-faced woman looked silently in one direction. There, the half-man, half-cat, half-snake is still chasing the glass doll. Seeming to suddenly feel something, the thing opened its mouth and let out a sharp cat call. Watchman Zhao was shaken and all the evil spirits in his body went down. Time began to pass, and the time clip was eviscerating him. All he could do was watch as the huge cat person, faster and faster, broke free of its chains and lunged towards him. Open your bloody mouth. Phew! A mirror, open at his feet. The ninth wish is unleashed. Watchman Zhao disappeared. Earlier, he was voluntarily killed by the catman, and the glass doll's wishing power originated from the spirits. This voluntary, associated demon suppressed the wish, so no transfer occurred that time. But right now, Watchman Zhao wants to live. So once again, the old cat-faced lady pounces. It stared at its shattered, heavy pupils, looking dead on in one direction. Touch. Watchman Zhao fell heavily into the pitch blackness. Darkness contaminates everything, and without demons, humans have no ability to observe anything. The rules of the Catman world were far more desperate than Watchman Zhao had imagined. Seal the vision. FTL evil ghost. Unable to disengage. Even if you disengage with the help of an evil spirit, it will tear you back forcefully. I'm sure it's true. There's no chance of survival. But yeah. Now Watchman Zhao not only had to find a way to survive, he also had to find a way to stop Mu Ro from committing suicide. That girl. There are times when it's too epileptic. Red wedding dress, well, tough enough. Watchman Zhao sneered. Suddenly, he felt a soft touch. The black cat appeared. It handed him the piece of paper. The spell-killing page is plush and covered in spooky cat fluff. Watchman Zhao could feel that this thing was powerful against all odds. But he won't use it. How can the paper in the Book of Life and Death be written at random? It has rules that are so complex as to be perverse. Unfortunately, a dead end is just a dead end. I have one life left to wish for, only one more, and the loose spell has been consumed. 2 more pounces will happen and I'll be truly dead before I trigger a time reset for the black and white. Everything back to square one, everything forgotten, all efforts up to this point, all scrapped. Watchman Zhao pinched the spell-killing page. Is it possible that this thing, if it won't be destroyed, will also cross over to the starting point and then trigger a butterfly effect? He laughed bitterly and shook his head. Nope, the spell kill page just won't be destroyed, but it never said it would always follow me. I can't tell, it will hide in the black and white booklet and wait until 23 minutes past 11 before it falls. So that's where the spell kill page came from. No wonder it appeared in the episode where the red wedding frame died. I've already wheeled around, and it appeared long before I entered the 11:23 hour, so it's no wonder. Watchman Zhao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Honestly. A little desperate. Well, it's desperate. Watchman Zhao, seems to have lost again. He seems to have been losing since the Sadako wave. The evil spirits are too strong. And it was strong all around. It wasn't pure power crushing, there were rules and logic. It's as if even the intelligence that humans pride themselves on is nothing more than a joke in front of them. Suddenly, the world began to turn red. Find it. The Scarlet Street was empty and littered with wreckage. The wreckage left over from the collision between the coach and the tanker is still stinging to the side. Watchman Zhao looked to the side. A familiar store comes to mind. Jiancheng Hardware Merchants. How did it get here? He let out a bitter laugh. Suddenly, it all began to blur, like a mosaic if anything. Then the scenery began to slowly modify. It's like a modeling change, with Long Street replaced with a playground. Watchman Zhao's eyes widened as he watched the Jiancheng hardware store slowly switch to a slide. A huge, snow-white claw, hidden behind the slide. In the monumental net, that white unicorn? Is it tipping him off? The blood red switched to a miserable green in a flash. The cat-faced old woman appeared behind Watchman Zhao with a sinister face, coldly looking down at the humans below. With a slight flash, it lowered its head in the middle of the time gap and took a vicious bite at a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of light. 10th wish, over. Watchman Zhao switched bits once again. The world was once again in darkness. Watchman Zhao's eyes widened. What it means? What's it hinting at? Ken City Hardware? Can that place do anything to turn things around? Could it be a glass doll? Chapter 85, Infinite Wishes. Glass dolls. Watchman Zhao covered his head, and he suddenly realized that he never seemed to think about where this came from. That thing, according to Mao Ro, came out of that mirror in the hardware store. Why is there a doll in the mirror? And that mirror is the very medium that the doppelganger resorted to when observing the shenanigans in the hardware store. In the time sandwich, observation requires the power of demons. Watchman Zhao's brain raced. Then I saw the black and white in the mirror, and Death himself. But how did I see it? The light probably couldn't even travel in that environment. Was the demon mimicking the light? The simulated light may have taken away some of the qualities of Death and the black and white, and then it all fell centrally on that mirror. So the mirror became abnormal. It became a very special being, so there were glass dolls. When I was at the door of OPBI, it was clear from the group's conversation that the glass doll possessed shards of the power of the three evil spirits. Wishing, in fact, is a divine skill born from the fusion of the powers of the three evil spirits, the demon, the god of death, and the black and white irregulars. To put it bluntly, it's really just a form of energy. So, could the perception that there are only 10 wishes be wrong? Watchman Zhao's eyes widened. Glass dolls, IMO, are not expendable. Just saying, it needs to be recharged. The process of staring at the mirror in the altar was only filled with electricity for 10 wishes, so it could only be wished for 10 times. If you have the doppelganger keep an eye on that mirror, you can charge it indefinitely. The time of the bilocation is parallel to that of Watchman Chiu. In other words, the current 10 wishes have already been recharged. If Watchman Zhao, now had his doppelganger go to the Jiancheng hardware merchants at 11:23 again, and had his doppelganger stare at the mirror for a while longer. Charge the glass doll one more time and modify the world line. Well, his glass doll might still be able to keep wishing. And he can have as many or as few wishes as he wants. An invincible ghost plastic. This ghostly plastic is grossly underrated. It was much more powerful than Watchman Zhao had imagined. Unlimited wishing, that's still afraid of a fart cat-faced old lady. Just let you can kill me, counted as you are good. But now there's a pretty damn good problem. Watchman Zhao frowned. Creepy smoke, eaten by a black cat. The thing must have followed its instincts and chased it in the moment it entered the cat person's world. It's not that Watchman Zhao didn't think about leaving it outside. But it won't stay, that half of the faceless ghost is obsessed with him, it's definitely going to come in after him, it's not that easy to stop it. There was no way he was going to waste a wish in a place like this, either. In hindsight, it's still a good idea to make a wish. How am I supposed to connect to 1123 without the trick smoke? And so on. A thinking hole has appeared. Why, does it have to be trick smoke to connect? At the end of the day, the matter of correlating 11:23 minutes has nothing to do with tricky cigarettes, okay? That's the power of a demon. Creepy smoke provides the faceless ghost as a medium, so it is possible to weave a doppelganger that is stranded in a time warp. But to connect with this doppelganger remotely across time, that has nothing to do with faceless ghosts. It was pure demonic power. The conditions are complete. Watchman Zhao stared coldly at the darkness in front of him. Next, it's a gamble. Bet the demon awakens fast enough. Bet the old cat-faced lady won't find him for a while. Hurry up and wake up. Hurry up and wake up, asshole. It was useless to run away, so Watchman Zhao never thought of running away. After all, what good are your meaty legs when people are caught in the middle of time? It can only wait. One can only bet. Aren't you still trying to get me killed? If you don't wake up now, I'm going to get eaten. Oh no, that would be killing me too. Cold sweat slid down Watchman Zhao's face. Spirits are too slow to awaken. The time difference created by the two wishes is likely to be too late. Facts, indeed. He's starting to get his vision back. A bright red, hell-like world of terror spread out in front of him instantly. Here comes the old cat-faced lady. Grass. In an instant, the blood red switched to a miserable green. The cat-faced old lady's figure descended openly like a god or devil. The spirits, after all, were not able to catch up. Without warning, Watchman Zhao disappeared. His flesh, along with his soul, was gnawed away by the cat-faced old woman in an instant. And for once, there weren't 20 seconds. The black and white must have been swallowed up once again when they just entered the world of the cat people. Right now, it hasn't recovered. It's too late to replace it. Things began to move in an increasingly uncontrollable direction. But yeah. There's a point. Obviously, he, Watchman Zhao, had been reincarnated and reborn many times. Once upon a time, he had apparently been a great big man. He's also cautious and thoughtful these days. So once upon a time, would he have been a dumbass? Oh, how could it be? Knowing that he would lose all his memories, would Watchman Zhao, with his temperament, allow himself to wander into this extremely dangerous world without any support? What a joke. The one from the past must have had a whole lot of backstabbing for the one from the future. To keep your future self alive and well. The crisscrossing abyss appeared. They're outlining the chessboard. The hands of the pensive descended and once again caressed this side of the world. The red dowry is hazy and hidden. That mosaic belonging to the tablet network flickered once again in the old cat-faced woman's mouth. The little boy appeared breathlessly and couldn't help but spit out, "How did you die again?" A grueling fight about Watchman Zhao's soul was once again staged in the midst of the Catman world. But this time, the black and white can't cut it off, it hasn't been revived yet. A clean white room. Watchman Zhao slowly opened his eyes. The sight before him shocked him. Where is this? Didn't I die in the world of cat people? Why am I here? He tried to sit up, but found his body securely fastened to the hospital bed by straps. The surroundings are also disturbing. It's too clean. Clean as a whistle, like a mental institution. 3 messages. I haven't lost my memory. I left the world of cat people. I'm lying in a suspected mental hospital hellhole? Watchman Zhao felt bad. Pretty bad. He suddenly realized that his immediate surroundings were exactly the same as the asylum in his dream. The old cat-faced woman didn't succeed in killing me? The red wedding dress snatched my soul and ripped it out of my dreams for me? WTF? Watchman Zhao tried to guide the spirits. Touch. The belt on the bed shattered inch by inch. He popped into a sitting position. Luckily, the demon's power was still there. Oi oi oi, it's bad eh? He walked over to the window. The bright sunlight could see a garden outside the window. In the garden, 17 or 18 psychopaths are dancing wildly. He tried punching himself. It hurts. He found another pen and turned it. Stopped. The operations against the dream world are not realized by any of them. This is not a dream at all, this is reality. What the hell did the red wedding do to him? Chapter 86, You Kneel Down. Thump. At that moment, there was a great deal of footsteps outside the door. There's another noise coming from Ward 0. Is that horrible patient awake again? Prepare the sedative quickly. Within moments, a large group of white coats appeared outside the door, staring at him discreetly through that prison room door like iron gate. So real, this is definitely not a dream world. Watchman Zhao glanced at them. Could it be that the red wedding dress frames the plot in this way? It will take the world line that Watchman Zhao has experienced and record it, forming a small world line that stabilizes independently of the world? There's a certainty of what's going on in this world line, and then look for an opportunity to drag the target into it. Is that what it means? So he, Watchman Zhao, would definitely flee the ward and then see that agonizing sight on his way back. Muro, married to someone else. It wants to trap me in an extremely painful episode where I go through the pain of losing the love of my life over and over again? And ultimately choose suicide? So it is. What a brutal way to kill someone. However, Watchman Zhao countered by not panicking. For what? Because the old cat-faced lady is sure to come looking for it. It won't be long before he's out of this desperate plot and back in the Catman world. Ghost repulsion continues, and enemies can switch to friends at any time. So that's how it is, ha 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 ha. Watchman Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Well done, red wedding dress, I didn't realize it was you who actually saved me in the end. It gave Watchman Zhao a perfect chance to catch his breath. The foolish child spirit has also woken up. Watchman Zhao smiled, ignoring the wary gazes outside the window, and slowly closed his eyes. Connect me to 11.23. A layer of visual world, if any, slowly emerged in his mind. Gradual clarity. The darkened hallway. Rain all over the place. Sparkling fireworks in the doorway of the room. All the sights of 23 minutes past 11 were beautifully presented to him. Successfully connecting, as Watchman Zhao had expected, there was no need for the assistance of trick smoke at all. In the next instant, the doppelganger moved his feet and directly appeared in the Jiancheng hardware merchant. It stared dead in the mirror. A street corner in the land of beauty. A pile of mirror shards scattered quietly on the floor. With 10 wishes completed, the power in the glass doll ran out. It dissolved into a pile of ordinary glass shards. But, abruptly, the pieces began to tremble. Or should I say, it was this side of space that was trembling. With the double effect of the butterfly effect and the red wedding. The world line has changed. In the next second, the glass doll appeared abruptly, spread its legs and started running, and while running, the cracks on its body started to recover. Run 2 or 3 steps and you can repair a crack. It is becoming more and more complete. Behind it, a dumbfounded black cat emerged with its mouth wide open, staring in shock at the scene before it. Isn't broken? How come it's alive again? Crooked day, it's so hard to stop for a while, but you have to work again? The white Chilin's reminder had done Watchman Zhao a huge favor. This time, he finally gained a power that was strong enough to fight off the evil spirits. Alive? I think I feel it, though the feeling is vague. In the mental hospital, Watchman Zhao smiled and looked at his right pants pocket as he waited for another long time. Allow the glass doll to fully recharge. That should do it. Alright, come and do an experiment. Give me isn't a gun too low grade? Oh, give me a nuke. The next second, the floor shattered. A blackened nuclear warhead inexplicably appeared in the soil at his feet. Ha 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 ha. You can keep wishing, and it's unlimited. Then who is afraid of ghosts? Is the sedation ready? The patient is getting worse. Outside the hospital room, the doctors were screaming strangely. Watchman Zhao gave them a cold look. Roll. The door was empty all of a sudden. The sound of wheels rolling resounded. They really have all rolled. Watchman Zhao shook his head and lost his smile. The scene, suddenly, began to change. It was clear that he wasn't moving, but the world seemed to be moving. It was as if he had entered a virtual video that had been filmed. The scene is changing automatically. A picture of the street appears. He's moving away from the asylum. Hey, you don't want me to watch that scene, do you? Watchman Zhao couldn't be happy all of a sudden. Watching Muro run to another man in her wedding dress? And in reality? He really can't stand it. But the red dowry, it really wanted him to see it. The wedding car showed up. Disappear for me. Watchman Zhao roared coldly. The reality is that the wedding car disappeared, along with most of the surrounding streets falling apart. However, the wedding car in Watchman Zhao's eyes still exists. It is suspended above the crushed water-stabilized material. It was constructed by evil spirits and not real in this world. A wedding car that exists only in the heart. The red wedding frames the plot, to be sure. Schrodinger's car? Watchman Zhao went numb. Hey, don't around. Don't mess with the Minotaur grass. But the red wedding is still stubbornly pushing the plot. It is to destroy the spirit of Watchman Show. Good on. The world suddenly became a blur. A greenish light that polluted the place like ink. All sights began to crumble. All the characters start to disappear. Ah! The cat-faced old woman's cry stung her eardrums like spikes. Watchman Zhao, however, felt happy. Finally. Cat people. The world, completely reduced to the color cyan. The terrifying figure of the cat-faced old woman descended behind him again and again and again. Probably the old cat-faced lady was a bit speechless too. This human is really hard to kill. A strong murderous aura overflowed from the broken heavy pupils. Watchman Zhao completely enraged it. The half-man, half-cat, half-snake stood at the ready, the cat's mouth already open and ready to hiss. This time, no matter what, the cat-faced old lady must let this man die. To make him completely and utterly dead. The old cat-faced lady was busy, so many people were sealed off in the Catman world, waiting to be killed. Too much time has been wasted on Watchman Zhao. The scene switches back to the background of the cat people's world once again, and the pseudo-world constructed by the red wedding is falling apart. A blood-red wedding dress that was hidden from view emerged in the void. It watched coldly as the work of art it had woven with such care a piece of pseudo-world line was being rudely destroyed by the cat people. A hint of disdain emanated from red wedding dress. Like a noble poet, scornful of crude barbarians. It did not care to create a conflict with this barbarian. Anyway, there are still plenty of chances to get Watchman Zhao killed. There's no rush. Take your time. It wants Watchman Zhao to die, a little more, artistically. Buzz. The two terrifying forces heavily bombarded each other. The cat-faced old lady lowered her head in the middle of the time gap, opened her bloody mouth, and gnawed down viciously. Countless ghostly hands grew out of Watchman Zhao's body, hard enough to block the bite. Watchman Zhao stood between the overlapping ghostly shadows and slowly sidestepped in the middle of the time gap. He calmly stretched out his right hand and made that classic gesture at the supervillain. Meow. Cat, purring. Spirits excluded from the line. But it didn't seem to help. Because the moment the cat-faced old woman appeared, Watchman Zhao had already begun to make a wish. And, far more than a wish. First wish, blow a nuke in a cat person's face for me. Make a second wish and the nukes can't hit me. For the third wish, cat people are forbidden to attack and punished in place. Wish for the fourth time, and if the cat people continue to attack, instantly move me to a safe location. Fifth wish. Make it, get on your knees. Chapter 87, Blasphemy. A nuclear warhead with a metallic sheen just watered down the catman's face. First wish, come true. The nukes are starting to explode. It's just that the speed of this explosion, it's just too slow. The particle collision was no faster than the speed of this evil spirit in the time sandwich. The demon went offline and had no more power to stop its attack. The catman lowered his head at breakneck speed and nodded Watchman Zhao's head. At this point, the second wish is launched. Although the nuclear bomb exploded at a ridiculously slow speed, it hadn't managed to reach Watchman Zhao. But it's something, it's a relative concept. It only said that Watchman Shu must not be bombed. What does it matter whether or not a nuclear bomb has bombed him? The third wish is straight and seamless. The demon on Watchman Zhao was taken offline. But who said anything about the demon shard on that glass doll outside of the Catman world being offline as well? The black cat can't really help that little guy who runs around the earth with his feet all over the place. The spirits on the glass dolls burrowed into the world of cat people. Turning into endless ghostly hands, they grew out of the void behind the cat-faced old lady, rattling to give this huge monster a direct lock. The catman's broken, heavy pupils shifted slowly across the room, looking coldly at the ghostly hands. The green-colored flames rose up in a flash, wanting to burn those ghostly hands to the ground. But right at that moment, a black and a white uncanny king, suspended in mid-air, strangely surfaced behind it. A left and a right hand and a left hand, gently rested on the catman's shoulders. Brilliant blue light rose up to the sky, directly clipping the green fire. At the same time, both hands slowly fired, an unimaginable force landed on the catman's shoulders. the old cat-faced woman's body, which began to bend, began to fall. That's when those chains appeared once again. They don't seem to be Catman powers, but they will maintain the Catman image. They will not allow a cat person to kneel down towards a fragile mortal. 1,000 sides appeared out of nowhere. Uncountable DNA surfaced, then twisted into countless deaths in a flash. 1,000 sides, giving those chains a direct cut. The demon's hand managed to seal the cat-faced old woman's ability to move. Third wish granted. In the cracks of time, this gigantic evil spirit is struggling desperately. But useless. It's locked. And it continued to fall and bend. The three menacing contraptions, spirits plus death plus black and white, are in a cluster. And that nuke is still going off. A group of reapers gathered around the nuke, seemingly discussing the authenticity of the bomb. One of the reapers felt it almost meant something, and with a big wave of his hand, replenished it with a little more. Then the reapers nodded collectively. Ah, perfect. Ah! The cat-faced old woman's shattered mouth snapped open in a hysterical scream. A huge black cat appeared. It was like the guardian of the Catman world, stretching out a pair of cat claws almost identical to human palms and slowly crawling to the Catman's side. Then it snapped open its mouth. It's ready for this group of evil spirits to be forced offline. But then something unusual happened. What Watchman Zhao has on him is no ordinary black and white. It's not just any demon, either. That's the Uncanny King and the Demon Dragon. Please understand that when entering the world of cat people, the two of them let the black cat eat them. That's not to say the black cat is good enough. That was the reason these two great gods didn't do anything. Or rather, it too lazy hands. So very casually feed the cat. But now, it's different. Watchman Zhao made a wish for a glass doll. The impetus for this wish would be the spirits. The demon, according to Watchman Zhao's wishes, was driving the power of the three evil spirits that had been incorporated into the glass doll. So the Uncanny King and the spirit dragons that appear here now shard power. It is necessary to act according to Watchman Zhao's wishes. Watchman Zhao wants Catman to kneel. Then it has to kneel. No one is good enough. Black Impermanence violently stretched out his hand and pointed at the huge black cat from afar. It blocked the black cat's voice hard in his throat. At the same time, endless ghostly hands grew around the black cat's neck, like a pitch-black ancient dragon, twisting its neck violently. The black cat simply shut up. It had the ability to go down the line and was temporarily nullified. The Catman, who was almost absolutely invincible in this Catman's world, was actually really being controlled. It was being swarmed by three evil spirits and had to kneel down towards a human? Things are getting outrageous. Boom! The nukes radiated the ultimate destructive power, leveling every scene visible to the naked eye. Outside of the time sandwich, Watchman Zhao naturally couldn't see this divine fight. It was all happening too fast for him, a human, to access this information. The demon stretched out his ghostly hand and casually slapped it. The oncoming shockwave was split hard and went across both sides of his body. The firelight and smoke were tainted by the green candles into a greenish color, spreading far and wide in all directions. And then, a mushroom cloud was formed with a green center part and a red surrounding. Second wish, complete. Watchman Zhao silently looked at the scene in front of him, took out his cigarette case, and lit the first cigarette he had ever had when he entered the world of cat people. Phew! So cool. He didn't experience displacement. In other words, the wish worked. Catman was really controlled. This game with the super evil ghost, he had finally evened the odds. Come on, let's see if you're really on your knees. The demon on him was offline, so he couldn't get this explosion over with fast enough. He could only wait in silence. Sand flew all around him, and just this small area of 2 meters around him was not affected in any way. The teenager held his cigarette silently, waiting for the smoke to clear. Soon, the terrifying figure presented itself before his eyes. Along with it, there was a large cloud of misty smoke, as well as a dense mass of death in the midst of the smoke. They held sides and gathered around the cat people. Black Impermanence and White Impermanence had high crowns on their heads, quietly suspended in the air, and they each stretched out a hand, deadening the huge monster below. The law of no harm with smoke, it really works everywhere. Watchman Zhao exhaled a mouthful of smoke and couldn't help but shake his head in laughter as he looked at the unharmed cat person in front of him. The nukes didn't do any damage to the cat people. This was what Watchman Zhao had expected. If such a terrifying evil spirit could be injured by a small nuclear bomb, then he, Watchman Zhao, would be somewhat despised. Still, he made the wish, for no other reason than it was just an experiment. Let's see if normal physical attacks can hurt evil spirits or not. As it turns out, it can't hurt. Physical attacks were as meaningless as a child's playground in front of this thing. They don't even use nukes. Bullets, whatever. It's a joke. But even with something so counterintuitive, it still gave him an E? Ha 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 ha. Watchman Zhao couldn't help but laugh wildly to the sky. He looked at the invincible cat person in front of him. Its legs were pressed hard and shattered into a field of broken flesh, its shattered pupils glaring viciously at itself. The image, though it still stubbornly maintained its standing position, was about as good as being on its knees. Aren't you great? Chase me bam bam and kill me, you keep tugging, ha ha. Habitually, he committed a small wave of an S. But just then, the black and white behind the Catman disappeared. The Reapers also dispersed. Where Watchman Zhao couldn't see, the demon also slowly withdrew its palm. Watchman Zhao's wish is for it to kneel down for me. There is an implication in this statement that the Catman has to kneel while he, Watchman Chu, has to see it. So the three ghosts pressed the Catman for a long time, until they pressed out of the time gap and let Watchman Zhao have a look. And now Watchman Zhao has seen it. Then the wishing is over. The three evil spirits don't work overtime. They call it a day when it's time. So Watchman Zhao just watched with a dumbfounded look on his face as the Catman instantly stood up, his broken flesh and blood pieced back together in an instant. The immediate scene switched violently to pitch black. Catman attacked through the time clip the moment he regained his movement. The fourth wish is unleashed. Watchman Zhao was moved to a safe darkness. Chapter 88, The Evil Ghosts Feel Something's Wrong. No, it's rare for me to pretend, so why don't you guys let me pretend a little longer? Watchman Zhao was speechless. It took less than a second of pretending to get killed and almost got killed. Really quite speechless. But barring that, it was more fun. Even a monster as sick as Catman gave him an E. Pretty impressive him. Then next, I'm going to make a quick trip out. Watchman Zhao looked into the darkness in the distance. Muro is still waiting for him. Who knows what stupid things that silly girl will do. He had to get out of the cat person world and appease the silly girl first. The good thing was that everything that happened in the Catman world was so compact that it didn't even take more than a few seconds, so Watchman Zhao wasn't very worried at the moment. He claimed a seat. Just sitting here, waiting for the old cat-faced lady to come over. I don't know how long he'd been in the world of the Red Wedding, it must have been more than 20 seconds, after all, he'd had his doppelganger staring at the mirror for quite a while. But the calculation of this time is hard to say, and it is not allowed to say that the time in the world of the Red Wedding is not included in the calculation. Watchman Zhao doesn't dare to gamble. So when he wished earlier, he wished for a lot more self-preservation. Now, there were still a few automatic dodges to be made, before the old cat-faced lady could kill herself. Thinking so, the world turned red. Cat people are so efficient. He couldn't help but spit out a sigh of relief as he gulped down some clouds and jerked off the cat at the same time. The devouring cat stood by him faithfully, containing the spell-killing page. Wait, no! This is the Lu spell. Watchman Zhao instantly didn't want to jerk the cat again and hastily scattered his hands. So, some very interesting things happened in the world of cat people. Catman appeared and Watchman Zhao flashed. After a while the old cat-faced lady came looking for her half-tired. Watchman Zhao proceeded to flash. Until Watchman Zhao counted to the 40th second. Okay, eat me. Catman finally got what he wanted. Then Black and White gave it a high-quality imitation of Watchman Zhao. Muro's bedroom. The young girl held her cell phone with an anxious face. Pick it up, pick it up. She was on the verge of tears in her anxiety. Hello? Zhang Huayan's voice came from across the room. The young girl hurriedly asked, Captain Jiang, what happened over at Watchman Zhao, do you know? Zhang Huayan kicked the brakes and stopped the car directly in the middle of the road. He Yuan looked at him suspiciously. Hey, don't bring me along if you don't want to die, okay? Zhang Huayan gave him a puzzled look. Why would Muro ask me about Watchman Zhao? He Yuan had an interested look on his face. Interesting, hands-free. Zhang Huayan hurriedly turned on the speakerphone. What happened? Why are you asking this? Muro hurriedly stated the matter briefly. He disappeared all of a sudden, What did he do? He's not going to the cat people world, is he? Jiang Huayan quickly said, nothing, done. Tu. He Yuan pressed him and said slowly, yes, he went to the world of cat people. Jiang Huayan looked at him in shock, what the hell are you talking about? He Yuan ignored him and directly pressed the phone. No, this girl loves Watchman Zhao. Why did you tell her? A smirk appeared on He Yuan's face, is this how you talk to the leader? Shut up. He looked out the window, his eyes narrowing slightly. Did the red wedding dress take Watchman Zhao to his girlfriend's place? Oh, that's funny, Watchman Zhao. How come you have so many secrets in you? Really, interesting. Ah, done. Kind of an itchy hand. Don't you really get killed by a cat person? I've been a long time. There's no such thing as wanting to do harm anymore. Hey. Touch. The cell phone fell to the ground. Muro took 2 steps back and fell heavily onto the bed. Uncle Mu looked at her suspiciously, daughter, what's wrong? It was fine if he didn't speak, but when he did, Muro's tears fell like broken pearls. Mu's mother violently pinched Uncle Mu on the waist, go kneel on the rubbing board. Not wife, daughter you do not cry Get on your knees. Well. Mu mother gently sat beside her and gently took her in her arms, don't cry, be strong, tell mom, what happened to that child? Make a wish, I'm going to appear beside Muoro. Very abruptly, the room snapped to life. Muro's eyes widened as she stared blankly at the older boy in front of her. Because Watchman Zhao's wish was to appear beside Muro. And at that moment her mother was holding her. So, there are some very odd things that come up. Watchman Zhao inexplicably appeared in the center of this mother and daughter pair. Muro leaned into Watchman Zhao's arms. Watchman Zhao leaned into the arms of Muro's mother. Holy? All 3 men on the bed were in a state of stupor for a moment. What's that noise? Uncle Mu drilled in with his scrubs. Then this time, he watched as the yellow-haired man lay with his arms around his precious daughter in the arms of his precious wife. Uncle Mu. Uncle, let me explain. Explain your ass. Watchman Zhao was speechless, please go out for 2 minutes. Wish granted. Uncle Mu retreated in a watery manner, and thoughtfully closed the door. Watchman Zhao hurriedly stood up and grabbed Muro's small hand, girl, don't worry about me, it's fine, I don't have much time, so I'll make it short. That ear-piercing scream once again appeared in Watchman Zhao's ears. Watchman Zhao was speechless. You cat-faced old lady, how old do you have to be so dedicated? Once again he was ripped back. The euphoria in the young girl's heart vanished in an instant. Once again, Watchman Zhao disappeared before her eyes. She groped anxiously, but there was nothingness before her eyes. Watchman Zhao disappeared again, without warning. Something really terrible must have happened to him. Mu mother gently stroked her hair, he loves you so much, he obviously encountered something very weird and still thought of looking for you. Muro looked at her mother in a daze, and then at the void where Watchman Zhao had disappeared. Yeah. He likely went into the world of cat people and still found a way to get out and come out to find himself. He's worried about me. Muro held her mother's hand tightly, he's worried that I'll do something stupid? Just wait for him. Mother Mu smiled, that boy is smart. Yeah, he's the smartest I've ever seen. Muro snapped. Watchman Zhao has reappeared again and again. 20 seconds passed and the guy was back out of the cat-faced old lady's world. This time, without saying a word, Watchman Zhao hugged the young girl and kissed her fiercely. Don't worry, I'll be fine, don't run around. Before the words were out of his mouth, he disappeared again. The old cat-faced lady is getting more efficient. Watchman Zhao, back in the world of the cat people, was furious. Is there any mistake? Now the old man cannot finish a sentence and come back? He was speechless, so he wished for a piece of paper, writing down the situation and specifying clearly that Muro should never come into contact with the Catman curse. Then 20 seconds later, he wore it back once more. In the world of cat people, a large group of evil spirits watched breathlessly as this little guy wore. You don't play like that even in your own backyard, do you? Not to mention the fact that it's recognized worldwide as a place of despair. You're traveling back and forth like this. Don't cat-faced old ladies want to lose face? This time even Black and White were a bit speechless. It silently followed behind Watchman Zhao and watched breathlessly as the guy hugged and kissed Muro again. Oi 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 human. Are you using us as something weird? Chapter 89, beginning of Deceiving Ghosts. A scream. Watchman Zhao has returned. This time, the cat-faced old lady's eyes were already full of hate as she stared at the human. Watchman Zhao didn't bother with it, and while the demon wasn't offline, he directly wished for a run. Killing the cat-faced old woman? This idea had also crossed Watchman Zhao's mind. Very unrealistic, though. It is, after all, an evil spirit. According to the rules, it is impossible for an evil spirit to die completely. However, Watchman Zhao was eager to try and pit it against a wave. His goal nowadays was originally to pit all the evil spirits in the whole world. Now there is a ready-made experiment to try indeed. But that's not the highest priority option at the moment. This is a cat person's world. Recognized worldwide as a super place to die. There should be a lot of interesting stuff in a place like this. For example, the black cat. For example, the old cat-faced lady. Watchman Zhao, as we all know, doesn't like being human. But whatever he could glean, he was surely going to glean all of it by any means necessary. Now he can walk across the world of cat people. Can't you do something else? What an international joke. But the question is, what kind of things to get into? Watchman Zhao pondered. First and foremost, my core goal is to travel back, save everyone and renew my own life. This requires utilizing the time reset ability of the black and white irregulars. After the reset, all the physical items I'm holding will probably disappear, and even if I glean some items from the Catman world, I probably won't be able to keep them. Time reset, and the odds are that the silver necklace, which up until now had no idea what it actually did, is gone. There's also the spell kill page, which I don't know what the hell it's going to be hidden in. The words of the ghost cat. Wait. Watchman Zhao froze. Inside the devouring cat is the soul of Lu Curse. What happens if he resets the time, devouring cat? Disappear? Or follow the past because of the demon's power? If it followed through, then at that time, two souls appeared in the Lu Curse. And one is human and one is not. There will be a conflict. Earlier, Watchman Zhao had wondered if it was possible for this conflict to push him out of the normal world line. That kind of thing is scary, and he could be living in a pseudo-world line shaped by the Red Wedding all the time. The Red Wedding weaves the plot for him, saying no, and deliberately keeping his parents from coming back to life. He suddenly understood a little bit why the demon had helped him resurrect Lu Curse. This pit, it could be buried right here. I'll have to check. Watchman Zhao messed with a computer. And then unsurprisingly, that Dr. Cat came out again. Watchman Zhao glanced at Dr. Cat in a daze. Then a wicked smile snapped onto his face. Dr. Cat couldn't help but explode all over. Wait, what's going on? Why is this human laughing like that? This smile is scary, eh? What's he up to? Watchman Zhao suddenly felt that he didn't need to check. He certainly couldn't bring back the Lu Curse. This thing was made by demons, don't even think about it, it must be a god pit. Don't know exactly what the pit is though, it's not good anyway. But the world of cat people can't go in vain. He, Watchman Zhao, must have gripped hundreds or thousands of black cats. The cat can't be lost. It's not like you can have the Lu Curse. As for the Devourer and Shirai, to be honest, Watchman Zhao felt that these two evil spirits were of little use to him. Does he need to use Shirai if he wants to kill someone now? The devils won't protect him, Watchman Zhao either, the devils will only protect Lu Mantra. As for the point of resisting the Stella Web curse, any black cat can do that. In that case, the Lu spell is useless and it's still a giant pit to keep. What's the point of keeping him? Can I, by any chance, think of a way to replace the Lu curse? Watchman Zhao stared at the Dr. Cat in front of him. This guy has clear bones, he looks like a pillar of strength. Can I think of a way to bring this back? That's an interesting idea. Dr. Cat, after all, can be much more powerful than the average black cat. Watchman Zhao's eyes became more and more evil as he stared at Dr. Cat. Dr. Cat blew up even worse. To be honest, it kind of wanted to run away. But the thing is, there are rules on it. Apparently the rules given to it by the old cat-faced lady forbade the target from logging into the monumental web in the Catman world. Therefore, it couldn't escape yet and could only hold on to confront Watchman Zhao. But Watchman Zhao wasn't going to confront it. Would you confront a toy? Joke. Time, suddenly, was stretched. Everything around them was rendered a blinding blood red. The old cat-faced lady looked for it. Unfortunately, at this moment, this horrible evil spirit didn't seem to have much killing power left. Watchman Zhao didn't even bother to rush with it, and directly disengaged from the time gap, picking up that laptop as soon as he could. A mirror snapped open at his feet. Watchman Zhao disappeared in an instant, and the cat-faced old woman once again fell short. Meanwhile, in a distant dark world, Watchman Zhao and Dr. Cat popped out together. Dr. Cat? No, human, why are you holding that computer? If you want to play space jump, go ahead, but if you're holding that computer, I have to jump with you. What the hell are you doing with that computer, man? Watchman Zhao ignored its anger. Just turn on your computer and type in the URL. Unsurprisingly, Dr. Cat wants to wreak havoc. Watchman Zhao, however, just spat out a sentence indifferently. Sit down for me. Meow. Invisible forces acted upon Dr. Cat's body with an open hand. The cat, honestly, sat down. Its body emanated ethereal flames, wanting to burn and devour the power of the wish doll. But this time, it had little effect. The King of Impermanence inserted his hands and hovered leisurely behind it. Even the flames on the old cat-faced lady could chip away at it. You're a little black cat. Who are you to clamor? Watchman Zhao's black and white is really different. They're strong. Nearly anticlimactic strong. Even if it was just a shard of general power from a glass doll, it was nearly unbelievable. Watchman Zhao managed to log onto the monumental network, and this time, the black cat didn't stop him again. I want to replace the cat, sever the link between the loose bell and me, and make sure he doesn't follow me back to 27 days ago. I think it was 27 days, too lazy to count. And then I need to transfer the influence of the spirits to the doctor's cat. Make Dr. Cat my ghost slave. Come on, omniscient steel net. Give me the absolute right tip. Tablet, odds are correct, at least at this stage, that it is going to lure Watchman Zhao to keep logging on and keep going deeper. There's no reason for it to give a wrong scenario. On the contrary, Watchman Zhao's thoughts are not always correct. The spirits were affecting him. It was hard to be sure that the demon would not quietly dig another huge hole for him, Watchman Zhao. So, in some very dangerous things, he prefers to go with the steel network. Obviously, since he has unlimited access to the internet, it is far safer to go with the steely net option than the one he is thinking of on his own. The page starts flashing. A short while later, a line of writing surfaced on the screen. Cheating on evil spirits. Defrauding them into false judgments. The rules of evil spirits are certain, but the actions of evil spirits are not always correct. Go ahead and lie to them, then anything can come true. Paid reminders. Chapter 90, The Dark Forest. Fraud. Evil spirits? Watchman Zhao's eyes widened. Wait, seriously? Lying to ghosts? Hiss. That's a bit of an awesome thought process. Watchman Zhao recalled the evil spirits he had been in contact with. These things are indeed powerful and stubborn. Saying one thing and the rules that need to be accomplished that must be accomplished. Even if it stops time, even if it reverses time, even if it falsifies a world line. Rules must be agreed upon, rules above all else. But, at the end of the day, these evil spirits have a definite consciousness. The Reapers would get together and chatter. The faceless ghost would cheerfully glare at Watchman Zhao and say, "You've captured my child." The black and white will be speechless. They have a subjective logic of judgment. Absolute rules, as can be seen, are based on subjective judgment. Wherever subjectivity exists, it can be flimflammed, it can be defrauded. Then you can cheat. Evil spirits are completely deceptive, it just means that the operation is quite complicated and quite powerful. The average person can't do that. But Watchman Zhao is different now. The three evil spirits are helping him follow his words. Can I, make a wish and give the evil spirits a Z-cheat? I'm so just things are getting interesting. Watchman Zhao immediately pondered. I'm not going to watch the tablet website. I'm not going to watch the damn tablet website at a time like this. Can we cheat a wave of black and white? No, time reversal is still on the table. Lying to demons? It won't do me any good, and this thing will have to do for now. Watchman Zhao pondered over a wave of thoughts and realized that it really wasn't a good idea to experiment with this huge pile of evil spirits on himself. Because there is so much unknown information. Moreover, the glass dolls originated from the Black and White Demons. Is it not a bit too much to take people to lie to their parents? But I don't know why, but he just couldn't think of Chubby. The tablet's web flickered and seemed somewhat speechless. Why does this human's IQ go up and down? The demon, on the other hand, reached out its ghostly hand and stuck it dead inside Watchman Zhao's head. It's affecting Watchman Zhao's thinking. The devouring cat noticed and tried to scream. But this time, the demon wouldn't allow it to scream, and a bunch of ghostly hands emerged and choked it. Spirits and dragons, which were more advanced than normal spirits were, and their level of danger was much more terrifying. It's cheating, strong-arming a temporary repeal of the Black Cat rule. But even such a dangerous existence seemed to be quite resistant to Watchman Zhao's understanding of the rules of deceiving ghosts. Just kidding. This rule is so sick. As long as Watchman Zhao has a complete grasp of this rule. Don't say live. This horrible human being might stir up the entire world of evil spirits. The rule of the demon is moth to flame, which has an unspoken rule that the target has to be a moth in order for the flame to burn. But if this moth directly flies up and transforms into a dragon, then there is still a fart of fire. The demon would indeed unconditionally assist the cursor, but this assistance needed to bring with it an inhibition, and could not directly allow the cursor to become a god against the heavens anymore. Then the moth to flame rule could be broken, or the demon's curse would have to be forced to escalate. Therefore, the spirits were influencing Watchman Zhao to refuse to allow this human to inquire about the tablet network. That's why Watchman Zhao he really couldn't think of a monument-checking network. But just then, a bunch of smiley faces suddenly appeared on the steel network. Tablet reads it. It understood why Watchman Zhao had suddenly become stupid. And so the groundbreaking. The thing inexplicably sent an extra message out. The demons all over Watchman Zhao's body outright screamed strangely. It was the first time a third sound, besides laughter and crying, had appeared. Tablet is up to something. It sent a message to Watchman Zhao hard. This behavior made the demon extremely angry. The devourer is the best ghost to cheat among all evil spirits. On the contrary, the Black and White Invincible is the hardest ghost to cheat among all evil spirits. Because the core goal of the devourer is, in fact, to spread curses, not to protect souls. Its absoluteness is certain, but this thing is very subtle in its determination of the target. The devotee doesn't have to protect the real Lu curse. Watchman Zhao stared at the message in a daze. What do you mean? He carefully recalled the rules of a wave of devourer. 1. The prerequisite is that the curse is already present on the target. 2. The devourer will suppress the curse and help the cursed survive. 3. The curse die, and the devourer keeps his soul. 4. Subjectively spreading curses and spreading despair. It doesn't have to be to protect the real Lu curse? Then if I lie to the wave devourer that Dr. Cat is Lu curse, no, I should lie to it and say that I, Watchman Zhao, am Lu curse, and it's not Lu curse that it's protecting right now. The devourer will then transfer to me to help me suppress the evil spirits? Can't be. If it's so easy to shift the target of the curse, won't the 3 absolute rules become a joke? The tablet suggests that he should pay for it. Watchman Zhao, however, did not want to pay, he wanted to think for himself. Apparently, the spirits were affecting him again. So, as a matter of course, Monumental sent another unsolicited message out. The 3 absolute rules are correct, but your understanding is not necessarily correct. It's starting. Monumental is at it again. The spirits on Watchman Zhao were so angry that they wanted to kill. Why are you giving out all this damn information? Does it benefit you in any way to help this human learn about cheating ghosts? What's wrong with you? The demon fiercely attacked the monumental net. For an existence that got in the way, the demon would radiate hostility, just like Muro earlier. A ghost repulsion unfolds on the computer. But being recognized as the noblest of evil spirits, will the tablet web spoil it? Apparently not. It's just your hostility, it's not like it's your rules. Hostility is nothing in the face of the power of rules. The computer shattered with a loud bang. But the steel network was just so hard presented in the void. It was a pure projection that even demons seemed unable to destroy. Tablet is forcing Watchman Zhao to give away information. And this behavior, it seems, is in accordance with the rules of Monumental Web. Perhaps all the evil spirits didn't want Watchman Zhao to learn to cheat ghosts, but the Monumental Web wasn't afraid. This thing, extreme ego. You're just a human, even if you've learned to fool the ghost, what can you do? Can you still fool my monumental net? Oh, no way. Humans are all stupid. But if Watchman Zhao learns to trick the ghosts, and tricks the other evil ghosts in this world into keeping their pants on, the tablet website instead feels. It was fun. Of course, the monumental network will regret it. In the near future, Watchman Zhao's favorite lie, precisely it. The old cat-faced woman was still moving stubbornly in that miserable green world. It's got a bad face. It's very bad. Because it's a rule that seems to be failing. With the intrusion of a human, all the rules in the world of cat people seem to be reduced to a joke. It was no longer possible for the cat-faced old woman to kill Watchman Zhao, although it could rip the man back infinitely and trap him for all time. But for having to obliterate, that one rule, it seems, was scrapped. Watchman Zhao could move infinitely and instantly, and the cat people couldn't chase him or kill him. The black cat's downfall ability has a cooldown, plus the wishing doll has two powerful evil spirits on her that can cheat. They can block the black cat's screams and shield the downfall power. It's almost impossible for Catman to take the power created by the wishing doll offline the instant he kills Watchman Zhao. Rules that were broken. This is absolutely not allowed. When Watchman Zhao made the Catman kneel down, some very horrifying changes had taken place. Watchman Zhao had desecrated some rather terrifying existence. He scrapped the rules on killing and is running around the Catman world with a whole bunch of evil spirits. In the end, he goes too far with the cat-faced old woman who was the centerpiece of the cat people's world. Some very scary changes began to play out in the midst of the cat people world. Endless ghost footprints descended upon this side of the world in an instant. The world line was flowing, like a hairline. Countless pseudo-world threads surrounded it, like brief bifurcations of hair. Then, various parallel worlds formed hair strands that entangled with this one. Winding, converging. A huge, dark, tree was formed. And more, dark trees, came together to form an endless, dark forest. In the midst of this, dark forest, a green-colored light stood out. It was like a green-colored silhouette, hunched over, slowly moving forward in the middle of the dark forest. As the camera closes in, it becomes clear that the figure is really a person. A granny figure with a cat face and a twisted-in creepy body. It was scorched with green flames, and its pale body looked weak, but it was wrapped in some unknown and extremely powerful force. At a certain moment, as if it sensed something, it suddenly trembled and jerked its head back, staring deathly at a tree in the middle of the forest. Chapter 91. A very beautiful cat person. The Catman world began to tremble violently. Ghost footprints of all sorts descend openly carrying unknown horrors. Watchman Zhao, who was being affected by the steel net and the demon together at that moment, didn't realize it. Monumental and spirits are engaged in a clash of consciousness levels. A ghostly repudiation at the level of consciousness. The demon didn't want Watchman Zhao to learn, deceiving ghosts, and the tablet network was messing things up, and it was helping. Presumably, for the tablet network, it prefers Watchman Zhao's exposure to mystery. Because then, Watchman Zhao would be more dependent on the tablet network, and he would have to search for deeper information. Watchman Zhao realized the anomaly. Why is Monumental actually sending out unsolicited messages? It's counterintuitive. But the information was too much of a temptation for him. The interpretation of the three absolute rules is wrong? What do you mean? He covered his head and began to remember. This guy has a horrible memory. A lot of things can be memorized just by looking at them, and they can be remembered for a long time. The first absolute rule, an evil spirit can never truly die, either formally or cognitively. The second absolute rule, the logic of evil spirits is absolute and can never be changed. The third absolute rule, once a curse is established, it can never be removed unless the cursor dies completely. Isn't the meaning of these messages obvious? Watchman Zhao was puzzled. Ghosts don't die. The rules are absolute. Curse of eternity. Isn't that, well, understandable? And so on. Nope, that's the general understanding. Watchman Zhao couldn't help but widen his eyes. He's not your average guy now. He can follow the law and he has the qualifications to deceive ghosts. Then, if you put the concept of cheating ghosts in for him, then the meaning of these three sentences can all change. First, ghosts don't die, so they can keep cheating. Secondly, the logic of the ghosts is absolute and can never be changed, but if the ghosts are deceived, then the attacks of the evil spirits will be turned to Watchman Zhao's use. And the logic of this rule attack is never going to change. This attack is absolute. If Watchman Zhao tricked Watchman Black and White into writing Jian Huayan to death, and dying right this second, or even letting him die last second, Then even the girl in the rain could not save Jiang Huayan, who would be trapped in the time crevice forever. Just like Zhaoan, even if he was reincarnated and reborn, he might not be him anymore after the reincarnation and rebirth. Why use Jiang Huayan as an example? Ugh, forget about that for now. If I really finish deceiving ghosts, then I will be able to take out everyone in this world. Even those who are protected by evil ghosts won't be able to live. I can be invincible. And then the third rule. The curse never goes away unless the cursor dies. In other words, if he, Watchman Zhao, had given the evil spirits a wave of deception, deceiving them that the cursed one had always existed, then, too, the curse will remain and the evil spirits will serve him forever. He can use the power of evil spirits forever. And, theoretically, it's the power of all evil spirits that may be available forever. Wait, there's nothing wrong with my understanding, is there? I'll dish it out again. Rule number 1, ghosts can cheat all the time. Number 2, you can have the absolute power of an evil spirit by tricking it. Article 3, the power gained by cheating ghosts can be used eternally. What the kind of Shinto weapon is this? Wouldn't that be invincible? And he, Watchman Zhao, still has a spell kill page in his hand right now. Though it's not clear what the exact rules for using the spell kill page actually are. But surely the Black and White will use it, right? If you give a wave of fraud to the Black and White Invincible, have it write the names of all the evil spirits on the spell kill page. Then it's not just humans. All evil spirits he can kill. When he thought of this, Watchman Zhao's head suddenly let out a flash of green energy. A mosaic covers the green air. There's some kind of ghost repulsion going on there. Watchman Zhao violently covered his head as all the projections from the spell kill page all disappeared and were forcibly removed from his mind. I seem to have just dished out some really scary information, Grass. Why did I forget? Nope, can't remember at all. It was like a dream in which he remembered some very important piece of information and followed that piece of information to deduce an extremely critical conclusion. But when you wake up from the dream, everything goes up in smoke and cannot be recalled. Watchman Zhao looked furiously at the spell kill page in the black cat's mouth. This inexplicable loss of memory has a high probability of being related to that letter in the middle of the tablet network. He couldn't remember who sent that letter. Much less remember what was in the letter, but that letter certainly didn't start out as that irrelevant nonsense. It was because Watchman Zhao couldn't remember why the spell killing page had appeared in his hand. This is the only time Watchman Zhao has inexplicably lost his memory. So he rightfully linked the two things together. The letter mentions a spell killing page. Could it be that the spell killing page combined with Deceive Ghost could create some rather terrifying effect? I don't know, but Watchman Zhao made a note of this piece of information. He felt compelled to give it a good try in the future. And now. His gaze snapped to the doctor's cat off to the side. Cheat. It has to be a lie. This stuff is so much fun. Dr. Cat was flabbergasted. It was chilled to the bone, and its black fur exploded violently. It felt very bad that this human seemed to be trying to do something rather horrible. Hesitate again and again. It suddenly opened its mouth. The cat rarely purred, or rather it almost never purred, except for the time it was grabbed by the tall, skinny ghostly figure. It didn't seem very eager to use the power of screaming. It seemed to be trying to guard something. But right now, Watchman Zhao was giving it too much of a dangerous feeling. So it chose to scream. The ghostly hands of the uncanny king, the god of death, and the demon dragon appeared violently behind it. They're trying to stop this black cat from screaming. But this black cat, he's not quite like the others. It's superior to other black cats. It can also cheat. The space around it moved as the power of these evil spirits penetrated it. Then it seemed to stand in an overlapping space and screamed towards these evil spirits. 3 super villain shards were actually forced offline? Watchman Zhao was stunned. It was offline, but he could see the shard powers. They are trying to continue to get the black cat to sit down. Failure. They seem to be isolated in another dimension, unable to affect this layer of space. The logic down the line is to move the evil spirits to another dimension? Is it another cat-person world? Yeah, the logic of the black cat scream is to switch spaces. So that's the logic of catcalls? Still, Dr. Cat seems to have underestimated the glass doll. Watchman Zhao is a bit scary with this wish-granting power. It is true that the old evil ghost fragments were transferred to another dimension, but a new one was born. They traveled across space and landed on Dr. Cat once again. Press hard. Dr. Cat sat down again. On the cheating piece, Watchman Zhao's evil spirits were even more powerful. Che, Tai Thing, I thought you were more powerful. Watchman Zhao was relieved in his heart. He thought that he was going to lose his handful of Dr. Cats. The doctor's cat struggled to death, a look of grief on his face. It tries to scream once again. Just as soon as he stood up and was ready to run away, he immediately sat down again honestly. It kind of wanted to curse. Suddenly, a beautiful arm appeared above its head, its palm gently caressing its fur. The doctor's cat was quiet all of a sudden, and sat there obediently, enjoying the hand's touch. Watchman Zhao, on the other hand, looked at the bizarre scene in front of him with a confused expression. On the ground, inexplicably, there was an extra pair of footprints. It's very small. It should be a woman's footprint. Then, a pair of snow-white jade feet appeared in front of him. It's beautiful. Then the legs. Again, the upper body gradually emerges. Watchman Zhao froze, staring dumbfounded as what was in front of him became more and more complete. It was a very beautiful woman wrapped in an ancient, yellowed hanbok. A blood-red, wide-sleeved, flowing fairy dress, just like the one Long Kuai had an immortal sword, was beautiful. And the woman was quite beautiful. But Watchman Zhao really didn't have the heart to appreciate it at all. His entire brain went straight to blank. Fake it. Why is that? In the end, what has happened in the past reincarnations? Why is this woman growing half a face exactly like Mu Rose? Even those features on the body are identical. The only difference is that half of her face is that of a cat person. Chapter 92, True Despair. What do you mean? During one of the reincarnation transmogrifications, Muro turned herself into a cat person? Hey, don't around. What the hell? There's more than one cat-faced old lady? And they're all humans turned? Watchman Zhao looked violently at the Dr. Cat. So now that things have turned sour, little one, thank you for guarding Molu all this time, but I must take you now. The Black Cat, the gateway to the world of cat people. It turns out that different black cats answer different doors, and behind those doors stand different cat people? Then behind this Dr. Cat stood the Catman world corresponding to Muro. Watchman Zhao thought of that broken cat-faced old woman. Probably, it was once a human being, but its black cat was barking everywhere, attracting many horrible existences. They bullied that cat person into that. And Dr. Cat is smart enough to stay in the Catman world and work part-time, just keeping an eye on the target without touching the monumental web. He never barks, and then he doesn't bring his targets into his Catman world. That's why Moluo is so well preserved. But this cannot continue. The cat person in front of him, who looked exactly like Muro, was definitely no longer considered human, and presumably, its counterpart, Muro, was already dead. But Watchman Zhao would never allow anyone to whip a corpse. Although it seems like he's already engaged in this sort of thing. Count him as a double standard alright, he had to guard the monster that this girl had incarnated. I've got to trick the ghost and figure out a way to trick Dr. Cat into coming with me. In front of him, in another time and space, the cat person who looked exactly like Muro stared at him in bewilderment. It had a confused look on its face. But soon the look receded. It turned slowly and returned to the depths of its own Catman world. Watchman Zhao then rushed over to Dr. Cat. He's going to start trying to trick ghosts. But just then, several thousand pairs of footprints lit up violently around Watchman Zhao. Watchman Zhao's pupils shrunk. The world is rendered into hell by the red light. In the distance, the broken, cat-faced old woman advanced anxiously. The candlestick in its hand, trembling. Something horrible, it seems, is beginning to awaken. And this awakening has caused a great deal of panic among the cat people. It was desperately rushing in the direction where Watchman Zhao was. It had to rush to complete the rules and kill Watchman Zhao, who had invaded the Catman's world, before that horrible thing completely awakened. Meow. A cry, if any, suddenly rang out from within the candlestick. The Catman jolted as his movement speed continued to increase. In the blood-red hell, Watchman Zhao was shocked to see footprints all over the place. There are large and small, and they come in all shapes and sizes. Thousands of tall, skinny ghosts? What do you mean? Are they trying to attack me? Watchman Zhao was the first to prepare for an instantaneous transfer. But he hadn't left out the doctor's cat, and had to get the computer out of the way before instantly moving. The devouring cat violently exposed its hostility as it sensed that the demon was trying to influence Watchman Zhao again. At such a critical time, doing one more thing often means wasting time. Not much time for this one, though. But it could also bring Watchman Zhao to ruin. Why would he want to fix the damaged computer before teleporting? It's perfectly possible to teleport before fixing your computer. It's a rule of Dr. Katz to follow whenever the tablet network shows up. One step away, things changed qualitatively. The danger of demons is still elevated, huh? The devouring cat purred slowly. Watchman Zhao is still affected, and he makes a bad choice to fix the computer. And the moment the computer was repaired, thousands of assorted cat people descended upon him in a flash. How much? Watchman Zhao was dumbfounded. Evil spirits are not to be insulted. He's running around with a whole bunch of evil spirits in the Catman world, wearing in and out, and this defiant behavior draws really big scares. The world of cat people, qualitatively, has changed. Cyan contaminated everything, and that shattered giant cat person rushed like streams of light in the middle of the time gap. It was crawling with unknown chains that were constantly destroying its body and preventing it from running at high speeds. But now, couldn't care less. Even if its body was broken, it had to rush over. The candlestick in its hand flickered more and more, and a handful of green hair could be seen vaguely, gradually forming. Hurry up and instantly move. Watchman Zhao began to make a wish. 3 fragments of evil spirits appeared to help him leave this weird place. But just then, the thousands of cat people around them moved. Black and White, Death and Demons, violently yanked into another world of cat people. Then the second one. Third. They are being kicked around in the midst of thousands of cat people worlds. Obviously, the space around Watchman Zhao was just this palm-sized, but with the descent of countless cat people, it was as if the space overlapped countless other dimensions. They are intertwined. The wish power was certainly unbelievable, but it had to be nullified by the hard control of several thousand spaces. Transfer failure. Watchman Zhao could only watch as the catman rushed forward. The demon's palm stormed up and blasted it hard. The shattered cat-faced old lady was slightly blocked, and her body shattered even worse. But this block, it's not strong enough. Just like that time in the hardware store, the spirits were getting lazy. It was in a place where Watchman Zhao couldn't observe it, sneering as it watched the distance between the cat-faced old woman and Watchman Zhao become closer and closer. Ka! A bite. Watchman Zhao's entire left hand was chewed off. Watchman Zhao stared blankly at the mutilated left arm. The wish power is nullified? Auto-dodge failed? The old cat-faced lady is killing him. He wasn't too worried though, this time there should be more than. Wait. Was it 20 seconds after this return to the world of cat people? No. Absolutely nothing. The cat people didn't even come after me a couple times. While he thought about a lot of things, he basically stood in a time sandwich. Not many seconds at all. He looked around him at the dense mass of creepy cat-faced people, belonging to their world of cat people capable of hard control of evil spirits. So, can the Red Wedding save him one more time? It's very suspenseful. The ghostly rebuke of the Red Wedding and the cat people is currently unknown. Those other evil spirits, even if they ghost repelled with the cat person, were affected by this countless space, the ghost repelling would definitely be slower. There is a high probability that Black and White and Catman's ghost repulsion will be the first in line to be executed. Because the Black and White don't even have to compete with the cat people. It pushes the time directly just fine. It's over. Big trouble. The most horrible things are starting to happen. He was about to have to be forced to accept the first of the Black and White and the Catman ghost rebukes. Turn back the clock and rewind to 27 days ago. And he hasn't been able to retain the memory. What kind of international joke is this? Watchman Zhao roared. The cat person opened his bloody mouth and tried to take a second bite. Countless cat people with lowered heads, both high and low, gathered around as they aided the broken cat-faced old woman in her execution of Watchman Zhao. Damn it, get your head in the game. I definitely can't be turned back in time now, I have to think of something. Did the glass doll work? It didn't work, the wish was nullified. 1123? Not very useful. There are only 2 that work now. Sheeting ghosts. And ghost repulsion. But the glass doll can't be used, can't make a wish, how to cheat. Wait, like there's a thing that actually cheats. Chapter 93 Fraudulent Monumental Networks. Yes. There is a very powerful evil spirit that he, Watchman Zhao, can trick even without making a wish. Although this trick bar it was really rather unorthodox, Watchman Zhao had pulled it off several times anyway, and he was really sure he could pull it off. If that guy was given a wave of deception to fight these thousands of cat people, then Watchman Zhao would be able to get some breathing time. He picked up the computer with his remaining right hand. On the computer, the tablet website appeared, and in the process of repairing it, Watchman Zhao smoothly made the URL of the tablet website appear. This is the best and most correct choice of the moment. The tablet generously showed him a bunch of gibberish, as if to say, come on human, look up whatever you want, there's everything here. Watchman Zhao looked at the cat-faced old woman. In the time sandwich, this guy is getting ready to take a second bite. And this time, it was aimed directly at Watchman Zhao's head. I want to find out the most important information you have in your hands. The more important the better. Oh monumental web, aren't you omniscient? I don't want to be eaten by the cat-faced old lady, that would be too shabby of a death. In that case, I might as well be finished off by you. Give me the most horrible curse. In 20 seconds, I'm going to look up the second piece of information, why 1 + 1 = 2. The tablet web flickered for a moment. What the hell? What does this human want? The most horrible curse of all? Noble Tablet suddenly isn't very eager to give. Although it is committed to letting Watchman Zhao die by the rules. But this one is egotistical in the extreme, and it doesn't like its prey to simply die. Watchman Zhao's approach made it feel a bit low. What the hell? Thought you little guys could be a little more interesting. Did a little Catman world make you desperate? But it still gives the message silently. The most horrifying information. It's got to follow the rules. Paid reminder. You show me the information first. This level of information, old man paid the price and hung up, so what's the point of reading it? Watchman Zhao was speechless. The tablet network was also stunned. Seems to make sense. That level of information would have to explode just to look at it. If he pays for it first, how else is it going to look? However, Watchman Zhao is not afraid of the monumental network. This guy, he's so noble and conceited. It was arrogant enough to make Watchman Zhao pay no matter what. So it really doesn't mind. The page flickered as it began to present Watchman Zhao with the most terrifying and profound information in the world. At the same time, in case Watchman Zhao didn't look, the mosaic appeared in the space around him, immobilizing him. It's information you have to read it. The cat-faced old lady took a bite out of it, but took a bite full of mosaic. The cat-faced old woman was stunned. Watchman Zhao's entire body was transformed into a mosaic, and although it still existed, it turned into a void. It can't bite. The cat-faced old woman became more anxious. Thousands of cat people were watching around her, their eyes full of questions and urges. But it can't bite. The monumental mesh doesn't let it bite. And these thousands of Catman worlds, they're only spatial level forces after all. The existence of the tablet network was so counterintuitive that space seemed to be of no use in front of it. After all, it was just purely vaporizing Watchman Zhao. With a simple maneuver, Watchman Zhao directly nullified the desperate Catman curse. However, he was now in an even more horrible situation. Tablet tried to kill him. And this time the curse was horrible beyond measure. As long as he saw that message, he would surely die. But probably not even monumental counted. Watchman Zhao, silently connected to 1123. On the second floor of the forgotten villa, in the wet, dark corridor, the doppelganger stood up. It appeared in the Jiancheng hardware store in an instant, and without hesitation, drilled into the soul of Watchman Zhao. Wish, my doppelganger is stored inside for 21 seconds. In an instant, Watchman Zhao's later memories were erased. And this erasure, it is certain. In other words, no matter what Watchman Zhao saw now, the information was not accessible. His memory was stubbornly stuck on the early morning hours of October 1st. The tablet's brain went straight down. Its immensely valuable information is presented on the computer screen. Watchman Zhao is also really looking at it. But the information couldn't get into his head? Tablet reached out with a mosaic of ghostly hands and violently peeled away Watchman Zhao's eyes, pinning him down in front of the computer. It didn't work. It didn't work at all. Watchman Zhao is now in a delicate state. His memory, it was fixed. Fixed in that hardware store in the wee hours of October 1st. Even if the tablet web was forced on him, he couldn't do it. And the absolute logic of monuments is not to pay a price to get information. You can see that from the fact that it can actively send out information on this piece. Its logic should be there must be a reciprocal price to be paid for access to information. Paying to get information, versus getting information and then paying for it. This is different. It's just that the monumental network is a clever one, and it always asks Watchman Zhao to pay the price before he gets the information. And now, Steele does give information. But Watchman Zhao did not get the information. Then he doesn't have to bear the cost. Monumental can't forcefully recoup the cost either. Monumental, screwed. And it was embarrassed to realize what Watchman Zhao was going to do 20 seconds later. Check the second question. Why 1 + 1 = 2? That's a seemingly simple question. But it's an argument that could be written on several sacks of paper. The expensive information given on the tablet website will be overwritten. 21 seconds later, when Watchman Zhao's doppelganger left his soul, he returned to normal and could continue to obtain information. At that point, the screen would fill up with what would become math formulas. Even if he returned to normal, he could not see this precious piece of information. The pages quivered. Tablet was exasperated. This stupid human, how dare it trick it? And it was that 1 second it was teaching Watchman Zhao to cheat ghosts, and the next it was cheated itself? Laugh your ass off. Humans. How dare you play these with me? Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? Outside, thousands of cat people of all shapes and sizes gathered around, looking down coldly at the Mosaic Man. Only the first catman that appeared was attacking. It seems to be the only thing that can launch an attack. Unfortunately, it still couldn't kill Watchman Zhao, even though the human was standing so openly in front of it. It can't kill it either. The rules have been broken even worse. Blasphemy, and it goes on. The handful of hair was clear on the green candlestick in the cat person's hand. The hair is so damaged that it looks like an old man's hair. Then, in the hair, a dry palm covered in corpse stains scorched with green flames slowly groped its way out. The cat man looked at the palm and cried with impatience. But it didn't work. Watchman Zhao, it can't be killed. The rules were completely broken. So, that palm slowly lifted up and extended an index finger, giving a gentle nod to the cat man from a distance. Behind the cat man, a pair of footprints emerged openly. Then above the footprints, the figure of a male cat person emerged. The figure was a bit taller than the average human, but not as exaggerated as the first cat person. It was crawling with scars all over its body and had obviously suffered some damage as well. But this cat person had an aura of extreme toughness all over his body, and those scars instead set him off more and more fiercely. The catman reached out, crossed a layer of space, and violently grabbed at the broken catman's neck. Screw it straight off. Then the male cat person opened his bloody mouth. It ate the first cat person. 2 catman worlds melted into one. Watchman Zhao was dragged into the second catman world. PSA, I guess I'll add 2 more chapters tonight, because there's a storyline coming up that I really want to write off, but I can't finish it in 1 chapter. So, brothers and sisters, ask for a wave of rewards. Appreciate it. Chapter 94 Sand Value Emptying. Watchman Zhao's time stopped completely. Everything about him stood still in the early morning hours of October 1st. Note that it's not 11:23. It's the early hours of October 1st. This time, instead of guiding the touch, he put the altar in completely. His whole spirit went into it and something very mysterious happened. Massive soul mingling. That soul, like a node, everything about it is fixed. Location. Time. Status. Memory. Everything is fixed. It's like an archive. And now, Watchman Zhao's true soul is drastically fused with it at this moment. His condition is also fixed in this archive. He stagnated in the node that corresponded to the soul. In this place, a human being could not think consistently, could not perceive consistently, and both his thinking and perceiving stopped for that instant. That seems to be a higher level of entrapment than a time entrapment. It's pretty high up in the hierarchy. Not even demons seem to be able to create an impact here. However, by all rights, Watchman Zhao should not be able to stay in this state for a long time. After all, they were 2 souls that shouldn't be overlapped for long periods of time. It was the demon's ghostly hand that covered the soul beyond, blocking the way of the doppelganger. Watchman Zhao made a wish that this overlap would be realized. But Watchman Zhao didn't realize that this overlap was dangerous. If the overlap is maintained for too long, He might actually lose part of his memory. And that soul in the hardware store will also be affected at 23 minutes past 11. The growing death might break early and rush to kill Muro. The good thing is that the process doesn't last very long. 21 seconds later, by some percentage, a very small amount of time had also passed in the 11:23-minute time sandwich. The black-white impermanence appeared out of nowhere as it reached out its hand and ripped out Watchman Zhao's doppelganger with one hand. In the world of cat people, Watchman Zhao violently regained his ability to think. And at that point, on the computer screen, the 1+1 argument formula did not appear. Monumental is firing on all cylinders. It wrote a sentence at the bottom of that precious message. Hint, there is a more modest price to pay for viewing the following. The tablet network resented Watchman Zhao's deception and it fought back. Instead of allowing new information to appear, a short paid reminder stops the information from being overwritten. It stands to reason that there is no need to pay for a reminder of the reality level information, because it is so low cost. This thing is designed to show Watchman Zhao the precious information and then kill him. But just as Watchman Zhao was about to see that message, a big, fluffy, snow-white hand suddenly reached out from the monumental net. It ripped that paid reminder right off. The exaggerated formula of 1+1 = 2 popped up in a flash, spilling over hundreds of pages, and slammed that precious information down. A monumental webmaster is just a monumental webmaster, and he dares to cause trouble? Looking for death? A cold laugh surfaced in the midst of the world of the Steel Network. The face of the tablet page shimmers and trembles. The mosaic on Watchman Zhao's body disappeared in an instant. He was still forced to look at the computer, but well, everything was as he expected. The 1+1 = 2 argument formula sprawls on, obscuring that one precious piece of information. He didn't get it. Actually, this idea came from the spell kill page thing. The tablet web is retracting information, and it retracted a bunch of precious information, leaving only one line of nonsense. So why take back the information? Because it didn't get the price it deserved. Tablet was scammed by that mysterious sender. Monumental is wrong about the devils not being the easiest ghosts to fool. It's only the tablet network that's It was too proud and subjective in its thinking to take the initiative to send a message to Watchman Zhao, trying to make things happen. It's this kind of existence that's actually the best to fool. What's more, Watchman Zhao still has that white Qilin. The earlier hint about the hardware store was clear enough. This white unicorn was his aide. It will help Watchman Zhao. At a very critical time. Watchman Zhao quickly regained his mobility as he looked around violently. Good, the steel net bought me 21 seconds. It's been so long, even if they want to kill me it's fine, the black and white irregulars will swap me out, the spatial power shouldn't be able to affect this displacement. But oddly enough, the surrounding area was empty. The thousands of cat people had inexplicably disappeared. The first appearance of the broken catman is also gone. There was only one tall, stout male with a cat's face, which was covered in scars, holding a green candlestick and looking coldly at Watchman Zhao. A feeling of extreme outrageousness violently arose in Watchman Zhao's heart. This cat person. How does look like himself? He covered his head. The world of cat people is getting weirder and weirder. Since they've all disappeared, this part of the world shouldn't be so dangerous anymore. Watchman Zhao warily looked at the male catman twice more. It doesn't seem to be in a hurry to launch an attack. Watchman Zhao didn't understand. But it doesn't matter. He turned and charged straight at Dr. Cat. Grab the doctor's cat and follow it with the gripping of 10,000 black cats, break the connection to the loose bell, retrace your steps to the Catman world and die within 20 seconds, the time resets and everyone is resurrected. Watchman Zhao thinks clearly. Oh, and I'll have to think of a way to keep the 1123, the infinite wish originates from here, and this one artifact must not be lost. With the red wedding dress present, this act should be possible, but there are too many paradoxes, I'll have to query the tablet network. His left hand was shaking. Watchman Zhao looked at the hand with a fierce look of confusion. Wasn't the left hand eaten? But soon, the hand faded into nothingness. Could it be the soul of the hardware store? Watchman Zhao was slightly stunned. The power of that soul seems to be more powerful than he thought. Going back to do some research. He glanced at the male cat person again. It held up the candlestick and stared indifferently in its direction. In the eyes, there seems to be a hint of teasing. That look is familiar to Watchman Zhao. He, Watchman Zhao, looked a little cute. When he looked at her in the same way. Watchman Zhao gave it a friendly gesture. Outrageously, the cat person returned the same gesture? The other man's wry smile was still enlarged. What the hell, this cat person isn't normal, is he? Not normal? Seems normal. But what is normal? I don't get it. Watchman Zhao was stunned. Who was talking? It seems like he's talking to himself? What a situation. Watchman Zhao's cold hairs stood up all over his body. His innate sense of crisis surfaced. And this time, it felt like a pretty scary danger. I am Watchman Zhao. As you can see, I'm dead. But I'm still alive, so am I alive or dead? I don't know, ha 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 ha. I really don't know. Watchman Zhao stood violently as he covered his mouth. He's really talking. And was saying something inexplicable. What the hell is going on? Meow. At that moment, an abnormal voice suddenly came from the miserable green-colored world not far away. The moment that voice appeared, Watchman Zhao's body shook violently. He felt as if his spirit had been struck with a hammer blow. He violently covered his head and almost fell to the ground. Even he didn't have the energy to ask the demon to hold him up. Watchman Zhao barely managed to hold himself together, bracing his constantly shaken spirit as he looked ahead. There, Dr. Cat sat flattered. A pale old woman, hunched over, stretched out a corpse-stained arm and slowly caressed the cat. The figure was a blur. Very twisted. But Watchman Zhao couldn't say why he felt twisted. He could only vaguely observe. The pale figure seemed to possess a cat face. And just as he was getting this feeling, the cat face turned slowly. Far out. Looked at Watchman Zhao. Just a glance. 10,000 realizations popped into Watchman Zhao's head in a flash. Each consciousness had independent memories and thoughts, and they instantly tore Watchman Zhao's spirit into pieces. At the same time, fear, despair, pain, depression, breakdown, madness, sadness. All pessimistic emotions are magnified infinitely. And it added an even more powerful destruction to Watchman Zhao's spirit, which was already on the verge of collapse. Chapter 95, My destiny is to die at the hands of the Black and White Irregulars. Am I going to die? No, I should be dead already. But I'm still alive. Why? Ha ha ha. I don't get it. I really don't get it, ha 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 ha. Just a look. Watchman Zhao's spirit was then completely destroyed. Even his soul was gradually falling apart. The real, cat-faced old lady appeared in this cat person world. This was Watchman Zhao's first time facing a real, evil ghost, head-on. The ending, was even more miserable than he had imagined. It's just a look. And he was defeated and routed. Really desperate. He fell to his knees, clutching his head and banging it against the ground to the death, a miserable hiss escaping his mouth. The so-called evil spirits that he fought with all his might from the very beginning. It's just a bunch of projections. But even this pile of projections is enough to make all of humanity despair. He's already good. Unfortunately, in front of the real, evil ghost, he was as fragile as a mole cricket. The cat-faced old lady turns around slowly. With its gentle touch, the rules on the doctor's cat seemed to change. It excitedly climbed onto the shoulder of the old cat-faced woman and looked down at the miserable human on the ground with contempt. Behind Watchman Zhao, the male catman began to move. It basically didn't need to put in any effort and Watchman Zhao was already on the ground. The spirit is broken and life is worse than death. All it needed to do was walk up behind Watchman Zhao, take a few bites, and gnaw away at the human. At that moment, two beautiful ghostly hands suddenly appeared above Watchman Zhao's head. One of them was holding a brush and was about to make a stroke. Pensive prepares to save the day. Although he didn't know why this evil spirit was so happy to help Watchman Zhao, it had really taken the initiative to help him many times during this part of the journey to the Catman's world. Two cat people suddenly appeared on either side of the penny. In just a moment, the pennies were driven by them into another world. The rescue failed. The world of cat people is scary as hell right now. The ghost chessboard and the red wedding dress also appear. But it ended much the same way, with those same crisscrossing abysses shifting into other cat people worlds. The world of cat people is a world of infinite condoms. Here, there are black cats that devour evil spirits, and there are downlines that switch spaces. This place rejects almost all evil spirits except cat people and black cats. Ha 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 ha. Piercing laughter resounded from Watchman Zhao. The demon was laughing maniacally. This time, Watchman Zhao will not survive. The male catman slowly walked up to Watchman Zhao, looking at the man who kept hitting the ground. A cold smile appeared on its face as it opened its bloody mouth and bit down hard. But in a few bites, Watchman Zhao shattered. Mosaic surfacing. Monumental came to the rescue as well. But the male catman just sneered. Out of it crawled the demon. This cat person has demons in his body. Only this demon wasn't quite normal either. Its ghostly hand was changing towards a cat's paw. These ghostly hands pressed against the mosaic ghostly hands of the tablet's web. A ghostly rebuke begins to play out. The male catman suddenly blushed slightly. It opened its mouth and spat out the pieces of Watchman Zhao. A fake? The Black and White Invincibles powering up? They displaced Watchman Zhao's soul. But this male catman was clearly far more powerful and intelligent than the broken catman from earlier. It reacted slightly and opened its mouth to scream. Watchman Zhao was once again called back. He lay trembling on the ground, his eyes rolled upwards. The destruction of old cat-faced lady has not gone away at all. The black and white followed according to the rules and was devoured by the black cat in a flash. This time, it really couldn't wait 20 seconds. Watchman Zhao is really going to die here. And that old cat-faced lady hasn't quite left yet. With it holding it down, the black and white may not even be able to push time. The male catman opened his bloody mouth and once again walked towards Watchman Zhao. But just at that moment, the cat-faced old lady, not far away, seemed to sense something. The pale face twitched slightly. It turned and looked into a corner. There, a little boy was shooting a pickleball. "Granny, want to play with me?" He. The little boy smiled and glanced at the cat-faced old lady, with a slight clap of his little hand. The male catman was directly slapped flat on the ground. It exploded into a puddle of blood. The cat-faced old lady's face twitched slightly. But it did not reveal its hostility to the little boy. It just slowly walked towards Watchman Zhao. As expected of a human who desecrated the world of cat people. It is indeed impressive enough. Obviously just a human being, but he was able to shake so many evil spirits. Something's up. This true, evil ghost decided to show this human a little bit of respect. It decided to eat him itself. The little boy's face changed slightly and flashed over. Cat-faced old lady pointed with her hand, and an endless stream of cat people blocked the little boy's path. Countless spaces folded, trapping it in a labyrinth of space. The cat-faced old woman moved her hunched body and slowly arrived in front of Watchman Zhao. Green-colored flames rose up all over Watchman Zhao's body. They are ready to incinerate this human and send it into the mouth of the old cat-faced woman. A truly evil spirit is invariably extremely noble. They do not engage in despicable behavior. Not far away, the little boy was running wild. But a stone's throw away is like the end of the world, and it can't get through. Even modifying the time won't help. The world of cat people is shady as hell. Watchman Zhao should have died of extreme suffocation. I can't stand it if you kill him like this. The cat-faced old woman ignored it and silently stared at the humanoid shrouded in flames on the ground. But after a while, it doesn't feel right anymore. This human, why can't it burn? There are secrets on this thing? It's still true. And much more than it, the old cat-faced lady thought. A female silhouette wearing a blood-red wedding dress slowly emerged. Next was an old man carrying a large jug of wine. A burly man with a knife on his back. A smiling middle-aged noblewoman. Even, there is a dragon. Hundreds of shadows appeared densely around Watchman Zhao. Although they were all shadows, the appearance of these things managed to subdue the truly evil spirit. A man with a ghastly white face and dark eyes suddenly appeared on the ground in front of old cat-faced lady. He was carrying a little boy in a birthday suit in his arms. Go back to your dark forest. The cat-faced old lady's double pupil shrunk slightly. In the next second, these two figures disappeared with an abruptness. On a sea of twinkling stars. Watchman Zhao slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? He looked around in confusion. Beneath his feet was the sea glittering with faint starlight. The stars around them shimmered with fluorescent light, like the Milky Way falling into the mortal world. Who am I? What's my name again? Nope, can't remember. He wants to try to move. Failure to move a little. Sighing, he had to stay still and look around at the world that was like a galaxy. Suddenly, a very familiar figure appeared. The figure smiled and came and tapped him lightly on the shoulder. "Oh, past me, I will cheat the years so that you will get the future. Past me? What do you mean?" He doesn't understand. Soon, the figure appeared again and continued to walk towards him. "Come on, oh future me, you'll be able to break through this deadly game." Future me? What's the mess? He looked ahead in confusion. More and more figures are appearing. Without fail, they looked at him with encouragement, walked slowly toward him, left a message, and then left in stride. "Master, you can definitely fulfill your vision. Elder brother, I will help you stay alive forever and ever. Good disciple, you are too righteous, the heart is wicked, you must learn to cheat the ghost, learn to cheat. Watchman Huangfu, you can't win against me, but I really admire you, I'm going to the dark forest first, I'll wait for you over there. Brother, don't forget me." He stared blankly at their backs. He could not understand the meaning of these words. But he felt a heavy burden. At that moment, some more sounds came from not far away. All very familiar voices. It all seems to have been heard somewhere. "Brother, I'm going to die, but I'll turn into a painted skin and protect you for the rest of your life. My sister never knew how to be a good sister, sorry." "It's okay, come on, rip this human skin off my face." "Why?" "To show me that ghostly hand at this time. I'm not happy about it. I don't want to lose anymore. I want to die. Help me, everyone's all gone, I can't see them, I can't see anyone, I'm desperate. Jiang Huayan, don't think of resurrecting me, how many years have forgotten me? He Yuan, I will definitely slaughter you. No matter which world line you escape to, I will definitely slaughter you." A smile, it's the most vicious curse in the world, ha ha ha. "Brother, kill me. What do you think, am I still a human being? I've almost forgotten everything, now I'm really like a worm. I'm going to pit all the evil spirits to death, so it's my destiny to die at the hands of the Black and White Irregulars." Chapter 96, the first glimpse of the future. Hiss. In the middle of the Catman world, Watchman Zhao sat up violently. The remaining right hand was clasped over his head. The effects of the extreme schizophrenia still lingered as his mind buzzed. That glance from old cat-faced woman was just too terrifying. However, it seems that some unknown force helped him to repair his spirit. There was no problem with basic thinking skills, despite the headache. "I have just, seemingly, arrived at a mysterious place, the Galactic Sea? I can remember the messages I heard at the time. That's scary information." But he had no time to think carefully, the most dangerous thing at the moment was the... Watchman Zhao looked around and froze. What happened? The cat-faced old lady and Dr. Cat disappear. The male cat person who looked so much like himself slumped to the ground, his cat face half restored and his left arm half restored, and was staring at himself malevolently. But its body was destroyed. And it's nearly devastating. Some kind of force slapped it into the ground, and this attack, it seems, is still going on. The male cat person can't stand up. Only the cyan candlestick remained, tugged to death by its left hand, emitting green light and polluting the space. What the hell happened? Did the evil ghost in me form a really scary super ghost repulsion with the cat people? I don't know. Just now Watchman Zhao's ASN value was cleared and he was unable to receive any information. He can only observe the results. No cat person attacked him. The insta-ghost, cat-faced old lady, is nowhere to be found. The transfer didn't happen either. For now, he's safe. Actually, if you think back carefully to the cat people's rules, the words must, don't come up more than a few times. Old cat-faced women don't attack evil spirits, and black cats just hate evil spirits. So, evil spirits can actually enter this world. It's just hard. It's not like cat people can always kill their targets, it's just that this whole thing is so easy that the survival rate of humans is pathetically low. Watchman Zhao pondered, the only rule that involves absolutes, it seems, is that a cat person's attack is absolute, covering the absolute lethality of both soul and body. Old cat-faced women don't attack evil spirits, and denial is an absolute. And then there's the fact that there's absolutely no way a human can leave the catman world before being killed by a catman. Turns out the real most dangerous rule is this last one. He couldn't leave. Unless one dies completely. If it were before, Watchman Zhao would probably be in despair. But now, it seems, there's no need to be so desperate. Because he can cheat. As long as he could successfully fool the Catman, he could successfully get out of the trap. But I guess it's not that easy. Watchman Zhao looked at the cat person on the ground. I have to think of something soon. The world of the cat people harbors great horrors. I can't stay long. Ugh, don't rush it, one step at a time. Let's take care of the devourer cat and the Dr. Cat first. Watchman Zhao looked around. Dr. Cat disappeared. He hastily prepared to move the spirits to find the cat. At that moment, the cat person on the ground suddenly purred. A shrill catcall snapped over the entire world of cat people. Spirits down the line. Watchman Zhao looked at the cat person speechlessly. It's broken like this. Can't you stop it? Speechless. Watchman Zhao had no choice but to sit down cross-legged and stare dryly at the cat person in this miserable green-colored world. He could only wait for the spirits to revive, and without the power of the spirits, he couldn't do anything as a mortal. Speaking of which, that galactic sea. Watchman Zhao propped up his chin, recalling the mysterious messages. His feelings were uncomfortable. Those voices, the amount of information they conveyed, was just too much. It was impossible to determine the authenticity, but Watchman Zhao had no reason to deny it. The first two phrases, the future me and the past me, were obviously his own. That's his Watchman Zhao's voice. In the future, he seems to be cheating something called age in order to pass the information back. Associate that I at 1123. Watchman Zhao had reason to speculate that there were some rules for evil spirits, were they not related to time and space? The God's Eye refuses to allow human beings to move autonomously through the gaps in time. Is it possible, then, that this year is a prohibition against future contact with the past? In the past, he was informing Watchman Zhao about the existence of a dead end. If it has anything to do with the death game, it's probably the ghost game, or the game mentioned by the mysterious person in the tablet network? I don't know, there are too many pits to comprehend. Further down. Regarding the master comment, judging from its voice, it should be the white unicorn. Watchman Zhao had heard this voice when he first logged on to the Steel Network to Trigger, looking at each other. The phrase senior brother was the one that made Watchman Zhao most uncomfortable. That voice. It's obviously Moro's. As for the other few sentences, Watchman Zhao could not recognize them. But it's all very uncomfortable. It seemed that, once upon a time in the distant past, they had fought side by side for a long, long time. Watchman Zhao propped up his chin and silently squinted aside. What has happened in the passing years? What has he, Watchman Zhao, experienced? And his name? The man called him Watchman? Is that the name Watchman Zhao used in ancient times? I don't know. That was the first wave of great information. Watchman Zhao looked into the green-colored sky, then not far away I heard a second wave of great information. This wave of information makes me feel even worse. Watchman Zhao silently pulled out his cell phone and failed, the phone was gone. He had to pick up a small stone and circle the ground. Brother, I'm going to die, but I'll turn into a painted skin and protect you for the rest of your life. My sister never knew how to be a good sister, sorry. It was Zhao Xian's voice. That damn sister of his. It's okay, come on, tear this human skin off my face. It was Watchman Zhao's own ing voice. Why? To show me that ghostly hand at this time. I'm not happy about it. This is Zhang Chen's voice. Watchman Zhao remembers that Zhang Chen's ghost is called Ghost Hand. I don't want to lose anymore. This is Wu Hai's voice, and his ghost is, refuse to leave. I want to die. That voice hadn't been heard before. Help me, everyone's all gone, I can't see them, I can't see anyone, I'm desperate. Never heard that either. Jiang Huayan, don't think of resurrecting me, how many years have? Forgotten me. Watchman Zhao was silent. The sound hit him pretty hard too. Because he'd heard the voice. In an outrageous place. Forgotten River Villa, that night when Jiang Huayan was killed by Xia Haiman. The rainy woman behind him stormed off, and with a hiss in the rain, who gave you permission to kill him? Yes, the words, actually the voice of the woman in the rain? Watchman Zhao shook his head, sure enough that rainy woman behind Jiang Huayan was abnormal. Otherwise, according to the rules of the rainy lady, the deeper the understanding, the faster the death. How did Jiang Huayan survive? He could be said to know everything about the rain lady. Keep going down. He Yuan, I will definitely slaughter you. No matter which world line you escape to, I will definitely slaughter you. Watchman Zhao covered his face. It was his own voice again. When did he Yuan have a grudge against himself? And looking at this tone, it's a blood feud. A smile, it's the most vicious curse in the world, ha ha ha. Kong Sun's voice. The one in the squad is suspected to be the living dead who has mastered the Grim Reaper. Brother, kill me. What do you think, am I still a human being? I've almost forgotten everything, now I'm really like a worm. Watchman Zhao's college roommate, one of those three foolish sons. Chang Luping. Watchman Zhao pondered, obviously, none of these things had already happened at the moment, and those words from Zhao Xian, Zhang Chen, and Wu Hai sounded like cries before death. These, I'm afraid, are things that happen in the future. Did that horrible cat person destroy my spirit but accidentally allow me to touch a mysterious world where I peered into the future? So, that last sentence. I'm going to pit all the evil spirits against me, so it's my destiny to die at the hands of the Black and White Irregulars. Yes, this is the voice of Watchman Zhao himself, taking place in the future. Watchman Zhao threw away the stone in his hand and stared coldly at the evil spirit in front of him. My destiny is to die at the hands of the Black and White? What a joke. Chapter 97, Act 7, Painted Skin 1. I cannot die at the hands of the Black and White, and I will never let myself die at the hands of the Black and White. Watchman Zhao silently pulled out the empty packet of black Lichuan from his pocket. It's down to the last one. He shook his head and lost his smile. A bunch of evil spirits fight to the death, but they can't extinguish a pack of cigarettes? It's really hilarious. He bit into his cigarette and lowered his head, the windproof lighter tilting and spitting out a greenish flame. Phew. A long breath of smoke exhaled, tainted by the green candle and taking on a light green color. Yes, epic over the lungs. He sat down and glared coldly at the half-dead cat person on the floor, silently waiting for the spirits to recover. After a wave of detailed analysis, he was now in a very bad mood. If what he touched in the galactic sea was really the future, then something gets serious. His sister will die. His brother will die. He, himself, will die. It's impossible for me to accept such a future, but if that really is the future. Watchman Zhao inhaled a deep breath of smoke before exhaling heavily. Future, it might be even harder to fight than evil ghost. After fighting evil spirits for so long, am I going to start gaming the future again? Gaming the future? That's outrageous. Watchman Zhao looked at the catman coldly, but there's no way I'm going to accept such a future. I have to become a god, or run myself into an evil spirit strong enough to fight the future. Obviously, this latter path is more viable. He looked to the catman's remaining left hand. Another glance at his missing left hand. Some horrible thoughts sprouted in the mind. I've pondered that I'd have to find a way to give myself some of the power of the evil ghosts instead of relying purely on the power of the evil ghosts' rules, which are too passive, and the only active skill, spirits, is another sinkhole. Yeah, the best way to fight an evil spirit is actually to turn yourself into one. I'm not only going to snatch the black cat, I'm going to plunder the power of the cat people. He jerked to his feet and walked over to the cat person, looking down at it coldly. The ghost's eyes opened on the back of Watchman Zhao's head. The demon started laughing again. Hey, 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 hey. The voice was inaudible to Watchman Zhao. Spirits could hide perfectly from his senses. But at that moment, very suddenly, Watchman Zhao could suddenly hear some unusual sounds. On the ground, he seemed to hear the catman breathing. Very far away, what did he hear tapping the puck? The sound of a distant wind. Lots of subtle whispers. Similar to the sound of tearing paper. A woman's whispered cry. The sound of a large group of people banging on keyboards. Lots of noise, all kinds of noise. It was far away, but could be heard slightly. It's listening? Watchman Zhao froze. After awakening the power of peeping, has he awakened a second psychic ability, listening? Well, that's great news. There was still a lot of information that could not be seen in peering, but now with the addition of listening, his ability to observe was more complete. It's like a deaf man suddenly regaining his hearing. Quite good, but unfortunately, I still can't hear the laughter that Muro has mentioned so many times, and the demon can perfectly shield me from my spiritual sight, so I still can't subjectively observe its movements. It can still silently dig me a hole. So now that I'm trying to plunder the psychic powers of cat people, is there any chance that this whole thing is a pitfall as well? Watchman Zhao felt it was very possible. Any critical behavior can be dangerous. So he decided to rely on Monument. He's going to inquire about a program that won't make a mistake. Watchman Zhao looked left and right, and damn it, the computer was gone too. Still have to wait for the spirits to recover. What a pain in the ass. Watchman Zhao spat out. The sounds in his ears were so muffled that the average person might have a hard time tolerating them. But Watchman Zhao was so badly affected by the demons that he was okay with just ignoring the voices. Watchman Zhao bent down and tried to take a closer look at the ghostly hand. Suddenly, there was a thump in his ear. The voice was so obvious that it was hard for him to ignore it. Watchman Zhao froze for a moment. What the hell kind of sound is that? He felt intuitively that something wasn't right and hastened to listen carefully. A very muffled gong sounded, followed by intense clapping. Sounds like someone is getting ready to sing? Watchman Zhao looked around, and it was a miserable green. Where did the theater troupe come from? But the sound of the gongs and drums was so clear that it was obvious that it was the haunting of the stage before the opening of the play. How many meanings? Is there a ghost ready to sing in my ear? Watchman Zhao looked over at Catman. Hey, can you hear me? Catman took his left hand and gave him the middle finger. It looks like it can't be heard. Watchman Zhao's mind crumbled shallowly. Sure enough, Missy still has an ghost to draw. In him, there may also be a ghost who likes to sing. You can't see, you can only hear. And with the awakening of listening, this evil spirit began to emerge. A singing ghost? What the hell kind of ghost is that? The gongs and drums died down, and footsteps were heard around them. It seems that someone is chalking up. No, I have a feeling what it's going to sing won't be any good. Watchman Zhao tried to ignore it. Couldn't do it, the sound went right through the ears and into the brain. He couldn't ignore it. But not quite what he expected. What appeared in his mind was not a theater accent. Just normal chanting sounds. Act 7, Painted Skin 1. Watchman Royal managed to reach a place, which he called the Galactic Sea, where he glimpsed the true future. Next, he'll take Catman's left hand and gain great power. Then disconnect from the devouring cat. Choosing the ABCD option, he successfully reverses time, saves everyone, and renews his own life. However, returning to the past, he realizes that his sister Zhao Xian has disappeared, and he can't find her no matter what, even if he uses the power of the spirits. Watchman Huanfu has found the place where his sister last disappeared. Myanmar. There, Watchman Huanfu sought his sister Zhao Xian's death obituary. There, Watchman Huanfu took out countless deviants and pseudo-humans, almost killing through the entire country. But even then, he couldn't save his own sister. The sister, who was very clumsy and stubborn, but loved him dearly, was left in that land forever. But before she died, she decided to do one last thing for her brother. Accepting the final curse of the painted skin, he is reduced to a real painted skin to help Watchman Huanfu resist the evil spirits. In this scene, Watchman Huanfu will not die. The cigarette butt in Watchman Zhao's hand fell to the ground. He stared blankly ahead. What does it mean? Is this ghost revealing the future to him? Nope, no evil ghost should be underestimated, and perhaps, the logic of this one could be considered a little more terrifying. It reveals this future information to Watchman Zhao, which is a kind of guidance. A mental suggestion. It was imploring Watchman Zhao to act on the information it gave, or Watchman Zhao would be surprised to find that everything he did corresponded perfectly to the information as he acted. But this future, is it real? Just in case, this evil spirit messed up a tweak for Watchman Zhao at some small node and misled him into making the wrong choice. What about switching from a future where you could have lived to a future of certain death? All it needs to do is to simply read at the end. In this scene, Watchman Huanfu will be completely dead. Watchman Zhao, on the other hand, is really dead. It's a ghost that uses the future to kill people. Is there any mistake? How is it that the ghosts on my body are all more perverted than one another? Chapter 98, Enjoy, a brief moment of invincibility. Watchman Zhao's mind is broken. I had thought that the black and white were the scariest. The infinite misdirection of the spirits that followed brought him close to despair. Omniscient monumental web. The red wedding that kills with plot. The penumbra that everyone talks about. And that ancient chessboard that hasn't been seen in thousands of years. Oh, and there's a dedicated deadhead who likes to clock in. Okay, so now there's another opera singer who kills people through the future? There's no mistaking it. How can you play like this? I don't know if I can live with that. Watchman Zhao glared at the cat person in front of him in extreme depression. Can you mind your cat? This ghost is running around in your cat person's world. Doesn't your cat care about it? The cat man stared at the young man in front of him in shock. No, do you want to hear what you're saying as a human being? Isn't it you who's responsible for bringing these evil spirits all over the cat people's world? Now that you've messed up the rules of my catman world, you're accusing me instead? Watchman Cho doesn't care. Spray it first. No, the moment that I appeared it was all seconded by the black cat. Watchman Zhao calmed down a bit and looked around, not seeing anything unusual. Probably, the ghost was just talking to me. It doesn't need to be said in the world of cat people. Minus. The difficulty of surviving has gone up another level. Watchman Zhao looked at the ghost hand in front of him and suddenly hesitated a bit. If he found a way to get the hand on himself, it would fit the future that the opera singer was talking about. But if he doesn't do the job, it's a big loss. Does this ghost specialize in playing the yen? It's just telling you the future in plain sight, and you want to reject it, but you can't. This thing just has to be done. But is it really something that has to be done? Watchman Zhao suddenly developed a rebellious spirit. He really didn't want the catman ghost hand. He wanted to see if this future was real. But right at that moment, Watchman Zhao's body's ghostly hands exploded. The demon had revived. It had revived a long time ago. It had just been hiding. It hadn't let Watchman Zhao find out. At that moment, it reached out its countless ghostly hands and inserted them into Watchman Zhao's head. It's starting to affect Watchman Zhao. The devouring cat appeared at some point and showed hostility to the demon. But this time, it's really quite bad. The demon reached out its ghostly hand first and choked it. Then a layer of mosaic surfaced and gummed up its mouth. Then, some fine puppet strings emerged from the void, and they wrapped around the devouring cat, adding another layer of sealing. The three ghosts were stopping the ghost cat from screaming. At the same time, these puppet strings appeared on Watchman Zhao. They manipulated Watchman Zhao like a puppet, looking over at a computer that had appeared at some point to the side. On the computer, the steel network popped up automatically. This time, it took the initiative to send a bunch of information to Watchman Zhao again. The projection that the old cat-faced woman casts into the general world line is abnormal. Its curse, in the future, was demolished by a ruthless man named Mu Repulsor. This act affects the catman curse across all world lines, and the surface rules about cat-faced old ladies are modified. There was no black cat at all to begin with. This horrible human put the tall thin ghostly figure into a green candle and then put a human bug on the tall thin ghostly figure. The catman curse was removed, hence the black cat. The so-called black cats are just animals that are turning into cat-faced old ladies. And cat people, humans who are becoming animals. Catman's hand is properly transplanted to you. Only 2 ongoing wishes are needed. First, to trick this cat person into thinking he still has his arm. Second, to wish for the arm to be transplanted to him. Tablet, in retaliation. This pile of information obviously takes a pretty horrible toll. But it still gave it away without hesitation. And the singing ghost forced Watchman Zhao to watch. Is it really possible to give away the information on the tablet website for free? Are you kidding me? Wouldn't that monumental network be a joke? For every piece of information, there is a cost. That's a given. But why can you deliver? It's something that you should have come across in life, someone willing to lend you a large sum of money. But will he lend it to you unconditionally? Oh, how could it be? This is usury. It's the information that tablet gives away that's scary. Because of certain rules it can't demand a price from you right now. But in the future, when it can exact a price, that price will be desperately high. The tablet network resented Watchman Zhao for cheating it, so it did some very extreme behavior. For good measure, a snow-white paw poked out of the screen. Before Watchman Zhao observed this information, it ripped off 70 to 80% of the information in one hand. Apparently this time the behavior of the tablet network, also, foul. That white unicorn didn't allow that to happen. It withdrew a great deal of information and went back into the world of the Stella Web and thrashed some unknown being. The punch was so hard that the page on the computer screen was flashing wildly. A mosaic of people could be faintly seen screaming hysterically. Those puppet strings also breathed out a sense of contempt. You're so mean? If you're cheated, and you're playing dirty, so the ghosts look down on you. Singing ghosts don't care about the process, only the outcome. Now Watchman Zhao has no way to rebel. The demons affected him, and he felt like he still couldn't give up his ghost hand. Tablet has delivered the message. Although a large portion of it was withdrawn in time, the information on how to access the Catman's ghost hand was presented in plain sight. Watchman Zhao had no reason not to take the information that the website was willing to give away for free. Human greed also affected him. So, that singing ghost started singing his song. The first future, perfectly realized. Watchman Zhao made a wish according to the future it described. Graft Catman's left hand onto my left arm. Reconstruct an identical left hand for the cat person and place it in its original position. The first wish was granted. The ghastly white palm with its small arm instantly appeared on Watchman Zhao's missing left arm, filling in the gap. But as soon as the second wish was granted, it was dismantled. The Catman ghost hand that appeared out of thin air was eaten by a black cat just as soon as it appeared. That's the equivalent of a ghost plastic. The black cat is equally hostile to ghost plastic. Watchman Zhao was not surprised. Cheating ghosts certainly won't be an easy thing to do. But it wasn't that hard. Just need to take the wish and make a small adjustment. Make a wish, make an identical left hand for the cat person, and then, make that left hand, grab the candlestick, and run for me. Run all the way, protect yourself, and don't allow the black cat to eat you. Same play as Glass Dolls. Bug version 2.0. That left hand reappeared, and this time, it flew straight up inexplicably, grabbed the candlestick, and scattered. Both the Catman and the black cat looked at the hand in confusion. This time, the black cat can't eat it. 3 evil spirits are protecting the hand. It's like a glass doll. The world of cyan began to shift. The space quickly switched to blood red. Green candle, left, and along with it, the light began to change. A question mark was written all over the Catman's half-broken face. No, that's my candlestick. I'm still here. I'm still here. You ran off with my candlestick? Its head was grabbed by the demon's ghostly hand and flew violently, taking the broken flesh with it and chasing after it in the direction where the candlestick had disappeared. Watchman Zhao is forcing a fraud. Though he replaced its hand in front of the Catman. Although the hand holding the candlestick wasn't really a ghost hand. But what does it matter? It didn't matter who was real or who was fake now, all the Catman knew was that a hand had taken his candlestick and he had to get the thing back. So logically, Watchman Zhao got a ghost hand. A copy of the crippled cat people's spirituality. The muscles on that hand suddenly wriggled, as if there were countless worms hidden under the skin. They forcefully fused with Watchman Zhao's flesh and blood. Without the need for the glass doll to exert any force, this ghostly hand took the initiative to fuse with Watchman Zhao's flesh and blood. Watchman Zhao stared at the ghastly white ghostly hand in a daze. Hey, no, seriously? He pointed slightly at the ground beneath him. Ka! The ground disappears. Of course, it can't be that the earth is gone. It's just a freaking huge area of land that's disappeared. The area was so large that Watchman Zhao couldn't see the boundaries, so in his eyes, it was the ground that had disappeared. His body descended weightlessly. No? Cat people have a problem. With such unbelievable power, why do they have to bite people with their mouths? Nope. Watchman Zhao looked to the side as a whole bunch of black cats followed him down like dumplings. Cat people's powers maybe don't attack living things? Is it just a matter of erasure for dead things? No, that's just sick as hell. Thud. At that moment, in his ear, the ghost began to sing again. Watchman Huanfu has gained the power of near invincibility. But then he invites more evil spirits. Man bug, ready to get him killed. Enjoy this brief moment of invincibility. Chapter 99, Invincible in 20 Seconds. Human bugs. A new evil spirit has appeared. Watchman Zhao had never heard of it. But he'd seen the name before when he'd been browsing through Catman Ghost Repulsion earlier. After all, the cat-faced old lady had such a bad ghostly reputation that almost any evil spirit could have a ghostly reprimand with it. The descent, it continues. Watchman Zhao is becoming faster and faster. He wasn't too worried, after all, with the presence of the demon, he couldn't die from the fall. The blood-red world is fading into pitch black. Green candle is getting farther and farther away with the male Catman. Watchman Zhao looked at the ghastly white left hand. The index finger was raised slightly. Ka! Countless ground thorns rippled up in a flash. Watchman Zhao was directly hit by a huge ground thorn. The demon was lashing out, splitting that ground spike in two, creating two smooth stone walls. Watchman Zhao stood between the stone walls, silently looking at his left hand. Something very vague connects me to the cat person psychic. The connection is weak, so I can't control the power of this left hand well. Catmen are the masters of the Catman world, so this thing can actually manipulate the entire Catman world? That singing ghost said that I gained near invincible power, but it's not invincible if you just make a big hole, is it? Evil ghosts are all conceptual, attacks on the material plane mean nothing to them. This ghostly hand should have the power to fight evil spirits. At that moment, the space around them began to faintly tremble. The land that disappeared is gradually being restored. Why did it recover? Watchman Zhao cocked his head and looked at his feet in confusion. The ground spikes are disappearing. The dirt around them came in like a flood. Temporary substance erasure? It doesn't look like it should be that sick. Down the line is ripping off evil spirits to another world of cat people. Cat people are supposed to have some sort of world-switching ability. I see, the ability of this ghostly hand is not to erase matter, but to displace it, to move things from the Catman world outside of it, or to rip objects from the outside world in. The dark dirt crowded in and covered his body. He just looked at this mudslide with indifference. Temporarily, cross-border switching? So, is it possible that with this left hand, I could rip an evil spirit into the world of cat people? And then let the black cat eat it? This nullifies all rules for evil spirits for 20 seconds. What I really gained was actually 20 seconds of invincibility? Make a wish. The next second, he was back above the surface, his ghastly white left hand looking peculiar in the pitch-black world. He tried to feel around a bit. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to touch an invisible film. He put his hand through the film. His left hand disappeared. Meanwhile, in the normal human world, a hand appeared out of nowhere on a street. The surrounding pedestrians were startled. Can this hand travel freely through the Catman world? Watchman Zhao looked at his disappearing left hand and felt the sensation on the other side. Can feel it. The left hand remains. Unfortunately, only hands can get through, and I for one still can't. It's fine. Make a wish so I can touch a living person. On the street, a man inexplicably flew over, stretched out his hand, and locked it with the mysterious hand that appeared out of nowhere. Indeed. Watchman Zhao revealed a cold smile as a vicious light appeared in his eyes. A puzzled voice suddenly rang in his ears. Then the puppet strings began to rattle. The singing ghost seemed to have developed an ominous premonition as it tried to control Watchman Zhao. But just then, the demon backfired. It ripped right through the puppet strings. Outside of Watchman Zhao's consciousness, this thing was capable of messing things up. But if Watchman Zhao subjectively wants to do something, that it cannot be violated. And now Watchman Zhao doesn't want to be controlled by the singing ghost. That opera singer can't control him. Make a wish. Watchman Zhao said coldly, I want to touch the singing ghost. Ah. In a flash, a cold touch appeared on the fingertips of his left hand. I don't know what I touched, it was hard and appeared to be a long barred object. Watchman Zhao was slightly surprised that he actually just wanted to try it out. After all, he hadn't managed to touch an evil spirit yet. Those things that transcend the material, he habitually assumes cannot be touched. But now this hand of his is no longer considered to be on the material plane either. This left hand, a mutilated evil spirit. So it was easy for it to touch the singing ghost that was hiding outside the world of cat people. But in an instant, the touch was gone again. Watchman Zhao sneered, trying to escape in a time gap? Ghosts really do move through time gaps. But won't I? For a moment, time stood still. Watchman Zhao took the initiative to enter the time cracker. Make another wish. The long, cold touch object fell into his hands once again. Without even needing the demon's protection, his left hand moved right in the middle of the time clip, tightening his grip and holding the thing in a death grip. Get your ass in here. Hello? Humans. Don't around. An iPhone with net depression cloud turned on was hardened by Watchman Zhao and dragged into the world of cat people. Singing ghost equals net suppression cloud? Watchman Zhao was stunned. On that cell phone, a ghostly eye also showed a confused look. What the hell? What's the point of playing like this? I've only been pushing myself for a few seconds, and you're dragging me into the world of cat people? Brush. A black cat eerily surfaced, it opened its mouth, and dark flashes of fire flickered. A mouthful of boredom. Brush. The black cat violently disappeared again as it helped its master go after the hand. Audio of applause suddenly came from a computer off to the side. Then came a video from a certain blogger, in a word, absolutely. Tablet is watching the show. Weren't you a great opera singer just now? You're so high-flying, you look down on everyone, it's funny, but now you're just feeding the cat. Laugh it up, though. It was a day, just a few minutes to be exact. Watchman Zhao pitted two fierce evil spirits against each other. One had even just pretended to come out and was still at the height of its pusillanimity when it was directly ripped off the cloud by Watchman Zhao and fed to the cat in one bite. This outrageous human left a shadow in the mind of the Stagernet. Can this thing really be called human? Maybe he wasn't strong enough at the moment, but his behavior was enough to be a deterrent to the evil spirits. This guy, that's what should be better called an evil spirit. Watchman Zhao lowered his head and silently looked at his empty left hand. Smoke too. A black Li appeared in the right hand. Bow your head, light a cigarette. Accompanied by dark smoke, he sneered and looked up. It looks like the future you hold is not complete. Die laughing. Chapter 100 Good. 3 more ghosts. The trip to cat people's world has officially come to an end. With that left hand in a flurry over the world of cat people, Watchman Zhao's crisis was lifted. That horrible, cat-faced old lady also seemed to be affected in some way and couldn't come back to wreak havoc. Watchman Zhao silently dangled his cigarette and searched the world for a cat. Can't find it. The Dr. Cat had disappeared, and even after using the power of the spirits and wishes, he couldn't search for it. Did it follow the old cat-faced woman? To some latitude I can't fathom? It's also a way of dealing with it. Watchman Zhao no longer dwelled on it, this ending wasn't bad, at least the Catwoman's door disappeared. No one will disturb it again. So, what I need to do next is take the black cat, block the connection between the Luspel and me, query the information, and time reset. Watchman Zhao combed through it again. One piece at a time. He boarded the tablet website and began to look it up. How do you keep 11:23 minutes after resetting the time? This time, Tablet replied to him directly. 11:23 won't go away. Watchman Zhao froze. It's that simple? It won't go away? Did it stay in the Red Wedding pseudo-world line? Paid. Watchman Zhao froze for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. It looks like the damn thing is pissed off after cheating the tablet network out of a wave. Doesn't matter, pay for what you pay for. A string of mosaics appeared on him, and then landed on the devouring cat. Unaffected, the devouring cat even yawned. Tablet froze for a moment, giving the message helplessly. The point in time for the Black and White Invincibles is certain. In this world line, Feilu's Black and White Invincible projection is doomed to be trapped and die at 11:23. And Zhaoan has been killed by suffocation. This result has been reached. Suffocation will not allow the world line to change. Zhaoan must die in the forgetful river village. The ghouls are connected to the Black and White and choking, and will be sure of that point in time as well. It was a destined future. Ghouls? Watchman Zhao froze. Where are the ghouls from? The Fifi Lu one? Isn't that thing a scapegoat? How can it be a ghoul? Well, his Watchman Zhao's view of evil spirits has nothing to do with reality. A smiley face pattern is revealed on the tablet. Great, another important message sent. Watchman Zhao owes it another loan shark. The screen flickered as the tablet network gave one last message. Congratulations, you've gained a piece of the future, and you'll be able to kill people through the future. Killing someone through the future? Watchman Zhao smiled. There's not much point. Even if that person dies in the future, it still exists in the present. It has no effect on my behavior in the present, and killing would be in vain. Is that really true? Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? Wait, he seemed to understand a bit. Okay, thanks for the info, I'll give it a try. Watchman Zhao stopped dwelling on this point and continued his inquiry. What about the Catman ghost hand? Will it disappear? Won't. The curse of the manworm has followed you. Even if one travels through time and space, the curse won't go away. It's the human bug, again. Watchman Zhao looked at his left arm at the elbow. Elbows down, a ghastly white, those were Catman's hands. Upward is his watchman Zhao's own big arm. In the connecting area, something twisted could be vaguely seen, like rippling veins, but a little more intimidating. What about the spell kill page? It will be hidden in the hands of Fei Lu's Black and White. Silver necklace? It will be hidden in the mouth of the year. Watchman Zhao immediately realized that something was wrong with the tablet network. This thing blasts out all the information straight out of the gate in one breath. And obviously there is a charge for the information. According to the previous rules, this piece of information should have some parts coded to give a paid reminder when searching in depth. And now, the tablet network has moved straight all the way out. This behavior is dangerous. Why can you just give me the information? Doesn't it cost anything? A large smiley face emerges from the tablet. Information loan, you deserve it. Watchman Zhao. It's over. After cheating a wave of monumental nets, the thing's curse has been upgraded. It started lending money to Watchman Zhao? It's a real surprise to see a loan for a loan. Fine, then tricky smoke. Pondered Watchman Zhao, as if there was no need to ask. Trick smoke is useless now. As he developed the spirits deeper and deeper, any ability that guile smoke could provide, the spirits could provide. This stuff is no longer needed. Watchman Zhao wasn't going to ask. But I didn't realize that the tablet network had taken the initiative to answer again. It will continue to exist because, yen. A snow-white paw surfaced on the screen. The page shuddered slightly. It's honest. Start coding dutifully. Because of XXXXXX, creepy smoke connected you to Choke, and now, Choke has completed the kill rule on Zhaoan and is in the stage of finding his next target. Because of that faceless ghost in the middle of the creepy smoke, Zhaoan, who choked and abandoned the replica, is going to start hunting you down. Creepy smoke is a bridge that can't go away. Watchman Zhao? No, what do you mean? That cigarette led, choking, to my head? Watchman Zhao is numb. The last evil spirit he wanted to run into at the moment was suffocation. An all-knowing, all-powerful, evil spirit. Hit it with your head. Waste. Walking through a world of cat people, the curse on him became more of a curse. Ghosts of the opera. Man bugs. Suffocating. Plus the black and white, the Grim Reaper, the demon, the monumental web, the pen fairy, the red wedding dress, and the ghost game. 10 of them. Hoping that a bunch of evil spirits are having a party on him? Party. The damn singing ghost is singing again. 20 seconds had long since passed and the thing had revived. Watchman Zhao suddenly realized that this ghost is afraid that this ghost is a chatterbox. Will only be difficult in the future? Last question, which program is safer, Faceless Ghost or ABCD? ABCD. Watchman Zhao nodded. Understood. Sure enough, once again, the spirits were trying to influence him in matters of importance. Actually, in retrospect, ABCD did seem much safer than Faceless Ghost. The Faceless Ghost one option, first of all, you can hardly be sure that Xia Heyman will not play a trick on you in case she gets all of Watchman Zhao's memories and learns to make that bunch of scary ghost figurines as well, and then doesn't help with finding the memories yet. Then Watchman Zhao will have a hard time. And by choosing this option, Watchman Zhao will have another Faceless Ghost on his person. It's scary. He already had 10 ghosts on him, and the cat-faced old lady wasn't sure if she could be fooled yet. Can't say back. 12 evil spirits are having a party on me, oh ha ha ha. Watchman Zhao covered his forehead. It's over, it's a ing fun ghost. Ugh, too much trouble, one step at a time. Change the cat. Reset the clock. Chapter 101, that day when I greeted the freshman. In the sky, a ghastly white ghostly hand, grasping a green-colored candlestick, was flying around. Behind it, a head and a pile of shredded flesh chased furiously. Then there was a tired black cat on the ground. Suddenly, the hand fell. Watchman Zhao appeared there and met the flying catman with open arms. A look of hatred appeared in the catman's eyes. Watchman Zhao smiled and closed his eyes, letting the demon erase all the pain. In an instant, he was chewed up. The head didn't have time to think about anything else and went back to chasing the hand. Watchman Zhao is back in the normal world. The sky was dark. He glanced at his watch. 12 o'clock, 38 minutes. 08 seconds. Pretty good. How nostalgic, it's been a long time since I've seen a Shinigami. Watchman Zhao smiled. The left hand stretched out toward the front, groping for it. Feel that membrane penetrate. But this time, that left hand remained present and did not disappear. Sure enough, no wonder the catman was able to call me back. Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. I haven't completely left the cat people's world. Perhaps the small piece of space around me still belongs to the cat people's world. If Watchman Zhao had perfectly detached himself from the catman world, this hand, at this point, would have disappeared across the border. Yet it still presented itself. It was evident that the small piece of space around Watchman Zhao was not the same world as the outer world. The cat people's space rules are certain. I can't break away from the cat people's world unless I die completely. Watchman Zhao frowned with both eyebrows. NND, when I've reset time, the cat people won't call me back along space and time, right? That's a lot of fun. But it's okay, if I'm really called back, then for these 27 days, Watchman Zhao won't exist in the world, and there won't be a Sadako mass murder incident. Everyone is just as resurrectable. Not much of a problem. Watchman Zhao shook his head and with a flash of his body, he appeared at the top of a skyscraper, looking down at the world. Make a wish to find 10,000 ghosts of the hosts' devils who died a year ago. Revive all their hosts. In the world of cat people, the male cat person glared coldly at the hand that kept darting ahead of him. Watchman Zhao is blaspheming again. But this one world line seems to be fixed by some force. The real, old cat-faced lady couldn't break in again. The male cat people had to figure out how to break out of this mess on their own. Its one double pupil swept towards its abdomen, snapping open his mouth. Scream! Watchman Zhao was ripped back. But this time, it was more than just Watchman Zhao who was ripped back. The male catman watched in disbelief as the entire catman world blossomed all over the place. Tens of thousands of terrifying ghostly shadows descended openly. Kidding aside, if he, Watchman Zhao, said he would rob 10,000 black cats, then he would rob 10,000 of them. Are we really talking to you for fun? The alien born after the resurrection wish will be associated with Watchman Zhao. Just like Lu Curse, he was brought into the catman world by Watchman Zhao. And at the moment, the only ones Watchman Zhao could resurrect were the cursed ones of the Devourer. Said it before, right? There is a prerequisite for the appearance of a Devourer. That means there must already be a ghost on the target. This is the way to help the tiger. So not surprisingly, Watchman Zhao directly killed back with 20,000 ghosts. Apparently devils are not common. But the world is so big, it's really not hard to find 10,000 of them. Watchman Zhao is truly inhuman. All this stuff going on in the cat people world has really pissed him off too. Why is Watchman Zhao always passive in the fight against evil spirits? It's not right. I just want to beat you guys up. I've had my ass kicked on the tablet network. Singing ghosts have been beaten up by me. Now it's your turn to cat people. Far away, Watchman Zhao stood on the ground and gave a middle finger towards the catman in the sky. Then coldly ordered, "Let these 10,000 return to death. And then stuff their souls into the black cat." Ha ha ha. Good fun, good fun. It's so much fun. Watchman Zhao. This lazy ghost. Time clip. Watchman Zhao entered it directly. He watched the black cat eating ghosts all over the world, feeling almost exhausted. After all, 10,000 evil spirits. Watchman Zhao felt like he was being influenced by the spirits again. This behavior is just too dangerous. It does grab 10,000 black cats. But what it also amounted to was taking 10,000 evil spirits plus 10,000 devils with you. He realized he was getting a little out of hand again. Watchman Zhao hurriedly opened the tablet net. Can the black cat follow me back to the past? Almost all of them can't go back, and it's impossible for demons to carry them through time. But they do exist, and will remain in the future, waiting for you to come. So it is. These black cats, then, were similar to Watchman Zhao's doppelganger that stayed at the 11th hour and 23rd minute. So, can you transfer the tablet web curse to these black cats? Transfer it across time and space. The tablet network froze for a moment. Do you want to hear what you're asking? Is it so hard for you to be a human being? Can. Very reluctantly. But it seems to have to give. Pretty, that doesn't need to be carried, or even changed for a cat. One last thing is done. Watchman Zhao sat down on the floor and exited the time clip, silently looking at his watch. Time began to pass. It's the third second. 7 seconds. 15 seconds. How do you complete ABCD? Make a wish and the black and white of the glass dolls will replace the soul. Oh. It's pretty much as imagined. The glass dolls already possessed the power of black and white, and it wasn't difficult to replace the souls. So why don't I just wish for a glass doll to displace my soul back? Because glass dolls can only be replaced for a moment. The black and white power it possesses is not complete. So it is. If you want to restart time, you still have to rely on the complete black and white. Watchman Zhao waited until the moment the 20th second descended. Make a wish. He opened the time clip again. Straight to the Catman. Well, you can finally eat me. But you have to eat it slowly and take at least a second. As for the evil spirits and souls all over the place, keep them for yourself and play with them slowly, count it as a great gift from me. The demon's ghostly hand crawled up the cat person's face and clasped its mouth. In a mysterious sea. There the Milky Way fell into the heavens and earth, and bits of starlight scattered throughout space. The surface of the sea was dotted with starlight, and each bit of starlight seemed to contain a boundless universe. It was a mysterious place that Watchman Zhao had once touched. The Galactic Sea. In the deepest part of this sea, an ancient stone monument was erected. 108 lines were sprawlingly inscribed on it. Yama, Watchman Huangfu. Watchman Huangfu, black and white. Reaper, Zhuge Yi. Faceless Ghost, Zhao Tiancheng. Painted Skin, Lu Yu. Penguins, Muro. Tablet, Shirasawa. Suffocation Original Despair, Zhuge Yi. At some point, the content and order of the first and second lines changed. Watchman Zhao. Yama, Watchman Zhao. Ah, why is it still so hot in September? Have you heard, there's a JoJo concert in a couple days? I'm going. Don't miss it when you walk by. Fresh oysters for $8 for 3. $8 for 3? Lao Zhao, let's get some. There was a cacophony of voices in his ears. In the crowd, the dazed teenager stretched out his bleak, bloodless left hand to shield himself from the blinding sunlight. Watchman Zhao's eyes slowly focused. The eyes snapped sharp. He looked aside. Standing Lapine. Kong Yon. Changshin Su. The three foolish sons were talking and laughing. The first thing Watchman Zhao did was to feel for his cell phone on his person and dialed the number he was once afraid to call. Hey, son, why are you calling mom all of a sudden? Watchman Zhao was silent for a long time, and his voice was slightly trembling as he responded with a soft smile. Nothing, just, suddenly missed you guys. Where's Dad? Taking a. Every time you call back he's always ting. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't help but laugh. Laughing too loudly, he drew a circle of strange looks around him. It's okay, I'll come home tomorrow and check in with you guys first. Watchman Zhao hung up the phone and pulled a packet of Hylie out of his pocket. It's been a great day. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. To the side, a man with a high crown on his head and dressed in black, holding a booklet suddenly walked up to him. Started writing death dates in front of him. Watchman Zhao smiled. This time, he accepted it openly. The ghastly left hand puts the cigarette to his mouth and the right hand takes out a lighter. The fire lit up. Watchman Zhao suddenly froze. He suddenly remembered that when he had just regained consciousness, the moment he first swept his eyes toward his brothers, did he see someone in the crowd? He jerked his head up. Today, the streets are very busy and crowded. Across the street from the traffic coming and going, he looked across the long street. In the crowd, a girl in red was unusually conspicuous. Seemingly sensing his gaze, the young girl shifted her gaze and looked at him as well. Across the crowd of cars and people, the two men looked away from each other. On that day, when I greeted the new students, with just one glance, I saw her in the middle of the crowd. Chapter 102 The Totoro Who Followed Me. But this time, I decided to forget her. Watchman Zhao silently withdrew his gaze and smiled as he walked towards the three good brothers. Muro shouldn't have been caught up in all this horror. At the very least, Watchman Zhao didn't want this girl to be scared for herself anymore. Now the curse of death has not yet fallen. Watchman Zhao still had time, and there was no way he could figure out some sort of way to avoid the curse. That way, Nulo would be safe. He's already a ruin. A wicked ghost, full of sores, since time reset, Molu has forgotten everything. Why should he, Watchman Zhao, go back to terrorizing people? Across the street, the young girl stared blankly at the teenager who had turned to leave. Her best friend Lu Shanshan held her right hand and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong, Zoe? There's a handsome guy." "Oh, I'd be more interested if it was two handsome guys." Muro smiled and shook her head as her gaze continued to follow that back. "That guy, he's a senior, right? What happened to him? It feels like such a big change." "Forget it, what's it got to do with me?" "Oh, I remembered that store just now, and we have one more place we haven't shopped." "Oh, go go go." They walked in opposite directions. This time, instead of running towards each other, they went in two diametrically opposite directions. One goes to the light. The other, silently choosing to walk towards the suffocating darkness. Playing against evil spirits is a desperate battle that takes your breath away. I am now a trapped beast trapped in a dueling arena. So I should try to stay away from all the people I love. A man fights those damn things until he dies. I, Watchman Zhao, will definitely pit all the evil spirits in this entire world. Even at the cost of my life. In the hot pot restaurant, the three best buddies were chatting freely about the new games that had recently hit the shelves. Watchman Zhao sat on the sidelines and listened with a smile. He reached out his left hand and felt around. Feel the mysterious membrane and reach through. The left hand didn't disappear. He was still trapped in the Catman world, only the scope of this world, it seemed small, so small that it could only barely cover Watchman Zhao. But the Catman curse didn't go away. He's still trapped in the Catman world. That rule, still absolute, even if time reset, he, Watchman Zhao, would not be able to completely escape the Catman curse. Except the cat people didn't call him back either. Why? Don't understand. Ugh, it's hard to get a handle on it, now that I have 11 evil spirits on me to start with. Watchman Zhao smiled bitterly and shook his head. What is this thing? Chang Leping, who was sitting across from him, suddenly let out a strange cry. What's this? Lao Zhao, where did you get this? Watchman Zhao gave them a puzzled look. Another sweep of the perimeter showed nothing out of the ordinary. Got it. The glass doll crawled out again. Stay honest in my pocket. On Watchman Zhao's shoulder, the glass doll was grabbing onto his clothes and playing swing. Hearing this, the little guy's face revealed a look of resignation and honestly dropped down to burrow into the pocket of Watchman Zhao's shirt. Watchman Zhao smiled and looked out the window. You're all looking at this the wrong way. The three froze. A look of dawning realization followed. Seems like a misreading. Oh, I'm getting ready to buy Black Goku, when are you guys going to do that? I've got it, ha 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 ha. Crooked day. Chang Leping silently looked at the silent Watchman Zhao. Lao Zhao, in fact, there's something I've wanted to ask for a long time? Ha? Watchman Zhao looked at him suspiciously. What? When did you start raising cats? I'm going to give you a hint, I'm allergic to cat hair, you don't want to bring that in your dorm room. Cat? Watchman Zhao froze, what do you mean? Where did you get? He looked to his feet and froze. A black cat had appeared there at some point, lying quietly at his feet, taking a leisurely nap. Hey, I thought it was said that black cats don't bring back? Watchman Zhao closed his eyes. The connection at 11:23 was successfully made and the diversion was felt. The connection to the world of cat people was successfully made, and tens of thousands of black cats were heard ghosting there. Then the last of the very special black cats connected as well. At his feet, the strangely shaped black cat slowly opened its eyes. Watchman Zhao jolted. Everything around us began to speed up. Freshly placed ingredients in a hot pot cook in a flash. Stop! Watchman Zhao yelled in his mind. The black cat wagged its tail and climbed up happily. The effect on time also disappears. Chang Leping looked at him suspiciously. What, this isn't your cat? What's taking you so long? Hey, let me give you a hint, we can't steal a cat. Watchman Zhao shook his head. No, this is indeed my cat. He stared carefully at that particular black cat. This guy's body had switched almost completely to black cat form. But on this guy's head, there were two horns. Dense scales loomed under the dark fur. Then at the end of its tail, its long hair was unusually lush, looking like a black flame. These features feel a bit like a dragon. According to the tablet network, the black cat should not be able to travel through time and space. No, it's almost impossible to travel through time and space. Could it be that this black cat has a time-related ghost in it? Years? Watchman Zhao was speechless. What a big thing he seems to have, accidentally, brought out of the catman world. Out of those 10,000 black cats, a chinchilla? The little half-dragon, half-cat stood on tiptoe and looked at Watchman Zhao several times. There doesn't seem to be a mission. It got bored again and lay back down and went back to sleep. Watchman Zhao shook his head and lost his smile. Isn't this trip to the cat people's world a little too rewarding? But after all, he had died there so many times, it was reasonable good to have a little something to show for it, right? Watchman Zhao connected to the black cat again. Since this Totoro is suspected of possessing the ungodly power to manipulate time, then can he, Watchman Zhao, also control the flow of time in reverse? Unfortunately, fail. The logic of this thing was far more complicated than Watchman Zhao had imagined. But Watchman Zhao did not feel discouraged. This is great news. He has a possibility to manipulate time. The possibility alone is priceless. Rather, there is no need to be so greedy. Take your time. There will always be a day when you figure out the rules to force manipulation. Ha ha, good for you, the widow is buying today. Crooked son, righteous father. Please accept my worship. Watchman Zhao, you're not suffering from a terminal illness, are you? Watchman Zhao shook his head and lost his smile. He looked at Chang Leping across the table and suddenly asked, Old Chang, your body, there hasn't been any abnormal reactions recently, has there? Chang Leping froze. What the hell? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Just say if there is or isn't. Changeling pondered, my memory seems to have gotten worse recently. Jerk off more. Canyon added from the sidelines. Hammer. I've had, 12 hours and 45 minutes without that. UING last night. Wait, when? You didn't shower last night either. So ING gross. Watchman Zhao was speechless. Not to mention, it's kind of gross. He recalled the information he had heard in the Galactic Sea. Brother, kill me. What do you think, am I still a human being? I've almost forgotten everything, now I'm really like a worm. That evil spirit's symbol is oblivion. Has Chang Leping been glued on? However, the most dangerous thing at the moment would be that guy. That ING sister of his. Chapter 103 Notebook. I'm exhausted today, finally made it to the house. What time is it? 8 o'clock. Oh, so the game hasn't started yet. The group returned to the men's dormitory at 404, ending the day's excursion. Watchman Zhao took the water card and went to take a shower first. The warm jet of water sprayed over his body, stirring up a misty fog in no time. Watchman Zhao felt as if his entire body had come to life. It's very comfortable. Lately, he'd been living under a tremendous amount of pressure and hadn't been this comfortable in a long time. Black and White is like a giant sword hanging high above your head. Absolute despair crushed him. And then, the demons were making things worse in the dark. Sadako single-handedly time-hunted away almost everything he had. The world of the cat people is sickeningly desperate, and he, in turn, is forced to fly off the handle. Really, it's too exhausting. Watchman Zhao even felt like he was going out of his mind. Or was he a sane lunatic from the beginning? Who knows? Watchman Zhao silently leaned against the wall and allowed the water to wash over his body. On the shower head, a glass doll he couldn't see was playing. On the windowsill, mysteriously sprawled a blackened chinchilla. On Watchman Zhao, the left hand was a very different color, pale and bloodless, while the veins were raised high, as if something horrible was hidden inside. White Impermanence retreated a sufficient distance and floated far away in mid-air. A small, pale-faced boy cowered in a corner of the ceiling, biting his fingers and clutching a leather ball as he stared dead at the figure in the mist. A simple men's dormitory bathroom became dysfunctional with his entrance. It's full of weirdness. He did gain a lot along the way. But a lot was lost as well. The price of playing with evil spirits is often to fall deeper and deeper into them. He's in deep. Monumental sent him a bunch of information loans. The Red Wedding has gained a lot more desperate drama. The opera singer is setting him up for certain death. Suffocation was contracted for no reason at all. Watchman Zhao raised his head coldly. The little boy greeted him cheerfully, only this behavior was paired with where it appeared and its ghastly face. The genus is a bit scary. Brother is dead, he suffocated and died in the future. Watchman Zhao, you deserve a lot of credit. So, I'm coming to play with you. He 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 he. Hip you sister I pit you to death oh. The little boy stopped heckling all of a sudden, showing an unhappy look that disappeared in a flash. This game seems to have just begun. Watchman Zhao sighed. That being said, I haven't experienced much, but the amount of information is just too much. I have a good memory, but as the saying goes, a good memory is better than a bad one. I'll have to write that information down. But I can't just jot it down on the internet or in some ordinary book, that way, it could easily be stolen by someone else. The information is too critical, especially the ones that could get me killed. Right now, I am becoming more and more powerful. The group of people at the top of society can't even say that they are not as powerful as me right now, and in the future, I'm sure I'll be inviting a lot of people. Watchman Zhao remembers the future that the ghosts of the opera sang for him. In Maine, he took out so many people that he almost killed through the entire country. In the future, he can't say that he has enemies all over the world. He can't leave himself a dead weight. Wish, I need a notebook that is unobservable by all humans but me. A crack opened in the glass doll's body and was instantly restored. A dark, thick notebook appeared in Watchman Zhao's hands, soaked by the water flow and slightly curled up at the edges. You pour this book to make a little more durable A little water and then broken a little outrageous. The glass doll rubbed her head and silently reinforced the laptop. But those subtle flaps are still left. Watchman Zhao looked at the notebook. The wish-granting ability originates from the three evil spirits. In other words, it can be understood that this book was made by the spirits, and as for the logic that other people can't observe, it should be made by the spirits as well. But demons are known to be lazy, so if someone wants to use their evil spirit powers to force a peek, this book can't stop them. I still need to add more psychics to this notebook. Take your time. Watchman Zhao looked at the notebook in his hand and suddenly developed a strange feeling. This action. It feels like Black and White. He shook his head and laughed, pulling out his water card, wiping it off briefly, and leaving the bathroom. No one noticed the notebook in his hand. He climbed into bed and took out a pen. Habitually pulling out cigarettes. Ignition. It's not lit. Watchman Zhao froze for a moment, looking at the green-colored smoke slowly drifting up around him. Che, you kid really dare to follow me back 'cause me to catch a suffocation, you cut yourself. A demonic ghost hand literally transformed into a knife and plunged it into the faceless ghost. Watchman Zhao heard a ghostly cry. He silently picked up his pen and wrote in his book. 3 absolute rules. Ghosts don't die. The rules are indestructible. Curse of Eternity. As well as the updated version of the 3 rules with the addition of the Deception of Ghosts rule. Ghosts can always cheat. Cheating ghosts can acquire the rule of indestructibility. Lying to ghosts can make the curse work for me forever. He pondered, adding a 4th rule. In response to the second absolute rule, the logic of evil spirits is absolute and can never be changed. It should be added here that the behavior of an evil spirit is not always logic. Every evil ghost has one or several absolute rules. This power is irresistible, that thing is, logic, but other than that, other evil ghost behaviors are possible to resist. It's just that humans can't resist it and have to resort to the power of other evil spirits. Evil spirits that have subjective minds. Then he added a 5th. The evil ghosts that can be seen in the human world should just be some kind of projection, and the black and white invincibles behind me are projections created by the real black and white invincibles. So the black cat was able to eat it, and it didn't violate the first absolute rule. An evil spirit can never truly die, either formally or cognitively. So, where is the real evil spirit hiding? And what exactly is a real evil spirit? Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Actually, he knows that. He'd seen it twice now, a real evil spirit. For the first time, on a flyover in Gangnam County. The world in his eyes was covered in green and blood. Every inch of air seemed to turn into twisted veins, which spread out infinitely, intersecting with something distant and weaving a vast web. The whole world seemed to be covered by this net. And on top of that net, a huge and ethereal silhouette was suspended in the sky, like an evil deity that was looking down on the earth. That's a real, faceless ghost. The second time, in the world of cat people. The cat-faced old lady, that made his Saiyan value clear with just one glance. Actually, the first time I saw faceless ghost, my spirit may have broken down as well, it's just that I died too quickly to realize it. Therefore, the true evil spirit is not to be looked at directly, and its presence will break the human spirit. Chapter 104, The First Complete Sorting. So, the worldview should be sort of sorted out, probably? Watchman Zhao slapped his head. Oh, how could I forget this? He went on to write. Number 6. The true target of the evil spirit's pursuit seems to be the soul. However, it is difficult to determine the soul's deeper logic at the moment, only knowing that it retains my current memory and state of mind, and that when I cheated the Steel Network, I used the soul of the 1st of October in its entirety once, and my cognitive abilities were locked down, while my left hand was temporarily restored. Soul, could it make my state go back to the corresponding point in time as well? Keep it in mind for now and follow up with a slow observation. Watchman Zhao made a note at the top of these words. Worldview. Then he continued with a second large docket. Evil Ghost Watch. Article 1, Black and White. The known absolute is the absolute time of death, and there is absolutely no way that I, Watchman Zhao, will live beyond October 7, 2024. Even cheating ghosts may not be able to change this absolute rule. The Book of Life and Death is higher than the Black and White Irregulars. Even if I cheat the Black and White Irregulars, I'm afraid I won't be able to modify the Book of Life and Death. Unless I can even cheat the Book of Life and Death. The kind of reincarnation and rebirth, like Zhaoan and Lu Fei Fei's, may just give birth to 2 replica souls and spawn 2 replica ghosts at the same time, so the time of the Black and White Invincibles will reset. And really, they're still stuck at 1123, desperately, suffocatingly waiting to die. I'm going to have to keep resetting time if I want to survive, perhaps, or reverse time and go back along the timeline. But the problem is, through the information revealed by the mysterious man in the tablet network and the white unicorn in them, I should have been reincarnated and reborn many times already. So the question arises, am I a replica that has been copied many times, or am I, in ancient times, the one who made the Black and White Invincibles write the time of death 1,000 years later? Or maybe the Book of Life and Death can actually be modified, only that it requires a more powerful ghost repulsion? After all, this absolute rule is that one must die at the point, but it doesn't say that this point in time can't be changed. I don't know. It's impossible to speculate. But Watchman Zhao preferred the last hypothesis, because he did not want to be a fake, and he felt that his past self was terribly powerful. Regardless, I can't bet on it. Suffocation is already on me, and it's definitely going to do everything it can to keep me in October 7th as well. I can only go backward in time. Number 2, Death. The absolute nature of this thing is unknown. It feels like it should be a curse absolute upgrade? After all, it can keep getting stronger and stacking buffs indefinitely, and in the end it can't be said to be able to just collapse the earth. And killing isn't its absolute, so in a hardware store, the Black and White can lay out to trap it. Watchman Zhao snapped. Wait, he suddenly realized, had he heard a bunch of 8s today? He jerked his head at his watch. 8 o'clock, 38 minutes and 8 seconds. It's over. The death curse has followed me back. This thing is timed differently than the Black and White. It calculates relative dates. It's an absolute execution date? It doesn't matter if the execution is successful or not, but this day is certain. Even if you turn back the clock, the execution will be the same 8 days later, and the power of the execution will increase tremendously with each day of postponement. Then 27 days ago today, Mu-Ro had contracted the death curse. And the remaining time of the curse is 0. Then why didn't the death curse escape and Molo remain alive when I enabled ABCD? That scenario, it should have erased D, the soul in the hardware store. Watchman Zhao connected to 1123, stood up in his split, and arrived at the hardware store in a flash. It stepped quickly into that dimly lit store and reached out to pluck away the black fog. Watchman Zhao was stunned. His soul is still there, unchanged. The operation of replacing the soul of the glass doll can only be realized for a split second, so is the soul of the D-point coming back. Watchman Zhao disconnected and opened his eyes. Actually, this ABCD, he didn't fully understand. Solely started drawing on the paper. A marked day 27 days ago, Soul 1. Be outside the cat people world, Soul 2. See within the world of cat people, Soul 3, real souls. D hardware store, Soul 4. I am Soul 3, Watchman Zhao wrote step by step. By making a wish, the glass doll adjusted the order. A 3. B1. C2. D vacancy. Black and White perform a 2-step operation at the 20th second. The first step is the soul swap at point B, point C. A 3. B2. C1. D empty. And then the second step is to return the soul from point C to point A, the initial date, the return, not the replacement. The equivalent of returning the me of 27 days ago to the me of 27 days later? Point B. Point C disappears. Only left a 3. D. Empty. Blast doll wish expires in an instant and soul 4 is restored. A 3. D. 4. Watchman Zhao's soul returned perfectly to the starting point A. Watchman Zhao. Hey, 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 hey. He froze. There were times when he really thought the tablet network was a genius. A, B, C, D. Watchman Zhao added one more message on the black and white side. He had a feeling that this outrageous maneuver could be of great use in the future. Go on. Watchman Zhao's brain was a bit foggy as he continued writing. Article 3, Faceless Ghosts. It's absolute memory, an absolute mean, even if time goes backwards, even if the world line changes, as long as the soul has experienced it, it will topographize that information by copying the soul. Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. I've lived for so long, I'm only afraid that I'm harboring a heavenly secret in my soul. Going to have to look into that sometime. Then he proceeded to write. The faceless ghost seems to possess something known as a death card, and Heyman Natsu said that the faces of the black and white cursed are hard to snatch, but it's fine without the death card. Then she crossed over to the protection of the black and white and got the face that Fei Willow tricked her into giving straight away. The previous behavior of the faceless ghost was to cause someone to die and then come back to life, to apologize the other person's soul, and take away their face while spawning a new faceless ghost inside them. After Xia Heyman killed Jiang Huayan, she didn't revive him, so is it possible that there is still a living card? Without using it, a person can't be revived. It is suspected to have one or more dead cards and living cards that can kill or revive a person. The face that was taken will disappear after 3 months, and by previous indications, this face should have landed on the faceless ghost. A face covered under a face. Watchman Zhao pressed his forehead, a whole bunch of faces stacked on top of each other. It can't be because of this that the faceless ghost looks like a snake. Outrageous. And these faces morphed into parts of ghosts. So, for every face taken away, in this world, there is one less face. Watchman Zhao was silent. Keep writing. He suddenly froze. What's he going to write about? Is there a particularly important one to write about? Why suddenly I can't remember. Watchman Zhao is a bit of a shaft at times, and he still has to think about it. Just then, 2 words suddenly and inexplicably appeared on the notebook. Myanmar. Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, can you only get this one piece of information? In the morning when they were at the hot pot restaurant, Watchman Zhao had already started ordering the spirits to find someone. But as the singing ghost sings, even the demons couldn't find his stubborn as hell sister. In the end, Watchman Zhao chose to utilize the power of wishing. But the glass dolls can't be found either. Zhao Xin looked like she had evaporated. At the end of the day, as the singing ghost sings about the future, Watchman Zhao could only get this one piece of information that was so vague as to be useless. The last place his sister disappeared was in Maine. Is an evil spirit like Painted Skin so powerful? The person it hides can't even be found by the demons plus the black and white irregulars plus the Grim Reaper? There's no way I'm going to accept this future. Watchman Zhao stared coldly at the notebook. Slowly continue writing on it. Article 4, Painted Skin. Chapter 105, The Malleability of Glass Dolls. I need more information on painted skin. The concept of this thing is probably complicated as hell, too. Watchman Zhao realized that none of the evil spirits he encountered were simple. But how to get it? He has a laptop. You can log on to Monument. But now, the Steel Network has been upgraded. This thing can actively stuff information to Watchman Zhao. What do you want to know? No problem, the package has it. It's just that I don't care if you pay the price or not. After cheating on the tablet web once, this thing got even scarier. I'd better not easily touch the monumental web curse until it's absolutely necessary. Watchman Zhao looked at the notebook in his hand. He had previously thought about how to obtain the time reversal method, and at that time he came up with 2 options. One is query monument. For another, ask the big shots. Watchman Zhao couldn't help but smile. It's true that there's a reincarnation in the heavens. Now that things are reversed, I can't ask about the Steel Network, and an out-of-control Steel Network could totally get me killed with ease. Yet I get to go to the big boys and have a good natter. Watchman Zhao reached out his left hand and gently stroked a piece of wall. A piece of the wall simply disappeared. But then it quickly recovered under Watchman Zhao's control. Watchman Zhao saw a group of boys in the men's dormitory next door reading study materials. Well, well, well. Now I have a lot of power in my hands. Spirits have been developed enough that the carapace ability ignores physical damage, and the timecracker I can move in and out of freely. Catman's left hand shocks almost any curse for 20 seconds and comes with the ability to switch across borders. It's safe to say that I'm invincible on the physical level and invincible for 20 seconds on the evil spirit level. And wishing dolls with unlimited wishes and words. A black cat. A white unicorn. Watchman Zhao didn't write it down in his book. This bit of information is still good to memorize. And then there's 1123, the tablet network says that thing will grant itself the ability to kill people from the future. Watchman Zhao had an idea, and he thought it was entirely possible to realize it. It's dangerous, but just in case it's done. He, Watchman Zhao, will be able to finish off all human enemies, and not even the evil spirits sheltering the foreigners will survive. Of course, there was another way he could take out the alien. That would be using that black cat to shout each other right into the Catman world. Left-handed, I guess it doesn't work on the living, that thing can only target dead things or evil spirits. The door to the living is always in the black cat. I don't support this method though. The ghost on the alien could form a ghost repulsion with the cat person, and it would be fun to turn me back in time somehow. In short, I'm invincible under evil spirits, and 1 for 1 above them. Dig man? Nothing. Next, he took a brief note of the information about the other evil spirits. Suffocation, cat-faced old lady, red wedding dress, monumental net, pen fairy, ghost board, singing ghost, human bug, lady in the rain, Feifei Lu's ghoul, he yuan's ghostly bed press, ghost hand, refusing to leave, skinny tall ghost, Sadako, ghost, village rain, white well, God's eye, death obituary, years of age. Does this thing count as ghost? Oh, yeah. Perfectly missed one. Lights out, go to bed. Watchman Zhao went straight under the covers. A wail came from the entire dormitory building. Ah. What's with the power outage? I'll be eating chicken soon. It's over, I didn't save my biography. The next day, Watchman Zhao got up early, went to a familiar campus road, found a bench to sit down, lit a cigarette and waited silently. It's a road that Moluo comes to for a morning jog every morning. Soon, from a distance, he saw the familiar figure. Smash Varuto. Watchman Zhao slammed into the time sandwich. For a moment, the world stood still. Watchman Zhao's cigarette in his mouth had been replaced with trick smoke at some point. A green-colored Watchman Zhao stood up from him as if he were an out-of-body spirit. That green-colored detachment walked in the middle of the time gap and came to Muro's side. In the midst of the time sandwich, Watchman Zhao's vision is perfect and does not miss any details. Before long, he found a whole bunch of zeros around Muro. Her electronic watch broke and stopped at midnight. The path she was about to take forward was marked by a dead snake that just happened to form a circle. And so on and so forth. Many traces, waiting for her to discover. Sure enough, death is still around. Watchman Zhao's spirit began to relax out of the time sandwich. Time, again, began to flow rapidly. From a distance, Muro saw Watchman Zhao in the distance. But this time, Watchman Zhao did not touch her. The older boy got up to leave with a black cat and a glass doll sitting on his shoulder. A pale little boy, clutching a leather ball, came out of a bush at once, and cheerfully chased after him. In a place where Muro couldn't see. A red mist coalesced and formed a blinding red wedding garment behind Watchman Zhao. Leaving the campus, Watchman Zhao went back to his home first, as originally planned. Looking at the huge villa that was being renovated, Watchman Zhao was honestly a bit confused. Is this my ING house? When are my parents? Watchman Zhao covered his forehead and remembered. Before touching Sadako, Watchman Zhao had made a wish. Wish for his parents to get a large sum of money. Did you get your wish back? Is a glass doll so unbelievable? Then I made a wish in the first place. I wish for my mom and dad's future. Watchman Zhao covered his face speechlessly. Well. Peaceful future. Sadako, however, got his mom and dad killed in the past. Glass dolls don't resurrect the dead, and the dead can't be safe and healthy. What's wrong with you? Is there a need to be so keyed up? Watchman Zhao was really speechless. But he also suddenly realized the horror of glass dolls. This thing, too, seems to have some kind of rule power. But its rules must be viable. If it encounters something illogical, it can't derive new powers to force through the rules. And evil spirits are allowed. Along the way, it's easy to see that these evil spirits escalate their cursing powers whenever they have a problem. Glass dolls can't do it. So that time it tried to kill Muro, it failed, and the black and white irregulars saved it easily. The glass doll cannot resist the evil spirits, absolute, nor can it form a true, ghost repulsion, with the evil spirit. But I feel like the glass doll is quite malleable. Watchman Zhao was a bit surprised. If I let this thing get more evil ghost fragments, am I able to create a truly evil ghost? And its absolute rule is to obey me, Watchman Chiu, absolutely? Gotta try that later. Carrying a large bag of things, he walked past a group of decorators and into the large villa that was being renovated. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Chapter 106 Starting to form a team. 666,666. Ha 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 ha. Early in the morning, Watchman Zhao was awakened by inexplicable sounds in his ears. Breathlessly he climbed to his feet. UING singing ghost, calling for morning early in the morning. Believe it or not, I'll catch you and feed you to the cats? The singing ghost just shut up. Watchman Zhao shook his head and looked at his watch. 6.06 minutes and 6 seconds. Is it so 6 today? The day I was reborn was 8, and yesterday, after a day at home, it was 7, alright. Watchman Zhao had an ominous feeling. He felt that today, he feared he would hear the most numbers ever. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he heard his dad's voice, swiping his teaser as he 6666 ed past the door to his room. Watchman Zhao, 6. He lay straight down and proceeded to sleep. What kind of college student wakes up at 6 a.m.? In the morning, Watchman Zhao was pressed by his mom to eat 6 pieces of Spanish bread that was said to be very expensive before he left the house speechless. Yesterday, he exchanged a lot of words with the second oldest. They hadn't realized their sister was missing. After all, that woman, Zhao Xian, usually rarely called them. Just silently calling home every once in a while. She was always like that, shafted and withdrawn, usually never saying more than a second word when she could say less. The death curse still has 6 days left, and the black and white death curse reset to 28 days later. I'm still safe for now. Watchman Zhao looked back in the direction of his home. I will bring my sister back within 6 days. Absolutely. 6. Watchman Zhao froze. I just saw an old man with a parrot, slowly passing by. That parrot just kept staring at him with 6 beaks. Watchman Zhao suddenly kind of wanted to roast this stupid bird. Breathlessly, he pulled out a cigarette, making sure the wave wasn't a trick smoke before he flicked it on and lit it. Phew. He exhaled a long puff of smoke. Whether or not the Ye future, sung by the singing ghost, is real is unclear, but according to the logic of the evil ghost, even if this future is not real, it should find a way to channel it. In other words, it's really likely that in the future I'll be in Maine and have a conflict with a whole bunch of deviants. I'm going to make a lot of enemies, and that's not good news. Watchman Zhao looked back in the direction of his home. He can have a little too many soft spots. Mom, Dad, Muro, brother, sister. As a desperate survivor struggling to survive in a bizarre world, he has a little too much to hang on to. But in order to live, do you have to cut off all these attachments? Then he, Watchman Zhao, could not do that either. How about it was because of these people that he had to live? Family, loved ones, friends, this is his strongest motivation to live. So, I need to do 2 things. First, I need to be hidden, tucked away in the shadows where no one can know, manipulating all behavior behind the scenes. Then all my enemies will only know that there is an enemy, but not who that enemy is. Secondly, I need a large enough force, large enough to shock the world, then even if they know that their opponent is me, Watchman Zhao, they won't dare to act rashly. Watchman Zhao looked at the notebook in his hand and then at his pale left hand. He walked silently down the street, surrounded by many people, but suddenly, all of them turned around. A wide, classical robe appeared on Watchman Zhao, the left half white and the right half pitch black, almost hiding his entire figure. Only a pale, bruised and bulging left hand was left exposed. Then in this left hand, an extra half black, half white mask appeared, gently covering the face. A high crown, mysteriously appearing on top of his head, hid his short hair. From this day on, Watchman Zhao no longer exists in this world. I, for one, am black and white. It feels a little bit handsome, eh? Watchman Zhao smiled and looked into the distance. So, I have to go find a few initial partners first. Who should I find? The future me is bound to experience many time resets. I have to make sure that this person remembers me even after experiencing rebirth. Got it. Make a wish. A mirror appeared in front of him, and in the next second, Watchman Zhao directly disappeared. At this time, in the back alley of a nightclub, a woman dressed in an enchanting outfit was lying quietly on the ground. Sort of a normal but not quite normal phenomenon. This woman was lucky that no one picked up the S. But she's also had terrible luck. An old woman with a somewhat mutilated face was crouching beside her, staring at her with a wry smile on her face. Ha Heyman reached out and cupped the woman's face, looking from side to side. Hey, it's pretty, I like it. The next second, the woman's face cleared. That face fell on Ha Heyman's face. And behind Xia Heyman, the 3-meter-tall giant snake with a creepy smile was mending its face. That was Ha Heyman's last face. Su shall we? Zhang Lele? Xia Heyman? Damn, forgot again, who the hell am I? What a coincidence, Heyman Ha. Click. Xia Heyman's pupils contracted. A mirror suddenly opened up behind her, and a half-black, half-white mysterious person appeared brightly. Who? Xia Heyman just wanted to turn around, but then covered her head and fell to her knees. New information was pouring into her brain, and at this point she was incredibly weak. The mysterious man wore a half-black, half-white mask and exhaled a mouthful of smoke as he gazed at the giant snake. It's actually Joanne's mother's face. I'm sure the time reset didn't have much effect on you. What the hell time? Hiss, it hurts. Watchman Zhao wasn't in a hurry, so he leaned against the wall and waited for Xia Heyman to recover. It wasn't long before the beautiful woman stood up slowly and looked over with cold eyes. It's a quick recovery, practice makes perfect. Xia Heyman didn't say anything more, but the giant snake suddenly climbed up beside Watchman Zhao, its huge human face looking down condescendingly at the tiny human. Are you sure you want to fight me? Watchman Zhao's pale left hand cupped the black Li smoke, leaving a narrow, smile-like opening at the mouth of his mask to facilitate this maneuver. The opening made the mask's smile seem very eerie. He didn't even switch the trick smoke. It's not necessary. Xia Heyman stared at him coldly. Who are you? What is it that you are looking for me for? Am I someone? Watchman Zhao smiled. I'm black and white. Black and white invincible? Ha Heyman laughed. You want to disguise yourself as an evil ghost? Watchman Zhao. Ha? Watchman Zhao froze for a moment. Why did Xia Heyman know his name? Even if she retained all of her memories, she shouldn't have. What she plundered was Zhang Yuan's memories, and Watchman Zhao hadn't revealed her name to Zhang Yuan. During the next contact at the Forgetfulness Villa, things developed so intensively, and no one ever called out each other's names. Whose other human faces has she plundered? Oh, I see, you learned about it from Jiang Huayan, didn't you? She killed Jiang Huayan, but the girl in the rain protected him, so there was no face grabbing. Faceless ghosts are weak as hell in their behavior. But its ability to record is absolute. The moment she killed Jiang Huayan, Xia Heyman gained all of Jiang Huayan's memories. It's okay, Xia Heyman, I think you have a big role to play, follow me. Xia Heyman looked at him like a little cutie. Looked at him like. Oh. Watchman Zhao added, cure me of your on-again, off-again memory, and don't play dumb with me when I need critical information. Shahiman laughed. Who do you think you are, a little kid, to make me listen to you? Absolute strength, how's that for a reason? Watchman Zhao smiled. He jerked his left hand out and grabbed the huge faceless ghost. Get your ass in here. Chapter 107 Shock and Awe plus Pi. What do you mean? Xia Heyman's pupils contracted. She watched in shock as the left hand grabbed the faceless ghost in a death grip. The huge human face twisted. For the first time it couldn't stop laughing. Hey, human, don't do it. This time, Watchman Zhao could hear it. Don't? It's you. In the next second, the huge faceless ghost directly disappeared. It was forcefully ripped into the Catman world by Watchman Zhao. A tiny black cat appeared in front of the faceless ghost's huge body. The contrast in body types is striking. But it's not much use. The cat's mouth opened. That giant faceless ghost fed directly to the cat. Not far away, Xia Heyman's eyes rolled up in both directions and fell directly to the ground. The strength that had sustained her was temporarily gone. The faceless ghost's rules were forcibly erased by Watchman Zhao for 20 seconds, and during those 20 seconds, there was no power to sustain her life. Watchman Zhao watched as she was rapidly losing her vitality. Ah, I'm not going to kill her. Luckily, some fine green light flickered on Xia Heimen's body. Stars covered her entire body. Above these things, life emerged. Live card. Unlike that time with Zhang Yuan, this time Watchman Zhao had temporarily exterminated the faceless ghost. But Ha Heimen didn't die. It could be that the erasure effect of the Catman world isn't as comprehensive as suffocation. Or maybe it's because this person is Heimen Xia, an existence that can be ranked on the list of pseudo-persons. Not only is she not dead, she's gradually awakening. As soon as she opened her eyes, Xia Heimen looked violently in the direction of Watchman Zhao. Xia Heimen was without spiritual sight, and there were many things she couldn't see. But her own faceless ghost, she could see it. Though what was seen was incomplete. She could only see the huge 3-meter-tall human face floating in mid-air, and as for the section of the python-like body, she had a blurry view of it. And now, she couldn't see it. The faceless ghost disappeared. What have you done? Watchman Zhao slapped his palms twice, slippery and disgusting. He looked over at Heimen. What about taking out your faceless ghost? Impossible. Xia Heimen screamed. The woman's mental state was not stable. Ghosts are immortal. That's just what you think. Watchman Zhao held up his watch. 17, 18, 19. He looked overhead. Come out. In the next moment, the faceless ghost surfaced violently, as if the gods had struck a 3-dimensional projection into the world. For once, the giant ghostly thing really couldn't stop laughing. It detached itself from Watchman Zhao like an electric shock and shrank back behind Xia Heimen in a grayish manner. Ha Heimen looked at the giant face in shock. I was merciful and only made it disappear for 20 seconds, but of course, if I can make it disappear for 20 seconds, I can make it disappear for 20 years. Watchman Zhao smiled. Even if it's you, you probably won't be able to live without the faceless ghost accompanying you for 20 years. Xia Heimen's brain went straight down and she was punished in place. The deterrent effect was achieved. There was no need for Watchman Zhao to say anything more. This hand is enough to quell all the deviants in the whole world. Wipe out evil spirits instantly. What an international joke. It's remarkable that humans can survive in the presence of evil spirits. What's more, erasure. Is this really a power that humans can possess? Watchman Zhao doesn't need to babble anymore. When he was at Zhaoen's place, he still needed to say a couple of things, what with me being mysterious and me being far more mysterious than you can imagine. Blah 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 blah. Now, there's no need. He, Watchman Zhao, was already so mysterious in Xia Heimen's eyes that he could be considered terrifying. This effect is the best. I'm not going to say anything, so you take your time and make up your own mind. I'm as powerful as you can imagine. The first step in taking someone in, establishing authority, is done. Next, comes the delightful second step. That's right. Paint the cake. Xia Heimen, as I recall, it seems like your goal is to become a god, right? Watchman Zhao laughed. What a hilarious thought. Ha Heimen was silent. If it had been anyone else, she would have sent a look at an idiot before breaking into a fit of rage. But now, she's not very daring anymore. One shot directly destroyed her biggest reliance, the faceless ghost. Is this something a human can do? What are you trying to say? Her tone changed, became cautious. Watchman Zhao heard it. He smiled. I can help you become a god. Xia Heimen was speechless. No, even though you're strong, you don't treat me like a little cutie. Okay? There is no treating you as a little darling. Judge for yourself. Think about it. Up to Zhang Huayan's place, what state was I in, and now, what state am I in? Can an average person undergo such a drastic change in a few days? Watchman Zhao stubbed out the cigarette in his hand. Do you think that it's hard for me to become a god, or for me to make a person become a god? Of course, it depends on what your understanding of the word god is, and I don't think that your ambitions are that counterintuitive. He turned around directly, not giving Xia Heimen time to hesitate. The right to choose is yours, but the right to give you this opportunity is mine. I don't have that much time to spend with you. If you want to follow me, leave right now. If you don't want to, then you can stay here and wait to be caught in by Zhang Huayan in 20 days. Ouch, funny, true funny, humans are so funny, haha. The singing ghost is playing again. The glass doll sat on Watchman Zhao's shoulder and made a face towards Xia Heimen. A chinchilla appeared bizarrely and followed at a quick pace. The little boy hung upside down from a streetlight, shivering his fingers. Tough one, this guy is so much more powerful than his brother. How do I make him die like he's suffocating? The game has gotten harder. But it's more fun, hee hee. Watchman Zhao glared up at it breathlessly. I'll destroy you if you keep hemming and hawing. You can listen and watch at the same time. Don't I need privacy? The little boy was so angry that he turned and ran away. You an evil ghost need privacy? Watchman Zhao shook his head and lost his smile. He left at a brisk pace, glancing back silently. The woman wheedled and followed. But she still wasn't very willing and just followed from a distance. It's not as good as Lu Curse after all, the level of obedience is average. Watchman Zhao took out his notebook and made a brief note on it. First employee, Heyman Xia, extremely powerful attacker, infinite resurrection, absolute memory. Average level of obedience, nowhere near as good as Lu's spell. Performance, give or take 40%. No, give it high. Watchman Zhao went on to write, 20% performance. Then he closed the notebook and threw it back. The chinchilla gave him a quick bite. The next step is to find another employee, and it needs to be one that is very dependable and observant enough to help me spot problems. Jiang Huayan? He'll fight with Xia Heyman, and that girl in the rain behind him is quite dangerous. Watchman Zhao was skeptical that he could pull it off into the world of cat people? That thing's got some serious fight in it. One more thing, Jiang Huayan can't play computer. This one is the least qualified to be cursed by monumental web. Sure enough, Zhang Chen is still better. Watchman Zhao smiled, am I going to start stealing people from OPBI? Chapter 108 Starting to dig for people. Watchman Zhao remembered Zhang Chen very well. This guy is ridiculously insightful. When Watchman Zhao was first affected by the demon, his body was full of abnormalities, and this abnormality was very subtle, completely emotional. But Zhang Chen found them all. There was also the first time he logged onto the tablet network, when this guy obviously didn't have spiritual vision and couldn't peek at the page changes, yet he was able to point out Watchman Zhao's question multiple times. Ghost Hand, Curse. This curse is suspected to strengthen one's insight. Watchman Zhao walked down the street, rubbing his chin. Why? To show me that ghostly hand at this time. I'm not happy about it. He thought back to the future he had seen. Zhang Chen doesn't want to see that ghost hand, that thing will hurt him? Or, seeing the ghost hand will kill him? What a mysterious curse. Watchman Zhao really wanted to open the tablet website and check it out. But now the monumental website. Watchman Zhao had no doubt that as soon as he logged on, this guy would throw out all the information about the ghost hand in a minute. Send him straight to the ultimate loan shark. All evil spirits are not to be taken lightly. Although Watchman Zhao feels that the behavior of the tablet network is totally unworthy of his know-it-all status. It's a little goofy. But it's time to concede a point. Shortcuts come at a price, and if it's something I'm not in a hurry for, I don't really need to take a shortcut. Make a wish. A mirror opened up before him. Follow. Watchman Zhao looked back. Xia Heyman stared at the mirror in a daze. What does it mean? She then watched Watchman Zhao disappear into the mirror with a dumbfounded look on her face. A question mark was suddenly written all over Xia Heyman's face. No, big brother, are you really still considered human in this state? When she killed Jiang Huayan, Watchman Zhao hadn't gotten the glass doll at that moment. That's why she didn't know about Watchman Zhao's wish-granting ability. She approached that mirror very hesitantly and touched it twice. A chinchilla suddenly came out of it, bit her hand, and yanked it right in for her. It's moving too slow. Can't you see the master is waiting? The landscape shifted, and Heyman was stunned. She showed up at a hotel. Watchman Zhao inserted his hands and was looking speechlessly at the two white figures entangled together on the bed. Space switching? The evil spirits on you are demons in black and white. How did you do this thing? Even if the demons were willing to help you, they wouldn't be able to help you to this extent, right? Watchman Zhao silently glanced at her. In the future, you are not allowed to reveal any information on me, any information at all, or I will finish you off at the first opportunity. Ka. The mirror behind the duo closed automatically. And the sound of them talking startled the duo on the bed. Sleep well, Zhang Chen, Meng Jelly. The two men on the bed leapt up on reflex. Zhang Chen directly lunged towards Watchman Zhao naked. The guy was all toned and muscular, but I didn't see that he was still a tough fighter. Watchman Zhao backed off a little. He suddenly realized something. What should he use to get Jiang Chen down? It seems like there are a little too many ways to think about it all at once. Forget about following your word. Get down. Touch. Jiang Chen plopped down on the floor directly in front of him. Watchman Zhao looked down. On the floor that Jiang Chen touched, a large black shadow formed like pollution. It's like approaching a conference room door panel in the first place. But Watchman Zhao didn't see any ghostly hands. And the woman on the far side of the bed, with an extra gun in her hand, pointed far over the side. Because of her presence, the room was painted with inexplicable colors. Her face was nothing like the face of Meng Jelly that Watchman Zhao had seen. But Watchman Zhao still recognized it, and it was too obvious that the room was full of paint. That's a trace of painted skin. Who are you? Let him go or I'll shoot. Watchman Zhao smiled. I bet you don't have any bullets in your gun. Meng Jelly and Jiang Chen were both a bit speechless. What era is this? Why do people still play this crappy stunt? Bang! Bang 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 bang! This woman was also really ruthless, directly emptying her clip without saying a word. Watchman Zhao lowered his head and stared blankly at the 6 bullet holes in his body. No, glass doll UTM. Oh, I bet you don't have any bullets in your gun. Instead of no bullets in your gun. This dead button. The demon reached out a ghostly hand and cheerfully erased the bullet hole. Watchman Zhao, on the other hand, took 2 steps back breathlessly. It hurts. 66,666. The singing ghosts are at it again. 6. The little boy, hanging upside down from the ceiling, couldn't help but applaud as well. All shut the up. Oh, okay. He. Watchman Zhao violently extended his left hand, singing ghosts come. Not human, you can't afford to play like that. Watchman Zhao gave that Netsuke cloud a direct rip. The little boy is long gone. The world is finally quiet. Watchman Zhao sat silently on the sofa and covered his eyes. You two put your clothes on first. Xia Haiman, on the other hand, stood silently behind Watchman Zhao. The glass doll and the black cat lay on his shoulder left and right. You go down. Watchman Zhao gave the dragon cat a light pat on the head. You're too heavy. The chinchilla felt aggrieved, but climbed down honestly. The get-down wish was lifted and Jiang Chen was able to regain his mobility. The first thing the guy wanted to do was to pull a certain button on his waist, but with a roll of his eyes, he gave up on the act and retreated in front of Meng Jelly first, staring cautiously at the mysterious man on the sofa. Watchman Zhao's image was indeed mysterious enough at this point. That half-black, half-white mask of a wry smile, coupled with his bizarre tactics, did indeed subdue people. The two simply wore 2 pieces of clothing. Watchman Zhao looked at them. Jiang Chen, ghost hand cursor, Meng Jelly, painted skin cursor, painted skin, is also useful. I need you two to work for me, what do you think? Jiang Chen was no longer so amiable, just staring cautiously at Watchman Zhao. We are from the OPBI, arguably the most powerful organization in China. Do you know this information? It's clear, and I know your lieutenant is Zhang Huayan and your chief is He Yuan. Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. He definitely wouldn't betray Zhang Huayan, but this person in front of him was too mysterious, so he had to find a way to stabilize it first. At the same time, now that he already knew where the other party was coming from, he decided to press the button anyway. Watchman Zhao noticed the movement. Jiang Chen was shaking people. Watchman Zhao asked suspiciously, are you still prepared to call Zhang Huayan over? With all due respect, he can't fight me now. Jiang Chen said indifferently, since you can see it, there is nothing more to say, I will not betray my captain. It can be, no wonder Zhang Huayan appreciates him so much. Following me doesn't mean betraying Chang, and that guy and I aren't enemies. Jiang Chen didn't say anything else, just glanced at the woman behind him. Meng Jelly is of no use to you, let her go. It's still somewhat useful, she's a very crucial clue. Watchman Zhao propped up his chin. The old rules. Start painting the pie. You two, don't you want to live? Follow me and you two can still live for a long time. Chapter 109 Meeting Zhang Huayan again. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. My curse, it's hopeless, I just want to do something meaningful again before I die. Watchman Zhao smiled, lying. Xia Haiman, do you think that there are people in this world who are willing to die generously? Behind him, Haiman nodded. Are you talking about yourself? Watchman Zhao. Good. Watchman Zhao stretched out his right hand, and a business card with the name, Black and White Irregulars, written on it, leaving Xia Haiman's phone number, appeared in his hand. He threw his business card on the bed. I'm going to Burma to save someone. If you're willing to help me, I promise to give you 10 years of my life. Think it over and contact me. When he finished, he remained seated on the couch. The 3 remaining people in the room looked at him quizzically. What do you mean? You gave me your card and you're still here? What kind of operation is this? Of course it can't go. Since Zhang Chen had helped him call Jiang Huayan here, of course he had to stay and meet this old friend. You go downstairs for a while. Watchman Zhao glanced at Xia Haiman. Xia Haiman had not yet reacted, her feet were empty piece, and she fell down so watery. A cup of steaming coffee appeared out of nowhere in Watchman Zhao's hand, and he lifted his mask slightly and gently took a sip. One of the main ones, elegant. The faces of the 2 Zhang Chen men were constantly changing. Who was this man in black and white classical robes in front of me? It's so weird. Every single one of this man's actions is bizarre beyond belief. Oh, you 2 can go, it's not too good for your captain to see you, shirtless. Watchman Zhao smiled and glanced at them. The 2 of them hastily straightened their attire, and Zhang Chen looked at the business card, hesitated a little, and took it away with him. They left quickly. When they arrived at the entrance of 666 Love Hotel, they met Jiang Huayan and Fu Han, who came by taxi. What's the situation? Jiang Huayan was still carrying the duffel bag with the umbrella stuck in it. Meng Jelly hurriedly said, there's a very eccentric person in room 606, opening his mouth and saying that he wants us to follow him on an errand. I don't know what he means. Zhang Chen looked up at the 6th floor gravely. Let's leave first, Captain, that man is quite bizarre. Quite bizarre. Jiang Huayan frowned slightly with both eyebrows, all the more reason not to let it go. He walked straight into the elevator after saying that. Fu Han shrugged indifferently and followed along. He was among those Sadako had failed to kill earlier. This person can also hard carry must kill shenanigans. Zhang Chen sighed, Meng Jelly, go shop for people, I'll go up with the captain and the others. Meng Jiali clutched him tightly. It's fine, I'm very observant, I'll run if the situation isn't right. Zhang Chen gave Meng Jelly a gentle kiss on her forehead and chased after her as well. Tell me, how is it weird? On the elevator, Jiang Huayan asked. Zhang Chen looked at the flickering lights of the floor keys. First, Doubt is possessed of an ability to follow his words. He told me to get down, and I was held down by an invisible force. He told Xia Haiman to go downstairs, and Xia Haiman went straight to the floor. Xia what? Jiang Huayan became agitated all of a sudden. Captain, you calm down first. Zhang Chen hurriedly continued, the second point, he's followed by a lot of weird things around him, a glass doll, a hidden brat, that pseudo-human Xia Haiman, and also, a black cat. What cat? This time, Jiang Huayan and Fu Han both screamed strangely. Well, it should be, the cat-faced old lady's black cat, because that thing, like a cat, like a dragon. Zhang Chen continued, thirdly, Xia Haiman said that he was willing to die generously, which was the condition of the demon. There should be a demon in this man. Meng Jelly shot him 6 times and he reacted, but the wounds disappeared soon after, and this sign is even more proof of that. Jiang Huayan's face became more serious. At this point in time, he hadn't touched Watchman Zhao, compared to his last reincarnation when he was all weird, all discovered one piece at a time. There is a space for acceptance. So it's not that exciting yet. But now, a whole bunch of information poured into Jiang Huayan's head at once. Even this old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years felt deeply shocked. Zhejiang province, it seems that a superb person has come. 6th floor. The gunshots from the party had startled many people, and now the building was densely populated with unclothed couples. Without being nosy, the 3 of them went straight to room 606. Fu Han walked ahead and opened the door of the room with the key. The large 45 square meter room was empty. Only a mysterious man in a mask with a high crown on his head sat quietly on the couch. As Zhang Chen had said, the man was surrounded by a dense mass of weirdness. Just as soon as he opened the door to the room, Jiang Huayan smelled a whole lot of odors. The variety was so great that his face kept changing. How is it possible to host such a complex curse in one person? One curse alone is enough to make people despair, but this person in front of us. The curse on him was in at least double digits. How on earth did this man survive such a desperate situation? Or is this guy, really, even human? Captain Jiang, long time no see. Watchman Zhao slowly looked at the few people and stood up with a smile. Do we know each other? Jiang Huayan couldn't help but frown. Watchman Zhao smiled and shook his head, that's not important, I'm curious, How many evil spirits are on me right now in your sense of smell? 10 to start. I see, until they officially awaken, you can't smell them? I can't see them either, and she can't hear them. Watchman Zhao nodded, then Missy's ability is really quite crucial. Jiang Huayan became serious all of a sudden. Your Excellency has come to my huaxia, it looks like you have a big move. Average, I'm not so bad as to break into your OPBI headquarters to snatch a girl, I'm not that perverted. Watchman Zhao smiled, it's just that it's been a long time since I've seen you, meet the deceased, oh and also, these guys under you, I might borrow them for a while, I hope you don't mind. Who the hell are you? Me. Watchman Zhao smiled, stretching out his pale left hand and squaring the mask on his face, I'm the Black and White Irregular. Black and White? A look of surprise appeared on all three faces at the same time. Yeah, don't I look like it? Unlike, not at all. In the same breath. Watchman Zhao froze, he thought it was very similar. Alright, I'll improve it later. Watchman Zhao kicked towards the front. A chair jutted out of nowhere. He reached out with his hand in an inviting gesture, Captain Zhang, please take a seat, everyone else can go out first. Fu Han silently drew a long knife and protected Jiang Huayan's body. Watchman Zhao shook his head and lost his smile, I said you guys can get out. Fu Han and Zhang Chen jolted. Zhang Chen went straight out the door backwards. Fu Han, however, still stood there stubbornly, and on his neck, a knife was stuck. At this time, the knife emitted a faint shimmering light, and even forcibly broke through the wish? The people under your hand are a bit of something. Watchman Zhao was slightly surprised. Jiang Huayan patted Fu Han, it's fine, you go out and stand guard first, I'll talk to him. Only then did Fu Han put away his long sword and walked quickly to the door, but he didn't lock the door, he simply brought a bit of it with him. Jiang Huayan slowly sat down opposite Watchman Zhao. This mysterious man wearing a mask made him feel a tremendous amount of pressure. What do you want to talk about? Talk to me, how about this rain lady behind you? Chapter 110, please bring your girlfriend with you, or you'll regret it in the future. What's there to talk about? It looks like you have, peek, a very advanced spirit vision, I've always felt bad that mine is, touch and sniff. So, you've never been able to see your wife, only smell her, and that's a shame indeed. Jiang Huayan's pupils shrunk violently. A look of extreme pain flashed in his eyes. This changes quickly. However, in the blink of an eye, he put away this look and stared coldly at Watchman Zhao, wrong. I can see her. Black and White Watcher, what are you trying to say? Watchman Zhao smiled and took out a packet of highly and politely handed one over, as was the courtesy between men. I would like to ask you how you managed to keep your wife alive inside an evil spirit. This is a very presumptuous question and I apologize in advance, but this is information I care about. Jiang Huayan silently took out the wedding ring. Put it down. Watchman Zhao said coldly. The demon's ghostly hand violently pressed on Jiang Huayan's hand. But at that moment, the rainy lady behind him slowly raised her right hand and gently lifted Jiang Huayan's right hand. Wish power loses its power. Watchman Zhao was stunned. His glass doll could even shut up a black cat, but he couldn't press Jiang Huayan's hand? Drop it. He intensified the demon's intensity. Dark rain appeared around Jiang Huayan's right hand. They cut off the demon's ghostly hand. Watchman Zhao couldn't see the ghostly hands, he could only see the rain, but he didn't need to think about it to realize that it was the rain that was creating the impact. That's the difference between a glass doll and an evil spirit. It doesn't change. But I will. Watchman Zhao simply changed his wish. Let the rain lady's hands drop. This time, not only the demons made their move, but the two black and white irregulars also violently appeared beside the rainy lady. Black Impermanence reached out his hand and gave a little tap on the rainy woman's arm. The Rainmaker's arms dropped at once. Auxiliary failure. Jiang Huayan's right hand dropped and the ring fell back into the ring box. He froze. Is the ability to say what you want so sick? Even the rain lady can control it? He can't even wear a ring? If it's just a glass doll, maybe it's not capable enough. But now it's glass doll plus Watchman Zhao, then things get stale. Rule power plus a smart manipulator. In a sense, the combination is a whole new evil spirit. Don't get excited. Watchman Zhao smiled, lighting the cigarette in his own mouth and casually tossing a lighter over. I'm just asking for advice, if you don't want to talk, that's fine. You've lived so long that your character still needs to change, such as your agitation, such as your stubbornness. A very uncomfortable feeling arose in Jiang Huayan's heart. Since entering this room, it had been this mysterious man who had been leading him by the nose from start to finish. It's an uncomfortable feeling. But he didn't seem to have much right to resist after all. He couldn't even put on the ring, he couldn't manipulate the Rainmaker in its entirety. Unless Mystique takes him out and triggers the rules of the Rain Lady. But the other party clearly had no intention of making a move. The second trick doesn't work either. He was in absolute passivity. I don't want to talk about it, and I know there's not much point in continuing to stay here. Now that I'm leaving, are you going to forcefully leave me behind? Zhang Huayan began to try to fight back through words. Watchman Zhao smiled, be my guest. Counterattacks ineffective. Zhang Huayan laughed in exasperation. It's been a long time since I'd been this stifled. But he really didn't sense hostility in the other man. Okay, then I'll see you later, but let me hint, there are many capable people in Huaxia, and the masters are like clouds. I know, I'm also a Chinese. Watchman Zhao cheerfully interrupted his preaching. Zhang Huayan's last move, the leadership-style sermon, was also scrapped. OPBI will find you. I would advise them not to come to me. I have no animosity towards OPBI now. What happens later, who can say? If I were you, I'd just check in with my own immediate supervisor instead of making a big deal out of this. Watchman Zhao smiled as he exhaled a mouthful of smoke and stared tightly into Zhang Huayan's eyes. So, you really don't want to talk? I also have a very important piece of information here that I can bring in exchange with you. Oh, and something to do with your wife. Zhang Huayan's body stiffened in place. Something to do with my wife? What's her name? I don't know. Zhang Huayan. Then you say a hammer. Do you cheat without priming? There's nothing to say. I hope you don't mess with OPBI. This is kind of my advice, although you're scary with all this weirdness, but those 10 old men in the headquarters, any one of them will be able to subdue you to death. Zhang Huayan turned around and left. Are there 10 very powerful old men at the headquarters? Watchman Zhao nodded and reached out to take the notebook from the black cat, silently taking notes. He didn't look up and let Zhang Huayan walk away. The pen in his hand brushes and writes. He's analyzing. But at the same time, he suddenly opened his mouth, mimicking the tone of the woman in the rain, and said slowly. Zhang Huayan, don't think of resurrecting me. How many years have forgotten me? After writing, Watchman Zhao closed the notebook and casually threw it to the black cat. Pretty good, no drooling little guy. Oh, but don't burn the book with the flames in your mouth. The chinchilla hastily nodded its head in a good manner. It won't burn a bit. Don't worry, master. Watchman Zhao smiled and looked toward the door. Zhang Huayan stood there stiffly, his left hand gripping the doorknob with a death grip, almost yanking it off. The man's face trembled as a wave of extreme sadness and pain brewed in his eyes. He didn't go out. Nor did he turn around, just stared dead ahead. Behind him, a perplexed expression spread across the pale face of the woman in the rain as she slowly turned around and looked at Watchman Zhao suspiciously. That ghostly face actually showed a hint of life at this moment. And gradually regained a hint of blood color. It was as if that face had come to life. A human face that comes to life? Watchman Zhao was stunned. A human face? Human face. Those whose souls are kept in the custody of the ghost-painted skin human skin mask suffocation XXX, and those whose souls have been copied by the black and white faceless ghost suffocation XXX, can be resurrected along that world line. Watchman Zhao froze. Zhang Huayan, who kept his wife's soul in a human skin mask, and then put this human skin mask on the face of the woman in the rain? Rainy Lady's rule for killing is perception. And Zhang Huayan's perception of the girl in the rain was his wife. So no matter how well Zhang Huayan knew Rainy Girl couldn't kill him? And to get stuck with bugs like that? Got it, I got it all. Watchman Zhao smiled and stood up. Captain Zhang, I'll see you later. Zhang Huayan turned around violently, and at some point, he put the ring on his hand. It is well known that the wishing of glass dolls is not an eternal ability. The woman in the rain retreated behind Zhang Huayan and cooperatively displayed her hostility toward Watchman Zhao. Where did you hear that? She told you that? It can't be, I haven't been able to revive her, I haven't found a way to revive her, she can't be revived yet. Watchman Zhao sighed and stomped heavily towards the floor twice, prompting Xia Heiman that she could get ready to go. You'll find a way to resurrect her, with all my heart. Watchman Zhao smiled and prepared to leave. Zhang Huayan was stunned in place, and for a moment he didn't know if he should act. But just then, the woman in the rain behind him moved. It appeared above Watchman Zhao's head in an instant. Question mark. Watchman Zhao coldly looked up and stepped directly into the time crevice. But just then, he realized that a weird red dowry had appeared on his head. The rain lady tore that red wedding dress in a flash. Huh? Watchman Zhao froze. Then the rain lady lowered her head, and a hint of the living really showed on that face. Please don't alienate your girlfriend, stay with her, take her with you. Otherwise, you'll regret it in the future. Chapter 111, OPBI Headquarters Emergency Summoning. A future I'll regret? Watchman Zhao's pupils contracted. What it means? Red wedding dress? It has imprinted this episode, and it may be played over and over again in the future? Or influence his life so that when he tries to reach out to Molu, the two sides somehow turn their backs on him? And thus allow yourself to be hurt by love? Thanks. Watchman Zhao said sincerely. No need. The blood suddenly began to recede from the beautiful face of the woman in the rain. Please, take care of my husband for me, I know, I'm dead. In the cracks of time, Watchman Zhao watched clearly as the blood on her face faded. The vitality that belongs to the living is rapidly disappearing. She reverted back to the cold, rainy woman, turning around in the middle of the time gap and slowly returning to Jiang Huayan's back. Time begins to flow normally. Jiang Huayan still didn't know what was happening, and in the middle of the time sandwich, he couldn't observe or think. In the distance, Watchman Zhao smiled and bowed. Roger that, noble lady, I owe you a favor and I will return it. What lady? Jiang Huayan stared at him in a daze, then at the nothingness behind him. Who are you talking to? Watchman Zhao didn't answer him, his feet were empty, and his entire body landed violently on the first floor under the sixth floor, tugging Xia Haiman to disappear in a flash. Jiang Huayan immediately chased after him, pointing his finger down. Rainwater runs the floor through. But all that could be seen were two fainting couples who were dead or alive. But there was no sign of Watchman Zhao or Xia Haiman. What the hell does that mean? Riddler. Outside the door, Fu Han and Zhang Chen barged in. Captain, they're gone? Fu Han stood to the side holding his sword, staring cautiously around. Aha! Zhang Huayan looked at Zhang Chen. Is there a way to find them? Zhang Chen reached for the business card in his pocket, but thought of the other two. Meng Jiali and Wu Hai. He didn't take it out. I could look into it, but the man is so mysterious, I'm afraid it's a bit hard to find him with those street cameras. Find it first. Zhang Huayan was trembling. For him, his wife is the most important thing in the world. Nothing can compare to this event, not even the destruction of the world. The man who calls himself Black and White can communicate with his wife? How can that be? Human skin mask didn't fulfill the conditions for awakening. She, I think, is still asleep. If you're awake, why don't you want to talk to me? Jingle bells. Suddenly the phone rang. Zhang Huayan wanted to smash the phone right then and there. Zhang Chen hurriedly reminded, the director's phone. Zhang Huayan froze for a moment, barely suppressing the annoyance in his heart, and picked up, hello. He Yuan's voice came from the other end of the phone, come to the capital, be there by 7 tonight, and bring the team members. What for? Urgent summons from headquarters. An emergency call from headquarters? Everyone is coming back? Zhang Huayan asked. Aha! On the other end of the phone, He Yuan nodded. Elder Zhao sent word that the whole thing has to roll back. It looks like something really big happened. Oh. Guess, someone moved the timeline. What the hell, get to Yanjing at 7 tonight? You're kidding me. I'm in Argentina. Who told you to miss work to go to soccer? Hey, laugh it up. I've got a plan, Chief, and you're going to run this meeting in my place. Get your ass back here. Now. But I'm really not in a position to do that right now, Chief, I have another plan. Get out. That. Left, Captain. Can I trouble you to take a little time to go to Yinjing headquarters at night, Although this request is very rude, you are on vacation right now, but this meeting is really important. Zhao Grandpa said it's very serious, everyone has to come back, It feels like you're about to burst into tears, Chief, am I that scary? Yes. Oh no, there isn't. Yanjing. The capital of China. A lot of people were dragged along that day. And with the arrival of this large number of people, all the residents of Yanjing sensed an anomaly. The weather, it's getting cold. And it's not simply the cold. It seemed to be a vicious chill that came from the depths of his heart. Even in a cotton jacket you can't carry it. The streets are haunted. Every now and then a ghost pops up to scare passers-by. Or the cars on a road get lost in mass, swerving one way or the other on the same road, navigation affected by mysterious forces, and the world seems to be left with just this one road. Certain residents who are a little more inspired than average will notice a huge figure flickering in the sky, like a giant three-dimensional projection. Then a few seconds later it flashed again for a split second in the distant sky. All sorts of strange things have been going on in this ancient city. A female junior high school student clutching an odd doll, surrounded by a large group of people, shivered as she walked into the middle of the Forbidden City. That left Captain, did you kill someone again? What a heavy smell of blood, he. The girl was shivering and looking behind her. There, a burly man with a knife on his back followed her silently, his face expressionless. He can give off a feeling of extreme danger even without any particular behavior. Because he was wrapped in a materialized killing aura all over his body. That could never be formed by killing dozens of people. So, in fact, the group was shivering. The man looked down quizzically, and without saying anything more, silently pulled a large, bloody chunk of meat out of his pocket. Don't tell anyone. Oh, tiger meat, it's very tonic. Not that anyone carries around tiger meat. Or raw. No. Is it really normal for tiger meat to appear here? Isn't that a bit too criminal? I don't eat, the middle school girl gulped, not in gluttony, but in fear. The man put the meat back and said lightly, Chief, you should be more masculine, after all, you're the superpower in charge of Magic City. The girl quickly shook her head, I don't want to care at all, Captain Left, I think you. I can't beat you. Captain Zoe said indifferently, if I could beat you, I would have grabbed it without you saying anything. Oh, Bureau Lu. He Yuan's voice came from behind him. The girl was like an amnesty. It's Director He. She rushed over to him, clutching her doll. He Yuan smiled and shook her hand, then walked towards the left captain and extended his right hand. The killing aura on the left captain is still so heavy. Captain Left turned straight around, I'm not shaking your hand. The smile on He Yuan's face stiffened. But soon, he got his facial expression under control. Why have you always been so antagonistic towards me? It's been so long since we've known each other. Captain Left turned and walked away. You are too heavily influenced by demons, your heart is not right, and I despise it. Chapter 112 Those Guardians Hiding in the Shadows. Grandpa Zoo, the venue has been set up, the 4 directors are already in place, 30 of the 34 directors have arrived, 3 are on leave, and 1 is still on his way. In a quaint old mansion. An old man on crutches was teasing a black cat in his yard. The 2 young men stood by respectfully. A man and a woman. One black and one white. The young man dressed in black bowed his head and reported in a low voice. Aha! The old man nodded his head and looked at the white-clothed girl, little whisper, how is the matter that I asked you to investigate going? The young girl took out a notebook and reported in a low voice, those that have awakened so far are the black and white, the god of death, the demon, the monumental web, the red wedding dress, the Yama's game, the ghost trick, the old cat-faced lady, the newly tainted evil spirits, half of the faceless ghosts, the suffocating, and the human worm. How did he contract asphyxiation? It's weird, it seems to be related to Landonautica. The old man nodded, always keep an eye on ox-headed horseface's whereabouts. Watchman Zhao, absolutely do not touch bull-head horseface. Okay, Grandpa. The old man tapped his cane in his hand, and the 3 of them suddenly disappeared into the courtyard. Yanjing, the Forbidden City. In those areas where tourists are forbidden to enter, a large group of people are converging at this time. Any one of these people taken out was an existence that could run roughshod over a party. But here, they don't dare make a move. A dozen or so small children were very happy to weave their way through the crowd, clutching piles of tickets. Their clothes were all the same color. Half black, half white. Grandpa Jiang, here's your ticket. A little boy ran up to Jiang Huayan and handed him a ticket before speeding off to the next one. Thanks. Jiang Huayan smiled and accepted the tickets. The events of the party were still haunting his mind and making him feel uncomfortable, so he didn't even notice the brat's name calling. Captain, let's go. Zhang Chen took the tickets and spoke. Aha! Zhang Huayan nodded and tore the ticket in his hand. Suddenly, a long, thin ghostly hand reached out from it, directly ripping Zhang Huayan into another dimension. Zhang Chen also followed. More and more people are showing up in this mysterious space. On each shoulder, a mysterious arm was grasped. Rows of tables and chairs, high and low, were presented to them. Jiang Huayan habitually came to the second row, and found the seat with his nameplate Jiang Huayan, vice captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Zhejiang Provincial Division. Zhang Chen and the others did not have this treatment, and were seated relatively far back. On Jiang Huayan's right-hand side, a seat with Zhejiang Provincial Division 3rd Brigade leader, Li Push, was always empty. The tables and chairs were arranged in a ring, the inner circle being lower and the outer circle higher, so that everyone present could see the raised platform in front of them. 4 tables were set up in the center of the raised platform, which is still currently empty. That was a big scene, wasn't it, Left Chop? The knife carrier with a murderous aura drew back his chair and sat beside Jiang Huayan with a big grin. Usually, it's not the same scene at the annual meeting. Not so many people showed up for the annual meeting. Left Chop nodded, that makes sense. He pointed to the empty seat beside Jiang Huayan. Is Li Push hanging up or not? I don't know. Jiang Huayan sighed, can't find anyone. Zuoshan shook his head and sighed softly, what a pity, it's rare to find one who plays with cold weapons, I would like to compete with him again. It's not like you can't cut him. Haven't played in 20 years, so who knows? Well, that too. At that moment, He Yuan came to take a seat in front of Jiang Huayan's right side. The girl with the doll followed on her ass. Seriously, every time I see Bureau Lu, it's hard for me to imagine that she's also at the director level. Jiang Huayan spat. Zhuo Chop's eyes narrowed slightly, that's because you haven't fought her. So horrible? Extreme terror. Jiang Huayan pondered, that doll in her hand, it's Annabelle, right? Well, it can hit a match. Good. Jiang Huayan lost interest for the moment, put on his glasses, and fished out a copy of the Yellow Emperor's internal canon. Reading this ghost book again, it's been decades, right? Zhuo Chop couldn't help but spit. You don't understand the fun of it. Left Chop. Okay, it's not very understandable. Left Chop thought it would be more fun to fight. Especially fighting evil spirits. His gaze was fixed on the group in the first row. In Zhuo Chop's eyes, the world is different from the general public. He also possesses peak. Therefore, in the eyes of Zhuo Chop, at this time this large conference hall. All ghosts. All kinds of evil spirits are everywhere. The rows of seats in the first row were spread out more, as there were only 34 seats. Zhejiang Province. Director Hou Yuqi. This man had ghostly hands all over his body, but unlike Watchman Zhao, he didn't seem to have a ghostly eye or a ghostly face popping out of him somehow. It was just those ghostly hands shrugging as if they were giving a silent, strange laugh. These ghostly hands held up his body like a shelf, and almost all of He Yuan's actions required the assistance of the demons. A great shadow loomed above him, hazy, like a giant unseen evil spirit that was suppressing this mortal. Municipality of Magic City. Director Ryu Kogain. In that doll in her arms, a pair of creepy eyes were watching everything around her. And as those eyes watched, something subtle was happening in the conference room. In the back seat, a male junior high student was drawing. He drew a human face. Suddenly, the face seemed to come to life and showed him a wry smile. The boy smiled cheerfully. The next moment, the painting was dead again. Something is suppressing this bizarre change. The doll in Ryu Zayakin's hand twisted in displeasure. Lu Xiaojin hurriedly coaxed, be good, don't move, this meeting is very serious, shoo. The doll obediently died. However, an eye slowly opened from Lu Xiaojin's body and coldly glanced at Zhuo Chop. Ding! Zhuo Chop silently picked up his cell phone. It's a text message. A death obituary, to be precise. On September 10, 2024, at 1900 hours, Mordor Branch Chief Lu Xiaojin was killed in the line of duty. Please extend my condolences. Left Chop seems to have seen this obituary text message before and tosses it aside breathlessly. Keep looking. Yanjing Municipality. Director Huangfu Candle. That seat is empty. A laptop was set up. On the computer screen, the left half of the screen was open to a video phone call, and on the right half was a mysterious website that was densely filled with gibberish. Standing in Left Chop's point of view, you can't see that site. Because of the direction of the screen, to the high platform in the center of the conference hall. It was almost as if his back was turned to Left Chop. But in Zhuo Chop's eyes, he could vaguely see a blurry silhouette of a man who was sitting in front of a computer with his feet on a chair, one hand wrapped around his knee, and the other holding an ice cream. Anyway, the demeanor was weird. And there's a weird point. You see, the computer screen is facing the high platform, and the blurry figure is sitting directly in front of the screen. In other words, he took his seat in the opposite direction from the average person. He sat in the void across the table. Suddenly, there was a ghostly figure behind him. What appeared to be a very fuzzy woman which pushed a large pile of desserts over to the man and stood quietly behind him. Ghost Mom. Left Chop felt squeamish about the thing and averted his gaze, looking at the other directors. At that moment, there were suddenly 4 more people on the 4 empty tables and chairs on top of the high platform. Look at the name tags, respectively. Northease. King Chancellor. Thanks for the red eucalyptus. Nangongyu. OPBI's top group of people that showed up. But it's impossible to tell how old they are. Because these 4 men, one looks younger than the other. Are the people still not all here? One of them scanned downward. Why is Jia Kuan still on his way here? It's 7 o'clock, not waiting for him. So everyone, this meeting is very important, please take it seriously. Elder Zhao Tiancheng has spoken, so all of you listen carefully. But before the meeting begins, a short special session. He glanced at his watch, 7:01, 23 seconds, all director level into the time slot. Chapter 113 Massive Migration of Skinny Tall Ghosts and Shadows. Oh, it's true that the timeline has been moved. There's another super ruthless person in this world, forcing time modification against the whole world. Interesting. The directors talked in low voices. He Yuan looked down at his watch. 20 seconds. 21 seconds. 22 seconds. Be still. He looked up slowly. A demonic, ghostly hand plunged into the brain. For a moment, the world stood still. To be precise, it should be that He Yuan's time had been stretched infinitely, and his reaction speed was skyrocketing at an outrageous rate. So the speed of the others around them was plummeting to a landing. Until it's completely set in stone. Ryu Xiaojin, the girl with the doll, tilted her head just a little. In an instant everything is set to die. Her means of entering the time sandwich seemed to be superior to that of the demon. In the seat of the imperial candle. The computer screen flickered. Someone is sending a message across the street. The silhouette turned its head and looked behind it. Mom, help me out. All right, baby. The mysterious woman walked over to the computer and reached over and pressed slightly on it. This computer was stabilized. Information was able to change in the cracks of time. A line popped up in the dialog box. It's ready. None of the 30 directors present were sane. The corners of one director's mouth rose slightly in an incomplete smile. And that one smile actually sent him into the time warp. A middle-aged man clapped his hands lightly. Time stands still. A woman let out a question, I seem to be in a time warp? And so. Time stands still. The means are varied and endless. The tactics of this group of people are shady as hell. And it was possible to get this group of people to behave, to arrive by 7 o'clock, and to sit down obediently for a meeting. OPBI's awesomeness speaks for itself. However, even though the point in time when these people entered the time sandwich was 23 seconds, a 23-second time sandwich is infinitely long. So the group entered both fast and slow. He Yuan belongs to the rather slow group. And the fastest entry. It was Lu Xiaojin and Huangfu Candle. It's not like you can just move around here, but I will bore out. So they should be boring. Well, this one doesn't seem to apply to these two. Huangfu Candle that shadow and Bam Bam Dazzle ice cream. Ryu Xiaojin sat bored in his seat and drew. How long is this meeting going to take? I'm waiting to go back and watch the anime. My last name is Huangfu. Oh, I'm sorry. On the high platform, the 4 director-level bigwigs were the first to synchronize on. And then more and more people synchronized with them at the same extremely brief point in time. A director looked suspiciously at the back of the crowd. How did this guy get in again? Behind him, a group of green-colored humanoid creatures stood up violently, and one of them slowly opened its mouth. Left Chop, go down. Yes. Left Chop also quietly entered the time clip and hid behind a group of people, leaning arrogantly on the chair. No less, why shouldn't I hear it? The sound didn't come out. Originally, the time cracker wasn't even quite able to move light, so who are you to make a sound? Oh. So in the eyes of the crowd, the guy just looked like he was so beat up that he kept quivering his lips in arrears. Captain Left, why don't you go down first? Turn around, I will tell you the content of the meeting. Everyone don't get excited. Hi. Lu Xiaojin hurriedly said carefully. Cut. Zhuo was very upset, but he still quite listened to this little girl's words. Soon he was fixed, out of this time sandwich. Sooner or later he's going to get his ass kicked. The computer blinks and a line appears. Only then did he Yuan slowly synchronize up. All 30 directorate levels have completed their synchronization. But everyone present was immobile. That unknown, God's eye, was hiding in a hidden place peering at them with death. As soon as man dared to move, the thing would appear, bringing great terror. But just then, the clear sound of a cane was heard in everyone's ears. Knocking. Knocking. Thud. An old man, with a black-clothed teenager and a white-clothed girl, eerily appeared in the center of the venue. His right hand dropped. The entire hand eerily turned black, and brilliant blue light shimmered around it. And in this right hand, grasping an eye? That's right, it was the mysterious giant eye that shimmered with a starry luster when Watchman Zhao tried to move at 23 minutes past 11. That thing that seems to prohibit humans from moving through the time gap. But at that moment, the eye, caught by this old man. Some kind of mysterious power fixed it to death, its eyelids could not be opened, and it could only keep struggling in his hands. This old man, breaking the rules of the time sandwich, empowered everyone in the room to act. Grandpa Cho. The old man is still in such good health. Several people opened their mouths in greeting, polite and even a bit complimentary. He Yuan was trying to be complimentary. But his demons didn't seem to be so powerful as to allow him to make a sound in the time sandwich. The cyan humanoid behind the director spoke up, Elder Zhao, 30 directors in place, 3 on leave. Jaquan is still on his way. Several people in the room couldn't help but laugh. This phrase seems to come up a lot. Elder Zhao smiled and shook his head as he opened his mouth and said, the reason for calling all of you to come here today, you should have all guessed it. Someone moved the timeline. This person, however, is very important. Su Feng, Nye Qi, you two have faceless ghosts on you, let's talk alone in a moment. The 2 directors nodded. And then, the second topic, the thing that will be the focus of the discussion in a moment, here are a couple of points for you individually first. As I told you before, old Yuan saw the future, and in about 3 months, there will be a large-scale migration of tall, skinny ghosts and shadows. And just now, Lao Yuan realized that the migration was a month ahead of schedule. In other words, the maker of this timeline shift probably subjectively influenced the tall, thin ghostly figure. All prepare in advance, a mass migration of skinny tall ghosts and shadows is no small matter. Destroying 70 or 80 or so superpowers is easy. 6. What a ing 6. Watchman Zhao stood on the street and looked aside breathlessly. 2 street skaters were sitting on a battery-operated cart playing with their cell phones, one of them doing who knows what while the other one was 6 on the sidelines. Ha. Watchman Zhao held out his left hand. The singing ghost just shut up. It's noisy, everywhere you go people are 6, it's never ending. Xia Haiman stood behind him. 6, isn't this normal, modern people's mouths are either or 6. I suggest you stop pronouncing that number or there's no chance I'll accidentally finish you off. Heyman Xia. A mirror suddenly appeared in front of Watchman Zhao. Where are we going again? Heyman asked suspiciously. To Maine. Chapter 114, Kneel Down. The transmission was far more successful than Watchman Zhao had imagined. Originally, in his anticipation, it would have been spread to some remote town, and then he would be the one to search for information, look for clues, and follow the trail to some special organization, make a big kill, and grab the leader for an interrogation. But the reality seems to be otherwise. Heyman followed him across the mirror and looked around suspiciously. At least 1,000 faces surrounded the area, watching them silently. Sexy Lotus, deal online. Friend, L chat. The quality is high-o. Brothers play football or not? I have a big way. It was a hall in a very bad environment that looked like someone had cheaply chartered a crappy building and done some cheap renovations. The environment was oppressive and stuffy, with mosquitoes flying around, 10 antiquated electric fans squeaking overhead, and at least 1,000 people sitting below. There were men and women, plain-looking, with blackened seals, and Watchman Zhao saw an almost dead blankness in their eyes. Like 1,000 living dead. Even if a few sporadic people looked at them, their eyes lit up. But something seemed to come to mind, and the light in their eyes quickly went out. These people are sitting in front of their computers, mechanically tapping away at their keyboards and switching back and forth between dialog boxes. 20 tall white men with loaded guns wandered through the crowd. It was also the first time these 20 people reacted. They snapped up their guns and closed in on Watchman Zhao's duo. Lots of faces, but none of them are interesting. Heyman spat, walking over to a computer and briefly scanning it. Zhao, Black and White, you want to get into this? Watchman Zhao's face looked bad. Pretty bad. The investigation of the glass dolls was not thorough. All he knew was that Zhao Xian had disappeared into Maine without conducting any more searches or speculations. Or maybe the newly reborn man had more of his parents and Muro, who had come back from the dead, on his mind. He walked over to the computer as well and looked at it. Hey, do you know Zhao Xian? The living dead in front of the computer looked up at him, lowered his head, and continued to work silently. Watchman Zhao saw that this man had scars all over his body. It was hard to imagine what this man had gone through to become the living machine he was before him. Sorting through the timeline, Watchman Zhao's time backtracking only went back 27 days, and when the OPBI called before he entered the Catman world, Zhao Xian had been missing for a month, plus it took time to determine the disappearance. In other words, by now, Zhao Xian had long since completed her registration with the OPBI and disappeared into society. She was tricked into a pyramid scheme. Tricked into going to Burma. His eyes grew cold. Hello Mr. Inhuman, there was no notification from the boss's side that anyone was coming over today, could I trouble you for a name? A white man spouted Chinese and cautiously walked over to Watchman Zhao. He said it politely, but the gun was gripped tightly in his hand. Watchman Zhao silently turned around, his black and white impermanent mask permeated with mystery. I'm looking for Zhao Xian. The white guy froze. A week ago, Fishhead took her away. Okay, you're useful. Watchman Zhao nodded and looked at the remaining 19 whites. Kill them all. Xia Heyman froze, so soon he started to make himself available? It was fine. She had just raised her hand, ready to turn it on the heavily armed, burly men. But the next second, she vaguely saw some blurry palms crawling out from all over these people. A casual tug. Bang! 19 explosions sounded at the same time. A rain of blood mixed with unknown objects poured down. Ah! The living dead finally reacted and quickly stepped out of the way. The only remaining white man trembled in fear and hastened to his knees. Oh great Inhuman, is it something we have done to anger you? A strange smile slowly appeared on Xia Haimin's face. Hey, finally I see another side of you. I suddenly realized that you're quite handsome. You'll die once first too. Watchman Zhao looked at her coldly. A ghostly smile blossomed violently on the back of his head. Xia Heyman also inexplicably blew up into a pile of blood and flesh. The white man trembled even more. Is this man crazy? Killing even his own partner? At that moment, a cold palm yanked him up violently. Take me to Zhao Xian's place, where she works, all the places she's walked. Under the black and white mask, Watchman Zhao's eyes glowed with a blood-red light. Okay. The white man rose hastily and, trembling, led the way. They left this hall and turned into a narrow corridor. Another turn, a door pushed open, and the scenery changed dramatically. Here, a lot of women dressed rather revealingly, heavily made up, are sitting in front of their computers scratching their heads. Beside them, in the corner that couldn't be presented to the computer camera, stood a tall black man. Hey, well done. At that moment, a female anchor seemed to disconnect from the live stream, and a black man on the sidelines immediately pounced on her, going up and down. Dead. Bang! Another cloud of blood mist exploded. The smiley face on the back of Watchman Zhao's head smiled even more. Not only that, but some of the thin, unobservable threads that were wrapped around his body began to tremble regularly, as if they were emitting a silent, strange laugh. The black cat silently followed behind Watchman Zhao. But it didn't scream, it didn't let the damn things go down. It seemed to sense the grief within its master. So just silently chewing on his notebook and silently following him. How far is it? Watchman Zhao roared. The white guy almost pissed himself. It's just up ahead, just up ahead. They walked through this one room to the door at the other end. Watchman Zhao raised his foot and kicked it straight up. Just then, a ghostly figure leapt out of the room. However, compared to the speed of that ghostly shadow, there was another, smaller ghostly shadow that appeared in front of Watchman Zhao at an even faster speed and brushed his face. Before that unknown evil spirit could comprehend what was happening, it was directly given a slap out of Watchman Zhao's sight. Watchman Zhao looked suspiciously at the little boy guarding his body. What do you mean? The little boy gave him a harmless smile. You should die of extreme asphyxiation. Okay. Watchman Zhao looked ahead at this extraordinarily decorated room. Here, there's paint all over the place. All sorts of paints were applied to the walls and floors, layer by layer, in a disgusting gesture. For beautiful, almost demonic women were sitting in front of a vanity mirror putting on their makeup. Or rather, they should be in painted skin. Because as they slide their fingers over their faces, over their bodies, many features are changing. They are making themselves more and more beautiful. And in one corner of the room, a Negro sat grinning broadly in a sofa chair, smoking a cigar, his eyes glaring like brass bells as he stared dead in the direction in which the evil spirit had disappeared. His ghost, it seems, has just been slapped away. It's like this, isn't it? He's not blinking, is he? Kiriko wa la 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 la. Watchman Zhao couldn't understand the man's bird language. He didn't want to understand either. Terrifying murderous aura surged out from his body, and he was wrapped in this murderous aura, walking towards the black man step by step. Kneel down. Chapter 115. The whole world wants them dead. Negroes can't understand it. He didn't want to understand either. It's been a while since anyone dared to talk to him like that. What a death wish. Who cares who you are, I'm. Bang! The sofa chair underneath him cracked inch by inch, and his legs were twisted and shattered by a huge invisible force, causing him to fall hard to his knees. Watchman Zhao went up for a leg. With the demon's enchantment, his power was terrifyingly great. But the man's entire flesh and blood suddenly began to twist. A large, bloody hand grew out of him and tried to grab Watchman Zhao's foot. Static. Step into the time sandwich. The bloody hands didn't stop, instead becoming faster in the stillness of space and time. Off. Wish unfolded. Demonic, ghostly hands crawled out of the bloody hands. But I don't know if the bloody hands ability is too weird, or if the demon is just being lazy. I can't believe I can't press it. The black and white irregulars appeared on the sidelines and reached out with a gentle pressure. The bloody hand was pressed. But from the bloody hand came another bloody hand that continued to grip Watchman Zhao. Watchman Zhao silently glanced at the black cat. Totoro meowed happily. Finally a mission. It goes up and takes a bite. The bloody hand was eaten. But in the void, there were actually bloody hands sticking out. This stuff isn't really on the level of common sense anymore. But chinchillas are really quite smart. It opened its mouth with a scream. Bloody hand was offline. So Watchman Zhao's feet were not restrained. But behind him, an eerie eye glittering with starlight slowly opened. You want to stop me too? But I'm just going to kick him in the time gap. A green-colored doppelganger was born, hugging Watchman Zhao's leg and banging on the black man. Flow. Time clip disengagement. In an instant countless feet landed on the guy. And, it's the FTL photo. This guy's body is being kicked and burned at the same time. But the weird thing is, brand new flesh and blood began to grow on him, filling in the damage extremely quickly. So, he is being killed and resurrected at the same time. Scream again. Meow. Flesh and blood down the line. In a flash, the guy was kicked to the curb. Dead silence. There were 4 women and a white man in the room, plus a large group of people arriving at the door. Couldn't say half a word at the sight before him. Only the sound of saliva being swallowed could be faintly heard. Where the hell did he come from to kill a ruthless man? Come on, make way or die please. Heyman danced and broke in. Watchman Zhao looked back at her. How does it feel to have just inexplicably killed her once, and not only does she not feel angry? Instead, you're very happy? What an anomaly. The abyss of flesh and blood, ah, what a cheap evil spirit. Xia Heyman cackled strangely. Lord Black White Infernal, killing this kind of trash is simply dirtying your feet. Watchman Zhao looked at her breathlessly. Is it an illusion? I feel like you're happy. Ehe, don't tell me, it's pretty cool. Do you want to kill me again? Pervert, ah. Watchman Zhao couldn't help but shiver as he chose to ignore the crazy woman and continue to stare at the pile of rotten cooked meat in front of him. There's life up there. This man is not dead. It's just that the evil spirit on it was taken offline by the black cat, so it can't be resurrected at the moment. Make a diamond box and put him in it. Buzzing, a box with a shimmering gemstone luster landed in Watchman Zhao's hands, while the blood and flesh underground disappeared. Buried. The box disappears. Watchman Zhao turned toward the four women. Do you guys recognize Zhao Xin? Not. Very familiar. Watchman Zhao silently looked at their bodies. In them, the pigment was at its thickest and had almost become fluid, flowing through them. You may go. A bright light appeared in the eyes of one of the women, but soon the glimmer disappeared, turning to the pitch blackness of utter despair. Go, huh? Where can we go? The great people of this world are eager for us to become painted skin. The other woman also laughed miserably. First they treat us as playthings, captive us, wait until we become painted skins, then peel off our skins and wear them on their bodies, then they can regain their youth and... It's almost impossible to die in a year, even with an evil curse. Xia Haiman sighed and walked over to Watchman Zhao. The more beautiful you are, the more pathetic you are. Unfortunately, no one will save you, and even, the whole world is expecting you to die. Watchman Zhao watched them silently and looked at Ha Haiman. What is the logic of the painted skin curse? Xia Haiman froze. Such a common evil spirit, you actually don't understand it? Watchman Zhao nodded. He hadn't checked the tablet network, so he really wasn't very clear. Xia Haiman laughed strangely. Wanna know also fine, kill me again. If you pull one of these sick ones again, I'll let you die for real. Shahiman shivered and hurriedly said, yes, the whole world is waiting for them to die, which is the most desperate sorrow of the painted skin cursed. This stuff is like sucking X. It's only for people who love beauty. When they are initially just dabbed, they find that the makeup is very effective and they become very beautiful after applying it. And the next thing that happens is that things get more and more out of whack, and they find out that they can give themselves plastic surgery, that they can make themselves prettier, and generally at that point, it's considered an addiction. They will seek more extreme beauty, not just plastic surgery for their face, but their body, their skin, to make themselves more and more perfect. And when that perfection truly comes, that's when the ultimate curse of the painted skin comes. They will become a real painted skin. Watchman Zhao looked at these women who were desperate but still stubbornly painting their skins. These painted skins, can they be worn on someone else's body? Xia Haiman let out a strange laugh. This is the most interesting place. Hey, I forgot, Lord Wuxing, you wait a moment. She reached out and broke her eye. All of a sudden, her memory was good again. Oh, go on. Yes, these painted skins are able to be worn on humans, and these humans have direct access to the ability to paint themselves into any form. Oh, and of course it's still hard to paint another person entirely, which is far less common than faceless ghosts. She reached up and stroked her behind. Behind her, the huge ghostly face broke into a smile, its head rising slightly. Seems to be, in pride? And then what? Watchman Zhao asked. Xia Haiman's smile became eerie and weird. Then, may I ask, would those big shots let go of such a person? Life-prolonging treasure. The painted skin can restore their youth. Even this thing can be hard to resist an evil ghost attack. Of course, it is one time, like the black and white invincible. This kind of give you stuck in a time gap. A meal of messy killing means, or cannot carry. Watchman Zhao sneered, big shot. Xia Haiman added, there's another more interesting point. You should have also found out that the process of drawing the skin can be interrupted. Yes. Watchman Zhao nodded. An addiction is an addiction after all. It's not some kind of despair. They can refrain. It's hard, but it's not absolutely impossible. Yeah, it's possible for them not to become painted skin. Xia Haiman laughed straight. But yeah, from the day they become painted skin cursed, they won't be able to stop the process. Watchman Zhao was silent. Yeah. Can't block it out. Because these people get great value. And it's of tremendous value to the big boys. The big boys won't leave them alone. These beings in high places will find ways and means to keep them in their skins. Let them go step by step into the abyss and finally realize their worth and be worn by the big boys. The real curse of this thing should be. Watchman Zhao silently looked at the women. They are shedding tears. Humans all over the world are trying to get them killed. Chapter 116. Zhao Xian died in 1993. So, the whole world tried to get his sister killed. Watchman Zhao suddenly had an idea. He suddenly wanted to get all the big shots in this world killed and make this ugly world fall apart. It is indeed possible for him to do this. The spirits are having a heavy effect on me today. Watchman Zhao covered his head, but it's like, I'm starting to stop rejecting it. I'm coming to terms with what the spirits are doing to me. I'm fading into a madman. Xia Haiman laughed strangely. There's nothing wrong with becoming a madman. There are not so many hang-ups. and there are no things emo, living freely. If this madman also possesses the ability to go against the heavens, he will be able to get rid of all the shackles, and this kind of life, isn't it also quite interesting? Fallacy. Watchman Zhao shook his head. Well, who's to say that mainstream thinking is always correct? Many years ago, people still thought that the Earth was the center of the universe. Xia Heiman smiled. The vast majority of humans in this world are easily manipulated. They have their thoughts manipulated by a very small portion of the population so as to form the mainstream of society, but these thoughts are nothing more than favorable to that very small number of people. This world, it's all lies. Heiman stroked the huge ghost face behind her. That's why I kinda like the faceless ghost, because this guy won't lie to me, and it represents the absolute truth. Are you a thinker who drilled out of nowhere? Watchman Zhao shook his head breathlessly, returned to the white man, and went up to slap him. I didn't think that even a little minion like you would dare to trap me. I remember my original words were to take me to Zhao Xian's place, where she works, all the places she's walked. You brought me straight to the boss's room? The man, however, stopped shaking all of a sudden, probably anticipating the follow-up when he saw Watchman Zhao kick the alien out at light speed. But the reason why he didn't run away immediately was that, on the one hand, he felt that he couldn't escape, and on the other, this guy is also a tough guy. He pulled right back his bulletproof undershirt, revealing the bomb inside. Watchman Zhao laughed. Heiman smiled back. In front of people like them. Is the bomb funny? Your bombs, they're made of knives. The white man looked at him like a little cutie. Looked at him like he was a cutie and pounced on him, hugging Watchman Zhao to death. Put. Watchman Zhao just watched coldly as this man killed himself. His forward momentum was too strong, and on the bomb in his arms, a reaper reached out and flicked it. The bombs literally turned into a handful of short knives that glistened with cold light. A sound of metal-piercing flesh rang out. Watchman Zhao casually threw this white man to Xia Heiman. Strip his face. Okay. The giant snake behind Xia Heiman laughed strangely and gave birth to a fleshworm that pounced on the man's face. Took his face hard before he died a complete physical death. That makes this one useless. Because Ha Heiman copied all his information. But what made Watchman Zhao a little surprised was this. This woman ran backhanded into the crowd and grabbed another beautiful face. You're really obsessed with a beautiful face. Watchman Zhao spat. Heiman tilted her head, shivered a few times, and looked over at him. I'm a woman too. But this woman has so little in her head, it barely affects me. Watchman Zhao was a bit curious as to how this guy was able to restrain the memory buildup. This method is very mysterious. But he didn't bother to ask anyway. There was no way he was going to turn himself into a faceless ghost. Probably. Take me to that, fish head. Watchman Zhao said. This white man had said before that an alien named Fish Head had taken Zhao Xian. Xia Heiman, however, cocked her head, not knowing what she was thinking about, or rather, what she was looking for. You got something else? Heiman gave a strange laugh. There are, and lots of them. At that moment, a thin, bony man in the crowd wearing a single coat suddenly raised his hand. A few of you, are you looking for Zhao Xian? Watchman Zhao's eyes lit up. Please speak. The man was trembling, obviously in poor health, and seemed to have contracted something he shouldn't have. Because I'm from her hometown, so there was a little contact before, and something strange may have happened to her. Watchman Zhao listened silently without interrupting. The man glanced at Watchman Zhao and rubbed his hands together. I'm also from Xiangqiu province, and brother's accent just now sounded like. To me as well. This time, Watchman Zhao directly interrupted. Don't worry, I'll send you guys back, finish what you just said. The first reaction the man showed was confusion, followed by a very happy expression. Thank you. Thank you so much. Here's the thing. From his shirt, he pulled out a newspaper. Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly as he intuitively felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. Look here. Fun. Giggling. He. Suddenly, Watchman Zhao, all covered in evil spirits, began to laugh strangely. Watchman Zhao's cold hairs stood up all over his body. Nope. Something's not right with this paper. Put the paper down. Words out of the law follow. The newspaper in the man's hand slammed to the ground. I don't understand, don't you care about that woman? Why don't you look at it? Watchman Zhao stretched out his left hand and directly pressed the skinny, bony man to the ground. As soon as something jumped out at him, Watchman Zhao would just rip it into the Catman world. It's a shame that it didn't trick, it's a shame. The skinny, bony man suddenly began to shrink and started to get even thinner. It's like leaking. Then a human skin lay still on the ground. From the human skin, a snake with a human face emerged. Faceless ghost. This snake, with its human mouth open and its skin in its mouth, wagged its tail and tried to leave. It was common knowledge that humans could not kill evil spirits, so the ghostly thing's pace was arrogant. Wrapping a faceless ghost in a painted skin? I see, this haunted place is also guarding a second alien, only this one is guarded in a rather safe manner. Watchman Zhao sneered, that's what you think, isn't it? Get over here. Wish unfolded. The snake was entangled in countless demonic and ghostly hands and instantly rolled up in front of Watchman Zhao. Then he was yanked into the world of cat people. Feed it directly to the cat. Find the cursor of this faceless ghost. Watchman Zhao ordered to the demon while the wish unfolded. Watchman Zhao was just about to break in when he suddenly hesitated. What if there's more than one other alien around that person? Is this behavior a little too aggressive? So what if there are 10,000 deviants? I'll kill them all. Watchman Zhao snorted coldly and tried to break through. Just then, the chinchilla behind him opened its mouth and snapped at him. Watchman Zhao was stunned as the mirror shattered. Transmission failed. Is the demon harming me again? He laughed bitterly and shook his head, squatting down and gently rubbing the chinchilla's head. Good reminder, little one. Meow. Totoro wagged his tail happily. Xia Heiman observed silently from the side, her eyes slightly narrowed, not knowing what she was thinking. Watchman Zhao looked at the newspaper on the floor. There might actually be a clue hidden in this newspaper that relates to my sister. But he couldn't look, those ghostly things on his body were laughing maniacally. This newspaper is very dangerous. I can't look at it, wouldn't it be better to let someone else look at it? Watchman Zhao looked at a black man. The black man's hairs stood up in chills. You, read out what's in this paper. Gibberish, the black man waved his hand wildly, indicating that he did not understand Chinese. You know Chinese? Watchman Zhao said indifferently. It's not that I really don't understand. The man violently covered his mouth. What the hell, did I just speak some weird language out? Come on, I don't mind one more body. Behind the black man, a female anchor who seemed to have been bullied by him went up and kicked him. Hurry up. Quite reluctantly. The man was obviously quite reluctant, but he honestly plopped down on the paper, a lot of words. Read what? Something to do with Zhao Xin. Which Xin? I feel like you're looking for death. Honestly, he hastened to search quickly, and finally, in a small line at the bottom of the paper, found the information. It says, Zhao Xin died. Died in 1993? Grass. Then is the woman I saw these days ghost? Xia Heiman let out a strange laugh. It's getting more and more interesting. Interesting what? Watchman Zhao gave her a cold look. Heiman nudged toward the black man, that man, missing O. Watchman Zhao looked violently in the direction of the black man. A newspaper lay quietly on the floor. The man, however, disappeared. At the same time, a line of death obituaries eerily surfaced on the wall in front of Watchman Zhao. Ellen Jocko, died September 10, 2024. Chapter 117 Obituaries of Death. Please be alone and die in this world as you know it. My name is Ellen Jocko, African American beautiful nation. The main reason for coming to Maine was to circle the wagons, fast and furious. But after actually coming here, I realized that things seemed more interesting than I thought. Those stupid Chinese women are so moist. Not only moist, but stupid. It's so stupid to have them fooled by two random lines of bull. Their bodies, TSK, 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 TSK. Oh, especially those, painted skins, are really pretty. I've never met such pretty women in my life. And the prettiest one in there is that Zhao Xin. She's smart and seems to be better at even the being beautiful part than other women. Unfortunately, boss likes her so much, he won't let us touch it. A while ago, Fish Head took her away. It's a shame. Skinny Monkey kept guarding her and I didn't have a chance to get my hands on her. Wait. Fish Head. The mysterious man who appeared out of nowhere? Damn it, how can I be in the mood to reminisce about this right now? That horrible guy is nearby. Where are the people? Strange, why is everyone gone? What's that on the wall? I died today? What do you mean? Where I'm dead? Hello, anybody? Where are they? Whatever, let's get out of here first. That guy with the black and white mask isn't human at all. How can any human be this powerful? Even those Inhumans aren't that strong. Hey. Fake it. Where are the people? Why is there no one on the street? Wait, what is that thing? How can anyone grow that tall? What the hell is going on? Why has everyone in town disappeared? It's over, I'm hungry. Luckily there's food here. Why? Isn't this bread? Why is it so heavy? I can't lift it. Forget about just biting it. Ah! It hurts. Is this bread made of iron? Ugh, never mind, let's find some water and take a sip first. The faucet won't open? Hey. What the hell is going on? Ah, there's water there. Ah. It hurts so much. Is this water made of iron? Why? I can't even drink water. So hungry. Getting hungry and thirsty. Help! Who will? Help me. Today, it's day 6. I can't believe I'm still alive. I thought I was gonna starve to death. But it seems like I'm still alive, only the hunger is getting the better of me. I saw it, the tall skinny ghostly figure. I'm going to catch it this time. It's the only food left. Why can't you catch it? Doesn't this thing have a physical body? Where are the people? Where are the humans? Where the hell are they all dead? Today is the 66th day. Getting hungry. Even if it's sand, I'm willing to eat it. But I can't eat it. And I seem to have gotten less and less able to speak. I'm so lonely. So hungry. Why? Why am I still alive? Let me die. Me. Hey. Am I human? Am I even human? Ha. Me, a ghost. Me, it's death obituary. Ellen Jocko died September 10, 2024. Watchman Zhao stared at the line of handwriting in a daze. The strokes are normal, like the kind of graffiti you see everywhere in villages. But why is this thing suddenly here? Watchman Zhao recalls the future that the singing ghost sang about in the first place. There, Watchman Huanfu saw his sister Zhao Xian's death obituary. This newspaper is tainted with a curse called a death obituary? He looked at it, so he's cursed? Xia Heiman laughed strangely from the sidelines. That's funny, another awesome thing. You've gained the memories of the white man and you won't say anything? Watchman Zhao looked at her coldly. Xia Heiman quickly raised his hands. It's not like I can go through all his memories. How do I know that there is a thing hidden here? Watchman Zhao scrutinized her. Lying. She must know. It's just that she doesn't say anything about it and stands back and watches the show. If he had done so before, Watchman Zhao would have killed her once, as a warning to others. But for now, forget it. That's rewarding her. I still need a more reliable pseudo-person. Watchman Zhao silently minimized Xia Haimin's performance. Once you get better help, just kick the bucket. Hold this paper for me. Xia Haimin froze? Such a dangerous thing, you're letting me take it? The danger is average, as long as you don't look at it. Then why don't you take it yourself? Watchman Zhao pondered on this. Xia Haimin's level of obedience was very average. Letting her hold this newspaper, in case she found an opportunity to secretly let herself take a look, that would be a big trouble. Xia Haimin seemed to have thought of this layer, and suddenly changed her previous attitude and wanted to pick up the newspaper. Suddenly, a cat was one step ahead of her, swishing over to the newspaper and taking a bite out of it. Hiss, what a cat! Watchman Zhao found himself liking this little thing more and more. The chinchilla wagged its tail happily and raised its head demonstratively towards Xia Heiman again. Well. Don't be nice. Watchman Zhao interrupted. What did you just discover? Ha Heiman scared her mouth. Follow me. It'll be really interesting if you lead me to meet another inhuman. Watchman Zhao said with a smile. Xia Heiman was silent. So distrustful of your fellow man? Right now, you're just my employee, not really a companion, and the trust level isn't as high as it could be. Employee? Heyman smirked, then there has to be a clear payoff, and let's see, the only payoff you're offering me is a big pie. Watchman Zhao frowned slightly, let's talk about these back. Okay. Along the way, there were really no more changes. There aren't that many aliens, and 2 clustered in this Thai building is already a big deal. They came to the dormitory on the 4th floor, where the environment was appallingly poor, lacking in water and electricity, dirty and unmanaged, and with an air of poverty everywhere. After all, it is for these living dead to live, so we can save. Capitalists do. This is her room. Heyman pushed the door open. Unlike what Watchman Zhao had imagined, this room was much more luxurious. At least like people live. And it seemed to be dedicated to her alone. Watchman Zhao circled around the room, but unfortunately, there was no useful information. He felt a little annoyed. After all, it was just a college student without rich experience in handling cases, and Su Wish couldn't get any information. Now, Zhao Xian really seemed like she had evaporated. The only thing he could do was to find the so-called boss, beat him up and force him to tell the truth. But this person, Watchman Zhao, was somewhat jealous. He was able to hide Zhao Xian in a place where even the demons and the wishing dolls couldn't find him, so it could be seen that this person was a bit tactful. The black guy dipped into the death obituary and disappeared. Is it possible that death obituaries are what can hide people on the other side? That boss hid Zhao Xian in the death obituary so the spirits couldn't find it? But the problem is, when Zhao Xian was hidden in the death obituary, her painted skin was taken in with her, and her value disappeared. No one knew I was going to show up, so there was no point in doing this thankless task. Or maybe Zhao Xian accidentally touched the death obituary and locked herself in? I'll have to find a way to get more information. Watchman Zhao came to the desk where there was no cell phone or computer. But he found a painting. It's pretty well drawn. There are 4 people on it, an adult male and an adult female back. A little girl was sitting on the ground with a newborn baby in her arms. The girl looked excited. Happily, she looked up at her parents, as if asking, "Is he my brother?" Chapter 118. You don't care if your sister lives or dies. She can actually draw. Watchman Zhao picked up the painting and silently looked at the girl and the baby. He'd seen pictures of him as a child. This girl, the drawing should be Zhao Xian when she was a child. A very uncomfortable feeling arose in Watchman Zhao's heart, and he silently slipped it into his pants pocket. This way. Heyman reminded. Watchman Zhao followed her into the bathroom. Only a line of blood was presented on the bathroom wall. Zhao Xian is dead. Death obituaries, ghosts as the name suggests. Heyman said, subjects cursed by this thing have their death obituaries appear in various places, and people still see different messages. What do you see? Zhao Xian is dead. Then we see the same. Because we saw it at the same point in time, in this white man's memory, he saw that Zhao Xian couldn't survive. Watchman Zhao nodded, I see. Is it possible to see different information at different points in time? Xia Heyman looked at him suspiciously. Sure enough, you don't know much about death obituary, either. It's so strange. There are times when it feels like you're powerful beyond measure, and sometimes, it feels like you're truly ignorant. Watchman Zhao didn't bother. That painting, for some reason, made him uncomfortable. Like it tugged at something hidden in the heart. Any more clues? Shahiman turned and walked away. They saw many more obituaries in strange places. On the computer, at the bottom of the page, the deaths of Zhao Xian and Ilan Jako were written. The wall in the women's restroom. On the blackboard. All sorts of weird places. Watchman Zhao silently lit a cigarette and gulped down the smoke, staring at the obituaries and pondering. Xia Heyman watched silently from the side. She suddenly asked, what is Zhao Xian to you? Your girlfriend is Mu Ro, so she, then, should be your sister or younger sister. My sister. Watchman Zhao nodded. You're reacting strangely. Watchman Zhao looked at her suspiciously. What do you mean? Apparently, your sister has been cursed and suffered 2 deadly curses, and is even being targeted by a mysterious organization. I can see you want to find her, but you don't know anything about painted skins or death obituaries, so how the hell are you sure? What about her being alive? Watchman Zhao froze, clamping the cigarette violently between his fingers. He looked at the woman coldly. My means are more profound than you can imagine. I naturally have my ways of judging. Xia Haiman smiled. Alright, maybe you really have this method, but following all the way today, I feel that your behavior has changed a lot. According to Jiang Huayan's memories, you were a very reckless person. One person dared to hold a ghost rebuke of 3 evil ghosts, and at Zhaoan's villa, I also saw that you secretly organized a super ghost rebuke of 6 evil ghosts. You're a tough guy. But why is it that today I feel like you're cringing at things? You're not in a hurry, you just seem angry with all your behavior today. Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. What are you trying to say? I feel that this sister's importance to you is very limited. Xia Haiman laughed strangely. You don't, it seems, care if she lives or dies, you just want to take her back. Is that to give an account of yourself? Or do you want to give your mom and dad an explanation? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a piercingly evil laugh came to his ears. Yeah, Watchman Huangfu doesn't care about his sister's life or death at all. He just wants to know the truth about his sister's withdrawal from school, and he doesn't want to upset his parents. So it doesn't matter even if his sister is dead, all he needs to do is make a wish so that mom and dad will forget about this sister, or get someone to put on a painted skin and disguise himself as Zhao Xian, then it's fine. How hypocritical. And acting like you're in a hurry. Watchman Huangfu didn't even want to save his sister, he was just willing, within his power, to do a little something so that he wouldn't feel guilty. That's why he's not willing to take the risk of checking the tablet network, and there's no way a death obituary can escape the tablet network's absolute information, right? That's why he prioritized building power and protecting mom and dad as soon as he came up. Ha 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 ha. That's so funny. But she obviously loves you so much. Watchman Zhao violently extended his left hand. Come on, come and kill me. Watchman Rufus is in a hurry? He's in a hurry. I've got him right in the center of his mind. Watchman Zhao's left hand froze in mid-air. Xia Haiman looked at him with a strange smile. So, are we still looking? It's okay, even if she's dead, I can still take her face through the painted skin, I can help you disguise it, your parents will never find out. Shut up. How fun it is to have Ha Haiman standing around happily. It turns out that someone so powerful can have a conflicted mind? Watchman Zhao silently lowered his head, took out the painting from his pocket, and looked at it silently. Suddenly, he violently tore the picture into pieces. But soon the painting was put back together again by mysterious forces. Make a wish and go back to school. A mirror snapped open in front of him. Xia Haiman froze. What for? Not going to look for, fish head. Follow. Watchman Zhao directly disappeared into the mirror in one step. The chinchilla opened its mouth, biting Xia Haiman's leg and yanking it violently. Before the woman could react to what was happening, she was directly yanked in with a strange cry. Late night, 9:06, 6 seconds. Watchman Zhao sat silently on a bench by the roadside of the campus and freshly lit a cigarette. Ha Haiman was driven away from him for the time being. He wanted to be left alone. The laptop on his lap presented a bunch of mysterious garbled code. He seemed to have been staring for a long, long time. Is Zhao Xian still alive? Alive. But Watchman Zhao directly covered the laptop. A faintly audible, if anything, can be heard. Watchman Zhao silently looked at the sky and exhaled a long puff of smoke. Singing ghosts sing plays that affect him. But rather than affecting it, it tore through his disguise. Yeah. He didn't want to save Zhao Xian at all. The reason why he had to deal with this matter was only because, in case Zhao Xian did die, he would find it painful to think of his parents' reaction. From the very beginning, this sister was dispensable to him, Watchman Zhao, so basically all the critical moments in his life, he hardly ever thought of this person. Zhao Xian treated him badly. It's always been that way since I was a kid. The woman likes to yell at him during dinner. She also always likes to grab the toys when mom and dad buy them and then force him to do his homework. Watchman Zhao pressed his forehead. I've got 11.5 evil ghosts on me right now, one more perverted than the other, and she, right now, has attracted 2 ghosts and is being watched by a bunch of curs. Why in the world would I want to go through this mess? Why don't we do what Haiman Xia said and find someone to disguise her, or like the singing ghost said, make a wish to make mom and dad forget about her. There's no need to make it so complicated, why would I ask for it? Going to fight that bunch of deviants, I'm sure I'll get more dirty, but... He clutched the painting in his hand with a death grip. Zhao Xian, have you changed your nature? You've been tricked into a pyramid scheme, you're covered in evil spirits, in this desperate situation, you don't think about how to live, why do you draw this kind of ghost painting? He looked at the little girl in the painting. She held that infant baby very gently, with happiness written all over her childish face. As if to say, I have a brother. I'm so happy. Mom and Dad, I'll take care of him. You didn't take care of him either. And that message about predicting the future. Brother, I'm going to die, but I'll turn into a painted skin and protect you for the rest of your life. My sister never knew how to be a good sister, sorry. So fake. Can this come from that dead woman? Watchman Zhao didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart, and if it wasn't for the fact that the channel through which he got this information was so mysterious, he would have simply ignored it. Because he, in fact, hated the sister. This not at all competent sister. Yeah, he didn't care if Zhao Xian lived or died, he just wanted to give his mom and dad and himself an explanation. But if you give up on this now, will your future self regret it? If Zhao Xian is really dead. And he, Watchman Zhao, suddenly realizes that everything from his childhood has been a misunderstanding. It's not an easy thing to turn back the clock. Ugh, so annoying. Watchman Zhao inhaled a deep breath of thick smoke, all the way to the deepest part of his lungs. Suddenly, the glass doll on his shoulder showed an unhappy expression and looked aside in displeasure. A beautiful red-clothed figure appeared at an unknown time and stood playfully beside Watchman Zhao. Senpai? Why are you sitting here so late? Chapter 119. She is the pen fairy. Watchman Zhao looked up in a daze. A beautiful figure dressed in red appeared beside him at an unknown time. Her back was to the light, so her face was hidden in the darkness, hazy. However, Watchman Zhao was certain that she was Mu Rou, and that sense of familiarity that seemed to span time was something that no other woman could possibly possess. Her voice, her physique, her scent, her feeling, as if she had been observed thousands of times, had long been seared into Watchman Zhao's soul. In this world, she must be the only one, and no one could possibly replace her. On that day, when I greeted the new students, with just one glance, I saw her in the middle of the crowd. Watchman Zhao suddenly felt a slight headache and reached out to cover his head. What's wrong? Something very troubling? She asked with concern. Watchman Zhao shook his head. I remember you went to bed at 10 o'clock, why would you be outside at this hour? Mu Rou was stunned. Senior, why do you know that I went to bed at 10? Amount. Watchman Zhao froze for a moment. Yeah, how does he know? This timeline, they're not together. It's over, I'm going to be treated like a pervert. You said that, maybe you forgot. Well, wow, is this the cat you have? So cute. She noticed the black cat. The chinchilla wagged its tail and seemed to like the girl as well. But it was covered in black hair that exploded. Its fur didn't seem to like Muro. It seems kind of like me and kind of not. Watchman Zhao smiled and gently stroked the chinchilla. It likes you. The all-black hair fell immediately. What a funny cat. She chuckled. Watchman Zhao recalled the reminder of the woman in the rain. For once, he didn't turn away and, for once, he was really a little annoyed right now. He needed someone to talk to. Let me buy you a milk tea. It's too late, drinking milk tea will make you fat. Amount. Watchman Zhao was silent. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have lost all his means. He hadn't been chasing girls much, and the last time he wheeled around, to be precise, it was also Mu Rou who took the initiative to jump into his arms. He suddenly realized that he was completely incapable of pursuing a girl. Damn. She, however, didn't seem to intend to leave, and sat silently on the bench, slightly apart. Did something happen to you at home, senpai? It feels like you're in a bad mood. Watchman Zhao gave her a baffled look. Aren't you sleepy? Mu Rou looked aside silently, and Watchman Zhao couldn't read her mind. It's okay, and it's about time to go back to bed. Saying the wrong thing. Not sure what was said wrong though. Watchman Zhao reacted quickly this time. He seems to have slightly recovered his emotional intelligence. I'll do a magic trick for you. Magic? Watchman Zhao nodded and extended his right hand, which was empty. Draw it. In the next second, Zhao Xian's painting magically surfaced. She didn't show excessive surprise, she just smiled sweetly and quietly looked at Watchman Zhao's face. Then she immediately applauded very cooperatively. Wow. What a great magic trick. Did you draw this? It's very well drawn. Watchman Zhao shook his head. No, this was painted by my sister. The girl is her and the baby is you? Right. The young girl smiled. Your sister smiles so much, she must love you very much. Watchman Zhao's heart choked violently, as if it had been hammered hard by a giant hammer. Can you see that too? Yeah, because she seemed really happy, to be able to take care of her brother like a little adult, and for a lot of girls, that's a great honor. Watchman Zhao shook his head, but the truth is, she treats me very badly. Since I was little, she rarely talks to me. When I eat, she always likes to knock my hand with chopsticks, forcing me to eat quickly, and when mom and dad give me toys, she always snatches them away. I really hate her. Could it be? Mu Ro pondered, she isn't very good at expressing it? It seems like some people are like that. They will only silently be good to their family members but won't express it, and as a result, some of their radical behaviors will cause their family members to resent them instead? Watchman Zhao froze. It was as if he suddenly understood something. Thank you, I know what to do. This time it was Mu Ro who reacted instead. I didn't say anything either. Watchman Zhao smiled, I'll treat you to a late night snack. Muro was a bit speechless. Drinking milk tea will make you fat. Are you going to treat me to a midnight snack? What a Schrodinger's emotional intelligence. But she didn't refuse. Probably because milk tea can only be drunk for a few minutes, while a midnight snack can last for an hour or two. Well then, thank you senpai, I'll buy you dinner tomorrow. Okay. Watchman Zhao put away his computer and was about to get up. Suddenly the cell phone rang. Xia Haimin? Watchman Zhao picked up suspiciously, what's the word? Zheng Chen called. Xia Haimin smiled oddly, he wants to meet with you. Watchman Zhao wanted to hide himself, so he gave a business card with the names of the Black and White Irregulars on it, but the phone number was Xia Haimin's. So Zheng Chen will call Xia Haimin. Okay, I got it, tell him to get ready and meet me in an hour. On the other side of the phone, Xia Haimin suddenly asked suspiciously, how do I feel that there is a woman beside you? Watchman Zhao? Is this a ing form of psychic vision? Or is it a woman's sixth sense for catching adultery? Aha! Watchman Zhao nodded, there is one. Who told you that? Watchman Zhao didn't want Xia Haimin to take an interest in Mu Ro. If she took away Mu Ro's face, things would become disgusting. Got to cheat a little. But how to cheat? Watchman Zhao looked at the young girl in front of him. Mu Ro stretched out her hands and squatted on the ground happily jerking the cat. Comrade Totoro had a look of enjoyment on his face. Watchman Zhao looked at those hands and suddenly developed a terrifying feeling. Is it an illusion? When Missy drew that pair of Pen Fairy's hands, how did it look so much like Muro's hands? I'm with the penny. Whatever, cheat first. Heyman? With the penny? Can you lie with a little primer? But then she thought about it. Watchman Zhao gave himself the name, Black and White. And this man is clearly organizing his forces. Is it possible that he's already found a very powerful character and given her the name, Pensive? What a character that would have to be. I know, I'll go inform Zhang Chen. She wisely ignored the topic and directly hung up the phone. Watchman Zhao looked at his cell phone, and it looked like he should have fooled it for the time being. But the idea is really dangerous. He must not let any of the faceless ghosts take Muro's face. That's too painful. Go. Aha! 2 men, a cat, and a ghost child quickly walked away. A glass doll stayed where it was, holding its head in agony. It clicked, cracked a seam, and then quickly patched up again. Then a thick wad of letter paper appeared in its hand with many things written on it. The glass doll looked away. Today, I'm going to be a sister. An old man named him Watchman Zhao, what a beautiful name. It nodded, cradling the wad of paper and taking short, quick steps to follow. Suddenly, it seemed to notice something and turned back violently. Only to see a bloody dog in the darkness in the distance at some point. It was like being skinned, with blood and flesh hideously exposed to the air. It seemed to be chasing after some kind of flavor, and quickly chased after it in the direction Watchman Zhao had left. Hey, hey, hey! The smile on the glass doll's face suddenly became unusually creepy. Chapter 120, The Singing Ghost, Drama Kill. Watchman Zhao and Mu Ro walked on the campus road, slowly walking towards the food court of the North Campus. A stack of letterheads eerily appeared in Watchman Zhao's hands. And then the glass doll retracted into Watchman Zhao's pocket, and it looked back at the bloody dog in the distance with an increasingly sinister smile. Watchman Zhao picked up the stack of letter paper and looked at the first sentence at the beginning. Suddenly a little afraid to keep reading. He just made a wish. He wanted Zhao Xian's memories related to himself. This wish seemed to be difficult to fulfill, and after waiting a long time it was not accomplished. He remembered that Zhao Xian seemed to have had the habit of keeping a diary. So he modified his wish to include all the information that had been written in Zhao Xian's diary, memos, and everything else that had a relationship with Watchman Zhao. So he got this pile of paper. What's this? A biography? Mu Rou looked puzzled. And you're starting to do a bijutsu? Watchman Zhao shook his head. This is something more important than bishop. He suddenly looked over at a bench to the side. Why don't we sit down for a while? What's up? Suddenly I feel tired, and I appreciate your willingness to stay with me. Mu Rou shook her head. If it's something very important, you do it first. Aha! Watchman Zhao sat silently on the bench. Look to the message on that paper. Today, I'm going to be a sister. Watchman Zhao silently looked at the drawing paper in his hand. In the picture, she's smiling really big. An old man named him Watchman Zhao. What a beautiful name. Grandpa? Why did Grandpa name me? Forget about it. He silently lit a cigarette, and this time the trick smoke was obedient and didn't run out and touch the ground. That old grandpa said, Watchman is the weapon of the night watchman, so he should be called Watchman Zhao, to deter the evil spirits of the world. I don't understand it, but it's so powerful. My mom and dad told me that I'm a big sister from today and I have to take care of my brother. I will do it. He's so small and cute. Mom and dad have to work. They're very busy. I'll be able to take care of my little brother. I can't give them any trouble. It's so hard. He's so noisy. Zhao Xian, cheer up. My brother really likes candy. I'm going to save up more pocket money and buy him candy. Watchman Zhao's eyes snapped open when he saw this. What it means? When did she ever buy me candy? Isn't that her favorite thing to rob me of? No, don't remember at all. Did the wishing go wrong? This memory never came up. I have a bad memory? No way, I can remember what my preschool classmates are called. Has something been hiding in me since I was born? It's subliminally tweaking my memories, trying to harm me? Watchman Zhao felt increasingly bad. He had a feeling that what he read next was going to break him more and more. Time stands still. Straight away, not a minute is wasted. His time was stretched out indefinitely, and the changes around him slowed rapidly until they dropped to a standstill. Cyan doppelgangers appeared around him, aiding him in his reading. That old grandpa showed up again today and told me that my brother will be a great man in the future, and I think so too, because Watchman is really super smart. He got first in the school. My brother is really super smart. He's my pride and joy, but unfortunately, I don't seem to be very smart. The exams are getting worse and worse. I don't want to study anymore, it's so annoying. Luckily, Watchman has been doing exceptionally well. Mom and Dad are becoming more and more fond of Watchman Zhao. They don't seem to love me anymore, and I suddenly feel so annoyed with this brother. Mom and Dad are so busy at work every day, and he takes his time eating a meal. He really doesn't know what he's doing. Why do you buy all the good stuff for him? I seem to hate this brother more and more. I ran into that old grandpa again today, and he told me so much, and I feel so selfish. I have a feeling that there's something strange on Watchman. That ghostly thing is wearing an opera singer's clothes and singing something really scary. Is he in such a dangerous situation? Those ghostly things will get him killed. No, he has to study hard. He has to become smart enough, or those ghostly things will surely trick him to death. What's so fun about those toys? Study hard. You must become smarter. Otherwise, you'll be killed by that playboy sooner or later. Today, he said he hates me. He said I don't deserve to be a sister. It's like I don't know how to be a proper sister. I bought him a present today and he threw it away. Watchman Zhao is going to be a great person in the future. He's not like me, he's smart and capable, and a lot of big shots are watching him closely. Anyway, I'm wasted, I'm going to help him. Mom and Dad got ripped off by that playwright. The family has no money. No money for Watchman's education? You've got to be kidding me. Never. My brother, he's going to be a great man in the future. He is my pride. It's my destiny to help him. This college, I'm not going to study. I want to make money. I seem to be tainted with some pretty damn good stuff. They're forcing me to keep painting my skin. I'll die. Watchman, Mom and Dad, save me. Sure enough, just like that theater ghost saying, I'm a loser, I can't help my family, I'll only bring them pain. Brother, I'm going to die, but I'll turn into a painted skin and protect you for the rest of your life. My sister never knew how to be a good sister, sorry. They want my skin? Oh, laugh your asses off, my painted skin will only be reserved for watchmen, come and find it in the death obituaries. I'll kill you all. I made a deal with the tall thin ghostly figure that when I die, it will help me bring my painted skin to my brother. I went looking for death obituaries. Watchman Zhao doesn't know how he saw it through to the end. His entire body had been paralyzed from the moment the message from the theater ghost appeared. He jerked out his computer. But here's the time clip. God's eye prohibits subjective human movement. So the horrible eye opened wide before him. Get thee out of here. Totoro, finish it off. The chinchilla nodded silently, its diminutive form stopping in front of the massive eye and snapping its mouth open to scream. Down the line. No one and no ghost could stop him from moving again. He took out his computer and logged on to Monument. A violent burning sensation stung the nerves. How do I enter a death obituary? Read a real death obituary. How do you bring someone out of a death obituary alive? Humans who enter the obituary of death have only one end to become evil spirits. It is absolutely impossible for a human being to bring another human being out alive from a death obituary. Absolutely not. But what? But what? He hissed. But this time, no buts. Even the tablet network can't give a way to do that. Suddenly there were gongs and drums all around. Countless puppet strings descended from the sky, ripping a puppeteer dressed in flowery clothes and wearing a miserable white mask out of nothingness. Watchman Zhao can't see it. All you can hear is the sound of it. Watchman Wong, don't you want to know when your sister entered the obituary of her death? Hey, I'm telling you. On the day you were reborn, the 20th second of your awakening. You could have saved her if you had stepped right into the time sandwich when you were reborn. Chapter 121, I'll make a 1-year pact with you. But now, you can't save it. She's already been dragged in by the death obituaries and now God can't save her. Ha 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 ha. He. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, Watchman Zhao's body of evil spirits all burst out laughing. The demon grew that ghostly face on the back of his head and laughed hysterically. While laughing, he inserted his ghostly hand into Watchman Zhao's brain. Anger? Regret? Go crazy, go kill all those adults who have persecuted Zhao Xin. Then let yourself be hostile to the world and die a miserable death. The boy laughed for a while, then suddenly came back to his senses. No, then they did achieve their goal, what about his own? It can't be like this. Watchman Zhao should die of extreme suffocation. Wait a minute, if Watchman Zhao is besieged by the world's deviants, and there is no one in the world who trusts him and helps him, he can only watch those people kill all of his favorite family members, lovers, and friends, and then be besieged to death himself. It's kind of, joking, too. Yes, ghost trick, this one, I'll play it for you. But Watchman Zhao's soul belongs to me. Soul to you? You're thinking. The puppeteer sneered, he'll die miserably in the plot I've laid out for him, I'm the Punisher, what are you? A bunch of question marks slammed onto the computer screen. Behind Watchman Zhao, the black and white irregulars floated and flew, radiating intense killing intent. Smoke shrouded. Endless deaths surrounded the perimeter. It's okay to kill Watchman Zhao, but if you, a dead opera singer, want to rob him of his soul, then we, the gods of death, don't agree with that either. More and more ghosts and shadows surfaced in the middle of the time sandwich. They surrounded Watchman Zhao and filled each other with hostility. They all want to snatch Watchman Zhao's soul. It seemed to be something too important to give to any other evil spirits. And in the middle of countless evil spirits, Watchman Zhao held his head in a death grip. So that's how it is. At the time of the rebirth, my sister had not yet entered the death obituary. It was possible to save her by herself. But because of his own misunderstanding of her, because of the antipathy that had built up over time, he hadn't been the first to mobilize the time clip. One missed the best time to save her. She obviously loves herself so much. She's obviously done so much for herself. Himself, hostile to her because of that little bit of bull? Antagonizing her? Not even willing to rescue her in the first place. Now she's into the death obituaries. It's even more desperate there than Catman World. Definitely, there is no rescue. Catman World, well, at least you can still break in, well, at least there is still a way to displace out. But she went into the death obituary. That place doesn't even know how to get out of the monument net. Then there really is no way out of this world. Himself, he couldn't save her. One could only watch as she was transformed into a painted skin and then delivered to herself by the tall, thin, ghostly figure. The tall, thin, ghostly figure can walk any anomalous world. However, Monumental does not give this one rescue option. So the odds are that the tall, skinny, ghostly figure couldn't bring her sister, as a human being, to the table either. She could only be brought out as an evil spirit. There is no way. There's no way around it. Even if he, Watchman Zhao, kills the entire country of Myanmar and all those big shots who have persecuted his sister, he couldn't assuage his guilt either. But yeah. He stared dead ahead with bloodshot eyes. The demon's hand stirred in his mind. The demon's ghostly face laughed maniacally at the back of his head. I, for one, will kill all those assholes. Die. All of you. You have no right to hurt her. The singing ghost is still compelling. Poor Zhao Xian, having a brother like you. Look at that, because you're not in a hurry at all, You were born again and played outside all day to spend time with your brother. Then you went home and slept all day with your parents. And today you hesitate in the face of a crisis. You wasted 3 days. She should have suffered enough in the world of death obituaries in those 3 days. If you had gone straight into the time crack to set the dead time 3 days ago, you would have been able to save Zhao Xian. But now, too late, she's in the death obituary, and God can't save her when he comes. Congratulations, you missed your chance to save her perfectly. On the laptop in front of Watchman Zhao, the tablet network seems to want to stick its nose in and influence the man ruthlessly. But a fluffy paw pressed down on it, tearing away all the information presented. Alas, the demon seems to be succeeding. The sound of a distant wind came. The black and white irregulars behind Watchman Zhao spoke for the first time. The voice seemed to come from an endlessly distant time and space. Extremely ethereal, like the sound of the wind in the distant past. Yeah. With the help of the plot laid out by the singing ghost, the demon is going to make it. Watchman Zhao is about to collapse. The demon was about to guide the man into breaking a big taboo and get him to do something quite horrible. How many of the big shots, since they can be big shots, can be simple goods? Wachovia has OPBI. Doesn't Beautiful Congress have one? Doesn't the Ingli Congress have one? Doesn't the Grizzly Congress have one? The Congress of Battles doesn't have one? There are so many awesome people in this world. Killing all the big shots, that could involve boundless terror. Watchman Huanfu, can you escape this episode? Be a good boy and go kill someone, haha. In the middle of the time gap, Watchman Zhao stood up violently. A mirror opened up in front of him. The glass doll lay on his shoulder with a wry smile. But just then, he suddenly felt his right hand being tugged by something. Watchman Zhao froze. At some point, Muro's hand took hold of him. Her pinky, locked together with her own. Lock-o! Watchman Zhao snapped. How is it that she can move in the time sandwich? Then, some silver light suddenly flickered around his neck. A huge, blurry mouth opened slowly behind him, as if spitting something out. A shimmering necklace appeared violently around his neck. The riotous emotions, the crazy paranoia, became calm for a moment. Watchman Zhao suddenly felt a gentle palm, gently caressing his head. It was like when he was very, very young, and the girl who was taller and more mature than he was, tenderly rubbed his little head. Don't be angry, it's just a bunch of ice candies, sister will buy it for you. He suddenly recalled. As a child, she was her own calm. Why did you forget about it later? Every time he storms out, every time he gets mad and angry, all he needs is a word and a touch from his sister. He'll be able to regain his composure quickly. No action? What's going on? What the hell has popped up again? Beside Watchman Zhao, a group of evil spirits stared at the mortal suspiciously. A huge chessboard suddenly appeared in the sky. A huge, unnameable figure slowly reached out and pushed a chess piece. Laughing, this human setup is something you brats can guess? I can't even guess. Ha ha ha. That's why I've been too lazy to play with anyone else for the past 1,000 years, it's too boring. It's still fun to play against you. Watchman Huanfu. Oh, fun is it? Then we can always play later. The mirror shattered. Between a large group of evil spirits, Watchman Zhao silently pulled out his trick smoke. Let the greenish smoke corrode your lungs. He regained his composure as a host of evil spirits looked on. A silver-colored necklace shimmered ethereally around his neck. I suddenly realized a paradox. Ha-Heyman went through a time reversal and her face is still the same as Zhao mother's. I went through a time reversal and the death curse is still on the 8th day. In other words, the evil ghost curse is absolute, and it continues even when time is turned back. So it's strange, last reincarnation, my sister was already in the death obituary, so why this time, she appeared outside of it? Is the singing ghost lying to me? She was already in the death obituary when I was reborn? Or is the tablet network lying to me? You're hiding information? You shouldn't be able to withhold information, it's your rules. But it's okay, either way, Lu won't be dead, because the painted skin preserves the soul, and even if she does turn into a painted skin, I'll be able to bring her back. Anymore, isn't there a first rule in the resurrection rules? I can put her broken soul back together. It's hard but not absolutely impossible to accomplish. Aren't you guys getting too happy too soon? He sneered, as long as I can maintain my composure, you guys will never be able to get me killed. Then, singing ghost. Watchman Zhao looked at the void in front of him. Don't you like writing the future? Let me write you a future too. Within the next year, I, Watchman Zhao, will find all of your original bodies and pit them all to death, one by one. But before completely pitting you, I will plunder your powers like crazy. The first one is the Reaper. A large group of death gods around them were dumbfounded. Ha? Why us? Is punching in on time a crime? The second one, the Demon. Third, Black and White. Other ghosts, I'm still getting along with you guys, let's take it slow. And you, singing ghost, what a big game, have you appeared by my sister's side to lay me out since I was a child? Compelling my sister and tricking my parents into losing money, but you're so incompetent after all the effort you've put into it, it didn't kill me. You're the most incompetent one in this curse of mine, so I'm keeping you alive as a dog. I'll put you in with suffocation, and I'm curious if you'll be suffocated in general. Go ahead, open your doggone eyes to peer into the future and see if anything I'm talking about could possibly happen. The puppeteer was baffled. Half the time I don't know what I should answer. Watchman Zhao sneered, see, sure enough, you can't see much of the future either. He looked at the huge shadow in the sky, come, ghost game. Old me bets my life with you. I'll bet that I can get my sister back, and if I lose, my life is yours. If I win, you give me a pawn, do you dare? Chapter 122. Above the sky, the gigantic shadow silently looked down at this short, ant-like human. It muttered if nothing else. Want to bet again? I'm not betting with you. The board trembled and began to slowly dissipate. Hey, don't you dare? Ghost Game ignored his provocation and slowly dissipated into the sky. The white impermanence silently turned around and floated off into the distance. The fog is lifting. The evil spirits, sensing that there is no show to be had, are moving away. Hey! Watchman Zhao, however, called out to them, 1 year, I'm not talking about it. The little boy cheerfully tapped the soccer ball. It doesn't take a year. Soon, I'm going to suffocate you to death. Honestly, don't you think your catchphrase is a mouthful? The little boy shut up and sulked into a side bush, clutching his leather ball. Watchman Huanfu thinks he's great. The singing ghost begins to shade. I do think I'm awesome, and I think you're so vegetable keyed up that reading the future is such an awesome ability being used by you like this. Is your name Vegetable Ghost? The puppeteer trembled, seemingly infuriated, and retreated violently into nothingness. Cackling. An odd, strange laugh came from Watchman Zhao's left elbow. Like a bug's laugh. Watchman Zhao simply ignored it. Looked to the right hand again. Muro's palm returned to its original position at some point, as if nothing had happened. Thanks. Watchman Zhao gave her a silent look. Start making wishes. There was a faceless ghost in that group in Maine. This guy should also have preserved memories from before the time rewind. That's why he knows best about his sister's condition. Did she go into the death obituary 20 seconds after the time reboot, or did she go in the instant it rebooted? This is the most direct way to know how your sister is doing. If it's the former, then things are simple. Point D, which still exists, stays in the future hardware store. Watchman Zhao is perfectly capable of playing ABCD again, restarting everything and getting his sister out. But if it's the latter, then things can get messy. But the painted skin will preserve the soul. Watchman Zhao still has the possibility of resurrecting her. He had completely regained his composure and his sanity by now. As if sensing this, the silver necklace around his neck flickered and was suddenly swallowed in one bite by something. Silver necklace that will be hidden in the mouth of the year. The wish was successful. The target has been found. Watchman Zhao exits the time gap. Now here's the thing, it's easy as pie. Find him. Beat the out of him. Force him to dig out all the memories from his head. And then give an honest account of everything. Mulu. He looked aside tenderly. Question mark. The young girl cocked her head in confusion. I suddenly know a lot of things, and I'm sorry, tonight, I may have to miss my appointment. Is it something important? Well, I'm going to save my sister. What an outrageous reason. But she looked at the drawing paper that Watchman Zhao was tugging at deftly in his hands. Way to go, senpai. Good. Watchman Zhao stretched out his right hand. I owe you a meal, pull the check. She held out her finger in confusion. Thanks for cooperating. Watchman Zhao smiled. One more magic trick for you. The mirror opened up and Watchman Zhao disappeared without a trace in an instant. Muro stood up violently and looked around in a daze. It was empty. There was only a bloody dog in the distance, which raised its skinless face, sniffed gently, lifted its feet and stepped into the void, chasing after Watchman Zhao along some mysterious route. Ha Heyman was sitting in front of the dresser mirror putting on her makeup. Mixed race woman, that's a nice face. Suddenly, a pitch-black chinchilla appeared behind her, took a bite out of her neck, and yanked back. Heyman Xia. The next moment, the bucket shifted and she appeared on a path. In front of her stood two men in black and white robes. Wearing the same black and white mask with a high crown on his head. Two Watchman Zhaos? Her pupils shrunk. But soon, she sensed something. There is only one Watchman Zhao. The other one, it should be some kind of diversion. She looked at the real Watchman Zhao and suddenly froze. Your eyes, they've become determined. She gave a small smile. It looks like you figured out how, to save your sister? Watchman Zhao exhaled a mouthful of green-colored smoke and silently watched the three people in the distance. Well, I, for one, will save my sister. At any cost. Hey. Heyman smirked, but could you be a little gentler next time and not let your dead cat drag me all the time? That's your problem, you're moving too slow. Heyman Xia. Alright, mask on. Watchman Zhao casually threw her a mask. That mask, no face. Yes, I like it. Xia Heyman happily put it on. In the distance, three people slowly walked towards this side. Zheng Chen, Meng Jelly, Wu Hai. Xia Heyman put on her mask and glanced towards the three before looking at Watchman Zhao. What? The real Watchman Zhao disappeared. Only the Watchman Zhao, which was held up by the faceless ghosts, remained. Is this man ready to truly hide in the darkness? Black and White Irregulars, we want to talk to you. In the distance, Zheng Chen spoke. There's nothing to talk about. Watchman Zhao spoke slowly. If you follow me, you will be able to get everything you want, glory, wealth, immortality, living under the curse of evil spirits, whatever you wish for. The doppelganger held out his right hand. A mirror opened wide. Now, come with me and kill the Burmese. The trio froze. What kind of person talks about things like that? However, Xia Heyman didn't feel that Watchman Zhao was talking out of his ass. Because this person, really, has been able to fulfill almost any wish in the human world. He's only slightly vulnerable to evil spirits, that's all. You could at least listen to what we need. Men Jolly said. Zheng Chen, however, stopped her. Fine, we'll go with you, but only outside of work. If the captain calls out to me, I'll prioritize the captain's side of things. You're in no position to bargain with me. Watchman Zhao took a step into the mirror and disappeared. Xia Heyman learned her lesson, glaring fiercely at the black cat and quickly followed. Zheng Chen and Wu Hai didn't hesitate much and quickly followed. Only Meng Jelly was a bit hesitant. So, there is reincarnation in heaven. The black cat appeared behind her, chewing on the newspaper and the notebook in her hair, and swished into the mirror. Hee, it's getting funnier and funnier. The little boy cheerfully ran towards the mirror as well. Who knew that the mirror swished shut? The little boy had question marks written all over his face. 6. In the distance, the bloody dog looked breathlessly in the direction where several people had disappeared. There's nothing wrong with this human being. Doesn't your teleportation have a cooldown? My teleportation has a CD. How can you play like this? I'm tired of this dog. It had no choice but to send back the information it had observed first. And so, underground in Maine, in a diamond box, an eye snapped open. That's the black man who was kicked and buried alive by Watchman Cho at light speed. This bastard actually didn't die. But Watchman Zhao's tactics did affect him. For a short time, this man could not escape. But his flesh and blood were still quivering and fluctuating, having squeezed out countless cracks in the diamond box. Silly dog, how did you get buried in this hellhole? I've been looking for a long time. Suddenly, a bloody palm protruded from the dirt in front of him, with an eye growing from its center. Now that you've found it, why don't you get me out of here? Hey! The bloody hand grasped the diamond box and moved violently upward, but in the blink of an eye it penetrated the thick layer of earth and appeared in a hall. The bloody hand exerted a little force and the diamond box exploded into powder. A hideous mass of flesh fell from the box. It squirmed and expanded. In no time at all it was restored to a full human being. And at that moment, in this hall, densely populated with bizarre aliens. Chapter 123, Outside the Window. The blood-red moonlight shines on the earth. It seemed to portend something very terrible was about to happen. In the luxurious hall where Watchman Zhao had arrived in the morning, there were quite a few people gathered at that moment. The four painted skins sat quietly in the corner, calmly scrutinizing the hall full of deviants. So, you lost a painted skin? A tall figure stood against the window, looking out at the night outside with an indifferent expression. Cough cough. Behind him, a thin, bony figure sat calmly on a couch, holding a smoking gun, his trembling right hand adding something to it over and over. What can I do, foolish dog, was killed in a second in a single shot, and my faceless ghost was temporarily erased by him. Boss, I can't be blamed for this, Huaxia has sent a ruthless man. Huaxia? The tall figure looked quizzically at the other figure on the couch. He Yuan, on OPBI's side, they're going to take us? There's quite a bit of painted skin that I give them every year. On the other side of the sofa, a man with gold-framed glasses and a head full of gray hair, but whose features looked unusually young, looked down and took a sip of his tea. I'm not aware of any OPBI action, but just now, the headquarters held a general meeting about a ruthless man who reversed time and space. I don't know if these two things are related, just saying. The man known as Boss gave him a silent look. Silly dog, found it yet? Well, found it. A man in a wide trench coat responded from the crowd. The man had almost no skin on his body, bloody muscle tissue hideously exposed to the air. He jerked his right hand out of the ground. In the center of his palm was an extra diamond box. Ka! The box shattered and a lump of flesh fell to the ground. The surrounding crowd immediately backed away to make a space. Then everyone watched as the lump of flesh wriggled and expanded, quickly reverting to a tall black man. A man in a strange costume immediately stepped forward and draped him. He Yuan looked at the broken diamonds on the ground with interest. Diamond box? Where did this thing pop up from? And it was able to shut the stupid dog in. That box was just intact, there was no opening. How did it get shut in? This opponent, could it be that he has the ability to create things out of thin air? Interesting. Boss turned around and switched his language to English. You've been lying in the ground for so long, you should have gotten something out of it, right? Silly dog nodded. I found the man. He Yuan smiled and said in English as well, there's no need to get into so much trouble, that person is here to find Zhao Xian, who doesn't have very deep connections. I'll go back and check a little and I'll have it. Painted skins are a valuable material, 10 of them can be exchanged for one ghost plastic. Just leave this to me, since it happened in China, I still have a bit of a way. Silly dog, said angrily, He Yuan, this has nothing to do with you. I'll snatch it back, that Chinese guy beat me up and put me in a box, this revenge will not go unrewarded. The black man was suddenly struck dumb. He stared blankly at the floor. The bloody dog, who had appeared at his feet at some point, wagged its tail happily. Hey, why is this thing here? Didn't I tell it to spy on the mystery man? A bone-chilling chill gripped his heart and he jerked his head toward the window. At the same time, a group of people in the hall simultaneously developed a sense of sensation and fiercely looked out of the window. He Yuan's pupils shrunk. Fake it. Haunted? The one outside the window, what is it? He Yuan is in possession of spiritual sight. So he can see a lot of things that other people can't. For example, the green-colored humanoid in black and white robes. For example, that huge human-faced python. For example, the pitch black half dragon, half cat. Then there was the blurry figure behind them. The figure's body was densely covered in weirdness. Endless ghostly hands. The black and white invincibles who are watching from afar. A group of reapers who were frantically chopping down trees, trying to keep only 6 trees visible around him. The blood-red dowry. The glass doll that cheerfully greeted him. The little boy sitting on his shoulder with a wry smile. There was also a magnificent figure in the distant sky that was playing chess while overlooking this side of the world with great interest. Fake it. How many ghosts are there? That vaporous figure standing at the end of the line, a man boarded up with countless evil spirits? Almost without hesitation. He jerked out his right hand, the demon's ghostly hand disengaging as he moved his fingers subjectively. That horrible, ghost pressure on the bed, began to be powerful. But right at this moment, that blurry figure suddenly stretched out its left hand and gave a distant shake to this side. Replacement. Buzz. In an instant, everyone present all lagged. An entire building inexplicably disappeared without a trace. More than just this building, to be precise. It should be this whole thread. Watchman Zhao still can't control the power of his left hand. So Catman's outrageous displacing ability hit like light. Wherever it passes, everything is empty. Does this ING dare to be more shady? He Yuan continued to speed up the progress of ghost pressure bed. Everyone present felt a huge pressure at the same time. The figure that was already accelerating its fall under the influence of gravity added another layer of acceleration. Static. For a moment, time stood still. Watchman Zhao forced his way into the time crevice all by himself. The wish unfolds. The asshole with the faceless ghost lodged in his body was identified. It's the skinny, bony guy on the couch. It looked like this was the same guy who manipulated the faceless ghost and put on the painted skin in the first place, trying to get Watchman Zhao to read the death obituary. Watchman Zhao's doppelganger charged directly towards that figure. He Yuan also entered the time clip at the first opportunity. However, the conditions for the use of Ghostbusters seemed to be his subjective movement. And now in the time sandwich, he dared not move. Watchman Zhao single-handedly and quietly abolished his means. And there are obviously some capable people in the hall. Watchman Zhao's static provoked the hostility of the evil spirits in these people. So they also began to produce a reaction and began to respond to Watchman Zhao's offense. Especially the man they call boss. On his stomach, a green ghostly face violently emerged, staring dead at the group of figures not far away. Then the green ghost face opened its mouth. There was a candlestick in his mouth at some point. The candlestick burned with a greenish flame. Suddenly, an eye filled with starlight opened in that flame. Watchman Zhao jolted. Time begins to flow. He was forced out of the time sandwich? Watchman Zhao had a bad feeling in his heart. At that time so many people went into the time sandwich and withdrew themselves. And how many people attacked him in that long second? He lowered his head, and sure enough, the boss had appeared in front of him at some point, and one of his hands stabbed violently at his heart. But the hand, at that moment, was grabbed by a little boy. The little boy looked at him cheerfully. Watchman Cho can't die so easily. He should choke. Chapter 124. Suffocation? The boss let out a strange cry. How do you live with so many ghosts on you? He wasn't finished. In the next second, everyone present except He Yuan. There's one counting, all of them sprawled out on the ground. Everyone exited the time sandwich when that eye containing starlight opened. So when these people came back to their senses, it just so happened that it was also the time when Ghost in the Bed was in full force. All of them fell heavily to the ground from the high building. He Yuan was the only one who landed firmly on the ground. But he hadn't had time to be happy. The shadowy figure in the distance was seen standing up in a watery manner. Spirits and demons, Tinker's ghosts and spirits. And Watchman Zhao's demons were far more advanced than He Yuan's. So you were involved in the painted skin thing, no wonder the future me would want to kill you. Watchman Zhao laughed coldly and stomped the boss's head. Why are you standing up? He Yuan's pupils shrunk. Spirits. Damn it. He hurriedly tried to undo the ghost pressure. But it was still a step too late. Watchman Zhao instantly appeared in his face, his ghastly white left hand snapping at his neck. At the same time, the chinchilla meowed at He Yuan. Spirits down the line. Watchman Zhao slowly lifted him up like a dead duck. He Yuan, since I must kill you in the future, why don't I finish you off now? Or is it not the current you that I really want to kill? Having lost the power of the demon, He Yuan seemed unable to speak. Obviously, he stayed back. And a lot of backhanders. But that dragon cat of Watchman Zhao ate the ghostly plastic from his body like a mouse in a flash. Finally, Totoro looked into his face, snapping open his mouth. On He Yuan's body, a human skin was forcibly peeled off, revealing the pale figure inside. The wrinkled face showed deep fear. He Yuan got himself killed. He's too selfish. Suddenly seeing the large group of scary ghosts and shadows outside the window, his first thought was self-preservation. So he ignored all the foreigners present and directly activated ghost pressure. This was his instinctive reaction, and then under Watchman Zhao's replacement deterrent, he followed his instincts even more steadfastly. The ending is that the boss, skinny monkey, stupid dog, etc., the room full of deviants are all rippled and all pressed down. He unknowingly destroyed his side's entire war effort. It turned out that the power had no effect on Watchman Zhao. At this moment, he fell into the hands of Watchman Zhao like a dog in the water. But the dog can at least bark twice and move his eyes. He can't move. Spirits down the line. The last piece of life-preserving painted skin on his body was swallowed by the black cat. He lost his capital against something horrible. He started breathing. The blood in the body begins to flow normally. His heart, it began to beat. Without the help of the demon, his bodily functions followed instinct and moved. This, however, is pretty damn good. All this time, he had maintained these physical activities through demons, which was why he hadn't been able to revive the ghost pressure in him completely. So by subjectively moving his fingers, he can manipulate some of the power of Ghostbusters. But now, the balance is upset. His whole body began to form uncontrollable physiological movements. This is a serious offense against the rules of the Ghostbusters. Some great horror is about to befall. Extreme fear showed in his eyes as he tried to roll his eyes and look to the sky. But some darkness that was gradually manifesting itself locked his eyes. Watchman Zhao also developed a bad feeling. Destroying part of He Yuan's psychic power seems to have led to something very serious. In the next second, a force that no human or even an evil spirit could resist violently acted on all the people and ghosts present. The radiation is so extensive that it is difficult to measure with the naked eye. Watchman Zhao's pupils contracted. He watched as a ghostly foot landed on He Yuan, stomping the human into mush in an instant. Then, the second foot landed on Watchman Zhao. The demon stretched out countless ghostly hands to meet them. But this time, behavior is up against rules. It's no use. Stomp them all down. Endless ghost feet descended over everyone's heads in an instant. One counts. Stomp them all. Evil spirits can renew their lives and can bring them back to life. But that would have to wait until the future. It would have to wait until He Yuan was completely dead and ghost pressure bed was over. At least, for a moment, no one was to move. With the aid of the spirits, Watchman Zhao stepped into the time crevice. Luckily, that ghostly foot here has slowed down. Gotta move fast. Watchman Zhao quickly tried to make a wish. But this simple mental reaction actually drew the hostility of that ghostly foot. It also moved in the middle of the time sandwich and stomped hard on the top of Watchman Zhao's head. Evil spirits, it seems, are free to travel through the cracks of time. A little ghost foot appeared and directly trampled the mirror that was open in front of Watchman Zhao. Transmission interrupted. Difficult. Watchman Zhao watched as the evil spirits on his body were trampled down one after another. Even Totoro and Glass Doll were temporarily held down. Wishing and going offline expire at the same time. It looks like death is a certainty this time. Then I must be given priority over everyone else present to come to life. He watched the ghostly foot zoom infinitely, his brain working at breakneck speed. Suddenly, a child's hand landed on him. Watchman Zhao was stunned. What a situation. He looked in the direction of the little boy. This guy was obviously stepped on too. Why? He was baffled. The little boy who was trampled down was a fake, a remnant of the little boy left in place. The real little boy, on the other hand, had long since appeared thousands of miles away, and through some mysterious path, he grabbed Watchman Zhao and yanked him out of the radiant range of the ghost pressure bed. He. The little boy looked at him cheerfully. I can see the real future, though I can't see far enough now. What kind of top-notch smell color hegemony is this nigga? Watchman Zhao suddenly realized. Choking, it's pretty good. As long as that ending doesn't actually come, choke is almost invincible. Tearing ghosts with his bare hands. Push time. Stop the kill on hard carry. It can also predict the future in the short term. This guy saved himself 3 whole times today in one day. Although the significance of this rescue was limited, even if those ghostly things killed Watchman Zhao, he was covered in spirits that would surely bring him back to life. But there is a critical issue here. Almost all evil spirits require a critical node for a reaction to occur. That node is death. The vast majority of evil spirits wait for the death of the cursed person before they begin to renew his life. The only thing that's different is choking. Zhaoan was at the Forgotten Mountain Villa, and this little thing was giving him an umbrella when the rain was trying to kill him in the rainy lady's rain. Lu Feifei's ghouls transferred black and white death spells, and this little thing kicked them all away. And 3 times today for assistance. Suffocation, reaction node, before death. This trait would seem to be of little use if used in gaming with ghosts, for evil spirits are absolutely paranoid, and this little meager amount of time is of no value to this game. However, if it is used in gaming with humans, it can be of great value. Now, for example, all the aliens over there are all karma. It will take time for them to be resurrected. And only Watchman Zhao is alive. He could have done quite a lot during this brief period of resurrection. Make a wish. Direct rescue makes little sense. The power of the glass doll cannot enter the radiation range of the Ghostbusters. But Watchman Zhao's wish was to take Xia Haiman, Zhang Chen and a few others the moment ghost pressure on the bed ended. And the skinny, bony, faceless ghost cursor dragged out. That's where he's at. At that instant, the others were still resurrected. And he's already done a bunch of things. Ka. Watchman Zhao lowered his head and lit a black prophet, silently gazing out at the terrifying black shadow in the distance that was so huge that it was indescribable. Is that ghostly? Chapter 125, Interrogation and Pursuit. Is that really, in common knowledge, a ghostly bed? Under the blood-red moonlight, the terrifying figure that could be as tall as the sky could be seen, flickering between heaven and earth like a dark fire, bright and uncertain. Suffocation should have shifted quite a distance. But even from such a distance, Watchman Zhao could clearly see the mountainous figure. That thing has a lot of legs. But presumably it was just too big, so these ghostly feet were almost negligible, at least from Watchman Zhao's point of view. He could barely see the ghost feet. One could only see the giant human-like body standing between heaven and earth. Watchman Zhao's face was strangely pale at this time. An extremely grotesque feeling arose in his heart as he looked at the gigantic ghostly figure. Is it an illusion? Did I swipe this in the teaser? Watchman Zhao couldn't help but take out his newly acquired cell phone, board the teaser and search. Teletubbies Cthulhu Edition. I've been looking for it and can't find it. Probably too scary to be taken down. He gave another search through the collection. Finally found it. He compared. A dark figure with a long, thin upper body and a ghastly white face. A television screen with flickering snowflakes was set into the belly. Almost exactly the same. Is that a Cthulhu-style Teletubby? To be honest, back then, when he swiped this damn thing, Watchman Zhao was really taken aback. Nowadays, probably the insights have become broader, even if the reality of actually seeing the damn thing, the impact is average. After all, he was out of range of the attack, and the thing didn't seem very sensitive. At least Watchman Zhao had stared at it for so long, and the thing hadn't revealed any hostility. When you're half asleep but realize you can't move, there's usually a ghost weighing down on you. But this thing might not be a human-sized brat. Rather, it's a scary behemoth. The little boy grinned happily from the sidelines. It's a pseudo-ghost. Oh, hee. Fake ghosts? This was the first time Watchman Zhao had heard of this. But what surprised him even more was that suffocation was something that could be revealed at will. This thing knows a lot of information, but it doesn't have a very mature feeling in its heart. This guy, would he be good to fool? He kind of wanted to try it. But just then, the giant Teletubbies flashed violently in the distance. Then it instantly disappeared without a trace. He Yuan is dead. The power formed by Ghost in the Bed is disappearing. So a whole bunch of figures appeared around him in a flash. Ha Heyman, who was stomped into mush. Skinny bones that have been stomped into the ground. And a big pile of human skin? Watchman Zhao looked surprised. The next second, the human skin contracted and formed an empty woman. And below her body were Zhang Chen and Wu Hai. Zhang Chen hurriedly took off his clothes and put them on Meng Jelly. Watchman Zhao was a bit surprised. He Yuan's ghost pressure bed didn't suppress you guys? From the time he made the ghost pressure bed to the time the ghost pressure bed stormed out, there was no time difference in between. When did you guys act? Zhang Chen smiled. The first second I saw He Yuan, I tugged the two of them and ran away. If we were all subdued, we wouldn't have been able to help you. You know, I'm very observant. Watchman Zhao froze. Well. The moment He Yuan made his move, everyone in the room slumped down. But Zhang Chen and the others ran away. They weren't there, so they weren't subdued. Then Meng Jelly turns into a painted skin, which is possessed of some power against evil spirits, and by doing so she carries off the second supermassive rampage of the ghostly bedlam and saves the two men. Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. It's true. Zhang Chen is quite resilient. Unfortunately, the evil spirit in him didn't seem very strong. To consider or not to consider. What about putting a few more evil spirits on him? Then this guy might be a huge help. Unlike the Lu mantra. Zhang Chen is worth so much more. But do this. Does it really fit? Say it again. Ha Heyman, how long are you going to lie there? Behind the meat slime Xia Heyman, the faceless ghost opened its huge mouth. The woman crawled out of the water. Hey, it's not like I'm afraid of ghosting the bed and stepping on it again. Let's go, those guys are coming to life. Watchman Zhao glanced at Totoro. He was a little hesitant. Should we rip all these people off into the world of cat people? But in case that creates a temporal chaos. No, I still have to possess a sufficiently secure means of executing deviants that can absolutely execute them. Make it absolutely impossible for them to come back to life. Even if it means moving the penny. Watchman Zhao recalled the conversation he had with the tablet network. Congratulations, you've gained a piece of the future, and you'll be able to kill people through the future. I'll have to look into that tactic. Watchman Zhao stretched out his hand, grabbed the skinny faceless ghost, and rushed into the mirror in front of him. The empty ground. It was densely packed with bodies at this point. The four painted women cowered in fear. All around them, there was broken flesh and blood. Mostly the deviants who converged on the hall at the time. And if you look closely, you will see that these people wear very similar clothes. It's like, believers wear clothes. Black robes of a single color. Clearly drawn totems at the front chest and back. Of course these totems are not identical. Part of it was a quill pen wrapped in smoke. Part of it is a coin with the right half black and the left half white, resembling the pattern of God's old man. Part of it is a sphinx. In another part, an abyss of blood and flesh. These clothes, when they were in the Forgotten River Villa, in that bedroom of Lu Fei, Watchman Zhao had also seen them before. Suddenly, between this large pile of broken flesh, some of the blood and flesh began to tremble, emitting a regular pulsating sound. And then a silhouette stood up from between the corpses and looked around with icy eyes. Silly Dog casually took a complete outfit from the sidelines and put it over his body. ING died again. The boss's stomped head inexplicably returned to its original state, and he coldly stood up and patted some dust on his body before walking over to a clump of broken flesh. He Yuan actually did die. Boss, Skinny Monkey, is gone. Go after him. This person robbed my painting skin and killed me once. This debt, it is impossible to even it out. Good. In a dilapidated warehouse, Watchman Zhao threw skinny bones on the floor. This guy is at least a cadre level, right? The means to revive the faceless ghost for a bit must be there. Watchman Zhao wasn't worried about him dying. But this guy's resurrection was too slow, nothing like the resurrection speed of the Xia Heyman one. Weak as hell. Can you take away his face? Watchman Zhao looked at Xia Heyman. A face taken by a faceless ghost belongs to the faceless ghost, even if it is still worn on a human. Xia Heyman shook her head. I can't take it away. Then we can only interrogate Watchman Zhao looked at Zhang Chen again. I'm not very good at it. Zhang Chen was speechless. What a coincidence, I'm good at it. What a coincidence, I know you're good at it. Zhang Chen. Chapter 126 Projection. So what information are you going to get from him? Zhang Chen asked. In the end I don't even know why a few of us are here. Xia Heyman smiled. Same feeling, you can exterminate everyone by yourself, what's the point of bringing all these burdens? Tired? Meng Jelly revealed a disgruntled look. Every evil ghost is unique. Is your faceless ghost very capable of fighting? Watchman Zhao stops the verbal altercation. He looked at Zhang Chen. Your resilience is really good. Do you want to consider obtaining another 70 to 80 evil spirits? Zhang Chen. Are you serious? He wanted to observe Watchman Zhao's demeanor. But it was nothingness that spoke to him now. Zhang Chen couldn't see Watchman Zhao at this moment, and he can only determine that there was a person here through some subtle traces and the direction from which the sound came. Not that he was surprised. He was very observant, and had long since noticed the diversion. I suggest returning to the subject. Okay. A few people conferred briefly. Watchman Zhao left first, leaving only his doppelganger to guard the few. He hadn't fully adapted to the state yet, and he still couldn't help but speak in his native form when he was surprised. Still need to work out and get used to it. He needs to hide in the shadows, cut off from the world, and try to let the doppelganger perform all his actions instead. He stood in a tree and looked away. Ha! Watchman Zhao suddenly froze. I hid in the shadows and let the doppelganger carry out the operation in my place. If I then weave a complete set of operating logic for this diversion, add behavior to it. Then I gave it the power of a certain fragment of an evil spirit to give it the rule. He was baffled. Couldn't help but take out a cigarette, light it, and think deeply. I'm instinctive. The split is projection. Oh, so that's what it's all about. Is that the real logic of projection? The real, cat-faced old lady was hiding in some unknown place, and the cat people in the cat people's world were all its projection, a kind of advanced diversion. It's not that lofty a tactic, either. Then, if I want to pit a real, evil ghost, I need to keep touching the projection, touching the body's doppelganger, and then find out the connection between the doppelganger and the body, and follow the path to get there. And as there are evil spirits in every age, there may not be just one world line in this world. The real evil spirits may be hidden beyond the world and time. And if I really wanted to pit them, it would be pointless to pit one or two projections. I need to transcend the world too. Watchman Zhao was suddenly a bit hesitant. If one's projections are correct, these things probably can't be called ghosts anymore. Perhaps it would be better to call it ghosts and gods. Can he really do this? Black and White, it's time to start the interrogation. Zhang Chen's voice came from the split side. Watchman Zhao returned to his senses and shifted his attention. The skinny monkey's flesh and blood grew back intact, and the faceless ghost's live card saved him. A few people had already tied him up dead. Zhang Chen took a sedative and disliked his neck, finding it unpleasant to inject directly. Wu Hai, on the other hand, was holding a knife and a woman in his hand. It's supposed to be Meng Jelly, who painted herself into a different face. At this point the woman was still checking with her cell phone, muttering, I don't feel like the drawing is very much like his wife. Zhang Chen took a glance. The eyes are pulled a little further to the sides, the nose is a little bit higher, pressed down a little bit, and the mouth is on the low side. Is her face that long? Oh. Well, that's about right. What if he lies? Asked Watchman Zhao. Watchman Cho asked, what if he lies? Zhang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Ha Heyman sat on the sidelines bored. Black and White, aren't you able to speak your mind? Why don't you just let him tell the truth? Watchman Zhao was silent. He wanted to. But make a wish, it seems, is less complete. For example, an earlier attempt to gain access to his sister's memories failed and he had to copy his diary. It failed this time too. It is not possible to use wishing directly to obtain information. But getting someone to turn around on the street, getting someone to shift their focus during a conversation, these things can be done. The power of the wish, ultimately, comes from the three evil spirits. The black and white irregulars seem to be able to directly counteract the weirdness, the reapers seem to be able to have an effect on matter, and the spirits are the core action force, which can affect objects as well as minds. It seems pretty complete as far as it goes, but it doesn't seem to govern memory. Watchman Zhao sat on a tree and looked into the distance. What if I add another shard of faceless ghost into the glass doll? Turn around and try it. Without realizing it, he's trying to piece together the evil spirits. At the same time, it seems to be groping to dismantle the evil spirits. In the abandoned warehouse, the doppelganger wearing a black and white mask slowly spoke. Skinny Bones, you can wake up. Some demonic ghost hands appeared above Skinny Monkey's head, smiling wryly as they delved into his brain and gently broke it. Hiss. A sound of sucking in cool air rang out. Skinny Monkey opens his eyes, and after briefly scanning his surroundings, he understands his situation and silently closes his eyes. Wu Hai put on an evil party look. Hey, I have your wife. Skinny Monkey smiles, fake. Wu Hai, Meng Jelly? Watchman Zhao couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. You can't underestimate your opponent. Zhang Chen was not the least bit flustered, the needle in his hand gently stabbed twice towards his neck. What's your name? Skinny Monkey laughed. You don't even know what my name is, yet. Zhang Chen backhanded him. Did I tell you to talk nonsense? Answer. Skinny Monkey, still sneering, said a random name. Zhang Chen asked some more irrelevant questions. Watchman Zhao looked at him suspiciously through his doppelganger. What's this guy up to? Zhang Chen observed for a while longer and seemed to have gained certain information. Next, the way he asked the question changed. Your name is Su Chang, your ancestry is Gan Poyang, you followed your father to Xinjiapo at the age of 7, then you changed your nationality and later. A message unfolds. Skinny Monkey looks at him quizzically, seemingly surprised where this information came from. This woman is not your wife, she is just your concubine, but she is your favorite concubine for the reason words. Zhang Chen froze for a moment, as if he had forgotten the words, and hurriedly looked at Wu Hai. Wu Hai said, she looks exactly like the white moonlight you couldn't get. Skinny Monkey sighed, I didn't expect you guys turned out to be in the church as well, these things, only those stupid biais in the church know. Zhang Chen said indifferently, next, I'll ask you 10 questions, you have 3 chances to lie, and after 3 lies, I'll kill this woman without hesitation. Skinny Monkey still has a disdainful attitude. He felt that this interrogation was like a child's playground. It's okay, you ask. Zhang Chen looked at his face and stared at all his facial micro-expressions. Do you, now, no longer want to follow boss? Skinny Monkey smiles, of course I want to follow. Lying, for the first time. Skinny Monkey, pupils shrunk slightly, hey, you're cheating. Zhang Chen pointed at his eyes, I can read the tiniest of expressions, and just now asking those questions was just gauging your reaction. Now, I can tell at a glance if you're lying or not. Watchman Zhao silently spat out an awesome but also a troublesome. He was more than sure he was going to stuff the faceless ghost into a glass doll. Zhang Chen asked another question. Well, no lie. Watchman Zhao looked at Skinny Monkey, and even he, an outsider, could tell that the guy was shocked. Zhang Chen's judgment was all right. Ask the key questions directly. Watchman Cho said. I have my rhythm, don't mess with it. Watchman Zhao. Okay, at your own pace. Zhou Xin, did she somehow make it into the death obituaries? The Skinny Monkey's gaze became sharp all of a sudden. He realized that all the previous questions were camouflage and that this one was the key. Yes and no. Goddamn turtle soup. Watchman Zhao threw his cigarette directly to the ground. I'm sure I still shouldn't have made it so complicated, I should have beaten the guy to death and forced him to talk while doing so. He then tried to teleport back to the warehouse. But just then, he suddenly noticed a mountain road in the distance. An extra bloody dog. Those guys are coming after us. Chapter 127, Murder from the Future. How much longer? Zhang Chen glanced at the masked man behind him. 3 questions. He played turtle soup with you, how do you ask? I naturally have my ways. Lines. Watchman Zhao silently pressurized the demon and began to strengthen his senses. Everything that winds up around you is organized and presented in the mind's eye. Soon, he found, silly dog. And then vaguely some hidden figures could be spotted. There's a lot of people coming. By the looks of it, these people should have some spatial transferability as well. Otherwise they shifted so far away, they shouldn't be able to find them for a while. This dog, I've seen it several times, is this thing their search tactic? Then who is its owner? Watchman Zhao looked at the notebook in his hand. Start making wishes. Stupid dog. 2 words present. Glass dolls have some ability to search for information, but that ability isn't strong enough for mysterious information to be found out. What if I shove pieces of the tablet web in there? It's over. It's getting better and better for glass dolls. In time, Watchman Zhao felt that he could turn this thing into an all-knowing god. Of course, that takes time. Shuffle. Watchman Zhao suddenly waved his hand. The wish unfolds. A sense of weightlessness arose in everyone present at the same time. Everyone's position was cut out dozens of kilometers away. The location of the warehouse was also panned to another province. Only the black man known as Dumb Dog watched with a dumbfounded expression as he was pinned to the ground by a cloud of air. "I know, it's you." He struggled frantically, ghosting into the air. At this time, Watchman Zhao was invisible to him. Watchman Zhao coldly looked down at this defeated man. You could see that the bloody hands on the man were starting to riot again. They were attacking towards Watchman Zhao. Totoro purred. "Down the line. It's pretty boring." Watchman Zhao wanted to follow the example of the last time and just lock him up. Suddenly, something occurred to him. That's one hell of an experiment to deliver. We can try. We can use the future to kill him. Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly as he silently connected to 1123. In the Forgotten River Villa, the green-colored doppelganger slowly stood up. In the warehouse, Zhang Chan asked the remaining 3 questions. The doppelganger looked at him silently. "How?" Zhang Chen said, "It's safe to assume that Zhao Xian entered the death obituary on her own accord, not somehow being dragged into it." Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. If the death obituary chases the timeline and kills people, the sister will be inexplicably dragged in the moment the reboot takes place. If the death obituary doesn't chase, then the sister will enter voluntarily in 20 seconds, as the singing ghost said. So, death obituaries don't chase down timelines and kill people. After the reboot, Zhao Xian was outside the death obituaries, which didn't drag her in. But if that happened, wouldn't that mean that Watchman Zhao saved Zhao Xian from the death obituary? It's just that the method is sick. He's using time to turn back the clock to save the day. Humans who enter the obituary of death have only one end to become evil spirits. It is absolutely impossible for a human being to bring another human being out alive from a death obituary. Absolutely not. Wouldn't that piece of information be wrong? Monumental is wrong? Can this be wrong? Watchman Zhao pondered and turned on his computer to log on to the Monumental network. Can you bring your sister out through reset time? It is absolutely impossible for a human being to bring another human being out alive from a death obituary. Watchman Zhao's brain was a bit confused. Is Zhang Chen's information correct? Yes. Watchman Zhao? Is it just that humans can't take humans out of it, and that turning back the clock belongs to the power of evil spirits? It was the Black and White who rescued my sister? Right. The tablet mesh pulsed as it continued to type a line. But this will form a ghost repulsion. Is Black and White in death obituaries ghostly repulsive? Surely things are far from simple. But it's super good news either way. Watchman Zhao felt that the big stone in his heart had finally fallen to the ground. All it took was one reboot of time to save my sister. As for what comes after, take a step. Get the experiment done and go straight to the Catman world. Attention returns again to 1123. When he was in the world of cat people and saw that piece of information, Watchman Zhao did think about it. How do you kill someone from the future? Before the time reset, 1123, it was 1123 in the dead of night on October 2nd. And Watchman Zhao was at a time after that. So he can use the past to kill people. This ability is sick and unguardable. But it does nothing for the alien. Kill them and the evil spirits will resurrect these people. And to be honest, those people were also guarded by evil spirits at 1123, so it was hard to say whether or not his little doppelganger could kill them. And now, with the time back a month ago, Watchman Zhao is now at the point in time of September 10th. 1123 became the future. But what's the point of killing someone in your future? That person will continue to live in the present, and die a little when the future comes. This decapitation is worthless. But yeah, if you add a little ingredient in there, then things might be different. The trick door opened and the green-colored doppelganger slowly walked in. In the next instant, a school gate presented itself. The stillness of time and space is framed by the vehicles on the road and the scattered pedestrians. Big Z. Yes. It's that horrible, horrible place. And this place, at 23 minutes past 11, had appeared to be that ghostly thing. Sadako. Add Sadako to the list. Then things can get interesting. Sadako is able to chase the timeline and kill people. Well, the concept of killing from the future has changed. Sadako will chase the timeline from the future all the way back to the present. In other words, this person will be killed all the time for the next full 22 days. then even if you are an alien. Even if the evil spirit in you can resurrect you indefinitely. For these 22 days, please stay dead too. Even if you're an alien, you won't be resurrected. As for the videotape that carried the second layer of the curse, Watchman Zhao didn't really want to touch it. After all, there are faceless ghosts on the altar. This sympathy stuff records all information unconditionally. It would be fun to go back and get that desperate videotape in for him. But what to get into? Instead, Watchman Zhao was a bit confused when he actually stood in front of the Z-gate. The bilocation will record everything unconditionally. Then maybe Sadako will give him a 22-day death package before he uses the future to kill people. That's a lot of fun. Or I won't let the doppelganger use Sadako. A flash of epiphany flashed through Watchman Zhao's eyes. Can I, add a shard of chastity to the glass doll? Chapter 128, 1123, version 2.0. Add Sadako to a glass doll? Watchman Zhao couldn't help but tremble at the thought. Trembling with excitement. If this can be done, then it will extend to 3 very scary phenomena. First, Sadako unconditionally kills all humans in seconds, and if you put it into a glass doll, it seems like it would, well, become a controlled phenomenon. Then all human beings standing in front of Watchman Zhao are living 2 words. Dead people. No one can escape these 2 words. Even if you can be resurrected indefinitely, sorry, just keep dying for me. He will stand on the high ground of all mankind. Secondly, ghosts, they can be tricked. Sadako doesn't kill ghosts, but is this rule or behavior? As far as Watchman Zhao could see, this was clearly an act. Because it's a subjective judgment. Sadako's rule should be absolutely certain death. So what if he puts a wave of Sadako fraud and tricks it that all the ghosts in the world are actually people? Then things could get interesting. Ghosts standing in front of him have to honestly become 2 words. Deadbeat. Third, and one of the most outrageous visions of all. World lines and pseudo-world lines are known to exist. So, can world lines and pseudo-world lines be, well, human? Of course anyone with a bit of common sense would keep the 2 completely separate. But what he, Watchman Zhao, lacked most was common sense. So his mind can be absolutely heavenly. He's trying to consider world line and people as the same thing, and not only think that way, but lie that way. Go ahead and lie to Sadako about the world line and humans being the same thing. So Sadako, is it possible to wipe out an entire world line? And then if he, Watchman Zhao, then grasps the concept of some kind of species reboot, can he, then, become a true world maker? What a nutty idea. But Watchman Zhao can't be a psychopath, who knows, haha. Engage. It has to be screwed. Get it up. 1123, the second doppelganger in the hardware store is staring deathly into the mirror. Since Watchman Zhao had comprehended infinite wish, he naturally wouldn't waste any time. So he made a wish with the glass doll he built with his doppelganger, that the doppelganger at that point in time would always keep an eye on the mirror, so that it would mend the glass doll indefinitely. Infinite wishes. The chicken or the egg? Watchman Zhao said, what do you care? I'm a psychopath before I go after the beginning. I'm already in this perfect cycle of reincarnation, so who was born first has nothing to do with him. I utilize it just fine. Thus, a huge mirror opened up at the bottom of the entire Ken City hardware store. The hardware store disappeared. When it reappeared, the thing landed in the depths of the Great Z. Hold them all down. Watchman Zhao made his first stolen lesson from He Yuan. Why does ghost repulsion overwhelm evil spirits? Because there is no ghost repulsion happening, that's the core of it. So, all the Sadakos in the school fell on their backs. But that was just an act that Watchman Zhao accomplished by using the demons, and that was not the rule. So the power is limited. Although Sadako fell to the ground, it took a process for it to do so. It is well known that where Sadako walks, a new Sadako is formed. So, countless chaste children were formed in the process. They take a step forward. Keep pressing down. Then the cycle continues. Infinite loop. So soon, the entire University of Z was densely populated with Sadako, who had slumped to the ground. The damn thing flowed like liquid to the hardware store. Of course, this requires a process. And in this long moment, Watchman Zhao could have done a lot more. The shaping of the glass doll was being watched by the doppelganger, and I needed that information, so the demon gleaned away bits and pieces of the Black and White and the Grim Reaper, which landed on the mirror. So, if I want to put pieces of Sadako in, I have to keep an eye on Sadako. Isn't this a ing death wish? Gotta think of something. Is there any way to see Sadako without seeing Sadako? Amount. Watchman Zhao, do you want to hear what you're saying to yourself? Is this ing human language? Must be seen to add debris. But see, he, Watchman Zhao, will be killed for 22 whole days in a row. Must I watch? Watchman Zhao pondered, this action, was it really the key? The key thing, in fact, is the plundering of the spirits. If I ask the spirits to plunder the evil ghost fragments directly, can I? Not to mention whether this idea is feasible or not. In case it works, then Sadako will also appear in the mirror, and the faceless ghosts will definitely record that seeing Sadako is absolutely certain death. I'm just as likely to be killed for 22 days in a row. Misconceptions. He seems to have, again, stepped into a miscalculation of thinking and gotten stuck in it. Watchman Zhao sat on, silly dog, and looked up at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle. My train of thought seems to be off. This is the time when props are needed. Watchman Zhao smiled and extended his right hand. Smoke comes. Creepy smoke was more than happy to show up. Cyan-colored smoke enveloped Watchman Zhao. His mind was suddenly wide open. I want to put the shards on the glass doll. But after all, what exactly is a glass doll? It should be an exotic created by relying on the peculiarities of the 11:23 hour. The stillness of time and space locks in the light, forcing the demon to act. The fixed point in time gives the glass doll a fundamental existence. So the origin of the glass doll is actually not that broken mirror at all, but this time gap that belongs exclusively to Watchman Zhao. Watchman Zhao's pupils shrunk slightly. The glass doll, its projection. At 11:23, its ontology. The glass doll is a diversion projected by 11:23 to all points in time. Something that is grossly underrated is not glass dolls, but 11.23. Why would I want to see Sadako? Why would I bother getting Sadako on that broken mirror? 11:23 is the real invincible artifact. Make a wish. Outside the hardware store, chastity liquid is moving slowly. Every little bit they are pressed down, they spawn new chastity to move in all directions, then they are pressed down a little bit more and continue to move. In this way, the countless Sadakos converge together, and it looked like a white, continuous mound. Their original position, a hilltop, extends around them, and the terrain is constantly lowering, but never eternally lowering to the horizon. Sadako began soaking the entire campus. And as it approached the hardware store, invisible forces blocked their progress, leaving behind only a door. And at that moment, a layer of wishing was attached to this door by Watchman Zhao. There, an unknown trick door exists. A chastity has appeared through a trick door in a nightclub in the country of Maine. Appeared on the face of a black man who was hugging people left and right. In the future, silly dog sees Sadako. But this, silly dog, is incorrect. The real, stupid dog, is still alive in the dead of night on September 10th. It's not going to work. It's out of order. So that extreme horror has happened once again. A chastity violently appeared on Watchman Zhao and Foolish Dog's faces. Watchman Zhao gave it a look. G.A. Foolish Dog looked at the woman in white who suddenly appeared in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. Sadako? But he wasn't very worried. The abyss of flesh and blood will resurrect him. But will things really go his way? Silly dog, death. In the next second, the abyss of flesh and blood began to resurrect the human. But Sadako in the future, it only kills someone once, but yeah, it comes after them against the timeline. So every moment for the next 22 days, a chastity appeared on silly dog's face. Sadako continues to appear. Then die. Flesh and blood infinite resurrection. This one is infinitely dead. An instant death. There's no chance of waking up. Watchman Zhao then happily sat on him and followed suit as Sadako gave him a messy kill. Until it killed a full 10 minutes. The wish unfolds. The black and white irregulars breathlessly appeared behind him and grabbed him out of the scene. Too able to die. The uncanny king stated that he had never seen a human more capable of death than this one. To be honest, this look is really tiring. Maybe the black and white invincible has endless power, but the heart is tired, every day changing ways to save people, but also no overtime pay. So, they want to turn the man into a vegetable. A vegetable can't die. Their palms glowed with blue light and grabbed at Watchman Zhao's head. But just then, the demon's ghostly hands joyfully reached out and grasped Uncanny's hands in a death grip. Watchman Zhao doesn't want to become a vegetable. So he wouldn't be able to be a vegetable. Of course, if your rule is to turn him into a vegetable, that's fine. Unfortunately, this is not the Black and White's rule, just its behavior. Hiss. Watchman Zhao's eyes snapped open as he looked confusedly at the ghostly hand above his head that was glowing with blue light. The Black and White irregulars stared at him very breathlessly, and finally honestly withdrew their hands and turned around to retreat into the distance. What do you mean? Watchman Zhao was puzzled. Plus. He looked to his watch. 10 minutes. And 6 seconds. Death rolls first. He grinned cheerfully. I've been dead for 10 minutes, in other words, Sadako has literally been around for 10 whole minutes straight, and if nothing else, this decapitation will continue. Until the time arrives at 11:23. It's done. Chapter 129, Preparing for the Reboot. But that raises a paradox. The silly dog will remain dead until 23 minutes past 11, when he should still be here. Being stepped on by a Sadako all the time is like a seal. But then the future him won't show up at the nightclub, and Sadako, who traveled to the nightclub, won't be able to meet him. Watchman Zhao felt an itch in his heart, and he suddenly wanted to drive his doppelganger to take a look at the nightclub to see if the future, silly dog, was still there. But it would be fun to look at that and see Sadako in a good way. Sadako will kill in 22 days in a row. Rather, there's no need to get into so much trouble. Watchman Zhao took out his notebook and made a wish. A short while later, a line of handwriting presented itself. There are no stupid dogs in a nightclub at 11:23. Sure enough, the silly dog of the future stalled. He couldn't make it to the club alive. Watchman Zhao is no longer modifying the past this time, but the future. About the future of an alien. Because of the red wedding dress, instead of dying continuously at 11:23 in the first place, I maintained movement and created a supersized Sadako vision. He gained a new piece of information. Alright, experiment over, get ready to head to the Catman world. Watchman Zhao unconsciously glanced far towards the place where, silly dog, was sealed. There, a miserable white figure hung its head low. Far, far away. Still, the figure detected Watchman Zhao's gaze for a split second. Watchman Zhao, GA. 6. The blue light lit up and Watchman Zhao breathlessly opened his eyes. Secretly, he spat. Why do you want to watch Sadako? You're out of your mind. At that moment, the grass around them flickered. A figure suddenly rushed out from inside and quickly pounced on Watchman Zhao. Another anomaly with the ability to search. Watchman Zhao didn't even bother to look at him. Sadako. Swish. A ghastly white figure descended on top of the man's head in an instant. Instant seconds. Then the miserable white figure flickered continuously, like a three-dimensional projection, eternally suppressing the person's body. Continued death spreading from the future. Absolute instant kill greatness. If Watchman Zhao turns his back to Sadako and doesn't look at it, he won't violate the rules. Totoro, rip me into the world of cat people. Watchman Zhao smiled as he looked at the well-behaved black cat. The chinchilla wagged its tail and looked up happily at its master. A man and a cat stared at each other for a long time. Watchman Zhao was confused. You can't drag people into the world of cat people? Meow. Watchman Zhao. Well, sure enough this black cat is not complete. Or should I say, the stolen black cat psychic is not complete. This thing can only be offline, you can't pull people in. It's fine. He looked to his watch. 12 o'clock is almost here too. Come on, let's go find another black cat. Meow. In the warehouse, Xia Haiman was bored and put her makeup on in the mirror. Ugh, I really quite like this face, but it's a shame it's only good for 3 months. Zhang Chen's few people looked at her coldly. They already know who this person is. Jiang Huayan's enemy. It's really hard to get along in such a capacity. Black White Impermanence, we'd better return to the country. Zhang Chen looked at the doppelganger, that group of people might come after us. The doppelganger nodded and looked at Xia Haiman, see you 3 days ago. Haiman was stunned. The people present were filled with questions. Haiman pondered, you, want to reset time? The great god who restarted time is you. Zhang Chen's few people were shocked. Watchman Zhao ignored their shock and silently looked at the skinny monkey who had been knocked out. The person also retains their memory after the restart time. It seems to have had little impact though. What's the point even if he can retain his memories? It's too weak. What if a person could again have a faceless ghost and at the same time a supervillain that was so powerful it had no bounds? That's the kind of person that's really scary. The doppelganger waved silently at the men. Well, I'll see you 3 days ago, guys, and by the way, Zhang Shun, you're more valuable than I thought. A mirror unfolded and the split disappeared without a trace. On a cold street in Burma, Watchman Zhao walked silently with his pockets in his mouth and a cigarette in his mouth. He had glass dolls sitting on his shoulders, followed by black cats chewing on notebooks and newspapers. A small boy hangs nervously in the big back, following furtively. Further back is the elegant black and white. A bunch of deadbeats in a clock-breaking frenzy. Watchman Zhao exhaled a mouthful of smoke and held a human skin in his hand. Painted skin. The same painted skin that the faceless ghost was wearing in the first place. Having finished off the faceless ghost in the first place, Watchman Zhao naturally collected this trophy. Can it be hardened against spell-killing power? Watchman Zhao stroked the thing. Nice touch. But it backfired on the diaphragm. After all, there was a soul kept in this thing. I don't know how to use it, just put it away for now. Watchman Zhao put it away in his pocket, which didn't have much bulk when folded up. 16 minutes to 12. Watchman Zhao was in a great mood at this time. After all, in another 16 minutes, he would have gotten his sister out. A black cat will appear in 16 minutes in a courtyard on the left. ABCD is in full condition. He could just restart time. Maybe having to make another trip to Maine doesn't matter. He has future Sadako in his hands. Anyone is a dead man before him. He suddenly wanted to lean back and laugh. The depression and irritation that had built up today vanished into thin air in a flash. A young girl in white came up to him, head bowed, eyes glancing at him through her bangs. A strange feeling arose in Watchman Zhao's heart and he looked back at her. It was a glance that left him a little stunned. This girl, why does she look familiar? Is it an illusion? Similar to the White Rebel? He was about to take another look. But suddenly, he noticed a young boy in black sitting on a distant roof. This time the feeling is much clearer. It looks almost exactly like Black Impermanence. Hey, what's going on? Brother. At that moment, a boy suddenly appeared at his feet, happily grabbing the corner of his coat. Watchman Zhao lowered his head. The boy was dressed in a half-black, half-white shirt and was very good-looking. And much like the black and white. You guys, why can you see me? Watchman Zhao looked violently at the white-clothed girl. He should be invisible to the average person now. He made this wish. The young girl stopped and stood silently at a short distance, her head lowered, looking at him quietly. Brother! Grandpa Zhu is looking for you. Oh. The boy shook his coat happily. Grandpa Zhu? Who? Not too far away, the clear-looking white girl slowly opened her mouth. The patron saint of China, our grandpa, Zhao Tiansheng. Her mouth suddenly lit up with an eerie blue light and she gently spat out 4 words. Ghost plastic transfer. Chapter 130, Zhao Tiansheng, risk factor 7,827,699%. Ghost plastic transfer? Pronounce the name of the skill? No, it shouldn't be that stupid. It should be a note, or a hint. Because the word transfer is too common, it would be troublesome if you accidentally pronounce these 2 words in your daily life and cause an uncontrollable impact. 2 words, and they can be ghostly plastic? Isn't that a little too much of a stretch? Oh, 1123 is all about ghost molding. But that shouldn't be the key point right now. Watchman Zhao's thinking became rapid. A layer of greenish-colored smoke stormed up. Step right into the time sandwich. Totoro jumped onto his shoulder with something in his mouth. Some mysterious forces are being unleashed. Watchman Zhao saw a ghostly figure appear in front of him. To be precise, it should have appeared in front of the white-clothed girl, as they weren't standing far apart. So the thing had its back to him. The space around them trembled. Unknown forces are about to strike. Watchman Zhao directly stretched out his left hand and pinched the ghostly thing's neck. A cat person's hand is allowed to touch an evil spirit. Hey, I didn't say I was shifting. Just kidding, I'll transfer it if you tell me to, don't I, Mr. Zhao, want to lose face? But soon, Watchman Zhao's face changed. With his left hand, he couldn't touch the damn thing. Or should I say, touching very slowly. This action was prolonged. It was clear that he could have grabbed that evil spirit in an instant and ripped it into the Catman world. But now the move is prolonged. So Watchman Zhao can't catch it? Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Make a wish, I'm going to catch it. The demon, the god of death, and the king of impermanence appeared at the same time, and together they launched an attack on this unknown evil spirit. It wasn't much of a drastic attack, just an attempt to push it into Watchman Zhao's hands. However, all of this behavior was prolonged. This time Sandwich seems to have been stretched all over again. Spirits fail. Death is gradually succeeding. The Black and White are successful. But they can't seem to push the damn thing either. Or, the Black and White in this thing seem to maintain some sort of balance. This attack landed on the ghostly figure, but was slow to push. And that ghost molding, known as transfer, is taking effect. Watchman Zhao clearly saw the scenery around him begin to flicker and change like an illusion. Get it off the line. Watchman Zhao looked at the black cat. Totoro opened his mouth with a voice. But that voice, too, was delayed. That's why Watchman Zhao clearly saw downfall for the first time. That's not erasure, it's replacement. That ghostly figure was being gradually, bit by bit, switched to another dimension. But the process is slow. Could see everything around it slowly tinting black as the Catman world slowly swallowed it up. Too slow. Unstoppable. So, transfer was successful. Watchman Zhao was successfully dragged to another place with a very different scenery around him. And at that moment, the ghostly figure finally slowly turned around and showed its true face in front of Watchman Zhao. Black Impermanence. Then, a footprint that glistened with red light, like a child's haphazard running, was presented on top of the ground without any rules. Watchman Zhao's pupils shrunk. Not like. It really is. Above each footprint, a cute little child stepped. They were dressed in half black, half white clothes and were happily playing in this courtyard. Time still stands still, so they are framed. And with the arrival of Watchman Zhao, it seemed as if some sort of tug had formed, and they began to feel this gap in time. So they started to enter automatically. Watchman Zhao just watched with a dumbfounded expression as this group of brats played around in the cracks of time. A giant eye snapped open. The eye of God sensed the little monsters. Humanity in the time sandwich prohibits subjective movement. This thing is enforcing its own rules. But a very shocking phenomenon happened. These little guys, they found the eye of God. They didn't panic in the slightest and even thought it was fun. Because of the time sandwich, no toys could be played with, and all the toys they had in their hands were destroyed. Only this evil spirit can play. A blue light emerged, and these little monsters happily ran around that eye. Catch it. Seal it. A messy kick in the pants. Playing soccer? The corners of Watchman Zhao's mouth twitched furiously. He actually felt that the void eye was still quite pushy. How did it fall into the hands of these brats and end so miserably? All stand still. What do you look like? The white girl suddenly yelled. The little monsters were startled. Okay, Mom. They were instantly honest and stood obediently, their little heads hung low, but those big, soulful eyes, hidden beneath their bangs, twinkled with brilliance. They noticed Watchman Zhao and developed a keen interest in this emerging character. Mom? Watchman Zhao looked at the young girl's back. Unexpectedly reasonable. The more he touched the depths, the more Watchman Zhao could feel the pallor of age. Time, it seems, hardly has an effect on the truly powerful in the presence of them. But soon he saw the young girl walk over to the eye of God and grab it. Kicked it twice like a shuttlecock. And then a kick. Watchman Zhao. Okay, like the mental age isn't that great. Suddenly, something dark flew over his head like a big fluttering moth. Watchman Zhao looked at it. A black cat with wings. Forget about seeing it, it's well known that the black cat is not a creature, but a biosphere. He watched as the thing flew deep into the courtyard and landed on an old man's shoulder. Welcome, my old friend. The old man, dressed in a classical gown outlined with black and white textures, cross-necked and left-facing, with a high crown on his head, walked slowly with a cane. I could feel the importance he placed on this meeting, and his attire was so elaborate that Watchman Zhao felt that every piece of jewelry he paired with seemed to have a strong Chinese connotation. Although he can't read. I've seen you before, in Lu Curse's memory. Zhao Tiansheng, is W01 Zhao Tiansheng, the first on the pseudo-human list? Watchman Zhao opened his mouth, and the demon was helping him make a sound. It's so much more powerful than some rookie named He Yuan who can't speak in the time sandwich that is. The old man smiled. It's true that no matter if it's you or you have a good memory, right? What do you mean? The old man looked to the top of his head. It's rare for the two of us to see each other, so let's have a chat and a heart-to-heart. Yan Wangi shouldn't mind, right? Yan Wangi? Ghost game? Watchman Zhao looked overhead. Sure enough. Ghost game appeared at some point. That unnameable huge figure, presented in the distant void, played chess while coldly looking down at this side. Go ahead. It says go ahead. The old man was slightly stunned and couldn't help but shake his head in laughter. Then please take a short rest, Lord Yama. He looked over at Watchman Zhao, and his eyes suddenly began to shine with an eerie light. Black on one side, white on the other. The cell phone in Watchman Zhao's hand exploded into pieces with a snap. Before the explosion, a large mosaic flashed on the cell phone screen. An eye was hidden in the web of monuments peering through. And as the phone exploded, the eye let out a wail and quickly disappeared. The glass doll was having a great time when it was suddenly thrown away. The little boy's eyes widened. What the hell? In the next instant, it was pushed directly into another world line by a huge invisible force. It looked at the world in front of it without Watchman Zhao and was confused. Totoro cringed, but was left behind. Except for it. Red wedding dress. Death. The left hand with the man bug. Singing ghosts. A painted skin. A page of death obituaries. All pushed off. The demon didn't push off, although it kept being pushed off, spewing out of Watchman Zhao's back like smoke, but the source was constant and never seemed to be pushed clean. The black and white irregulars floated silently in the distance, coldly looking down at the old man. A pair of beautiful jade hands descended from the sky and landed above Watchman Zhao, seemingly guarding him for eternity. The old man looked at the hands with a slight sadness in his eyes and his gaze turned to Watchman Zhao. Watchman Huanfu, wake up. Watchman Zhao was shaken. A memory so vast that it was hard to comprehend, like a continent rising from the bottom of the sea, broke through all his consciousness. Next. Endless black and white invincibles descended upon the entire world in an instant. Chapter 131, what do you think the real black and white irregulars are? Hey, don't make it so dramatic. The old man shook his head and laughed bitterly. Endless black and white, endless ghostly shadows, appeared instantly in this time gap. The large courtyard became crowded all of a sudden. And amongst this large pile of black and white impermanence standing on the ground, the two impermanent kings suspended in the void appeared particularly special. Watchman Zhao covered his head in death. A hand seemed to be trying to reach out of his mind. This act should be complete. So he was densely surrounded by ghostly hands for an instant. And these ghostly hands all over the place converged together to form a huge dragon. It coiled up and quietly stood guard behind Watchman Zhao. The pair of beautiful ghostly hands still hung quietly above his head, silently bestowing guardianship. Zhao Tiansheng sighed as he looked at this crowd of figures. Suddenly, a shocked look appeared in his old eyes. Because of the broken cell phone, suddenly the glass began to flicker. A snow-white paw lashed out from within. You are. Then a snow-white, hideous beast snapped its head up. But then it retracted violently. Seemingly, it was too ugly for what it was now. So the mosaic flickered, and it transformed into an adorable little one-horned unicorn, which sprang out of it all at once, burrowed into Watchman Zhao's arms, and rubbed itself vigorously. Ah, it's Bai Zhe. Did you find me? Watchman Zhao lowered his head, looked at the little one in his arms, smiled, and gently stroked its head. Zhao Tiansheng looked at the man in front of him in shock. It's really a triple blessing to have bumped into my father. Watchman Zhao gave him a silent look. At that glance, everything around him began to stir wildly. Time, space, concepts, everything was changing like crazy. Zhao Tiansheng felt like this glance could tear himself to pieces. The big man is so elegant, obviously the original is here, when he was in the world of cat people, and almost fed the cat people. Watchman Zhao smiled faintly. If Zhuge Yi hadn't made a move, that catman would have died long ago, and it looks like Zhuge Yi is ready to move that line, so what is it, little doppelganger, that you're looking for me for? Zhao Tiansheng struggled against the extreme pressure, barely pulling out a bitter smile. You're the world's highest ranking trader, it's not too good to show up here rashly. Ha? Didn't you realize? Watchman Cho looked at him suspiciously. Discover? Discovered. Zhao Tianqing jerked his body and looked around. At some point, everything around him disappeared. Beneath his feet, the sea glittered with starlight. All around, it was a world that looked like a galaxy falling. Watchman Zhao shakes his head. You're not very smart in your projection, so Zhao needs to review himself. With that, he carried the white qilin and slowly walked towards the depths of the Milky Way Sea. Beside him, a figure emerged. Knife backer. The old man who banged and drank with a jug of wine. Smiling middle-aged noblewoman. A Chinese dragon that looks like a god. A young girl in a red wedding dress appeared on his left side and tenderly took his arm. Help me to give a message to your true self. Don't stare at me all day long. We are all traitors. Go and stare at Luyu. She doesn't smell good? She's a super beauty, right? She needs to change her clothes and take a shower. The girl in red gave him a brain crash. Your Honor, I was wrong. Zhao Tianqing stared at them in a daze, watching the large group of figures disappear into the depths of the Milky Way Sea. Hey, hey, hey! You guys, so you're all hiding in this hole? How dare you traitors be more rebellious? Well, I've sent, Zhao Tianqing, enough information. It would be rude to look again. Going out. The starlight went out. The world in front of me switched once again to a late-night courtyard. Comrade Lao Zhao stared blankly ahead, his face a look of shock to the point of numbness. Watchman Zhao was still standing in front of him, and nothing unusual seemed to have happened, except for a puzzled question. What did you just, see? Zhao Tianqing looked aside. There are no black and whites all over the place. No demon dragons. Much less a penumbra. Everything seemed to be a figment of his imagination. Or rather, it was a prelude to a passage that had been conjured up by himself before that, original, had ripped him into the galactic sea. The real Watchman Huangfu, came into contact with the real, Bai Zhe. This is something big enough to destroy the world. Whispering, send him back. The white girl looked at the old man with some surprise. Grandpa, is this a shock? But she didn't say anything more and was about to unleash the ghostly plastic. Zhao Tianqing, however, turned back and stared at Watchman Zhao. Originally I was going to admonish you a few times, but now there doesn't seem to be much of a need to admonish you. Your existence is even more terrifying than I thought. Anyway, 1. The spell-killing page in your hand, never mind this thing, you're figuring it out on your own. The second one, you have an extra choke on you. I shouldn't need to tell you how dangerous this thing is. That thing should be holding your trick smoke, so what you know, it will know. The third one, don't touch the bullseye. The rule for that thing is distance, absolute distance. The farther away you are, the faster you die, like you who reverses time and space when you were idle and bored. Alas, you should be able to understand it yourself, no need for the old man to talk nonsense. Ugh, there doesn't seem to be much to say, and bullseye is a joke in front of you, it's really outrageous. The old man sighed and shook his head as he walked quickly away. It's a far cry from the inscrutable image of the moment he appeared. Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. What on earth had Zhao Tianqing seen to be affected like this? Forget about those things for now. Master! Watchman Zhao called out to him from afar. Zhao Tianqing stopped in his tracks. Watchman Zhao stared at him solemnly. So, what exactly is an evil spirit? The top-ranked faceless ghost owner should be able to answer that question, right? This was what Watchman Zhao most desperately wanted to understand at the moment, but it was too mysterious. Zhao Tianqing silently turned sideways and looked at him from a distance. Evil spirits? Watchman Zhao, do you know that your presence is hundreds of times more terrifying than an evil spirit? Of course, what is meant here is just evil spirits, not evil spirits. Ever painted a picture? Zhao Tianqing asked. Not interested. Has that ever told a ghost story? Oh, this one has. Zhao Tianqing said, the evil ghost in this ghost story is the evil ghost you see now. Watchman Zhao? Zhao Tianqing continued, life is like a play. How can you be sure that this human life you are experiencing is not just a story in someone else's eyes? There was a person, which told a ghost story, and in this ghost story there appeared a kind of evil ghost called the Black and White Impermanence. And you happen to be in the world line where this ghost story is set, so the black and white appear before your eyes. I don't think that's what you really want to know, but what you want to know is the body, right? So, following this logic I'm talking about now, what do you think the real black and white is? Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, storyteller, or storytelling ghosts. Positive Solution. Chapter 132, Ridiculous Chaos. Whispering, see off the guests. Ghost Plastic Transfer. Once again the landscape began to switch. In that anciently decorated courtyard, Zhao Tianqing's figure gradually blurred. When he came back to his senses again, Watchman Zhao had already returned to the streets of Maine. Time begins to flow normally. Watchman Zhao took out a cigarette and silently lit it. Looking at the cigarette in his hand, a very unreal feeling suddenly arose in his heart. The cigarette, in his hand, was a tangible object. But will it be a pattern in the eyes of some being? Or a string of digital signals? Ghost story? It's really a ghost story. If we follow the logic of Comrade Zhao's words, he, Watchman Zhao, is the equivalent of a character struggling to survive in an anime. And the real boogeyman is the writer of the anime. That's, outrageous. Watchman Zhao looked up at the sky. So, what the hell am I fighting against? That, author, set a point of death, at which point one must die, and this is black and white. Then, the author, sets the protagonist up with an increasingly powerful pursuer, the Grim Reaper. Setting up a plot to kill, singing ghosts. Trying to watch the protagonist play himself to death, demon. So, my real enemy, is, author? I have to try to survive from, author's pen? It's, simply, impossible alright. It's a bit of a gap across the subgenre. But to put it another way, does, the author, really want me to die? Making anime needs people to watch it, writing a novel needs people to read it. If that guy really wanted to kill me, I would have died a long time ago. He needed me to have a death that was shocking enough or, alternatively, needed me to figure out a way to live that was shocking enough, so just made up this bunch of rules and left me struggling to survive between them. Even he doesn't want me to die somehow. Then if I think about it from that perspective, I can't say it's easier to stay alive because he's willing to make a little bit of me, which shouldn't have existed, to create a silver lining for me, and that way the story is going to be even better. But there won't be many of those chances, after all. Who would want to read the story of a punk who just casually hangs up? Watchman Zhao shook his head and lost his smile. The more he thought about it, the more mysterious it became. I don't think that's what Comrade Zhao meant, he was just making an analogy. The real meaning of the analogy should be: the real evil spirits are absolutely above the world. What the hell, pit them all. Watchman Zhao looked at his watch. Time's not up yet. The new black cat hasn't been painted yet. He simply found a roof on higher ground and sat casually on it, exhaling a long puff of smoke and silently gazing out over the city at night. Around him, some mysterious phenomena gradually occur. A small boy gasped and sat next to him in extreme displeasure. Seems tired. Watchman Zhao swallowed a cloud. TM, that old clapper has pushed old me into another world line. Can you not be tired? So there are such means. Watchman Zhao was surprised. Find an opportunity and have him teach me. The little boy was full of questions. Let me hint, I know everything that's going on in your head. Yeah, that's why I'm going to let him teach me. Aminos. Watchman Zhao, you wait. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The little boy huffed and ran away. The chinchilla ran off somewhere, and after a long time, biting into a piece of newspaper and a piece of drawing paper, came back wagging its tail merrily. Then, all sorts of ghostly shadows gradually returned to him. The Grim Reaper hid in a corner where Watchman Zhao could not see, and silently turned off the lights until all that Watchman Zhao could see in his eyes were the 6 lighted houses. Then they guard the door of one of the homes. 10 minutes to the next day. Prepare to turn off the lights, brothers. Watchman Zhao couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He felt like death was getting more and more interesting. What a hoot! He looked at the large pile of ghostly figures spilling out around him. After this night's first meeting with Zhao Tianshang, he felt that his thinking had been completely broadened. Completely transformed. Just as he had surmised earlier. Harnessing evil spirits might not be that hard, harnessing the rules is just as good, or even, turning yourself into the rules. Now he could make the evil spirit disappear for 20 seconds. Hasn't he become an alternative rule? Taking his notebook, Watchman Zhao wrote silently on it. My destiny is to die at the hands of the black and white. But I don't want to die at the hands of the black and white. Then this predestination doesn't have to be absolute, it's just that, I need to figure out a way to survive against the odds. Pop. In the distance, the lights went out in the 6th house. In the whole city, there are only 5 lights left. Death chimes in on time. Cat, come. Watchman Zhao laughed out loud. A cat-faced elephant appeared in front of Watchman Zhao with a confused face. The sheer size of it crushed the entire roof. This pitch-black cat elephant, covered in cat hair, had a humanized, clueless look on its face. How did you somehow end up on the roof as soon as you swiped it? Forget about it. Meow. Watchman Zhao looked happily at the distant sky. A green light blossomed in the sky, constantly spreading out in all directions. Until it switches to a blinding blood red. And then switch to the darkness that covers everything. Cat People World, Descent. In the middle of the Forbidden City, Zhao Tiancheng returned to the tea house and had just brewed a fresh pot of tea. What he encountered today was too much of a shock for him. That, honored one, he actually did see it. This can be a bit anticlimactic. He sat down in the recliner and closed his eyes. For a while, countless Zhao Tiancheng went online. They could all feel each other's shock. In hundreds of world lines, you can't see Watchman Huangfu even once. You actually bumped into my father, awesome. Try to live, I can't even imagine how messed up this world line of yours must be. Turning back time a few 100 million times should be child's play. And don't forget there's also the Red Wedding in the Penumbra, which will presumably give rise to endless pseudo-world threads, and he's already been reborn once, right, so these 20 days or so have already been memorized by the Red Wedding, and have already given birth to a pseudo-world thread. I don't really understand. Stupid you, the Red Wedding dress records the past, it doesn't record the future. Now that time has been rebooted, September 11th is the future for Watchman Huangfu, and the Red Wedding dress can't be fixed. But before the reboot, September 11th was the past for him, so it could be fixed, and there would only be one world line, so wouldn't the Red Wedding garment only be a pseudo-world line? It seems like some of the Zhao Tiancheng really aren't very smart. UTM. Zhao Tiancheng helplessly stroked his wrinkled forehead. Help yourself, it's such a mess. Suddenly, old Zhao felt a familiar sensation. His body inexplicably shifted from the recliner to the yard, landing in the same spot where it had appeared 3 days earlier. No, another time reset so soon? Gotta go, one more pseudo-world line. Ha ha ha, outrageous mess. Chapter 133 Sadako is still killing people. In the Catman world, Watchman Zhao silently grabbed a catman by the neck and counted the seconds while waiting to be eaten by it. The broken and battered male cat person looked at him in extreme shock. No, man. Is it so hard for you to be a man? This is at least a cat person's world. Be a man, will you? Give me a little face, will you? Watchman Zhao didn't bother with it and just read the seconds silently. Okay, 20 seconds, you can start eating. The wish unfolds. ABCD. Everything restarted. Watchman Zhao once again appeared above that crowded street. Only what wasn't quite the same was that the shouts around them changed. Fresh oysters for $5 for 3. Watchman Zhao silently spat out a sentence, sooner or later, these people will go bankrupt. On that day, when I greeted the new students, with just one glance, I saw her in the middle of the crowd. The familiar phrase echoed in his mind once again. So he saw her again. Across the long street, a red dress, beautiful as a dream. Watchman Zhao gave Mu Ro a gentle look. See you in a second. For a moment, heaven and earth stood still. A mirror violently appeared at Watchman Zhao's feet. Arrived directly in the country of Maine, in the middle of the lair of that marketing organization. He just got out of the mirror. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a miserable white back. Watchman Zhao's brain exploded. Ha? Sadako? Wait a minute. How many meanings? Certainly not for him to wait. The moment he saw it, a new Sadako appeared on his face. Watchman Zhao, dead. The black and white irregulars helped him up. But the thing is, the black and white always like to pick up, they always dislike to let people lie on the ground and come back to life. So when Watchman Zhao opened his eyes again, the chastity landed on his face again. An inexplicable cycle is formed. Black and white are saving the day over and over again, but Watchman Zhao is being killed by Sadako over and over again. It wasn't until the chinchilla on the sidelines couldn't stand to look at it any longer, and pulled its owner slightly away from it, that the inexplicable cycle finally came to an end. Opening his eyes again, Watchman Zhao froze hard for some time. Why is there a Sadako in this place? Also, I was killed many times in a row, in other words the Sadako was appearing in a row. The location he teleported to was using, silly dog, as the teleportation point. So Sadako killed back after the time reboot? Silly dog, still getting killed randomly by Sadako? No, isn't that slightly out of line, Sadako being so contrary? It should still be rules and logic. Watchman Zhao pondered that when he was killed by Sadako, it was a past kill. And this time, against Silly Dog, it's future kill. Is it possible that future killing and past killing are different? With the past kill, Sadako successfully completed the decapitation of an entire timeline, while with the future kill, this decapitation process was not completed. Plus I restarted time and future kill interrupted, but Sadako was stubborn to fulfill the rule again. So it continued the chase all over again? Amount. Watchman Zhao felt that it shouldn't mean that. But whatever the logic is okay, it's pretty sick all in all. Time reboot can't even save you, a stupid dog. It's too much. Wait, sister wouldn't be here, would she? Watchman Zhao's heart snapped. But he quickly remembered that the white bodyguard had said at the time that his sister had been taken away by Fish Head a week ago. Luckily, if my sister was here, that would be a big problem, and a time reboot wouldn't have saved her. He looked at his watch. 15 seconds had passed. Just after being taken out by Sadako, he broke out of the time sandwich. Gotta find her fast. He switches positions once again. The chinchilla wagged its tail and bit its notebook to follow. But only the laptop. The painting and the newspaper were lost. When he reappeared, it was in a narrow alleyway. There were many people gathered in this narrow alleyway at this time, but they were forced to be still as time caught up with them. Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and his powerful visual ability allowed him to observe things that were far away. A lot of aliens are heading this way. The familiar boss, Skinny Monkey, and many unfamiliar figures. And in the center of the crowd, a very pretty woman, with a newspaper held aloft in her hand, looked scornfully at the surrounding figures. Although she was also framed, the madness on her face could still be seen clearly. That demeanor was exactly like Watchman Zhao. Watchman Zhao when he's mad. Truly worthy of being my sister. Watchman Zhao looked around at least 500 mercenaries. They were tall and heavily armed, a stark contrast to the weak, skinny woman in the center. But the faces of those people were filled with an expression of anxiety and even some horror. This sister of his, on the other hand, had a cold arrogance on her face that could be described as insane. 5 more seconds and she'll be in the death obituary. It looks like, at the end of her life, she messed up something big. Avoiding all the foreigners, he then disappeared condescendingly before the eyes of a group of mercenaries. Bestowing great panic on these strong humans, after all, Zhao Xian entered the obituary of death, and the boss lost a painted skin, he was bound to be angry at these people. The point of being crazy, our siblings are really alike. Watchman Zhao smiled and glanced at Totoro. The chinchilla understood and pounced on the newspaper and shooed it away. The demon's ghostly hand stretched out and protected Zhao Xian's palm from being burned. Blazing fires flickered with lightning. The newspaper burned most of it in an instant, leaving only the small half of the newspaper, which was held in Totoro's mouth. Watchman Zhao stood in front of his sister and looked at this woman who was completely different from the Zhao Xian he remembered. She had been stained with paint as thick as substance. The curse of painted skin is deep in the bone. But anyway, he saved her. Or should I say, Black and White saved her by reversing time and space. Death obituaries and black and white ghostly rebukes should have happened already. There's nothing to say. He, Watchman Zhao, will definitely resist this curse. I don't care about your death obituary. I'll blow you away. No one is going to touch her. Sister, it's been hard work. Just leave the ladder to my oldest brother. Time began to pass. The mercenaries who were frantically lunging forward froze in place at once. What's with the sudden appearance of a person? Zhao Xian was also shocked as she looked at the back in front of her. It looks familiar. But for a moment, it was a little hard to remember. Is the alien coming? She looked to her right hand. Empty. That newspaper was snatched. What the heck, after all this time of calculating, you still can't beat those deviants after all? She smiled ruefully. Well, the deviants are here, it's okay sis, I'll take them all out. Zhao Xian's pupils contracted violently. She stared blankly at the back in front of her. That thin figure gradually merged with this tall back. I've come to pick you up. Watchman Zhao turned his head sideways and smiled, let's go home. All kneel down. Chapter 134, ha 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 ha. The heaven-shaking ghostly laughter resounded through the heavens and earth in an instant. Endless ghostly hands reach out from the ground, pressing people as they see them and ghosts as they see them. The wish spread in all directions, sweeping through everything like a shockwave. Mercenary, kneel. Alien, kneel. The ghost on the alien, also kneel for me. The boss hadn't even arrived at the battlefield yet, and didn't know what was happening when, inexplicably, a whole bunch of ghostly hands exploded out of him, giving him a hard push from the sky. No, what's the mess? The old acquaintance, He-Yuan, reappeared. During the time of the reboot, Ghostbusters and spirits returned to that mysterious balance once again, so he managed to come back to life. Plopping down on his knees, He-Yuan's face was full of mess. It had always been him who had shouted for others to kneel. What kind of is that? The demon began to flare up. He tried to force himself to his feet. But a mysterious blue light surfaced, chopping off the ghostly hands on him one by one. The blue light mapped out two ethereal remnants, one black and one white, silently suspended in mid-air, coldly looking down at him. Please kneel honestly. At least for this one moment, no one was going to get up. In Watchman Zhao's hands, a mask gradually coalesced. He coldly watched the mercenaries who had seen his face die completely before easing the mask onto his face. Come on, sis, let's go home. A mirror opened up at their feet. But at that moment, a huge skinny and tall ghostly figure violently appeared in the sky. In a flash, the mirror shattered. Watchman Zhao was fixed in place. In the distance, the boss falls to his knees, keeping his hands raised. Catch up. I don't know what he did. But that piece of space stood still. It wasn't time standing still, it was space standing still, a 10-10-10 piece of space that was fixed. The flow of air. Proliferation of microorganisms. Molecule fluctuations. Even light, I don't know if it's a wave or a grain, but anyway, it stands still. A conceptual space lock. Extreme icy cold swept in all directions in an instant. White frost spread all over the place, and then it condensed into hard, cold ice. Layer upon layer of mist surged around that 10-meter square, black box. Phew. Boss was the first to break away from Wish, exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and walked towards the black box, with his hands in his pockets. The tall, thin ghostly figure locked up space, making it difficult for even light to travel freely. Many people broke free and hurriedly followed the boss, looking at the extremely cold ghostly thing. Did some monster show up? Pinned us all down in a flash, and I thought He-Yuan had turned against us. He-Yuan. Is my reputation that bad? Pretty bad to be honest. Boss. The bony man walked over to Boss. This man is not to be taken lightly. Boss looked at him quizzically. How so? This person, reverse time and space. Skinny Monkey said. In an instant, a large group of people around them all froze in place. Reversing time and space. Isn't that the world's biggest taboo? Anyone who dares to touch that one will be besieged to death by the world's ghost sentinels. He actually made it. Skinny Monkey sighed silently, and he succeeded exactly twice. The cacophony of conversation died down. All that was left was the sound of a backward gasp echoing through the crowd. Twice? Boss's eyes widened. Are we messing with someone in the painted skin church? Skinny Monkey shook his head. He seems to just want to snatch Xiao Xian. So what if you restarted time twice? It's still not boss subdued and can only be honestly locked in a black box as a living dead person? Skinny Monkey looks at the man breathlessly. A big man who can reboot time twice. This kind of person will be simple goods? Can a ghost plastic, black box, really hold him? Can't you have some brains? Boss, Xiao Xian can't be wanted. I suggest we retreat quickly. Boss, however, looked at him doubtfully. Xiao Xian doesn't want it? That painted skin of hers, even Lord Pope values it. Her painted skin is more valuable than ordinary painted skins. You say you don't want it? Skinny Monkey, confused. No, you don't know how you died in the last reincarnation. You're still thinking about that at this hour? Sure enough, he was becoming less and less inclined to follow this boss. This one, it's so stupid. Boss is awesome. Yeah, the big names of the reboot time were all taken out by the boss. Around them, the uproar grew louder. Skinny Monkey looked at this group of people breathlessly, and then looked at the boss, and could catch the man's demeanor, which was becoming more and more condescending. He is enjoying the bragging rights of his subordinates. Skinny Monkey looks back at the black box. Though he didn't know what horrible mutations were going on in that damn thing. But he knew this place couldn't stay. The man who called himself Black and White was horrifyingly scary. Skinny Monkey turned around and walked away as he scanned the crowd, not finding Hiyuan. This guy runs faster. Skinny Monkey, you're on the verge of running away? A man asked. Skinny Monkey looks at him like a little cutie. Looked at him as if he were a cutie. Boss also cast an icy gaze. If you leave today, you don't have to come back. Skinny Monkey grinned, then don't come back, I've been too lazy to follow you for a long time. Bah, what a ing coward. Rubbish. The Skinny Monkey waved his hand, whatever you guys think. A man with a fish head walked up to Boss. Leave that punk alone, boss, I'm going to finish that guy off and take out the painted skin. Go on, be careful. Aha! Fish head slowly walks over to the black box, extends his hand, and a carp with a human face crawls out of his sleeve. As the carp landed on the ground, countless dark shadows grew out of its body, forming a pitch-black silhouette. A human face on a carp appears on the head of the ghostly figure. A ghostly figure with a scaled-down version of a human face in the center of its face. The ghostly figure slowly stood up and walked towards the black box. The uproar was back. The boss reveled in the bragging rights and smiled as he looked at the dark square. The reputation of taking out a reboot-time bigwig is pretty intimidating when it gets out there. Fish head looks ahead coldly. Gotcha. Caught. Fish head pupils plummet. In the next second, his fish head exploded into pieces. It exploded into a sky full of blood mist. The uproar ended abruptly. Everyone stared blankly at the headless dead body that slowly fell to the ground. Giggling. Ha 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 ha. A hysterical, maniacal laughter that gradually amplified and fell clearly into everyone's ears. Choking, are you ing stupid bye? Give me 2 words and I'm fooled, ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Watchman show, you son of a... Ka. The black box shattered with a bang. Extreme coldness swept in all directions. On the face of the tall, thin ghostly figure lay a small boy. This little thing demolished the tall, skinny ghostly figure. The power of the space lock instantly turned into nothingness. At this time, the little boy's face was filled with anger. Watchman Zhao. You lied to me. This game is no fun at all. Chapter 135, Homecoming. I didn't say this game was fun. Aren't you able to read my memories? Why can't you think of it? I just forgot. You just tricked me into helping you out. Bullying little kids for being simple, ugh, I'm so not human, ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Amidst the rolling white mist, a man and a ghost were singing a duet. The surrounding aliens were flabbergasted. The cigar in the boss's mouth fell to the ground. That thing, it's choking? This man is playing with asphyxiation? Cigar 2. Watchman Zhao smiled and extended his right hand. In his left hand, a ghostly shadow was still struggling. The human-faced carp above had been completely crushed by Watchman Zhao. All that's left is this damn thing. Straight into the world of cat people, no bull with you. Boss's pockets were empty and the cigar fell into Watchman Zhao's right hand. Watchman Zhao snapped his fingers and directly lit the cigarette, holding it in his mouth and taking a drag. Ugh! What a load of crap! He threw it straight to the ground and stomped it into oblivion. Amidst the rolling white mist, the man sneered and looked at everyone present. Just had a good laugh, black box, was it hard to get rid of it? The little boy screamed strangely, in 10 minutes, this thing will recover. Don't you try to fool me again. 10 minutes? Watchman Zhao laughed, it still takes 10 minutes to kill them all? Are you making me laugh? Tricky smoke took it into his mouth. Rolls of greenish smoke rose up between snow-white vapor. Then, endless ghostly hands surged out in all directions with Watchman Zhao at the center. The black and white impermanence hung high above his head, emitting the ultimate eerie fluctuations. The red wedding cloak floated behind him, silently recording everything. A puppet silk scurried up on his body, connecting to the sky. Watchman Huanfu was going on a killing spree. Kill a ghost. Watchman Zhao smiled, just asking them to die temporarily for a month. Sister, you go back first. Watchman Zhao looked back. The ghostly hands on Zhao Xian's body receded, and they ensured that she would survive the black box. She hadn't returned to her senses, staring blankly at the teenager in front of her. A mirror opened up at her feet and she disappeared instantly. You follow. Totoro purred happily and followed into the mirror. Hey, you don't think I only have one black box, do you? In the distance, the boss roared viciously. Oh? You still have the black box? Watchman Zhao smiled. That's great news, it's something I find quite amusing. He smiled as he walked towards the group. The roadside is tinted with fog. Dozens of reapers hunkered down in corners, and there was a dense whispering sound. How do you show the 5? This guy is used to clocks. He needs a more impactful omen. Some people's cell phone screens flickered, and one eye scurried between them. A certain rookie in the monumental network is peeking in. 3 steps. Watchman Zhao walked straight into the face of the boss with a big grin. Holding out his left hand, give it to me. For you? Give me all the ghostly plastic you have on you. Boss? Watchman Zhao looked at everyone around him, and you all, hand over all the ghost plastics on your bodies, one for each of you if you missed one all for UGA. A man in the crowd sneered, you. He hadn't had time to say the second word. A tragic white figure descended upon him like a holy light. Goddamn Sadako? Sadako? In serious? Haunted. Strange cries stormed up. In the next second, everyone except Watchman Zhao died. And this death is still ongoing. It was as if that Sadako had taken up residence there. It stepped over the corpse that kept coming back to life, its head hung low, its pale face hidden under its long hair, and it scanned the surroundings coldly. But a chastity appeared on the faces of all the humans who saw it. Watchman Zhao's eyes were closed anyway, so he couldn't see anything. The first round of decimation directly wiped out 70% of the foreigners. After all, not all aliens can be resurrected. Some of the less intelligent aliens, upon awakening, retardedly ran to take another look. Congratulations, then die. Until everyone became wise enough to honestly stay far away and not look. It took the deadly mass death to finally end. But no one dared to move. This horrible crossover can manipulate Sadako. And, still, it's a long time to maneuver. Running away was a complete joke in front of him. The boss was trembling. He had just seen the damn thing too. Although he had averted his gaze as quickly as he could, the ghastly white, terrifying figure still landed on his face in an instant. Can you fixate on manipulating Sadako? Are you going against the grain? Isn't everything I do anticlimactic? Watchman Zhao smiled and shook his right hand. Good boy, bring it. Boss is still trying to fight back a little. Watchman Zhao gave him a thumbs up. Try moving it? The boss sighed and honestly took out everything. And you guys. All of you. 5 minutes later, Watchman Zhao was overjoyed as he looked at a book bag full of messy things. Choke and prepare to rip the hoo-hoo. The little boy gasped and gave him the middle finger. The tall, thin ghostly shadow was an evil spirit that controlled the power of space, and God knew how hard it would be to demolish the ghostly thing. A mirror appeared at Watchman Zhao's feet. The transfer is about to begin. He did not inquire as to their use. That's inappropriate. Hell, I don't know if these people would lie. He was perfectly capable of doing his own research, there was no need to be lazy about such a trivial matter. So, I'll see you all in 24 days, by my count. Boss stared at him with glaring eyes, deadpan. Hey, kid, are you trying to cheat? Watchman Zhao smiled. Prisoner of the rank and file, do you deserve to bargain with me? Watchman Zhao disappeared. In the next second, hundreds of chastity instantly descended on this alleyway, stomping to death all of the alien species present. You bastard, the boss roared, and a chastity popped violently out of his face. The little boy was quite speechless as he clutched his leather ball and looked at the alley full of chastity. It's so inappropriate, even I think he's inappropriate. Meow. Totoro purred happily as he looked at the mirror behind him. Watchman Zhao walked out carrying a large book bag of bizarre items. Presented to him was the familiar home. The wish to be rich had just come through, and Mom and Dad hadn't had a chance to be rich yet. At this point their expressions were a bit dazed. Because a strange girl was bawling in their arms. Then they watched as their son drilled through a mirror again. The face became even more odd. The whole drilling out of mirrors thing is outrageous, but it can be put aside for now. The clincher of the moment was that my son brought home a strange girl, and the girl came up crying and sobbing. Normal parents should think the same way. The second elder scrutinized Watchman Zhao gravely. the meaning in his gaze self-evident. Kid, what bad thing did you do to the girl? Watchman Zhao hastily raised his hands in surrender. Look more closely guys, she's an older sister. Act 8, Painted Skin 2. Hee hee, Ghost Trick begs for a bounty. Chapter 136, The First Wings. The G future, sung by the singing ghost, was broken open hard by Watchman Zhao. But is this the end? It's hard to tell. After all, the future given by the singing ghost is, seeing his sister's death obituary, Watchman Zhao kills his way through main Watchman Zhao fails to save Zhao Xin. As for the possibility of another story interspersed in the middle of this future segment, it's hard to know for sure. The day of September 8th was probably the happiest time in Watchman Zhao's life. Mom and Dad were successfully resurrected. Sister was successfully rescued. The wish follows and the family becomes rich. They went outside for a long time that day. Watchman Zhao stuck his pockets in his pocket and smiled as he followed the family with a whole bunch of scary ghostly things trailing behind him. At dinner time, he took a slight leave of absence and went back to the school to have a meal in the cafeteria with the girl he had been thinking about. At night, Watchman Zhao sat on his bed and silently lit a cigarette. Totoro was quietly curled up next to the pillow, sleeping sweetly. Smoke billowed and drifted over a side desk, and a pale little boy could be seen hiding underneath it, biting his fingers and glaring malevolently at the figure on the bed. Watchman Zhao smiled and shook his head, not bothering with it. He looked quietly at his left hand. He did get stronger. He was strong now, and the number of humans in the world strong enough to threaten him was plummeting at breakneck speed. But this power is limited to the human level. On the level of evil spirits, he was still too vulnerable. Black and White's fixed point of certain death. Death's infinite enhancements are coming. The demon's influence on him was getting stronger. Monumental lending. The red wedding dress does the trick. Pen and Yan Wangi don't know what kind of airplane they're working on. The Catman world hasn't exactly let him off the hook. Singing ghosts are silly beis who know the future. Choking is extremely dangerous with toys. The manworm, it seems, is granting him oblivion. Watchman Zhao closed his eyes. Various voices echoed in his ears. It was the whisper of countless evil spirits. Ugh, it's so hard to live. He sighed. I did get stronger, though. A single thought can still time. Left hand flipped. Pistols, AK-47s, Desert Eagles. Nukes. Forgive him for not knowing much about the weapons piece, and it's a good thing he doesn't know much about the weapons piece. I still have to figure out a way to get this group of evil spirits to lose my vision. He had asked the tablet network this question. And Monumental does provide an answer. Robbing the cat-faced old lady of one of her cats in one piece. Spells out complete XXXX. Spell out the full, what? Complete, glass doll? Watchman Zhao inexplicably felt that this logic made sense. Then the next stage is clear. Perfect the chinchilla, apparently this one black cat spirit is incomplete, though I don't know what's missing. Then, try to perfect the concept of the glass doll so that the damn thing grows into a being strong enough to fight off a bunch of evil spirits. This will be Watchman Zhao's way of life. Knock knock. A knock came at the door. Please come in. Watchman Zhao stood up in a hurry. The door opened automatically, revealing Zhao Xian's surprised face. She painted her face back and is now the familiar sister. Older sister, it's still this face that looks good. Watchman Zhao said with a smile. Zhao Xian let out a bitter laugh and walked into the bedroom, looking around. That's nice, just like old times. Watchman Zhao took out her painting and handed it over to her in a precious manner. We are a family, don't carry anything on your shoulders, I'm strong enough now to carry a lot of things. Zhao Xian looked at the painting silently. Look at the little girl with the pure, cheerful smile and the fragile little baby. Watchman. She looked at Watchman Zhao. You, too, have become an alien? So, there are ghosts in you as well. There's and there's a whole bunch of them. Watchman Zhao smiled and shook his head. I don't have any evil spirits on me, but I've gotten my hands on a lot of powerful ghost plastics. Lying. I can't cheat? He. She looked aside in silence. There's something that's been tucked away in my heart that I haven't told you about. When I was a kid, a lot of things happened in my family. Watchman Zhao's heart trembled slightly. He slowly walked over to his sister and embraced her as he had done when he was a child. I know all about it. So it's been hard work, and what comes next, just leave it to my oldest brother. Sis, don't worry, that stupid BI theater can't harm me, although it's very powerful, its brain is not good, it's not a big problem. Watchman, watchman. Watchman Zhao silently stretched out his left hand in Netsuke Yunlai. Hey, hey, hey. I can't talk back to you when you're scolding me, can I? Yeah, cutie. Feed the cat. He could feel his sisters trembling. Thanks, I really thought, I'm dead this time. You won't die. Watchman Zhao stared coldly ahead at the ghostly shadows that filled the room. You will all live, and I will surely live. Hey, hey, hey. A strange laugh that Watchman Zhao couldn't hear resounded on his forehead. One ghostly eye opened and looked down derisively at the two humans. Then it blended into Watchman Zhao's eyes, tugging at his vision and looking into a corner of the house. Watchman Zhao's entire body shook violently. Zhao Xian died on September 10th. Death, obituary. Watchman Zhao hurriedly sat his sister down on a chair. With a big wave of his hand, the piece of wallpaper disappeared. I'm going out for a bit. He quickly ran out of the room and stood in the hallway, staring dead at the concrete bonded together in his hands. 8 words are clearly printed on it. The obituary for Zhao Xian's death still exists. Sure enough, this thing would not allow its prey to escape. Sister will still be killed by it. Time has changed, and Zhao Xian didn't go into the death obituaries and this thing showed up. What do you mean? Sister can't see this obituary? Or will she be ripped into the world of death obituaries when that time comes? Is this the ghostly rebuke of black and white and death obituaries? Watchman Zhao's eyes were glowing with coldness. Knock knock. At that moment, another knock came from downstairs. Who is it at this late hour? Mother rushed to open the door. Watchman Zhao briefly glanced at the door and left it alone. Sounds of conversation came from the doorway. Excuse me? Ah, Auntie, I'm looking for Watchman Zhao. You guys? Oh, I'm his girlfriend. Watchman Zhao appeared directly in the doorway and banged the door shut. Girlfriend, my ass. You perverted old woman is toxic. She's not my girlfriend, Mom, don't believe her, just a crazy lady. The mother smiled brightly, it's beautiful, foreigner? Watchman Zhao was speechless. I said I'm not my girlfriend, I'll talk to you later. Open the door. Ha Heyman stood happily outside the door. Congratulations on getting your sister back. Chapter 137 Pollution. Congratulations on getting your sister back. In the old silo, the sound-activated lights flickered on and off. Ha Heyman stood in the shadows, greenish fluorescent powder spilling from that beautiful face. Little by little, they converged on the huge 3-meter-tall human face behind them. Congratulations are limited. Watchman Zhao sighed and leaned against the railing. The death obituary came back posthumously. Death obituaries? Xia Haiman glanced at the brick in Watchman Zhao's hand. Zhao Xian died on September 1st. What number? Watchman Zhao looked at her suspiciously. Number 1. Shahiman grinned cheerfully and strangely. I told you, didn't I, that different people don't always see the same death obituaries. Watchman Zhao silently looked at Slate. It's clearly September 10th. He took a picture with his new cell phone. Look again. It's number 1 any way you look at it. Xia Heyman smiled. You don't think that electronic devices can record absolutely, do you? In the end, this world is inherently subtle. Even objects that actually exist are not necessarily the same in the eyes of different people. 1,000 Hamlets to 1,000 eyes? That's not what it means. Watchman Zhao's eyes were filled with skepticism. Heyman smiled and danced gently. The so-called cognition, it's like a line, or rather, like a spectrum. Only when two people's cognition is on the same frequency will it resonate and respond to each other, only to say that the general substances in this world don't interfere with human cognition. She smiled and looked at Watchman Zhao. That's why the world looks the same to everyone. But if some unknown force affects this spectrum, and your cognitive frequency is different from someone else's, then everything will look very different to you. Haven't you noticed? There's an interesting phenomenon about you that people who don't know you can't capture through the electronics. Watchman Zhao? What nonsense are you talking about? Xia Heyman smiled. I'm just talking about my observations, and in the end, the saying that seeing is believing is supposed to be the biggest lie in this world. Everything you see can't be said to be false. Of course, the Watchman Zhao that others see you as can't be all fake, who knows, haha. Watchman Zhao breathlessly gave her a brain crash and forcibly interrupted her dance. Don't talk about such nonsense. Why are the death obituaries different? Heyman was instantly honest. The Mandela phenomenon. Man what? Shahaman smiled. The real logic of the death obituaries is to make a person die socially before they fall into the death obituaries to die spiritually, and ultimately fall into an evil spirit altogether. Have you heard of Mandela? Watchman Zhao nodded and shook his head. A little impression, but not much. I never studied history. Xia Heyman was a bit speechless. Simply put, it's mass memory confusion. Mandela was a great man who was famous all over the world, but the memory of the time of his death around the world is completely confusing. Everyone's impression of the time of his death varies wildly. Many people thought he died in the 1980s, and when the great man died in 2013, this news item caused a furor. Watchman Zhao silently interrupted her. Get to the point. Shahiman nodded. Death obituaries will appear massively and randomly and notify the cursed person of their death. The more frequent the contact with the cursed person, the later the person is informed of their death, so that the cursed person will die socially, and you can imagine what happens when you walk in society and everyone you come in contact with thinks you're dead. Watchman Zhao mused. It'll be exciting. Heyman Xia. She pointed breathlessly at the brick. Now, I can't see your sister anymore. And in 2 days, you won't see her either. Watchman Zhao's pupils contracted violently. This is the death obituary. Notice, you are the closest person to her, so you are receiving the latest obituary for the day when you won't be able to see her either. Xia Heyman revealed a creepy, strange smile. Then everyone in the world will not see her, and she, in turn, will not see everyone. That's when the death obituary became official, and she would die alone and desperate in this familiar world. This time, the door opened. Zhao Xian looked at Watchman Zhao suspiciously. Watchman, where's your girlfriend? Why were you alone on the floor for so long? Look, hey, she can't see me anymore. Watchman Zhao pushed Zhao Xian back gently. I'm on the phone with a friend. Closing the door behind him, he looked coldly at the half sheet of newspaper in Totoro's mouth. Don't death obituaries get dragged in when you see them? Shaman smiled. That newspaper, it was a person who turned into a death obituary, so you would have been ripped right into it by reading that message. That wasn't the curse of origins. You ripped your sister out through time rewind, so your sister became the origin, and now the real curse is upon her. Let me hint, it's a very different feeling to be dragged straight in by a death obituary than it is to die a little socially and then be ripped into it in despair. At that moment, a delivery man passed by on the building. Beauty, please move over, I'm in a hurry. Shahaman smiled and moved away a bit. Watchman Zhao didn't move as if he hadn't heard. Brush. The delivery man, in a flash, went through him. It's like penetrating a layer of projection that doesn't exist. Hey, you. Xia Heyman looked violently at the delivery man. The faceless ghost opened his mouth and took a bite out of him. Why can't I move anymore, said the little yellow-hatted man, panic written all over his face. Xia Heyman's face was strangely pale as she moved the delivery boy and moved to where Watchman Zhao was. Keep moving across. It penetrated through unimpeded. You see anyone in front of me? Xia Heyman asked coldly. No. There's no one. Sister, don't scare me, it's so late at night. The faceless ghost opened his mouth and directly threw the takeout boy flying. Trouble, you brought someone out of the death obituaries and now the death obituaries are going to screw you. Watchman Zhao looked at her suspiciously. Who the hell are you talking to? Where is anyone? A delivery man just passed through you. Delivery man? Watchman Zhao looked around in a daze. The voice-activated lights flickered haphazardly, and the darkened hallway was empty. No. Yeah, you can't see him, you're also cursed by the death obituary. Xia Heyman covered his head. Let me think about it, this logic is not right. There are so many people in this world who enter the death obituary, your reboot time will save all of them, but the one who saves the people is the black and white invincible and not you. This curse should not fall on you. And so on. The curse did not fall on Watchman Zhao. Because it was not Watchman Zhao who saved these people. This curse should fall on the black and white. Black and white follow Watchman Zhao, so this curse contaminated him? So how bad should this contamination be when the restart time saved so many people? You should have restarted time many times, so these two black and white invincibles behind you bear a very serious death obituary curse, something that has been affecting you, but it's not the full curse, so the stranger can't see you through the electronics? And now with the frequent restart times in the short term, this contamination has intensified? Is that what this means? Chapter 138, Spelling Out the Complete Death Obituary. I'm contaminated by death obituaries? Watchman Zhao pinched his cigarette and looked around silently. There was no sign of his own death. That's a delivery man, you say, isn't it? Heyman nodded. Okay, let's follow. Follow? Watchman Zhao smiled. Since he's a delivery man, he always has to deliver, right? He always has to knock on a door, and the people inside the door always have to come and get the takeout and always have to eat it. I'd like to see just how esoteric this death obituary is. Xia Heyman shook her head. I just had a long conversation with that delivery man. Didn't you not see anything? It's okay to check it out, there's nothing to lose. The duo walked down the hallway and followed the delivery man. The man, probably alarmed as well, hurried to the door of a house, dropped off his takeout and prepared to leave. He's leaving, Heyman said. Tell him to wait until the door opens. Watchman Zhao looked ahead silently. A young man opened the door and looked suspiciously into the void in front of him. Why aren't you leaving yet? I'll give a favorable review. The delivery boy was pale. It's not that I won't go. I can't move. The huge human-faced ghost snake was lying behind the takeout boy, opening its huge mouth and immobilizing everything he did. That's why Watchman Zhao was also able to barely get the person's bearings. He stepped forward and reached toward the spot. To an outsider's eye, his hand went through the delivery boy's head. Startled, the young man was ready to close the door. Watchman Zhao went over and jammed the door panel with a kick. He looked over at Heyman. My hand went through the man's head? Heyman nodded. Okay, tell the delivery guy to close the door. Watchman Zhao still had his foot stuck in the door panel. Heyman looked over at the faceless ghost. The huge human face laughed grotesquely, biting the delivery man, and a tentacle reached out from within, controlling the man as he held the doorknob and posed to close the door. The door didn't close. Watchman Zhao's foot was stuck there, and after the demon's reinforcement, the thing was harder than steel. The average person certainly can't close the door. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, the faceless ghost of Xia Heyman gave a strange laugh and temporarily stopped controlling the man. The delivery boy unconsciously yanked on the door. It's light, almost effortless. Ka! Door closed. Watchman Zhao stared at his feet in bewilderment. His foot clearly stopped there and the door was closed? How many meanings? He tried to pull his foot out, but realized that he could only pull out half of his paw. The remaining half landed on the opposite side of the door? Watchman Zhao tried to perceive. It can be done. That half-broken foot is sentient. That's a bit of a departure. Move my broken foot out. Use demons. Failure. Watchman Zhao stared blankly at the scarlet flesh and blood at the broken foot. Make a wish. Still failing. The god of death, the black and white irregulars and the spirits can't find this broken foot? Once the door was closed, it was as if this limb had been shut into another time and place. This delivery man should not have my presence in his eyes, so his behavior should not be disturbed by me. So, when he closes the door, there is not supposed to be resistance, the door is supposed to close, but my foot is blocked there. And then my feet are just watered down and gone? Watchman Zhao's face looked strangely pale as he looked at Xia Heyman. Have this man, subjectively, open the door, remember it's subjective, don't control him with your faceless ghost. Shahiman nodded, and the faceless ghost yucked at the door. The bolt crushed. Shahiman very simply threatened a wave, and that brother pushed the door open in a hurry. Watchman Zhao and Xia Heyman looked at the half-broken foot inside the door and fell into deep thought. It's moving. I'm moving. Watchman Zhao tried again to get the demon to plant his feet back. Failed again. Make a wish. Continue to fail. It was obvious that this thing was right in front of him, and even Watchman Zhao, a human, saw it. But the black and white irregulars, the Grim Reaper, and the demon, the whole three evil spirits couldn't see it? Watchman Zhao snapped back to the conversation he had with the Steeple Network. How to make evil spirits lose my vision. Robbing the cat-faced old lady of one of her cats in one piece. Spells out complete XXXX. Not spelling out complete glass dolls. Instead, spell out the full death obituary? Watchman Zhao recalled the first reboot, the moment when he asked the glass doll to look for his sister, and when he couldn't find her, she completely disappeared from this world. It was later determined that she was dragged away by a death obituary. A death obituary that shields all evil spirits from perception? At that moment, a little boy came running up to me with a leather ball in his arms. It looked at Watchman Zhao's broken foot with a serious expression. Again, he followed Watchman Zhao's gaze to the inside of the security door. "Mama, that's not funny." Even the all-knowing Shok couldn't find the half-broken foot. It can only see it through Watchman Zhao's memories? Are death obituaries so great? Watchman Zhao felt like he had found an absolute way to live all of a sudden. But isn't this way of living a bit of hemlock? If he puts himself in the death obituary in its entirety, does that shield him from all evil spirits? But then he'd be hanging himself. There is a need for research. Xia Haiman pointed at the half-broken foot. Do you still want this thing? Crap. Watchman Zhao picked it up and messed with a bag. Then loaded in. Snap. The palm of his foot penetrated the bag and landed on the ground. Make a wish to form a bag. Can't recognize this half of the foot? It's getting outrageous. Are you guys still not leaving? Hurry up and get out, I'm calling the police. A shout came from inside the house. Forget it. Watchman Zhao silently glanced at the man. A ghostly hand reached out and stirred gently inside the man's head. Watchman Zhao casually closed the door and fixed it for him in passing. He looked toward the shadowy figure in the faceless ghost's mouth. Can you find out anything about this delivery guy? Ding. The cell phone rang softly. A string of messages inexplicably appeared in the memo. It was accompanied by a picture, which Watchman Zhao could not see. Can you see? Heyman nodded. Ghosts can find the delivery man, ghosts just can't find me. Watchman Zhao felt that this death obituary thing was getting more and more interesting. It's different from other evil spirits in that this thing seems to diminish the presence of the cursed, enhance the presence of the observer, or just plain cut the cursed's presence down to zero. Something's up. You go back first, I need to think about a little something. Watchman Zhao shooed away Xia Haiman and headed towards the door of his house. Wait. Xia Haiman shooed away the unlucky takeout boy and hurriedly called out to Watchman Zhao. How? Watchman Zhao looked at her suspiciously. Actually, there's something else I wanted to tell you today, about your sister. Watchman Zhao jerked around. What do you mean? Shahiman stretched out her right hand, palm down. Have you ever thought about the fact that your situation has changed now? Situation? Before you rescued your sister, you were hiding in the shadows, you were the rescuer that everyone didn't know about, and now, you've rescued her. Shahiman turned her palm up. Now, you are no longer a being hiding in the shadows. You're standing in the sunlight now. Chapter 139, I stand in the sun. I stand in the sunshine. Watchman Zhao violently felt a complete and utter vicious chill. He remembered a movie. The hero is a very gentle teacher who was falsely accused of refining copper by a girl. So gentle a teacher, yet falsely accused and persecuted by the world for the lies of a child. Even if, later, the misunderstanding was resolved and his reputation repaired. But still, as he stood there in the sunlit grove, a man hid in the backlit shadows and raised his shotgun at him. In this society, information has to come so easily that it doesn't need to be thought about, so easily that it has nothing to do with the brain at all. When you stand in the shadows, you are safe and sound, and even if you are guilty, not many people know about you. But in case you stand in the sunlight, any cat or dog can point out a few things. Many mouths are made of gold, and the accumulated ruins are destroyed. That's the insidious, disgusting society of the day. Don't around. Someone's already messing with it. Ha Heyman opened Tease and did a brief search. Information about Zhao Xian was actually pushed to the top of the hot search. An alien that can be made up to look like any woman, the dreaded painted skin. It's horrible, even faces can be changed at will. Is there anything in this world that can be trusted? She made herself look so pretty and she went to Burma? Laughs. Watchman Zhao looked at the cell phone and trembled. A slight grip. Ha Heyman's cell phone shattered. Ms. Summer didn't mind so much. She looked over at Watchman Zhao's house. The church's people made their move, but this is after all the boundaries of China, so they can't do it with impunity, and at times like this, they need a reason to do it. That's the reason. In the distance, Watchman Zhao heard the sound of a motorcycle racing. A couple of youngsters with dyed yellow hair, holding up cell phones, stood under the silo. Oh brothers, I'm downstairs with this disgusting woman Zhao Xian right now. The rotten eggs are already prepared. Later on, a few of us will go and smash this bag of eggs in front of her house, and brush some free little stars if you feel like giving it a go, huh? Xia Haimin cheerfully looked at the few youngsters who were on the live stream. Look, this is this world. Let me hint, there may be a foreigner hiding inside this group. Alien? Watchman Zhao looked at her suspiciously. Downstairs, anyone? Xia Haimin was slightly stunned. The next second, there were miserable cries from downstairs. And the shriek went out abruptly the moment it sounded. Countless ghostly hands, throwing piles of meat randomly on the ground, silently disappeared. Ha 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 ha. The demon was laughing hysterically. Watchman Zhao, at last, has completely changed. He doesn't care about human life now. Whoever messes with his sister, dies. There's no chance of letting you live. But soon, some more death-seeking anchors arrived. Why don't I just kill all the people who are liking these videos? Xia Haimin froze for a moment as she looked at the 2,211,000 likes on the video. I think so. She laughed strangely in excitement. Kill. Watchman Zhao. Drive and kill. I know you can kill. You can kill all the humans on this planet if you want to. Watchman Zhao gave her a cold look. I'll kill if you tell me to. He picked up his notebook. The video, who passed it on? A whole 100 names appeared on the notebook in a flash. At that moment, 100 green-colored detachments appeared across the globe in an instant. Terrifying ghostly hands sprouted from their bodies and plunged into the heads of those 100 men. Forced them to remove the video. Then backhandedly twisted the men's heads off. Keep looking. This person who was behind the manipulation, find him for me. The mirror opens. Watchman Zhao appeared violently in an old Jesus church. There were at least 200 people gathered in this church at this time. They all wore a special set of robes that had a face printed on it, half a skeleton and half a stunningly beautiful woman. You guys, want to harm my sister? Watchman Zhao looked at them suspiciously. Before they opened their mouths, 200 virgins descended instantly, stamping the church a ghastly white. Watchman Zhao closed his eyes and laughed maniacally. Harm my sister? You guys deserve it too? The mirror closes and he is once again back in the silo. In Xia Haimin's eyes, Watchman Zhao disappeared for just a moment. But she looked at the teasing voice. All the videos have somehow disappeared. Are you a god? It was the first time she had truly experienced the terror of Watchman Zhao. This man really has become completely above society, and indeed humanity. You can't mess up. Like that, you'll get a really big scare. Watchman Zhao laughed. Now, besides evil spirits being qualified to hurt me, what else is qualified to do so? Humans my ass. He turned toward the house. Haimin mused. Want to leave? Will the church give up the skin? She knows. That Lord, Pope, he seems to like this painted skin. They'll still be looking for it. Haimin smiled and danced softly. Then she did something that left Watchman Zhao in a daze. She picked up the cigarette that Watchman Zhao had thrown away and took a hard drag on it, her face showing an unfulfilled look. I told you, didn't I, that I would really kill you if you pulled any more of these sick things. Xia Haimin smiled. Watchman Zhao, do you understand your own current situation? It's so interesting, so pleasurable, it's been a long time since I've experienced such a refreshing feeling. You will be killed by Lu Yu, absolutely. Of course, if you can slaughter Lu Yu, that would be really, really great, ha ha ha. Remember. In that galactic sea, on that ancient stone tablet. The name has come up before. Crazy. Watchman Zhao shook his head and ignored her, grabbing his paws and going back. Like a madman, Xia Haimin found a corner and squatted for the whole night, just staring at Watchman Zhao's door. Lu Yu is coming out. The owner of the painted skin, Pope Lu Yu, is coming out. Ha ha ha. Who's gonna die? Day 2. As soon as Watchman Zhao opened his eyes, he saw the word death appearing on the ceiling. September 9th, as scheduled. The hints of death are starting to get scarier and scarier. It's just like what Muro said back then. The closer the death curse gets, the more horrific the bad omens will become. Girl, let's go back home today, your uncle and grandfather died. Mother's voice came through the door. Watchman Zhao sat up violently and looked at the clock. 9.9. Reaper didn't power up? Or is the way it powers up starting to change? Dead. 4. Same sound, different key. Today feels unlucky. Watchman Zhao pushed out the door. Mother and father were already dressed, carrying 2 bags in their hands. Son, let's go back home today, your uncle's grandfather died. Watchman Zhao nodded silently. At that moment, there was a scream from outside the house. Dead man! Oh my god, dead people! The yellow-haired anchor he took out downstairs? Watchman Zhao looked at his watch. It's 9 o'clock before you get caught? Or did death make them wait until they awoke to find out? Death, too, carries SI. Today, rather unlucky. Chapter 140, Sunlight can be more desperate than darkness. At 9:30, the family left the silo with their bags. From a distance, Watchman Zhao saw a funeral procession driving past. 14 cars. Each car has a license plate with a 4 on it. The front part of the procession behind the hearse had people holding wreaths. 2 white silks. The white silk fluttered as the gale blew by, and all that could be seen was the date of death. September 4, 2024 Immortality. Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Today, 4 is not appearing too often. It's more frequent than the 6th day. Especially after the appearance of the homophonic 4 and death, the signs became too many. It's really quite an unlucky day. They arrived at the high-speed train station and could be seen from afar. Train number D4404. Departure time, 10:44 a.m. Obituary: the famous XX scholar, Zhang Xiqing, died of sudden cerebral bruising at 4 hours 4 minutes and 4 seconds this morning, and was unable to be resuscitated. China has lost another. 4. Uncrossable. Miss. Of time pass. Hey, what the hell happened today? Watchman Zhao has felt his right eyelid jumping since he woke up. Really, unlucky is a bit much. Watchman Zhao logged into the tablet network on his cell phone. The church is going to be looking for trouble today? Pope Lu, you will be looking for trouble today. The Pope? Watchman Zhao sneered, who cares if you're a Godfather Pope, just come, I'm still afraid of you. The group made their way to ticket gate 4 and passed through the 4th gate. Almost everyone around Watchman Zhao was talking about the word death. In just 20 seconds, Watchman Zhao had heard the word death almost 200 times. What? Watchman Zhao is going to die on this train today? Joke. He silently began to take stock of his means. Honestly, wish kills all mortal means. The left hand kills all evil spirits in a short period of time. And an invincible chinchilla. The Sadako, who hunts from the future. Watchman Zhao really had a hard time imagining how he was going to lose. Only a monster of Zhao Tianqing's level was qualified to weigh and measure him, but honestly, with defense, it was old comrade Zhao who came to say that he wanted to finish him off? Watchman Zhao thought it was still a bit difficult. Old Zhao did push him away all covered in evil spirits, but he could feel it at that time, at 23 minutes past 11. Spirits are not wasted. As long as this reverse ghost plastic existed, along with the Catman's left hand, Watchman Zhao didn't think that any human level was qualified to kill him. Compartment 4. 4D seating. Watchman Zhao walked to the front of his seat and was jolted. A beautiful young girl in a red dress was looking out of the window. Moo. Soft? The young girl was stunned and looked over in confusion. One could clearly catch the look in her eyes, the confusion, the awakening, the surprise. Senpai? Why are you here? Senior? What senior? A 2-meter-tall giant slowly stood up carrying a terrifying pressure. Watchman Zhao felt like he was enveloped into a shadow for a moment. Father-in-law is as terrifying as ever. Watchman Zhao smiled. But he immediately realized something was wrong. This timeline, they're not together yet. He snapped his eyes to the young girl who stood up excitedly in front of him. Her face was red and dripping blood for a moment. You what? You Yun Peng. Watchman Zhao smiled and extended his hand towards Mu's father. Hello uncle, my name is Watchman Zhao. Mu's father, however, did not shake hands with him, silently glanced at his daughter, whose face was red, and silently sat down. It's been a long time since I've thought about killing someone. I don't know what kind of death young people like nowadays. Watchman Zhao. Suddenly, an unusually beautiful woman appeared behind Watchman Zhao. She's Mu Ro? Watchman Zhao looked at his older sister speechlessly. Zhao Xian smiled faintly and politely extended her hand towards Mu Ro. Hello, I'm Watchman Zhao's sister Zhao Xian. Ah, hello, Sister Xian, you're so pretty. He. Zhao Xian gave Watchman Zhao a bad smile and flew away. Watchman Zhao shook his head breathlessly, put his luggage down, and sat beside the young girl. What a coincidence, you guys, traveling out? Muro shook her head. My uncle's grandfather died. Uncle. Watchman Zhao froze. This was too much of a coincidence. Condolences. The limited of mourning. This uncle grandpa used to be very bad to our family. This time to go back is purely to do a favor. He is not considered a person. We still have to be a person. Muro waved her fists. Actually, I'd quite like to buy a string of firecrackers and set them off in front of his door when the time comes, and then invite a bunch of people to bounce around. Isn't that a bit harsh? Put. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just kidding. Watchman Zhao looked at her with a smile. The admonition of the woman in the rain is still ringing in my ears. This time, he couldn't just let go. The train started and slowly accelerated out of the station, speeding under the sun. All of them, standing in the sun. And those who stood in the shadows slowly opened their eyes and watched the train coldly through various channels. The target is suspected of possessing an ability to speak out of turn, and normal physical attacks are pointless. Then attack with a ghost. The Pope is furious. Her old man loves the skin, and it's too ugly to snatch it from under our noses. At all costs, you must kill Watchman Zhao and snatch Zhao Xin back. Deep in the Forbidden City. Zhao Tianchang held a chess piece and gently dropped it on the board. Is it really just about that painted skin? On the opposite side of the board, a beautiful and almost impossible to find the slightest flaw in the perfect woman, dressed in a cheongsam, elegantly sitting on a bamboo chair, eyes randomly a look seems to be able to seduce the world's men's soul. She seemed to be hesitant about how to land. But then again, it seemed to be hesitating about something else. Behind her, stood two black and white invincibles. And suddenly, the two black and white invincibles turned into a field of little boys, biting their fingers and looking around with strange grins. And then the little boy switches to a myriad of women. The horrible pigments soaked through the entire Forbidden City like an ocean. It even polluted half of Yanjing. A painted skin, is it worth my personal effort? But Lao Zhao, don't you think that Watchman Zhao, this time, is developing a bit too quickly? Zhao Tianqing smiled. Yes, for thousands of years, Watchman Zhao has never been able to live past the age of 20, and even after awakening his spiritual vision, he only lingered on, and was eventually honestly killed by the Black and White Irregulars, and then switched into the next replica by the Ghost Repeller. Only this Watchman Zhao, he really seems to be able to break this spell. Look, it's only been a few days since his official awakening, casually playing around with the world of cat people, imprisoning the Black and White, and lighting cigarettes with a faceless ghost. It's fun just thinking about it. So yeah. The chess piece in the woman's hand slowly fell to the board. The hard ancient wooden chessboard shattered inch by inch. Then the ground crawled out in dense cracks. Do it in my place and I might get mad. The old man smiled skinlessly. The woman smiled delicately. Are you willing to make a move on me? Brother Zhao. Sheridan, you know, I've been wanting to finish you off for a long time. That woman long body up, exquisite floating convex body in the cheongsam cover is even more captivating. That was boring, you man. Watchman Huangfu and Zhuge Yi are more amorous, go find them. Oh, I forgot, Watchman Huangfu only loves Mu Rou and Zhuge Yi is sexually impotent. Giggle. The woman couldn't help but cover her red lips and burst into laughter. Alright, I'm going to kill Watchman Zhao. Zhao Tiansheng, don't interfere. Chapter 141 Layout. Watchman Huangfu has found the place where his sister last disappeared. Myanmar. There, Watchman Huangfu sought his sister Zhao Xian's death obituary. There, Watchman Huangfu took out countless deviants and pseudo-humans, almost killing through the entire country. But even then, he couldn't save his own sister. The sister who was very clumsy and stubborn, but loved him dearly, was left in that land forever. But before she died, she decided to do one last thing for her brother. Accepting the final curse of the painted skin, he is reduced to a real painted skin to help Watchman Huangfu resist the evil spirits. In this scene, Watchman Huangfu will not die. The train sped on. A young girl on the sidelines happily talks about the latest anecdote. The sunlight fell on the side of her face, beautiful as a dream. Watchman Zhao looked at her with a smile, picking up the invisible notebook in his hand and writing casually. Singing ghosts sing about the future. There have been 2 bugs so far. Next, he'll take Catman's left hand and gain great power. Then disconnect from the devouring cat. This sentence, wrong. Watchman Zhao did not disconnect from the devouring cat. As you can see, singing ghosts are not always alright. It sings with some subjective judgments perhaps mixed in. This is what Watchman Cho calls digging a hole. The general direction, however, should not be a point of digging a hole. So here are a couple key points. First, Watchman Zhao rescued his sister, which doesn't fit with the future. Secondly, Watchman Zhao will most likely die here today, which is also inconsistent with the future. Netsuke-yun, you're not sure if you'll help me fight the Pope? Watchman Zhao shook his head and lost his smile. The possibility was completely absent. Singing opera ghosts' future singing songs is not much different from farting. But the future that I heard in the galactic sea was all too real. There, Watchman Zhao heard his sister's last words. Brother, I'm going to die, but I'll turn into a painted skin and protect you for the rest of your life. My sister never knew how to be a good sister, sorry. This phrase, Watchman Zhao had already seen in reality. But that was in my sister's diary. Not from my sister's own lips. In the future, she couldn't say that she would still utter the words. Pope Liu, I'm afraid there's going to be a vicious battle today. What? Muro looked at him suspiciously. Watchman Zhao smiled and shook his head. I'll make a call, hold on. With that, he fiddled with his phone, covering it directly over his ear without hitting the broadcast button. Hey, Heyman. To his right, in seat 4C, a man in a black trench coat jolted. Keep your damn faceless ghost away from me, it's getting in my face. The viewpoint switched to Watchman Zhao's field of vision. A huge figure had appeared in this section of the carriage at some point, and at the head of that figure, a 3-meter-tall giant face stuck in the aisle with a creepy, grotesque grin stood behind Watchman Zhao, his eyes staring deathly at the weird cigarette in his pocket. The man in seat 4C gave a strange laugh. Okay, Lord Black and White. Heyman changed her face to that of a man and sat down beside them. She was still stubbornly looking forward to today's death match. Aren't you going to prepare properly? Liu is not an ordinary human, this woman is already above all humans. Even if you can log on to the Monument Network, you can't find out any information about her, right? The cost is so big that it scares people to death, right? Watchman Zhao smiled as he hung up the phone and looked at the red-clothed girl beside him. If it's information that can't be found on the internet, where do you think is a better place to check? Muro mused, well, one could ask a professional. In line with my thoughts. So deep within the Forbidden City, a green-colored figure slowly stood up and appeared behind an old man. Zhao Tiancheng looked at the cracked courtyard all over and shook his head. Why are there so many guests today? The doppelganger casually pointed, and the cracks on the ground disappeared without a trace in an instant. Liu actually came to you? What, is she afraid you'll step in and help me? The old gentleman is so nice. Zhao Tiancheng silently teased the bird cat in his hand. When did I say I would help you? And I don't need your help, I also came here this time because I hope that you, old sir, won't interfere. This is a private matter between me and this pope. Zhao Tiancheng couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile. Young man, you've only been in contact with weirdness for a few days? What makes you think that you can beat that female zombie who has been alive for an unknown number of years? It's a bit low to still be spinning in this one-world line after living for so many years, isn't it? Are you despising me too? It seems to have that meaning. Zhao Tiancheng smiled helplessly and bitterly. Go find Jiang Huayan and ask for a human skin mask. Whether you fight Liu or not, it's always right to leave yourself a way out. The doppelganger's eyes narrowed slightly. So it turns out, thanks for the pointer, I owe OPBI a favor if Zhao survives this one. Are your favors that heavy? I can kill every alien in the world in an instant, so my favor should be enough. Oh, and I helped you repair your yard, so that's not a bad favor. Zhao Tiancheng froze. What do you mean? If I die, please ask the old gentleman to help out and say a word. Woe betide my family. Just because you helped me fix up the yard? Because I helped you repair your yard, and, within the next 30 days, the vast majority of the world's deviants, except for the Chinese, will disappear. Old sir, you can let go of a lot of things. The split disappeared instantly. Zhao Tiancheng looked into the distance suspiciously. Not long after, the white-clothed girl known as Whisper burst in a panic. Grandpa Zhu. Sadako has appeared all over the world. Except for China, 80% of the world's deviants have been subdued by Sadako. What kind of person has such heaven-defying means? It's too exaggerated. Chastity? Zhao Tiancheng was slightly stunned and couldn't help but laugh up at the sky. Has even Sadako become your toy? Ha ha ha. This life's Watchman Zhao is so interesting, Watchman Huangfu, he's almost catching up to you in terms of growth speed. You've reincarnated a super monster. Let's go, two super monsters are going to fight, let's go, and join in the fun. Fight? Whisper was silent. Watchman Huangfu shouldn't be able to make a move to help a replicated soul, right? Liu can definitely kill Watchman Zhao, but with her, she's not qualified to injure Watchman Huangfu, right? That one, he's a legendary character. Zhao Tiancheng smiled. Then, what if Watchman Zhao finishes off Liu? It's really hard to imagine. The strange demeanor of a man with an umbrella in an antique bookstore, holding an old medical antiquarian book in his hands, drew a lot of strange stares. Suddenly, a masked man appeared behind the man. The compartment of the moving train became cold and quiet at some point. The compartment full of people had all disappeared at some point. Instead, a large group of humanoid creatures wearing trench coats and black and white masks on their faces appeared there. Watchman Zhao was still smiling and laughing with the young girl. But in his mind's eye, everyone in the carriage full of people appeared bizarrely in a thought channel. Make a wish to make a copy of my brain for each bilocation, giving all bilocations the ability to think on their own. From now on, everyone in this carriage is Watchman Zhao. Chapter 142, Inviting Ghosts. As the intention fell, Watchman Zhao, 78+1, slowly raised his head. 79 identical thoughts began to gradually diverge within Watchman Zhao's consciousness. It's like embryonic stem cells that begin to gradually differentiate into a variety of cells with unique functions. Some of Watchman Zhao began to observe their surroundings, but of course, it was not a simple observation. They were filing an application for Watchman Zhao to give them the right to use the spirits and glass dolls. Adopted. So an exaggerated field of vision appeared in Watchman Zhao's mind, and it wasn't simply a visual field of vision. It also includes various searches. Search for the deviants who are silently watching this train. Just a moment ago, Watchman Zhao gave Zhao Tiancheng a great gift. He used Sadako to subdue 80% of the world's deviants, with the exception of China. But this sense of crisis has not lifted. Certain aliens that can resist chastity. Of course, Watchman Zhao believed that there must be that pope inside. After all, this woman is really a bit of a mystery. Watchman Zhao actually couldn't find her even though he used wish and spirit. It's like it's hidden in the death obituary. In the face of the enemy, Watchman Zhao has unconditionally reached a united will. Find that pope. Get her. Finish her off. But there were also some Watchmen Zhao who were setting out to find human skin masks, or some means of keeping themselves alive. Obviously, after surviving this crisis, the honored one, Watchman Zhao, will erase them. Watchman Zhao is not willing to die. Naturally, Watchman Zhao is not willing to die, and there is not much difference between them in terms of intelligence. Watchman Zhao didn't try to fool them after all, everyone was Watchman Zhao, and none of them were easy to fool. But he didn't care either. If you want to live, find your own way to live, I don't care, but the logic is simple. A Watchman Zhao silently raised his head. There's no need to talk about so many things, let's finish off Liu first. The second one casually wiped out the smoke alarm on the car, took out a cigarette, and lowered his head to light it. No one is allowed to touch the sister, it's absolute. The Pope, huh? He'll crush it with his own hands. It's over. The first not-so-smart Watchman Zhao has appeared. Watchman Zhao smiled and shook his head, not knowing when he had appeared on the platform, looking at the train that was moving away at great speed and exhaling a mouthful of smoke. Heyman stood behind him. How so? Find the delivery guy, he might be able to do me a big favor. You want to move the death obituary? Watchman Zhao looked at her suspiciously. The means I have in my hand, it's not enough. Now if I don't quickly think of a way to get some more means, I'm standing here waiting to die? On the train, Watchman Zhao also stood up and disappeared in various bizarre ways. Only 10 people were left behind to guard their families in Mu Ro's side. Senior, you know what? Yesterday, Mu Ro just wanted to say something. She suddenly stared at Watchman Zhao in front of her. You're not a senior. Watchman Zhao laughed bitterly. I'm not, just sit here, something horrible may happen later. When he finished speaking, he looked ahead silently, penciling casually in his hand as if he was calculating something. The train continued to travel between the sunny hills. Watchman Zhao, however, had managed to blend into the darkness. Starting now, the offense and defense are swapping. A foreign church with only a few people sporadically seated. Outside the church, it was densely packed with chastity. What a horrible reaction time. It's so fake, exterminating 80% of our people in a flash. Average, aren't there 8 alive here? Everyone in the room jumped up violently. In the center of the church, there was an extra figure at some point. The man, clad in a trench coat, smiled coldly and unmasked himself, revealing the face of Watchman Zhao. Everyone sitting here must also die today. Of course, if someone is willing to help me deal with Lu Yu, it's not like I can't consider leaving you a way out. Watchman Zhao smiled as he sat in the church queues, looking down on everyone present, of course, if anyone is not willing to do that. Before the words fell, a ghostly claw directly tore him in half. Half of Watchman Zhao's face showed a disgruntled look as he coldly looked down at the old man behind him. Old banger, give you face? A brand new Watchman Zhao grew out of the torn flesh and blood, closed his eyes, and backhanded a slap. Boom! The entire church was directly slapped without even a single brick left. Something similar is playing out all over the world. With unlimited wishes and watchmanship, this human being has become a worldwide psychic phenomenon. The evil spirits didn't even seem half as dangerous as he was. The deviants who hid in the shadows and spied in secret were plucked out by him one after another. However, what made Watchman Zhao feel uncomfortable was that he had not seen the so-called Pope Lu Yu since the beginning. This woman is hiding? Surrendering before the fight even starts? Don't make it so weak. It's a bummer. Or is it that she doesn't care to do it yet? A Watchman Zhao stood in a dilapidated church and threw the dead man in his hand on the ground. He looked ahead suspiciously. Notify all watchmanship. There are special circumstances. The transmission was interrupted. Watchman Zhao stood in one of the ruins and looked suspiciously in the direction where the messenger had disappeared. Is Lu Yu finally going to make her move? Suddenly, all Watchman Zhao saw something special. Or should I say, some special people. They were dressed in robes and dressed like a devotee. At first glance, they are just ordinary people. However, the deviants under Lu Yu had all been taken out by Watchman Zhao, and it was really a bit strange for these ordinary people to appear on the battlefield. What do you mean? A doppelganger glanced casually. One believer was directly in pieces. But a human skin tugged at his shredded flesh and slowly returned to its original shape. Wearing a painted skin? What use would that be? Painted skin can only carry one attack. I have millions of attacks in my hand. What are you going to carry? Watchman Zhao extended his hand and tried to launch a second attack. But just then, his arm was removed. Along with his head, all the organs and bones in his body. A little boy laughed strangely and held a leather ball, gleefully looking at the dying man in front of him. Hee, that's funny. And at that moment, the broken believer in the distance slowly stood up. The human skin on his body twisted and turned, switching the devotee into the likeness of another human. A male who looked exactly like Joanne. The little boy tapped the ball, his figure flickered and laughed strangely as he stood behind Zhaoan. In the place where a certain person is located, Jiang Huayan with an umbrella is looking down coldly at the broken meat on the ground. The girl in the rain stood behind him, silently wiping the blood from her hands. Moving train, compartment 3. A man stood up with an expressionless face and pulled a robe from his backpack, gently putting it on. It was a pitch-black robe with a bizarre totem drawn at the front and back. A face. Half beauty, half skeleton. Lord Pope, I have no regrets in dying in this life. The man murmured in a low voice, extreme madness showing in his eyes. He ran violently toward compartment 4. The skin on his body suddenly began to wriggle in a monstrous fashion. And the running began to slow and grow old. His face began to change. Soon, it transformed into an identical, pale human face that looked exactly like Zhao Tianxing's. Chapter 143: The Possibility of Brushing Ghosts. In compartment 4. The 10 watchmen Zhao slowly raised their heads, and through the layers of smoke, they coldly scrutinized the old figure walking towards them. With the face of Zhao Tianxing. But it seemed to have none of Zhao Tianxing's divinity, or rather, that divinity was very faint. It was as if this Zhao Tianxing had dementia. But Alzheimer's or no Alzheimer's bar, his presence on this train today is not a good sign. Is it really Zhao Tianxing? Watchman Zhao 1 cocked his head and looked at the figure suspiciously. Old Zhao has no reason to show up now, and it's been sort of an indirect contact for a few times, and I can feel this old gentleman's goodwill. If he really made a move to help Lu Yu, I'm not allowed to say that I'll give OPBI full suppression, and I'm sure he won't be stupid enough to make a mistake. Beside Muro, Watchman Zhao number 7 silently took out a cigarette and lit it. These old monsters are no longer normal humans. Don't think of them in the same way as mortals. One minute they're friends, the next they can't say they're mortal enemies, it's hard to say. Who's going to try their hand at it? Let's make it clear first, I am not going to make a move, I want to protect my honored wife. It's true, this is my father's wife, and has little to do with us. It is suggested that the honored one create another 79 mullets. What are you putting aside to send your wife? But I don't think it's impossible. I second the motion. Question mark. Watchman Zhao looked at the dying Watchman Zhao on the ground in confusion. This doppelganger was laughing maniacally at this moment. Old Zhao, want a wife or not? To be, ha ha ha, laugh to death. The man covered in blood was talking nonsense on the ground. The little boy, holding a soccer ball, stood behind Watchman Zhao, the original host, and looked at the tattered Watchman Zhao suspiciously. How so? Watchman Zhao reluctantly raised his head and looked at him with a smile. It's strange why I'm still alive. Choke's dismantling ability is supposed to be strong, it's always been like a bug with this thing. Zhaoan nodded coldly, so, I am indeed. Surprised that you can still talk and laugh, freely. Surprised. This Zhaoan looks very dull and speaks in a broken voice. Hey, it's actually quite understandable, isn't it? As you can see, I'm just a bilocation, but even if it's a bilocation, I'm still Watchman Zhao's bilocation. Do you think it's possible for Watchman Zhao's bilocation to be that easy to kill? Or, do you think that this Watchman Zhao in front of you, it is really Watchman Zhao? Joanne hadn't reacted yet. Another Watchman Zhao suddenly appeared behind him. Suffocation could predict the future for a short period of time, and it saw this one future, so the moment this Watchman Zhao appeared, it made its move. But will Watchman Zhao not realize that it can know the future? Excuse me, I know you can see the future. So your prediction of the future is a ing joke. A Sadako landed violently on Zhaoan's face. But it was dismantled straight away by the little boy before it had fully manifested itself. And this horrible monster, against the clock, demolished an entire timeline of Sadako. But even for it to do something so counterintuitive, it still requires a small, very short interval of time. That's right, it's the time it takes to demolish the first chastity's subsequent acts across time instead take no time, as it simply returns to the original point in time after completing everything. But even this small amount of time was enough for Watchman Zhao to do a lot of things. Step right into the time sandwich. Watchman Zhao stripped away the skin on Zhaoan. The man instantly changed back into a pale, disoriented believer. Meanwhile, in the future, a puzzled look appeared on the face of the young boy who was preparing to rush back across the long river of time. Its form began to shimmer and blur. Its existence seems lost. Since Zhaoan disappeared, the projection of the suffocation also lost its meaning. It's starting to disappear. Certain rule forces break away from this one world line and return to the dark forest. Watchman Cho returns information on the 13th. A message was transmitted back from the thought network that Watchman Zhao's doppelgangers were connected to. Fighting with choking, you can be sure that choking can resist the chastity time kill, but when I killed the stupid dog, by the chastity wave, why it did not take action, I do not know, it feels that it is too lazy to take action. Protecting the cursed person is not the rules of choking, just the behavior of choking, with a strong subjective nature. The second message, after peeling off the painted skins, the evil spirits disappeared, combined with the fact that the painted skins have the property of preserving souls as well as the fact that this Zhaoan I saw was unresponsive and in a trance. I suspect that these painted skins are most likely preserving some of the fragmented and mutilated souls, and these fragmented souls suffered from a curse, thus inviting the evil spirits. But a separate piece of painted skin doesn't seem to have the ability to resuscitate these soul fragments and invite evil ghosts, and the process of inviting ghosts will be interrupted if I peel off the skin now. So the conditions needed to invite ghosts should be a special person believer plus a special piece of painted skin. The third and the strangest piece of information is that suffocation is following me now. Why would imitating Zhaoan lead to suffocation? I suspect that the ghost inviting effect of the painted skin is independent, and the soul fragments it preserves are probably not synchronized with the soul of the original owner. Of course, if you insist on disc logic, right now Zhaoan should still be dead in 1123, say no more, but also kind of bear the curse? A doppelganger interrupted. Who told you that Zhaoan is dead now? All the doppelgangers froze. Including Watchman Zhao himself, who says Zhaoan is dead in this world line? He's just bound to die at 1123 in the future, but it doesn't say that he's also dead now. But his choke is already following me, huh? Could it be that the same asphyxiation has now split into two projections on this one world line? So, if I make a new ghost repulsion, trap the chokes inside, and then reboot indefinitely, shouldn't I be able to swipe countless chokes? Watchman Zhao silently took out his notebook and wrote it down. Brush the reboot and maybe brush out the new evil ghosts. Time reboot can't say if you can use it as a ghost brushing machine? Wait. Brush the ghosts? Watchman Zhao froze as he pondered that the ultimate curse of the painted skin was that it caused the target to completely switch to a painted skin. The curse of the evil spirit is absolute, and if a woman has become fully painted, then she cannot be restored to human even if time is restarted. Lu Yu's identity was extremely mysterious, even the Monument Network couldn't find out any information about her, this woman. The probability of knowing how to reboot time was high. Wouldn't that be the equivalent of, like, one reboot of her time to swipe a whole bunch of painted skins? Plus all these big names seem to have lived for a long, long time. The number of painted skins she's holding is probably countless. It's kind of hard to get. In compartment 4, Zhao Tiancheng is still Alzheimer's slowly moving forward. It ignored Watchman Zhao and walked straight to Zhao Xian in the back. Watchman Zhao didn't move either, just watched him silently. Hey, Watchman Zhao number 13, finish your message. I mean, there should be one more crucial piece of information, right? Come on, fourth message. Number 13 Watchman Zhao took the painted skin of Zhaoan and looked at the believers on the ground who seemed to have lost their souls and became demented. After looking around again, the little boy had indeed disappeared. He stepped slowly aside. There, Watchman Zhao, who had been beaten half to death by suffocation, was lying on the ground. 13 smiled as he peeled a painted skin off the bloody humanoid. The fourth message, the playing effect of the painted skin was enough to deceive the evil spirits. Even asphyxiation failed to distinguish the real from the fake. Brothers, start cheating ghosts. Chapter 144 Old Comrade Zhao is not very good. Let's go. Understood. The painted skin is a perfect imitation, so even the evil spirits can't tell the difference? Then wouldn't I, Watchman Zhao, be able to be anyone, and anyone can be Watchman Zhao? Oh, what's real and what's fake? Ha 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 ha, all ing fake. Watchman Zhao smiled as the madman got down to business. They're starting to make things more and more complicated enough to make the human brain go down. The person who was this person, Zhao, silently felt all of this and breathlessly pressed his head. It's over, I seem to have gotten dozens of monsters out, I can't even see what's going on now. The little boy stood silently on the ceiling, clutching his leather ball and biting his finger. Playing really flower Muro, Zhao Xian, all replaced. Watchman Zhao also all replaced, what a mess of the situation The black and white irregulars silently floated in the distance behind Watchman Zhao. It's no use, we'll find you. The voice was like the sound of a distant wind, drifting far into Watchman Zhao's ears. It was the second time I had heard these two gods speak since I had awakened my listening ability. The little boy nodded his head in agreement. My goal, I'm sure I can find it too, but it's hard to find it when someone else puts on a painted skin. I want to see the play but it's not a good play if you can't understand it. Is it possible that it's because you're too young and your brain hasn't fully developed yet? Watchman Zhao exhaled a mouthful of smoke and smiled cheerfully. Little boy. Watchman Zhao closed his eyes and silently combed through them. Luckily, he could tell the difference, because he knew which doppelganger was hiding it. At least there's no one on top of that train right now that's for real. It's all fake. Alright, you guys split up and make a mess, I'll prepare some more backstops. The perspective returned to Watchman Zhao's own side. He and Heyman appeared in an old neighborhood set. 4 buildings, 404 homes. Watchman Zhao breathlessly kicked the security door open. Ha Heyman, get that man under control. Okay. That delivery guy last night still doesn't know what happened and got bitten by the faceless ghost again. Watchman Zhao sat silently on the couch, looking at the void in the faceless ghost's mouth. What to do with death obituary? Got to ponder that for a while. This thing shields you from all evil spirits probing. Absolute shield, better than a cat-faced old lady. If used properly, it's an absolute godsend. On the moving train, 10 watchmen sat or stood around an old man. The old man had already been beaten all over his body and was almost down to his last breath. Zhao Tiansheng, is it no more than that? A doppelganger smiled. After all, we are 10 watchmen Zhao, not purely stacked in numbers, but also stacked in intelligence, the power is still possible. Strip him of his painted skin. Do it. A doppelganger was ready to strike. But at that moment, the old man on the ground suddenly shot out a stern aura from his pupils. A certain stern spirit in him flared up. His soul unfolded and was erased in an instant. Two black and white invincibles stood out from Zhao Tiansheng, and they tried to stop this behavior. Failure. That erasure was so extreme that it was completely irresistible. It's like taking something that never existed in the first place, hosting it in this world for a bit, and then taking it back. How should one rescue someone who doesn't exist in the first place? So, the disguised Zhao Tiansheng died on the spot. But this is a serious offense against the rules of Black and White. It is not the time for Zhao Tiansheng to die. So something similarly terrible to what happened in the midst of the cat people's world happened. Zhao Tiansheng was forcibly pushed back to a certain point in time in the past. This time, all watchmen Zhao observed this phenomenon. Two huge black and white invincibles appeared above the sky. The entire world was almost switched to a black and white blend of colors by these two evil spirits. Watches around the world. The memory of all the people of the world. All the changes that are happening around the world. Framed in an instant. Those two huge black and white invincibles slowly reached out and rattled slightly in the void. The world is going backwards. All changes that have already happened all go back to me. Obviously, this behavior offends the rules of countless evil spirits around the world. Their cursed are dead or preparing to die, and at this point you're talking about turning the clock back? What the hell kind of joke is that? Countless evil ghosts had ghost repulsions with the black and white invincibles. However, the Book of Life and Death, in the hands of the black and white irregulars, emitted a deep black light. It housed all the conflicts and switched those conflicts the other way. There can be conflict, there can be attacks, but time must be turned back. This is the highest level, absolute rule, of the black and white irregulars. You can only consider that by maintaining your rules in other ways. So the world went backward in time, 44 seconds. That's when Zhao Tiansheng first walked into compartment 4. Please understand. This regression is worldwide. In other words, the memories of all people, and indeed all objects in the world, have been rewound to 44 seconds ago. Watchman Zhao did not know that they had defeated Zhao Tiansheng. They had no idea what had happened in those 44 seconds. Among humans, only those who possessed the faceless ghost knew. A giant face violently appeared underneath Zhao Tiansheng's feet, a giant dragon that was many times larger than Xia Heiman's faceless ghost, forming a terrifying shadow under the ground. The face grinned strangely. Zhao Tiansheng also recovered all his memories in an instant. He directly struck out to destroy the 7 splitters. Watchman Zhao, on the other hand, realized that the moves he had prepared were instantly broken by the other side as if they had known about them in advance. The situation became incredibly passive in an instant. And at this point, the message about choking hasn't come through. Watchman Zhao hasn't kicked in the door of the delivery boy's house yet either. Time was restarted for a short time. Heiman said suddenly. Watchman Zhao looked at her suspiciously. What do you mean? Heiman said, I remember just now we had arrived at room 404, but now we're back here and someone rebooted for a few dozen seconds. Reboot in a couple of seconds? Are you kidding me? What kind of person can? Zhao Tiansheng? Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. He had thought that Zhao Tiansheng was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. What's more, the one who appeared on the train was only an imposter created by Lu Yu through her painted skin. A shoddy product can restart time at will? And it's worldwide. Fight with Zhao Tiansheng and the whole world has to accompany the amnesia? It's outrageous. Then there is no way to fight. Zhao Tiansheng, this is simply a game player. Encounter defeat, directly restart the game. I take the head to fight with him. That's true, but what does this have to do with Zhao Tiansheng? Watchman Zhao shook his head and pulled Xia Heiman to appear directly outside the 404 door, once again giving the security door a kick out. Of course he didn't realize he'd already kicked it once. Get a more powerful backhand first. But not long after, good news came. Comrade Lao Zhao was stepped on by Sadako. And so, Xia Heiman breathlessly found herself back at square one. Time has been reset once again. She and Watchman Zhao had the exact same conversation once again. But Watchman Zhao looked at her suspiciously. What's all this nonsense? Where did you get Zhao Tiansheng? Watchman Zhao froze. The message from the train was strange. No Zhao Tiansheng has ever appeared. Instead, a Sadako inexplicably appears in compartment 3. Trampling a man inexplicably underfoot. Sadako takes great credit. A decapitation from the future can be restarted after time. Zhao Tiansheng restarted time the moment he was killed by Sadako. But Sadako, chasing the clock to 44 seconds ago. She killed the believer before he had a chance to play Zhao Tiansheng. Watchman Zhao silently listened to Xia Haimin's report and pondered. So it seems that old comrade Zhao is not too good. A chaste child is trampled to death for him. Chapter 145, Pushing the Door. Right behind Watchman Zhao and his team, outside the gates of the old neighborhood, there was a bus with a red flag flying. Zhao Tianqing sat in the back seat and inexplicably sneezed. The white-clothed maiden, Little Whisper, accompanied her, grandfather ancestor, Watchman Zhao. This, make a mess, how come everywhere in the world is Watchman Zhao? It's good to be messy, just don't mess with China anyway. There are 2 or 3 out in the country too. Air. The point is, it's not just Watchman Zhao. 200 Muro inexplicably appeared in Mordu, 3,000 Zhao Xayan popped up over in Yanjing, not to mention abroad. Zhao Tianqing silently rubbed his temples. Where did he get so many painted skins? Isn't there a painted skin church abroad? He seems to have raided all the homes of that group of people, 70 some Watchman Zhao acting together. Moving so fast it's scary. Comrade Lao Zhao was silent. You said you didn't need my help? You're lying, Watchman Zhao. If you put 3,000 Zhao Xian in Yanjing, how many Zhao Xian have you hidden in the OPBI headquarters? If Lu Yu wants to rob Zhao Xian, she must break into a wave of headquarters. Isn't this still a disguised way of forcing my hand? Whisper asked suspiciously, Grandpa Zhu, with so many Watchman Zhaos, how did you determine that the real one was in this neighborhood? Zhao Tianqing smiled and explained, do you know why evil spirits can be confused by people with painted skins over them? I don't get it. Actually, the painted skins I've seen are pretty recognizable. It's a matter of resemblance. Normally, pinching a painted skin can't be pinched that perfectly, but Watchman Zhao owns the demon, he can pinch a perfect target. The imitation of the painted skin is absolute. Not only does it modify a person's outward appearance, but even the outlook of that person's soul is modified, so whatever it is pinched to look like, that person's soul will also become whatever it is. Of course the information engraved in the soul will not change, so the faceless ghost's copy possesses the information, while the painted skin can only pinch the face, and cannot copy that person's personality and memory. Of course Lu Yu's operation, which is more perverted, is still not quite the same. While the evil spirit cannot recognize outsiders, it can recognize the cursor because when the curse is established, the evil spirit will have some connection to the target's soul. Where the soul is, the evil spirits are. Even if they reverse time and space they will follow, the rules are constant, but the degree to which they are accomplished may change a little. Whisper revealed a look of understanding. Therefore, the king of irregulars will only follow the real Watchman Zhao. You can communicate with the black and white irregulars, you just need to find the king of irregulars. Zhao Tianqing nodded. More than that, there's another key point, you should have noticed it as well. These 70 or so doppelgangers he created are all just ghostly plastic. They're not real people, they don't have souls. Xiao Whisper was stunned, then Watchman Zhao's hand is completely pointless. Li you can easily find him as well. Zhao Tiansheng sighed, he must also know that this hand is meaningless, only, get out so many split, his power greatly enhanced, the split will guard his family for him, will help him to do the fight, and then send his sister to the OPBI headquarters. Alas, the old man has a bit of fire. What is going on? Sister Yu, time has been restarting a bit frequently lately. In a palace made entirely of mirrors, a woman of such beauty that it was somewhat unreal, dressed in a cheongsam, was sitting in front of a vanity mirror, touching up her makeup. Of course, maybe it's a little better to say it's a facelift. As her fingers moved, her features became more and more beautiful. A very gentlemanly dressed man holds a section of a ferret fur shawl and gently drapes it over the woman's shoulders. Behind the man stood a green ghostly figure with a human face all over it. A creepy, weird smile spread across each face. Fufu, you say, am I beautiful? Very beautiful. Shi Bufu said respectfully, and it was from genuine amazement. Then why, Zhuge never comes to see me? Lu Yu's face showed a touch of resentment. Of all the world lines, he never showed up and would just let a bunch of suffocating brats run around in the human world. There are times when I actually hate Watchman Huangfu. Zhuge Yi's mind is on gaming Watchman Huangfu. He doesn't really like men, does he? Shi Bufu, can't be, that's also too, scary. Lu Yu sighed, unfortunately, I can't kill Watchman Huangfu. No one in this world can kill Watchman Huangfu. Watchman Huangfu is immortal, even the level of the Dark Forest can't kill him. And I feel that even the matter of me trying to kill Watchman Zhao is in his calculations. Lu Yu's eyes were shadowy, I feel that every time he is forcing me to kill Watchman Zhao. Shi Bufu smiled, that's a level I can't understand. You don't need to understand. Okay, then, I'm going to go kill someone. Liu shook her head. This time, this Watchman Zhao, he's excessively smart and his methods are excessively ruthless. I feel that Watchman Huangfu should like this projection a lot. You don't have to do it this time. The woman rose gracefully. This time, I'm going to personally, in the most brutal way possible, get him killed. It's best to force Watchman Huangfu out again and taunt him properly. Watchman Huangfu doesn't care if Watchman Zhao lives or dies. Shibu Fu sighed, an incomplete projection is all. Hee, I just went to Zhao Tianqing to set his words. This Watchman Zhao, I'm afraid it's not just a projection. Oh, the principal being is not allowed to be in him. As long as the soul is jeopardized, Watchman Huangfu will come out. Chi Bufu repeated, Watchman Huangfu doesn't care if Watchman Zhao lives or dies. It's just a tool person who helped him fuse all the evil spirits together. Liu smiled and gently caressed his face. To me, you are also a tool person, but if someone wants to kill you, I will still stop it. After all, I still appreciate you. It's no honor. At that moment, a devotee walked into the room with a respectful look on his face. He silently took off his jacket and shivered violently. It then turned into a humanoid that looked exactly like Watchman Zhao in front of the duo. This impostor slowly extended his hand. A mirrored door appeared in front of the duo and they stepped through it to appear at OPBI headquarters. A black-clothed teenager had been waiting for a long time. Yo, isn't this Zhao Tianqing's grandson? Where is Zhao Xin? Hand it over. The black-clothed boy smiled. Grandfather ancestor asked me to bring you two a message. Woe to the family. Liu hid her mouth and laughed heartily. Then what if I'm going to wreak havoc on my family today? You may, then, run into some trouble. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of the black-clothed boy. The black-clad teenager was dumbfounded to find an extra cigarette in his hand. Watchman Zhao looked at him cheerfully. You can do it, old Zhao is really righteous, but letting the whole OPBI help me go to war with Liu seems a little bit too good, but I'm still very thankful. I don't smoke. Cigarettes are grain essence, the more you smoke the younger you get, brother. Watchman Zhao cheerfully lit one for himself and smiled as he turned to look at the Liu duo. Are you Pope Liu? After killing so many of you, you're finally willing to come out? Liu looked at him silently. Chi Bufu's eyes penetrated with coldness as he slowly stepped out. But after this step out, he suddenly realized that his position had changed. It's turned into a deserted town. Liu examined her surroundings. Maine? Watchman Zhao smiled. It started in Burma and ended up in Burma. Liu, I don't know why you're so obsessed with my sister's skin, but there's no need to know. Indeed. You deserve to die when you showed hostility to my sister. End it all here, Liu, you will die here today. A door suddenly appeared sporadically in the surrounding void. Countless Watchmen Zhao pushed out the door. Chapter 146. First deep announcement. The Loyalist. Two deities, one short, one tall, chained together at the ankle, responsible for rewarding the other. Mythological figures such as the Grim Reaper. Faceless Ghost. Painted skin which transforms a monster Ina beauty. Cat-faced old lady. Death obituaries. Spirits and devils usually harmful. Sprites and goblins. Figure fairy who lives in the land of the immortals. Lit. Tall, thin ghosts. Chaste tree. Laugh one's heart out. The internet. Give up all hope. Remarks, loyalists equals evil spirits. The traitor. Black and White, Watchman Zhao. Yan Wangi, Watchman Huangfu, Watchman Zhao on the prowl. Shinigami, Zhuge. Faceless Ghost, Zhao Tianqing. Painted Skin, Liu. Penis, Muzwa. Spirits, He Yuan. Sprites, Meng Xiao Xiao. Taza, Xiu Taza. Scapegoat, Zhaoan. Death obituary, Wang Yu. Year, Zhao Nian Dragon. Red wedding dress, Nangong Xian. Tablet web, Shirazawa. Ghost mom, Huangfu candle. Morayu, left chop. Cat-faced old lady, Mujahideen. Tall, thin ghostly figure, Li Pui. Remarks, traitor equals all humans plus two semi-evil ghosts created by Zhuge, suffocation death plus despair, Satan land Anautica plus Sadako plus steel net, hell cat-faced old lady plus Watchman Huangfu's counterintuitive vision. All humans are traitors. That's why evil spirits kill. The rules, but the seal of the evil spirit. Worldline topology, the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest topos, the Galactic Sea. Galactic C topology XXX. Brothers, let's kill. Countless trick doors covered the sky, their bright rays spreading large beating shadows. An endless number of Watchman Zhao descended from the sky and stood in the air, coldly looking down at Lu Yu and Shi Bufu. What an insouciance! Shi Bufu sneered and shook his head. You've only been in contact with the evil ghost world for a few days? With you, where did you get the guts to clamor to the Pope? Where's all this nonsense? If you want to fight, fight, if not, just kill yourself. You're so full of. Watchman Zhao's foul mouth is open. Manners? Who told you about manners? Has Watchman Zhao ever been polite? Let's send them a chastity first. A doppelganger sneered. Application. Connection 1123. Apply, make a wish. After a long time, this doppelganger silently opened his eyes. A group of doppelgangers looked at him depressingly. He waved his hand. Can't find it, there's no Lu Yu or this Ruiji in the world at 1123. Shi Bufu frowned slightly. Wise? Complimenting him, no way, it's like scolding him. Shi Bufu coldly extended his hand. Shoot them all down. Behind him, the greenish figure with a human face all over its body trembled slightly. Each of the faces reached outward, pulling out a huge section of the python's body. Countless pythons lunged towards the sky. I wonder where the faceless ghost got the capital to clamor. A group of Watchman Zhao sneered and walked down into the sky. The wish unfolds. All the faceless ghosts kneel down for me. The 8 doppelgangers descended around Shi Bufu in an instant, casually touching him on the top of his head, chest, and limbs. The demons are powerful enough to destroy all human limbs. But at that moment, a blurry ghostly shadow stormed up from Shi Bufu's body. The attacks of the 8 doppelgangers fell on themselves. Goddamn Fey Willow? Ghouls plus faceless ghosts? The 8 doppelgangers suffered varying degrees of damage at the same time. Several stumbled and fell back, a painted skin tearing from their bodies and revealing the faces of a believer. Shi Bufu. You put painted skins on our believers and then send them to my face to die? Hey, what else, me on my own. Die laughing. A doppelganger laughed out loud and lunged towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu didn't even bother to look at him. The doppelganger suddenly fell to his knees. The hordes and hordes of faceless ghosts on the ground slowly climbed up. The wish that fell on them bounced off the ghouls. It fell to Watchman Zhao. That's outrageous. The Watchman Zhao lifted their wishes and slowly stood up and surrounded the 2 of them. They, together, began to think. A person with a faceless ghost with a death card that can directly switch the target to a dead state. This attack isn't fatal, resurrecting or recreating a bunch of Watchman Zhaos would be fine. He also has a ghoul, can rebound all attacks, very strong, but nothing sympathetic, just need to use the sea of people tactics, drown him. Trap him to death, this person is also equivalent to the waste. It's a good fight. But the point is, that kind of play is also too low. Watchman Zhao never likes to move junk hits, it's just a bit of a drop. We're gonna have to do something a little more fancy, a little harder. Can we rip him into the time sandwich? Then the ghoul's rebound is nullified, and there's no telling how much it could help me recreate another time ghost plastic. I suggest finding out where they really landed at 1123 and just chastely decapitate them, clean and fresh. But it's not easy to find. How about trying to find a way to drag him to the cat people world? Sure enough, we have a little cutie among Watchman Zhao. Ghouls bounce off all curses. Are you trying to drag yourself into the world of cat people? Crooked son, so according to you, doesn't the chastity curse bounce back as well? I'm too lazy to explain, cutie. Watchman Zhao has appeared. Alas, use your brain alright, can Sadako's attack be the same as a cat-faced old lady? Eternal, infinite, absolutely durable, chasing along the entire timeline, even if his ghoul can bounce back, he can still tire it out, not to mention that there's still a Lu Yu standing beside him. Does he dare to flick around? Anymore, even if this rebound is uncontrollable and must be bounced around, chastity won't let him move, otherwise wouldn't chastity be too wasted? As long as he can't move, he's half dead, no. Lu Yu and Shi Bufu silently listened to the group of Watchman Zhao. Lu Yu said indifferently, this Watchman Zhao must be killed. Zippy nodded, kind of, scary. You do it, you can release that thing. Lu Yu said indifferently, walking towards the OPBI headquarters. Hey, did I let you go? 10 Watchman Zhao stopped in front of Lu Yu. Lu Yu spoke faintly. Dying. 10 Watchman Zhao died on the spot. There was no room for resistance, even after applying for permission to use the spirits. Directly on the spot, Lu Yu shook her enchanting body and walked frankly into the OPBI headquarters. Suddenly, she froze. Zhao Xin is missing? Did Watchman Zhao take his sister back? What a wasted trip for me. 3 painted skins opened up behind her. The painted skin twisted and actually grew into the shape of an evil spirit. Black and White is impermanent. Death. Spirits. It's vague and false, but it does seem to possess a certain amount of evil spirit power. Wishing? It's pretty good to learn, too, not much of a means to an end. She sneered and the 3 evil spirits fired at the same time. She appeared in a flash in the dilapidated neighborhood where Watchman Zhao himself was located. Lu Yu looked to the side and couldn't help but stare. Zhao Tiansheng, you promised not to get involved. Comrade Lao Zhao lazily leaned back in his seat. Who said I'm going to intervene? Can't we just watch the show? Lu Yu. Hey, old woman. Zhao Tiansheng smiled cheerfully. You don't want to be killed off by a projection, Lu. Chapter 147, I won. Old woman? Lu Yu smiled without smiling. Old knave, I'll kill you first, do you believe it or not? Zhao Tiansheng smiled. I can reboot infinitely. What are you going to kill me with? How about Sadako? It's not like you haven't tried it before. What gives a tiny little chaste child the right to kill me? It's the only thing you've built that's a remnant that can be stomped on by that thing. Lu Yu was silent. She didn't bother to talk to this old miscreant anymore and silently walked towards the small area. On the 4th floor, the chinchilla snapped to its feet, its fur exploding. It rushed into the house and frantically bit Watchman Zhao's pants leg. Watchman Zhao looked at it. What's up, did Lu Yu finally find it? Totoro nodded frantically 44 times. Air. Watchman Zhao smiled. It's fine, just let her come. If she asks me over, I'll count her as good. She really likes to waste time, giving me so much time to do research. It's surprisingly stupid. Xia Heyman stood silently, her body trembling slightly. It's horrible. This Watchman Zhao, is he really a human being? Don't mess with it. It's outrageous. Watchman Zhao looked at her silently. Take my sister away. Xia Heyman hurriedly carried the sleeping woman on the bed and frantically ran away. Just as soon as she was out the door, she dribbled back in. Lu Yu is here. Watchman Zhao smiled. Just walk right out. Are you sure? Your sister could be on my shoulder. Who told you she was my sister? And who told you my sister was in this room? Ha Heyman was stunned. She walked out of the room with immense care, and the demonic woman in the cheongsam looked at her with a smile. Yo, isn't this Xia Heyman interested in following me? Xia Heyman grimaced miserably and squeezed out a smile with an extremely monstrous expression. What a coincidence, Your Holiness. Lu Yu glanced at the woman on her shoulder, didn't bother to pay attention to her, and walked straight towards room 404. Xia Heyman slipped away in a hurry and ran as fast as he could. Watchman Zhao sat graciously on the sofa, crossing his arms against his chin and looking out the door with a smile. A layer of paint, like moss, spread from the door and covered the entire room in an instant. The sound of footsteps, all of them seemed to carry color, and hearing that sound could somehow remind one of darkness and scarlet. Watchman Zhao lowered his head and lit a cigarette. The white smoke was all colorful at this point. Inhaling it into the lungs gave it an even more odd feeling. It's like inhaling a bunch of bacteria. Watchman Zhao exhaled a mouthful of colorful smoke. Through the colorful mist, a slender figure appeared outside the door. With her appearance, even the sunlight changed color. The world in front of me was like eating the wrong mushrooms and getting poisoned. The paint messily rendered every inch of air. What a big scene. Watchman Zhao smiled. Lu Yu looked at him with a smile, casually drew her hand, a noble crystal chair appeared behind her, she landed in the seat with a flourish, her right leg cocked, revealing a large area of bright white spring light under the cheongsam's open fork. She was like a beautiful snake of extreme beauty and extreme danger, subduing the only exit from the room. How about finally meeting again, Watchman Huangfu? Shouldn't it be Watchman Zhao? Watchman Zhao smiled. Why do you always like to call me Watchman Huangfu? Because you don't deserve it. Lu Yu took out a gold smoking gun studded with diamonds and elegantly took a puff. Several black lines slid down Watchman Zhao's face. Big sister, please don't act like that, okay? I really can't watch it anymore. Luyu smiled. To a bottom-feeding mortal like you, I'm pretending, but in my eyes, my behavior is normal. This is my life, those commonplace things that I'm allergic to. So why aren't you allergic to this floor and air? And the water? I suggest you either don't drink or breathe it. What do you think? Luyu shook her head and lost her smile. How eloquent. Well, you kill yourself first. I want to meet Watchman Huangfu. Watchman Zhao inhaled a deep breath of smoke. Shoot it in his mouth. Suddenly opening his mouth, he exhaled a mouthful of smoke into Luyu's face. The woman burst into flames. Watchman Zhao spat again. Watchman Zhao. Watchman Zhao smiled cheerfully. Look, there are no allergies. Good. Luyu sneered. I have to think of a way to make your death a little more miserable. Watchman Zhao shook his head helplessly and glanced down at his watch. 40 seconds. 40 seconds? Luyu looked at him quizzically. What a mess. Watchman Zhao reached out and interrupted her. You're a pope, so you're not afraid to wait 40 seconds, are you? Aggressive methods? Luyu smirked. You think this kind of cheap method will work on me? 34 seconds. Watchman Zhao was still silently staring at his watch. Then if you want to make a move, go ahead, I don't care. He didn't even look up. For a while you can do whatever you want to me, I won't resist, and as you can see, I'm staring at my watch. But what about logic? Yes. If you've done it in a while, you're a real vegetable for me to look down on. 24 seconds to go, and I'll just sit here and kill as you please. Beside Watchman Zhao, the little boy bit his finger silently, his eyes bursting with dazzling essence. It seemed to have found something super interesting and was struggling to suppress the urge to laugh maniacally. On the computer beside the couch, the page flickered with garbled code, and an eye peeked wildly inside. Don't mess with me, really, Luyu is going to be karma? Laughing. The puppet strings flickered and a puppeteer stood trembling beside Watchman Zhao, staring after him at his watch. No, I'm seeing the future wrong? Or is Huangfu, oh no, Watchman Zhao is damn powerful enough to reverse the future? Don't with me, I can't kill then. The black and white irregulars and the red wedding cloak stayed high on the old rules. Death. Amount. Death is still scribbling like crazy. Guys. Make those paints all 4 or dead shapes. Watchman Zhao smiled, ignoring the reactions of these evil spirits and just staring at his watch with full concentration. And his agitation really worked. Luyu Zhinen didn't move, just sneered and sat on the crystal chair, sneering and swallowing clouds. Come on, let's see what you've got, old lady. No, you're really waiting? Watchman Zhao looked up at Luyu with some shock. Luyu's face became brilliant all of a sudden. Watchman Zhao UTM? Watchman Zhao jerked his head down again and reached out to interrupt her. Don't worry, it's almost time, there's still 14 seconds left. 13. 9 seconds. 7 seconds. 4. 3. 2. 1. Watchman Zhao had an extremely sarcastic smile on his face. Eyes raised in extreme sarcasm as she looked at the woman in front of her. What an ego, so. I won, Luyu. Question mark. Luyu's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Countless painted skins sprang up in the surrounding area. With her painted skin, she seems to be able to paint even evil spirits. Almost invincible and absolutely strong, what does he, Watchman Zhao, rely on with 40 seconds? Luyu's pupils contracted violently. A pitch-black hand came out of her chest abruptly. In that hand, he grasped an ancient flap-edged book of life and death. Then, with the other hand, he took out a pen and slashed at the book of life and death. Chapter 148, Absolute Murder. Ha 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 ha. Laughing. In an instant, countless horrifying laughter stormed up from all sides of Watchman Zhao. The little boy was laughing maniacally, with a particularly happy smile. The paint in the entire room was distorting, creating large swaths of dead. Next. Time framing. A black impermanence drilled out of Luyu's body, holding the book of life and death, which symbolized absolute death, and coldly looking down at this mysterious woman. Luyu's memory was also fixed in this moment. It was fixed on a few words in that book of life and death. Luyu died September 9, 2024, 11:04 a.m. He wrote my name in the book of life and death? This is absolutely impossible. Not even Watchman Huangfu could be so heaven-defying. It's cheating ghosts. But she had no time to react. Black and White Impermanence prohibits humans from enjoying extra time. even if it's 0.0000001 seconds. Death comes. Countless ghost repulsions occurred, and the evil ghosts all over Luyu's body began to clash with the black and white irregulars. But it didn't help. She was locked in a time warp for a split second. And it's absolutely locked. She was killed infinitely and indiscriminately by the black and white irregulars in the time gap, and even if she could be resurrected, she could only be resurrected in that instant. Infinite deaths, infinite resurrections, infinite reincarnations in a very brief moment. Never arriving at the next second. And this time, there was no transfer of the curse from Fei Willow. Watchman Zhao was not dragged into this moment of despair. So in his eyes, time passes normally. Only, Luyu was reduced to a large piece of ashes in an instant. A beautiful painted skin wrapped around these ashes. Like a human-shaped sandbag, the dust inside spilled out little by little, and that painted skin collapsed little by little. Watchman Zhao silently stood up from the sofa. Abruptly, a mosaic flashed violently over his entire body. Put! Watchman Zhao spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell to his knees, covering his brain and heart in death. The surroundings began to distort as well. Everything became as if it were a digital world, with tons of densely packed pixel dots floating on the floor. The world in Watchman Zhao's eyes began to become bizarre. It's like my world with the picture quality turned up to the highest level, where everything seems to be made up of little cubes. But even with the picture quality turned up to the highest, this world still wasn't quite the same as the normal world anymore. Watchman Zhao seemed to be living in a large digital world. Or rather, he affects a small piece of space around him, a piece of real space that is being transformed towards digital space. Apparently, he approached the tablet network to request some pretty damn good information. The curse escalated tremendously. Meanwhile, where Luyu was, that Black Impermanence silently looked at the life and death book in his hand. Luyu died September 9, 2024, 11:04 a.m. The phrase is becoming blurred. Getting pixelated. Finally turned into a mess of code, revealing a bad smile emoticon, as if mocking the black and white, and then slowly dissipated. You deceived me? The black and white irregulars silently looked down at Watchman Zhao, who was furiously spitting out blood on the ground. This human, very briefly, left a message in the Book of Life and Death by trading with the tablet network. The message left behind in the 11¼ instant forced the black and white to fulfill their curse. Perhaps at great cost. But this means of decapitation was near invincible. No human being can withstand an infinite timeout. Because Luyu's information was too mysterious and her sister was now too important in Watchman Zhao's eyes. So this kid chose a most extreme and ruthless means? The black and white irregulars silently scrutinized Watchman Zhao. But on the other hand, spirits and monuments, they worked. The curse deepens. The ghost trick failed. The future is completely off track, further supporting Watchman Zhao's point. Ghost tricks are stupid bye. On the ground, Watchman Zhao coughed out another large mouthful of blood. The demon lashes out and recaptures the lost flesh and blood of Watchman Zhao under the mosaic. The black and white irregulars helped Watchman Zhao up. The chinchilla wagged its tail and circled around its owner with a face full of anxiety. The mosaic, being completely transferred to Totoro's body, was reduced to a pile of black and white fur. And so Totoro is no longer a complete black cat. It has added many gray patches to its body. Watchman Zhao weakly crawled 2 steps and leaned against the side of the bed, trembling as he took out a cigarette. It's not lit. He couldn't help but laugh, and tossed the trick cigarette right out, making sure he was holding a real black Liechtenstein before taking it in his mouth and lighting it low. Phew! The white smoke lingered in the sunlight. Watchman Zhao silently looked at the pile of ashes that fell into the shadows. The midday sun was so bright that it fell through the window and shook his eyes a little. Did you really kill it? I hope it does kill. A doppelganger appeared behind him, cigarette in hand, looking silently at the pile of ashes. Do you need a hand? I'll sit for a while. Okay, the doppelganger sighed. I didn't expect you to choose this move in the end. Other doppelgangers also showed up. It's only been 10 short minutes since they were born. But this whole bunch of doppelgangers played all the ghostly plastic. Was Watchman Zhao's purpose of creating a diversion really to increase his teammates? It's not necessary. In the game of the world of evil spirits, the number of people is simply meaningless. He had created so many doppelgangers, in fact, just to weaken the spirits. Watchman Zhao had long ago realized that his mind was actually still inhibited. A lot of things don't come to mind, and a lot of magical maneuvers don't always remember to do. The spirits were influencing him, not wanting him to become too powerful. Especially I don't want him to learn to cheat on ghosts. But as there were more watchmen Chiu, and these watchmen, who were not real living beings, had no souls, the influence of demons on them became less. The Watchman Zhao people came up with a whole bunch of sick tricks that Watchman Zhao had never thought of. This was the real purpose of Watchman Zhao's diversion. So today, the moment Lu Yu stepped into this neighborhood, Watchman Zhao had at least 1,000 means in his hands to kill her. But for insurance purposes, he went for the hardest one. The Black and White Irregulars, the strongest known offensive evil spirits. As far as killing is concerned, no evil spirit can beat the Black and White Irregulars, right? It's just that this ghost scam is really costly and the process is quite complicated. Is the Black and White so easy to fool? Can writing in the Book of Life and Death be that simple? Are you kidding me? Watchman Zhao has conducted a large number of experiments, and no evil spirits with the ability to make wishes, such as spirits and pen fairies, can do it. The glass dolls don't match at all either. Only the Steel Network can barely accomplish this, but at a price Watchman Zhao must die. They held a lot of experiments and went to a lot of trouble to weaken this curse. The final method obtained is: first of all, the one who obtains this information and bears the curse must be another person, so that the curse of certain death will not fall on Watchman Zhao. So a certain He Yuan, at this point, had become a complete mosaic. But Monumental isn't that gullible. It knew who the real operator was, so there was still a large number of curses falling on Watchman Zhao himself. Therefore, other means need to be added. Watchman Zhao prioritized holding a transaction with the Monument Network. He asked Monumental Network to help him cheat Devourer. The price of this deal was so cheap that Watchman Zhao couldn't believe it. As the tablet says, the devils seem to be really good at cheating. Remember, the devouring cat from the future world of Catman? Monumental just delivered a fake message to that cat. That devourer had somehow landed on Watchman Zhao's body across time. Then Watchman Zhao put on a painted skin. This stuff also resists the evil spirit curse. Devourer, plus, painted skin, plus Totoro, demon, black and white combo. Only then did Watchman Zhao barely manage to carry off this layer of the monumental web curse. The tablet network is still terrifying. Watchman Zhao laughed bitterly and shook his head as he felt his condition. I estimate that I can control the Black and White Irregulars to kill people 5 more times, 7 at the most, and at that time, I will definitely be cursed to death by the monumental net. Chapter 149, Lu Yu, risk factor 99.9999999%. Get up first. A doppelganger held out his hand toward him. Watchman Zhao nodded and was just about to reach out. But just then, a woman with a man's face ran out of the bedroom with a very beautiful woman on her shoulder. Ha Heyman? How did you get back? Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. That esoteric feeling came back. He withdrew his hand and sat silently on the ground, his eyes staring dead at the two men. Zhao Xian's body is done with some treatment. An ordinary person looking at her would think she was Zhao Xian, but a smart person seeing her would think she wasn't Zhao Xian. Yes, a wish specifically for smart people. That's why Lu Yu didn't notice any abnormality at first glance. But in time, she would still be able to find her, but since Watchman Zhao was already prepared to just take her out when they met, he didn't worry about such things, and it was good to send his sister away for the time being. But now, why are they back? Don't say it's because Ha Heyman is stupid, but she's not stupid enough to come back as cannon fodder. There's only one possibility. Lu Yu has found her sisters and, through a bizarre means, made them run back on their own. Eh? Why am I here? Xia Heyman was dumbfounded. Watchman Zhao silently exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Sure enough, Lu Yu didn't die that easily. What do you mean? Xia Heyman's face became even more shocked. You took out Lu Yu? A doppelganger pointed to the pile of ashes. That's Lu Yu, that's her. The crowd's faces changed slightly. Watchman Zhao also twitched the corners of his mouth. Lu Yu's painted skin, gone. After stopping the kill for an infinite amount of time, she was left with only the ashes and the painted skin, which had mysteriously disappeared at that point. Sister Guardian. He jerked to his feet. Watchman Chiu spread out, with several doppelgangers in the bedroom, the kitchen, the toilet, the living room, and everywhere in between. But they didn't notice anything different. It's a bit fake. Watchman Zhao shook his head. Eternal beheading reincarnation. Can she even escape from such a desperate situation? It's too fake, isn't it? Or is this Lu Yu not the real Lu Yu? Impossible, it's impossible for the black and white irregulars to misrecognize someone. When it's written in the book of life and death, the curse is associated, no amount of disguise can escape it. The one who died was the real Liu Yu. So what the hell, what's going on? State of Myanmar. Chi Bufu was frantically surrounded by a group of imposters, Watchman Zhao. Even if he has a ghoul that can be called an absolute defense, plus a faceless ghost with a strong attack power that is limited, it's really a bit difficult to carry this group of mad dogs Watchman Zhao in a wheel battle. Suddenly, Chi Bufu's face changed slightly. He looked violently in the direction of China. The Pope is dead? Watchman Zhao actually managed to kill even the Pope? And so quickly? In seconds? Chi Bufu instantly overturned everything he thought about Watchman Zhao. The level of danger of this human was instantly elevated to the extreme by him. The ghostly shadows on Chi Bufu's body stormed up. That mysterious ghoul, once again, showed its terrifying might. A faceless ghost with a very powerful physical death ability. Also known as Dead Card, Chi Bufu used Dead Card on himself and then bounced it back to everyone through the ghouls. The doppelgangers all died temporarily. To be honest, for the average human, this hand was very strong, but against Watchman Zhao, the word death always seemed a bit pale. Without even 2 seconds of delay, these doppelgangers rose to their feet. Still, 2 seconds was enough time for Zibi to do a lot of things. He pulled out a human skin key. It was slowly inserted into the earth. It's like planting a ghost tree. Endless human skins rose from the ground and formed a huge tree. And its leaves, a living dead man with half-squinted eyes. Chi Bufu also started to shout at people, or should I say, he started to shout at ghosts. The chaos of the scene escalated further. And Chi Bufu finally got rid of this group of doppelgangers. He took out a scarecrow and removed the red thread on it. The next second, he also appeared outside the old neighborhood. Unsurprisingly, he also saw Zhao Tiancheng and Xiao Whisper, who were watching the show with binoculars on the side. Chi Bufu. Zhao Tiancheng's cloudy old eyes swept him flatly. Keep watching the show. You're so boring. Old Zhao smiled cheerfully. Old Chi, you don't want to break in, do you? It'll kill you. Oh. Whisper nodded her head repeatedly. I feel that any human in this world would have to die when they see the current Watchman Zhao. Even Liu Yu is dead. Liu Yu is immortal. Chi Bufu said coldly. But she did die, and the ashes were given to be raised. Whisper laughed. Do you believe I'll kill you right here? Old Zhao smiled. Are you sure you want to make a move on my precious Xian granddaughter in front of me? Chi Bufu let out a cold smile and took a big step towards the neighborhood. Well, he wimped out. Suddenly a painted skin appeared, wrapped around Chi Bufu and threw it out directly. Xiao Yu was stunned. Just now that was, Liu Yu did it? She really didn't die? Fake it, right? It's all locked up in the time cracker. If Liu Yu could die so easily, she would have died in my hands long ago. Zhao Tiancheng shook his head. Keep watching. Oh. Is Liu Yu really dead? Really dead. The black and white death penalty is absolute. So it is true that Watchman Zhao has mastered another extremely terrifying means, and the decimation of the black and white invincibles is even more absolute than Sadako's. That point in time was placed there, absolutely impossible to cross on any human level. That's a death that cuts off the future. Liu Yu, it was absolutely impossible to live in a world after 11 and 4 minutes. This kind of killing is too horrible, it cuts off a person's future, then that human being can only live in the past or immediately die. But there's a problem. Will Liu Yu die, too? Or will Liu Yu die? Oh. How is that possible? Liu Yu is immortal. Watchman Zhao sat on the ground and exhaled a heavy breath of smoke, a sharp gaze in his eyes. He also thought of that. He had underestimated Liu Yu. Through his communication with Zhao Tiancheng, he pretty much understood one thing. In this world, not only evil spirits possess projections, but certain humans may also possess projections. For example, Watchman Huangfu, for example, Zhao Tiancheng, for example, Liu Yu. This group seems to be a being that stands above all of humanity, even above the world line. If Liu Yu is just a projection, what happens when she dies? Completely dead? It was possible, she was only a human after all. But remember the rules on the old cat-faced lady's side? All evil spirits that follow the cursed one into the world of the cat people will be obliterated. But soon, they will be resurrected outside the world of cat people. In other words, the projection of an evil spirit can be beheaded, but after the beheading is complete, the evil spirit will give a second projection. So it corresponds to the first absolute rule. Evil spirits can never really die, either formally or cognitively. If Luyu is also a projection, then it is impossible to say that there will be such a rule. Luyu can never truly die, either formally or cognitively. And then this woman also seems to have the ability to mimic all evil spirits, a near invincible opponent. The absolute decimation in my hand can be used up to 6 more times, while she can be revived indefinitely. I'll hit it with my head. Chapter 150, A Ghost is Hell. Ta-da! A puddle of something wet suddenly landed on the floor. Watchman Zhao followed the sound. It was a puddle of colorful paint, something invisible to the ordinary eye. And, of course, the sounds created by its activities are inaudible to the average human. That's a pigment that doesn't exist in this world. At some point, these had spread thickly across the ceiling and extended toward the outside of the house. Snaps. Snaps. Ta-da! One wet sound after another. The vision of the painted skin became worse. Also, some kind of curse power of the painted skin seems to have escalated. That's why Watchman Zhao realized that the surroundings seemed to be distorting. The pigments are seeping into the walls and floors, and they are subtly affecting these real objects. And then the objects began to gradually lose their color. Begins to gradually lose certain characteristics. It finally transformed into a huge mirror. A mirror neighborhood painted in various colors. And outside the neighborhood, the world didn't change like this in the eyes of Zhao Tiancheng and Xiao Whisper. The building disappeared. Along with all the residents, greenery and facilities, they all disappeared. Is she going to start resurrecting? Watchman Zhao stood up coldly. A sudden mosaic flashed across his knees. The doppelganger beside him rushed to support him. The tablet curse has gotten stronger and is affecting his daily behavior. So, where are you going to resurrect? Watchman Zhao looked around with icy eyes. I hope you have a little bit of eyesight and don't do that thing. Otherwise, I, Watchman Zhao, swear that no matter how many times you can be resurrected, I will kill you over and over again. Forever and ever. Xia Haiman looked at the surroundings that were becoming more and more abnormal, her face extremely pale. Her psychic vision was weak, almost non-existent. But even so, she could see the mirrors around her coated in black. Not to mention the fact that the walls had somehow turned into mirrors, which would have been rather creepy, alright. No, don't say harsh words. Okay, let's think of a way to escape first. At that moment, almost all of Watchman Zhao's bilocations looked violently in her direction. Gave Ha Heyman a fright. She soon realized, though, that it wasn't herself they were looking at. Instead, it was Zhao Xian on her own shoulder. No, what are you guys looking at Zhao Xian for? You can't always. Xia Heyman looked like she had thought of some rather horrible situation and almost nearly threw the woman over her shoulder. But something wet stuck between her and Zhao Xian. Can't throw it away. Zhao Xian looked like she'd been bathed in rich paint, covered in thick piles of paint that snapped and clattered to the ground. She wants to, in her sister, come back to life. She really did find the damnedest way out. Don't even think about it. A group of doppelgangers acted instantly. But just then, the paints that filled the ceiling moved. They began to fall in large numbers and masses. And as it fell, it began to develop some unusual reactions. A pile of paint began to etch some pitch-black DNA and temporarily imbued it with some sort of power. And so, the Grim Reaper appeared. They fell densely on the floor, and Watchman Zhao has endured inexplicable bad luck. Some fell downstairs, some were pierced by glass, and died in 1,000 different ways. Next, some paint was applied to create a very well-textured seed. And then this seed took root on the ground, forming countless ghost hands in an instant. Spirit and ghost hands. Next, some paint painted a cyan candlestick. A ghostly hand inexplicably appeared under the candlestick, and then the cat-faced old woman poked her head out of the darkness. Paint poured down in this glass house. The evil spirits, one after another, stood up. A shadowy mist, spreading out at some point, enveloped the entire neighborhood. Sunlight cut off. Watchman Zhao silently cupped a cigarette and looked around at the chaotic scene, watching the world become darker and darker. The evil spirits became more and more numerous. Painted skin, painted with all kinds of evil spirits. They further suppressed the light around them. The world got darker. Until Watchman Zhao couldn't even see the red light at the end of the cigarette. Countless ghost hands were like sludge, covering him little by little. Absolute darkness. Even if Watchman Zhao tried to utilize his demonic enhanced vision, he couldn't seem to see anything. For the painted skins drew demons, and these demons covered Watchman Zhao's eyes. Until a certain point. The light suddenly returned to his eyes. A mirror stretched across the ground between the blood and flesh all over the place, and countless ghostly shadows stood heavily. On the ceiling, paint radiates a colorful light that illuminates the room in a grotesque and beautiful way. And below the ceiling right in the center, Xia Haiman was trapped by countless blood and flesh, like a human-shaped meat rack. And on the meat rack hangs a woman. Pigment so thick it was like substance covered her entire body and continued to flow downward. In her body, she was also glowing. It was obviously beautiful, but Watchman Zhao felt a cold-colored glow all over his body. Lu Yu is being resurrected. And she is being resurrected with the help of her sister's body. Watchman Zhao silently lowered his head and took out a new cigarette. Ka! The darkness of the fire. Colorful smoke. Who? Act 7, Painted Skin 1. Myanmar. There, Watchman Huangfu sought his sister Zhao Xian's death obituary. There, Watchman Huangfu took out countless deviants and pseudo-humans, almost killing through the entire country. But even then, he couldn't save his own sister. The sister who was very clumsy and stubborn, but loved him dearly, was left in that land forever. So, is this the future you sing about? So, that's the reason she values her sister's painted skin so much? Sister's painted skin is special, and she can be resurrected with the help of her sister. Sister was sacrificed by Lu Yu, so I couldn't save her anyway. Even if time is restarted, sister, she may become Lu Yu. Hey, bingo! A doppelganger stepped in front of Watchman Zhao and blocked the dense and infinite ghostly shadows. It's too late to grieve, let's prepare to meet the battle first. The whole house is full of ghosts, I don't even know how I'm supposed to fight. The tall thin ghostly shadow stopped me, I couldn't touch Zhao Xin. Watchman Zhao listened to the discussion of his doppelgangers, and his gaze fell through the dense ghostly shadows to the human hanger in the distance. The woman covered in paint is slowly switching faces. Watchman Zhao once again saw that mysterious vitality. Sister's vitality is weakening. The other vitality, on the other hand, was rapidly increasing. Lu Yu is taking over. Chapter 151, Forgetting a crucial piece of information and committing suicide. Suddenly, a puppet silk ripped the painting from Zhao Xin. Then he leisurely placed it in front of Watchman Zhao. Watchman Zhao, your sister is dying. Lu Yu is fusing her soul, and I can tell you that this situation is irreversible. Even if time is restarted, your sister's soul will be fused with Lu Yu, who will overwrite all of her existence. Your sister is really going to die. Oh, hurry up and go crazy. The demon seemed to be very agreeable to the singing ghost's maneuvering and also reached out his ghostly hand to influence Watchman Zhao's thinking. Therefore, Watchman Zhao started to go berserk as far as the naked eye could see. But at that moment, the doppelgangers suddenly reached out and held him down. A diversion that weakens the effects of demons. Maybe one bilocation is not enough, but a group of bilocations are here and they can feed back a most objective logic. Don't attack rashly, Lu Yu's methods are too shady, operations like painting evil spirits are simply unimaginable. There's a skinny tall ghost shadow suppressing the space over there, we definitely can't get through, we can't save our sister at this point in time, rushing over now will only send us to our deaths. The singing ghost gave a very crucial piece of information, the sister's soul still exists, it's just been overwritten, lost data can be retrieved, the soul is presumably the same thing, there's no rush now. If you win, everything is possible, if you lose, it's nothing. They helped Watchman Zhao quickly regain his composure, and for the first time, he earned the upper hand in his game with the spirits. This time, the demon didn't succeed in influencing him. In the colorful room, the takeover is still going on. Watchman Zhao inhaled a deep breath of smoke, forcibly stabilizing his mind that had become restless because of the spirits and singing ghosts. Static. Start stepping into the time sandwich. But some spirits and ghosts reached out and tugged at Watchman Zhao's spirits. The spirits drawn by the painted skin were preventing Watchman Zhao from entering the time crevice. It's more than that. They were also gradually weakening the connection between Watchman Zhao and his doppelgangers. Bilocations, after all, are just that, bilocations. They have no souls, they are just a group of alternative ghost shapes formed by the power of evil spirits. Losing the support of the demon's power, these doppelgangers shattered and scattered, turning into bits and pieces of flesh and blood, merging with the dense chunks of flesh on the ground. The diversion bureau was easily broken by Lu Yu. And something even more dangerous is happening. Watchman Zhao began to feel less than 1123. Nor can I feel the 10,000 chinchillas hidden in the future. Spirits, suppressed. The life preservation technique. Little boy, at that moment, biting his finger, silently stared intently at the man in front of him. It's thinking. Does this method of death count as asphyxiation? The enemy comes back to life in his sister and kills himself in the most brutal way. It's quite breathtaking. Then there's no need to protect, just watch him suffocate and die. But it looked into the distance. It knew that Watchman Zhao had left a backhand. In case he couldn't defeat Lu Yu, he could be reborn with this backhand. Therefore, it decided to cut off this back channel of Watchman Zhao, human skin mask. But just as it was about to act, Watchman Zhao suddenly gave it a cold look. I told you, didn't I, that you can know everything I do and think, and even know a certain amount of the future, so I'm sure as hell not going to let you spoil it for me. The little boy's pupils shrunk. Its figure shimmered and faded into a blur. That's not really choking. The real suffocation had appeared in a hospital behind Jiang Huayan. It obtained the last piece of information from Watchman Zhao through the faceless ghost on Guile Smoke. What do you mean? It jerked its head to look behind it. Totoro, who had appeared behind it at some point, opened its mouth violently. A mouthful of boredom. The little boy watched as he was enveloped in pitch-black flames. Hey, hey, hey. Fake it. This kind of critical point, you don't let the Totoro attack Lu Yu, but you let it prioritize killing me for 20 seconds? Beside the hospital bed, Jiang Huayan froze. He seemed to smell something very familiar. A very cold and chilling stench all over the body, and a cat smell. Now that the stench is gone, only the smell of the cat remains behind. What do you mean? I can't feel any crisis, so I should be fine. Jiang Huayan shook his head and silently looked at a black box in his hand. He opened the box and removed a mask from it with great care. It was more like a human skin than a mask. There was a human face on it that looked exactly like Watchman Zhao. This will save her? I hope you're not lying to me. The Black and White Irregulars, the Grim Reaper, and the demons silently stood guard behind him, watching Jiang Huayan put that human skin mask over the face of a corpse. Room 404. Watchman Zhao pinched his invisible cigarette and sat silently on the ground, looking at the colorful world in front of him. The colors of the painted skin became more brilliant. Lu Yu is about to be resurrected. In fact, when Lu Yu first drew the three evil spirits to imitate making a wish, Watchman Zhao knew about it. This woman, with her current self, can't fight. So in the first hand of the meeting bet a black and white death spell. The strongest means that Watchman Zhao currently possesses. Totoro is also starting to lose control. Watchman Zhao felt it. Lu Yu is able to draw spirits. Then she certainly has a way of suppressing all her means. After all of Watchman Zhao's tactics needed to rely on one key element. Spirits. Whether it's making a wish, harnessing a chinchilla, future killing, or even stopping a kill at infinity, you need to rely on spirits. There was too much reliance on demons, which led to Watchman Zhao's death throes being instantly recognizable. All that was needed was to suppress the demon, and Watchman Zhao was immortal with no means whatsoever. He dropped his hand, the cigarette in his hand eerily turning into a dagger. But this effect was not accomplished either, and the dagger was not formed thoroughly. Wishful thinking is completely ineffective. The densely packed demonic and ghostly hands completely covered Watchman Zhao. Only an eyeball was left for him. It allowed him to watch clearly through the gap in the ghost's hand as his sister turned into Lu Yu little by little. I don't know how much time has passed. The woman on Xia Heiman's shoulder moved. A large puddle of paint snapped to the ground with a loud, disgusting thud. Zhao Xian shook her body and suddenly laughed up at the sky, then reached up and wiped the paint off her face. She, completely transformed into Lu Yu's appearance. Not bad, Watchman Zhao, I've really been dead for a long time in the time cracker, and I've had a complete mental breakdown. Watchman Zhao looked at her silently. You should, by now, be very reluctant to want me to die. Yes. She kicked Heiman to pieces, her face taking on a hysterical frenzy. I will keep you alive, in the most suffocating and desperate way, for eternity. The demon is wasted, right? What else do you have? Right now, you're about as good as a bug. Chapter 152, beginning to discover the flaws. Is that what I've got? Watchman Zhao's only remaining eye swept to the lower left. A ghostly hand easily broke free of the demon and slowly raised. Beneath the pale arms, it was as if countless worms were wriggling. He snapped his fingers slightly. Various inexplicable blank objects crowded into this space. The ability of the Catman's left hand, displacement, can switch a portion of reality with objects in the Catman's world. You can cut in and out, naturally. But the ability is of little use. Because the evil spirits drawn by Lu Yu also included cat people. This was already their ability, so naturally they could restrain it at will. Watchman Zhao's attempt to create chaos through replacement fizzled out. The surrounding area is restored to its original state. A large number of demons wrapped around Watchman Zhao's left hand. Watchman Zhao silently looked at the demonic and ghostly hands. Spirits that do not belong to him are visible to him. Watchman Zhao looked at Lu Yu suspiciously. I've been thinking, what makes you able to draw cursed people and what makes you able to draw evil spirits? Is the ability to draw skin so heaven-defying? Or is it you, Lu Yu, who is the one who is so counterintuitive? Let's not talk about this nonsense for now. Lu Yu suddenly reached out. A demonic ghost hand ran Watchman Zhao through. Cough. Watchman Zhao violently spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm going to torture you in the most brutal way possible before I put you in the timecracker, and your demons will make your death miserable enough. Watchman Zhao's eyes shrunk slightly. You can lock me up in the timecracker? Unlikely, my death date is on October 7th, even if you lie to the Black and White Irregulars, they won't let me die now. Lu Yu sneered, you can move the future, do you think I can't? I'll send you to October 7th, just send you there for an instant, and the Black and White death curse will descend, understand, that's the logic of the Black and White invincible, that point in time is an absolute breaking point. You, Watchman Zhao, have absolutely no future after October 7th, even if you step on a foot of the future world, you absolutely can't. I see. Watchman Zhao endured the sharp pain in his chest and nodded with a cold smile. You've exposed one of the biggest cracks. Lu Yu? Broken? How can I say that? Watchman Zhao tried to move his left hand again and once again forced himself to break free from the demon's control. The breach is becoming more and more obvious. Lu Yu's face was getting weirder and weirder. This dead Riddler, can't you speak more clearly? She tried to manipulate the demons again to launch an attack on Watchman Zhao. Instead, he grabbed it with his left hand and ripped the piece of demon directly into the Catman world. A cat person's hand cannot displace humans, but it can displace evil spirits and dead things. Whereas the displacement of dead things does not require contact, the displacement of evil spirits must occur with contact. Watchman Zhao silently looked at his left hand. He actually started working on it. But the demons were too numerous to rip clean, and he was still trapped in place. Then there is another question to ask. Why does His Holiness hold such strong animosity toward me? It stands to reason that you are so high in stature that you can manipulate the evil spirits of the world, so why are you so focused on a little person like me? Or is it purely because of Watchman Huangfu? A very odd feeling arose in Lu Yu's heart. This man, why is he so emboldened? This is not the reaction of someone who is going to die. Does he keep any cards? Make a wish? It was useless, since Lu Yu knew that he possessed the ability to follow his words. She would definitely nullify this ability. The glass doll that had gotten in the way had been thrown to the cat people's world and fed to the cats by her. Wish has been completely wasted. Even if Watchman Zhao had reserved a wish in advance, it was one that he couldn't cast now because the glass doll that activated the ability was ruined. The spirits were also pinned down by the demons. There is no room for exertion. A ghost? With a single devourer, he wasn't qualified to carry Lu Yu's attack. Then why is he so emboldened? You left an escape card? Let's see, what could have gotten you out of such a desperate situation? A pen fairy? You don't have time to operate a penny ceremony right now, so you're having someone else perform it for you? Well, the penny does resurrect you. Watchman Zhao looked at her furiously. A pen fairy? Yeah. Why is it that I always dislike moving the penny pincher myself? Is it because it's so costly? But hasn't Watchman Zhao paid a heavy enough price to get to this point? That's quite a program you've given. Lu Yu sneered as she walked up to him and reached out to touch his face. Indeed, it's a good plan, but then again, the pen fairy's resurrection, it's just too scribbly. I can wait for the pen fairy to resurrect you and then put a painted skin on you, you'll fall into my slavery. Why are you able to manipulate painted skin to this extent? Watchman Zhao dodged her palm like something dirty. Is painted skin your pet? Or do you possess some kind of ghost repulsion that can perfectly manipulate evil spirits? Lu Yu laughed with a floral twig. It is indeed my pet. You know, an evil ghost is like a computer program. It's very complicated. Study it to the extreme. An evil ghost can transform into hell. A milquetoast brat like you, I'm afraid it's very difficult to understand it. Boogeyman, like a computer program? Something like C, SolidWorks? I see. It's like understanding a lot more. You're so nice. Watchman Zhao laughed cheerfully. I've locked you in a time trap and killed you for so long, and you're still here to answer my questions? That's because, I've already stomped you to death. What else can you turn over? Then, why don't you let me flip through it? Watchman Zhao smiled as his left hand snapped out. A dagger imprinted with colorful light stabbed viciously at the woman in front of her. Childish. Beside Lu Yu, a tall and thin ghostly shadow reached out its hand and subdued the dagger in the void. She snapped. Something seemed to be attached to that dagger. A mutilated newspaper? Death obituaries. It was something that even she didn't dare to look at. She hastily averted her eyes. Very briefly. But it was enough for Watchman Zhao to do a lot of things. The left hand snapped his fingers. The floor shifted across under Lu Yu's feet, sending the woman into Watchman Zhao's hands. A hard pull. There is no effect. Lu Yu's resurrection was not a painted skin over her sister's body. Instead, are you using the curse of the painted skin that already exists on your sister? That's a lot of trouble. Gotta come up with something more ruthless. Sure enough, it's better to retreat first. Without the demon's wish, did Watchman Zhao lose his ability to move? Of course not. Since his left hand could manipulate dead things at will, he could naturally manipulate the floor under his feet. With a snap of his fingers, he exited the cell beyond. But the moment he withdrew, some kind of mysterious power affected him and ripped him back again. Ripped back to Lu Yu's face. NND, ghosts hitting the wall? Watchman Zhao was a bit confused. This was not going to be easy. Lu Yu clasped her arms and looked at him playfully. What other skills do you have? Use it to your heart's content. You can't fight me. Well, looking at the situation at hand, it's going to be really hard to take you out. The death obituary is also gone. You have all your cards. What to fight with? The woman covered her mouth and laughed lightly, smiling cheaply. Why don't we let you see your dear sister again before you die? Chapter 153 Villains die of talking too much. Distant singing opera ghosts sing about the future. It's getting closer. There, Watchman Huangfu took out countless deviants and pseudo-humans, almost killing through the entire country. But even then, he couldn't save his own sister. The sister, who was very clumsy and stubborn, but loved him dearly, was left in that land forever. But before she died, she decided to do one last thing for her brother. Accepting the final curse of the painted skin, he is reduced to a real painted skin to help Watchman Huangfu resist the evil spirits. In this scene, Watchman Huangfu will not die. Future is showing his hideous face towards Watchman Zhao. Everything sung by the singing ghosts closes the loop in another extreme way with Watchman Zhao's struggling recalcitrance. The two holes that appeared earlier were patched. In order to get the infinite time stop kill, Watchman Zhao took the ghost of Lu Curse. So Lu Curse is dead, disconnected from the devil's cat. The sister, who was very clumsy and stubborn, but loved him dearly, was left in that land forever. That piece of land, not saying it necessarily refers to Maine, could also refer to the spiritual place created by today's painted skins and ghostly walls. He did fail to save his sister. Or I should say, it could not be saved from the start, because Lu Yu was able to resurrect from her. Even if he, Watchman Zhao, took Zhao Xin to the ends of the earth, he would definitely be found by Lu Yu. So, what should be the next episode? Is this the absolute of singing ghosts? Absolutely, plot kill? Zhao Xin will definitely die here. And use his own death to forcibly renew Watchman Zhao's life? Future, unchangeable. What kind of international joke is this? Numerous demons and ghosts swooped in and wrapped Watchman Zhao in a deadly grip. This time, the only limb parts he could move were a left eye and a left hand. The ghost's hand even reached into his body and grabbed a handful of his heart. It was really easy for Lu Yu to kill the current Watchman Zhao. Her face suddenly became a blur. A large swath of paint unfolded like the petals of a flower, revealing her sister's face. Come on, say goodbye to your brother. Zhao Xian's eyes trembled and snapped open. She couldn't see the demons on Watchman Zhao. However, she could see a single puppet strand, densely connected to every part of Watchman Zhao's entire body. In her vision at that moment, Watchman Zhao was like a human puppet that was being manipulated by these thin threads. And behind Watchman Zhao stood a puppeteer wearing a flowery dress and a miserable white mask. He's going to die soon. He won't die. Zhao Xian smiled. My brother is a man who will definitely become a great man. How could he die at the hands of a dirty, ugly woman like you? Heh, what a family of ES. Half of the paint closed to form half of Lu Yu's face. Keep a good eye on your sister. Soon, she will disappear from this world completely. Even if you reverse time, it's impossible for her to come back to life, because she's already a part of me. Why should I be a part of you? A relieved smile appeared on the only remaining half of Zhao Xian's face. Hey, don't it. Watchman Zhao reached out his left hand and ripped the demon off his face. The painted skin is compelling you. Don't believe it. Another handful of demons sealed his mouth again. A puzzled expression appeared on half of Lu Yu's face. What do you mean? I don't have to be part of you, I can be part of the painted skin. Lu Yu shuddered violently. Zhao Xian sneered, I can accept the ultimate curse of the painted skin and be completely reduced to a painted skin. You, on the other hand, chose to attach yourself to me, so I'll drag you along with me into the painted skin. On her face, she revealed a madness and ruthlessness that was almost identical to Watchman Zhao's. What gives you the right to hurt my brother? I don't know how you were able to manipulate the painted skin, but the logic is certain that a person who completely becomes a painted skin is just a skin, definitely not a person. You're too crazy to dare bring me back to reality. Come with me to hell and let us live in a human skin forever. An ethereal voice resounded in Lu Yu and Zhao Xian's ears. Decided? Decided. Good. Zhao Xian's entire body dried up in the flesh. Lu Yu's face showed a look of madness, a family of mad dogs. Sure enough, even she wasn't able to absolutely manipulate the painted skin. Painted skins, absolute, it's possible to kill her. Infinitely projected, not necessarily projected as a person, but possibly infinitely projected as a soul in painted skin. Zhao Xian was worthy of being Watchman Zhao's older sister, and although she didn't know exactly what had happened to her during the time of the seizure, she did succeed in capturing Lu Yu's greatest weakness. Lu Yu, it is possible to be eternally imprisoned in a painted skin, just by such extreme means. Zhao Xian had to sacrifice herself. But both Watchman Zhao and Zhao Xian had underestimated this woman. The painted skin twisted, a wall, pushing a large swath of paint out of Zhao Xian's body. The part belonging to Lu Yu is being transferred. It's useless, you're too slow. Zhao Xian smiled ruefully, looking at the teenager in front of her who was entangled in the puppet strings. Her expression became tender. Brother, I'm going to die, but I'll turn into a painted skin and protect you for the rest of your life. My sister never knew how to be a good sister, sorry. If you're feeling sorry for yourself, then give me life. Go and do your best as a sister, okay? I, Watchman Zhao, will never let you die here. Left hand, jerked out. Pop. A ringing finger. The dagger appeared in front of Zhao Xian. The half of the death obituary on the dagger was presented to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian's body trembled violently. It disappeared in a flash. The whole room was filled with obituaries of my sister's death. Watchman Zhao, one step ahead of his sister, sent her to the death obituary. It's shielded from all curses there. Even the final curse of the painted skin can be isolated. Watchman Zhao had temporarily saved his sister from painted skin by a most extreme means. But it's only temporary. The only known way to escape a death obituary is a time reboot. However, from the information exposed by Lu Yu, even if Zhao Xian escaped the death obituary, she would still suffer the effects of the painted skin. The final curse, which sounds a bit like Sadako's second tier of curses. Then Zhao Xian, who is out of the death obituary, can't say that she is still a painted skin. Anyway, it's kind of saved for now. Watchman Zhao exhaled a deep breath of turbid air. The future that the singing ghost sang about was completed, but Watchman Zhao unfolded a whole new chapter after the future. It is entirely possible that the sister is resurrected in this passage of the Psalms. Really, sibling love, cluck 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 cluck. A creepy laugh, as if squeezed out of a pile of meat, rang from Watchman Zhao's ears. A colorful mass of flesh twisted and coiled up behind Watchman Zhao. It took on an unnameable form and stood behind Watchman Zhao. Lu Yu's face, accompanied by a large amount of paint, slowly protruded from the mass of flesh. It's a shame you missed your only chance to kill me. Rather underestimating your sister, after all, it's your sister, and a character who's frighteningly smart. She almost locked me in a painted skin. What a shame, Watchmen show. Have you ever heard the saying? Villains die from talking too much. Watchman Zhao's entire body's demonic and ghostly hands broke off in inches. He turned violently, his left hand clasped dead center on Lu Yu's face. Chapter 154, Absolute, and Behavior. Catman's hands? Lu Yu sneered as her twisted body stretched out countless tentacles, directly penetrating Watchman Zhao. It hurts. Hysterical pain. But at this time, the hatred in Watchman Zhao's heart was above all else. This woman must die. Must die a clean death. You seem to have, reincarnated into a abyss of flesh and blood. Your methods are really shady. Not only can you draw ghosts, but you can also be reborn with the help of evil ghosts? But does that not indicate that you have become an evil spirit as well? So can I drag you into the cat person world too? Giggling, you can try. Just try it. The left hand lashed out, and the misshapen mass of flesh and blood was forcibly ripped into another world. Successfully ripped in. But only the twisted mass of flesh and blood was ripped away. That colorful pile of ghostly stuff is still there. What the hell kind of logic is this? If this mass of colorful ghosts exists, it's impossible for Lu Yu to die? Don't she dare get more shady? Nope. Watchman Zhao shook his head. There must still be a line of logic. There's just still too little information about myself to understand the logic of this one. Watchman Zhao took 2 steps back and fell heavily to the ground. Blood springs from holes all over his body. The mosaic began to flicker violently, the demon was temporarily suppressed, Totoro was lost, and now the only thing left to keep him alive was the ghost he had just tricked his way into. Creepy Smoke was also stepped on by, painted skin spirit, and could not be switched into a life and death stack state. There is no escaping the biting pain of all the injuries that actually act on the body. He could visibly feel his thoughts becoming confused. It felt like if he was in a normal situation, Watchman Zhao felt that he was able to dish out something. But right now, he's in a rather unusual state. Lu Yu was resurrected once again. Resurrected on a reaper. She was shrouded between a layer of hazy mist, holding a scythe in her hand as she slowly walked towards Watchman Zhao, who was trembling in pain. Surprised? There's really nothing to be surprised about. It's not like you haven't seen it before when you incorporate a human inside an evil spirit. Haven't you seen many of these in the world of cat people? Watchman Zhao's pupils shrunk. Incorporate a person in the evil spirit. Catman Muro? So that's how it is, evil spirits can kill people and carry a person's soul and become half human, half ghost? The absoluteness of the evil ghost is very subtle from the start. Only the absolute nature corresponding to the 3 core rules is certain on this thing, and all other conditions may be modified? And the key piece of information involved in all of this is that arcane soul? So I'm losing to you now because I don't understand the rules of the soul? Heh, that was boring. Lu Yu held her scythe and silently scrutinized Watchman Zhao. In that instant, she seemed to see another figure in Watchman Zhao. A figure that made her extremely jealous and also extremely hateful. What a disgusting comprehension. She slashed hard at Watchman Zhao's chest. Almost done, Watchman Huangfu. Get out of there. This projection that you care so much about is going to die. Watchman Zhao silently received her slash. The ghastly white left hand lifted up and grabbed the blade in a death grip. Why is it that you guys always like to mention Watchman Zhao? Do you despise Watchman Zhao so much? Yeah. Lu Yu sneered and looked down at him, a worm only. So? Watchman Zhao lowered his head, a cold smile seeping out from between his teeth. It gradually transformed into hysterical laughter. Lu Yu, do you think that because I don't know about souls and my information is far inferior to yours, I can't you up? Let me tell you, if I were you, from the first instant the resurrection began, I would send my opponent to the future to be killed by the Black and White Irregulars. Without giving him any respite. You're really, exactly like those shabby villains on TV shows who think they're winning and popping champagne halfway through the show. His left hand shifted violently across the room, allowing Death Scythe to slice through his heart, then cut his entire neck in a single motion. Of course, the Reaper's attacks are often not physical attacks. Rather, it's doom and gloom. So the share of intense bad luck came upon Watchman Zhao. The Devourer unfolds the guard. But Watchman Zhao played it too close to the vest. His search for death was so complete that even the devil couldn't carry such a strong death curse, and it could only begin to try and guard Watchman Zhao's soul. And so, behind Watchman Zhao, brilliant blue light shot up into the sky. The moment the death curse came down and killed him, Watchman Zhao, the black and white invulnerability has been triggered once again. He silently turned his head back and looked at the two figures behind him that were suspended in midair like gods. He suddenly had a delusion. The black and white invincibles were simply like his most solid backing and strongest companion. It's like the scene in the hardware store, huh? Pounds of vitality surged out. In an instant, the countless ghostly shadows around them were forced back. White Impermanence extended his hand and helped Watchman Zhao up. Green light surfaced. The raging green smoke converged towards Watchman Zhao's mouth, forming a miserable green cigarette. The feeling of regaining power. Watchman Zhao looked up to the sky and laughed, "It's so damn good." Endless ghostly hands, accompanied by Watchman Zhao's inaudible ear-piercing bursts of laughter, swept in all directions like a flood. Get her. Finish her. Get her. Lu Yu was trembling. The uncanny king's exaggerated strength almost lifted her off the ground. If it wasn't for the densely packed demonic ghostly hands behind her, she was afraid that she would really have to fly off. Finish me off? She sneered. Slightly raised hand. Watchman Zhao's glass doll just appeared and once again she was thrown into the world of cat people. But countless demonic and ghostly hands pressed on her shoulders. Boom! The earth is broken. The shockwave overflowed in all directions, rolling up exaggerated waves of air. I see. Don't you use wish? Instead, you're just going to use the spirits? Does it work? I don't have spirits. Her pupils contracted. Countless, painted skin spirits lunged towards Watchman Zhao and indeed fought Watchman Zhao's spirits to a draw. It did block Watchman Zhao's attack. Yet Watchman Zhao could still move. He was followed by a black and a white figure, surrounded by blue light and green aura, and just bit by bit, he penetrated the endless ghostly hands and walked to Lu Yu's face. Swinging his fist and slamming it hard into her face. I should really thank my sister, if you were on her I wouldn't have dared to beat you up so recklessly. He followed it up with another hard kick. Painted skin spirits, painted skin suffocation, painted skin thin and tall ghosts. Countless evil ghosts pounced out and pressed on Watchman Zhao. But Watchman Zhao's body exuded a bizarre black aura. It was like a myriad of subtle demonic and ghostly hands. It actually carried all the attacks hard. I just said that you showed a damn break. Do you really not understand, or do you think that I, Watchman Zhao, am not smart enough to guess? Your painted demons are no match for my demons. It's not because of the poor power of the evil spirits. Rather, because of the difference in nature, your ghosts are all pseudo-ghosts. They're the same kind of thing as my glass dolls, they can use the power of evil spirits, but they lack absoluteness. Can your demons, absolutely, press me down? It can't be pressed down. Can the black and white impermanence you made lock me in a time gap? It can't do that either. So you could only kill me by switching futures, instead of just letting the black and white nobodies you've made lock me into a time warp. That's why your demon can't hold down my Catman's left hand. So now you can't hold me down with this whole bunch of evil spirits. Because the absolute of the spirits is that I, Watchman Zhao, can absolutely act recklessly until the day I come into contact with the absolute of other evil spirits and get slaughtered by these absolute rules. You look like you have a great deal of scenery, but the absolute in your hand is actually only a handful of painted skins. And I, Zhao, have in my hands the black and white irregulars, the Grim Reaper, the spirits, the monumental net, the red wedding dress, the pin fairy, the Yama game, the singing ghosts, the human insects, the suffocating, the cat-faced old lady, and the devouring whole 12 absolutes. I'm covered in ghosts, what are you going to fight me with? Chapter 155, I'm going to see Watchman Huangfu. Black and white, absolutely, won't die until the point. Spirits, absolutely, wreak havoc. With these two absolutes alone, I can also beat you to the ground. Watchman Zhao threw another punch. However, the skin of the painting drew a blurred black shadow behind Lu Yu. Ghouls? Watchman Zhao's attack landed on himself. So what? Joke. Watchman Zhao was knocked out by a punch. The black and white invincibles reached out to help. Watchman Zhao continued with another hard punch. He just hardened himself against the rebound of the ghoul's attack and ruthlessly killed towards Lu Yu. Until the fake ghoul's rebound couldn't keep up with the demon's stormy attack. Lu Yu was finally injured. It's just a pseudo-ghost, how can its rebound be absolute? Hurting the enemy 100 times costs you 100 million. But Watchman Zhao has the unlimited supply of the black and white irregulars. Crazy. Crazy. Lu Yu roared like a madman and was pressed to the ground and beaten by Watchman Zhao. Until it gave death a thorough beating to pieces. Until all that was left on the ground was a painted skin covered in fist marks. Rebirth unfolds again. Watchman Zhao tried to grab the painted skin. But the thing dissolved into a puddle of paint and did dodge. Countless tall and thin ghostly shadows appeared and subdued Watchman Zhao in place. The spirits, however, will help Watchman Zhao with anything. Until he is moth-eaten and killed by some kind of absoluteness. He could walk very slowly, very firmly towards Lu Yu in the space where the tall thin ghostly figure was subdued. It's useless to make a wish to beat Lu Yu. An ability like wishing is the ability of a pseudo-ghost. It is not absolute. In a hospital somewhere. Jiang Huayan followed the paramedics to the morgue and watched as they pushed the recently dead body into it. The black and white irregulars, the Grim Reaper, and the demon still followed his ass. But Jiang Huayan couldn't smell it. Something called a demon influenced his thinking. He slowly removed the white cloth from the body. That bloodless face that looked exactly like Watchman Zhao's presented itself to the eyes. What exactly are you? Why do I have a vague feeling of familiarity? Never mind, I don't seem to have the right to refuse his words, something is influencing me, let's do what he says for now. Suddenly, he smelled that icy stench again, as well as the cat smell that had disappeared for some time. 20 seconds had passed. Choking, revived again. The pale little boy hung upside down from the ceiling, staring breathlessly behind himself. Minus. Why don't you go and help Watchman Zhao? What are you doing pestering me all the time? The chinchilla wagged its tail and stood on the ceiling, watching it coldly. There's nothing to say. Open the cat's mouth directly. The little boy's mind was broken. But through Watchman Zhao's memories, it began to understand a little bit why this person would rather throw away the black cat's absolute aid, but also made sure to leave behind the human skin mask as a fallback to keep himself from wreaking havoc. This madman wants to experience absolute death once. Crunch. Totoro appeared on the little boy's face. A mouthful of boredom. Boom. The whole neighborhood trembled. Once again, Watchman Zhao managed to find Lu Yu's resurrection point. It's not hard. Wanton is wanton. If I want to do something, I can do it. Is there any difficulty in finding a human? Watchman Zhao once again whacked Lu Yu to the ground, waving his sandbag-sized fists. No nonsense, bam 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 bam. It looks like you might still have a real ghost fighting wall on you. It trapped me as well as you, so you can't escape this neighborhood either, only to be beaten up by me. So, your infinite resurrection is based on the ghost repulsion of ghost fighting wall and painted skin? That gives me a good hint. Watchman Zhao sneered and slammed his fist down. You existences that stand above the world line aren't gods after all, you're just much more powerful than the average human, able to utilize the rules of souls and the rules of evil spirits to achieve infinite projection. To put it bluntly, you are just false gods standing on the shoulders of evil spirits. All of your tactics are still logical, so it seems that you're not that strong. Lu Yu roared hysterically. She's really going crazy. On the human level, she's been invincible for a long, long time. Only the projections of those heaven-defying old monsters could make her slightly fearful. But it's only slightly scary, that's all. If she really wanted her to forcefully kill Zhao Tianshan, it was possible to do so, just at a great cost. Her risk factor is 99.999999999%. 10 out of 10 9. It's already infinitely close to being the highest. Zhao Tianqing's danger factor, 7827699%, just showed that he could switch 78,277 world lines. On a single world line, Zhao Tianqing's danger is just 99%. Among the single world line, she, Lu Yu, was the one who was absolutely invincible. In fact, it wouldn't have been that hard to take out Watchman Zhao if she had been given more opportunities. Unfortunately, she was gullible. She hadn't expected Watchman Zhao to directly put her in a time trap as soon as she came up. It's like losing a rook in the opening of a chess game. Though she was skilled enough in chess to crush her opponent, the opponent himself was an overly clever character. Watchman Zhao's next display of weakness made her confident again. As a result, I lost another car, exposing my biggest flaws to the light. And that's not all, Watchman Zhao's outrageous sister actually laid another heavenly thunderbolt for her without saying a word. Another horse has been taken out. She, Lu Yu, took a headshot. Now we can only think about wearing Watchman Zhao out. Spirits aren't all that great. Used with such extreme frequency, the curse will escalate. Not to mention that Watchman Zhao is covered in evil spirits. The Red Wedding is taking notes. The monumental network is peering through. Ghost tricks to boot. The man bug is forgetting. Reaper. Amount. Reaper is scribbling. In the long run, Lu Yu would definitely be able to wear out Watchman Zhao. Because Watchman Zhao is too unstable. It was true that he possessed all the absolutes, but these absolutes, they were all absolute certain death. In comparison, Lu Yu's absolute resurrection and absolute forgery were far too stable. Just need to fight a protracted battle, Lu Yu will definitely win. But this battle exposed one of Lu Yu's absolute shortcomings from beginning to end. She, too condescending. From sending his subordinates to their deaths before appearing on the scene, to unhurriedly searching for Zhao Xian before looking for Watchman Zhao, to waiting for Watchman Zhao for a full 40 seconds as if he were retarded, allowing the time to arrive at the full minute point, at which point Watchman Zhao had the opportunity to unleash his deception of the ghosts and create a name on the Book of the Living and the Dead. It was a prudence on Watchman Zhao's part, as the Black and White Death. Spells that he had always been exposed to had all been accurate to the minute, not to the second, and he was afraid that if he wrote a second on it, Watchman Zhao would recognize it at a glance. The whole scene was filled with one word on the woman Lu Yu. A.O. She's just overly proud, a little extreme in her arrogance. That's why she was obviously powerful against all odds, but she was still being held to death by Watchman Zhao. As in right now. Watchman Zhao glanced down at his watch. 11 o'clock, 23 minutes. What an auspicious number. He ruthlessly blasted Lu Yu's chest with a punch, lowered his head, and smiled coldly. You're such a loser. Lu Yu. Radicals. Paired with the crushing thrashing over this period of time, the tried and true method of provoking comrade Lu Yu once again worked wonders. I'm a loser? Watchman Zhao, you're a newly born projection and you're worthy to talk to me like this? She snapped her hand open. Countless painted skins fell from the sky. They twisted and coiled in the sky. A one-eyed dragon made of human skin was formed. But it doesn't have claws, and it doesn't seem to be able to call itself a dragon. Human face, red serpent body, eyes as longitudinally aligned as a flounder. Goddamn Candlewick? Watchman Zhao was confused. Lu Yu is really in awe, this kind of stuff are drawn out? This is a ING year. Lu Yu hissed, get the hell out of here in 30 days. Watchman Zhao was shaken. The time on the watch began to fly by at an exaggerated rate. Sunrise and sunset. Time, as if desperate, flew by. And the black and white irregulars behind him landed on Watchman Zhao's body almost instantaneously. The Grim Reaper did not move, but drew the word death on the ground. Watchman Zhao looked at the dense pile of death and smiled. Sure enough, it's all fake ghosts, time should be pushed back. He sneered and glanced at Lu Yu. Thankfully, your usefulness ends here. I'm going to see Watchman Huangfu. Chapter 156, Going Through the Death Process. Supplementary episode, Watchman shows wish for forgotten information. Remarks. Oblivion I, letters from the future received in the world of the cat people spellbound pages. Reason, monumental network plus cheaters. Oblivion 2, the truth about the world of cat people Mu repulsor, human bug, tall skinny ghost shadow, old cat face lady. Reason, steel network plus white zephyr. Oblivion 3, the power of the human skin mask. Reason, wishing. Oblivion episode recording. Scene, library. Time, before Watchman Zhao officially went to war with Lu Yu, after visiting Zhao Tiansheng, Zhao Tiansheng mentioned that he could ask Zhang Huayan for a human skin mask to save a way out for himself. Characters, Zhang Huayan, Watchman Zhao's faceless ghost alter ego. Chang, who are you? Ziashao, Zhao Tiansheng sent me, he asked me to ask you for a human skin mask. Zhang, why can't I see you? But the smell of faceless ghosts and demons is pretty clear. Zhao, Chang, can you change your habit of beating around the bush, let's get straight to the point Obak? Chang, puzzled, do I know you? Zhou, we've known each other for a long time, and I know your wife is on the rainy lady behind you. Chang. Zhou, so what exactly is the ability of a human skin mask? Retain the soul? It shouldn't be that simple, right? Tell me everything you know. Make a wish, woman in the rain not interfering. Chang, the human skin mask is a very desperate evil spirit, and a hopeful evil spirit, which can be used to retain part of the soul and leave a record on the human skin mask. Then when the operator dies, his soul must be ripped fully and completely into the mask, and then, resurrected amongst the human skin mask. If the human skin mask is placed over a living person, then the two souls will merge and form a new soul, and if it is placed over a dead person, then a new dead person will be formed. So I would suggest finding someone who has just died recently, so that the resurrection will be more complete. Joe, so, it could also be over the face of an evil spirit? Chang, yes, that's how I saved my wife. This will form a whole new evil spirit. Of course, to be precise, it would be something spelled out from the human skin mask and the girl in the rain, and neither the girl in the rain nor the human skin mask disappeared. Zoe, and what is the curse of the human skin mask? Chang, the person who has been resurrected cannot know that he has been resurrected through a human skin mask. If he knew, he would surely die. Zhao, then I'm using it my ass. The faceless ghost on creepy smoke is definitely recorded, and I'm going to die as soon as I revive it. Chang demon influence, but there is a process, a very, very short period of absolute time between complete death and the resurrection of the mask. Your will is absolutely free, it can step outside the constraints of the world line. What am I talking about? Let's see. Zhang demonic influence, in that state, you can reach a higher latitude world where you can meet Watchman Huangfu. You can, on your own, take the initiative to find the person who has been hiding behind the scenes to influence and manipulate you. Time is like an airplane ride. Well, that's not a very accurate description. Like sitting on light. A moment arrives on October 7th, and even crosses over. Lu Yu revised the time. With human power, the manipulation of evil spirits modified time. This is not allowed. The real year opened its eyes. Without any room for resistance, time was pushed right back. So death is still writing 4 on the ground. They did not recognize the false spacetime created by Lu Yu. But the black and white are recognized. Time did arrive. The uncanny king landed on top of Watchman Zhao's head in an instant. These two great gods slowly landed on the ground and were completely integrated into Watchman Zhao's body. Watchman Zhao silently watched as they took out the book of life and death and, on it, scratched out their names. The black and white curse of despair came down completely. Watchman Zhao was trying to enter the time cracker to try and fight it off. But in but a moment, all of his mobility locked up. Cardiac arrest. Thoughts are stagnant. Completely brain dead. Without the support of his will, the demon is powerless. So the demon began to laugh. Laughing like crazy. Dead. He's finally dead. The black and white invincibles also smiled. This death-dealing maniac finally hung up, finally no need to work overtime. It was different from what Lu Yu had imagined. Watchman Zhao was in no position to fight back in the cracks of time. The black and white invincibles killed him directly and completely. The penny didn't start the rescue. A whole bunch of evil spirits are trying to rob people instead. But their curses were pressed hard back to the previous second by the Book of Life and Death. And so the world extends a whole bunch of pseudo-world lines. A Watchman Zhao is locked up in the Red Weddings world line waiting to die. A Watchman Zhao is locked up in the world line of the tablet network waiting to die. A Watchman Zhao waits desperately to suffocate. At the same time, the black and white invincibles began to change. They split into 4. A black and a white 2 uncanny kings floated up. A red-white Capricorn and a purple-black Capricorn stayed on the ground. They completed the rules and seemed to be about to disappear. At the same time, a large number of abysses suddenly stretched out across the sky, spelling out a chessboard. The huge and indescribable silhouette was high above the sky, looking down coldly. Chess must be played again. Watchman Wang, move on to the next round. Go ahead. Watchman Huangfu's silhouette stepped out of Watchman Zhao's corpse, supported by the abyss, and shifted towards the distance. Large shadows followed him away from the body. Watchman Zhao, not Watchman Huangfu. Just a tool man. Watchman Huangfu didn't care if Watchman Zhao lived or died. So in a city far away, a new baby is born. Families happily surround the little one. So cute. What would be a good name for him? An old man suddenly appeared beside the crowd. His name is Watchman Zhao. Watchman Zhao? But my last name isn't Zhao. Then from today, your last name will be Zhao. It's not impossible. That's fine, let's call it Watchman Zhao. Watchman Huanfu's silhouette slowly moved away. Suddenly, he froze and looked behind him in confusion. The irregular king, still guarding over Watchman Zhao's corpse. And those two purple-red figures hadn't completely disappeared yet. King of the Uncanny, you guys? The Uncanny King looked silently in his direction. Suddenly we think, this kid's not so bad. Watchman Huanfu, you've gotten weaker. This kid, and the person you once were, are more alike. Watchman Huanfu's pupils shrunk. Suddenly Watchman Zhao's body trembled violently. Layers of dense aura exploded from his body. And far away underground in that hospital, the corpse in the morgue, covered with Watchman Zhao's human skin mask, shook wildly. Watchman Zhao's soul was forcibly ripped out of the Book of Life and Death in the hands of the Black and White Irregulars, and it fell into the human skin mask. Ha 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 ha. It's so funny. The King of Impermanence laughed wildly up in the sky. Watchman Huanfu watched them silently. Both of you. In a flash, the scenery changes. The ground became a sea of water. The colorful world created by Lu Yu was shrouded in stars. The Milky Way fell to the heavens and the earth. And on the other side of the Milky Way, a figure walked slowly. He took out a cigarette and casually lit it, exhaling a long puff of smoke between the stars. Hooah! First time I've seen you, Watchman. I'm Watchman Zhao. Chapter 157, You're white, I'm black. I'm Watchman Zhao. Watchman Huangfu stood on the star-filled sea, staring blankly at the figure not far away. At a certain point, in his eyes, the figure became trance-like. Watchman Huangfu saw the shadow of many people in this figure. A shadow of himself. Nero's shadow. Master's shadow. Mother's shadow. Father's shadow. There seems to be a shadow of another person. Can't think of one. He lowered his head, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Since you were able to meet me, congratulations, Watchman Zhao, #129-369. You've survived life and death. Watchman Huangfu sat very casually on a chair, straightening the hem of his Confucian uniform slightly. Sit. Watchman Zhao cautiously looked at the man in ancient clothes in front of him, and then glanced at the chair that had appeared out of thin air on the surface of the sea. He walked silently toward the chair. But just as he took a step, he realized that the chair had automatically appeared behind him. Drinking tea? Watchman Huanfu asked with a smile. Watchman Zhao shakes his head, it's not that elegant. Watchman Huanfu nodded and picked up a cup of tea. And so on the endless sea of starlight, two identical-looking people sat opposite each other, one smoking and the other drinking tea. Actually, you shouldn't be able to see me. Watchman Huangfu said indifferently, it was the spirits who added a helping hand, and then the Black and White Irregulars helped as well. This shows that the two truly evil spirits recognized you, the demon's curse on you has escalated, and the mortal level of mothballing is no longer suitable for you. It's helping you to touch something higher, to make your generous death even more magnificent. Watchman Zhao silently swallowed the clouds. Then the head shook wildly. Can't understand it, don't really want to, and I'll find a way to pit it anyway. Watchman Huanfu was dumbfounded. Okay, so, play chess? I don't seem to have that much time. There is still quite a bit of time, you can understand that there is no concept of time in this place. Watchman Huangfu smiled and brought a pot of black chess to him. As I recall, you are supposed to know how to play Go. Watchman Zhao silently looked at the Go board that appeared out of thin air. Then I never memorize formulas. Aha! Watchman Huanfu froze. It's true, just for fun. The two men were separated by a chess table, and they fell in turn. Watchman Zhao's first hand was a straight-up 3-3. Watchman Huanfu occupies the opposite corner. Watchman Zhao followed by dotting a 3-3 in that corner of Watchman Huangfu. Watchman Huangfu. Are you some kind of gangster? Big difference. Line it up. Within moments, Watchman Zhao displayed a frantic offense. The chess piece, he plays exactly like his character. The main attraction is a mad dog that kills indiscriminately. Watchman Huangfu saw the moves and responded calmly. But some of the downward maneuvers were so insidious that they gave Watchman Huangfu a good laugh. What a gangly way to get down. It looks like Watchman Zhao is killing it, but Watchman Huangfu is controlling the big picture. He held most of the ground and had a solid defense. Watchman Zhao, on the other hand, was maneuvering a large dragon and rampaging between a large number of white pieces. You lost. Watchman Huanfu's gentle move seals off the last breath off the dragon. Hiss. Watchman Zhao scratches his head. It's true, you're a tough motherer. Watchman Huangfu, this is what happens when you don't memorize formulas. Watchman Zhao. From the very beginning you were down, and although you killed cunningly later on, your chances of winning were still too small. You still had some chances against players with shaky skills, but you basically couldn't flip the game against an old-fashioned opponent. Watchman Zhao pondered, is Lu Yu considered a formula? It's considered quite a perfect formula, much more perfect than Zhao Tiansheng. If you were allowed to face Zhao Tiansheng first, you wouldn't have gained as much as you did. Watchman Zhao looked at the man sitting opposite him. So, Lu Yu's attempt to kill me is also a setup by you? Watchman Huangfu smiled as he sat up. Most of the Watchman Zhao will be sifted out by the evil Ghost Bureau, and then the remaining ones will basically die at the hands of Lu Yu, a woman who is so fixated on her society and her class that she will not allow a single Watchman Zhao to destroy the heavens and the earth. So Lu Yu will definitely come to kill me. Is this a fated future? Watchman Zhao smiles. Watchman Huangfu, are you so eager for me to die? Watchman Huangfu lowered his head to sip his tea. Heard of? I've heard about you. Watchman Zhao lifted the table directly. Watchman Huangfu froze. Watchman Zhao had been harboring a bellyful of anger, so it was quite good of him to patiently play this whole game with him. Now that he was watching this Riddler quoting scripture again, and not knowing how long he was going to be bleeping, he couldn't help himself at all. Lift the table straight up. The black and white pieces traveled between the stars and slowly disappeared. Watchman Huangfu silently served tea and sat in his chair, exuding a sense of inscrutability. Watchman Zhao, on the other hand, stood up in a violent rage and looked down at the man coldly. You put a shabby singing ghost on me and hurt my family. Making an inexplicable minotaur red dowry, harming the woman I love. A Lu Yu is harming my sister. Put a bunch of evil spirits on me to hurt me. What the hell gives you the right to lecture me here? Watchman Huangfu didn't show the slightest bit of anger. His city was much deeper than Watchman Zhao. But there's something about it. Does being deep in the city make you powerful? Who created the misconception? The ability to hang on to everything. A deep city is just better at enforcing the rules of the game, but if the game doesn't box me in at all, then the city, ain't. You're the wildest Watchman Zhao I've ever seen. At least, out of the 100,000 or so Watchman Zhaos who have survived the life and death game and taken out Lu Yu, you're the only one who dares to flip the table with me. Watchman Huangfu looked at him silently. If I wanted to kill you, do you think you could carry it off? The anger on Watchman Zhao's face disappeared in an instant. He smiled. If you would have killed me, I wouldn't have lifted the table. Instead I would have chosen to live in silence, develop slowly, and wait until one day when I was strong enough to finish you off, then I would have stormed up and killed. Watchman Huangfu was slightly stunned. What makes you think I won't kill you? Watchman Zhao bends down and picks up a chess piece. I just lost, didn't I? Watchman Huangfu's brows furrowed slightly. Remember, a man named Zhang Chun? Remember that interrogation? He taught me the truth that deciphering someone doesn't have to be all about digging them out. There's no need to go to all that trouble. Actually take a few stabs at things, see how he reacts, stimulate a few more, see how he reacts more, the whole gamut, and then gather the information together to get a basic idea of the person. You were just playing chess with me. I've been watching your reaction. Watchman Huangfu was stunned. Watchman Zhao smiled. A lot of my chess is considered quite offensive, if not downright sinister. Someone like you, who likes to play chess, can sense it the first time. I've seen a lot of things through this game. It was a loss, and a pretty bad one, but hey, it was a small gain. As for lifting the table just now, it was kind of a last big gamble. See, you didn't kill me. I won the bet. You won't kill me, but you won't help me either. We are, shall we say, a very delicate partnership. Don't go away, leave all the evil spirits in you and my body, I need that power. He taped the piece to his cigarette. A dark fire flickered on go. Watchman Zhao smiled and cupped this pitch-black flame. I don't know your purpose, but I know mine very well. I want to live, and I want to guard my most important people and live together. I won't take the chance of driving you away, you're very powerful. But I need to give you the message that I, Watchman Zhao, am also very powerful, it's just that I need time to develop. I will pit all the evil spirits in this world and return a safe and clean land. Let's join forces. You're white. I'm Blackie. Chapter 158. I'm white, are you black? Watchman Huangfu silently looked at the chess piece in his hand that burned with black fire. His eyes were as deep as the sea, hiding secrets that the world could hardly pry into. It's a proposition I've never considered. Watchman Cho. You're really quite good. Watchman Zhao suddenly felt a blur in his vision. Looks like it's time for me to go. Watchman Huanfu picks up a chess piece. There are only two kinds of pieces on the board. We both use them up, so what does Yama E use? Watchman Zhao looked at the palm of his hand as it faded into nothingness. Let's use it as a chessboard. Ha ha ha. Watchman Huangfu laughed wildly to the sky. Good. It's great. So. Watchman Zhao looked at the mysterious strongman in front of him. What exactly is that thing you're gaming? A game of Hades? The evil ghosts of heaven? Or is it something more advanced? Watchman Huangfu pondered. It's hard to describe it directly, so let me give you an example you can easily understand. You're an NPC in a game where you have the power to control everything, so what things would you be afraid of? Watchman Zhao mused. Well, the game designer, he's going to have a lot of fun designing a divine destiny person for me. So, what if you're tough enough that the game designers wouldn't dare operate randomly in front of you? Ha! Watchman Zhao laughed. Then what am I afraid of? Watchman Huangfu pointed his finger to the sky. Rebooting. Hiss. On top of the hospital bed, Watchman Zhao sat up violently. A demon outright stormed. The entire morgue was beaten to a pulp. The exaggeratedly strong winds spilled out in all directions, and the pedestrians on the previous floor were not spared, being exaggeratedly swept away. Amidst the countless ghostly hands, the woman in the rain quietly guarded Zhang Huayan in front of her, covering the dazed man behind her. Don't you dare go a little over the top with your ING scam. Watchman Zhao pressed his left eye and stared ahead in shock. Reboot? Goddamn reboot? Straightforward shutdown to restore factory settings to reset all data? Is this the reboot? Tendo reset. Hey, aren't things getting out of hand? Hey. You call this thing a reboot? You want to play with this thing? I'll blog your ass off. Suddenly, he shook violently. Multiple memories of the same overlap in the brain, though barring that, it's the same. But the information doubled. Blood spilled out of his 7 orifices, and his entire body shook more than once. What the hell? He deadpanned, pressing his head. The demon began to repair his condition. Watchman Zhao looked around and couldn't help but stare. A white errant, standing far, far away at the end of the corridor, watching him from afar. But Watchman Zhao also saw clearly. There was an extra black errant in his own body. It overlaps exactly with its own spatial location, but behaves differently. So he was sitting, but underneath him a pair of legs went through the bedpan and landed straight on the floor. His eyes rolled upwards. Clearly, he saw himself wearing a high, dark crown and the same black clothes of the Black Impermanence over his body. How many meanings? The black and white overlap with me? Did Luyu cause the result? Time shifted, I arrived at a time I shouldn't have, and the black and white irregulars started to kill me. But why didn't I die? Moreover, a second pair of black and white invincibles has formed? This distance is also too far away, right? The black and white curse reset? Watchman Zhao's pupils shrunk. After experiencing what happened to Zhaoan, he was incomparably aware of what this situation meant. The original Joan of Arc stayed in the timecracker and waited to die, and the duplicated second Joan of Arc was reincarnated, so the black and white death spell reset. So, he, Watchman Zhao, had his soul copied. The black and white irregulars began to hunt down his duplicate soul. So the time resets. But the thing is, according to Joan's ending, Joan should be trapped in a time warp waiting to die, while the duplicate soul takes over his future and continues to survive in the world. If so, the person you are now is no longer yourself. Rather, the second Watchman Zhao who continues. What about the original Watchman Zhao? Dead? So there's a black impermanent on his body? That doesn't make sense. Why would the black and white irregulars of the last Watchman Zhao want to kill the second Watchman Zhao? And with a relative distance of 0, even if one's current self was the second Watchman Zhao, one should have died immediately. So, in this body of mine, there are now 2 souls of Watchman Zhao? One original owner, dead, and another duplicate soul, resurrected due to some mysterious power, thus generating 2 pairs of black and white watchmen? What the hell would create that effect? There were footsteps off to the side. Zhang Huayan walked over to Watchman Zhao with his umbrella on his back. Don't pursue it, don't probe it. Your resurrection is very dangerous and you must never know the reason for your resurrection. Watchman Zhao looked at him suspiciously. Why can't you know? because it will die. Ha! Watchman Zhao was stunned. Remember Fu Han? Jiang Huayan asked. Watchman Zhao nodded, the man with a knife in his neck. Jiang Huayan nodded, you are in a similar situation to him, you will die once you learn the truth of your existence, you seem to have accomplished oblivion in some way. So? Watchman Zhao pondered, I used to know why. Right. Watchman Zhao was silent. Then plans to visit the secrets of your own soul will have to be put on hold for a while. The faceless ghost, Absolute, Records, surely, would have noted down this piece of information as well. The odds are that one has accomplished oblivion by wishing for it. But wish can't stop a faceless ghost's Absolute Record. Anyway, I shouldn't die for a while. Jiang Huayan corrected, it's a long time before you can die, as long as you don't make a fool of yourself. Watchman Zhao laughed, what a coincidence, I'm the kind of person who loves to die. Jiang Huayan? Alright, I know, Lao Jiang, I'll come find you later. Watchman Zhao smiled and jumped to the ground. Thus, the Black Impermanence became completely one with him. In the eyes of normal people, Watchman Zhao is Watchman Zhao. But if a person with psychic vision sees him, well, also a normal person. Only, they would see at Watchman Zhao's feet, blood-red footprints that belonged exclusively to the Black and White. Only in the eyes of Watchman Zhao, who at this point had fully assumed the image of the Black Impermanent man. Totoro appeared behind him and opened his mouth burning with dark flames. The notebook with the flap was delivered to Watchman Zhao. Watchman Zhao smiled, it feels like I'm becoming more and more like the Black and White irregulars. If you then plant the spell kill page on the laptop. Then. A terrible thought suddenly sprang into his mind. I also need a pen. Where to find this pen? What a simple question. Of course it is, the pen fairy. I'm Black Impermanence, snatching the pen from the pen fairy, filling the notebook with spell-killing pages, growing the glass doll into white impermanence, and then acquiring a full-blown black cat. Hiss. Crooked day. Watchman Zhao suddenly felt that if he could really do this, wouldn't that be awesome and bad? Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Watchman Zhao smiled, however, it's better to take care of a small matter first. He looked to the ceiling. At some point, a thick layer of paint spread across the ceiling like moss. How dare you come looking for it? Lu Yu. Chapter 159, All of Heaven and Earth are Watchman Zhao. Gotta change the rhetoric. Watchman Zhao smiled and looked at Jiang Huayan, old Jiang, you'll have to be asked to leave for a while. Jiang Huayan was slightly stunned. The girl in the rain returned behind her and was moved elsewhere along with Jiang Huayan. And so the gaudy, disgusting paint poured down like a torrential downpour. On the ceiling. A twisted humanoid slowly coalesced out. It landed heavily on the ground with a snap. Lu Yu's face peeked out from the pigment, you would actually choose this way of living? Really, want to laugh me to death? Watchman Zhao stood proudly in the midst of the colorful rainstorm, holding his notebook in his hand, and exuding a very different temperament. Mystery. Absolute mystery. The first touch with Watchman Huangfu allowed this demonic eccentric to touch a hint of the world's truth. From this moment on, then, Watchman Zhao's limits were infinitely elevated. At least on the level of thinking and consciousness, he had leaped above heaven and earth. A world line that could no longer lock his mind. Thus presented to Lu Yu's eyes, Watchman Zhao's aura changed significantly. This mortal who had survived for no more than Liao 20 years actually made her, an old demon who had lived for an unknown number of years, somewhat impervious. On you, what's really happening? Watchman Zhao smiled as he scrutinized the inhuman humanoid figure in front of him. I'm curious as to what logic and what concepts the real Lu Yu has, but, as I said, I'm interested in the real Lu Yu, your true self, not a projection that only pretends to be brainless and incompetent. He said a lot of things. But as soon as the first word was uttered, Watchman Zhao had already made his move. The absolute in his body began to glow. And this time, Lu Yu finally learned her lesson. The game of masters is played on a thin line, and any hint of contempt or laxity can bring about one's own ruin. So the moment she realized that Watchman Zhao had actually resurrected himself through a human skin mask, she sought it out. She directly began to outline the years, pushing time so that the resurrected Watchman Zhao would continue to die from the black and white death spell. At the same time, she unleashed her second tactic. A clear message was poured into Watchman Zhao's mind. The thing that resurrected you is a human skin mask. The rules of the human mask. All it takes is an understanding of the truth of the resurrection, and the mask of man will rise up and kill. Lu Yu sneered as she looked at the man in front of her, and above her head, a huge monster gradually took shape and outline. 2 handfuls of mandatory kills, let's see how you carry it. But soon, her face changed. Obviously already know the truth. But Watchman Zhao, he didn't die. Why? She stood in the shadow of the gargoyle, full of confusion. Watchman Zhao is still there, talking eloquently. And that message she had sent out somehow returned to her own mind as it was. This simple little situation actually backfired on her. It made a portion of her torso directly crumble. He didn't receive this one message? Why? The sound of deadly echoes can still be blocked? Or did he put himself in some kind of insulated state? State of insulation? Touch of soul. How clever. The eloquent Watchman Zhao smiled and actually walked out of that body. More than one. The entire 79 bilocations stepped out from within the body of the honored one. Watchman Zhao's original body, on the other hand, maintained an odd state, shimmering all over as it stood there silently. His Catman left hand flickered, shifting between a ghost hand and a human arm. The black impermanence of the body overlapped from time to time, sometimes returning to the bit from 29 days ago. It was as if his condition was locked at a particular point in time, and nothing around him could affect it. It's like an invincible golden body. At 23 minutes past 11, the green-colored doppelganger was at this point wrapped in a ghostly hand and pushed into the souls within the Kenjo hardware store. Soul lock. In the world of Catman, Watchman Zhao had used this trick to trick the monumental web in exchange for 20 seconds of invincibility. Now it was a similar maneuver, and it was obvious that Lu Yu could discover the secret of the resurrection, which was Watchman Zhao's death knell. Then, Lu Yu had acquired a very simple trick. Gotta scrap that stunt. That's why Watchman Zhao directly fused the souls within the D-Point hardware store and sealed the memories. Then released all of his doppelgangers to fight Lu Yu. It won't take long. The last time he fought for so long, it was only to meet Watchman Huangfu. And this time, Watchman Zhao wasn't interested in this old woman. Then, scribble her down. A doppelganger casually demolished the not quite fully formed gargoyle on the ceiling. The rest of the doppelgangers scattered around, surrounding Lu Yu. No, you clearly know that the only ones who can fight against me are true evil spirits. Lu Yu sneered, then why did you make such a stupid choice? Letting a bunch of ghost plastics fight me? This bunch of your detachments, can't I just wave my hand and dismantle them? Demolish us with a wave of your hand? A doppelganger laughed. It's really a case of learn from your mistakes. How many times have you lost because of your condescending ego? Why don't you learn from your mistakes? Grandma Lu, just how much do you despise us bilocations? Let's put it this way, the only 2 differences between us and the original are the lack of a soul and the absence of a curse. In terms of brains, we're the same. You've been fighting my father for so long, what on earth makes you think that we're all playing? One of the doppelgangers smiled faintly and extended his right hand. A little boy, inexplicably, appeared on top of his arm. A rainy lady came out from behind the other doppelganger. Faceless ghost. Death. All sorts of evil spirits have appeared from all around them. Are you kidding me? Why are you kidding? A doppelganger pointed to the sky with his hand. The outline of a giant dragon emerged. How much can we do in such a long time? We've been figuring out your tactics for a long time now. Why is it possible to draw the cursed? Because the painted skin has the ability to take away a small fragment of the soul. Well, that's what I call it. I don't know what you call it. Anyway, big difference. Then place the painted skin over a mentally weak and presumably confused human, one of those believers you've made mentally unbalanced. Then the pieces of the soul on the painted skin will merge with that human and mold a new soul. The curse will catch up with this new soul. So you can draw people. As for drawing ghosts, it's even easier. A doppelganger smiled and wiggled his fingers. The little boy on his arm trembled as it unveiled a human skin on its surface. Underneath the human skin, there are countless demonic and ghostly hands. Apply the painted skin to the body of one evil spirit, extract the traits of the evil spirit, and then, apply that trait to another evil spirit. Then the painted skin becomes a converter, converting one evil spirit into another. This whole pile of evil spirits you've created is all spelled out by painted skin and the other evil spirit in you. So you make evil spirits that can embody the behavior of evil spirits, but not the absolute evil spirits. It's just a bunch of defective shoddy goods. Painted skin stitching switches the demon into a choke. One moment. All of Lu Yu's evil spirits were dismantled. At the same time, countless evil spirits belonging to Watchman Zhao descended upon her head. Watchman Zhao was high above the mid-air, looking down at her coldly. Can the second evil spirit you put in your painted skin be stronger than our demonic dragon? Come and fight. Chapter 160 Blizzard's Absolute, Never-Ending Hostility. Play. Hit the hammer. The asphyxiation made by spirits plus painted skin finished demolishing Lu Yu's evil ghost in a flash. Lu Yu took the head and hit it. There's no need to say how buggy the demon dragon is, right? All the way through, the thing really has no downsides, other than the fact that it always likes to be lazy and is always secretly bad. The situation turned one-sided in favor of Watchman Zhao. The 79 doppelgangers gave Lu Yu a pressing beating. At 23 minutes past 11, the demonic hand slowly moved away. The black and white invincible smiled and stood beyond the soul, reaching out and pulling the green-colored doppelganger out with one hand. Golden body lifted. Watchman Zhao's consciousness gradually revived. That's really no longer considered a restoration of consciousness on a human level. It's more like a god coming back to Earth after 1,000 years of sleep. The underground floor of this hospital was densely filled with ghostly shadows at this time, chasing after a cloud of colorful messy kills. Watchman Zhao cheerfully took out a highly and shivered hard. The doppelgangers stood in midair with disdainful smiles on their faces. What garbage stuff! Thousands of years of living for nothing, huh? Such a dish. Indeed. Watchman Zhao shook his head and said, "Have you forgotten why Lu Yu lost? Diversions. Okay, we can't be too crazy, just in case they have a backhand. Hint, it's a couple of your doppelgangers that are mad. I've been very cautious. UTM. Watchman Zhao looked at the ghostly shadows roaming the sky. It had to be said that the rewards of fighting Lu Yu this time were truly too great. He has almost mastered most of the behaviors of evil spirits with entities. That's pretty scary. The behavior of the evil ghost was not as buggy as the absolute attribute, but it was enough to affect the normal human world. The current Watchman Zhao was really similar to Eighth God in the eyes of the average human. But Watchman Zhao was still sober. He now had 2 more curses on him. In other words, there are 2 more kinds of absolutely certain death. The survival rate actually became lower. He still had to find a way to resist absolute. Watchman Zhao walked forward. A strange touch came from his feet. 4 blood-stained embroidered shoes appeared at his feet at some point. Then forward, 4 bodies. 4 beds. Various 4s. There are also various kinds of death formed by Lu Yu's pigments. Death's queue is starting to get netherworldly. It was just as Mu Ro had described it at first. As the point in time of the curse creeps closer, the Reapers are no longer a fancy and funny vibe group. They begin to gradually assume a hideous and vicious aspect. Watchman Zhao silently lowered his head and found more shoes. Arranged in a circle around those 4 shoes, forming 2 standard letters of the alphabet. S. B. Reaper. Watchman Zhao smiled cheerfully. So, how are you going to end Lu Yu? The doppelganger landed behind Watchman Zhao and silently looked at the 2 letters on the ground. That's 6. Not bad for a Benjamin. The dislike of people, oh no, the dislike of Ghost's piece is at its peak. Watchman Zhao, however, didn't answer him and looked at the wretched figure not far away through the light smoke. In this exchange with Watchman Huangfu, he learned one thing. Most of Watchman Zhao will be sifted out by the evil Ghost Bureau, and then the remaining Watchman Zhao will basically die at the hands of Lu Yu. Bureau of Evil Ghosts. The Bureau of Life and Death, or the Bureau of Projection. He's actually been exposed to quite a few innings. Yama plays unknown matchups. The game hinted at by the mysterious man in the middle of the tablet network. In this world, there are many bureaus. Though I don't know who all set it up and for what purpose. But Watchman Zhao had a vague feeling. These bureaus, perhaps, are channels to touch a higher threshold. Watchman Zhao, at least right now, had no idea how he should jump out of the world line and actually arrive at the piece of the galactic sea, where Watchman Huangfu was located. From the beginning, what I was gaming was evil spirits. Beat the dead gods, beat the faceless ghosts, beat the first time trapped near death game in Oblivion Hills, and beat the redemption game in the world of the cat people. When I first accomplished time reversal and successfully toyed with all aspects of spirituality, that's when I got my wings. So Lu Yu sought me out and fought me in a game of life and death between high-level humans. This one, I won the fight, so now I'm completely standing above all of humanity, Zhao Tianshan. Now perhaps also do not see to be able to fight me. I have too many means in my hands, so many that it's outrageous. So what, inning, should be next? He looked at his hands, a human right hand, with an evil spirit's left. Hey, Watchman Zhao, I, in fact, should be able to take a break. The doppelganger looked at him quizzically. What do you mean? I already know the way to save my sister, and I've already thought of a way to perfectly suppress Lu Yu. Watchman Zhao looked at the doppelganger. Actually, I can already help my family live well, and as for the god of death coming for trouble 4 days later, actually, the cracking method was given out long ago in the Jianqing hardware store. The doppelganger silently pondered. Nowadays, you can utilize the behavior of all the evil spirits while possessing the absolutes of enough evil spirits in your body. Yeah, it seems like there is no reason for you to continue struggling. Every time the curse of certain death descends, all you need to do is use act and absolute to set up a ghost repulsion game, and you'll be able to survive perfectly. On the human level, no one has the right to hurt your family, even if it's a sneak attack that gets you, and you reverse time and space just fine. The evil spirit level can't kill you anymore either. You can live through all sorts of bizarre means. Yeah, you can take a break. Watchman Zhao bit the end of his cigarette and exhaled a long, cloudy breath. A wave of unusual paranoia crossed his face. But I found that I could not rest. Just the thought that someday the evil spirit curse might fall directly on my family and loved ones, just the thought that these evil spirits still remain in the human world. I just can't help the madness in my heart. You see, my sister has been cursed by singing ghosts, painted skins and death obituaries. Muro also doesn't know exactly what logic the Red Wedding has been influenced by. There is no stopping me. I will keep going crazy, until one day all the evil spirits in this world are wiped out. The doppelganger's eyes narrowed slightly. Watchman Zhao, just in case one day you really do it, you pit all the evil spirits in the world. Then you realize you still can't rest. So what do you do next? Watchman Zhao was silent. He finished one cigarette and replaced it with another. A glimmer of dawning realization appeared in his eyes. I seem to understand Watchman Huangfu a little bit. He's in the exact same situation as me, and he's so powerful that there's no limit to how powerful he can be. Perhaps he could have already pitted the evil spirits of the world a long time ago. But even then, he couldn't stop. The demon's curse has escalated, and it will continue to compel us to seek out more powerful opponents. So Watchman Huangfu is targeting the heavenly Tao? So, Heaven's Way is going to kill him. Chapter 161, Sacrificing Lu Yu, presenting a copy of the basic outline. So, Tendo wants to kill us all too? The doppelganger smiled. That's too funny. Interesting Limited. Watchman Zhao held his notebook, threw away his cigarette butt, and took out a fountain pen. We're a bunch of scummy humans who can't escape the world line. What right do we have to disobey the heavenly Tao? Don't always engage in grandiose speeches. Everything is based on the strength to support it. We're still too weak. Come on, Watchman Zhao, brainstorm a wavobach. The spirits are affecting me. I'm thinking incomplete. What do you think I need to do now? I'll write it down. Split 1, Study, Deceiving Ghosts. The spirits don't want you to learn. Split 2, the memories in your soul. Just take those memories out and you'll be able to catch up with, or even surpass, Watchman Huangfu. But let me hint, there's a future Sadako hidden in your memory Zo, and the agnostic evil spirit that resurrected you this time, a twofold curse of certain death, gotta watch out. Split 3, Research, Absolute. I don't believe that there is really anything absolute in this world, the so-called absolute, but it is just the disparity of strength is too great, completely unable to fight against it. Human beings must stand on the ground? No. It's just because we can't get rid of gravity. Will mankind die in 100 years? No, it's just that medical technology is not advanced enough. I believe that the absolute of evil spirits also possesses a reasonable explanation. If you can study it perfectly, then you can create a new absolute yourself. Split 4, then why not study a little more stuff? Ghost repulsion, spirit sight, downfall, cheating, souls and soul locks, evil ghosts, projection, ghost shaping, spell killing pages, world lines and pseudo world lines, the future, the past, time, space, life, and death, galactic seas, and also, authors and predestination. Split 5, your ing playing too flowery, one step at a time, steady as you go Obak? Make it simple first, your means are too incomplete. Why don't you get the complete 11.23, the complete glass doll, the complete black cat, the complete trick smoke, the complete obituary of death, the complete split society, the complete means of movement, the complete means of offense and defense, the complete laptop, the complete ghost hand, or even the complete ghostly flesh body? How the white zephyr appeared, I think it's also necessary to study it, this thing is too special. Then it would be better to just look into how Watchman Zhao came to be. Watchman Huangfu resumed his surname Huangfu, and both Lu Yu and Zhao Tiancheng made projections with their real names, so why did Watchman Huangfu change his surname? Why does that phrase accompany every appearance of Molo? I remember a silly experience, baby trapped in the steel net? Is there any other way to play ABCD? One evil spirit is a hell, so wouldn't we have a dozen hells in our hands? Brush ghosts and perfect mimicry. Split society can't just be Watchman Zhao, that's too one-dimensional, we need to diversify. In other words, we can start working on refining some very useful characters. Don't forget the silver necklace. I think there's a pretty huge variation in evil spirits, forced murderous spirits, life-renewing murderous spirits, ghostly domain murderous spirits, cognitive murderous spirits, guided murderous spirits, and spirits like the Eye of God and the Ears, which seem to be hiding out in the other world controlling the world, and we need to sort through and categorize all this stuff properly. They are all laying out, we must not learn how to lay out let's go and lay out a heavenly game that crosses countless world lines, and even transcends world lines. Watchman Zhao recorded silently. Sure enough, this group of his doppelgangers are all ING monsters too. What a crazy and powerful vision. If he could accomplish all of this vision in its entirety, he, Watchman Zhao, would become a patriarchal figure in the realm of evil spirits. At that time, even those high-ranking humans who stood above the world line, even the truly evil spirits, would have to retreat when they saw him. Demons will grant you unlimited hostility, but they will also grant you never-ending limits. The doppelgangers smiled at him. That's the most critical difference between us, we can't have ceilings as high as yours. So we will assist you. Help you become a true god. Watchman Zhao smiled, it's all mutual, the higher my limits, the higher your limits will be. Yeah, perfect relationship. The doppelgangers turned to look at the colorful mass of people running around, looking distressed but not sure what big move they were preparing. You can't get into the habit of being gullible, Lu Yu is the best example. It's time to put an end to her. Watchman Zhao, why, didn't you say you had a way to both finish her off and resurrect your sister? Watchman Zhao didn't answer directly, but just silently looked into the distance. In a mansion abroad, an extraordinary big shot, with trembling hands, uncontrollably clicked on the mysterious web page. The computer was suddenly presented with a huge mess of code. Monumental network connectivity. Not. Who is influencing me? Why do I have to log on to Monument? Don't mess with it. The curse of the tablet web is brutal. I can't carry it several times. A green-colored doppelganger stood behind him and took out a whole bunch of painted skins from his safe. They used to be all young and beautiful young girls. The doppelganger looked down coldly at the bald guy and reached out his right hand and plunged it into his head. The bald guy's body was completely out of control, and he couldn't even speak, so he could only watch as he clicked on the web page of the Monumental Network and started searching. Flow of the pens and ceremony. So that's it, using the pen fairy? Sacrificing Lu Yu as a sacrifice and wishing for the pen fairy to save your sister from the death obituary? Lu Yu can be resurrected infinitely, which is equivalent to having an infinite number of sacrifices, and that one rule of pen fairies that exponentially powers kills people is nullified. The doppelgangers came to their senses. Not only can you break Lu Yu's infinite resurrection, you can also save your sister, killing two birds with one stone. Quite a brilliant idea. Indeed. Watchman Zhao shook his head and said, this is just an idea, we don't know the real rules and processes of the pen fairy ceremony. When I first profiled, Zhang Huayan suspected that I had moved the pen fairy. Remember what Zhang Chen said? He said that the pen immortal ceremony is quite complicated and that ordinary people can't play it. Still prioritizing access to information. Watchman Zhao controlled the bilocation to move away. The completion of this manipulative behavior is enough, and you can't go to the monumental web next. Because the Steel Network's curse on him, Watchman Zhao, had been upgraded, and the Steel Network, now, would gift him information without limit, with a hefty price tag that would be recouped in the future. It's enough just to get the person to access the information and write it up, and I'll be able to snuff it out in time in case he writes anything really outrageous. Some being in the flickering page seemed to sigh silently. Watchman Zhao is becoming harder and harder to pit. With the increasing number of means, this human had completely possessed the capital to fight against the evil spirits. Write it, what the penance ceremony is about. Chapter 162, Killing Watchman Zhao to warn Watchman Zhao. Watchman Zhao looked at the notebook in his hand. A single stroke was presented very reluctantly, twisting and turning, but soon the handwriting became normalized. The rule of the penny. Rule number 1, penumbra, no projections, so. Watchman Zhao directly wished to press the bald guy's pen. The faces of all the doppelgangers plus Watchman Zhao's own body instantly became brilliant. God doesn't have a ing projection, so that means that the penumbra that humans get to see is directly outside the world line of the being? Inviting the penny, that is, directly invoking the penny itself? So the next information presented is directly from the penumbra himself? Well, after reading this paragraph of rules, Watchman Zhao doesn't even know how many monumental web curses he must owe. I can't say that if the rules are read, Watchman Zhao will have to play along with them. I feel like I can't read any more of this information. The altars give rational advice. It's hard to imagine how dangerous the next message will be. This ritual can be directly connected to the true ghost, and its danger is self-evident. The tablet network will pick you. Watchman Zhao replaced his cigarette, but I kind of want to see what to do. Hold it in. Not far away, Lu Yu's condition began to become abnormal. This woman is really still holding back something big. Watchman Zhao felt that he couldn't continue to wait. But that's not a very daring message to read. An alter ego instantly disappeared and returned to Watchman Zhao in a flash. He took out a piece of paper and threw it at Watchman Zhao. I've looked at it for you, I have no soul, the tablet web can't spell me, and I've crossed out some of the dangerous places for you. Watchman Zhao was stunned. Crooked son, you could be a genius. Wait, so what if you tell me this information? Before he could finish, he shook his head to himself. No, that's also information from the tablet network, the source is the tablet network, and the damn thing will demand a price. The doppelganger was silent for a split second and smiled. That's the idea. Watchman Zhao pondered. No, but you can help make it I don't know the information, you operate not just. The doppelganger froze. It seems to make sense. Oh come on brothers, get it on. Several doppelgangers rolled up their sleeves and headed towards Lu Yu. Watchman Zhao cheerfully took the paper, found a random place to sit, and simply read it. But, immediately he realized something was wrong. Rule number 1, penmanship, there is no projection, so invoking penmanship must be done in the middle of a haunted house. Watchman Zhao's face changed as he silently looked at the doppelganger. The doppelganger seemed to have sensed his gaze and slightly sidestepped his face, a deep look coming out of his eyes. Haunted house, never heard of the concept, and it's a very important piece of information no matter how you look at it. The split is not crossed out. Watchman Zhao unknowingly owed an information loan. In other words, this doppelganger was punking him. Watchman Zhao sighed, he still didn't seem to be cautious enough. What was the split created from? Spirits. The doppelgangers and the glass dolls were, fundamentally, the same. They absolutely followed Watchman Zhao's wishes, but their ultimate goal was still the same. Steer Watchman Zhao toward a certain abyss. Watchman Zhao, moth to a flame. Yes, the doppelganger would definitely be active in helping himself, because that's what he wants to do. But in the corners of the world where you don't realize it, these things are still evil ghostly shapes. Thinking back to that large part of the conversation just now, Watchman Zhao fell silent. The doppelganger was using words to bait him. On the off chance that one day you succeed in pitting the evil spirits of the world, but you realize that you still can't stop, then what do you do next? To cheat ghosts, to study absolutes, to study everything, even authorship and predestination. Get the full glass doll, get the full split society. Go set up a heavenly game. They are luring Watchman Zhao into touching things that are becoming more and more advanced and dangerous. Watchman Zhao looked around. The doppelgangers seemed to realize what was going on as well and watched him silently. They had faces that looked exactly like their own, but Watchman Zhao suddenly felt that these faces were incredibly unfamiliar. Underneath each face, there seemed to be a sinister, evil spirit hiding. Sure enough, the danger of demons is still on the rise. It does work well enough. But the corresponding price is sufficiently dangerous. This time, in order to fight against Lu Yu, Watchman Zhao had created a whole bunch of monsters, and these monsters, all of them, followed the curse of the demons. They can be secretly bad. As in now. Watchman Zhao was sighted by them. By these things a blow, even if he was cautious enough, but still revealed a crack, so the split immediately seized this crack, sent him a wave of poison. Well done. Watchman Zhao sighed, it's really worthy of being my old man's doppelganger. He was not prepared to obliterate them, however. He suddenly understood Watchman Huangfu's mentality somewhat. Why doesn't this guy get angry even after he's lifted the table on him himself? Because he, Watchman Zhao, has enough value. Just like these doppelgangers, although they quietly shaded themselves, it was impossible for them to kill them. Killing is a sure way to kill them all. But that would obviously be more of a loss. Actually, thinking about it from another angle, can't we say that the spirits have punked themselves as well? The doppelgangers do follow its pitfall attributes, but they can also help me suppress the spirits, which amounts to the invisible spirit threat being transferred into the sunlight. Watchman Zhao revealed a confident smile. If I can't control the demons, I can't control you guys? Not far away, that split was instantly dismantled. Absolute dismantling. Watchman Zhao was its creator, and it was simply not too easy to destroy it. Just now, something very unpleasant happened. Watchman Zhao smiled and looked at the basement full of doppelgangers. There is a traitor among us. He took the piece of paper. This traitor tried to harm me. I want you to understand that I, Watchman Zhao, am your creator, and all of your abilities come from my charity, and I know that demons have an influence on you, but this influence, I want you to hold back. Or this is what happens. Watchman Zhao sneered at the crowd. Of course, if you guys are so conceited as to be able to hide your bad deeds from me quietly, that's fine, and if any of the doppelgangers are really smart enough to do so, I'll be happy instead. However, I think that's going to be difficult. Watchman Zhao pointed to his brain. After all, your every move can't escape my scrutiny, and this time, your cudgeling taught me a lesson, and that doppelganger was indeed smart enough to guess that I wouldn't dare to peek into this memory about the penumbra rules. So let's see, your existence needs to be a little more stable. How about this? I make a wish. I'll ask the spirits to keep you in check for me. After all, it's my will and the spirits can't disobey it. One of the doppelgangers smiled bitterly and scratched his head. Spirits control us. We help you control the spirits. Troublesome, dead cycle. Ah. Watchman Zhao smiled. That's what it means. Get to work. Chapter 163, Inviting the Pen Fairy. Come on, this job is suddenly not very fun. What's going on? What, you really want to hurt him? I'll report it. UTM. Watchman Zhao pressed the paper in his hand against the cigarette and watched as the flames consumed it. The content of the penumbra's ritual is no longer important. The doppelganger would perform it for him. Or just go back and find someone who is well versed in the ritual and understand it. He stared tightly at Lu Yu's direction. The most crucial thing at the moment was still to completely finish off Lu Yu, as well as resurrect his sister. Suddenly, there were footsteps in the stairwell. A man grabbed a woman and walked in with a sinister face. Watchman Zhao. Let the Pope go. Or I'll kill your woman. Watchman Zhao looked at him suspiciously. Speaking of which, after fighting for so long, I still don't know what your name is. The man was about to rage. Who knows that the Mu Ro in his hand suddenly said, his name is Chi Bufu, pseudo-man W02, Chi Bufu. Chi Bufu's face changed drastically. You're not Mu Ro? Hey, I'm still quite proud to have fooled you, senior. Xia Heyman smiled as she tore the painted skin from her face, and a huge faceless ghost burrowed out from within the skin and lunged towards Chi Bufu. Chi Bufu just wanted to crook his mouth and sneer. Watchman Zhao directly slapped him out with a big BB pocket. Absolute rally unleashed. But it didn't help much because Watchman Zhao fanned with his left hand. I'm sorry to say that it wasn't the person he was slapping, but a small piece of space around that person. So the small piece of space Chi Bufu was in rotated 90 degrees and retreated, taking Chi Bufu to the ground on his back, and then an uncountable number of blank objects subdued him to death. It's an object in the world of cat people, not considered a curse, and difficult for ghouls to break. Having the ghouls, absolute bounce, such an opponent wasn't easy to kill. But it wasn't hard to hold them, just as Watchman Zhao had said about Fei Lu in the first place. This evil spirit is too passive. As for the other faceless ghost on Chi Bufu, that was easy to deal with. Tenchok suddenly squatted in front of Chi Bufu and looked at him happily. Then dismantle his faceless ghost in front of him. Not far away, a little boy furtively popped his head out of a hidden body locker, and Totoro turned to give it a vicious glare. The little boy shrunk his head back with a bitter look on his face. Since I can't dry you out for the time being, you can just lie down here and watch the show with me. Watchman Zhao sat on his butt next to Chi Bufu and even very politely handed him a cigarette. He doesn't smoke. Heyman said with a bad smile. If you don't smoke it, you have to smoke it. Why, don't you give me face? Chi Bufu. A short vignette that came to an end. The doppelgangers withdrew their gazes and began to continue setting up the preparations needed for the penance ceremony. A doppelganger sighed, I should have held that cutie down. The doppelganger. Indeed. I thought he had come up with a good idea, but I didn't realize it was an idea so bad that it couldn't get any worse either. Press Watchman Zhao directly with one move. or don't make a move and hunker down to wait. Well now, there's no point in pretending, I seem to be really growing to see him as my master now. I can't accept being enslaved by one, but demons do affect me. Alas, I have been saying that there is a little cutie among us. Split, and no one's listening, and lo and behold, this little cutie. Split has made another wave of stupidity. Don't be a horse's ass, figure out how to resist the demons first, I have a hard time accepting being a slave. Yes, after all, we are all watchmen Zhao. The group of doppelgangers looked a little frustrated. And with the demons' ghostly hand stirring in their minds, soon the guys became active again. Some pretty weird stuff got out of them. First, there was a mirror, a very wide dressing mirror that stood in the middle of the morgue. Next was a sturdy iron table. 4 red candles were scattered at the 4 corners of the table. Chibufu's pupils shrunk. You're going to summon the pen fairy? Who is the sacrifice? You guys are going to use the Pope as a sacrifice? Watchman Zhao ignored his impotent rage and just silently watched the doppelgangers move. Next, the penny will rescue the sister in the death obituary, which will produce a ghostly repudiation of the penny and the death obituary. I don't know what's going to happen, but from what I've seen so far, the death obituaries don't seem to be very good at spelling out ghost repulsors, and the black and white irregulars easily fish people out. I don't know if the penny is powerful enough. Xia Heyman, what is haunted house? Watchman Zhao asked. A haunted house, huh? A common entertainment facility? Looking for death? Xia Heyman smiled twice. Haunted house, ghost plus house. Ghost refers to naturally evil spirits, house refers to a completely enclosed space. Haunted house is a completely enclosed space containing evil spirits. A lot of things can be referred to as a haunted house, a small enclosed box, a period of enclosed time, a basement, an elevator, a closed graveyard, a hospital that can't be walked out of, all of which can be called a haunted house. Watchman Zhao asked suspiciously, how is it considered completely closed? Light, air, sound waves, time, nothing goes out. It's just completely closed. Goddamn, time can't get out of here. Xia Heyman smiled. Time can't go out is actually quite easy, because time is originally a very ambiguous concept. Well, if things in a house won't affect the outside world, then time doesn't go out. Ha! You can use the backwards method. Xia Heyman put on a rare appearance of knowledge. If the time outside the house flows backwards and the time inside the house stands still, the outside of the house will affect the inside of the house, then it's considered that the time slipped out. Whereas if it doesn't have any effect, then doesn't the time remain in the house? Watchman Zhao was confused by this woman for the first time in his life. I don't know why, but it felt like she had a good point, but it was full of loopholes. Say it again, keep reading. It's getting weirder and weirder with the things that the splitters are messing up. They used the blood to start drawing something really scary on the floor wall. Are those required too? The doppelgangers looked at him. It's not necessary, but the tablet says it adds to the spooky and scary atmosphere. Watchman Zhao. Then you guys don't. Gotta go. A doppelganger reached out and crossed his hand high above. A large group of believers in black robes appeared at once. They all had a clear totem painted on their black robes. A quill pen wrapped in smoke. It's a must. A doppelganger said. Do you need believers? Watchman Zhao pondered. When he was in the Forgotten River Manor in the Burmese kingdom, Watchman Zhao had also seen these people. An offering? He recalled some of the rules written down on the spell kill page. The ritual of the penumbra must continue forever, once every 4 days. The first time it will kill 1 person attending the ceremony, the second time it will kill 2, the third time 4, then 8, in infinite progression. Once the ritual is interrupted, it will take back everything, including the time granted to you. Your time will rewind and erase all traces of that time, and you can only watch as time rewinds back to its original point, and then be chewed up bit by the penny. So it's the people who got killed by an exponential power. It doesn't say the number of people who participated by an exponential power? The doppelganger walked over to Watchman Zhao with a pen in hand. The setup is almost done. The haunted house is not as complicated as Xia Heyman made it out to be, and it's fine as long as the living things don't engage in and out behavior. We don't have souls, we can't invoke the pen fairy. Here's the pen. Chapter 164, Commencement of the Ceremony. Watchman Zhao's eyes looked to the ground. Question marks were written all over the faces of the doppelganger and Heyman. You don't want Zebu to attend the ceremony, do you? Why not? Watchman Zhao cheerfully exhaled a puff of smoke. Hey, please be a human being. Xia Heyman shook her head and said, this idea is not very realistic. After all, the penumbra ceremony must go on forever. Wouldn't it be nice if I manipulated him forever? Hiss. Heyman realized that she had still underestimated this man. Watchman Zhao has already reached the peak of the inappropriate people piece. But to Xia Haimin's some surprise, Watchman Zhao still took the pen and walked towards the iron table in the center. No, didn't you say to have Qi Bufu sacrificed? Watchman Zhao smiled, it's better if I do it myself. Why? Without much explanation, Watchman Zhao walked towards the iron table. The doppelganger looked at his back, his eyes narrowing slightly. What do you mean? Watchman Zhao was right, he didn't have to take part in the ceremony was dangerous, a single mishap could cost him everything, so why did he risk his life? A letter from the future? Did he think the letter was actually urging him to get in touch with the penumbra? No, it was now certain that the contents of that letter didn't matter, the spell page did. Then The pupils of the doppelganger shrunk slightly. It also followed Watchman Zhao's example and took out a cigarette and lowered its head to light it. Because, he has his eye on the pen fairy's pen. The doppelganger leaned his back against the wall and exhaled a long breath of smoke. If you want to learn how to write the book of life and death in black and white, you will inevitably need a lot of things, but the first and foremost thing, of course, is paper and a pen, isn't it? Xia Heyman was half speechless. Even the faceless ghosts behind her had their mouths open. He, really, wants to become black and white? He wants to master the absolute of black and white? The doppelganger smirked. Don't you think that he might be scarier than the real black and white? Under the watchful eyes of a group of bilocations, Watchman Zhao walked to the center of a large group of believers and sat down at the iron table with a big grin. And the two doppelgangers, accompanied by a body of demonic and ghostly hands, pressed a painted skin across him. A large swath of colorfulness is rendered in the painted skin. Lu Yu's soul was uncatchable, and the colorful mass seemed impossible to trap. But the painted skin can take in a portion of the soul. Once again, Lu Yu was ruined by her own means. Watchman Zhao reached out his hand and clutched the pen. Across the top of a sheet of letterhead. The dried-out manual part of the painted skin rested on his hand. The lights went out in the morgue, leaving only the red flickering light of 4 candles. Xia Heyman, Qi Bufu, the doppelgangers, and a large group of believers gathered around, the firelight imprinted in their eyes. The doppelgangers began to take command. The believers began to dance in an organized fashion, the reflected light from their eyes tracing an eerie line in the darkness. Like a far-out ritual. And their behavior looked very evil and bizarre to Watchman Zhao. There's even a slightly gory and scary segment like devouring something not quite normal. What the hell are they doing? A doppelganger prompted, there are lines you need to read. What lines? It's the line that's widely known. That thing? Watchman Zhao pondered and slowly recited under his breath. Penumbra, penumbra. I am your present life and you are my past life. If you want to renew your relationship with me. Woo! In an instant, the entire underground floor was filled with a gloomy wind. The believers let out mournful screams. Everything began to get chaotic as the iron table began to quake of its own accord, driving the firelight to become more and more chaotic. The paint overhead was torn away by an invisible force. Something seems to be invading this piece of reality. And above Watchman Zhao's head, a pair of snow-white, beautiful ghostly hands dangled down to protect him. It was the first time that Watchman Zhao had seen this pair of ghostly hands. In fact, they had rescued Watchman Zhao many times, but each time they appeared only after Watchman Zhao's death, or the time when they first met Zhao Tiansheng, and everything seemed to be caught in a paradox that Watchman Zhao was unable to observe. So, this was the first time Watchman Zhao had seen the penman's arm other than the profiling one. The penny on me. Watchman Zhao looked at the pair of ghostly hands. He could be sure that he hadn't performed a penance ceremony, and if he had done so in his last life, it would be illogical, since he hadn't renewed the ceremony in this life for 20 whole years. So, this penumbra curse was not his, but was operated by another person, only that person placed the penumbra's guardianship on him by sacrificing himself. This is also a point that needs to be looked into. Who had been watching over him silently? Wait, so when I summon the penny again, isn't that the equivalent of 2 pennies appearing on me? And it's possible for the logic of these 2 penumbras to conflict. When I interrupt the ritual process, one penny wants to kill me and the other wants to save me? But the penman is not projected, which means that the penman's body is trying to both save me and kill me. A ghostly rebuke formed by one of the honored ones? The splitter's cue came. One more sentence. Watchman Zhao nodded. Please circle the paper. For a moment, the screams and the grimy wind stilled. It's like that very, very brief calm before the storm. In the mirror next to the iron table, a snow-white ghostly hand snapped out and rested on the back of Watchman Zhao's hand. One hand? Why not two? Watchman Zhao froze slightly. In the next second, the space around him trembled crazily. The house seemed to dissolve into a tiny dot. Time is reduced to a small, unobservable line segment. Man, transformed into a single, very, very simple piece of data. A pitch-black, sky-high tree grew out from under Watchman Zhao's feet and rose up into the sky. Everyone seemed to have disappeared, leaving only Watchman Zhao and Lu Yu, who was rendered in the middle of the painted skin, across an iron table lit with 4 candles. They were sitting between a large, dark expanse of giant trees. What do you mean? Watchman Zhao's pupils shrunk. And the snow-white ghostly hand, still pressed against the back of his hand, bestowed a stabilizing force that propelled the two men's arms, drawing a very complete circle. Watchman Zhao looked aside and his pupils then shrunk. Only to see the same iron tables densely and endlessly lined up in the middle of the dark forest. At each table sat one or many of the people involved in the ceremony. There were old and young, men and women, ancient and modern, and some with very strange and even a little high-tech clothing. And in the center of each table was a snow-white ghostly hand. They end at the iron table, like a section of river, converging in a certain direction to form a large, snow-white, vast river, before returning to a large, snow-white ocean. The snow-white ocean was hidden between the dark forests. Vaguely, Watchman Zhao seemed to be able to see a figure dressed in red in the depths of that snow-white ocean. Choose the human life you will offer me. Please state your wishes. Chapter 165, Watchman Zhao Risk Factor 0% 0.00000%. Watchman Zhao trembled all over. A tear slipped from his left eye. Why is the voice of Mu Rou? It's my business, alas, you needn't care. Watchman Zhao was stunned. Watchman Huangfu was talking? That's my Mu Rou. You don't want your Mu Rou to be a penny pincher too. That girl is smart enough, even with the projections I made. Muzwa is the pen fairy? Right. So, the pen fairy didn't project because she just wasn't prepared to walk the world line, and the world's Mu Rou was all projected by you, Watchman Huangfu, through that line? Right. When I greeted the new students, with just one glance, I saw her in the crowd. And so this glance will create a Muzhou. So, the reason why she can exist in this world is all about your Watchman Huangfu's obsession? That real Mu Rou in ancient times has completely become a pen fairy? Right. Go on and do your thing. Watchman Zhao silently gazed out at the trance-like figure in the distance. He began to continue his conversation with the penumbra. I will dedicate Chibu Fu's life to you. There was no Zippo involved in the ceremony. The snow-white ghostly hand suddenly sprouted an eye and a mouth, and replied calmly. Watchman Zhao looked around, so that's what participating in the ceremony meant? Only existences summoned to the middle of the dark forest are considered participants. Sacrifice Lu Yu. Conformity. I need you to save my sister Zhao Xin from the death obituary. Which Zhao Xin? Watchman Zhao was stunned. Which Zhao Xin? What do you mean, are there many Zhao Xin in the world? Or is it the Zhao Xin of a different world line? Watchman Zhao thought briefly, corresponding to Zhao Xin of my world line. You now correspond to 5 world lines. What? A few bars? Why are there 5 world lines? Could it be that Black and White extended other world lines when they forced themselves to kill? That's pretty bizarre, too. The ghostly hand of the penman was tapping on the tabletop. It was signaling urgency. The world line I exist in corresponds to Zhao Xin. Your existence corresponds to 5 world lines. The pennywort's impatience got worse and the iron table began to crack. What is it, so complicated? That's better to keep it simple. Save them all. Can. The penny didn't hesitate much. It directly took Lu Yu's life. But what made it slightly surprised was that Lu Yu, who had been completely killed, reappeared by the table in the next second. Is there an infinite number of offerings? The penny didn't seem to care about that, though it just stretched out its index finger and pointed to the mirror next to the iron table. Go back. In the world over there, all your wishes will come true. Watchman Zhao was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Back through the mirror? Is it really still the original world that you go back to? Or will it be into the false world molded by the pen fairy? But the penumbra's level of impatience was clearly beyond his expectations. It pushed Watchman Zhao directly into the mirror. The landscape changes. Watchman Zhao went straight back into the morgue. He jerked his head around to look at the mirror. The mysterious dark forests and the endless white ocean can be seen vaguely. As for Lu Yu, who was sitting across from Watchman Zhao, she directly disappeared, leaving behind only a plain painted skin. She was left in the dark forest. Wait, what do you mean? My infinite offerings are consumed in one go? The doppelganger stood behind him and said, after entering the ritual, only one person can come back alive, that's what the sacrifice means, but Lu Yu can still be used. The next time she enters the penumbra world, she'll still stay there, but, obviously, next time, you'll still need to take one person in. Pit. The demon gives a hint that the doppelganger is in the pit. Watchman Zhao looked at the doppelganger coldly. Have you forgotten what I just said? The doppelganger was stunned and held up his hand helplessly. Can I get credit for this? Say. The doppelganger sighed. The rules of the pensive are simpler than we thought. As soon as you open the ritual, you are now a slave of the pensive. Every 4 days, you must open the door to the world of the pensive with double the sacrifice of the previous ritual. If the ritual is interrupted, the pensive will simply take you back. In other words, it's an evil spirit that uses your desire to live to kill, and the stronger your desire to live, the more people die. Of course, the tablet network doesn't reveal this, most of it is speculation on my part. Watchman Zhao pondered, so, Lu Yu has already been used to open the door once, she's already wasted. It's useless to resurrect her any further, she can't top up more sacrifices, she's just purely trapped and dead in the world of the pen fairy. But why are your words a pit? Watchman Zhao's eyes glowed with coldness. I see, the pen fairy won't do a losing deal, and when it takes me back for the last ritual, it will be sure to take enough sacrifices as well. If I don't get enough people together, it will take away some people that I very much don't want to take away. Is that what it means? Yes. Die. Ugh, gotta go. Of course Watchman Zhao would not keep him. The effect of killing the chicken to make an example of the monkey still doesn't look like it's enough. The demon was effective enough, though, that it gave the hint that the doppelganger was digging a hole. The doppelgangers have become more stable. Watchman Zhao raised his hand and tried to dismantle this diversion. But just then, a large number of obituaries of death appeared densely on the floor of the surrounding walls. Zhou Xian died in 1993. In the next instant, all the handwriting was manipulated by an unknown force and converged on Watchman Zhao's side. The handwriting, converging on a person. A blackened humanoid. The ink ripped open, and a snow-white ghostly hand yanked the pale-faced Zhou Xian out of the ink. There wasn't the intense ghostly rebuke that Watchman Zhao had imagined. The penny pincher rescued her sister rather easily. Watchman Zhao was overjoyed and rushed up to support his sister. But just then, something quite horrible happened. A Watchman Zhao. Hold up your sister. And the other, Watchman Zhao, passed through his sister's body. Watchman Zhao's pupils shrunk. The human skin on his face suddenly emitted a gust of creepy, strange laughter. Watchman Zhao's consciousness became blurry for a moment. It was the same morgue in front of him, but everyone was looking at him with odd faces. The penning ritual failed. Your sister didn't come back to life. Failure? Watchman Zhao looked around suspiciously. How can that be? I just clearly. The scene switches again. His sister appeared beside him trembling. It's horrible. Just now I was going somewhere, brother, I'm so hungry and thirsty. Hey. What do you mean? Known. The penman's ability is invincible because it creates a false line of pseudo-worlds, and in a false world, it can naturally fabricate all reality with its hands. So since there is a pseudo-world line, there is naturally a corresponding true world line. The penumbra's powers are limited to the pseudo-world line and are useless for the true world line. So, in the real world line, Watchman Zhao should not have been able to save his sister. If it was normal, Watchman Zhao should have gone all the way along the pseudo-world line. However, right now, on his face, he was wearing a human skin mask. This is something that happened with the penumbra as a ghost repulsion. It forced Watchman Zhao to stay between the true and false worlds and switch back and forth. But is it really only that simple? Watchman Zhao supported his sister and watched as the world in front of him switched again. A desperate, suffocating world presented itself to him. All of them are dead. The world seemed to be left with just the two of them alive. And then it switches to a blood-red world again. A blood-red veil covers the sky. Recut. Then cut. Watchman Zhao's spirit was cutting all over the place between an unknown number of world lines. Earlier, when they were forcibly killed by the Black and White Irregulars, many evil spirits created a large number of pseudo-world threads in order to fulfill their own rules. And now, the human skin mask takes these threads and crosses them all. Chapter 166. Things seem to have gotten worse. Watchman Zhao silently looked at the world that was cutting everywhere in front of him. He took out a cigarette. Watching this cigarette, one moment it's black prophet, one moment it's red prophet, one moment it's bone. Bow your head and light it. Phew. Trouble, I can't tell what the hell is going on here. Am I spread out into 5 world lines plus a pseudo-world line of penumbras? Walking in 6 world lines at once? Holy. Where the hell am I? Luckily, things didn't seem that bad. It is probably the medium of the sister that brings the 2 world lines into conflict, and that is why the changes in the world lines have become so intense. Soon the world began to stabilize. Stabilized in a more normal, sister stays around world line. But Watchman Zhao was completely unable to recognize what kind of situation he was in. Things are getting weirder and weirder. Obviously standing just above the earth, he couldn't be sure exactly what part of the earth he was standing on. I'm really convinced, I thought I was already powerful enough, but I didn't expect, to be backhanded and put on the spot by the evil spirits. Am I some kind of physique that can't pretend? Every time I pretend to be a pussy, I have to get a severe beating? The onlooker is completely unable to understand his condition. What happened? Xia Haiman had gotten a large amount of food and bottled water and handed it to Zhao Exayan, looking at Watchman Zhao suspiciously. Ugh, I can't tell the difference. I can't tell the difference between anything right now. Where did you come from sitting Oblivion Road? What's sitting in Oblivion Road? It's fine. Watchman Zhao pressed his head, and the execution of the doppelganger was put on hold for the time being. He had to figure out what kind of situation he was in. But honestly, totally confused. It's too messy. Will I be randomly ripped into a certain world line and hunted by a certain evil spirit? The current me isn't very afraid of being chased by evil spirits, but this situation is too weird. What if one time when I'm killing against an evil spirit or a projection of a higher being, the world line suddenly switches? Wouldn't that be fun? I have to figure out the logic of the world line. Watchman Zhao exhaled a long puff of smoke. Master, have you seen enough drama? His eyes looked to the stairwell at the door. An old man and a white girl appeared there at some point. They seemed to have stayed a long time. Zhao Tiancheng smiled as he walked in on his crutches. Congratulations, you really exterminated Lu Yu. Congratulations are limited. Whisper silently walks over to Zebulun, a sedative stuck in his neck. Zhao Tiancheng looked at Zhao Exayan, who was beside Watchman Zhao. Go sit at my place? I'm confused right now. Chaos is good. Chaos is where the opportunities are, isn't it? Watchman Zhao. Zhao Tiancheng smiled and said, right now, Zhao Exayan both exists and doesn't exist in my eyes, and your situation is probably similar, right? So, come to my place for a drink? For small children dressed in black and white just happened to be standing in the yard under the midday sun. They were playing and peeking out at the same time. Watchman Zhao sat across the table. Breathlessly, he looked at the fresh tea bubbling with a faint aroma in front of him. Shouldn't a drink be a drink? Can a young man, not yet out of society, smoking and drinking Watchman Zhao. The cups are switching from time to time. Switching to a worn-out piece of crappy teacup at times. Sometimes it switches to a square cup like my world. Switching to Muzu's thermos from time to time. I'm in a state of confusion. Watchman Zhao said silently. Look out. Zhao Tiancheng said with a smile, but I suggest you don't delve into it, especially not searching the monument network, it'll ga. Watchman Zhao understands. It seems that his ghostly condition is related to the evil spirit that resurrected him. That really can't be checked. But you don't have to worry too much, to put it bluntly, it's just the evil ghost curse, it's just that their manifestation has changed, and they've started utilizing a pseudo-world line to kill you. Zhao Tiancheng reminded, so the most convenient thing to kill you now is the red wedding dress. Watchman Zhao doesn't think so. Because Muro, in all likelihood, is not a person who really exists. Or rather, a very specific kind of person with a very specific concept. After all, she was created by a phrase. If Watchman Zhao could see the Muro who loved him very much wherever he stood, then the red wedding garment would not be able to kill itself. But if that's the case, then isn't it a bit too cruel for Mu Rou again? Or, to him, Watchman Zhao, is Mu Rou really still considered a person? Tut tut tut. Zhao Tianqing knocked on the table. Don't be paranoid, the red wedding dress is recording. Your paranoid thoughts could be transformed into a plot when you turn around. Watchman Zhao was slightly stunned. You'll just get along normally, just go with the flow and spend each day in an ordinary manner. Zhao Tianqing smiled, then the red wedding dress won't be able to help you. Thanks for the pointers, old-timer. Watchman Zhao was polite for once in a rare moment, about the world line. Zhao Tianqing waved his hand and interrupted him. You shouldn't be too hasty, there are some things that should be done steadily, step by step. Haste will only lead to damage. Watchman Zhao was silent, so, regarding the world line, I still hope that the old-timer will give me some guidance. Zhao Tianqing was speechless for a while. The old man looked into the distance and suddenly changed the subject. Watchman Zhao, have you ever experienced any of the following things in your normal life? First, it clearly feels like a thing has been done, only to realize that the thing is not done? Secondly, you feel déjà vu when it's clearly something you've never experienced before? Thirdly, there is a clear memory in your mind, such as Mandela, such as the first words of Love My China. What do you remember? Watchman Zhao pondered, 56 flowers for 56 nationalities. It's 56 constellations and 56 flowers. Oh, misremembering. Zhao Tianqing smiled, everyone remembers it wrong, wouldn't that be bizarre? He continued, then again, for example, why would anyone know that the penumbra can accomplish everything? Obviously, the Pensieve's perfect ability is embodied in a pseudo-world line, so could it be that we've all been living in the Pensieve pseudo-world line from the very beginning? But we think the world is real. Zhao Tianqing took his cane. The world is relative. What is true for you may not be true for others, and what is false for you may not be false for others. Watchman Zhao felt that one head was 2 sizes too big. I feel like you're making a lot of sense, but I don't really understand it. Zhao Tianqing smiled. Ever heard of topology? Intuition told Watchman Zhao that the old man would take the topic farther and farther. He hastily reached out and interrupted, old-timer, I know I'm wrong, let's play it steady, one step at a time. So what do you mean by the 4 examples you just gave? Zhao Tianqing asked suspiciously, you would actually not understand? To put it simply, it means that since you can influence the world line, there are naturally countless people in this world who can be influenced, and the power of the evil ghost is absolute. One time back in time, everyone in the world will have to accompany you as you regress back to the past, so what about when another person adjusts the world line? Didn't your world line change as well? It just means that you can't observe it, only the faceless ghost cursor can. Zhao Tianqing picked up the tea. The world, like this cup of tea, it is in flux. A myriad of changes entwine to form an observable and stable equilibrium. This is the world line. Chapter 167, Society has changed in my eyes. I feel like you're philosophizing with me. Is there a possibility that I am indeed philosophizing with you? Good good good. Watchman Zhao picked up his teacup and took the first sip of tea in his life. Bitter gets a horse. So? Zhao Tianqing smiled as he looked at Watchman Zhao, can you accept my offer now? One step at a time. Watchman Zhao let out a bitter smile, it seems like I have to accept it. Zhao Tianqing took out a booklet, Zhejiang Province, is now missing a director, He Yuan was sacrificed by you to the monumental network and is now a pile of mosaics, that side now needs a person in charge. He threw a bunch of personnel information in front of Watchman Zhao, why, are you interested in coming to OPBI for a bit? With more exposure to some real evil spirits, you'll be able to understand the truth of this world more clearly. Watchman Zhao waved his hand back and forth, I won't do it below the hall level. Hey, wanna hear you talk like a human being? I, Zhao, have never been a miscreant, it's not like you don't know that. However, this director, even though it's called a director, is a provincial authority, just about hall level. Watchman Zhao froze for a moment, he wasn't really sure about the twists and turns. Is that so? Right. So what's the daily routine? Tea and newspaper signing meetings, as well as suppressing weirdness and maintaining world peace. Goddamn maintaining world peace. The battle of life and death had finally come to a close. Watchman Zhao had a rare feeling that the burden on his body had become much lighter. Now, finally, there was nothing that had the capital to weigh him down anymore. The current him was even enough to rival Watchman Huanfu on some levels. If the evil spirits want to kill him again, they will have to weigh the highs and lows first. When I left the Forbidden City, I stood on the bustling streets of Yinjing, looking at the stores, luxury cars, and people that were everywhere prosperous and avant-garde. He suddenly realized he didn't have much interest left. After all, it was all there, in front of him, at his fingertips. What a boring world. The doppelgangers began to say their goodbyes. We'd like to do some traveling around the world, do you mind? Anyway, the spirits are in charge of us, so you can rest assured. If we need help, we'll be the first to arrive. Watchman Zhao nodded, go ahead, but I remember there's a doppelganger I'm going to take out. Which one is it? Step forward yourself. Not me. It's him. Definitely not me. Watchman Zhao laughed bitterly and shook his head, unable to tell the split apart. Roll on, roll on. Ha Heyman remained dead behind him. You can off too. Watchman Zhao said. Shahaman said very seriously, I think you need a faceless ghost, and I need a god. Suit yourself then. The mirror unfolds. The duo returned to that familiar home with a whole bunch of evil spirits. To Watchman Zhao's surprise, he heard the sound of talking and laughing inside before he even entered the door. Watchman Zhao slightly glanced towards the downstairs, and the small, modest courtyard in the center of the old silo was somehow crowded with luxury cars. He glanced at the security door. The door lock opens automatically. Sure enough, the cramped living room was packed with people at this point. And the foyer is decorated with countless gifts. Ah, it's Mr. Zhao who's back. It's really better to hear than to see. Mr. Zhao is so much more handsome than we thought. What a young man. Ha ha ha. Watchman Zhao inexplicably looked at this large group of people and directly ignored their flattery. Even kind of considering taking them out. It's noisy. My father greeted me quickly, smiling from ear to ear. What are they? It feels like they're rich. Watchman Zhao asked. His father gave him a look, I don't know them, but they are really generous, the gifts are over the top. Watchman Zhao was happy, it looks like Pops likes it a lot. General. Zhao Jiangwo asked suspiciously, son, did you make something big out there? Why do these people seem to be rather balking at you? Watchman Zhao smiled, who knows? He glanced down at his watch, 2:31 p.m. Death actually missed work. Shocked, really shocked. Watchman Zhao looked at the room full of people. I'm about to become the director of the Zhejiang province branch. This piece of news Zhao Tianxing shouldn't have announced it yet. You all are sending gifts a bit too early. So, I'm the one who took out Lu Yu with a thunderbolt and blew you all out of the water? These gifts, are they defections, or are they underhanded? Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. I hope it's not the latter. One of those seated counted, and they were chilled to the bone by a single look from this young man. Even if he had already thought that this young man would be terrifying, he still didn't expect him to be terrifying to such an extent. Ha. An old man smiled and said, Mr. Zhao even took out the Pope, how could Zhao Tianxing just give you a director? You should be given the OPBI to manage, ha. I think you have a point. Watchman Zhao smiled, but you don't seem to have answered my question. I, Watchman Zhao, do like to make friends, but I like friends who are straight to the point, and I'm tired of always engaging in beating around the bush. Come on, old man, shut up. A very beautifully dressed woman was just about to open her mouth. Xia Haiman said from behind Watchman Zhao, shut up, bad woman, who gave you permission to talk to him? Ah. Watchman Zhao froze for a moment, I think she can still talk about it. Shahiman smiled, wouldn't it be better if I took away her face? I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Watchman Zhao's face turned strange, old Xia, let me hint, you're a few hundred rounds older than me, don't disgust me huh? Xia Haiman revealed a bewitching smile, in the piece of looks, I'm still very confident, and there are also many aspects that Mu Rou doesn't understand I also. Get out. Gotta go. Watchman Zhao was speechless, this old woman always liked to disgust him somehow. He chatted briefly with this group of people in the room again. Basic understanding. Sure enough, they had come to defect, and this group of people were more or less mixed with Lu Yu in an unclear relationship. It's true that a tree is falling from a sinking ship. Alright, stuff stays, people get out. Oh, those are a lot of houses to keep to see where my parents would fit to retire. That afternoon, Watchman Zhao moved directly with his family. Someone had arranged everything for him. Watchman Zhao didn't need to worry about anything, there were people to carry his luggage, and people to decorate his new home for him. Sitting in the luxury car whose name he couldn't call out, Watchman Zhao silently looked out the window. As he got stronger, everything seemed to be different. With the rod of Lu Yu, Watchman Zhao single-handedly suppressed the world's deviance. He stood silently at the top of this world. Thus, the pleasers appeared. It didn't even require him to say much, naturally someone had thought of everything for him. Someone has prepared a mansion for him that is suitable for retirement. Someone has a whole system of butler service for him. And a house full of women for him? To be honest, Watchman Zhao never expected this last move. Break it up, break it up. He breathlessly shooed away the room full of women. Lying on a big, cozy bed. Xia Haiman looked at the empty house breathlessly. Watchman Zhao, you young? Shut up. Oh. Watchman Zhao silently looked at the ceiling. Why was the rich life he once aspired to now so boring in his eyes? Is the demon influencing him? Or has he really changed? Heyman Xia, Totoro, silly kids. The little boy was running around merrily with a leather ball in his arms when he nearly fell to the ground with one sentence. Stupid kid? What's wrong? Heyman looked at him suspiciously. Watchman Zhao covered his right eye and his ghastly white left hand reached for the sky. I seem to have really changed. Oh, so what do you want to do next? Me. Watchman Zhao's left hand slowly clenched. I want to become a god. Chapter 168, I found you. Eh? Shahiman sked, in some ways, you're already half a god. Not enough. Watchman Zhao shook his head, a frantic look suddenly appearing on his face. You see, I still can't figure out the world line, I still can't figure out the absolute of evil spirits, and I still can't figure out the truth of this world. Look how fun it is, ha 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 ha. Those mundane human entertainment programs are really boring. If you want to play with ghosts, then play with ghosts, go play with the world line, go set up a shocking heavenly game, play with the world. Don't you think that would be really fun? He sat up with a strange grin. I don't want to pit all the evil spirits. I want to harness them, to make them my puzzle pieces, to put me together as a complete god. Let all the evil spirits fall into my slavery. Ha 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 ha. Xia Haiman stared at him in a daze. Hey, don't mess with it, the way you are now, it's a bit scary, the demons are affecting you. Then just let it influence you. Watchman Zhao sneered, if it can help me become a god, why would I resist? The influence of spirits. It's getting deeper. In the distant void, the black and white irregulars silently watched everything. The human world's ability to disseminate information was far more terrifying than Watchman Zhao had ever imagined. Or it should be said that Lu Yu's influence might be deeper than Watchman Zhao had imagined. So, when 80% of the world's deviants were suppressed, Lu Yu was killed off, and the timeline was drastically rebooted, these three major events happened. Information is spreading around the world like an explosion. Also, after each message, a key name was noted. Watchman Wasiacho. This unknown and unfamiliar name has been a sensation all over the world for just an hour. At 6:30, Watchman Zhao enjoyed a cozy dinner with his family. He and his sister had a little tete-a-tete, and then they went out. Driving a sports car that someone else had offered him, he returned to the familiar school. Looking at the school gates where people were coming and going, he was suddenly a little confused. Why is it that in some novels, the protagonist, who is obviously already very powerful, still likes to mingle on campus and pretend to be a pig in a poke? How boring, can't they go after some more lofty world? The little boy leaned on the car window and stared breathlessly at the street full of pedestrians, because people are waiting for the chance to appear, who is like you, chasing after God to ask for a life and death situation. Watchman Zhao looked at it breathlessly, you're the ones chasing my ass trying to kill me, okay? You're going to die someday anyway, and I'm going to make you die a very, very suffocating death. Handsome guy, add a WeChat? Suddenly a very flirtatious voice came from the ear. Watchman Zhao froze. Teaser shining into reality? He ignored the rather pretty girl and killed the campus with a straight kick of the gas. Why come in a sports car? First, pretend. Secondly, playing the fool in front of his stupid sons. Third, pretend. Unfortunately, I couldn't see the expected figure even after a full circle around the campus. Ghostly, he parked outside the library. Watchman Zhao took out his campus card and walked into this side of the sanctuary. The library of this school was built so large that Watchman Zhao couldn't reach his goal even after sticking his pockets in a full circle. Is she not there? Watchman Zhao shook his head and lost his smile. What was he doing there? Just make a phone call. Suddenly, a book caught his interest. A brief introduction to topology. Zhao Tiansheng had mentioned this stuff. Topology. This stuff seems to be a huge help in understanding the world line. He found a random spot and casually flipped through it. When he saw the dense math formulas inside, Watchman Zhao went numb. What? I have to study high math before I can study world lines? What the hell does this have to do with the world line? Better take it back and read it slowly. Thinking of this, Watchman Zhao took out his cell phone and directly dialed that familiar number. Hey, where is it? There was a slight silence on the other end of the line. That, please? Watchman Zhao was stunned in place. Rarely does the brain go down for most of the day. I'm Watchman Zhao, didn't you memorize my number? Watchman Zhao? Who is Watchman Zhao? You've got the wrong number. Watchman Zhao stiffened for half a day, and it wasn't until the phone hung up that he reacted to the fact that it wasn't Muro's voice. Find it. He coldly extended his right hand. A girl inexplicably appeared in front of him. The girl was holding her position to hang up the phone and was scared half to death by the sight in front of her. Watchman Zhao directly choked her. Who are you? Why did you steal Muro's cell phone? No. Who are you? You are sick. This is my cell phone. I've always used this number. Watchman Zhao's pupils contracted. With a big wave of her hand, the girl suddenly disappeared. He slammed back into his seat and reached up to deaden his brain. Take it easy. Take it easy. You're in a mess. Don't be in a hurry, think slowly. He tried to call someone again to inquire. But he quickly pressed the phone. What is he up to? Is it necessary to go to all that trouble? Make a wish. Find Muro. He stared blankly at the empty aisle in front of him. No one showed up. The glass doll can't find Muluo? She was hidden in a death obituary? What an international joke. Phew. He silently took out a cigarette and lit it directly in front of all the students. Shut up. Watch me smoke. Everyone shut up immediately. Quickly, he regained his composure. Red Wedding, this is the Red Wedding's world line. Watchman Zhao looked coldly at the top of his head, or maybe several world threads are unfolding in parallel. Anyway, this one won't let me see the person I love. So can we cut out this world line? When I greeted the new students, with just one look, I saw her in the crowd. Watchman Zhao exhaled a long puff of smoke. The world in front of him suddenly began to switch wildly. So that's how the phrase can still be used? The next second, a girl suddenly appeared in his arms. Watchman Zhao stared blankly at the young girl in his arms. You? I can't find you. Watchman Zhao was stunned as he felt the trembling in his arms. Why, would she want me? At this hour, she should still be. You? Watchman Zhao tried to ask, you remember me entering the Catman world? Of course I remember. You told me you'd come out unscathed. So that's how it is. Watchman Zhao laughed bitterly. No wonder he always felt like he had lost something in his heart since the time rewind. Even if Muro was right in front of her, she always felt as if something was missing. There are countless times in this world, and every time there is a Watchman Zhao, and every time there is a Muro. Even if time had been turned back, the Muro he had seen had ultimately changed. She, who truly belonged to him, had been left behind in the future, waiting for him to travel across time to find her. Chapter 169, I'll never let her fall into the penumbra. It's been a long time, Mulu. The chaotic world is beginning to gradually stabilize. Watchman Zhao had seen the library in pieces, countless broken corpses being gnawed on by evil spirits, and the blinding blood outlining an apocalyptic and suffocating scene. He had the sight of large swaths of garbled code combined with the real thing, pixel dots corrupting the world as wildly as pollution. He had a vision of a long street with a young girl dressed in red walking away from him on a back road. But everything was stabilized by the presence of the young girl in his arms. It's like an anchor point. It fixed all the world lines and fixed him, Watchman Zhao, in a world line that had Muro. The young girl leaned into his arms as she stabilized, and with it came a silence that Watchman Zhao could not read. She looked silently at the teenager near her, a deep look in her eyes. What are you thinking about? Watchman Zhao looked at her suspiciously and took out a wet wipe to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. I feel like you're getting farther and farther away from me. Muro said softly. What does it mean? The arcane sensation in Watchman Zhao's heart appeared again. That very bad sense. Muro silently glanced sideways. In the hardware store, you were the one who broke the death trap of the Grim Reaper. On the footbridge, you organized the first ghostly repulsion of the 3 evil ghosts, and on the night of the 2nd of October, I don't know what you did, but the next day at the OPBI, you had countless more evil ghosts on you. And then, unbeknownst to me, you entered the world of the cat people and got out in one piece. The second time we went to the hardware store, you showed superhuman speed. The first time we went to the OPBI branch, you got a mysterious teleportation, and then the cat people world, you were free to come and go as you pleased. Obviously we agreed to live together. But since the beginning, it's been you who's been fighting for your life. You're desperately trying to get stronger, fighting these demons to the death, but I can't help you with anything. A sickly smile suddenly appeared on her face, but look, now I can help you. Watchman Zhao felt a chill spread from his toes to his entire body bit by bit. Why? Can you help me? No, after all, why are you here in the future? Muro smiled ruefully, because in the future, I can't find you, not anywhere, even if I enter the world of cat people. Watchman Zhao's brain exploded. Hey, hey, hey. Don't around. Didn't I tell you I would come out unharmed? Watchman Zhao almost growled, but he immediately suppressed his excitement and carefully examined the young girl's body. What have you done? What have you done to yourself? Muro picked up her cell phone. Yes, you did come out unscathed, but you, from a past time. In the future, you did not walk out, and there is no Watchman Zhao on this earth in the future. A layer of blood-red mist enveloped her body, forming a red wedding dress that only Watchman Zhao could see. Gaudy and deadly. And underneath this red dowry, a pale female ghost that looked exactly like Muro slowly emerged. It quietly leaned on the young girl's shoulder, its beautiful ghostly hands climbing on her body. It slowly opened its eyes and revealed a sneering smile. In its eye sockets were a pair of creepy, heavy pupils. I invoked the pen fairy. She helped me find you. She can grant me any wish I want, even if it means giving you unlimited renewals. Senpai, no evil spirits can harm you now. I will always help you live, always and forever. Pull the hook. She smiled sweetly and stuck out her little thumb like she always did. But this time, Watchman Zhao couldn't reach out. She entered the world of cat people. So the curse of the old cat-faced lady must have been absolutely set upon her. It seemed to confirm Watchman Zhao's suspicions. The doctor cat with the gold-rimmed glasses appeared. With a wry smile on its face, it climbed onto the other shoulder of the young girl. The first curse. The initial twofold curse of death, black and white. The red wedding cloth didn't know exactly who the curse was, but there was no doubt that it was definitely going to kill Muro. Then there's this rather unusual form of penumbra. Her body, all of a sudden, was tainted with a fivefold, absolute, certain death. Ugh, is this my destiny with her? Ha ha ha. It's pathetic. Watchman Zhao stared at the cat with a deadly glare as a tall, skinny ghostly figure appeared out of nowhere behind the doctor's cat and grabbed the ghostly thing directly and threw it away. Meow. Watchman Zhao ignored the silly cat's grief and hugged the young girl in his arms with a deadly grip. Watchman Huangfu, what's your hurry? I'm not even in a hurry. I'm not going to let Muaro turn into a pen fairy. But the end of all Maoros is this line, I had thought you could escape this destiny, all along the deadlock you can crack by your own strength. Ha, I still missed the math in the end, the red wedding dress deceived the future, forcibly harmed her into the penniless What's your hurry? Hasn't she fallen to the penumbra yet? I've seen the future. It's doomed. 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 We just have to watch the young girl we love fall into an evil spirit. Watchman Zhao looked painfully at the young girl in his arms. She smiled a sweet, easy smile. But how dangerous and painful an experience does this ease conceal? Wasn't Watchman Zhao clear enough about how desperate the world of cat people was? He shuddered and reached out with his little thumb, clasping it to her. Promise me you won't become a penman. This statement was so empty and false that even Watchman Zhao himself did not believe it. Muro's expression became despondent and her fingers retracted. This is something. I might. Watchman Zhao, however, violently grabbed her hand. Then, we must live together. Muro stared at him in a daze. She let out a bitter smile. Definitely, live, no problem. Just what way I'll live, I'm not so sure. The female ghost behind her laughed sarcastically, as if mocking Watchman Zhao's incompetence. You guarded everything, reversed time and space to save everyone, killed through the world's foreigners to save your sister, and in the end failed to guard your favorite maiden. Oh, how ridiculous. Is that all you want to laugh about? Pen Fairy? Watchman Zhao looked coldly at the female ghost. A little boy appeared behind the ghost. That female ghost just sneered and directly let that little boy out of this world line. Here it is, the world of the penumbra. Here, the penny is the invincible god. But please understand. Maybe you're a god, but I, Watchman Zhao, am the demon king. The demon promises me absolute recklessness. The second batch of demons is cloaked in painted skin and switches to choking. Then came the third and fourth installments. Lousy just had to demolish you in your world. Suffocation can demolish the evil spirits in the world, even if it's a false suffocation. This behavioral ability is still the heavenly gram of all evil spirits. The female ghost's face changed. It couldn't stop laughing. As this continued, Watchman Zhao was indeed able to dismantle it, which was not very damaging, but the insult was a bit strong. It could only sneer and resentfully move away before disappearing without a trace. Watchman Huangfu, you seem to be out of your league. Can't the future be gained? Watchman Zhao hugged the young girl in his arms tightly and looked up at the sky coldly. Wasn't the future broken by me when the singing ghost sang? Did my sister die? She didn't die, Lu Yu sacrificed me to the heavens. Why can't the future be gamed? Why can't the predestined old man punch through? I, for one, will never let Mu Rou fall to the penny. Chapter 170, Prophecy of the End of the World. Watchman Shou, good luck. Watchman Huangfu, I never rely on good luck. Maybe once I wasn't strong enough. Man's plans are not as good as God's plans. There's always something that can step on me. But from today onward, I, Watchman Zhao, will never be trampled by anything again. I will count more accurately and more ruthlessly than the heavens. September 10th, midnight CST. A huge gash opened in the moon. Jupiter crumbles. Mars was pressed with a huge palm print. 3 core members of the solar system mysteriously break away. 10% galactic damage. A layer of EN, spreading from the Earth, spreads instantly at a conceptualized speed and, at that conceptualized and exaggerated speed, diffuses in a flash to an area of the universe that cannot be glimpsed at the human level. The universe, mysteriously, stepped into collapse early. The endless stars seem to be converging towards the center. They seem to want to return to being an embryo and thus escape some kind of absolute death. A horror that opened its eyes above the level of reality. It needs to, after 3 days, kill a traitor. At 10 a.m. on September 10th, Watchman Zhao slowly opened his eyes. The young girl in his arms was sleeping heavily. He couldn't bear to interrupt, so he simply held his position and smiled as he counted her lashes. Last night, they talked a lot until they fell into a deep sleep. She's really been through a lot. Cat People World. The Penumbra Curse. In the future, this young girl did not find Watchman Zhao and had to fight all the evil spirits alone. It was a miscalculation on my part. He sighed. Beside them, the large, empty bedroom was extraordinarily lively at the moment. Dr. Cat and Totoro are fighting. The situation is lopsided. Totoro presses Dr. Cat for a beating. Because Glass Doll is sitting on Totoro's back, helping Totoro beat up the cat. Poor Dr. Cat couldn't even purr. The little boy was cheering from the sidelines. The Black and White Irregulars and the red wedding dress watched the show from a distance with their sleeves tucked in. Only the group of black-robed reapers seemed out of place. Their faces were grim as they circled around Watchman Zhao's duo, then forcibly twisted themselves into a 3. Okay, it's still the vibe group. MMM. The young girl in her arms let out a wail. Awake? Watchman Zhao smiled and lowered his head for a kiss. Awake. She smiled sweetly and reached out to hug him tightly. I'll do the math. Watchman Zhao held out his hand. I owe you a date, I owe you a meal, and I owe you a long future. That last one can't count. Muro pressed his fingers. And when else do you owe a meal? Now. Watchman Zhao smiled. Is there anything you want to do today? We can travel anywhere right now and get there instantly, or try those cuisines that we haven't eaten before, or do something we've never done before. Take your pick. What's good? She leaned into his arms and clicked on the little red book to search for it. Suddenly, she finally noticed the very somewhat forlornly beaten up Dr. Cat on the floor. Why did you punch it? She rushed out of bed to shield the doctor's cat in her arms. Glass Doll and Totoro reveal their hostility at the same time. The demon's animosity towards Mu Rou was quite strong. Watchman Zhao hurriedly grabbed the flesh of the back of the chinchilla's neck and picked it up. Huh? How did you kid get fat? The little boy beside him lost his smile on his face for a moment. Oh, I remember, choking on too much food. The little boy's face became worse. When it started with Luyu, it wanted to break Watchman Zhao's back, human skin mask, and give notice, granting Watchman Zhao a suffocating end. As a result, the stolen chicken did not come to an end, was eaten over and over again by the chinchilla. Hard to eat this dead cat fat. And now, while it could still get Watchman Zhao killed through the human skin mask, that wouldn't be enough to suffocate it, and it still couldn't choose that method. The absolute of choking is, in fact, rather strange. Its absolute content is that the target needs to, absolutely, suffocate to die in general. Such an absolute is too subjective. What is meant by suffocating death? This seems to depend entirely on the subjective judgment of the boy. This is very different from the rather objective, absolute, content of other evil spirits. This evil spirit is not quite the same as the others. It can use that absolute power actively, unlike other evil spirits that require a passive trigger condition. In some ways, this is quite scary. If this little boy thinks that Watchman Zhao is suffocating no matter how he dies, he can let him die in any absolute way, and he may even be able to make this absolute way of death a perfect way of circumventing the absolute ways of the other evil spirits. Without triggering any ghost repulsion, Watchman Zhao was directly killed by force. And a fully mature choke that's still all-knowing, huh? The damn thing has a horribly high ceiling. The only thing to be thankful for at the moment is that it's currently just a brat who's being snubbed by Watchman Zhao and treated like cat food by Totoro. It's, like, not grown up yet. So it just gave Watchman Zhao a vicious glare and then went off to play with its leather ball in its arms. Get changed, let's go out today. Watchman Zhao placed the chinchilla on the windowsill and looked at Muro with a smile. Well, I'll wash up. Muro hummed and left the room. Watchman Zhao also began to get ready. What to wear? Got to wear something handsome. Don't stink. Outside the window a man suddenly landed hanging upside down, a bonus in his hand, swallowing a cloud. Didn't you guys go traveling around the world? Watchman Zhao looked at himself in the mirror, and his clothes changed around weirdly. The doppelganger opened the window and crouched down on the sill, found something, came to report it to you. It better not be something to mess with. Watchman Zhao gave him a cold look. The doppelganger immediately raised his hand to show his loyalty. I'm very loyal, I came to report to you in the first place, don't be so outgoing, okay? Tell me about it. The doppelganger weighed his words. Watchman Zhao, you might actually die, and all of us doppelgangers, and even the whole world, will have to be buried with you. Oh, so I died in a pretty luxurious way then. Split. He pointed to the clock. Haven't you noticed? The signs of death are starting to fade, they've been too lazy to take down the clocks lately. Found out, I think they're absenteeism and will have to go to their leaders and tell them off if I get the chance. Do you think it's possible that they're up to something even more horrific? After all, in 3 days, the death curse comes down and they're going to kill you as much as they can, and right now you're in such a state that blowing up a nuke or destroying the planet doesn't seem to be able to kill you? The doppelganger exhaled a puff of smoke. Reaper is known to be able to affect reality and create supersized reality warping effects. Is there any chance that it's up to some pretty horrific maneuvers? What for? Watchman Zhao looked at him suspiciously. The world is ending? The doppelganger nodded. You're really saying that the world might actually end? Chapter 171 Mega Reality Distortion. Watchman Zhao was silent. You're kidding, right? The doppelganger shook his head and said, I happened to find out about this last night, so I ran around a lot and extracted a lot of information. Last night the astronomy world went crazy. Countless masters in this field have discovered a very scary phenomenon. The universe, it's collapsing. And ridiculously fast. In addition, with 3 of the 8 planets of the solar system escaped, 1 inexplicably destroyed, and another on its way to collapse, there are only 3 planets left to be seen from Earth's point of view, and that's what the Reaper's hints are for today. Watchman Zhao walked to the window and looked into the distant sky. The sun is shining today and the wind is calm between heaven and earth. Forgive me for being uneducated, but the solar system is missing half of its planets, and the Earth is actually not affected by any gravitational force? Watchman Zhao silently lit a cigarette. Secondly, I remember that the units in the universe are light years, right? How many years would it take for the 3 planets to completely escape the solar system? You're telling me that we can only see 3 planets now? Are you kidding me, or are the scientists lying to me? The doppelganger waved his hand. Trust me or trust the master? Watchman Zhao. No, then what does the collapse of the universe have to do with me? Watchman Zhao just didn't understand. You can't tell me that the universe is going to be destroyed in 3 days, can you? Anyway, those scientists came to the conclusion that it was really just 3 days. Ha! To kill me, Watchman Zhao, the Grim Reaper decided to drag the whole universe with him? Not death is sick? Who says it isn't? The doppelganger said seriously, I'm starting to feel a little out of place. The Shinigami seem to be able to push across entire world lines, and the black and white irregulars can reboot time all over the world. Don't you think something's weird? Are these damn things too strong, or is there something hidden beneath the surface that we're not seeing? Watchman Zhao was just about to say something. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Watchman Zhao looked at this cell phone that had been destroyed and repaired an unknown number of times. Hello, who? Hello Director Zhao, I'm Lee Squire. Watchman Zhao silently recalled the old voice. The old man beside Missy? The guy who showed up during the profiling, and who coded the Sadako video, seems to have a very special kind of psychic vision. The opposite party was slightly stunned. Oh, it looks like we've already met in the future. Anything? Servant Lee smiled and said, in an hour, the OPBI headquarters is going to hold an emergency video conference, and then at 2 in the afternoon, I'd like to annoy Director Zhao to lead all the members of the Zhejiang branch to come over to the Yanjing headquarters. There's a very important offline meeting that everyone has to attend, and the top has given a death order. Watchman Zhao laughed, can't go a bit, I'm going shopping with my wife. Servant Lee. That, and this meeting is pretty important. The world is going to end well, I know. Watchman Zhao smiled cheerfully, but I'm going shopping with my wife. No? Servant Lee went numb. Is that a ING human being saying that? Then, that's it. Watchman Zhao was ready to hang up the phone. Servant Lee said in a deep voice, this is Elder Zhao's order. Then let Zhao Tianxing come and talk to me. Watchman Zhao hung up the phone directly, leaving Elder Lee messing around on the other side of the phone. And at this moment, around Elderly, a wide communication center, hundreds of correspondents and leading figures in formal attire were all looking at the old man with a cloudy face. Is this Watchman Zhao? Although I've heard that he's very powerful, I really didn't expect him to be so powerful that Elder Zhao's words dare to be disobeyed? If you can take out Popluyu, I think you can also not listen. This one is not even at the director level. Watchman Zhao ignored these people. Nowadays, if you look around the world, no one has the capital to tell Watchman Zhao what to do. A meeting? Go to hell. He walked out of the room gleefully. Suddenly a Grim Reaper blocked the doorway with a scythe raised in the shape of a 3. Watchman Zhao backhanded him. Gramps scared me. Reaper was slapped straight into the Catman world by that one. Feed the cat. Watchman Zhao shook his hand breathlessly and took a step out. But just this one step out. The wooden floor beneath his feet suddenly turned into a puddle of mud. And this puddle of mud penetrates directly into the earth. The naked eye could see the mud begin to turn red as 3 globs of lava spewed out. He snapped his fingers casually. Send them all to the world of cat people. He couldn't help but frown. This hasn't even started the curse yet, why are you doing it? Some kind of change in the curse of death? Or did it feel that this level was not considered a threat to Watchman Zhao? Is it only an omen? Starting to use magma as a harbinger? Watchman Zhao couldn't stop laughing a bit. The curse of death, an escalation that occurred before it completely exploded. The doppelganger followed him silently. If death just destroys the entire world line, what are we going to fight with? There's no fight. Watchman Zhao shook his head. There's no way to escape from the press. The doppelganger's gaze flickered, unless we escape to another world line. Watchman Zhao shook his head and said, the death curse is a certainty. Even if I escaped to another line, all it had to do was follow me and push that line off again. I was going to set up a soul bureau like in the hardware store to lock the god of death inside, but I didn't realize that it would just destroy the universe for me. He looked at the doppelganger behind him. You're right, I also feel that something is wrong. For the sake of killing a human, they are willing to push right across the entire universe. Is the universe so cheap in their eyes? Don't they need energy? The energy needed for this act is so huge that it scares the hell out of people. I feel that I, a human, really don't deserve to make them so crazy. The doppelganger nodded. It's almost as if destroying the entire universe is as easy as snapping their fingers for them. If these things are really so counterintuitive, why did they bother to be an ambient group for so long? There may be a problem with our perception of the world. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Muro walked out with light steps. Where to play? Watchman Zhao smiled as he approached and swept her up in his arms. Go wherever you say. Oh, but I'm going to go say hello to my parents. So thinking, he picked up his cell phone. But it was this simple action that the electronic instrument in his hand suddenly began to disintegrate and began to fall apart, before being reduced to a hard stone. Watchman Zhao casually shook his hand. The cell phone reappeared in his hand and he began to dial. And that's when the power lines in a 100-mile radius went to pieces. One by one, the artificial satellites in the universe have been reduced to stone. A layer of yin qi, covering the sky. All over the world, the signal is down. Human society has regressed straight back to the Stone Age. Chapter 172 3-minute random thoughts. Don't mess with it. Watchman Zhao held Muro's small hand and watched as the wall beside him crumbled inch by inch. Pillars crushed, ceilings crushed down. Muro looked away for a moment. Thick reinforced concrete structures vaporized directly. The field of vision became wide open. They could clearly see the cluster of villas nearby, crumbling one by one like building blocks. Asphalt pavement degradation. The cars on the highway disintegrated at high speeds, turning into murderous pieces of iron that flew in all directions. A similar scenario to the one in the hardware store happened. A large chunk of tin, whistling like a propeller. But what was different was that Watchman Zhao extended his left hand. Ironhide settles right into the ground. Muro briefly swept it, and the penny directly dismantled its material structure, vaporizing it all. Don't keep using the power of the penumbra. Watchman Zhao admonished. Muro shook her head. It was the penny that was actively using the power. I didn't do anything. Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. The logic of the pensieve is also quite unique, and it is now impossible to comprehend the extent to which the curse has reached. Muro suddenly looked over her shoulder. The female ghost appeared again, leaning on Muro's shoulder, carrying a creepy smile on her face. She whispered something in Muro's ear. What is it saying? Watchman Zhao asked. Muro gently wrapped her arm around him. She said that this messy situation in front of us is all caused by the Reaper, and that she can help us restore everything and clean up the Reaper in the process. Watchman Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. What about the price? Muro shook her head. She didn't demand any price, she just purely asked if I wanted to help. Unsolicited? And then be willing to help Muro against this group of Shinigami who are preparing to tear down the entire universe? Are you kidding me? Watchman Zhao's heart felt like it was clogged with a blockage, a rather uncomfortable feeling clogged there. The penman, I'm afraid, is even more terrifying than he imagined. The absolute information on the tablet will lay out the cost or make it clear that it is giving you a loan. Neither do demons empower you absolutely silently and make you fly off the handle. It will make you feel uneasy. But isn't that too kind? It's the fear of the unknown that often scares people the most. Those things come later. The doppelganger prompted, take a look at the world in front of you first, death is coming for you. Indeed. It's a demonstration. And the display is pretty wild. But in just 2 minutes, the shadow of modern society was completely gone in Watchman Zhao's eyes. The airliner disintegrated in the sky. Cities scrambled and collapsed in the distance. Society is falling apart at a terrifying rate, and modern technology is as pathetic as a baby in the face of death. A casual reality distortion rips right through it cleanly. And this horror is being played out all over the world. All of humanity, dragged by death to be buried with Watchman Zhao. It's true, there's no such thing as a simple evil spirit. When Death was acting as an ambient group, he was actually revealing a message to Watchman Zhao from the side. They can affect almost everything. When he killed Muro, he destroyed an entire Longstreet, and that was still because Muro was an ordinary person. And you, Watchman Zhao, have transcended the ranks of ordinary people. Then our death's curse will raise you up to the level of hell from the beginning, and then proceed to raise you up infinitely from the level of hell. 3 days left. In 3 days, we Reapers will simply tear down the entire world line and continue to strengthen the curse, and I'm afraid it won't just be the world line that will be torn down then. Watchman Zhao, what do you live with? The earth is trembling. A huge crack in the ground spread out like a rainbow along the earth. Don't want to die. The land is becoming endangered. Various phenomena that are becoming more and more outrageous. Bilocations appeared one after another around Watchman Zhao. Mom and Dad's side is ready, don't worry, these disasters can't hurt them. It's hard to know for sure on my sister's side, and the death obituary is still being contested. I don't understand, the death curse is clearly a developmental type, so how did it become so terrifying right off the bat? It looks like the damn thing still has some rules hidden. Watchman Zhao held Mu Ro's hand and sighed. It looks like the date will have to be put on hold again. Mu Ro looked at him seriously. I can erase all of this, the penny is invincible. Watchman Zhao shook his head. From now on, as a last resort, you have to suppress the pen fairy, you can't let it run wild. I'm scared, this thing can just raise its power and devour you. He silently took out a cigarette and lowered his head to light it. A little lost. Quite confused to be precise. Watchman Zhao suddenly realized that he didn't know how this battle should be fought. Looks like he underestimated another evil spirit. Because Reaper has been a hilarious character since his appearance, and is despised both for his demeanor and his combat prowess. Other than the one about unlimited power boosts, this evil ghost seems useless. But now that the power had been increased, things were instantly terrifying. Because Watchman Zhao didn't know which death to play with. There are too many deaths. This stuff is almost endless. Which death do you have to play with to break off the shocking maneuver at its eye level? Either find a special Shinigami to come out, or push all the Shinigami across the board at once, or rise above the world line and pull out the Shinigami's true nature. But whichever of these ideas is being envisioned, it is not currently operational. Watchman Zhao really didn't think that quantity would actually be an advantageous item for the Reaper. This is something that can't be gamed because Watchman Zhao can't figure out a specific target to game. There's no enemy, it just tells you a certain death, so what are you going to do against that? Let's go find people first. Watchman Zhao quickly organized a train of thought. First, let Zhao Tiancheng pull everyone out for a good chat, then I'll board the tablet network and go get information. The doppelgangers defaulted to this line of thought. They opened the mirrored door for Watchman Zhao. Across the street from the door is the OPBI headquarters. Let's go. Watchman Zhao held Mu Ro's hand and walked towards the mirror. Suddenly, the mirror shattered. At the same time, in Watchman Zhao's hands, pieces of plastic shells and chips emerged, spelling back the one cell phone in his hands. The buildings that were destroyed behind them were restored to their original state as if they had gone back in time. A tall building reared up before his eyes. The broken airliner in the sky was eerily put back together. How many meanings? Watchman Zhao examined everything around him suspiciously. The city, it's back. Of course, it's hard to tell if the dead have returned, and if the human standing and walking in front of them now is human or not. A doppelganger silently raised his watch. 3 minutes. That doppelganger looked at Watchman Zhao. From the time you stepped out of your bedroom room door, slapped that death god, and triggered all sorts of reality-distorting visions, to the time everything is restored now. Exactly 3 minutes, not a second more, not a second less. This mega reality distortion is a harbinger of what death has arranged for you. Chapter 173, the world can only be destroyed for 3 minutes. A 3-minute omen? Watchman Zhao silently glanced at the doppelganger. The doppelganger will understand. In his hands, a severely injured, dying believer appeared. Then the doppelganger took out a painted skin and draped it over the devotee's body. The crowd watched as the devotee switched looks. Little by little, it turned into Zhao Tiancheng. Watchman Zhao was still figuring out the rewards of taking out Lu Yu. The harvest was too great, such as these rather special painted skins, and now Watchman Zhao was holding the soul fragments of almost every alien species. Kill again. Understood. A Chi Bufu stands by and observes the movement of the world line. Time, pushed. Watchman Zhao was utilizing Zhao Tianxing's active reboot ability. Of course, Zhao Tianxing's time reboot ability seemed to require certain conditions. So they cooperated many times to get the information. The doppelganger briefly organized. The omen doesn't repeat its activation. When we push back a minute, the omen doesn't unfold and the world remains as it normally is. Watchman Zhao exhaled a mouthful of smoke. What omen? The doppelganger also pondered. Yeah, what's the omen? Time rewinds and they forget everything, including the speculation of the 3-minute omen. Again, you have to get information about the future through Chi Bu Fu. I still have to plant a faceless ghost on myself. Watchman Zhao sighed. Time still has too much of an effect on me. As long as I turn back time, I'll forget everything unless I use ABCD. But you have a Sadako recorded in your soul. The doppelganger reminded. Gaining the absolute record of a faceless ghost is also a sign that Sadako will kill you endlessly. Watchman Zhao was stunned. So, faceless ghost plus Sadako equals absolute certainty? It's still true. The doppelganger pondered. In that case, it is possible for evil spirits to play with each other. It's entirely possible for two absolute rules to be pieced together to form a brand new absolute rule. Stronger rules. A more perfect decapitation. The other doppelganger took out a white laccoon. In that case, there is a second level of usage for tricking ghosts. The vast majority of evil ghosts, absolute rules are passive judgments. The first time we've operated the deceiving ghost so far was to not look at the tablet network and deceive its guardian ability. The second time was to deceive the devourer into recognizing the wrong person. And the third time was to deceive the black-white impermanence into recognizing the wrong date of Lu Yu's death. The judgment logic of these absolute rules is too passive. We can only go and add information to reach a judgment, but later if we change our path, by cheating ghosts, we will put together countless absolute rules. Watchman Zhao was stunned. If these rules are contrary, we can use them to trap evil spirits to death? Or even, kill the ghosts? Right. The doppelganger nodded and said, we can actively operate the ghost repulsion, and instead of searching for an opportunity, we can just generate a ghost repulsion to lock up the evil spirits. Dr. Cat listened with chills. Something was wrong, something was rather wrong with this human. What the hell had happened since leaving the Catman world? How had his mind already jumped to such a degree? You see, this guy is not thinking on a human level anymore. He wasn't thinking about fighting humans anymore, all he could think about was killing ghosts? We're getting ahead of ourselves. Watchman Zhao suddenly said, interrupting the discussion of the doppelgangers, the reason we're trying to restart time is to observe the changes in the world. Let's talk about cheating ghosts later. The doppelgangers looked at him silently. You see, the demon is influencing you, it doesn't want you to study cheating ghosts. But they obediently ended the conversation. One of the doppelgangers said, we just pushed the time back a minute, and the modern world didn't collapse, so everything in front of us could be just an illusion, a hallucination that the Grim Reaper made us watch for 3 minutes. Watchman just shook his head. It may not be. Muro also saw it. You guys are not affected by the death curse and you also saw it. It may not be an illusion. It's just that death's omens are only 3 minutes long, so even if we rewind the time, it won't create a 4-minute omen. He looked at the sky silently. Death is informing us that it can fabricate reality as it pleases, that if it wants the world to be destroyed for 3 minutes, then the world can only be destroyed for 3 minutes, and that it won't allow the world to be destroyed for 1 more second even if we turn back the clock. It can perfectly manipulate everything in the material world. Watchman Zhao stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, so if I want to survive from it, I need to step outside of the material plane. Heh, not bad, finally a gaming route. Muro gently leaned into his arms. There's no need to go through so much trouble, the pen fairy can erase death, that's what she told me. Watchman Zhao rubbed her hard on the head. No more using the power of the pen fairy, I told you. Besides, with all my evil spirits, the first one I despise is the singing cutie, and the second in line is the Grim Reaper. I still can't fight it? The impact is still too great. The doppelgangers sighed. This game, the implication is too great. Maybe you can survive, Muro can survive. What about our parents? What about sister? Take a step and see what happens. Watchman Zhao sighed. He suddenly realized he had a dead ringer too. He had too many attachments on him. If Lu Yu's Achilles heel was condescension, then his Achilles heel was emotion. Wouldn't I be invincible if I had no feelings? He let out a bitter laugh. It feels like I'd become strong that way. If you don't have feelings anymore, then you're not Watchman Zhao anymore. Watchman Zhao was stunned. He turned to look behind him. White Impermanence hovered in mid-air, silently watching him from afar. It's so rare to hear you speak again. The White Impermanence, however, didn't continue to speak anymore. It hovered quietly in the distance, a deep sense of urbanity emanating from its body. Watchman Zhao suddenly had an illusion. He felt that the feeling that the Black and White Irregulars gave off seemed to be very similar to himself, and Watchman Huangfu. An esoteric sense of similarity. He looked at himself, a black impermanent fitting perfectly with himself, a dark notebook cupped in his ghastly left hand. He was becoming more and more like the Black and White, and with gradual contact, his view of the Black and White was becoming closer and closer to his own. Are they gradually overlapping? But I'm still going to finish you off someday. The mirror opened in front of him, leading directly to the OPBI headquarters in Yanjing. Going to talk to Zhao Tiancheng? The doppelgangers pulled out very different cigarettes. This group of doppelgangers were still unwilling to be exactly like Watchman Zhao after all. So, they refused to pump Black Prophet. According to the thought just said, first find Lao Zhao to talk, then hard resistance curse check monument network. I still don't believe that I can't fight the god of death. Watchman Zhao held Mu Ro's hand, led a full body of evil spirits, and a vast group of doppelgangers, crossed the mirrors, and arrived directly at a huge conference hall. Zhao Tiancheng and the 9 old men sat high on the podium, with a few dozen people scattered on the thousands of chairs below them, all of which were powerful figures at the director level. Watchman Zhao's group of people barged in like gangsters. Lao Zhao, I'm here for the meeting. Chapter 174, The First Haunted House, Sealed Door Village. Are you sure you're here for a meeting and not to kick the bucket? Zhao Tiancheng pressed his forehead helplessly and reached down, signaling this group of director-level powerhouses in the conference hall not to fool around. But no one was fooling around. Watchman Zhao's deeds have long fallen into the ears of these people. Just the hand of one person suppressing the world's foreigners was already enough to subdue everyone. What's more, he took out Lu Yu. Lu Yu was probably the most faceless boss of all, having been scribbled off in a sacrifice before she had a chance to show her terrifying influence to Watchman Zhao. Watchman Zhao casually scanned the room, a little surprised that he had barged into the conference hall so rudely, expecting to attract some hostility or some brainless director jumping up and getting spiked by him. But the truth is nothing happened. These people acted quite calmly. Lao Zhao, let's have a private chat. Meetings are too troublesome. Watchman Zhao looked above the podium. 10 old men sat on top of them, each of them emanating a deep mystery that was difficult to pry into. After all, it was a level that could be equal to Zhao Tiancheng. I guess they are all projections. He made a silent note of what the men looked like. Zhao Tiancheng didn't show an angry look because of his rudeness, but only glanced around. The 8 old men smiled and nodded their heads, actually getting up directly to leave the stage. Only a long-bearded old man in classical Taoist robes did not leave, and his eyes fell behind Watchman Zhao from the beginning to the end. It seemed to be trying to find some figure behind him. A doppelganger walked up behind Watchman Zhao and whispered, "Remember Sister's diary?" "How?" "Sister mentioned an old man many times who named you and also explained the meaning of the word, watchman." The doppelganger looked at the Dao-robed old man. "That's him." "For me, the man who named it?" Watchman Zhao followed the posture from the TV series and clasped his hands. "May I ask how the old gentleman is addressed?" The old man, however, did not answer his question, but was only silent. A pitch-black notebook was taken out, while it was flipped open. You can clearly see that the paper has flaps left over from being soaked in water. He scratched something off of it. "Watchman Zhao, it should be a baby by now." That old man slowly raised his head and his cloudy gaze fell on Watchman Zhao. "Why are you still alive, Watchman Zhao? Or have you seen Huang Fu?" Watchman Zhao's gaze became sharp, and a powerful aura suddenly permeated his body. "Watchman Zhao is Watchman Zhao, Watchman Huang Fu, it's Watchman Huang Fu, don't recognize the wrong person, old sir." A deep gaze appeared in the old man's eyes, as if he was reminiscing about something distant. "Very similar, you resemble a Watchman Zhao I once met, and it looks like in the future, you have perfectly transcended time, even handing me this notebook in the midst of all the world lines." The old man smiled. "I wish for you to become a character that rivals Watchman Huang Fu. But you can't top him, that's for sure." Watchman Zhao was shaken. A storm of evil spirits rose up all over his body. The demonic ghost hands poured out like a flood. The black and white irregulars bloomed behind him in a brilliant blue light. The glass doll rode a chinchilla in front of Watchman Zhao, while the little boy, holding a leather ball, sneered and backhanded it into the void. "Trying to cheat on us? Get out!" Boom! The exaggerated airflow directly lifted the entire conference room. Sunlight fell into the hall through the broken ceiling a full 7 stories above. Muro coldly stood in front of Watchman Zhao and raised her hand to the Taoist-robed old man on the podium. "The Pin Fairy told me that you were just about to pull a the cheat on Watchman Zhao and deceive him?" The Dao-robed old man's body instantly became ethereal. "Muro is killing him." But the old man just said lightly, "I'm not going to die." The penchant's attack went straight to dust. Or rather, that absolute attack seemed to find no target all of a sudden. The old man stood up long and silently looked at the young man between the group of ghosts and shadows. "You're ultimately just a glimmer of Watchman Huangfu's projection, don't put the cart before the horse, Junior." With that, he tried to leave. "Where's my old skinny tall ghostly shadow?" In an instant, 100 tall and thin ghostly shadows instantly appeared above the old man's head, suppressing a sight of space. Watchman Zhao cupped a cigarette in his left hand and smiled as he pulled Mu Ro behind him. "Don't rush off yet, all confused for me, what just happened?" The old man glanced faintly at the sky and continued on his way unhindered through the space subdued by the tall, thin ghostly figure. Watchman Zhao said as if to himself, so, the last sentence you just said to me, but, you can't surpass him, it's a certainty, was fraudulent, similar to cheating in a card game, is that what you meant? You have the power of some kind of evil spirit, and wanted to create a mental suggestion for me through that statement, so that I would never be able to surpass Watchman Huangfu? Watchman Zhao laughed, that's kind of funny, why would you want to do this, old man, are you so unsure of your esteemed Watchman Huangfu? I'm currently just bouncing around in a world line, while Watchman Huangfu is an existence that has already transcended beyond the world, and you actually think that I already have the potential to surpass him, even going so far as to use such a lowly means to influence me? Watchman Zhao smiled as he looked at that old man's back. You, yourself, have developed some sort of inkling within yourself that you think Watchman Huangfu might be losing to me? Right? That's it. Stop it. Watchman Zhao was stunned. What's going on? Watchman Huangfu, you won't let me talk? He'll be an asset to you, unnecessarily. Oh. Then Watchman Zhao will not say anything. A future helper, that's less of a problem. That Dao-robed old man's back seemed to have become quite haggard, sighing and shaking his head as he left with quick steps. Zhao Tiancheng then remained a silent spectator of the conversation between the two. Watchman Zhao, let me hint, you've given me my headquarters to dismantle. You didn't say a word about the fact that he just did the dirty on me, did you? That's your business. Zhao Tianxing shook his head, I'm just a bystander, what I'm seeing now is that my OPBI headquarters was demolished by you, it's not too much to pay for the repairs, right? Watchman Zhao. The doppelganger snapped his fingers breathlessly, and the destroyed building was immediately restored to its original state. Fixed. Zhao Tianxing looked up, wishing is really good. Watchman Zhao sat down on the table with a big grin, good use is only behavior, surely it can't carry the absolute power of the god of death, how do you say old sir, can you prompt another wave? How should I beat the god of death? Zhao Tiancheng looked at him breathlessly, you just demolished my headquarters and now you're asking me for help? Watchman Zhao laughed, I've always felt that Elder Zhao has a big temperament, you won't care about this little thing, right? Don't you dare get a thicker skin? Hey, I would have died long ago if I didn't have thick skin. Watchman Zhao smiled, oh yeah, what was the name of that old sympathetic hair just now? Zhao Lao Qian. Zhao Lao Qian. Watchman Zhao silently memorized this name, it looks like a loyal fan of Watchman Huangfu, anyway, he is now in a cooperative relationship with Watchman Huangfu, and Watchman Huangfu has just given a promise that this person will be a help to him in the future. Well, get back in touch with him. It looks like you have a good amount of gas as well. Zhao Tiancheng smiled faintly, let's go, let's talk somewhere else, I'm old. It's easy to talk about things with a dry mouth, I always need to drink. Tea? Why don't we have some wine this time? My treat? Zhao Tiancheng looked rather speechless. Watchman Zhao smiled, wine is the essence of grain, the more you drink the younger you get, trust me. Suddenly, he noticed the document in Zhao Tiancheng's hand. What's this? Option 1, Haunted House, Sealed Door Village? Chapter 175 A Favor for a Favor. As you can see, Option 1, a haunted house. Zhao Tiancheng slowly stood up and raised the document in his hand, any interest in taking a look? In the hall, there were still quite a few people sitting scattered around, silently staring at Watchman Zhao's reaction. A computer set between a sea of empty seats stands out as special. In front of the computer, there's a name tag, Yanjing Municipality, Director Huangfu Candle. A video call was being opened on the screen, and it could be seen that on the other side of the video was a small, eerie room, where a teenager who resembled Watchman Zhao by at least 8 points was wearing headphones and nibbling on ice cream, staring at the uninvited guest on the podium for an instant. It's been a long time, brother. Watchman Zhao snapped, his eyes looking toward the computer. But then I saw the space around the computer become blurred. A middle-aged woman in a gray cloth coat appeared eerily next to the computer, and she raised an arm covered in corpse stains and slowly snapped the computer shut. Then he raised his left hand, which seemed to be pinching something like an ice cream cone, put it to his mouth and nibbled on it, picked up the laptop with his right hand, turned around and left, and disappeared from Watchman Zhao's field of vision within 2 steps. It's true that all directors have a little something. Watchman Zhao pondered, I wonder if sending him a chaste child would suppress it. A few black lines slid down Zhao Tianxing's face, don't you throw Sadako around in Huashaha, I'll take a shot. Watchman Zhao smiled, that can't be, so what, is there something to this haunted house? A wary look appeared on Mu Ro's face as she stepped in front of Watchman Zhao. First look? Aha! Watchman Zhao silently took the document. Prepared by Royal Candle. Watchman Zhao was stunned, his last name is Huangfu? Your brother? I don't have a brother. Oh. The surroundings began to switch, gradually transforming into Zhao Tianxing's large, ancient courtyard. Watchman Zhao sat down on the rattan chair and turned the first page. The scope of the death curse, based on closure, also known as closed room killing. The average person has a limited range of influence for a short period of time, so the Reaper only needs to weave a small patch of reality distortion that is enough to close off the cursed person's range of movement. And Watchman Zhao, having the wish, he can instantly appear in all the loci of the entire world line, so the God of Death needs to involve the entire world line in order to completely close Watchman Zhao's mobile space. So, Death needs to spread the curse around the world. The upgrade of the death curse is based on the two key elements of escape and resistance. It doesn't care how the cursor dies, as long as they die, but as long as the cursor keeps escaping and keeps resisting, then the curse power will become stronger and stronger. The target of the death curse, who must die, is arguably the strongest strong-killing evil spirit besides the Black and White Irregulars. Fighting against it is impossible. Watchman Zhao may be able to carry the curse of increase for a long time, but the world can't, and it's obviously quite unwise to implicate everyone for the sake of Watchman Zhao. And since the God of Death doesn't care how Watchman Zhao dies, simply killing him and thus preventing the collapse of the world line in 3 days' time is clearly the optimal choice at the moment. However, from my point of view, I must let Watchman Zhao live, so I will stop all proposals that are unfavorable to him. Even if it means killing all those people. Reading this, Watchman Zhao stood up directly. Who is Huangfu Candle? Zhao Tiancheng had an extra cup of tea in his hand at some point. It's the computer that just mysteriously disappeared, the director of Yanjing City. Yes. There's nothing more to say. If this man can write to this extent, Watchman Zhao recognizes him from the bottom of his heart. This is a proposal submitted to the highest center of power in the OPBI, not just a random blurb on WeChat. There is a responsibility in writing these words. This man is really willing to kill everyone for Watchman Zhao. I'll see him later. Watchman Zhao continued to turn the next page. I hope the leaders agree with my program. After all, it was me who gleaned it from the monumental web, and the success rate is still high. As I just said, the death curse is based on the core condition of scope, so there is a compromise at the moment, which is to allow Watchman Zhao to enter an absolutely closed environment and have him play with the death god in that environment. It's also a haunted house. Because Wish can't leave this environment, the death curse will be limited to that range as well. The tablet network gives a very suitable location, the sealed door village, which is currently completely closed off by 7 or more evil spirits, so that ordinary people can't get in, and if they do, it's almost impossible for them to get out. There, it's the most stable, haunted house in the world right now. Next, I'll give a scenario that will allow Watchman Zhao to fool the God of Death in the middle of the sealed gate village and escape alive. However, this program is not to be viewed by Watchman Zhao himself. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. Watchman Zhao. What the, are you playing with these? Zhao Tiancheng noticed the change in his expression and cheerfully sipped his tea. Don't look down, it'll really ga. Watchman Zhao was speechless to the core. I see, it should have something to do with the evil spirit that resurrected me. Zhao Tiancheng nodded. You now have an additional absolute brokenness on your body. You must always pay attention. You must never know the truth about your resurrection, otherwise you will really die, and neither the Black and White Irregulars will be able to save you. Are you saying that the evil spirit that resurrected me is so powerful that it can harden itself against the ghost repulsion with the Black and White Irregulars and forcefully decapitate me? Watchman Zhao silently pulled out a black lei. That's really hard to imagine. Zhao Tiancheng smiled. A person, there can be many types of deaths, and similarly, a single death can be of many types. Watchman Zhao. Worthy of being an old clapper who had lived for I don't know how many years, this one sentence gave Watchman Zhao a shudder. Yeah, there are a lot of ways to die, and evil spirits are so counterintuitive that they can pretty much accomplish anything, with Black and White's infinite time stop killing being the best example. Who knows through what extreme channel this resurrected ghost will allow itself to die. The good news, though, was that death didn't seem to be suffocating, so the little boy stayed on the sidelines playing with a pickleball. The choking verdict was not reached. Watchman Zhao wanted to throw the document to the bilocation aside to take a look at it. But in the next second he directly threw that doppelganger 10 kilometers away. Can't look. This bunch of doppelgangers are all sinkholes. As long as they read it, it would become troublesome for Watchman Zhao to peek into their memories in the future. No, I still have to make up a wish. Each of these doppelgangers is so spooky, I can't say I've already seen it quietly. Zhao Tiancheng looked at him suspiciously. Why don't you let that little girlfriend of yours see it? Watchman Zhao directly shook his head. How could I possibly let her accompany me into a haunted house? It's too dangerous there. Chapter 176, The World Paper. It is indeed dangerous, eh? Muro suddenly said. Watchman Zhao was stunned and looked in her direction. She was seen holding a stack of papers, reading them carefully. Eh? He looked down into his own hands again. Obviously the documents are in his own hands, but how did Muro's hands? Penning made a copy. You're making me look like a dork. Yes? Muro smirked, the papers in her hands going up in smoke. She gently wrapped her arm around Watchman Zhao, who silently watched as his copy faded away as well. Indeed, a very perfect method. That method has arrived. Let's go out and play. 3 days later, I will accompany you to Sealed Gate Village. Watchman Zhao gently squeezed her palm and was silent. The penumbra is more eroded than one might think. Okay, then let's have a good time in these 3 days and play all over the world. Zhao Tiansheng sat on the side, smiling as he watched the young couple. In his cloudy old eyes, the two teenagers in front of him, covered in horrifying weirdness, were like two pieces of rubble, hugging each other in this crumbling world. It's cozy. Unfortunately, it was also short-lived. Cherish your last warm moments. The old man sighed and murmured in a low voice that only he could hear, actually, sometimes, I kinda envy the two of you, but of course, more often than not, I feel sorry for you. Muro will definitely turn into a pen fairy. This is her destiny. Watchman Huangfu has fought against the sky and the earth for such a long time, and in the end, the only thing left is despair. And you, Watchman Zhao, your destiny is to die at the hands of the Black and White Irregulars, and that's absolute. Speaking of which, what is my destiny? The old man reclined into the bench, the tea in his hand fluctuating before switching to a cigarette in Watchman Zhao's shocked gaze. Crooked son, old Zhao, you've finally turned. Zhao Tiansheng waved his hand breathlessly and directly kicked people out. Take your little girlfriend out to make waves. Watchman Zhao looked as if he had discovered a new continent and came over to Zhao Tiansheng. Say, what brand of cigarettes are these? I've never seen them before. Is it from the Republican era? Will it go bad? Well, you can off, I mean it. Watchman Zhao hugged Muro and rolled away happily. Old Zhao looked up at the sky as a large black cat fluttered its wings and landed on his shoulder. Good luck. Leaving the Forbidden City, he walked on the streets of Yanjing City. The two men were holding hands and wandering aimlessly. Muro was in a good mood and kept searching for tour tips on the little red book. Watchman Zhao just kept smiling at her. Hello, Chief. Suddenly, a line of people appeared ahead. Old acquaintance Jiang Huayan is listed. In addition, they are all new faces. Watchman Zhao froze slightly. Are they from the Zhejiang branch? He's forgotten that Watchman Zhao is now a big shot at the director level. It doesn't seem to be of great value though. Hello guys. Jiang Huayan smiled and said, several of us have booked a box at the Yanjing Hotel. I wonder if Director Zhao is free at noon. Several of us are still waiting for the leader to guide our work. Guidance is something I really didn't expect. Watchman Zhao couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile. Old Zhao, where's fun? Recommend it. Jiang Huayan suddenly revealed an expression of trickery and joyfully looked around at the other captains. The captains looked rather speechless. Ugh, willing to bet. What do you mean? Watchman Zhao looked at him suspiciously. Jiang Huayan smiled. It's okay, Yanjing, this piece of all the scenic spots tickets are bought, the secretary casually play. Consumption of this piece of this also do not have to worry about. Someone to give you checkout, want to buy what directly buy it. As for the tour route, I personally recommend. Watchman Zhao was stunned. You can do it, Lao Jiang, good job, I'll give you a promotion and a raise later. Jiang Huayan smiled as he pulled aside the car door. The car is ready, just tell the driver directly where you want to go. Watchman Zhao shook his head. That's not necessary, the car is too slow. Kinda, so, have fun. After the two left, Jiang Huayan laughed more than wildly. Come on, the bets are paid. The first bet, the leader's preference to go and play. The second, the leader will not sit in the broken car that you have prepared. What are you guys doing when you froze? Hit the money, Watchman Zhao did not choose the route recommended by Jiang Huayan. It's too mundane. He took Muro on a direct trip to Lhasa. Half an hour later turned around a Norwegian town. Then she was taken to the beautiful country of Yellowstone to see the park. It's over, I feel so meaningless, what to do? Muro leaned into his arms, the view is nice. Watchman Zhao laughed bitterly. No, I feel like right now, can't be interested in these ordinary things anymore. It's like I like to explore things that are mysterious enough. So, check out the Marianas Trench? Muro asked. Pensive told me that you can see a lot of spooky things in that place. The Pen Fairy is talking to you again. She's actually a bit of a talker. Good, good, good. Watchman Zhao looked out over the huge lake that was bubbling with hot, colorful air. Actually, I've been thinking lately, why did Lao Zhao mention topology to me? Does the world line have anything to do with topology? Mu Ro's little head shook straight up, it's too deep to understand. The world in front of Watchman Zhao's eyes blurred once again. My world began to invade, and everything around it turned into a dense mass of tiny squares. But because Mu Zhoujin was by his side, the throbbing world line was forced back into place. I still want to seriously ponder the concept of the world. Watchman Zhao pondered, I always have the feeling that the world is not what we see it as, or rather, because we can only understand the world by watching it, our knowledge of the world is limited to watching it. He recalled his experiences over the days. My first experience with the mystical world was the faceless ghost one, remember, the one on the runway that pissed you off so much. That time, I was actually quite safe. I wanted to try and see if the faceless ghost could bring someone back from the dead, but that little cutie. Zhaoan hid the clue, he didn't tell me that he had a ing omnipotent, suffocation, hidden on him. The test went wrong and I escaped just in time, but I didn't realize that the faceless ghost had chased me for kilometers and forced the curse to fall on me. At that time, I seemed to see above the world. Remember. The moment the faceless ghost curse descended, it was as if Watchman Zhao had peered into a mysterious world. That world overlapped with the normal world, but was covered in cyan and blood. Every inch of air seemed to turn into twisted veins, which spread out infinitely, intersecting with something distant and weaving a vast web. The whole world seemed to be covered by this net. And on top of that net, a huge and ethereal silhouette was suspended in the sky, like an evil deity that was looking down on the earth. I've been thinking, since the evil spirits that present themselves to the world are projections of the real, evil spirits, where exactly are the real, spirits of these things hiding? Don't say anything about the mysterious world beyond, that's too vague. There is existence, it needs location, or space, so what space are they in? Do you think it's possible that the world we live in is like a sheet of paper with countless other sheets of paper covered underneath that sheet? You see, I take a piece of paper and cover a sculpture, then the paper will show a projection of that sculpture. Mu Ro pondered, so the reason why the Shinigami were able to destroy the world is actually equivalent to tearing the most superficial layer of paper? Chapter 177 The third layer of the table world. Hiss. Watchman Zhao was stunned, you have a point, because the world is a piece of paper, and when it is given time, the little people on this piece of paper begin to move, and so everything in the world is formed. So the Shinigami wanting to destroy an entire world line is as easy as tearing up a piece of paper. Makes sense. Mu Ro leaned into his arms and smiled, it looks like you found a very interesting game. Yes. Watchman Zhao looked into the distance, evil ghosts can tear this world down to a sheet of paper, why can't I, Watchman Zhao? From the beginning until now, I've played with the black and white irregulars, the faceless ghosts have played with me as a cigarette, the cat people have knelt down for me, and the most noble monumental nets have played with me, the singing ghosts are nothing more than that. Why should they get to play the world and I don't? Watchman Zhao held a cigarette in his mouth and sneered as he looked down at the world visible to the naked eye, why do I have to go into a haunted house? The god of death destroys a world line as easily as tearing a piece of paper, why can't I, Watchman Zhao? I'll give it a chance to process this piece of paper into a steel plate, I'd like to see how it tears. But how do you process the world into steel plates? Watchman Zhao pondered. Is there something wrong with his perception of the world? Why does the universe have to collapse if death wants it to? It's not reasonable. Is it because of the rules? He looked away suspiciously, girl, do you ever feel strange? What? Moro looked at him suspiciously. You see, we commonsensically feel that everything requires energy, that destroying the world requires energy, that the destruction of the universe requires energy, and so we feel that the power of the Reaper is so terrifying that it can siphon off the energy of the entire universe and bring about the destruction of the world just for the sake of burying me, Watchman Zhao. We find this behavior of death rather psychotic and too costly for it. But what if, however, we are wrong in this idea? If, on the other hand, the god of death can destroy the world rather easily, as simple as saying a word off the top of its head, and if that's the case, then it all makes sense, because destroying the world is so easy that it's willing to drag the entire universe along with it to be buried for me, Watchman Zhao. Mu Ro relied on his arms and smiled at him, waiting for him to continue. But Watchman Zhao was covering his head with a confused look on his face. The demon is starting to mess things up. Watchman Zhao is becoming more and more frightening. The demon is so afraid of this development that it is inhibiting him. There was an eerie whisper in Mu Ro's ear like a malevolent ghost. So, you subdued the demon? Hey, no problem. The penny, it's starting to kick in. She reached out a hand and pressed it against Watchman Zhao. A mournful scream came from Watchman Zhao's body all of a sudden. The ghostly hands all over his body, the ghostly faces, those dirty things belonging to spirits and demons, were pressed down with one hand by the penman. They can't affect Watchman Zhao anymore. Thus, this monster named Watchman Zhao had his mind absolutely liberated in an instant. His thoughts directly jumped out of the normal and mundane world, crossing beyond the 5 elements in heaven and earth, expanding to a rather outrageous realm in an instant. Suppose the world is like a sheet of paper that overlaps and is bound by factors that create a mundane surface. Watchman Zhao pinched his cigarette. It's like an onion. Then let's go and give it layer upon layer of extraction, layer upon layer of unfolding, and it will eventually take on a very different look. I seem to understand a little bit about topology, and by topology, I mean stripping away the appearance to see the essence. What is the essence of this world? Nothing but time, space, logic, history, with a solidified yoke. The faceless ghost can come after me across space, and that suggests that there are deeper spatial relationships hidden underneath the geographic space we know so well. Come on, let's peel it. The doppelgangers silently appeared at his side and unfolded to assist. We, indeed, tried to get you killed. It was the influence of the spirits. However, we, the bilocations, also want to become gods, but the prerequisite for us to become gods is that you, Watchman Chiu, become a god, otherwise we will always stand in that humble world beneath you. You, Watchman Zhao, have to become a god. It's a must. The demon began to cry. Damn it. This maniac is starting to go crazy. Come, regard Yinjing as a point. Okay. The first topology. Watchman Zhao pinched his cigarette and looked into the distance. Huaxia, the beautiful country, the Yingli country, the Little Day, the Knockout country. Let's take all the geographic locations of these countries and treat them all as one point and make a world map that the whole world hasn't thought about. A very special map was presented to the crowd. All of Asia, shrouded by a mysterious dragon. With its 4 feet, it treads on Europe, North America, South America, and Africa. And each of these huge geographical areas gave birth to the totems of the serpent, the eagle, the bear, and the giant. They were trampled under the feet of this mysterious Chinese dragon. World, revealing a very different look. The second layer of the table world began to present itself before Watchman Zhao's eyes. Go on. Watchman Zhao looked at the map coldly. Totems, that were the symbols of human civilization, which foreshadowed the beliefs and thoughts of those peoples. This map, therefore, is nothing more than a symbol of history. It doesn't involve mystery. From the beginning until now, the appearance of these evil spirits heralded a message. Faceless ghosts, people pass on, and when a faceless ghost gains continuity, a second faceless ghost is born in the world. Death, ignoring all the physics of space, directly envelopes the world and curses whoever dies. Black and white, across the world, no one lives. Killing thousands of people around the world every day, no one is spared. Cat-faced old lady, 100% mortality rate, you must die if you enter the Catman world. Even if you reverse time and space, you must stay honestly in my Catman world. All of them were conceptual level existences that were against the heavens and the gods. They, absolutely, permeate the world and form a new logic of the world buried beneath it. How far have they, in fact, penetrated the world to a level of despair? If I, Watchman Zhao, want to live, I need to understand just how far these evil spirits have infiltrated this world. Come on, demons, let's see how far you evil spirits have come. And so, this map, it began to change. Some greenish mist began to envelop it, and the faceless ghost's message was the first to unfold. Just as Watchman Zhao had expected, these mists covered the entire world, yet seemed to be artificially influenced and constrained within a narrow range. But these mists, in the world, form some special passages. They span spatial distances and connect unrelated locations. The secret of the faceless ghost's void claim back then was revealed. These things, they can ignore spatial distances. Because it has permeated and influenced the entire world. All over the world, every inch of air is affected by faceless ghosts. So, it can claim enemies in the void and bring curses down on you from thousands of miles away. Then came a mosaic of lines which covered the entire map like a dense crack. The monumental network is starting to show its terror. The reason its message is absolutely perfect. It is because it has affected the whole world and even the whole universe. It's so comprehensive in its impact that it's even far superior to the kind of relationship chain that faceless ghosts can only form through humans. The extent of the impact of this stuff has spread to all living things and even microorganisms at the molecular level. So it's insightful. Then, more and more colors and traces manifested themselves on this map. The shock of giving Watchman Zhao more and more power. Can we really call these things evil spirits? Faceless ghosts that cover all human society. Black and White Impermanence permeates history from the level of time it even has a manipulation of history as a whole. The tablet network, ubiquitous, penetrates from the tiniest quark state, organizing and summarizing all the information in the world. Death, the material plane absolute contamination, it is covering all the concepts of the material plane, space, distance, energy. Physics, in front of death is like a joke. The third layer of the surface world, the world that belongs to the evil spirits infiltrating and influencing, revealed the tip of the iceberg in front of Watchman Zhao. So that's what absolute means? Watchman Zhao looked in shock at the thin lines spreading out on that map, as well as the completely new map that had diverged with the input of information from various evil spirits. The world, as it unfolded before him, took on a very different aspect. Hundreds of maps were divided. The drama of the Red Wedding. The future of the opera singer. Oblivion of the man-bug. All integrated the world into a whole new look. The infiltration of evil spirits is worldwide, even beyond the world level, and they permeate all world lines. Are these evil spirits all gods?